Chapter 1 Forced Marriage Matching System. The sky in early September was still incredibly hot, and the rolling heat waves would quickly leave people drenched in sweat. Daxia University, the premier institution of higher learning, is located on the campus of Tsinghua University, not far from the teacher's apartment building, at the corner. Warner. Are you even listening to me? The woman said coquettishly, realizing that she had been talking for a long time, but her best friend was completely out of it and hadn't responded at all. The speaker was a woman wearing a sun hat and with long, wavy hair. Her alluring expression exudes endless charm, captivating all who see her. Her captivating, almond-shaped eyes, paired with her fiery red lips, create an irresistible allure. Although she was wearing a white t-shirt with the words "Welcome New Students" printed on it, it still couldn't hide her amazing figure. She paired it with jeans, which perfectly showcased her waist-to-hip ratio. This is absolutely stunning. She's the kind of gorgeous woman every man dreams of. Ha? Oh, Xiao, you called me. What's wrong? The woman called Warner turned around somewhat blankly, looking at her best friend. Generally speaking, people tend to gravitate towards those of similar backgrounds, and there's a high probability that beautiful women are surrounded by other beautiful women. The woman named Warner also wore a sun hat, and her long, shiny black hair was simply tied into a ponytail and placed behind her head. Her delicate and clean oval face resembled that of a fairy untouched by worldly affairs, pure and elegant. Especially her clear and bright eyes, which revealed a purity that came from within. Wearing the same white t-shirt for the new students, she looked so proper, dignified, and generous. Fairies are to be admired from afar, not to be profaned. An absolute beauty, yet another beauty among the most stunning. The pure and elegant beauty's full name is Xinwan, and the sexy and hot beauty's name is Su Ro. Both of them are new teachers who just stayed on to work at the school this year, and they are also best friends of many years. The 2-day registration process for new students has finally been completed. Both of them have just finished their work and are now preparing to go back to their staff dormitory to rest. Tell me what's wrong with you. You've looked preoccupied and lost since this morning. What's wrong? Su Ro looked at Xinwan with some concern. Xiao, it's nothing, I'm just feeling a little unwell. Xinwan's eyes darted around a couple of times. She absolutely couldn't let anyone know about this. Comrade Xinwan, please don't look away when you're trying to lie to me, okay? Su Ro saw through her lie immediately. The two were just too familiar with each other. Do you still consider me your sister? What can't you tell me? Su Ro looked at her best friend with some concern. Xiao, you're overthinking it. I'm really fine. I'm all sweaty, let's go back and take a shower. Xinwan's pretty face was a little hot as she tried to change the subject. Warner, I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't confess honestly, believe me, I'll subject you to severe torture. Su Ro threatened. Xinwan was extremely ticklish, so whenever Su Ro tickled her, Xinwan would beg for mercy. Hearing Su Ro's threat, Xinwan's face paled. She was most afraid of being tickled, and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Okay, Ro, please spare me, I'm really fine, let's go back quickly. After saying that, Xinwan ran towards the teacher's apartment not far away, hoping that she could escape Su Ro's clutches if she was quick enough. Well, Xinwan, you've gotten bolder now, huh? You actually dared to run away? Just wait till I catch you today and see how I deal with you. Su Ro took off after her. Xinwan's plan was that as long as she ran fast enough to get back to the apartment first, lock herself in her room, and refuse to let Su Ro open the door, she could get through today. As for tomorrow? She'd deal with that tomorrow. At this moment, she felt even more regretful. How could she have been so blinded by greed and agreed to apply for a classroom apartment with Su Ro? Initially, both she and Su Ro were single female teachers, and theoretically, each could apply for a single teacher's apartment of about 60 square meters. However, since they were best friends, they discussed it and decided that since each person could have 60 square meters, wouldn't it be better for them to apply for a larger teacher's apartment together? This way, they would have more living space and wouldn't be lonely, and living together would give them company. The two beautiful women's applications were approved without any problems, and they got a 106 square meter apartment with 2 bedrooms, which perfectly met all their requirements. But now Xinwan deeply regrets her decision back then. Who could have imagined that things would change so quickly? What changes? The change is that she actually got married today. Without any warning, she was suddenly told that she had obtained her marriage certificate and was already married. This is not a scam text message, nor is it a new type of fraud. It is a real event that actually happened. The full name should be National Big Data Driven Forced Marriage Matching Policy. That's right, Xinhuan was forced into a match. Here we need to discuss the current situation of the Great Xiao dynasty. The total population of the Great Xiao dynasty is over 1.4 billion, of which over 1 billion are women and only 400 million are men. A society with far more women than men. A severe gender imbalance in the population. In addition, with people's minds becoming more open and living conditions getting better and better, many people do not date or get married, which has even become a trend. The consequence of not dating or getting married is a sharp decline in population, and more importantly, the birth rate of newborns has repeatedly hit record lows. If this continues, the population will soon plummet below the national population safety threshold. How can this be allowed? Population is a matter of fundamental importance to a nation. Therefore, the government decisively introduced relevant policies to intervene forcefully. Following this, the National Big Data Mandatory Marriage Matching System was officially launched. The policy stipulates that anyone who turns 20, regardless of gender, will automatically be entered into the National Big Data Mandatory Marriage Matching System for matching. Once a match is found, the couple will be automatically linked and married on the spot. Whether you agree or not, and without needing to submit any documents for registration, your electronic marriage certificate will be produced simultaneously upon successful matching, and the paper marriage certificate will be mailed free of charge, arriving the next day. Such marital relationships are strictly protected by the state. Policy stipulates that couples who are forced into marriage are not allowed to divorce within 5 years of marriage. Of course, in order to reflect human nature, everyone has a certain degree of choice in the national mandatory marriage matching mechanism. The most straightforward way is for you to find someone who is compatible with you and willing to get married and register your marriage. This will directly trigger the big data marriage matching mechanism to terminate your marriage. Additionally, if you don't have a compatible partner willing to marry you, or if you want the government to force you into a relationship, you still have some choice. Once the forced matching process is activated, it runs for 5 consecutive days, once a day. Each time, you'll be matched with 10 potential partners. You can choose your favorite from these 10 each day. The forced matching ends once both parties have simultaneously chosen each other as their preferred partner. Of course, if you don't find a suitable partner for 5 consecutive days, then congratulations, after 5 days it's all up to fate. The government will then use big data to match you with a partner. Chapter 2: Forced Marriage. Actually, Xinhuan had been wondering about one thing all day. Wasn't it supposed to send a text message to the person in question when big data started to force matching with potential partners? Why didn't I receive a text message notification about activating the matching process? Or did I accidentally delete the message? Xinhuan was also puzzled by this. Anyway, the first thing she received when she opened her eyes this morning was a text message from the National Marriage Registration Center, saying that she had successfully matched with a man through the Big Data Marriage Matching System, and the two had now completed their registration and gotten married. Xinhuan's mind was about to explode after seeing this text message. Unbelievable. How could I have gotten married without knowing anything about it? What happened to the 5-day selection period after matchmaking started? Why don't you let me choose for myself? When Xinhuan saw the information about the man on her electronic marriage certificate, she completely broke down. Male, Xia Tian. Female, Xinhuan. Age, 20, age, 25. From this day forward, the two parties are legally married, and this certificate is hereby issued. When Xinhuan saw the name Xia Tian, her mind went blank. Could it be such a coincidence? Fortunately, the electronic marriage certificate thoughtfully included detailed information and recent photos of both parties. Xinhuan prayed as she looked down. Xia Tian, male, 20 years old, a freshman in the finance class 1 of the School of Economics and Management at Tsinghua University. Plus a recent handsome photo of him. Xinhuan was stunned for a long time, completely finished. The last bit of hope in her heart was also completely shattered. I wanted to cry but couldn't. Let's look at the woman's specific information. Xinhuan, female, 25 years old, is a counselor for the first-year finance class 1 at the School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. The same recent work photo is shown. The other person is her student, and she is the other person's teacher. Is she being forced into a forced marriage like this? Even now, Xinhuan still can't accept it. How could big data match her with her own student for marriage? Although they only briefly met on their first day of registration yesterday, Xinhuan was quite impressed with the boy named Xia Tian. Of course, his handsome appearance wasn't the main point. Xinhuan wasn't the type of girl who cared excessively about her partner's looks. Rather, it was his mature and steady personality, and his composure and confidence when facing her, that left a lasting impression on Shenwan. Because, except in the summer, all the male students and their parents in my class seem to feel inexplicably nervous when they are around me. They avoid eye contact, their eyes dart around, and they even stammer and speak incoherently. It's not surprising that the boys and their parents reacted this way. After all, Shenwan is an exceptionally beautiful woman, pure and elegant, like a fairy descended from heaven. It's perfectly normal for ordinary people to have this reaction when they see her. Therefore, Xia Tian's exceptionally confident and composed demeanor gave Shenwan a refreshing feeling. But now, Shenwan is very conflicted and helpless. Why is she forced to marry this person? As Shenwan ran ahead and Su Ro chased after her, with the teacher's apartment just around the corner, Shenwan realized that once she turned the corner and entered the elevator, she wouldn't have to worry about Su Ro catching her anymore. The corners of Shenwan's mouth couldn't help but start to turn up. Suddenly, a Ferrari sports car sped towards them, followed by several other luxury cars. Upon seeing them, the Ferrari quickly stopped a short distance away, and a handsome young man stepped out, holding a bouquet of flowers. Seeing this man appear, Shenwanwei frowned almost imperceptibly, and her running figure stopped abruptly. Su Ro, who had been chasing behind, saw Shenwan slow down. She ran a few steps and quickly caught up with Shenwan, unable to contain her joy as she shouted, "Ha, little Wanner, let me tell you, you're finished. Let's see where you can run to today. You better behave yourself." Before Su Ro could finish speaking, she suddenly sensed something was wrong with Shenwan's reaction. Looking up, she saw a young man standing not far away, holding flowers and looking at her with deep affection. Lin Kitchen? Su Ro recognized him. Is he here to pursue you again? Although it was a question, her tone was certain. You've been so distracted all day. It's not because of this guy, is it? Su Ro asked Shenwan softly. Shenwan shook her head without answering, her gaze turning somewhat complicated as she looked at the young man holding a bouquet of flowers, now wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and appearing rather refined. Lin Kitchen, the second son of the Lin Group, was once a good-for-nothing playboy. After Lin Kitchen saw Shenwan once at a university enterprise cooperation conference organized by Tsinghua University, he was immediately amazed by her beauty. He had never seen such a pure and elegant woman, like a fairy, and he fell in love with Shenwan at first sight. After that, he launched his most intense pursuit of Shenwan, determined not to give up until he won her over. Faced with the pursuit of this good-for-nothing playboy, Shenwan refused him without hesitation. Her requirements for her other half were that he absolutely could not be a good-for-nothing, and secondly, he could not be a scumbag. These were the most basic requirements, and it was clear that Lin Kitchen could not meet either of these criteria. Faced with Shenwan's stern rejection, Lin Kitchen seemed to have fallen in love this time. In order to pursue Shenwan, he not only changed his previous idleness and picked up books, but he also stopped going to the entertainment venues he used to frequent almost every day. Everyone thought it was just Lin Kitchen faking it, a performance to pursue Shenwan, and that she would soon reveal her true colors. After all, everyone believed that a leopard can't change its spots. What's truly astonishing is that Lin Kitchen kept up this act for over 3 years, from Shenwan's senior year of college to her graduation with a master's degree and subsequent teaching position at the university. During those 3 years, Lin Kitchen actually managed to stay on, studying every day and never once going to an entertainment venue. He came here full of confidence today because he felt that he should now meet Shenwan's requirements for a partner. Through 3 years of studying day and night, his temperament had become noticeably more refined. He believed that his knowledge was now strong enough and that he should be worthy of Shenwan now. Thinking that the notes he had taken while reading over the past 3 years had filled 3 huge bookshelves, Lin Kitchen felt even more confident. Besides, he had long since given up his habit of going to entertainment venues and indulging in debauchery. Now he is very devoted. Apart from a wife arranged for him by his family when he was 20, his love life is very clean. Chapter 3 My wife is a stunning counselor. In Daxia, there are far more women than men. Even if all adult men were to marry, many women would still remain single each year. Therefore, the government has reintroduced a policy allowing polygamy, and even encourages successful men to marry multiple wives and have more children. Of course, to enjoy all of this, you have to be an excellent man. How do you judge whether you are an excellent man? It's simple: money. Marrying your first wife is free, the government will match you with one for free. However, if you want to marry a second wife, you'll need to pay a happiness fund of 1 million yuan. To marry a third wife, you'll need to pay 2 million yuan, a fourth 3 million yuan, and so on. If you can't afford to pay, then just stay home and live a good life with your original wife. This is why Lin Kitchen, who already has a wife, still dares to pursue Shinwan. Even Shinwan herself wouldn't bring this up. Because it's permitted by the state. So even if the Lin family doesn't arrange it, the national big data-driven forced marriage matching system will force Lin Kitchen to marry. There's no one who can avoid it. Of course, if Shinwan still minds, Lin Kitchen doesn't mind divorcing his current wife. In short, Lin Kitchen felt that he could accept any price to pay for Shinwan. Behind Lin Kitchen, 6 or 7 more people got out of the luxury cars behind him. These were Lin Kitchen's relatives and friends who came to witness him winning the heart of his beauty. Lin Kitchen took a deep breath, silently encouraging himself. Looking at the person he had longed for day and night, he gazed at her with deep affection. He took a diamond ring from the pocket of his custom-made suit, stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and spoke in what he believed to be the most affectionate, gentle, and sincere tone. Wanner. In the past 3 years, I have picked up books and read no less than 1,000 books of various kinds. My notes have filled 3 huge bookshelves. In addition, I have thrown away all my membership cards for entertainment venues. In the past 3 years, I have not been to any entertainment venue even once. Thank God I met you, which freed me from my previous decadent life of pursuing low-level pleasures. Since meeting you, I feel like I've been reborn. I have a regular and healthy lifestyle, and now I love reading, learning, and exercising. After saying all this, what I want to express is that I am willing to change myself for you, and I am willing to give up everything I have now for you, but I cannot live without you. Wanner, I love you. Marry me, will you be my wife? I swear, I will cherish and protect you with my whole life. Say yes. Say yes. The cheers of 6 or 7 relatives and friends rang out from behind. They were so excited. The scene was truly touching, a testament to the saying, a prodigal son's return is more precious than gold. Lin Kitchen had transformed from a good-for-nothing playboy into the ambitious and promising young man he was today. These relatives and friends witnessed the whole process firsthand. While marveling at the immense power of love, they were also sincerely grateful to Shinwan for bringing about such a change in Lin Kitchen. As relatives and friends, they are very happy to see Lin Kitchen finally take this step today, and they unconditionally support him. Lin Kitchen looked at Shinwan with deep affection and expectation. Everyone quieted down and waited for Shinwan to make a decision. Even Su Ro, her best friend, did not speak, not wanting to influence Shinwan's decision. Because Lin Kitchen is indeed a very high-quality man now. He is handsome, a rich second generation, and has also changed his bad habits of being an idle playboy. At present, he does seem to be a very good marriage partner. Shinwan remained calm, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. No way. A loud shout rang out, and a very young and handsome figure suddenly appeared. He was looking at Lin Kitchen with great displeasure, wishing he could beat him up. This sound startled everyone present. Then, as if realizing something, Shinwan's expression changed drastically, and she nervously turned around to look in the direction from which the sound came. When Shinwan suddenly heard this voice refusing on her behalf, she froze, feeling a sense of dread. She slowly turned around, praying in her heart that it wouldn't be as she imagined, otherwise she would die on the spot. What's meant to be will be if it's meant to be, you can't escape it. Comforting herself with this thought, Shinwan finally turned around, only to see the same young and handsome face as on the ID card. However, the handsome face was now very dark, indicating that the owner must be very angry. Seeing the other person like this, Shinwan's heart skipped a beat. Lin Kitchen's confession hadn't affected her emotions at all, but the sudden appearance of this young man in a fit of anger made Shinwan somewhat worried and afraid. What I feared most has come to pass. The person in front of her was none other than Xia Tian, whom Shinwan had been secretly praying would never appear, and who was also her current legal husband. Imagine being confessed to by another man, and your husband just happens to see it. It's absolutely infuriating. Su Ro turned around and looked at the young and handsome face. It seemed familiar. Then she remembered, oh. She had seen him yesterday when she registered. He was a freshman this year. He was probably in Wanner's class, right? After all, handsome guys and beautiful girls always leave a deeper impression. I admit you're handsome and sunny, but what's the use of you disagreeing? Is this yet another male student who falls for Xiao Wan at first sight? Su Ro shook her head, not optimistic about Xia Tian's appearance. Ha! Kid, are you looking for death? Go back to where you came from. Don't delay my brother's proposal to his wife, or don't blame me for beating you up. Get lost. At this moment, one of the men in Lin Kitchen's group of friends, who looked a bit like a thug, shouted at Xia Tian. Lin Kitchen merely glared fiercely at Xia Tian. He didn't speak or move, remaining in his proposing pose, left hand holding flowers, right hand holding the diamond ring, kneeling on one knee. Xinhuan was essentially his possession. Over 3 years of meticulous preparation were all for this day. He wouldn't allow anyone to ruin his carefully planned proposal. He had already confessed his feelings to Xinhuan, and she was about to accept his proposal. His long-cherished wish was about to come true, and he was about to win the heart of his beloved. But this guy ruined his proposal. Did he really think he was easy to bully after reforming himself? Xinhuan frowned slightly, not because of Xia Tian, but because of that hooligan-like young man in Lin Kitchen's group of friends and family who dared to insult Xia Tian, her husband. You've gone too far. A cold voice rang out for the first time in the room, and Xinhuan finally spoke. Did you hear that, kid? My sister-in-law said you went too far. Get lost. We're not as easy to talk to as my sister-in-law, said Lin Kitchen's group of relatives and friends. I'm not talking about him, it's that you guys have gone a bit too far. Lin Kitchen, keep an eye on your hooligan brothers. Xinhuan's voice was still clear and melodious, but at this moment it was devoid of any emotion and was icy cold. Ah. Waner, I just love you too much. Maybe it was a little rushed today, but my love for you is as clear as day. My brother here meant no harm. This kid was just trying to scare the other person. Lin Kitchen panicked. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Xinhuan, so he immediately tried to explain. But before he could finish, Xinhuan interrupted him. He's not here to cause trouble, and he certainly has the right to stop your farce. Besides, how dare you call her Waner? You don't even understand the most basic respect. It seems you haven't improved much over the years. Xinhuan's cold and emotionless words left Lin Kitchen dumbfounded, while Xia Tian, on the other hand, regained her bright and sunny smile. Su Ro was stunned when she heard Xinhuan's words. There was so much information in those words that Su Ro's mind couldn't process it for a moment. Xiaro, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, my legal husband, Xia Tian. This is my good friend Su Ro. Although Xinhuan looked shy, she still introduced Xia Tian and Su Ro to each other. Chapter 4 Registration at Tsinghua University. Let's rewind to yesterday, which was the first day of registration at Tsinghua University. Looking at the solemn school gate before him, a gate imbued with a profound historical heritage, Xia Tian felt a mixture of excitement and anticipation. I did not hesitate to repeat the year for 2 years, and finally I stepped into this sacred place, the highest institution of learning that countless students and their parents regard as their dream. Before I could even reflect, I was so eager to get started that I immediately wanted to register so I could activate my system as quickly as possible. 20 years. I've waited for this day, this moment, for a full 20 years. Who can understand the torment I've been going through? That's right, Xia Tian has a cheat system, and it's his favorite super rich system. In fact, Xia Tian harbors an even bigger secret. He was originally a transmigrator, but he was a reincarnation. Compared to others, he only had the memories of his previous life on Earth. When he was 3 years old and started kindergarten, a super rich system suddenly awakened in his mind. When he first found out, he was overjoyed. Am I finally going to rise up and become a super rich male protagonist? However, reality soon shattered his joy to use his godly rich system. He had to meet an activation condition. The activation condition is that the host must be admitted to Tsinghua University in the summer. According to the system, the new generation of super rich individuals should be high-quality super rich individuals with taste, knowledge, insight, and aspirations. If he, who has lived 2 lives, can't even get into Tsinghua University, then Xia Tian doesn't deserve to have the enviable life of a super rich person. Seeing this activation condition, Xia Tian almost had a mental breakdown. Damn it, other people's systems start by letting the host show off and go wild, but this system requires me to get into Tsinghua University to activate it. Isn't this bullying? That means that under ideal circumstances, I would have to wait at least another 10 years before I could use this system. If things don't go as planned, I might never be able to activate or use this system in my lifetime. Because of Tsinghua University, damn. That's so hard to get into. This is the most crucial point. I have absolutely no confidence that I can pass the exam. System, if I don't get into Tsinghua University, what will you do? Will you change the activation conditions? Xia Tian immediately asked the system cautiously. In that case, this system will automatically sever its binding relationship with the host. Hearing the system's answer, Xia Tian completely abandoned some unrealistic ideas in his mind. I wanted to cry but couldn't. My heart is ashen. This feeling is so unbearable. I have a super rich system that can easily achieve financial freedom and let me show off and fly around, but now I'm being told that if I want to get all of this, I have to study hard and get into Tsinghua University first. Isn't this the same as marrying a stunningly beautiful woman and being eager to get intimate with her immediately, only to be told that you have to wait until you have a child before you can be intimate? Xiatian also tried to reason with the system. Look, I completely agree with what you said about becoming a high-quality tycoon with taste, knowledge, insight, and ambition. But you don't necessarily have to get into Tsinghua University to achieve all of this. If you give me the money now, I guarantee I can immediately meet all the requirements you mentioned. However, the system's response is always a cold and ruthless rejection. Damn it, what use is your system to me? I got into Tsinghua University, so does it really matter whether you're here or not? At least after graduating from Tsinghua, I won't do too badly, right? Summer was filled with impotent rage, wanting to escape the humiliation and pretend he didn't have this damn system. Having been reborn, he refused to believe that with his own abilities, he really couldn't make something of himself. These were just angry words uttered in a moment of resentment and emotional imbalance. Having lived a second life, he naturally understood the cruelty and importance of reality, but fortunately, the system didn't take it personally. Seeing that he couldn't change the system's activation conditions, he could only resign himself to his fate and start studying seriously. His goal, of course, was to get into Tsinghua University so that he could activate the godly rich system and achieve financial freedom. Getting into Tsinghua University is no easy feat. Although Xiatian has lived 2 lives, she still feels a deep sense of despair and helplessness. The learning process can only be described as incredibly difficult. Fortunately, after repeating his senior year of high school for 2 consecutive years, he finally got into Tsinghua University. The moment the scores came out, Xiatian almost cried. Not because she was excited to have been admitted to Tsinghua University, but because she was excited to have been admitted to Tsinghua University. Full of hope, he planned to activate his super-rich system as soon as he received his admission letter. However, the cold and ruthless system told him again that he could only activate the system after he had completed his registration at Tsinghua University. Although speechless, having waited 20 years for the summer, I don't care. It's just another 2 months or so, right? It doesn't matter at all. Although she was extremely anxious, Xiatian pretended to be completely indifferent on the surface. Yesterday, everything was finally about to be unveiled. Xiatian had already mentally prepared herself for the system to disappoint her again, such as waiting until the official start of classes. Fortunately, this time the system didn't cause any trouble and finally worked reliably. The moment Xiatian completed his registration, the system activation notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully registered at Tsinghua University and officially become a freshman. The activation conditions of this system have been met. The godly rich system is automatically activating. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations, host. This godly tycoon system has been successfully activated. Ding! It has been detected that the host has finally met the activation conditions of this system through unremitting efforts. The host is hereby rewarded with an activation gift pack, which includes an apartment building in the capital, a Bentley Mulsanne top-of-the-line sedan, a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster supercar, a Patek Philippe 6104 G001 Starry Night Series watch, and 500 million yuan in cash. The relevant documents and property ownership certificate for the apartment building have been placed in room 2801 on the 28th floor of the apartment building. Please go there to check them. The top-of-the-line Bentley sedan and Lamborghini supercar are parked in the private parking lot downstairs in the apartment building. Please go there to pick them up. 500 million in cash has been legally transferred to the host's UnionPay card ending in 8888. Please check your account. Special note, all rewards and prizes granted by this system are obtained through legal and compliant means and pose no legal risk. Please use them with confidence. At this moment, all the excitement, exhilaration, and other emotions I felt could be summed up in one word: awesome. System, I love you, just like a loser loves a beautiful woman. At this moment, every pore of Xiatian's body is bursting with excitement and joy, feeling relaxed and comfortable. After waiting for 20 years, the system has finally been activated today. Who can understand that kind of torment that you can see but can't touch? And it lasted for 20 years, which is simply the greatest torture a person can endure. Chapter 5 wants to go on a trip. After the initial euphoria, Xiatian had completely calmed down. She had to thank her system again for this. It was its relentless torment over the past 20 years that had enabled her to develop such a strong mental fortitude, allowing her to remain composed and control her emotions effectively. Looking at the vibrant campus of Tsinghua University in the summer, he had to admit that he should be grateful to his super-rich system, because if it weren't for the conditions it set for him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to get into this top university in the Great Xia. On campus today, although it's registration day for new students, you can still see students hurrying by carrying magnum opus like quantum mechanics, the Republic, and Feynman lectures on physics. On the green fields and basketball courts, figures are freely sweating, full of youthful energy. On the stone benches on the north bank of the Lotus Pond, someone is playing the guitar. Sometimes you have to admit that the environment has a significant impact on a person, and this is precisely where a group of outstanding people gather. Ding! It has been detected that the host will be turning 20 years old tomorrow. Your personal information will be included in the National Big Data System for Forced Marriage Matching. In order for the host to have a happy and fulfilling marriage in the future, this godly rich system will forcibly match the host with a virtuous and talented woman with a comprehensive score of over 90 points as a wife. Note, after the host gets married, this godly rich system will provide the host with a living allowance every week, with a standard of 10 million yuan per wife per week, with no upper limit. Note, the system will cover all the happiness fund contributions required for the host to marry multiple wives. The system notification sound in his mind again completely disrupted Xia Tian's thoughts. After carefully listening to the system's notification, Xia Tian couldn't help but show a strange expression. He was, of course, aware of the government's national big data-driven forced marriage matching system. In his understanding, it was like the government providing wives for free. In this parallel world, the men of Great Xia were far too fortunate because of their small numbers. Not only did the government provide wives for free, but you could even marry multiple wives once you had the means, as polygamy was protected by law. The system's notification revealed several important pieces of information. First, their system seems quite powerful. It can even influence the results of mandatory marriage matching based on national big data. Secondly, the system can forcibly match you with a woman whose overall score is above 90 for marriage. Third, after I get married, the system will give me a living allowance every week, 10 million yuan a week for each wife. Fourth, you can marry multiple wives, and the happiness fund required for marrying multiple wives will be paid by the system. Why does this system of mine sound so much like a mother hen's man? First, it motivates me to get into the best university, then it picks out what it considers the most satisfactory wife for me. It even encourages and induces me to marry multiple wives, each with a weekly allowance of 10 million yuan. If I succumb to the temptation and marry 10 or 8 wives, wouldn't I be able to earn a small fortune every week? Doing absolutely nothing, I can earn 5.2 billion yuan a year. Even a listed company wouldn't make that much, right? Summer thought about it more and realized that this made sense. Her expression became increasingly strange. How could her life be controlled and dictated by a tiny system? Yes, you gave a bit too much. System, shameless. Is that a bit too much? You call a building, 2 luxury cars, a luxury watch, plus 500 million in cash a bit too much? Okay, I admit it's a lot, a huge amount. System, it really is a lot. But I'm not happy. System, what? You're not happy? You're unhappy because I matched you with a beauty who's over 90 points as a wife? You're unhappy because I let you marry several beauties like that? So tell me, what are you planning to do after you get rich? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Aren't you still planning to show off and pick up girls? Or are you planning to be a jerk, using girls and then not taking responsibility? No, I'm not that kind of person. Since system, then it's settled, isn't it? Anyway, you'll take responsibility for that girl. I'm just bringing things forward, reversing the roles. After you're married, you can do whatever you want. What are you resisting for? After a fierce internal struggle between himself and the system, Xia Tian was completely defeated. Damn! I've been completely controlled by a system. But if possible, I'd like to get to know him better before considering marriage. Marriage isn't as simple as dating, and besides, he's only 20. Getting married at 20 is way too early, isn't it? System, isn't there even the slightest room for negotiation? Xia Tian still wanted to try one more time. Ding, warning to the host, abiding by the law is the duty of every citizen. Please be a law-abiding citizen. Marriage for men over 20 is a fundamental national policy and cannot be changed. The system's reply made Xia Tian sigh. It was indeed the same familiar feeling. Principled and firm in its stance. Fine, I'll just pretend I never asked. Since that's the case, Xia Tian decided to seize the time to experience the joy of being a super rich person. Everyone else is saying that if they don't go crazy now, they'll be too old, but for her, if she doesn't go crazy now, she'll be married. System, if I find a girl I like today and we get together, can I cancel the forced matching? Xia Tian suddenly realized that the national forced marriage matching system has an automatic termination mechanism. As long as he gets married before the forced matching, it should be fine. Ding, okay, as long as the woman's overall score is over 90 and she has no bad habits, the system replied. Summer was very satisfied with the system's answer. She felt a sense of triumph. Xia Tian was full of anticipation, so he went straight to a 5-star hotel not far from the school and booked a presidential suite. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any hotel goddesses. The most beautiful girl he met in the hotel only scored 70 points according to the system scan. Summer got really into it. He refused to believe that with all the money he had now, he couldn't find a beautiful woman who scored over 90 points. Next, let's look at the places where the protagonist in a fantasy novel often encounters beautiful women: luxury real estate sales offices, luxury car dealerships, banks, luxury department stores, upscale office buildings. Summer visited all the places, but unfortunately, he didn't get anything. He met many women, but they either weren't good looking enough or didn't meet his moral standards. It wasn't that he didn't meet the system's requirements, but Summer couldn't get them. It turns out that Summer is simply not my style for picking up girls. Still not giving up, Xia Tian went to a place frequented by beautiful women in those rich novels, a bar. Don't those rich male protagonists often have a one-night stand with stunning beauties in bars, only to wake up the next day to find out that the other woman was a virgin? Chapter 6, I actually married my goddess counselor. Unfortunately, Summer ended in nothing. There were indeed quite a few beautiful women in the bar, especially at night when the dim lighting made them all look very pretty. There were even quite a few women who took the initiative to flirt with Xia Tian. Unfortunately, many of the beautiful women I liked in the summer were already in relationships, and many of the girls who approached me without partners were found to have gynecological diseases after systematic testing. After cursing a couple of times, Xia Tian left the bar alone, still feeling resentful. Forget it, I might as well give up. I'm such a waste. With so much money, I'm better than at least 90% of young people, right? But after a whole day of just drifting around, I haven't even managed to get a single woman who meets the system's requirements. Sigh. Luckily, I still have my lovely system. At this moment, Xia Tian was actually somewhat grateful that he possessed a powerful system. Otherwise, on his own, he probably wouldn't have been able to pick up girls. That night, Xia Tian ended up sleeping alone in the 5-star presidential suite, feeling depressed. Ding! The National Big Data Marriage System has detected that it is forcibly matching the host with a spouse. System intervention is underway. Ding! System intervention successful. Ding! The system has successfully matched the host with a virtuous and talented woman whose overall score is above 90 as a spouse. Matching in progress. Ding! Match successful. Ding! Electronic marriage certificate being processed. Ding! Your electronic marriage certificate has been completed. Ding! Female information: Xinhuan, female, 25 years old, graduated with a master's degree from Tsinghua University, currently a counselor for the first-year finance class 1 at the School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. Includes a recent work photo of her JPG. Summer stood there dumbfounded, watching the system notifications in her mind, and watched in disbelief as she completed her marriage registration, thus changing from single to married. He got married. A text message notification sounded on Xia Tian's phone. He picked it up and looked at it. The National Big Data Forced Marriage Matching System reminds you. Congratulations on successfully finding your life partner. Your matched spouse is Xinhuan, 25 years old, with a master's degree, currently an intern counselor at Tsinghua University. Your electronic marriage certificate has been automatically generated. The paper version of the marriage certificate will be delivered to Tsinghua University by Postal Express before 5 p.m. tomorrow. Please check your mail. A final friendly reminder: marriage is not easy, cherish each other. Wishing you a long and happy marriage and many children. National Marriage Registration Center satisfactory service, highly trusted. I was woken up by a series of system notifications, and then I saw the official notification on my phone that I was married. Since I already knew I would be forced to match today, I was initially quite calm. To his surprise, he was already matched after only starting the matchmaking process. Wasn't there supposed to be a 5-day matchmaking period? How come he was matched so quickly? Was his matchmaking speed really that fast? And what's even more shocking is the gurgling sound. Xia Tian swallowed hard, looking at the information on his phone and in his mental system. The woman, his legal wife, was Xinwan, the counselor of Class 1, Finance, a freshman at Tsinghua University's School of Economics and Management. Hiss. If I remember correctly, I am a freshman in the Finance Class 1 of the School of Economics and Management at Tsinghua University, right? Holy crap. System, are you up to something? How could someone possibly marry their own academic advisor? Although Xia Tian was focused on the system yesterday, he still had a deep impression of the beautiful and elegant counselor who looked like a fairy descending to earth when he reported for duty. But now he's being told that the goddess who amazed him has actually become his wife right before his eyes, thanks to the system's manipulations? Xia Tian subconsciously opened their electronic marriage certificate and checked it again, still somewhat incredulous. Male, Xia Tian. Female, Xinwan. Age, 20, age, 25. From this day forward, the two parties are legally married, and this certificate is hereby issued. The couple's wedding photo was created using AI. The man is handsome and the woman looks like a fairy. How can they be so beautiful? They're a perfect match. They're absolutely a perfect match. Looking at their wedding photo in the summer, I felt so happy my heart was practically bubbling with joy. Feeling dizzy, he took a shower and then realized that he wasn't dreaming and that it was all real. Instantly, I felt like I'd been injected with adrenaline, getting more and more excited the more I thought about it. Teacher-student relationship, what an alluring phrase, and now it was actually happening to me. And with such a stunningly beautiful goddess-like teacher at that. Ding, it has been detected that the host has obtained a marriage certificate and is married. This week's living expenses will now be distributed. Number of wives, 1, the living expenses to be distributed are 10 million yuan. The money has been successfully transferred to the host's UnionPay account ending in 8888. Please check your account. Immediately afterwards, a text message notification appeared on my phone showing that the money had been credited to my account. With immense excitement, Xia Tian immediately checked out of the hotel and headed straight for the school. But upon arriving at the school and seeing so many people surrounding Xinwan, Xia Tian felt too embarrassed to approach her. He decided to wait until she finished get off work before discussing personal matters. Disturbing his wife's work now seemed inappropriate. Besides, this was a school, and their relationship was that of teacher and student, which was somewhat awkward. Although being forced into marriage was understandable, it was still important to be mindful of the impact. By the way, you can add them as a friend first. Without hesitation, Xia Tian took out her phone and added Xinwan's contact information, which had already been sent to her by the marriage matching system. However, seeing that the other party was still busy, they probably wouldn't have time to add me for a while. Summer stopped waiting idly here. He still had many things to take care of today. First, go to the dormitory, register, and check in. Suddenly, Xia Tian realized that her current situation was a bit special. The school stipulates that freshmen are not allowed to live off campus and are generally only allowed to live in the school's dormitories. However, the neighborhood committee also has requirements. Those who are forced to match and get married must live together. The government will even provide low-rent housing for those who do not have a house temporarily, costing only 500 yuan a month. I don't know what to do in my current situation. Normally, freshmen are usually 18 years old, but Xia Tian repeated 2 years of high school before finally getting into university. So Xia Tian's situation is a bit special now. Should we follow the school's rules or obey the neighborhood committee's demands? That is the question. Chapter 7. 3 roommates. When Xia Tian arrived at his dormitory, he was somewhat surprised to see that his 3 roommates were all handsome men, only slightly less so than him. Judging from the fact that the luggage they were carrying hadn't been completely put down yet, the 4 of them had just arrived at the dormitory, probably one after the other. So none of them came to check in early yesterday, they all came today. We exchanged brief greetings, but since we weren't very familiar with each other, we seemed a little awkward with each other. The 3 people in the dormitory are Yi Chen, a handsome guy from Sichuan, Lin Fan, a handsome guy from Beijing, and Su Hao, a handsome guy from Jiangdong. Each bed had a name tag on it. Xia Tian went to her bed to make it. She had just gotten the bedding from the dorm manager. Seeing that Xia Tian hadn't brought any luggage, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Fan's eyes, but he didn't ask. Seeing the arrival of Xiatian, the last member of their dormitory, Yi Chen, Lin Fan, and Su Hao were far more shocked than Xiatian herself. Because this guy is even more handsome than them. Is there any justice in this world? After the three of them met, they were surprised that there were actually people as handsome as themselves. Fortunately, the other two had only caught up with their good looks. Although they did not surpass the other two in terms of appearance, they were about the same. Their good looks are what they've always been most proud of, giving them an advantage in boosting their confidence compared to others. The fact that there was someone who could rival them in looks left the three of them feeling incredibly disappointed. But don't worry, there's still one person in the dorm who hasn't arrived yet. Statistically speaking, with three handsome guys already in our dorm, the fourth person can't possibly be just as handsome as them, otherwise it's not logical at all. Unfortunately, the appearance of Xiatian made the three of them emo. The other party was not a handsome guy as handsome as them, but a handsome guy who was even more handsome than them. No way. I admit that Xiatian is a tiny bit more handsome than me in terms of looks, but in other aspects, I have to outdo all three of them. The competitive spirit of Yi Chen and the other two boys inexplicably emerged at this moment. Yi Chen took out his Alienware laptop and invited the group, "Hey guys, wanna play some games? Want to have a match?" His invitation to play games was a pretense. His real intention was to show off his latest Alienware laptop equipped with a 4090 graphics card. The entire setup wasn't expensive, costing just over 100,000 yuan. He also intentionally or unintentionally displayed the Cartier watch on his wrist. "I don't have a computer yet, you guys play," Xiatian replied without looking up as he made his bed. He hadn't brought anything with him, including a computer. "I'll let it go. Now is my time to read and study," Lin Fan said, raising his wrist to check the time on a Vacheron Constantin watch. "It's already 11 o'clock. I've wasted enough time today." This Vacheron Constantin was a reward from his older sister after he was admitted to Tsinghua University, and it was worth more than 200,000 yuan. Lin Fan had clearly seen through Yi Chen's motive of showing off his wealth, but he had completely outmaneuvered him. He subtly displayed his own formidable financial resources. When Yi Chen saw the Vacheron Constantin watch on Lin Fan's arm, his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He had originally intended to disguise himself, but unexpectedly, he had inadvertently given Lin Fan the opportunity. "Heh, Lin Fan, you're really hardworking. You're even studying today during registration," Su Hao chimed in from the other side. "But Yi Chen, I can't play games with you. I have to go see my girlfriend later." As he spoke, Su Hao also raised his wrist. "I made plans to have dinner with my girlfriend, and I have to pick her up from the girls' dormitory soon." On his wrist was a Richard Mille watch, also worth over 200,000 yuan, but this one was 290,000 yuan, 80,000 yuan more expensive than Lin Fan's 210,000 yuan Vacheron Constantin. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Lin Fan. Su Hao is clearly a master at showing off. This time, he not only showed off that his watch was the most expensive and valuable, but also revealed that he already has a girlfriend, and that his girlfriend is also from Shuemu. Showing off, Su Hao blatantly began to boast about having a girlfriend, all while wearing a smug expression. Now it was Lin Fan's turn to look unhappy. Yi Chen, standing beside him, hid his wrist behind the computer, his expression even worse. On his wrist was a Cartier watch worth over 100,000 yuan. Although he hid it quickly, Su Hao and Lin Fan had already noticed the Cartier watch he was wearing. All three came from wealthy families and were discerning individuals who could immediately tell the price range of each other's watches, a fact they all tacitly acknowledged. Summer was completely oblivious to the boasting of the other three in the dorm. He was still bent over laying out his sheets and blankets. After their unspoken comparison, the three had basically concluded that Xiatian was just an ordinary person. He possessed nothing of value, not to mention a luxury watch. His wrist was completely bare. Actually, Xiatian had put his 12 million yuan Patek Philippe Starry Night watch in his pocket because he was worried about getting it wet while washing his hands in the restroom. It wasn't that he was intentionally hiding it or trying to be low-key, he simply hadn't worn a watch before and had forgotten to put it back on. Shah, what good is being handsome? This society always values strength, especially economic strength. Unconsciously, Yi Chen and the other two looked at Xiatian with renewed confidence. The confidence they had lost earlier due to their less than ideal appearance had returned. "Wow, Su Hao, you already have a girlfriend after only one semester? Did you date her in high school? You even got into Tsinghua University together, I'm so envious." Xiatian saw his three roommates chatting with each other and assumed they were just casually getting to know each other. Of course, he was happy to join in and get along with his roommates. No, that's not it. My girlfriend is a sophomore at our school. It was arranged by our families. Our families are old friends. My girlfriend is about to turn 20 after the new year, so our families arranged the engagement. After all, we know each other very well. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. My girlfriend is the school beauty queen. I'll introduce you to her later. Just be a little sweet-talking and call her sister-in-law a couple of times, and I'll be able to get her to introduce you to a prettier girlfriend. Suha was clearly very proud of having a school beauty queen girlfriend, and it was certain that his girlfriend was really beautiful, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. Chapter 8. My roommates are no ordinary people. With Xia Tian's help, Suha showed off his girlfriend again. This made Lin Fan and Yi Chen even more annoyed. They secretly thought to themselves, what's so great about him? So what if he has a pretty girlfriend introduced by his family? And she's even older than him, what's there to be proud of? It's his skill to pursue a pretty girlfriend himself. Just wait until school starts, I'll pursue a pretty girlfriend in the same grade. Let's see what he's so smug about then. Really? You're so lucky to have a school beauty as a girlfriend. I'm so envious. Xia Tian said, flattering the other person, but he wasn't envious at all. After all, his wife was Xinhuan, the school's goddess teacher. He didn't even need to see what the other person's girlfriend looked like to be certain that she couldn't compare to his wife in terms of appearance. After all, he had never seen a more beautiful woman than Xinhuan in his entire life. However, he didn't plan to tell his roommates that his wife was a goddess-like teacher. He wasn't one to show off. Besides, his teacher-student relationship with Xinhuan made him a little embarrassed to introduce her to others. But you've got the form of address wrong. I repeated my senior year of high school for 2 years, so I'm already 20 years old this year. I bet none of you are older than me, right? So you should call me sister-in-law, Xia Tian said after jumping off the bed. Xia Tian's statement makes sense. In general, the order of seniority in a dormitory is based on everyone's age. Since he repeated a year of high school, he is naturally the oldest person in the dormitory. By that logic, wouldn't he be the leader of the dorm? Besides, with all the support the system has given him, he's more than qualified to be the eldest brother. You repeated a year of high school for 2 years? Yi Chen asked in surprise, and Lin Fan and Su Hao also looked astonished. Yeah, I worked so hard for 3 years to get into Tsinghua University. Xia Tian sighed as she recalled her hellish senior year of high school, which lasted for 3 whole years. Xia Tian had no intention of hiding the fact that she had repeated a year of high school twice, so she took the initiative to tell him. Xia Tian didn't think much of it. It was just repeating her senior year of high school for 2 years, nothing serious. Besides, the reason she was so determined to get into Tsinghua University was entirely to activate the godly rich system. Thinking about everything she had gained now, it was all incredibly worthwhile. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, Lin Fan, and Su Hao exchanged glances, their eyes showing even more disdain for Xia Tian. While Tsinghua University was difficult for ordinary people to get into, it was nothing special for true elites. The fact that someone had to repeat a year of high school twice to get into Tsinghua University instantly made them feel incredibly superior. Hey, you guys should all state your ages, so we can make a ranking of the oldest and second oldest in our dorm, Xia Tian continued, picking up where they left off. He felt that his 3 roommates were all pretty good, not as difficult to get along with as they seemed at first. When they first came in, they all seemed quite aloof, but after chatting for a while, he felt that they were all right and he could be friends with them in the future. Although Xia Tian has lived 2 lives, he has always been a child from an ordinary family. Although he now has a very wealthy family background due to the system's rewards, it has only been less than a day since he acquired all of this and transformed into a rich man. Therefore, Xia Tian's knowledge and way of thinking still need improvement. The other 3 in the dormitory, Yi Chen, Lin Fan and Su Hao, were born into wealthy families and received elite education from an early age. With their family background and influence, they are far more mature and meticulous than their peers in terms of knowledge, observation, and interpersonal skills. So although Xia Tian is older than the other 3, he is actually more innocent in his mind. Su Hao glanced at Xia Tian and said with a smile, it's fine to be ranked first or second, but let's not follow the conventional age order. After all, ambition knows no age. I think the eldest should be responsible and contribute more. So, I'll provide a refrigerator for our dorm, and I'll also cover all the snacks and drinks in the dorm, as well as the utilities. Is being the eldest all right? Su Hao immediately rejected Xia Tian's suggestion to rank people by age. He had always been the eldest brother in their little circle since he was a child and was not used to calling others boss. That's right, but I think a leader needs to be responsible, courageous, and resourceful. Otherwise, wouldn't it just be reckless courage? Although the college entrance exam results are just past results, they can still reflect one's intelligence to a certain extent. It would be more reasonable for us to rank them according to that. Lin Fan first agreed with Su Hao's idea of not ranking them by age, but then rejected his suggestion that he could become the leader by paying a little money, as if anyone was short of money. Similarly, Lin Fan grew up surrounded by the flattery and praise of his underlings. Although he was only a platoon leader in the dormitory, he never had the habit of being someone's underling. Lin Fan ranked the students based on their college entrance examination scores because he was confident that his scores were the highest in the dormitory. He had already checked and found that among the freshmen of this year, apart from those admitted through special programs, his scores were among the best. Hey, you can't rank people like that. Judging by age is unreasonable, and judging by college entrance exam scores is meaningless. Nobody's stupid enough to get into Tsinghua University. I can handle the fridge, drinks, and snacks too. Yi Chen immediately rejected the suggestions of the previous three people. To succeed in university, you need to have comprehensive abilities. Doesn't the school advocate for well-rounded qualities? If we're going to compare, let's compare other aspects: basketball, football, badminton, martial arts, guitar, piano, even games. Anything is fine. Yi Chen also immediately rejected the suggestions of the previous three people and proposed a new method. He was quite confident in this aspect. Similarly, Yi Chen wasn't used to calling others boss, he was only used to having underlings. To woo girls, he dabbled in all sorts of things and was quite good at them all. He also realized that Lin Fan and Su Hao were his biggest competitors in his dorm. Neither of them were ordinary people like himself. On the contrary, ordinary people like Xia Tian were the easiest to deal with and not a threat. The four people proposed four different sorting methods, leaving Xia Tian completely bewildered. He was simple-minded, not stupid, but he finally understood that these three guys weren't ordinary people, they were probably rich kids or something. They were even showing off by arranging the dorm room by age. Then let's forget about it and not queue up. Let's not let such a small thing ruin our harmony, Xia Tian said calmly. Chapter 9: Su Hao's Invitation. Ultimately, the boys in dormitory 1818 unanimously agreed to stop ranking students by seniority. Summer didn't stay in the dormitory for too long. She made an excuse to go buy some daily necessities and prepared to leave alone. But Su Hao happened to speak up at that moment, saying he wanted to go out together, so Xia Tian had no choice but to go with him. Summer, don't rush to buy anything. Didn't I say I'd introduce you to my girlfriend? There's no time like the present, let's do it today. I'll treat you to lunch. After leaving the dormitory building, Su Hao hadn't forgotten about introducing his girlfriend to Summer and said to her, you're going on a date with your girlfriend and you want me to come along? Xia Tian was completely confused by Su Hao. What kind of logic was that? It's okay, we're all classmates, I don't mind. Su Hao thought Xia Tian was just embarrassed to go. I mind if you two go on a date and I stand by and watch you two show off your love? I don't have that kind of hobby. You can introduce your girlfriend to me another day. I have things to do today, so I'll be leaving now. Xia Tian didn't know what his purpose was, but he had a lot of things to do today and didn't have time to waste with him. After saying that, Xia Tian wanted to leave and headed towards the school gate alone. Hey, Xia Tian, wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking yet. My girlfriend will be bringing her roommates too. Su Hao quickly grabbed Xia Tian, who was about to leave, and continued. Why do you two bring your own roommates on your dates? Xia Tian was genuinely confused by Su Hao's words. Well, my girlfriend's roommate hasn't met me yet, so she insisted on coming along. My girlfriend couldn't refuse, so that's how it is. Su Hao gave Xia Tian an explanation. That's fine too. It's understandable for you to meet your girlfriend's best friend, but what would it look like if I went along? Xia Tian was speechless. Well, my girlfriend and I haven't seen each other for half a month. I don't want anyone to disturb our date. Besides, I'd prepared a lot of shows and surprises for her today. I didn't expect her roommate to be so inconsiderate and insist on coming along. But since it's a surprise, I can't say it outright, you know what I mean? Su Hao had been trying to get Xia Tian to help him smooth things over with his girlfriend's best friend. At least when he was showing off his romance on the show and preparing surprises, Xia Tian could take the friend away for a while so that she wouldn't disturb his and his girlfriend's chance to deepen their relationship. Looking at Xia Tian's stunning looks, which even made him a little jealous, Su Hao was secretly pleased with the plan he had suddenly come up with. Men love beautiful women, and women love handsome men too. With Xia Tian helping him block his girlfriend's best friend, as long as it doesn't affect his and his girlfriend's relationship, his date today is still a success. You didn't expect that, did you? I've used my charm to my advantage. I don't believe I can't handle your best friend. Actually, Su Hao didn't tell Xia Tian the truth. While it was true that his family had arranged their marriage, their relationship wasn't very close. Simply put, Su Hao was very eager to win her over, but she was rather cold towards him. Although she agreed to marry Su Hao, they would only register their marriage when one of them was forced into a marriage registration system. Furthermore, it was stipulated that they wouldn't live together until she developed feelings for Su Hao. In other words, they wouldn't consummate their marriage after registering their marriage. Arranged marriages are practically a standard practice for wealthy and powerful families. These marriages are certainly better than marriages forced by big data matching, right? So, the children of wealthy families can't escape the fate of being married off by their families. Faced with his girlfriend's request, Su Hao gritted his teeth and agreed. The first reason is that his girlfriend is indeed very beautiful, which made Su Hao fall in love at first sight, and even become somewhat obsessed. To put it bluntly, he was lustful at first sight. Another reason is that his girlfriend's family has huge assets. To put it bluntly, the fact that she chose him as her marriage partner, even if they are only husband and wife in name, means that he and his family are lucky to have married above their station. Therefore, in his relationship with his girlfriend, Su Hao was always the weaker party, commonly known as a simp. His girlfriend, on the other hand, was the stronger party, and she always ignored Su Hao. Su Hao had begged for lunch today for many days, and his girlfriend only reluctantly agreed to have lunch with him today because Su Hao had even gotten into Tsinghua University to pursue her. Su Hao was excited about this for a long time, but something that made him extremely depressed happened last night. His girlfriend sent him a notification message saying that one of her roommates and best friends would be having lunch with him tomorrow at noon, which is today. Su Hao was so angry he almost lost his temper. But he didn't dare to have any objections and could only agree immediately. Where did this gossipy old woman come from? Don't you know it's immoral to interrupt someone's date? Eating? Have you never eaten before? Because it's difficult for Su Hao to get his girlfriend to go out with him, Su Hao has made careful preparations for this date. Not only did he book the entire restaurant for lunch and not accept guests from outside, but he also prepared many programs and surprises. All of this is done in order to win my girlfriend's heart, gain her approval, and strengthen our relationship. Oh, I see, you just want me to cover for you. Xia Tian finally realized, but he still felt something was off. Su Hao practically raved about his girlfriend. Why make things so complicated just for a meal together? It's just that her best friend is having lunch with her, preventing you two from being affectionate? After lunch, her best friend will leave, right? Then you can be affectionate again, right? Why make things so complicated, making me sacrifice my looks to help him deal with his girlfriend's best friend? Who knows if her best friend is even pretty? Besides, I'm already a married man. If my wife finds out about me messing around outside, won't that ruin our marriage? Besides, I really have things to do today, and I don't have time to play these games with him. Xia Tian was about to refuse when Su Hao spoke first. Yeah, it's just helping out by providing cover and cooperating. We're roommates, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. Your girlfriend, oh wait, she's still testing me. You can't just stand by and watch my happiness crumble. We've been brothers for 4 years, sharing a room. You helped me today, so if you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll help you without hesitation, whether it's manpower or effort. Chapter 10, I waited for an hour. Although Xia Tian is very wealthy now, she does not yet possess the mindset and behavior of a rich person. The most prominent characteristic is that they are easily swayed by emotions, are easily hurt, have thin skin, don't know how to refuse, and tend to act on impulse. After Su Hao said a few nice things to him, thanking him and promising to be his brother who would share a room with him for 4 years, the shy Su Hao didn't know how to refuse. In addition, Su Hao's sincerity softened his heart and he agreed without thinking. So, although Xia Tian is very wealthy now, he still has a long way to go before he can fully adopt the mindset and habits of a rich person. Upon seeing Xia Tian agree, Su Hao was overjoyed and immediately contacted his girlfriend, Zhou Nianyo. Zhou Nianyo, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, is 19 years old this year. She is a sophomore majoring in economics at the School of Economics and Management of Tsinghua University, and is also a well-known campus belle at Tsinghua University. Of course, she is just one of many campus belles. Tsinghua University, a place that gathers the nation's top students, is truly a land of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. As the saying goes, a person with a wealth of knowledge naturally exudes elegance, so the girls at Tsinghua University each radiate their own unique temperament and charm. In addition, with the university having many departments, there are also many beauties who can be called campus beauties. Of course, there are many school beauties, but each one is a top-tier beauty who possesses both beauty and intelligence and outstanding temperament. Let's go pick them up from the girls' dormitory first. My car is parked outside the school, and then we'll head to the cafeteria. Su Hao, who had just finished making a phone call, couldn't hide his excitement. Xia Tian shook her head, thinking to herself, is this guy really that excited? Is she really his girlfriend? There's a strange feeling of familiarity about her. In his past life, Xia Tian was just a loser, so he felt a strange sense of familiarity when he looked at Su Hao's current appearance. Because in his past life, when he received the occasional pity from the girls he fawned over, agreeing to have dinner or watch a movie with them, his expression was exactly the same. He was just as excited. He shook his head, dismissing this somewhat ridiculous thought. Wasn't Su Hao supposed to be a rich kid? Didn't he mention his car was parked right outside the school gate? So, Su Hao's current excitement must mean he genuinely liked him, and it was because of the surprise he was about to prepare for her, right? Since she had already agreed, Xia Tian didn't say anything. It was 11 o'clock now, and an hour would be enough to pick up the two girls and get to the restaurant. If they ate, it would take 2 hours. She could then go take care of her own business around 2 o'clock. Today he planned to go and receive the apartment building that the system rewarded him with, and he hadn't even had a chance to see the 2 luxury cars yet. Yesterday he was in a rush to have fun, childishly wanting to use the money to show off and pick up girls, but, nothing more to say. Fortunately, he had the system, which allowed him to be matched with the stunningly beautiful goddess teacher, Xinwan. Thinking of her gorgeous face and graceful figure, Xia Tian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The girls' dormitory wasn't far away. Su Hao and Xia Tian waited downstairs. Su Hao was excited, so he talked a lot and kept chatting with Xia Tian about random things. From what he said about himself, Xia Tian was sure that he really was a genuine rich second generation. Su Hao's family is considered a wealthy family in his hometown of Jiangdong, and they own a large corporation. Xia Tian listened to Su Hao brag to him about his past glories and triumphs. Xia Tian was happy to listen to these stories. Although he was very rich now, he had never had much contact with rich people in his past and present lives, so he really didn't know what rich people did or what they usually did. So the two chatted quite pleasantly, and Su Hao even promised Xia Tian, let's wait a while, when I have the chance, I'll take you out for a good time, and let you see what female college escorts, young models, art schools, do you know about these? Xia Tian shook his head. He genuinely didn't know anything about it and had never been exposed to it. Embarrassingly, he had intended to learn about these things yesterday, but he couldn't even find a way in. Su Hao smiled smugly, his sense of superiority overflowing as he faced the ignorant Xia Tian. What good is it if you're more handsome than me? This world still comes down to strength. Especially economic strength. The main problem is that this is the capital city, which I'm not familiar with. I need to find out more about the situation. If this were Jiangdong, I'd tell you to go all out, I'd have everything arranged for you. Su Hao wasn't exaggerating, he really did have that kind of influence in Jiangdong. But the capital city was different. Before he came, his family had told him to keep a low profile and not to be ostentatious in the capital. Su Hao understood that the capital city was full of hidden talents, and he couldn't be as high profile as he was back in his hometown of Jiangdong, otherwise he would be causing trouble for his family. This confirms that Xia Tian is just an ordinary girl. In addition, they have to wait for Zhou Nianyo, and the two grown men are bored. They also want to prevent Xia Tian from getting impatient, so they reveal a little bit of this kind of romantic stuff. No man can resist this. To be honest, having a rich second-generation heir introduce these things to her was like a dream come true for Xia Tian. She suddenly realized why she hadn't gotten anything yesterday. She had been looking for the wrong connections from the start. These other guys were driving luxury cars and frequenting various exclusive clubs. Listening to Su Hao brag was quite enlightening, but hadn't a lot of time passed? Xia Tian felt that at least 20 minutes had gone by, but Su Hao's girlfriend was nowhere to be seen. Xia Tian frowned slightly and reminded Su Hao, why don't you call your girlfriend and ask if they're almost done? No rush, no rush, there's still plenty of time. Let me tell you, the prettier the girl, the slower she takes to get out of the house, and you absolutely cannot rush her. If you rush her, it means you have no patience and are unwilling to wait even a little bit of time, so you absolutely cannot call to urge her at this time. Su Hao looked like a Casanova. Summer. Another 40 minutes passed, and even Su Hao himself felt a little embarrassed, his face showing some awkwardness. I kept glancing at the time, and I lost all interest in bragging to Xia Tian. Although the two were under the shade of a tree, they still couldn't escape the heat wave. Summer had already lost count of how many times she had sweated. Xia Tian regretted it. Damn it, she shouldn't have agreed to Su Hao's proposal today. She had been waiting here for a whole hour, from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Who waits for their girlfriend for an hour? Xia Tian looked at Su Hao and wanted to say several times that she should leave first, but she couldn't bring herself to say it because of her pride. At exactly 12 o'clock, the campus radio started playing on time, and the Shuemu news program began broadcasting. I couldn't stand the sweltering summer any longer. Damn it, what a load of rubbish. I've been making myself wait here for an hour for nothing. I'm leaving. Chapter 11 My Terrible Roommate. The female dormitory supervisor was hiding in the air-conditioned room, watching Xia Tian and Su Hao with great interest. She couldn't help but admire the two boys. There are of course many boys waiting for girls downstairs at the girls' dormitory, but they only wait for a few minutes at most. Either the girls come down, or the boys leave on their own. On such a hot day, with such high temperatures, especially at midday, it's very easy for people to suffer from heatstroke. The dorm supervisor is very curious, which girl has such charm that she could make these two boys wait for so long in nearly 40-degree heat? Is it true love? Or just unrequited love? The dorm supervisor's gossip fire is burning fiercely. She feels that if she doesn't see the final result today, she definitely won't be able to eat or sleep. The boys passing by would glance at Xia Tian and Su Hao. The two of them had been waiting here before they arrived, and even after the people they were supposed to wait for had left, they were still waiting. People's sense of happiness is often revealed through comparison. A boy might look at Xia Tian and Su Hao with pity, and then suddenly feel that the girl next to him is so sensible, and that he is so lucky. He will cherish the people around him even more in the future. Hearing the campus broadcast, Xia Tian was about to turn around and leave when she secretly cursed, "Anyone who waits any longer is out of their mind." She was also very dissatisfied with Su Hao. It was her own business how she wanted to wait, but dragging her along to wait here like an idiot was going too far. But things just happened to be so coincidental. Just as Xia Tian was about to leave, two very pretty girls appeared at the entrance of the girls' dormitory building and looked around. "They're out. They're out!" Su Hao exclaimed excitedly. "Come on, let's go, Lao Xia, let's hurry over there, don't keep the girl waiting." Before Xia Tian could even speak, he had already taken the initiative to go and greet the girl. Xia Tian was utterly speechless. What kind of bullshit was Su Hao spouting? We waited for them for an hour, and as soon as they came out, you just rushed over like a little puppy? Can't you even let the girls wait a little longer? Why don't you make them wait too? Even if it's just for a minute, I'll respect you as a man. He now understands that Su Hao is a simp, and an absolute simp. "Old Xia, come over here." Su Hao called out to Xia Tian when he saw that Xia Tian hadn't followed. He assumed Xia Tian was a little shy because it was his first time meeting such a beautiful and fashionable girl. In his mind, although Xia Tian was very handsome, he came from a very ordinary background, and this society was ultimately a money-driven one. So, when facing a beautiful woman, especially a goddess-level girl like Zhou Nianyo, it was inevitable that he would feel timid. Xia Tian originally intended to just leave, ignoring all that bullshit about being a school beauty. What did it have to do with him? Was his own wife not pretty enough? Or just not appealing enough? But that damn tendency to be considerate of others has resurfaced. I'm too thin-skinned and can't bring myself to say goodbye. Is it really appropriate to turn away now? Oh well, I'll just go over and say hello. Xia Tian had no choice but to follow, her gaze fixed on the two girls opposite her. Although she was very annoyed that she had to wait for an hour, she had to admit that both girls were indeed very beautiful. A pretty and charming face, a curvaceous figure, a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and a pair of long legs truly befitting a school beauty. Both girls are beautiful. They're practically neck and neck. Which one is Su Hao's girlfriend? Xia Tian wondered to herself. Although both girls were indeed very pretty, Xia Tian couldn't feel any affection for them. The fact that they could make someone wait in the scorching sun for an hour showed that their intentions were far from good. No matter how beautiful a girl is, I can't feel any affection for her in the summer. As Suhao approached with a boy, the girl on the left couldn't help but frown slightly. She had agreed to have dinner with Suhao, but she hadn't allowed him to bring a friend. She was bringing her best friend, but she had told her in advance and hadn't brought anyone on her own initiative. Suhao, however, brought a friend without telling her, which was somewhat disrespectful. However, it must be said that Suhao's friend is quite handsome, even more handsome than Suhao himself, and the girl couldn't help but take a second look at Xiatian. The girl on the right glanced at the girl on the left with a puzzled look, but seeing that Suhao had already walked over, she didn't voice her question. The girl on the left is Zhou Nianyo, Suhao's nominal girlfriend, before she could even question Suhao. At this moment, the dormitory supervisor saw Zhou Nianyo and her friend Suhao finally move and go to greet them. The supervisor suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder. It's those two. That makes sense. As some of the prettiest girls in the dormitory supervisor naturally recognized Zhou Nianyo and her companion. Xiaoyu, Xiaoqin, are you going out to eat with your friends? The dormitory supervisor opened the window. She saw that the two boys were quite handsome and had been waiting in the hot sun for so long. Out of kindness, she wanted to help them, so she greeted the two girls. Hello Aunt Zhang, we're going out to eat. Zhou Nianyo was a little reserved. For some reason, she was actually somewhat reluctant to let acquaintances see her with Suhao. Yes, Aunt Zhang, have you eaten yet? Do you want me to bring you something to eat? The other girl was quite poised and generous. No need, Xiaoqin, you two go eat. I've already eaten. These two young men are nice, they waited for you two in this scorching sun for over an hour. They're good people. Go on, buy them a couple of bottles of water to cool them down, be careful they don't get heatstroke in this heat. The dormitory supervisor kindly said a few good words for Xiatian and Suhao before closing the window and going to enjoy the air conditioning, satisfied. It was so hot that she felt sweat on her forehead in just a short while. Upon hearing what the dormitory supervisor said, Zhou Nianyo and the girl named Xiaoqin both frowned. Zhou Nianyo frowned and asked Suhao, have you been waiting here for more than an hour? Suhao's smile carried a hint of ingratiation and flattery. I'm fine, so I came early to wait for you. It's okay. He was secretly quite pleased with himself. Before Suhao could finish speaking, Zhou Nianyo interrupted him, saying, didn't we agree to meet at the school gate at 12:10? Upon hearing this, Xiatian was instantly enraged. Damn it, Suhao, you son of a bitch. So it was all just wishful thinking on your part, you simp? Chapter 12, Utterly Dumbfounded. Upon hearing Zhou Nianyo's question to Suhao, Xiatian's face turned green. He was completely horrified. Grass. Suhao, you're a real grandson. He dragged me here for an hour, rambling on and on, only to find out it wasn't the girl who was dawdling, but that this guy was just crazy. I'll wait a bit, it's fine. I was just worried you'd come out early, and besides, I wanted to see you as soon as possible. Suhao was still trying to show how affectionate he was, saying nice things. Are you sick? It's almost 40 degrees Celsius at noon, and you're making people wait downstairs for more than an hour? Zhou Nianyo was truly speechless at Suhao's behavior. Although Zhou Nianyo is a genuine rich and beautiful second-generation heiress, she has a very upright set of values and would not use her status or wealth to bully others. For example, she would never do something like making other boys wait for her for an hour in the sweltering heat just because she's pretty. Alright, let's go eat. Zhou Nianyo was initially annoyed that Suhao had brought other boys to eat with her without her consent, but now that she learned that he had been waiting for her for more than an hour, she felt too embarrassed to say anything more. Although this matter is not her fault and has nothing to do with her, it was all Suhao's own fault that he harmed her, but who could she do when the other person was waiting for her? Hello, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long today. Zhou Nianyo greeted Xiatian with a slightly apologetic tone. It's alright, Xiaoyu. This is my roommate, like family. No need to be so polite, Suhao answered for Xiatian. Summer could only helplessly indicate that she was fine. The group walked towards the school gate. Along the way, two girls walked in front, arm in arm, holding a parasol, while Suhao and Xiatian followed behind them. The two girls walked quickly. By this time, Xiatian's resentment towards them had dissipated. She knew that today's incident was not the girl's fault at all, it was entirely caused by her sycophantic roommate, Suhao. Summer could only blame her bad luck who told her to have such a simp roommate? I'll let it go today. Anyway, this is the first and last time. I'll never go out with Suhao again, even if it kills me. That guy is a total jerk. I glanced at Suhao out of the corner of my eye. This kid wasn't paying any attention to Xia Tian at all. His eyes were completely fixed on Zhou Nianyo's back in front of him, and his gaze was burning with passion. Summer couldn't help but secretly comment on the two girls' figures, which were so enviable that they made people swallow their saliva. Their perfect waist-to-hip ratio and long, straight legs were absolutely deadly. What guy could resist such a perfect body? Xia Tian was engrossed in watching, his mind wandering to all sorts of random thoughts, when suddenly Suhao whispered a warning in his ear, "You can watch, but don't think about anything inappropriate." "That's my girlfriend." Xia Tian was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, his face slightly embarrassed. Being caught red-handed while fantasizing about someone else's girlfriend's figure was quite embarrassing. No need to explain, we're all men, I understand. But you can look, but don't get any ideas. Consider it compensation for making you wait with me for so long. Suhao said in a low voice. Xia Tian glanced at Suhao. At this moment, this guy was quite understanding. He knew what kind of man he was, and generously expressed his understanding towards her. Summer wondered if she should thank the other person. After this incident, Xia Tian was too embarrassed to stare at other girls' backs anymore. Soon the four of them arrived at the school gate, and not far away was Suhao's car, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As expected of a rich kid, he bought a new luxury car as soon as he started university at Tsinghua University. Suhao fawned over Zhou Nianyo and opened the passenger door, but she ignored him completely and got into the back seat with another girl. Xia Tian found it amusing and had no choice but to reluctantly accept Suhao's service. Xia Tian is quite curious now. Suhao said that the other person is his girlfriend, but no matter how Xia Tian looks at it, the two don't seem like a couple. They drove in silence, and soon arrived at the entrance of the restaurant that Suhao had booked, a French restaurant. Zhou Nianyo looked up at the restaurant, then turned to Suhao and asked, "Did you book this place?" Her tone sounded a little strange. "Yes, I booked the entire restaurant because I don't want to be disturbed while we're eating," Suhao said, looking at Zhou Nianyo with deep affection. Summer was speechless. Damn, had this guy forgotten there were two other people here? He looked up at the girl named Xiaoqin and, sure enough, saw the displeased look on her face. "Wait a minute, don't you even check restaurant reviews online before booking?" Zhou Nianyo looked at Suhao speechlessly. "Huh? I didn't see it. What, is this restaurant bad?" Suhao panicked a little after hearing Zhou Nianyo's words. This is a complete rip-off restaurant, mainly fooling those who pretend to know everything. It's been exposed online that their ingredients are all of inferior quality, even using dry red wine to impersonate Lafite, and the prices are extremely high. Eating here is just paying an IQ tax. Besides, hardly anyone comes here to eat, so there's no need to book the whole place, Zhou Nianyo explained. Huh? I didn't know. Suhao was filled with regret. He had ruined their first date. Alright, it's understandable that you don't know since you've just arrived here. How much did you pay? Zhou Nianyo asked curiously. Not much, just 20,000 yuan, Suhao stammered. They really are rich and stupid. Just tell them you can't come now and see if they can refund your money, Zhou Nianyo said to Suhao. Huh? We have to cancel it? Suhao was dumbfounded. If you don't want a refund, then you can go eat by yourself. We're not going, we can't afford to lose face like that. Zhou Nianyo's attitude was firm. It wasn't that she was so delicate that she had to be picky about food, but rather that she was the first person to expose this restaurant. If she went to eat at this restaurant now, wouldn't that be a blatant slap in the face? Suhao was dumbfounded. What should he do? All the programs and surprises he had prepared were in this restaurant, but Zhou Nianyo wasn't going. What should he do now? Seeing Suhao standing there dumbfounded, Zhou Nianyo, who was originally going to leave immediately, glanced at Xia Tian and thought, fine, for the sake of your friends being here today, I'll explain, I was the first person to expose this store. Do you think I can go in? Suhao was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 13 is actually for the nouveau riche. Suhao was dumbfounded. Summer was also speechless. Today's meal was incredibly difficult. She also felt a moment of silence for poor Suhao. He was truly unlucky to run into something like this at just any restaurant. If the restaurant only had bad reviews, there would still be room for maneuver, but now that Zhou Nianyo is the one who exposed this restaurant, there is absolutely no possibility that she will ever eat there again. Thinking about all those so-called performances and surprises that Su Hao had prepared, Xia Tian felt a little like laughing and a little sorry for Su Hao, though not much sympathy. Don't laugh. Absolutely don't laugh, even though it really is hilarious. Hiss. Summer pinched her thigh to stop herself from laughing out loud. But she pinched too hard and gasped for breath. The atmosphere was already rather awkward, and Xia Tian's inhalation immediately drew everyone's attention, making Xia Tian even more embarrassed. Zhou Nianyo glanced at Xia Tian, then turned back to Su Hao and said, "Forget it, this isn't your fault. I'll reimburse you for the total cost of booking this restaurant." After a pause, she continued, "You've all just arrived in the capital, let's eat at a different restaurant. This meal is on me, consider it a welcome dinner for you and Xia Tian." The group had already introduced themselves to each other in the car. Zhou Nianyo was very generous and thoughtful in her actions. She knew that Su Hao couldn't be entirely blamed for what happened today, it was just a coincidence. Besides, the two of them had been waiting for her for over an hour, so out of politeness, she had to treat them to a meal. Hearing Zhou Nianyo say that, Su Hao's expression worsened. But things had already come to this, and he knew that it was too late to say anything now. All his careful preparations had been in vain. "Xiaoyu, what you're saying is true. It was my fault for not being considerate. Let's go to another restaurant. You choose the place, and I'll pay." Su Hao certainly couldn't let Zhou Nianyo pay for the meal, otherwise, he would have completely ruined the day. Although the things he had carefully prepared were definitely not going to be used now, as long as he could get closer to Zhou Nianyo and strengthen their relationship, money and such things were just external things, and Su Hao certainly wouldn't put the cart before the horse. Zhou Nianyo frowned, about to retort, but Jian Qin, who had been standing silently to the side, whispered a few words in Zhou Nianyo's ear. Zhou Nianyo raised an eyebrow and changed the subject, saying, all right, let's go then." Zhou Nianyo agreed because Jian Qin whispered in her ear, "Why don't you just pay the bill in advance later?" Zhou Nianyo thought it made sense. Why waste time here in the middle of the day? All she wanted to do was finish this meal with Su Hao as soon as possible, so that she could give an explanation to both sets of family elders and then get rid of him quickly. "Hey Xiaoyu, you guys choose a restaurant first." "Wait a moment, I'm going to get something from the restaurant, something I left here yesterday," Su Hao said, and immediately ran into the restaurant. He had to get back the surprise he had prepared, the gift for Zhou Nianyo. It was quite valuable, and he couldn't just leave it there. The three of them stood under the shade of a tree by the roadside. After chatting with her best friend Jian Qin for a bit, Zhou Nianyo noticed that Xia Tian was standing alone and looking bored, so she took the initiative to add Xia Tian to the conversation. Of course, this is just a matter of their own upbringing, a kind of etiquette to avoid making their companions feel awkward or bored. Otherwise, it would be very impolite for the two sisters to be whispering to each other and leaving Xia Tian alone without asking about her. The two girls were indeed generous and poised, but Xia Tian could tell that they were just being polite and didn't mean anything by it, so Xia Tian just casually replied with a couple of sentences. Suddenly, Xia Tian's phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was a local Beijing number. A sense of anticipation rose in his heart. He didn't know anyone in Beijing. Could it be Shenwan calling him? Feeling a surge of excitement, Xia Tian quickly answered the phone. In his haste, he accidentally dropped his car keys from his pocket onto the ground. Xia Tian didn't notice his entire focus was on the phone call, and he felt a little nervous. "Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Xia Tian?" A slightly respectful middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, his tone revealing a sense of caution. "Yes, it is. What can I do for you?" Xia Tian asked, frowning. "Hello Mr. Xia, I'm Wang Jianming, the property manager of the Daijing Yunfeng apartment building. You can call me Xiao Wang. I apologize for bothering you, but I wanted to ask when you'd be available to come over and take over your property?" Wang Jianming asked cautiously. Ever since the property changed owners yesterday, he'd been on tenterhooks, wondering if the new owner would change the property management. He'd been waiting for the new owner to arrive all day yesterday, but the new owner hadn't shown up. He hadn't seen him this morning either. By noon, he couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to call and try to contact the new owner. "Oh, hello, I'll be there this afternoon," Xia Tian said politely to the other party, and agreed to contact them by phone after she arrived, then hung up the phone. Xia Tian was a little unaccustomed to the man's respectful tone and the cautiousness he showed when speaking to her over the phone. "You dropped your keys," Jian Qin said to Xia Tian, pointing to the gold and black Lamborghini car key on the ground after Xiatian finished his phone call. Since the car keys were right next to Xiatian's feet, Jianqin only reminded her and didn't offer to help her pick them up. Xiatian looked down upon hearing this and saw that it really was her car key, which she guessed had accidentally fallen out when she took out her phone. This is the car key that the system rewarded him with. He also has a Bentley car key in his pocket. He hasn't had a chance to check out either of the luxury cars yet. I bent down to pick up my car keys from the ground and thought about putting them back in my pocket, but then I thought that they would easily fall out if I put them in the same pocket as my phone, so I decided to put them in another pocket. In the other pocket was his Patek Philippe watch. Xiatian only then remembered that he had put the watch in his pocket after using the restroom. After all, it was quite valuable, and he cherished it. He then took it out and put it on his wrist. His 2 car keys were in one pocket and his phone in the other. Xiatian only had 2 pockets on his body. Xiatian casually put on her watch, but Zhou Nianyo and Jianqin, who were watching Xiatian, were completely shocked. Both women were discerning they were already shocked by Xiatian's Lamborghini car key, but after Xiatian put on the Patek Philippe Starry Night watch, even Zhou Nianyo, who was only slightly surprised at first, was shocked. Chapter 14 is rather insulting. What exactly is Xiatian's identity? This is the most puzzling question in Zhou Nianyo and Jianqin's minds right now. Jianqin's perspective was actually a little less discerning than Zhou Nianyo's, and she didn't immediately recognize that the watch Xiatian casually pulled out of his pocket and put on his wrist was actually a watch worth more than 12 million. However, the fact that the Lamborghini and Bentley car keys are both keys is enough to demonstrate the extraordinary status of the other party. You might not realize that Su Hao is considered a top-tier young master from a wealthy family in Jiangdong, but all he owns is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. While that's a luxury car, it's nothing compared to top-tier luxury cars like Bentleys or Lamborghinis. Jianqin whispered in Zhou Nianyo's ear, "Xiaoyu, could his car key just be a prop, like in the short video? Aren't there often jokes about guys using luxury car keys to pick up girls? Besides, although Xiatian is very handsome, he doesn't look like a rich young master at all. He was dressed casually, and since he had come to eat with Su Hao this summer, he seemed like a younger brother, and he didn't say much throughout the meal. And a young master who owns a Lamborghini and a Bentley probably wouldn't want to be someone else's lackey, right?" Jianqin boldly guessed. Zhou Nianyo didn't answer Jianqin's question. She had a broader perspective and happened to own a Lamborghini, so she could tell at a glance that Xiatian's car key wasn't fake, it was definitely a real car key. Furthermore, she could clearly see the various fluorescent lights emitted by the diamonds around the watch on Xiatian's wrist under the sunlight, and she had even admired and studied that Patek Philippe Starry Night watch before. How could someone who wears a watch worth over 10 million possibly use a fake car key to deceive people? The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Driving a luxury car doesn't necessarily mean you're rich, but wearing an expensive watch definitely does. Just then, Su Hao came out of the restaurant, holding a black box in his hand, which was probably a surprise gift he had prepared for Zhou Nianyo. "Let's go, where should we eat?" Su Hao asked as they walked. It was almost 1 o'clock, and if they didn't eat soon, it would be time for dinner. Summer felt the heavy watch on her wrist and the keys to 2 luxury cars in her pocket. After thinking about it, she decided not to go against her own will and to do things according to her own heart. If you have money but still live so cautiously, worrying about this and that, what's the point? Once you have money, you can do whatever you want, right? Do what you love. As the saying goes, with money, you can be willful. Su Hao, I have something to attend to, so I'll have to excuse myself for now. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Xiatian understood. He now had the authority to not compromise with others. Even if it displeased or offended them, it wouldn't cause him any loss. So why should he do things he didn't like to accommodate others? Dining with a beautiful woman should be a pleasant and enjoyable experience, but Zhou Nianyo is Su Hao's girlfriend. Although things are still progressing, she's already taken. As for Jianqin, while she's very polite and courteous to Xiatian, that's just her upbringing. She treats everyone she doesn't know well the same way. This kind of woman clearly doesn't care about Xiatian at all, because that arrogance is ingrained in her bones. Why should I stay and make a fool of myself? Attending this kind of dinner party makes one feel uncomfortable all over. He feels out of place and awkward and bored. He knew all too well about this kind of experience from his past life, and he had experienced it far too many times. A friend called out, "There are 2 really pretty girls here tonight, wanna have dinner together?" The exciting summer always seems to rush by, only to end up feeling empty. Aside from a brief toast with the girl at the beginning when everyone was clinking glasses, He basically had no further opportunities to interact with her. In the end, he had to be considerate and pay the bill for her, otherwise, why would she have invited him? So today's dinner party gave him a sense of déjà vu, reminding him of those unpleasant memories from his past life, which made him displeased. Besides, today had been incredibly frustrating for Xia Tian. He had to wait for an hour under the scorching sun before dinner, and when he finally managed to get out to eat, the restaurant was no good, so he had to change restaurants again. He had neither the time nor the inclination to entertain him. Su Hao was taken aback when he heard this. He frowned and looked at Xia Tian with some displeasure. He didn't expect Xia Tian to abandon him at this time. Today, in the dormitory, he saw that Xia Tian was just an ordinary person with a handsome appearance. As a rich second generation, he could easily control him, so he decided on a whim to bring him out to eat. He thought he could entrust the roommates brought by Zhou Nianyo to him. In Su Hao's view, the fact that he was able to take Xia Tian out to have a big meal with top goddesses like Zhou Nianyo and Jin Xin was like a gift to Xia Tian. But I never expected that this guy would be so ungrateful and do this to me. Isn't this making me look bad and lose face in front of my girlfriend Zhou Nianyo? Yes, I admit you're a bit more handsome than me, but a poor bastard like you, I could play you to death if I wanted to. He was like a brainless lapdog in front of Zhou Nianyo, being bossed around by her at will, but that was only because she was Zhou Nianyo. Did he really think he was a rich young master with no temper? Su Hao's face darkened as he looked at Xia Tian and said, "Didn't we agree to eat together? What trouble could you possibly have? It's just that you haven't bought your household supplies yet. I'll buy them for you after we eat. Okay?" That's a bit harsh. Of course, if Su Hao and Xia Tian are very good friends or brothers, then there's nothing wrong with that. But the key is that the two aren't that close, they only met today. So what he said is quite unpleasant, and the meaning is simple and straightforward: you're my dog today, and I'll buy you something as a reward later. Since Xia Tian dared to treat him so disrespectfully, Su Hao was not going to give him any face either. He even started by offering money, which was somewhat insulting. Xia Tian raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, without sufficient strength of one's own, all the kindness others show you is merely a facade. If you do something slightly displeasing to them, they will use it to attack you, or even insult you like Su Hao is doing now. This kind of thing is actually very common in society. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to him, he who takes another's money is bound to him. That's the principle. I'm actually quite glad that I didn't eat or take anything from the other person. Because I don't care about that little bit of money at all right now, I haven't really taken it seriously. But after Su Hao's actions, Xia Tian suddenly realized a great truth about life: no wonder rich people like to spend money on others. This is a bargaining chip, a chip to save face. I treated you to food, drinks, and entertainment, and you spent my money. You can't refuse to give me face in person, can you? Chapter 15, Only One Person Left. Xia Tian smiled, realizing she had been too naive to think Su Hao was a decent, enthusiastic, and believable person. It's also because he lacks understanding of wealthy young masters like Su Hao, or rather, he has too little knowledge of the second generation of rich kids. Summer doesn't plan to refute anything right now. There's no need for that, and it's not necessary to go through all that trouble. All she has to do is drive her genuine luxury car in front of him in the next couple of days and she'll be able to slap him in the face. So Xia Tian didn't say anything, but just smiled at Su Hao and nodded to Zhou Nianyo and Jin Xin. The two girls were indeed very proper and polite today, and did not look down on or neglect Xia Tian in any way. Then Xia Tian decided to turn around and leave, not intending to waste any more words with the other party. "You?" Su Hao didn't expect Xia Tian's reaction, and his face immediately turned even uglier. He was about to say something even more offensive. But before he could even open his mouth, Zhou Nianyo interrupted him and told him to continue. "Su Hao, shut up." Then she immediately turned to Xia Tian with a gentle smile and said, "I'm sorry, Xia Tian, I'm very sorry about today. Because of me, everyone is not very happy. Su Hao is a brainless person, don't take him seriously. How about I treat you to this meal? Let's just go to that hotel not far away and have a simple meal?" Zhou Nianyo sighed inwardly. This was why she looked down on Su Hao. He always had a kind of self-righteous arrogance. Judging from the watch and luxury car keys in the summer, the other party is definitely a very wealthy young master, and a super young master at that. This kind of young master can easily crush me, let alone the Su family, which is not even as wealthy as my own. Su Hao is so ignorant to insult people, isn't he just asking for death? However, considering the relationship between the two families, and the fact that he is still her nominal boyfriend, she has to step in to mediate. She can't let Su Hao, that idiot, really offend someone she can't afford to mess with. Yes, Xia, you can't go out on an empty stomach, right? Jian Qin also chimed in to comfort Xia. I'm so sorry, seniors, you probably heard the phone call I just received. They're urging me to come over right away, and it really is something. Another time I'll treat you. Xia Tian really had no appetite to continue eating and politely declined their offer. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Hao, unable to bear it any longer, rudely interrupted him. This is my girlfriend, are you going to treat me? Unfortunately, Su Hao's words were interrupted by Zhou Nianyo again. Zhou Nianyo gritted her teeth and gave Su Hao a final warning. Su Hao, if you dare to say another word from now on, I will never speak to you again. Zhou Nianyo put her hand to her forehead. She really wanted to give up and leave it at that. If Su Hao wanted to die, so be it. She was trying to help him resolve the conflict with the other party, but this guy was so ungrateful and wanted to die. The conflict was originally minor and could have been resolved with a few words, but he seemed determined to offend people to the core. However, the two families are not only old friends but also business partners. Even putting aside her relationship with Su Hao, Zhou Nianyo could not stand by and watch Su Hao die. Jian Qin glanced at Zhou Nianyo, then at Xia Tian, and finally at Su Hao. She shook her head speechlessly, too lazy to care anymore. He. Xia Tian didn't argue with the other party. He remembered a saying from his past life, taking action to slap the other party in the face is much more effective than saying 1,000 or 10,000 harsh words. He laughed and turned to leave. Watching Xia Tian's departing figure, Jian Qin suddenly said to Zhou Nianyo, Xiaoyu, I have something to do, so I won't disturb your date. I'm leaving now. Without paying any attention to Su Hao, she turned and chased after Xia Tian. Jian Qin's tactful departure slightly improved Su Hao's displeasure. If he had known this would happen, he should have gotten rid of that ungrateful bastard Xia Tian sooner. What a piece of trash! Seeing that her best friend Jian Qin had left in the same direction as Xia Tian, Zhou Nianyo immediately understood. Xiaoyu, what do you want to eat? Wei. Su Hao had just started to speak when Zhou Nianyo interrupted him again. Do you know anything about Xia Tian's situation? Zhou Nianyo was very perceptive. She didn't know what Xia Tian's background was. Now that Su Hao and Xia Tian were at odds, it would be better to find out in advance when to resolve this conflict. That guy is just an ordinary person from an ordinary family, don't worry about him. Su Hao said nonchalantly. He thought Xia Tian was just an ordinary person, otherwise he would have known about the boasts he made downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Where is he from? What does his family do? Zhou Nianyo frowned and continued to ask. How could someone like Xia Tian be an ordinary person? A Lamborghini car key and a watch worth millions, tell me, what ordinary person looks like that? I don't know. I only met him in the dorm today. Otherwise, how could I possibly know someone like him? He thinks he's so great just because he's handsome. He's so arrogant. Su Hao was still indignant that Xia Tian dared to humiliate him. He had no sense of being a follower at all. Originally, Su Hao had thought that Xia Tian was handsome and knew his place, and he was even planning to take him as his underling. But now he had long since given up on that idea. Upon hearing Su Hao's answer, even someone as emotionally stable as Zhou Nianyo suddenly felt an urge to hit him. Didn't your family tell you anything before you came to the capital? Out of consideration for the relationship between the two families, Zhou Nianyo decided to give the other party some pointers. After all, Su Hao and the other party lived in the same dormitory and would see each other all the time. Having offended someone he himself couldn't afford to offend, Su Hao's future in the dormitory is definitely not going to be easy. Su Hao was quite clever and immediately understood what Zhou Nianyo meant. However, he said nonchalantly, Xiaoyu, you're overthinking it. I understand what you mean, but don't worry, Xia Tian is definitely just an ordinary person. Let me tell you, before. Su Hao explained his reasoning for judging Xia Tian to be an ordinary person. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhou Nianyo's eyes, and she looked down on Su Hao even more. I suddenly feel a bit unwell and don't have much of an appetite, so I'll head back to school first. You can find somewhere to eat by yourself. Without waiting for Su Hao's reply, Zhou Nianyo flagged down a taxi and drove off. Huh? Su Hao was dumbfounded. What was going on? He was suddenly eating alone? Chapter 16, Accompanying a girl and being accompanied by a girl are two different concepts. Summer was walking down the street, looking for a place to grab a bite to eat. He hadn't eaten anything since he woke up this morning because he was too excited. Why am I so excited? It's because I was matched with my college class teacher as my wife. Besides her special status, the key is that she's also a goddess. The memory of being amazed when I first saw the other person flashed through my mind again, and I unconsciously chuckled to myself. As for the little incident with his roommate Su Hao earlier, Xia Tian was actually quite annoyed. However, it was a good opportunity to make him lose face. He'd drive his sports car to school, slap him in the face, and show him the difference between them. Junior Xia Tian. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came from behind, slightly out of breath. Xia Tian turned around in confusion. Was she being called? But she didn't know any senior students at school. Turning around, she suddenly saw the youthful and beautiful Jin Xin with a sweet smile running towards her. Ha! Why is she chasing after me? Xia Tian was even more confused, but the other person really was her senior. Phew, Xia, you walk so fast. Do you mind if I keep you company? Jin Xin fanned her rosy cheeks with her small hand, not knowing whether it was from shyness or heat. It was probably from heat in this hot weather. Senior, what's wrong? Why aren't you with Senior Joe and the others? Xia Tian asked. It's not that I don't want to be a third wheel anymore, so I came to ask you for company. Jin Xin had already thought of a reason, and now she just blurted it out. If you're aware of this, and don't want to be a third wheel, you shouldn't go out with others in the first place. Xia Tian didn't really believe the other person's reasons. Besides, if you don't want to be a third wheel, why don't you go back? Why come looking for me? Although Xia Tian thought he was very handsome, Jin Xin was equally beautiful. The other person must have seen your Lamborghini car keys. Although Xia Tian had already guessed why the other party had become interested in her, she did not intend to refuse him. After all, accompanying a beautiful woman and being accompanied by a beautiful woman are two completely different concepts. When you're with a beautiful woman, you have to go out of your way to please her, but when a beautiful woman is with you, doesn't the relationship between the two of you instantly turn around? It's my honor to have such a beautiful senior as a companion. Shall we go get something to eat first? Xia Tian asked for her opinion. Hee, Junior, you have a sweet tongue. I'm all for you, Jin Xin replied with a smile. Am I sweet talking or not? Well, let's go to that restaurant up ahead. Xia Tian almost blurted out the joke that only those who have tasted it know if someone is sweet talking, but luckily she realized in time that she wasn't familiar with the beautiful senior in front of her yet, and that kind of joke wasn't appropriate to make now, so she changed her mind and pointed to a restaurant not far away. Either is fine. Jin Xin glanced at the hotel Xia Tian was pointing to. It was a high-end restaurant. Jin Xin's eyes flashed, and she felt more confident. Hey Junior, I'm actually quite curious, why did you come with Su Hao today? Jin Xin was genuinely curious about this. Su Hao, that idiot, was clearly not on the same level as Xia Tian. Xia Tian should be much more valuable. Ugh, talking about this guy is such bad luck. I went to the dorm today and ran into him, didn't I? I had something to do, but this guy kept pestering me like a leech, insisting on dragging me along, saying his girlfriend was bringing her best friend. Since she had already fallen out with Su Hao, Xia Tian didn't hold back and told him everything about Su Hao's plans, including how that bastard made her wait downstairs for an hour. Jin Xin almost doubled over with laughter after hearing this. She hadn't expected Xia Tian to be so cute. She had guessed several reasons, such as that Xia Tian was trying to pick her up, but she never expected that the real reason was simply that Xia Tian was too embarrassed to refuse someone. Believe it or not, once a girl takes the initiative to chat with you, the atmosphere immediately becomes lively, a complete contrast to the boredom and awkwardness that came with the four of you being together earlier. Amidst laughter and conversation, the two entered the upscale restaurant. Although it was almost 1 o'clock, there were still quite a few people dining in the hall. As the two entered, many people in the hall couldn't help but look at them, as their appearances were indeed outstanding. The private rooms were full, so the two of them had to find a table in the lobby to eat. Jin Xin told Xia Tian a lot about what was happening at school, and Xia Tian also asked Jin Xin to verify many of the rumors circulating online about the school. The atmosphere was very harmonious and friendly. As time went by, the two became more relaxed with each other, just like old friends. The meal ended in a friendly atmosphere. It wasn't expensive, and since no alcohol was consumed, it only cost a little over 1,000 yuan. Xia Tian paid the bill and the two left the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant entrance, Xia Tian looked at Jin Xin and asked, "Senior, what are your plans later? Should I take you back to school first?" Why are you already annoyed by me and want to kick me out? Jianqin looked at Xiatian with slight dissatisfaction. How could that be? I'd love to have such a beautiful senior like you with me. I'm just worried you might have something come up. To be honest, Xiatian was also a little carried away. He was having a great time chatting with the beautiful senior. I can't just eat your meal for free. You haven't bought any groceries yet, have you? I'll go with you to buy them later. Consider it payment for the meal you treated me to. You're the first guy I've ever personally accompanied to buy groceries. Aren't you honored? Xiatian felt an urge to tease him, but she quickly shook her head and silently prayed to Buddha to suppress the urge. It's an honor. What did it mean when the other person specifically explained that it was the first time accompanying a boy to buy household supplies? Xiatian's mind raced with random thoughts. But I'd like to trouble you to come with me to take care of something first, and then we can go buy some daily necessities, is that alright? Xiatian still needs to go to take over the apartment building and get a car first. It's too inconvenient to travel without a car. Sure, I'm free this afternoon anyway, Jianqin replied readily. The two hailed a taxi and headed to the Bohemia apartment building, the reward the system had given them. As they approached, Xiatian called the property manager who had contacted her earlier. When Xiatian and Jianqin got out of the car, the property manager and security guards were already lined up to welcome Xiatian. Boss, you've arrived. Let's go to the office and have a seat. I'll give you a brief report on the property situation, Wang Jianming said, hunching over and being extremely obsequious. Chapter 17 Senior student accompanies her on a tour of the mansion. Bohemia apartment, which is the apartment building that the system rewarded Xiatian with. The entire building is a serviced apartment building. Apart from the duplex structure on the top floor, each of the remaining units is an apartment of about 100 square meters, which is only available for rent and not for sale. The building has 29 floors and 3 units. Each unit has 2 elevators and 4 households per floor, with 12 households per floor. The top 2 floors are duplexes, so the tallest floor in the entire building is the 28th floor. Summer's own apartment, 2801, is the largest in the entire building. It's a duplex with 2 floors totaling 800 square meters, and he's the only one in the entire unit. The apartment building is centrally located in an excellent environment, so there is never any trouble finding tenants. It is almost always fully rented. As the property manager reported and explained, Jianqin's eyes widened. Xiatian didn't deliberately avoid Jianqin sometimes. It's not a bad thing to appropriately demonstrate one's abilities. This place is not far from Tsinghua University, only about a 20-minute walk away. Jianqin knew this, but she never expected that Xiatian would have such strong resources. Owning a house in Beijing is already quite enviable, but Xiatian is even more amazing, owning an entire building in Beijing. In fact, Jianqin's family isn't short of money. They own a company and are considered wealthy, though not in the traditional sense. But whether they're considered wealthy depends on who they're compared to. Compared to Xiatian, just this building alone is worth far more than all of her family's assets combined. After all, the housing prices in the capital are what they are. This building is worth at least 1 billion yuan, right? Maybe even more. Therefore, Jianqin's gaze towards Xiatian has begun to gleam with a strange light. If someone can buy such a huge property so casually, how terrifying must their net worth be? The monthly rent for the apartment building is about 2 million yuan. The boss also needs you to provide an account. I'll have the finance department transfer the rent to you on time every month. The property manager continued to report. This was the key point, and also the purpose of Xiatian's visit today. From now on, he would be a landlord who did nothing all day. Xiatian gave the other party his bank card number and left the property manager's office, intending to go check on his own room. The property manager personally led Xiatian and Jianqin to the 28th floor via a private elevator. The elevator required a card to use and was reserved exclusively for him, the boss. As the door to room 2801 opened, a magnificent and luxuriously decorated mansion came into view. The living room features huge floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a very open view. A huge crystal chandelier hangs above the spacious living room, its countless exquisitely cut crystals refracting colorful light, like a dreamlike galaxy scattered on Earth. Light filters through the gaps in the crystals, gently illuminating the polished marble floor and creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow, as if laying a layer of magnificent brocade on the floor. A gym, game room, study, entertainment theater, tea room, it has everything, plus a second-floor terrace, flower room, swimming pool. Even though Jianqin was used to seeing mansions, she couldn't help but sigh that this mansion was truly luxurious. Because of Jianqin's presence, although Xiaotian was already so excited that he was about to take off when he saw the mansion in front of him, he still had to pretend to be calm and indifferent, which almost made him suffer internal injuries. After much difficulty, he managed to vent his emotions by silently shouting several times in the bathroom under the pretext of going there. "Junior, you've been hiding your true abilities." If Su Hao knew this, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Jianqin said meaningfully to Xiaotian after he came out. This is just a small business of mine, maybe it's not even worth their attention?" Xiaotian said casually, then said to Jianqin, "Also, remember to call me brother from now on, didn't you forget I'm a year older than you?" While the two were eating, Xiaotian had already told Jianqin about how she had repeated a year of high school for 2 years. That won't do. You're only a freshman, and I'm a sophomore. I'm definitely the senior." Jianqin said smugly, not expecting that the other person was actually a year older than her. "Right, Xiaotian is already 20 years old, doesn't that mean she'll be forced into a match this year?" Jianqin's heart skipped a beat. Looking at his handsome face and unfathomable wealth, Jianqin's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Such a tall, rich, and handsome man was hard to resist. "Fine, you dare to take advantage of me so blatantly, let's see how I deal with you." Xiaotian moved closer to Jianqin with ill intent. "Ah! What are you doing?" Jianqin saw Xiaotian's mischievous smile and turned to run away without hesitation. Xiaotian chased after her, and the two played around for a while. In the end, Jianqin was cornered by Xiaotian in the bedroom, trapped in front of him with no way to escape. The two were very close to each other. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, filled with a pinkish hue. "Oh dear, you, let me go." Jianqin's heart raced, her face flushed, and she said shyly, call me brother, and I'll spare you." Xiaotian didn't get too close, maintaining a physical distance. "You naughty junior, you're bullying your senior, you're not being honest." Jianqin pointed at Xiaotian's chest, stopping him from getting any closer. Gulp. Xiaotian swallowed hard. Jianqin didn't want to go too far. Seeing Xiaotian swallowing, she was startled and knew that she had gone a bit too far. Young people are full of energy and can't take teasing. She quickly pushed Xiaotian away. "Let's go, Junior. I promise to go shopping for necessities with you today, and I'll also buy you the things you're missing from this house." Although Jianqin was getting more and more attracted to Xiaotian, she wouldn't let anything happen between them so soon. It was best to keep things in check. Knowing that if the two of them stayed alone in a room like this, there was a chance that something she couldn't accept might happen, she decisively changed the subject back to the previous topic. Although Xiaotian felt a little disappointed, he knew that sometimes you can't rush things and you have to take it one step at a time. Forcibly suppressing the impulse within him, Xiaotian said, "Okay, then I'll trouble you today, senior." He stopped worrying about the senior and junior titles. Sooner or later, he would make her call him good brother, and if possible, even dad. Chapter 18. Big Shopping Spree. The two arrived at Xiaotian's exclusive parking space in the underground parking lot one after the other. When they saw the two luxury cars in front of them, Jianqin's eyes lit up again. They were the two luxury cars whose keys she had seen earlier, a Lamborghini supercar and a Bentley Mulsanne. "Wow, a supercar. Junior, you've really been hiding your talent. Can I have a look at this amazing supercar?" Jianqin exclaimed in admiration. Girls should learn to provide boys with appropriate emotional value. Be amazed when they should be amazed, and admire them when they should admire them, especially at times like these. "Of course you can." He casually took out his car keys from his pocket and handed them to Jianqin, indicating that she could do as she pleased. The Lamborghini Veneno Roadster is an ultra-luxury supercar with only 9 units produced worldwide. It is absolutely unique in terms of both appearance and performance, and all its configurations are top of the line globally. When the car first came out, the official price was 30 million, but it was auctioned off for more than 500 million a few years ago. It's very valuable. Of course, Jianqin didn't really know much about these things. Although she was more knowledgeable than the average girl, she could only recognize all the luxury car brands and knew that luxury cars usually cost millions or even tens of millions of yuan, but she didn't really know the specifics. Summer also accompanied Jianqin to visit her supercar. They got in the car, started it, and tried it out. The unique sound of a supercar was so pleasant to hear. "Let's drive this one," Xiaotian said, seeing that Jianqin liked the sports car. "Let's forget it. We're going shopping. How much stuff can your supercar hold? Let's drive the other Bentley instead." Jianqin reluctantly looked away. Although her family was wealthy and she had never lacked anything growing up, her family didn't own a supercar like this. Who says only guys like supercars? Girls actually love supercars too, especially the passenger seat. Hearing Jianqin's answer, Xiatian glanced at her with some surprise. She didn't expect Jianqin to be so considerate of her. Even though she really liked riding in supercars, she still thought of Xiatian. This made Xiatian even more satisfied with her. Thinking of this, Xiatian's heart stirred. System, please check Jianqin's attributes for me. Ding, name, Jianqin. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Length, 85. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 66. A second-year student in the Department of Psychology and Cognition at Tsinghua University. Unlike other systems that allow users to freely view the attributes of various women, my system requires users to first get to know the woman before it can view her attributes. Looking at Jianqin's attributes, Xiatian was very satisfied, especially her 100% purity. The two changed into the Bentley and headed towards the mall. Xiatian was unfamiliar with the capital, having only been there for a day, and he still couldn't tell the way around. However, with Jianqin's directions, the two quickly arrived at a high-end shopping mall in the capital. The mall had many luxury brand stores. In Jianqin's opinion, since Xiatian was so rich, she would definitely buy high-end brand-name goods. Summer was quite satisfied with Jianqin's taste. The things she helped her choose and buy were all very pleasing to her. After buying all the items she needed, Jianqin counted on her fingers and said, sheets, blankets, toothbrush, towel, shampoo, shower gel, that should be enough. Junior, is there anything else you need to buy? Pick one last item for me and we'll be all set. Xiatian said to Jianqin after looking at the things she had bought. What is it? Jianqin asked curiously. She shouldn't have missed anything, right? Come on, help me pick out another bag, Xiatian said to Jianqin, pointing to the LV store next door. Jianqin was completely confused. Why would a grown man like you need a bag like this? It wasn't bought for me, Xiatian said casually. Upon hearing this, Jianqin's heart skipped a beat. Bags are generally only used by women. Could it be that Xiatian is going to buy bags for other women? I don't care. Jianqin refused bluntly, her face visibly turning cold. Hey, senior, don't bother two people at once. Besides, you already promised to help me with buying things, so please help me out a bit more. Xiatian continued to tease Jianqin. I only promised to buy things for you, that doesn't include helping others. Jianqin finally couldn't hold back anymore, and turned to leave after saying that. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. I was planning to buy it for you. Xiatian grabbed Jianqin, who was about to turn and leave. Why was this person so easily teased? For me? Upon hearing Xiatian's words, Jianqin's anger turned to joy, but her face remained icy. Isn't this because I saw how much you've been working for me all day, so I wanted to thank you by buying you a bag? Xiatian had no choice but to reveal the surprise he had prepared ahead of time. Oh, no need. I was just helping you choose some things. You paid for everything yourself, so I feel bad accepting it. Jianqin's sweet smile returned, but she still refused. What woman doesn't love an LV bag? Jianqin is no exception, but given their current relationship, it would be inappropriate for her to accept such an expensive gift. It's just a bag, senior, please don't be so formal. Otherwise, I won't dare to trouble you again. These kinds of luxury items are nothing to me now. I'd rather not. Hey, what are you doing? Jianqin still refused, but Xiatian forcibly dragged her into the LV store. Stop being so fussy, it's just a bag. Hurry up and choose one, then hurry back. I have things to do. Xiatian was a little domineering, otherwise, how long would it take to keep refusing? Oh dear, I said I don't want it anymore. Do you have too much money to burn? Jianqin said somewhat embarrassedly, her face flushed with a smile, but she still complained. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, welcome to the LV store. The LV saleswoman greeted Xiatian and Jianqin with a smile as they entered. Judging from the bags of the items they were carrying, they were clearly potential customers. Please recommend one of your newest bags to her, Xiatian said, pointing at Jianqin to the saleswoman. Okay, handsome, this beautiful lady has a great temperament and is so pretty. She's perfect for our latest bag. Without saying a word, the saleswoman immediately took out a newly arrived bag and began introducing it to the two of them. Chapter 19. He's extremely rich. After some back and forth, Jianqin reluctantly accepted a bag worth over 80,000 yuan. She lowered her head shyly and followed Xia Tian back to the apartment. Jianqin was already prepared for Xia Tian to take advantage of her in some ways. As long as it wasn't too excessive, she could accept simple kisses and hugs. Although the two haven't officially declared their relationship, Jianqin knows in her heart that Xia Tian has feelings for her. Otherwise, no matter how much money Xia Tian has, she wouldn't just give away a bag worth over 80,000 yuan so easily, right? So Xia Tian's interest in her is obvious. And what are her feelings towards Xia Tian? He's handsome, rich, a junior at Tsinghua University, and most importantly, he was willing to spend money on her on their first meeting. What more could she ask for? Upon entering, Jianqin felt a little nervous. Although she had already secretly fallen for Xia Tian and her heart was fluttering with affection, she could only accept simple intimate gestures with her at the moment. She wasn't mentally prepared for anything too extreme, so she was afraid that Xia Tian might do something too inappropriate. Jianqin blushed and her mind was racing with all sorts of random thoughts, while Xia Tian didn't think about any of that. Shopping was too time-consuming. He glanced at the time. It was almost 5:30. He figured the school registration was probably finished by now, and his wife, the homeroom teacher Shenwan, should be getting off work soon. He needed to hurry back to school to officially meet his wife, otherwise, it would be rather ridiculous that they, as a legally married couple, hadn't formally met each other as husband and wife. Senior, let's go. After putting down all the things he bought for the apartment, Xia Tian turned to Jianqin and said, "Ha? Let's go? Where to?" Jianqin was still fantasizing about how to respond to Xia Tian's flirtatious advances. She couldn't resist too strongly, or her junior would misunderstand, but she also couldn't not resist or take the initiative, or her junior would think she was too frivolous and a promiscuous woman. So Jianqin was mentally imagining how much she should control when her junior cornered her against the wall and kissed her, but when she suddenly heard Xia Tian say "let's go," she asked in confusion, not quite understanding what was going on. "Of course I'm going back to school," Xia Tian said, turning around and opening the door. "This summer, I drove a Lamborghini supercar back to school. I didn't prepare many personal items for the dorm, and the front trunk of the supercar could easily hold them all. How could a man not love supercars?" Xia Tian was itching to get his hands on one, and since Jianqin had previously expressed her love for supercars, they decided to fulfill their wishes. The supercar roared to life and quickly arrived at the school gate, only to be ruthlessly stopped by the security guards. Even though it was a supercar, it didn't enjoy any special privileges. Outside vehicles were not allowed on the Tsinghua University campus. Students? Not even that. They needed to obtain vehicle entry and exit permits. With no other option, Xia Tian had to park the car in the parking lot outside the school, thinking that he would have to rely on his wife Shenwan's status as a teacher to get a permit for the car to freely enter and exit the school. Tsinghua University's campus is very large, and the distance from the school gate to the dormitory is not short. After telling Jianqin, Xia Tian hurriedly grabbed his daily necessities and rushed to the dormitory. He had to go see his wife after putting his things down. Jianqin watched Xia Tian leave in a hurry, a sense of loss washing over her. Had she been overthinking things? Did her junior not have those kinds of feelings for her? Impossible. He'd even bought her a bag. Besides, after spending the afternoon together, she had definitely felt Xia Tian's watchful gaze. Several times she'd caught him stealing glances at her with intense longing. But why did he suddenly seem to have lost interest in her? After leaving the mall, Xia Tian had been constantly checking the time, paying no further attention to her. This feeling of gain and loss was something Jianqin was experiencing for the first time, making her feel very uneasy and uncomfortable. Jianqin walked to the dormitory building with a sense of gain and loss. She still couldn't figure out what Xia Tian's attitude towards her was. The dorm supervisor downstairs was bursting with gossip again. Zhou Nianyo had returned early, brought back by one of the boys that morning, but she didn't look too happy. Jianqin, who went out with them, didn't return with them, only coming back now. But why would she be back at this hour? Shouldn't it be prime time for a dinner date? And Jianqin's expression was uncertain, though she was carrying an LV bag. Xiaoqin just got back? Xiaoyu's been back for half a day already. The dormitory supervisor's question brought Jianqin back to her senses. Oh, Auntie, I had to take care of something. I'll go back to find Xiaoyu first. After saying that, Jian Qin turned and went upstairs. TSK, an LV bag. The dormitory supervisor couldn't help but exclaim as she watched Jian Qin's back. When Jian Qin returned to her dorm, only Zhou Nianyo was there. Her other two roommates had gone out. Facing Zhou Nianyo's scrutinizing gaze, Jian Qin felt inexplicably guilty, especially with her LV bag in her hand. An LV bag. A strange look flashed across Zhou Nianyo's face. LV's new collection this season is pretty good, isn't it? Jian Qin generously showed it off to her best friend. Did you buy this for summer? Zhou Nianyo couldn't help but ask to confirm. Yes, I didn't want it, but he insisted on buying it for me. Jian Qin blushed slightly, but she didn't hide it from Zhou Nianyo. Hearing Jian Qin's answer and seeing the shy expression on her best friend's face, Zhou Nianyo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her best friend had fallen for the guy? Jian Qin wasn't one of those naive girls who hadn't seen the world. Xia Tian was the first guy who could make her so shy. You haven't fallen for him, have you? In just a few hours? Zhou Nianyo asked incredulously. I don't know either. Jian Qin said, feeling a little frustrated. She decided to ask Zhou Nianyo about her question, since she had never been in a relationship before, while Zhou Nianyo was. So Jian Qin stopped hiding anything and told her everything she had seen and heard that afternoon, including that Xia Tian owned an apartment building and 2 luxury cars. After listening to Jian Qin's words, Zhou Nianyo frowned. Xia Tian's situation was much richer than she had imagined, and now that Su Hao had offended the other party, Zhou Nianyo felt very depressed. Given the relationship between the two families, it would be unreasonable for her to ignore it. Chapter 20 Hee hee silly laughter. Summer returned to her dorm room carrying a huge pile of personal belongings, only to find Su Hao already there. Xia Tian ignored the other party, simply greeted Lin Fan and Yi Chen, and only glanced at Su Hao indifferently, as if he were air. This caused Su Hao, who was already furious because his date with Zhou Nianyo had failed, to explode instantly. In his self-righteous mind, everything was fine today, and it was all Xia Tian's fault. It was because of him that not only was his date ruined, but he also ended up with nothing. His chance to have dinner with Zhou Nianyo was also lost, and he blamed all of this on Xia Tian. Don't you think you need to give me a reasonable explanation? Su Hao became angrier the more he thought about it, and suddenly stood up, staring at Xia Tian with an unfriendly expression. I don't think it's necessary to explain to you, but since you asked, I can give you a reasonable reason. My time is precious, and I don't want to waste it on boring waiting and hassle, Xia Tian said, stopping what she was doing. You're quite something. This is the first time I've ever heard someone say that following me is a waste of time. Fine, I guess I was blind. Su Hao suddenly laughed in anger. He didn't say anything harsh, but inwardly he thought Xia Tian was truly a nobody. However, he had already decided that there was still a long future ahead, and he would definitely make Xia Tian understand that money talks. Without money, you're nothing. Lin Fan and Yi Chen watched with interest as Su Hao and Xia Tian had a minor conflict. Since everyone was an adult and capable of taking responsibility for their own actions, no one intervened. Xia Tian shook his head and muttered, "You're really blind. Trying to act like a rich kid in front of me, you must be crazy." He really wanted to give the other person a good slap in the face, but he decided against it today. He didn't have time. After quickly packing his things, Xia Tian left the dormitory. He had to see his wife, that was the important thing. Because of this, he didn't even bother with Jian Qin, the beautiful senior, let alone Su Hao, that sycophantic second-generation rich kid. Summer has pretty much figured out what's going on in this dorm. It's a miracle if everyone can maintain a semblance of harmony. After putting his things down, Xia Tian left the dormitory to go find his wife, Shenwan. Rushing to the registration point, Xia Tian was annoyed to find it already deserted. He was a step too late. However, he knew Shenwan's address. The spousal information sent to his phone included her current residence, the faculty apartments at Tsinghua University. Summer asked around all the way to the teacher's apartment, and by sheer coincidence, she witnessed Lin Kitchen confessing his love to his wife Shenwan. Shenwan openly and frankly acknowledged and introduced Xia Tian's identity, which shocked her best friend Su Ro and made Lin Kitchen's eyes widen in disbelief. Wanner. Lin Kitchen looked at Shenwan and Xia Tian in disbelief, and the flowers in his hands fell to the ground. Seemingly in response to Lin Kitchen's confession, or perhaps to reassure Xia Tian, Shenwan took Xia Tian's hand and then ignored Lin Kitchen completely, leading Xia Tian into the teacher's apartment building. Su Ro, after a moment of surprise, immediately followed behind. Lin Kitchen and his group of relatives and friends were left alone at the scene, and for a moment everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Upon entering the teacher's apartment, Xinhuan immediately let go of Xia Tian's hand. Her ears were slightly red, and it seemed that Xia Tian was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. When Xia Tian saw a man confessing his love to his wife, he was honestly both angry and nervous. He and Xinhuan were able to become husband and wife because of the country's mandatory marriage matching system, and his own godly rich system also played a role in this. His wife Xinhuan was indeed very outstanding. Not only did she have a stunningly beautiful face like a fairy descending to earth, but she was also a teacher at Tsinghua University. He was worried that Xinhuan might not want to be his wife, since the two seemed quite different, assuming that no gold coins would be generated in the summer. Xia Tian was already considering whether he should proactively show Xinhuan his bank account balance, or hand over the weekly allowance of 10 million from the godly rich system to his wife for safekeeping. Xinhuan was exactly the kind of wife Xia Tian fantasized about, so Xia Tian decided not to allow any accidents to happen and that he had to hold on to Xinhuan tightly. Just as Xia Tian was feeling uneasy, Xinhuan took the initiative to stand up and openly acknowledge their marital relationship. She even took his hand and led him back to the teacher's apartment. Summer was secretly delighted. As expected of the perfect wife chosen for her by the system, the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Especially now, her forced composure, while she was actually incredibly shy inside, created a contrast that made Summer's heart burn with excitement. I wonder what a wonderful scene it would be like to do something even more embarrassing. Summer's mind raced with wild thoughts. Faced with such a beauty, it was hard for a normal man like him to control his wandering thoughts. Summer stared at Xinhuan like a lovesick fool. Under his gaze, Xinhuan became even more shy. She ran her hand through her hair and glared at Summer. "Don't look at me like that. Be normal," she said, then added, "There are outsiders here." Although Xia Tian was scolded, she was actually very happy inside. When there were no outsiders around, she could look around as she pleased. "Wanner, should I excuse myself for a moment?" Su Rou, who had followed behind, asked Xinhuan teasingly, her eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. "If I said I needed it, would you avoid it?" Xinhuan rolled her eyes at her best friend and asked helplessly. "Of course not. Hee, how could I miss something this exciting?" Su Rou chuckled, hooking her arm around Xinhuan's, looking like she wouldn't let me shake her off. At this moment, Su Rou finally understood why Xinhuan had been so restless and uneasy all day. "When did this happen?" Su Rou asked Xinhuan in a low voice. "I received a text message notification first thing this morning," Xinhuan replied, knowing what Su Rou was asking. "So that means you started matching 5 days ago? Such an important thing, and you really kept it a secret from me," Su Rou said with a hint of emotion. She believed that the two of them were true best friends who could talk about anything, not the kind of fake sisterhood where they said one thing but meant another. So she was a little dissatisfied that Xinhuan had kept such a big thing from her. "I only found out I was married today when I suddenly received a text message saying I was successfully matched," Xinhuan explained with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 21. Think about how much face you have. Xia Tian obediently followed Xinhuan all the way to the other party's teacher's apartment. The moment the door closed, Xinhuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She was still a little embarrassed. It was understandable that she was afraid of being found out by her colleagues, acquaintances, and other people. She had successfully matched with one of her students and even got married. Another point is that she doesn't know Xia Tian very well yet, so she needs to get to know her better before discussing anything else. Summer looked up and surveyed the teacher's apartment in front of her. It was a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, decorated in a very cozy style, clearly in a girl's fashion. There were cute cushions on the sofa, and a yoga mat on the floor that hadn't been put away. There was a set of light purple yoga clothes on the sofa armrest. Both bedroom doors were open. One bedroom looked clean and tidy, while the other bedroom was a mess, with clothes and odds and ends scattered all over the bed and floor. Intuitively, Xia Tian judged that the neat and clean bedroom belonged to his wife, Xinhuan, while the messy bedroom belonged to Su Rou. "I told you to tidy up a bit, but you were too lazy to do it. Now that others have seen it, they'll laugh at you." Sure enough, Su Rou's room was rather casual and messy, befitting the sexy goddess. Xinhuan complained, but quickly tidied up the living room sofa and said to Xia Tian, "Why don't you sit on the sofa first?" "Have you eaten?" "Not yet," Xia Tian replied honestly, sitting down on the sofa as instructed. Meanwhile, Su Rou blushed slightly, glancing guiltily at Xia Tian before snapping at him, "You didn't see anything, you know?" I'm just still adjusting to my sleep schedule since school started a couple of days ago. I'll be fine in a couple of days. She quickly went into her bedroom and closed the door behind her, because the black underwear on the bedside table was incredibly conspicuous. Even with Su-Ro's usually outgoing personality, she felt a burning sensation on her face. As a man, Xia Tian couldn't help but be drawn to Su-Ro's sexy black lingerie. He could see the alluring black lingerie from the living room and couldn't help but steal a few glances. Is it pretty? A cool voice suddenly came from beside him, instantly bringing Xia Tian back to his senses. He was embarrassed his wife had caught him peeping. Humph, you'd better behave yourself. I'm going to take a shower first. There are snacks in the coffee table drawer, you can eat something to tide you over if you're hungry, and then eat dinner later, Xinhuan warned Xia Tian, knowing it was human nature, especially for a hot-blooded boy like him. After giving Xia Tian one last word, she turned and took her change of clothes into the bathroom. In this sweltering heat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable all over was unbearable. Xinhuan's first thing to do when she got home was to take a shower to make herself clean and refreshed. After Xinhuan entered the bathroom and locked the door, Su-Ro, who had almost finished tidying up, also opened the door and came out of her bedroom. Wanner went to take a shower? Xia Tian couldn't help but secretly comment on Su-Ro, Xinhuan's best friend, big appetite, exaggerated curves, perfect arc. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit pressured in front of the fearless Su-Ro. So, how do you feel about marrying Xinhuan, a beauty who looks like a fairy descended from heaven? Are you already fantasizing about the wonderful things tonight? Su-Ro's words left Xia Tian speechless. Was this something we should be talking about? By the way, you're still Wanner's student, right? Just thinking about marrying your goddess teacher is enough to make anyone tremble with excitement. How do you feel? Aren't you already feeling incredibly thrilled? Su-Ro's second question was still sharp, leaving Xia Tian speechless. Do you feel like your dream has come true? Tell me your true feelings. Su-Ro's question caught Xia Tian off guard. He didn't expect this incredibly sexy and beautiful teacher to start by asking him such provocative questions. I am indeed quite excited. Faced with Su-Ro's relentless pursuit, Xia Tian had no choice but to give an answer. Clearly, if he didn't, she would not give up easily. Is it just excitement? Don't you have any strange thoughts popping up? Su-Ro's eager gaze seemed to demand that Xia Tian openly discuss the flaws in human nature, making Xia Tian feel ashamed. Who is this person? When others find out about this, they usually just gossip about it to themselves, letting all sorts of dark and gloomy thoughts circulate, while outwardly maintaining a positive and healthy facade. But Su-Ro is completely different. She practically wears her own tainted, lewd thoughts on her sleeve. Miss Su, do you usually eat out or cook for yourselves? Xia Tian tried to change the subject. That mainly depends on your wife. If she cooks, we won't eat out. If she doesn't want to cook, we'll eat out. Sai, to be honest, I'm even a little jealous of you, kid. How did you suddenly manage to marry my Wanner? How am I supposed to live now? Su-Ro suddenly realized that she was lazy and knew nothing about farming. How could she live independently after leaving Xinhuan? Well, people always have to learn to face life independently. Xia Tian said something pointless. It's not appropriate for her, as a newcomer, to comment on how the two best friends get along. Hey, why don't you marry me too? That way the three of us can live together, and I won't have to leave Wanner. What do you say? Su-Ro's thought process was quite unique. She would come up with something on a whim. I. Su-Ro's suggestion made Xia Tian's heart pound wildly, and he stammered, as if his tongue was tied in knots. Was he about to have a double blessing? For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline, his blood rushing to his head. Looking at the stunning beauty so close to him, especially her perfect and sexy curves that made his mouth dry, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. But would it be inappropriate for him to be too proactive in this situation? Besides, there was also the opinion of his first wife, Xinhuan. How about it? Are you about to go crazy with excitement? Su-Ro looked at Xia Tian with an expression that said, I've seen right through you, you little lecher, her eyes filled with disdain. Su-Ro's words and contemptuous expression instantly brought Xia Tian back to his senses. Damn it, this vixen is flirting with me. Ahem, well, I think I'll go cook. Xia Tian felt that if she continued chatting with Su-Ro, she would definitely embarrass herself. This vixen was too dangerous, and it was best for her to stay away from her. You can cook? Then I can't give up my suggestion. How about it? Consider marrying me too. That way you'll be marrying the two most beautiful female teachers at Tsinghua University at the same time. Just imagine how prestigious that would be. Su-ro suggested again. Chapter 22 Buying a Spot. The bold and unrestrained Su-ro left Xia Tian completely dumbfounded. Just because I'm lazy, I'm going to ruin myself? It just feels so weird. However, looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, to be honest, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. In fact, because of Su-ro's words, Xia Tian's adrenaline surged rapidly, and his breathing involuntarily became heavier. Are you worried about Warner's opinion? Don't worry, I'll take care of that. Warner will definitely agree. Su-ro's understanding made Xia Tian secretly happy. Go cook first, I'll go find Warner now. Su-ro rushed back to her room to get a change of clothes, and then knocked on the bathroom door to Xia Tian's astonishment. Warner, open the door, it's me. Su-ro said into the bathroom. What are you up to now? I'm taking a shower, wait a bit, Xinhuan's helpless voice came from behind her. Oh dear, I can't wait any longer, I'm all sticky. Let's shower together, and we can scrub each other's backs. Open the door quickly, Su-ro continued. Stop messing around, just 5 more minutes and I'll be done washing. Just hang in there a little longer. Xinhuan didn't want to open the door. It wouldn't be a problem normally, but with Xia Tian, an outsider, at home, the two of them had to be mindful of their behavior. I have something else to tell you, but don't worry, it's very safe. Su-ro was an impatient person, and once she thought of something, she couldn't wait any longer. Helpless, Xinhuan had no choice but to open the bathroom door and let Su-ro in. Xia Tian couldn't help but turn around and look towards the bathroom. It was just a human instinct, but his gaze met Su-ro's disdainful look. Ugh, damn it. Summer was a bit awkward. Damn. What bad luck. Honestly, I only turned around out of instinct, not because of any dirty thoughts. Su-ro quickly entered the bathroom and locked the door. Summer has also entered the kitchen, which is a bit awkward, so I'd better find something to do to distract myself. In his previous life, he was a lowly servant, skilled in everything from washing clothes to cooking. He could cook any kind of home-style meal, regardless of how delicious it was. I went into the kitchen, looked around, and rummaged through the refrigerator. Soon I had a better idea of what to do, and I skillfully washed the vegetables, rinsed the rice, and cooked the meal. Summer was planning to cook a few simple home-style dishes, but then she thought, today is also her wedding night and her birthday, so she shouldn't just make do with whatever she can. I took out my phone and ordered a few more elaborate dishes from the hotel, along with 2 bottles of high-end red wine. It had to be a bit ceremonial. This, combined with the home-cooked dishes I made myself, is perfect. Summer was busy in the kitchen, while Su-ro and Xinhuan were whispering in the bathroom. Su-ro asked first, Warner, what are your plans? Xinhuan knew what Su-ro meant by asking her that question. Let's see how it goes first. Anyway, we can't get divorced within 5 years, and it'll help me keep some annoying flies at my door. This was Xinhuan's true thought. She was quite satisfied with Xia Tian. The only thing she couldn't accept was their current relationship. The teacher-student relationship was somewhat awkward and socially awkward. Hey, would you mind if I got a marriage certificate with Xia Tian too? Su-ro's casual remark stunned Xinhuan, who was washing clothes. You? Xinhuan looked at Su-ro hesitantly. Don't misunderstand, I just suddenly saw that you were forcibly matched. Who knows when I'll be forcibly matched too? Big data-driven forced marriage matching is a sword hanging over the heads of all young people. Men are afraid of the sea queen, a term for a woman who has cheated on her husband, and women are afraid of the scumbag, a man who cheats on his wife. Everyone is filled with unknown fear about this. I just checked his student profile this summer. His family background is clean, and he's decent looking. I just tried to seduce him, and he seems like a pure and innocent virgin who has the desire but not the courage. After we get a marriage certificate, I won't have to live in fear of forced matching every day anymore. I can just divorce him in 5 years. That way, the 3 of us can live here together. The important thing is, I don't want to be separated from you. How can I live without you? What do you say? Su-ro's suggestion wasn't impulsive, she had genuinely considered the issue. It was all due to the national policy of forced marriage matching based on big data that she was forced to resort to this drastic measure. Getting a marriage certificate would allow her to escape the fate of forced matching, a way to control her own destiny, a method many in society choose. After hearing her best friend Su-ro's words, Xinhuan also fell into deep thought. She and Xia Tian were forced to get married today, and there was no affection between them. No one could say what would happen to them in the future. Although Shenwan was willing to try to get to know Xia Tian, she did not want anything to happen between them now. However, the state has requirements for the couples who are forced to marry and obtain a marriage certificate. They must live together after obtaining the certificate. Either the woman goes to the man's residence, or the man goes to the woman's residence. If neither of them has a residence, the state will provide them with low-rent housing. When a man and a woman are alone in a room, especially when they are both young and full of energy, they are more likely to engage in intimate behavior and have a real married life due to the effects of hormones and dopamine. Upon hearing Su Ro's suggestion, Shenwan couldn't help but feel a surge of interest. If that were the case, it would be a good idea. With the three of them living together, Xia Tian wouldn't dare to act recklessly, which would seem to make things safer. I have no objection, as long as you can handle him, Shenwan said generously. By the way, we also need to prepare a 1 million yuan happiness fund. Xia Tian is still a student and has no source of income. Do you have the money? After marrying Shenwan, Xia Tian had already used up one of his free marriage slots. If he wanted to marry another wife, he would have to pay into the happiness fund to buy more slots. The cost for a second wife was 1 million. Damn it, I forgot about that. 1 million. I don't have it, Su Ro said dejectedly. She had just started working and had only received 1 month's salary. Back when she was a graduate student, she had worked in project groups and labs with her advisor, and the pay was quite substantial, but it was still a long way from 1 million. It seemed her plan was going to be stillborn before it even began. How many do you have? Let's pool our money and see if it's enough to buy you a spot? Shenwan asked. Upon hearing Shenwan's words, Su Ro suddenly looked embarrassed. I just bought a bag, and I still have over 300,000 yuan left. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer. You're really something. Shenwan glared at Su Ro. Originally, the two of them could have scraped together 1 million, but now, she had only managed to come up with a total of less than 600,000 yuan from all her savings, which was clearly not enough to cover Su Ro's shortfall. Chapter 23. Is he going to marry a second wife? Name, Xia Tian. Gender, male. Age, 20. Hometown, a county in southwest China. Father, Xiaosong Jiang, employee of a private enterprise. Mother, Wang Menjing, junior high school teacher. This is Xia Tian's profile, a very ordinary family, and apart from being quite handsome, there's nothing particularly outstanding about him. The three of them finally sat down at the dining table together. Did you make all of this? Su Ro asked, pointing to the table full of food, breaking the awkward silence. No, I made these dishes myself, the rest were takeout, Xia Tian said truthfully. These home-style dishes you made are already very good. Ordering takeout is too wasteful, expensive, and unhealthy. You must have spent a lot of money, right? Shenwan first affirmed Xia Tian's hard work, and then pointed out what she thought was unnecessary. Xia Tian smiled silently. He hadn't originally planned to cook himself at all. It was all because of Su Ro's outrageous remarks that he had to find something to do to distract himself and cover up his embarrassment. You're still a student, you don't have a job or a stable income yet, so you need to be careful with your money then, Shenwan couldn't continue, because Su Ro and Xia Tian were both staring at her. Suddenly remembering that she had just become a married woman, she felt shy and embarrassed, and she couldn't finish the advice she was about to give. However, Xia Tian was still very pleased. The system had indeed chosen the right wife for him. Okay, I'll listen to you from now on, Xia Tian immediately declared. Ugh, I'll do whatever you say. Su Ro shivered, rubbed off non-existent goosebumps, and rolled her eyes at Xia Tian. So cheesy. She turned to Shenwan and said, Wanner, you've adapted to this new identity very quickly. Su Ro remarked. So much delicious food and you still can't shut up? Hurry up and eat, I'm starving. Shenwan first rolled her eyes at Su Ro, then smiled gently at Xia Tian and said, You heartless bastard. I'm not eating anymore. I'm already full. Su Ro threw a tantrum, expressing her dissatisfaction to Shenwan. Hee hee, this pork rib dish tastes very good. Does someone really not want to try it? Shenwan didn't take Su Ro's little temper to heart. This grilled fish is also good, you should try it. Xia Tian said, and thoughtfully picked up a piece of the tenderest fish and put it in Shenwan's bowl. Heh, kid, you didn't know Wanner never eats barbecue, did you? What are you doing? Typical thankless work. Saying this, she tried to take the tenderest piece of fish from Shenwan's bowl. Hey, let me eat it for you, Wanner. I can't let your efforts go to waste. Su-ro said, reaching her chopsticks into Shenwan's bowl. Unlike Shenwan, who never eats barbecue, Su-ro loves barbecue, especially grilled fish. It's okay to eat it once in a while, Shenwan said with a slight smile, blocking Su-ro's view with her chopsticks. Su-ro rubbed her head, looking at Shenwan with disbelief. Wanner, have you really fallen for her? Eat quickly. Shenwan blushed. She just didn't want to refuse Xia Tian's kindness, so she picked up another piece of grilled fish from the plate on the table and put it on Su-ro's plate. Humph, your little husband has bought red wine to celebrate. Are you planning to have a couple of glasses to celebrate too? Su-ro deliberately picked up a bottle of red wine on the table and gestured to Shenwan. Shenwan had actually seen the 2 bottles of red wine Xia Tian had bought earlier. She hesitated for a moment, but considering their current relationship, they had just registered their marriage today, technically their wedding night, and also that it was Xia Tian's 20th birthday today, she figured it wouldn't be unreasonable to celebrate with a drink. If she refused, it would not only spoil the mood but also hurt Xia Tian's pride. Shenwan had already planned that if Xia Tian suggested a celebratory drink, she would agree to have a small drink with him. If Xia Tian didn't suggest it, she wouldn't drink. But she never expected Su-ro to bring it up. Thinking of this, Shenwan picked up her glass and said, "Sure, but only in small amounts. School starts tomorrow, so I can't let it interfere with my business." Su-ro was completely dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Her best friend Shenwan today was so unfamiliar that she didn't recognize her at all. Xia Tian was overjoyed to hear this. He had only ordered 2 bottles of red wine on the side when he ordered the food, just to be on the safe side, but he never expected that they would actually come in handy. "Get the wine?" Shenwan asked impatiently as Su-ro stared blankly at her with the red wine in her hand. Su-ro came to her senses and saw that Xia Tian had already opened another bottle of red wine. He quickly opened the wine and, since there was no special decanter, he found a glass bowl, poured the red wine into it to let it breathe, and then used a spoon to fill each of the 3 people's glasses with more than half a glass. "Should I say I wish you 2 a long and happy marriage and many children?" Su-ro was feeling quite annoyed. Shenwan was acting very strange today, almost like a stranger to her. Do people really change so much after marriage? "Thank you. If you'd like, I can lend you money." "I don't mind," Shenwan said meaningfully, speaking in a way that only she and Su-ro could understand. Although Xia Tian didn't understand the meaning behind Shenwan's words, he still raised his glass and said thank you to Su-ro, which made Su-ro even more frustrated. Su-ro didn't speak, but tilted her head back and down most of the glass of red wine in one gulp. Then, she wiped her mouth and transformed back into that fierce woman. She raised an eyebrow at Xia Tian, hooked his chin, and said in a teasing gesture, "Wanner agrees to let you marry me. Are you willing to marry me?" Xia Tian's mind went blank. Was Su-ro a fierce woman or a tiger? Bringing up this kind of topic in front of Shenwan? Xia Tian couldn't help but look towards Shenwan. "Don't worry about me, I have no objection. Now it's up to you whether you're willing to marry Xiao," Shenwan said to Xia Tian, sipping her red wine slowly while holding her glass. Xia Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. Su-ro was such a stunningly sexy woman, what man could resist her infinite charm? Su-ro exuded a fatal attraction to men from head to toe. In this world where there are more women than men, it is encouraged for men to marry multiple wives, and many women completely accept this situation. In an instant, Xia Tian felt a surge of excitement, almost intoxicated, thinking that his charm was too great and he had captured the heart of another goddess teacher. Chapter 24 was somewhat different from what I had imagined. Of course, don't overthink it. I just don't want to be forced into a marriage with a stranger. It just so happens that you and Wanner have already been forced into a marriage and registered your marriage. I find you rather pleasing to the eye, so for now, you'll be my tool. Besides, after we get our marriage certificate, I won't have to be separated from Wanner anymore, and you won't dare to bully us." Although Su-ro's personality was rather fierce, she was still a girl after all. Facing Xia Tian's young and passionate gaze, she felt somewhat awkward and let go of Xia Tian's chin, while also revealing her true thoughts. This kind of tool person is very popular nowadays. Many people, in order to avoid being forced into marriage, will find someone of the opposite sex who they find agreeable in advance, make things clear to each other beforehand, and act as a tool to avoid forced marriage. So when Su-ro said that, Xia Tian understood immediately. He had been overthinking things. Su-ro was just using him as a tool. It wasn't that he was so charming that the goddess teacher would throw herself at him. My surging emotions gradually calmed down. However, once you marry me, there's no way I'll let you escape my grasp. Putting everything else aside, just having another wife means I'll get an extra 10 million in living expenses from the system every week. For that 10 million every week, I'll do anything to make Su-ro my real wife. Besides, she's such a sexy beauty, a goddess teacher, I have even less reason to let her go. He'd gained another goddess-like teacher, only a fool wouldn't want that. He also used the system to check Su-ro's information. Name, Su-ro. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Length, 98. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 51. Occupation, computer science lecturer at Tsinghua University. As expected, he passed. The system has requirements for Xia Tian's wife. He can't just marry any woman. She must be a girl with a looks score over 90. Besides looks, the most important requirement is that she be a girl no woman will do. They can't get a marriage certificate. Her figure is indeed amazing. Seeing Su-ro's attributes reminded me that I haven't had time to check my wife Shenwan's attributes yet, so I'll check them out too. Name, Shenwan. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 98. Length, 93. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 60. Occupation, faculty member, School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. As expected, my wife's looks are absolutely top tier. No problem. Xia Tian answered readily, and then took out her phone and frantically tapped on it. Alright, now we can get our marriage certificate. Obtaining a marriage certificate is very convenient nowadays. You don't need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a number and wait in line. You only need to upload both parties' ID cards and take a photo of the couple on your mobile phone. The whole process takes less than a minute. Of course, this is an electronic marriage certificate. The paper version of the marriage certificate will be sent to you by Postal Express the next day. I'm still a little short on money right now. I'll borrow some more from a friend tomorrow to buy you a spot to marry a second wife, and then we'll get the second wife. Su-ro was a little annoyed. No wonder the Civil Affairs Department encourages men to marry more wives. A second wife costs 1 million to buy a spot in the so-called happiness fund, which is pure income. I've already bought it. Xia Tian showed his marriage registration page, which was now ready for registration. He had just been doing a series of operations on his phone to buy a marriage quota, but he didn't have to spend any money. The system paid for it for him. You bought a spot? Where did you get so much money? You wouldn't be so stupid as to take out a loan to buy a spot, would you? Shenwan was surprised at first, then immediately thought of a possibility, and put her hand to her forehead. Although it was a question, her tone was one of certainty. Modern online lending platforms are keeping up with the times and are now targeting men, offering unsecured loans to men who want to marry multiple wives. You can even apply for a loan on a marriage registration website and receive the funds immediately, without delaying your marriage registration. Who told you to take out a loan to buy a spot? Warner and I will only be short 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. We can borrow some more from our colleagues tomorrow. Why did you take out a loan? Su-ro didn't expect Xia Tian to act so quickly, and a strange feeling flashed through her mind. Su-ro and Shenwan both misunderstood. Although he had bought a spot, he hadn't taken out a loan, and the spot was completely free for him. The system paid for it all. He was just thinking about whether to explain to the two women when Shenwan spoke up before he could. I just told you not to spend money recklessly, and you've already spent so much in the blink of an eye? Shenwan was a little angry. Her husband, a freshman in college with no income, acted impulsively and was causing her so much worry. I'll let it go this time, but you can't be so impulsive in the future, understand? Looking at Shenwan, whose anger was filled with intellectual elegance, Xia Tian opened his mouth. His wife, who was like a fairy, did not fly into a rage, but her eyes, which seemed to speak volumes, looked at him with disappointment, making him feel like he had committed a heinous crime. This was more unpleasant than being scolded, and he dared not provoke her. In the end, he could only obediently reply, I know. Now that the spot has been purchased, to avoid any unforeseen complications, Xiao, you should hurry up and get your marriage certificate. Seeing that Xia Tian's attitude and admitting her mistake was acceptable, Shenwan finally let Xia Tian off the hook. Since things had already come to this, she decided to let the two of them get their marriage certificate first. In fact, she had already started calculating in her mind how to help Xiatian pay off her loan. Hee, little man, considering you took out $1 million loan for me without hesitation, I might consider making you my official wife in the future. Su Ro teased Xiatian, then went back to her room to get her ID card. Su Ro found her ID card and operated it on her phone. Xiatian's ID card was with her, so she just needed to take a picture and upload it. The two of them took a photo together, and with all the information complete, they clicked to register and get married. The phone screen switched, and the electronic marriage certificate was immediately created. From then on, Su Ro and Xiatian became a legally married couple. It really didn't take a single minute from start to finish. Looking at his new electronic marriage certificate on his phone, with a photo of himself and the sexy beauty Su Ro, Xiatian felt a surge of excitement. These two top-tier female teachers had both become his wives. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, as if life had become so perfect. Seeing that the two had already registered and received their electronic marriage certificates, and were still looking at their physical marriage certificates, Shenwan said to them, "All right, you can admire them slowly later. Now let's talk about serious matters." Xiatian put away her phone, looking slightly embarrassed. She and Shenwan had just gotten married and registered their marriage this morning. But tonight, she also registered her marriage with Shenwan's best friend, Su Ro. Getting 2 marriage certificates in one day made her seem like a scumbag. Chapter 25. So, they've already started living together? Ding! It has been detected that the host has registered for marriage again. The spouse, Su Ro, meets the system requirements. 10 million yuan will be issued as living expenses for this week. The money has been successfully transferred to the host's UnionPay account ending in 8888. Please check your account. The godly rich system was very straightforward and didn't drag things out at all. As soon as Xiatian and Su Ro completed their marriage registration, the first notification sound rang in Xiatian's ears. 10 million yuan in living expenses will be credited to your account immediately, and another 10 million yuan will be added to your living expenses every week in the future. Looking at the huge sum of 10 million, even though Xiatian was already very rich, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. After all, who would complain about having too much money? Hee, come on, now it's my turn to congratulate you two on your happy marriage. Shenwan's face showed no sign of anything amiss, her smile remained radiant. Congratulations to you both. Xiatian's mouth was practically splitting open in a wide grin. He couldn't contain his excitement and joy at having 2 goddess teachers as his wives. Aren't you super excited now? The blessing of having 2 women, what a dream so many men have to live for their whole lives. Especially since it's 2 of us, such stunning beauties, it must be very exciting, right? Aren't you already fantasizing about sleeping together tonight? Su Ro's words were still bold and vigorous. Cough, cough. No, I didn't. Xiatian coughed twice to cover up his guilt, a fleeting look of unease crossing his face. Anyone could see his guilty conscience and the embarrassment of having his thoughts guessed. She thought to herself, this teacher Su always likes to speak people's innermost thoughts out loud. Doesn't she know that this can easily make people feel awkward? Heh, you little man. Your filthy thoughts are written all over your face. Su Ro gave him a disdainful look, as if to say, your little schemes can't escape my eyes. Shenwan chuckled and stopped Su Ro from teasing Xiatian. Although we are already legally married, we don't know each other very well yet. We need to get to know each other better first. Do you understand what I mean? Shenwan didn't look down on Xiatian at all. It was perfectly normal for him to have this kind of reaction and thought. Otherwise, she would have suspected his health. Shenwan's words indicated that she was willing to try dating Xiatian, but she would not consider any intimate behavior with Xiatian for the time being, let alone a marital relationship. This is a common phenomenon in society today. 2 complete strangers are forcibly matched as husband and wife by big data, and it's only natural that they need a process of getting to know each other. Humans are not animals, they have feelings, especially women, who tend to be more reserved in this regard, except for gold diggers, of course. Xiatian nodded, indicating that she knew and agreed. The low-rent housing is quite far away, and the environment isn't very good. I'm sorry to trouble you to sleep on the sofa tonight. Tomorrow I'll tidy up and move in with Xiaro. You can stay in my room from now on, okay? Intellectual, elegant, generous, and proper, Shenwan's words left Xiatian with nothing but nods. Our identities are rather special. I am your homeroom teacher, Xiaro is also your teacher, and you are both our students. Therefore, the true marital relationship between the three of us needs to be kept secret for the time being. Can you understand this? Shenwan asked the questions she had already prepared one by one. Faced with Shenwan's well-reasoned argument, Xia Tian could only nod again. You're only a freshman now, so you need to focus more on your studies. As for relationships, you have plenty of time and opportunities. Besides, neither Shiro nor I like boys who don't study. I'm your homeroom teacher, so you should study even harder. I'll be keeping an eye on your studies all the time, okay? Shenwan continued, while Xia Tian was already sweating a little. The downsides of having your wife as your homeroom teacher are starting to show. She'll keep a close eye on your studies, and you won't be able to slack off even if you want to. The school is under her watchful eye, and at home, she'll provide one-on-one tutoring. He, little man, do you feel like crying now? Su Ro teased Xia Tian, looking at his dejected expression. Marrying your own teacher as your wife in your freshman year, the more exciting it is before, the more painful it will be afterward. Xiao Ro, stop messing around and talking nonsense. We're talking about serious matters. Shenwan gave her best friend Su Ro a helpless glare. By the way, you have to transfer your loan and allowance to Xia Tian on time every month. Remember, don't transfer more than that. Your allowance is 500 yuan a month. Just transfer it to him in the same month. Boys will go astray if they have money. Alright, oh well, what can I do? You're the first wife, and I'm just a lowly concubine. From now on, I'll listen to you, big sister. Su Ro joked. Little man, is 500 yuan enough? I'm sweating buckets in the summer, and you only want 500 yuan a month for pocket money? Are you kidding me, honey? This is the 21st century, the age of inflation. 500 yuan a month for pocket money? Are you kidding me? Xia Tian had originally planned to surprise his two wives by unexpectedly revealing that he was a super rich man, and even hoped to win them over in one fell swoop. But now he made a decision in his heart, he couldn't reveal it, he absolutely couldn't say that he was very rich. Otherwise, if Shenwan says, I'm afraid you'll go astray, so I'll keep your bank card for you, how can he still have a wild life? No wonder many people say that the first skill a married man must learn is how to hide his secret stash of money. I cover all the household expenses, including your food, clothing, housing, and transportation, so you don't actually spend much money. It's just the occasional small expense like buying a drink. That should be enough, right? Some women are born with the ability to easily manipulate men, and Shenwan is one of those women who makes it impossible for a man to refuse her. Faced with Shenwan's demands, Xia Tian could only nod in agreement and offer no other action or opinion. I'm doing this for your own good. Many people, especially boys, completely let themselves go after entering university. They spend their days indulging in pointless things like smoking, drinking, playing games, and chasing girls, wasting their precious study time. You can't do that, you know? The 4 years of university are actually the most crucial period for truly differentiating yourself from others. You must work even harder. Oh, and one more thing, to outsiders we're cousins, don't get it wrong, Shenwan reminded her. Warner, you forgot one thing. Not only can he not slack off on his studies, but he also needs to be in good health. After all, he already has 2 wives, the 2 of us. If his health is too weak in the future, then we won't have any sexual happiness. So, he can't slack off on strengthening his physical exercise either. I'll take care of this. I'll supervise his exercise every day. Su Ro added. Chapter 26 System releases daily tasks. Ding! Given the new changes in the host's identity, you have officially become a freshman in college and already have 2 wives. The long-term daily task is now issued: become a high-quality male tycoon with a strong physique, ambition, knowledge, insight, and taste. Become a physically strong tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoon not have a strong physique? A healthy body is the foundation of everything. Starting tomorrow, the host will exercise for 2 hours every day, any activity. Completing the daily exercise task will reward you with 100,000 yuan in cash. The daily exercise rewards are cumulative, and on every integer day weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. 2. Become a wealthy tycoon with ambition. How can a new generation of wealthy tycoons be without ambition? On the journey of life, ambition is the driving force for progress. Without ambition, life will fall into confusion and emptiness. Starting tomorrow, the host must consistently wake up at 6 a.m. every day. Completing the early rising task will reward you with 100,000 renminbi in cash. The daily early rising reward is cumulative, and on every integer day weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. Third, become a learned tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons lack knowledge? Extensive learning and a wealth of knowledge are a person's greatest wealth and capital. Starting tomorrow, the host must diligently study for 2 hours daily. Any major is acceptable. Completing the study task will reward you with 100,000 yuan in cash. Daily study rewards are cumulative, and on every integer day weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. 4. Become a knowledgeable tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons lack knowledge? Broaden your horizons, expand your perspective, and remain calm in any situation. Starting tomorrow, spend no less than 100,000 yuan daily for daily expenses. Upon completion of the task, all spending will be refunded, plus a reward of 100,000 yuan. Daily spending rewards accumulate, and on every integer day weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. VE become a tasteful tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons lack taste? Taste is a person's ability to appreciate, discern, and select beautiful, elegant, and high-quality things. Starting tomorrow, the host will spend 1 hour each day appreciating beautiful things. Completing this task will reward you with 100,000 yuan in cash. Daily completion of the task will accumulate rewards, and on every integer day weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. The sudden system notification in his mind left Xia Tian bewildered for a while. The other 3 tasks were fine, but Xia Tian seriously suspected that the task of exercising for 2 hours and studying for 2 hours every day was because of the requirements that Xinwan and Su Rou had just made to him. Fortunately, my system doesn't force tasks instead, it encourages me to complete them with generous rewards, which is very humane. I hate those stupid systems that threaten to cut off your penis if you don't complete the tasks. With such a simple calculation, this adds at least 500,000 yuan to the daily income. The initial resentment I felt towards Xinwan and Su Rou for their excessive demands on me had long since vanished. Since everyone agrees and there are no problems, let's start eating now and celebrate our new status. Xinwan raised her wine glass. She was quite satisfied with her young husband and full of hope for the future. Let's celebrate our happy marriage and officially begin our cohabitation. Su Rou's words still left much to the imagination and were quite bold. Summer looked at the 2 stunningly beautiful women who were now his wives. Ahem. After clearing his throat, he said, I can accept all your requests, but it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Shouldn't I also make some requests of my own? Summer regained some of her confidence thanks to the system's reminders. A woman's beauty is, to a certain extent, a source of her confidence. The more beautiful a woman is, the more confident she is, which unconsciously makes the men around her more accommodating. Similarly, money is a source of confidence for men. Xia Tian's hesitant behavior was entirely because Xinwan and Su Rou were just too beautiful. In other words, it was because he was used to being a loser and hadn't yet adapted to the fact that he was no longer the same person he used to be. Thanks to the system's notification, Xia Tian realized that he was now rich. Just completing these tasks would earn him 500,000 yuan a day, 500,000 yuan a day. So you have to be firm at home. Hee, little man, are you having some improper thoughts? Su Rou looked at Xia Tian with a half smile. Yes, that's fair. You can also make your requests, but don't go too far. The first wife, Xinwan, had a much more upright set of values. We're already a legally married couple, so it wouldn't be right if there wasn't any way to show our special relationship, right? So I think that at home and when there are no outsiders, you should call me husband and I should call you wife. Xia Tian also made her request. Ha, you haven't even had a drink yet, and you're already talking nonsense? Su Rou mocked Xia Tian. Your request is indeed a bit difficult. How about we just call each other by our first names, it'll be more casual. Xinwan also refused with a troubled expression. No way. I agreed to all your requests without hesitation, but you rejected this little request of mine so easily? You're not treating me like an equal. Xia Tian argued, insisting on her point. Our requests are all for your own good and are reasonable. Yours is just making things difficult for you, okay? We are so much older than you, it's too embarrassing to address you like that, Su Rou retorted. These kinds of terms are used when a couple-less relationship has reached a certain level of intimacy. Our relationship hasn't reached that point yet, so you should ask for something more realistic, Shinwan tried to reason with. But Summer is here to date them, so how can you reason with them at this time? Then you kiss me every day. We need to have a place where we can show our marital relationship, right? Summer had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered a line from a dating guide she had seen somewhere: if you want to be with the girl you love, you have to learn to be shameless and play the rogue. Shinwan and Su-ro exchanged a glance, both surprised that such vulgar words would suddenly come out of Xia Tian's innocent mouth. Chapter 27 was decided just like that. Summer felt her face flush and her heart race as she was stared at so intently by two stunningly beautiful girls, Shinwan and Su-ro. Having confidence and self-assurance is one thing, but when faced with the direct gaze of two beautiful girls, he should still feel shy. Summer hasn't fully developed the talent to instantly transform into a scumbag after becoming rich. That requires time and real experience. Summer's personality is naturally shy, and he gets more nervous and embarrassed around girls, especially the prettier ones. Pfft, little man, what did you just say? A kiss? Every day? Su-ro's mockery was undisguised. Looking at this easily embarrassed little man, Su-ro found it amusing. That's it? What courage did he have to say those requests? Xia Tian wanted to run away, but being stared at by Su-ro with a half-smile made her feel like she was going to die, and her face began to turn red. I understand the restlessness of adolescence, but we are your teachers first, and your legal wives second. Shinwan tried to persuade Xia Tian to listen to reason and not have any improper thoughts for the time being. But Xia Tian interrupted Shinwan. No, first of all, you are my wives, and then my teachers. Xia Tian corrected. Shinwan paused, and Xia Tian continued, our relationship is now that of husband and wife, which is obviously much closer than a teacher-student relationship, right? Therefore, in our dual roles, the husband-wife relationship should be the first priority, while the teacher-student relationship is merely a social one. Xia Tian argued forcefully, determined to secure his legal rights as a husband today. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult to develop a relationship with these two older single women, especially since they were his teachers. You're right. I admit that the marital relationship is more important, but our marriage is a forced match. We didn't know each other before today. It takes time for two people to get to know each other and then fall in love. They can't just fall in love right away. So your request is a bit beyond our acceptable range right now. Do you understand? Shinwan, as expected of a teacher, explained the knowledge to Xia Tian in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Su-ro's approach was much simpler. I've already told you beforehand that you're just a tool to me. Don't have any inappropriate thoughts about me, or I'm afraid you'll be heartbroken later. You won't agree. If you don't agree, I'll go out and tell everyone you two are my wives. Anyway, it's a fact, I have an electronic marriage certificate to prove it. Since she'd already resorted to such shamelessness, Xia Tian would stick to it. She absolutely couldn't compromise now. Besides, all I want is proof of our marital relationship. That's not unreasonable, is it? First threaten, then play the victim. Su-ro couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Tian and said, I think you just want to be a pervert, okay? Let's eat first, the food will get cold. Shinwan thought for a moment, and while eating, she continued, there's no single standard for how to address your partner. It's not static. For example, during the honeymoon phase, you might call them darling, in intimate moments you might call them baby, in formal settings you might call them Mr. or Mrs., in everyday life, you might call them by their first name or by a special title. In a relationship, how you address your partner depends first on the context, and second on the feelings between the two people. As Shinwan launched into her long explanation, Xia Tian knew that her plan was likely doomed. Is it okay for me to call you two wives when we're not around? You can't expect me to call you teachers at home, can you? Unwilling to give up, Xia Tian had no choice but to settle for second best. When Xia Tian made this request, Shinwan and Su-ro exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. This little man was quite persistent. Of course, it's up to you. After all, it's your freedom. Shinwan said with a hint of helplessness, feeling that she couldn't bear to refuse the other party's request any further. Little man, you want to call me wife? Su-ro looked at Xia Tian with a playful expression. Xia Tian nodded. Only a fool would refuse such a stunning beauty. Fine, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You can do a plank, right? As long as you can beat both of us, I'll agree to let you call me wife. Su-ro didn't agree to Xia Tian's request as easily as Shinwan did. Instead, she made a condition: Xia Tian had to complete the plan before he could call her wife. That's settled. Xia Tian looked eager to try. How could a grown man like him possibly lose to two delicate women in terms of physical strength? Seeing that Xia Tian seemed ready to start the competition immediately, Xinhuan said, "Eat first, the food is getting cold. You can compete after you finish eating." She glanced at Xia Tian with a slightly sympathetic look. Xinhuan shook her head and thought to herself, Xia Tian is still too young. He doesn't know that when someone proposes a condition to challenge you to a competition, it means that they definitely have the ability to beat you. Otherwise, why would they gamble with you on an uncertain condition? Finally, the three of them were able to settle down and start eating. The two girls ate very elegantly, and the three of them shared an opened bottle of red wine. They also chatted briefly during the meal. "Shen, wife, what are the plans for the start of school tomorrow?" Xia Tian asked Xinhuan while eating. It was the first time Xia Tian had called her wife, and she felt a little awkward, but she figured she'd get used to it after a while. Hearing Xia Tian address her, Xinhuan paused slightly while eating, but did not object, since she had already agreed to the other party's request. Tomorrow is the first day of school. First, we'll go to the classroom and get to know each other, introduce ourselves, and then we'll distribute books, collect military training uniforms, and do other miscellaneous things. Oh, and we also need to elect class officers, Xinhuan briefly explained to Xia Tian about tomorrow's schedule. Su Rou suddenly asked Xia Tian, "Hey, by the way, do you want to be a class monitor and help Warner manage the class?" Me? I think I'll pass. I've never been a class officer since I was a child. I don't want to cause trouble for Warner's wife. Xia Tian declined. He was already a super rich man now. How could he have the time and energy to waste in the class? Wouldn't it be better for him to go out and have some fun? You can learn if you don't know how. The main responsibility of a class officer is to cooperate with the teacher to manage the class, communicate and coordinate the relationship between teachers and students, organize various class activities, and so on. These things can improve your comprehensive abilities in all aspects and are also a very good job for personal development. I hope you can act as a bridge between us and help me to do a better job in our class. Is that okay? Chapter 28: The Terrifying Strength of the Two Women. Xinhuan's words left Xia Tian unsure how to refuse, and she inwardly groaned, realizing she didn't want to waste her time and energy on the class. But faced with Xinhuan's expectant gaze, he didn't know how to refuse. After all, in a sense, this was the first favor his wife had asked him to do, helping her with class management. It seemed unreasonable to refuse. Silly boy, are you really that stupid? You're not going to seize this great opportunity to get to know Warner often? Do you want to watch other male classmates fawn over Warner every day? This is an opportunity that many boys would kill for. Su Rou couldn't help but remind Xia Tian, who was still hesitating. No, I'm worried that I'm not good with words and won't get elected as a class officer, Xia Tian argued. Don't worry about that. I'll appoint you as the temporary class monitor based on the fact that we know each other before and can communicate better at work. As long as you don't make any major mistakes, it's only a matter of time before you become the official class monitor, Xinhuan said to Xia Tian with satisfaction. So class officers can operate behind closed doors too? After a moment of surprise, Xia Tian had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, Su Rou was right. He was protecting his wife and preventing other men from having any chance to get close to Xinhuan. Xia Tian comforted himself. After some casual conversation, Xia Tian gained a preliminary understanding of his two stunningly beautiful wives. Xinhuan is a woman of vast knowledge and exceptional memory, possessing extraordinary talent, especially in actuarial science, econometrics, and various data analysis fields. Fluent in 16 languages, she is a true female genius. Su Rou, a super genius in computer science, possesses exceptional talent in fields such as algorithm encryption and artificial intelligence. Fluent in 8 languages, she is also a genuine super female genius. After learning more about the formidable strength of his two wives, Xia Tian truly felt like he had struck gold. The system hadn't provided any detailed information about them, and he hadn't expected them to be so incredibly powerful. Wow, that's a real big shot. Su Rou looked at the shocked Xia Tian with a haughty expression. Now you know how amazing we are, right? Now you know how lucky you are to know us, right? Be more polite to us in the future, or you'll become an internet celebrity in no time. No matter how powerful you are, you still became my wives, didn't you? Doesn't that mean I'm even more powerful? Xia Tian's words were crude, but in a sense, they weren't wrong. We're not telling you this to show off, nor is it for you to show off, nor is it to discuss boring things like who's better. It's to encourage and spur you on, so you can study hard, find your interests, and work diligently. Xinhuan pulled the two guys back on track, who were starting to veer off course, and gave her final summary. After finishing her meal and drinking her last glass of wine, Xinhuan quickly got up and began cleaning up, taking all the leftovers to the kitchen and washing them. Summer felt embarrassed to just sit there, since it was his first day there, and wanted to get up and help, but Xinhuan refused, so he had to go back to the living room. Xia Tian even got up and pretended to eat, while Su Rou, on the other hand, didn't stand on ceremony at all. After finishing her meal, she lay on the sofa and played with her phone. Sit down, don't be too formal. Wanner has a mild case of OCD and doesn't trust others to do the housework and cleaning. So just relax and be a happy couch potato like me, Su Rou explained. Xinhuan quickly finished cleaning, and the three of them sat in the living room, staring at each other, still a little unaccustomed to each other. This would take time to adjust. Hey, little man, have you rested enough? Su Rou asked Xia Tian after putting down her phone. She'd gotten so used to calling Xia Tian little man that even though Xia Tian strongly objected, Su Rou persisted in doing as she pleased. All right. After Xia Tian nodded, Su Rou continued, once you've rested, let's have a plank competition. Since it's a competition, let's make a deal. If you win, we can call you whatever we want when no one's around. But what if you lose? Whatever you say, whatever you say. Xia Tian was very confident after hearing this. How could a grown man like himself lose to two weak women in terms of strength? He thought that doing a plank was no challenge at all. What difficulty could there be in supporting himself on his elbows? Alright then. Logically speaking, as a boy, you should be stronger than us girls in terms of physical strength. So if you can't beat us two girls and lose, then first of all, you can't call us wife, and you have to listen to us on how to address us. Also, from now on, you have to listen to us unconditionally, the kind of obedience that comes from the bottom of your heart. Do you dare to do that? Su Rou showed off her boneless waist and slender arms, embodying the delicate beauty of women. Xia Tian didn't think much of what Su Rou said and nodded repeatedly, agreeing with her reasoning. He was a grown man, full of vigor and vitality. How could he possibly lose in terms of physical strength? Although he felt the conditions Su Rou later proposed were a bit excessive, he didn't take them seriously, firmly believing he couldn't possibly lose. No problem, I agree. Xia Tian readily agreed to Su Rou's request without hesitation. When Su Rou saw that Xia Tian had agreed to her conditions, she smiled broadly, a mischievous smirk and smugness hidden in the corner of her eyes. Xinhuan shook her head, thinking to herself that Xia Tian was just a silly boy, but this condition was also advantageous to her, so she didn't remind Xia Tian. The three of them quickly tidied up the living room, and Su Rou took out 2 yoga mats. There are only 2 mats. Do you want to use them in the summer? I don't need them, you two can use them. Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively. How could a grown man like him compete with 2 girls for just 2 mats? Alright, let's get started. Su Rou smiled and Xinhuan each took a mat. To avoid cheating and to supervise each other, the three of them formed a triangle, head to head, and began to lie on the ground to do planks. Summer's form was very good, and Xinhuan and Su Rou were also quite good. The plank was really not difficult at first and felt very easy. After experiencing the difficulty of the plank in the summer, Xia Tian was secretly delighted, thinking to herself, this is a sure thing, I'm definitely going to win. Chapter 29 I got scammed. Anyone who has tried a plank knows that the longer you hold it, the more difficult it becomes. For the first 30 seconds, Xia Tian felt relaxed. This was something anyone could do, right? She was confident she could easily beat them. Hold on for another 30 seconds, This thing is actually quite tiring. Summer also felt the difficulty of the plank. After a minute passed, every second became an ordeal for Xia Tian. She was no longer as relaxed as she had been at the beginning, and her expression gradually became strained. If it's this difficult for me, it must be even more difficult for girls. Perhaps they were about to give up? With this thought in mind, Xia Tian looked at Xinhuan and Su Rou, only to be met with a scene that completely surprised him. The 2 women were smiling at him, showing no signs of strain, and maintaining perfect postures. That can't be right. They must be faking it. Yes, that's right, their relaxed and carefree demeanor right now is definitely an act. They're just trying to create this psychological pressure for themselves. Although Xia Tian is young, to be honest, he is a bit weak. How could he have time to exercise in his senior year of high school? He stayed up early and worked late for 3 years and lacked exercise. It would be strange if Xia Tian's health was good. 1 minute and 15 seconds later, Xia Tian started to experience shaking arms and legs, and at this point, she truly understood the unbearable feeling of each second feeling like an eternity. I never realized how long a second could be. No way? Little man, you can't handle this? Su Ro's teasing voice came over. Xia Tian looked up and saw Su Ro looking at him with a smile on her face. There was still no sign of strain on her face, and her movements were still in perfect form. Summer was a little confused. Looking at Shenwan on the other side, she could tell that the other woman was very relaxed and at ease. No, I absolutely cannot lose, otherwise what will become of a man's dignity? I must grit my teeth and persevere. He stared intently at Su Ro and Shenwan, refusing to believe that they were actually stronger than him. Unfortunately, the two women still looked very relaxed and carefree, while Xia Tian was gritting her teeth and persevering, with sweat pouring down her forehead. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, Xia Tian felt that she had reached her limit, and her waist began to shake violently. 31 seconds, 32 seconds? At 1 minute and 35 seconds, Xia Tian could no longer continue and collapsed to the ground, feeling as if her arms and legs no longer belonged to her. He was panting heavily when he looked up at Shenwan and Su Ro again. The two girls were still standing firmly in perfect posture. Sit up and rub your arms and legs yourself, that will relieve the soreness, Shenwan immediately told Xia Tian. Dumbly, Xia Tian sat up as instructed. At this moment, he understood perfectly well that he had carelessly fallen into Su Ro's trap. The two opponents were clearly trained professionals, while he, a complete novice, had been so confident in his ability to defeat them. With a wry smile on his face, he truly lived up to his reputation as a teacher, giving himself another vivid lesson right there on the spot. Young man, your stamina is terrible. You're so young and already so weak, this won't do. You know you have 2 wives now, how can you manage if you're so frail in the future? Su Ro's words were like a cruel blow to the heart. Men are most afraid of being told they're not good enough by women, but what could Xia Tian say at this moment? After all, the facts were right in front of him, more powerful than any of his eloquence. So, now that you've lost, do you still acknowledge what you promised? Su Ro's smile was bright and sunny, but to Xia Tian, it was full of cunning and treachery. This woman was no good. I admit it. Go ahead and say it. Xia Tian was a little dejected. He thought it was a sure thing, but who knew it would turn out like this? Ah, good that you accept it. Su Ro smiled smugly and cleared her throat. First of all, you can't call us whatever you want anymore. I won't make things difficult for you. From now on, you can call us Sister Wanner and Sister Rower respectively. Come on, say it once so we can hear it. Su Ro settled the matter of how to address us. Having lost the bet, Xia Tian had no choice but to call out, Sister Wanner, Sister Rower. Not bad. Secondly, you promised that you would unconditionally follow our instructions from now on. Su Ro reminded Xia Tian of this most important condition. Summer felt like slapping herself. Just as Zhang Wuji's mother said, the prettier a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Gritting her teeth, Xia Tian nodded. She couldn't deny what she had promised herself. He's a man of his word. Su Ro's words were hard to decipher, whether it was a compliment or a jerk. Alright, Xiao, stop teasing him. Xiao Tian, from now on, I'll call you that in private, okay? Shenwan stepped in to stop Su Ro, who was still trying to tease Xia Tian. Xia Tian nodded. Although she would prefer him to call her husband in private, it seemed unlikely at the moment. To be honest, Xiao Tian, you really need to work on your health. I understand that you were under a lot of pressure in your senior year of high school and didn't have the time or energy to exercise. Now that you're in college, you need to make up for it, because you need to be healthy no matter what you do in the future, Shenwan reminded Xia Tian. Yes, I will. Xia Tian nodded. He was really determined to get in shape. Luckily, his system's daily tasks included exercising for 2 hours every day. The final plank times for the three were, first place Shenwan 22 minutes, second place Su Ro 20 minutes, and last place Xia Tian 1 minute and 35 seconds. Xia Tian felt a little ashamed of his grades, but looking at Shenwan and Su Ro's scores, he didn't even have the thought of seeking revenge. If the difference were only minor, or just a few minutes more, Xia Tian would definitely have made a challenge. But now, faced with the two players' results, Xia Tian didn't say a single word. He had already experienced the difficulty and the feeling of time dragging on just now. It was impossible to hold on for even a second longer. He didn't even dare to think about holding a plank for more than 20 minutes. Next, Shinwan and Su-ro accompanied Xiatian to the supermarket on the first floor of the teacher's apartment building to buy a whole set of brand new daily necessities, including toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, pajamas, underwear, socks, and other daily necessities. They also bought Xiatian a brand new set of clothes, pants, and shoes. So, before Xiatian could even buy his wife any gifts after becoming a super rich man, his wife ended up buying him a whole bunch of things. Chapter 30 Early Morning Exercise. Shinwan got up at 6:30 a.m. according to her own schedule. She quietly pushed open her bedroom door, trying not to make a sound, because she thought Xiatian should still be sleeping in. But when she opened the door and looked at the sofa in the living room, well, where is she? Summer is long gone from the living room sofa, only a messy summer blanket remains as proof that summer once existed. This kid must have gone to the bathroom, right? He got up pretty early. Shinwan didn't think much of it and prepared to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Usually, unless there were special circumstances, she would cook breakfast herself. But when she glanced at the bathroom casually, she was stunned. The bathroom door was open and the light was off. Xiatian wasn't in the bathroom. She stopped and headed towards the bathroom. Upon arriving, she found it empty. Shinwan's heart tightened. No one in the bathroom? Then she couldn't help but glance at Su-ro's closed door. Could it be? No way. She knew Su-ro's personality well. She couldn't be that kind of person. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought to myself, oh no. Could it be that Xiatian forced himself on me? Unpleasant images kept flashing through her mind, so Shinwan quickly walked towards Su-ro's room. When she arrived at the door, she didn't knock or push it open immediately. Instead, she pressed her ear against the door and listened, but there was no sound inside. After thinking for a moment, Shinwan decided to open the door herself. She couldn't just stand by and watch Xiatian make a mistake at such a young age. Although Su-ro and Xiatian are legally married, if it's not consensual and the woman doesn't consent, it's still considered an illegal act of sexual intercourse within marriage. I tried to turn the doorknob, but it was locked from the inside, so I couldn't open it. Bang bang bang. Shinwan knocked on the door and called out, Xiao-ro, open the door. Bang bang bang. Not long after, Su-ro's door clicked open from the inside. Still sleepy-eyed, Su-ro, wearing pajamas and sporting an afro, looked at Shinwan in the doorway, yawning as she asked, Wanner, even though it's the first day of school, there's still plenty of time. There's no need to be in such a rush, is there? Shinwan nudged Su-ro, where's Xiatian? Is she in your room? Without waiting for Su-ro's reply, Shinwan pushed open the door and went inside, but Xiatian was nowhere to be seen. Startled by Shinwan's outburst, Su-ro finally snapped out of her daze, her face full of confusion and a hint of resentment. What do you mean, Xiatian isn't in my room? Wanner, what nonsense are you spouting? I just got up and Xiatian wasn't in the living room, and no one was in the bathroom either, so I thought. Xiatian sneaked into your room. Shinwan was a little embarrassed, but she was also very relieved. You, Shinwan. You're judging me by your own petty standards. I'll teach you a lesson. Su-ro knew perfectly well what kind of nonsense Shinwan was thinking. Although the two girls have always been virtuous and self-disciplined, they are already 25 years old and know everything they should and shouldn't know. The two girls bickered a bit, exchanging insults and saying some rather suggestive things. Even without Xiatian, they could still playfully fight. Last night, Xiatian spent a sleepless night alone, staring at his two wives' tightly closed bedroom doors. The worst part was, he could clearly hear them locking themselves. There were two of his legal wives in this room, while he was confined to a tiny sofa. He secretly thought to himself, even with a super-rich system, to end up this badly is probably unique to Scorpion Daddy. It's impossible not to have some filthy thoughts when you're in the same room with two stunningly beautiful girls, especially since they are your legal wives. Unfortunately, it seems that sharing a bed with them is still a long way off. What's even more tragic is that Su-ro tricked him during the plank exercise, and he has to unconditionally agree to all sorts of instructions from Su-ro and Shinwan. This is what's giving Xiatian the biggest headache. His first wife, Shinwan, is alright, she's gentle and virtuous and shouldn't make things difficult for him. But his second wife, Su-ro, is a different story, although she hasn't made any excessive demands on him yet. I'll be living here in the future. Although I'll have two stunningly beautiful wives to keep me company on the surface, I can only look but not touch them. In reality, I'll be living the life of a bachelor, and I'll be managed by them every day, with all sorts of demands on me. I'm so depressed. Oh, and I mustn't forget the system's daily tasks. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to become a wealthy person with ambition, a love for exercise, a love for learning, knowledge, and good taste. After reviewing the 5 daily tasks in detail and making reasonable time arrangements, a fairly reasonable plan was quickly developed. I get up at 6 a.m. every morning to exercise for an hour and a half, then have half an hour to wash up and eat before class at 8 a.m. The missing half hour of exercise will have to be made up in the evening. Classes are considered learning, so there's no need to set aside separate time for academic tasks. It costs over 100,000 yuan daily to complete the experience task, which I haven't figured out yet. I'll go out and see what happens tomorrow. The final taste task requires appreciating beautiful things for an hour, which is a bit vague. What constitutes beautiful things? Does a beautiful woman count as a beautiful thing? If so, completing this task shouldn't be too difficult. Anyway, I'll try it tomorrow and see. Oh right, set an alarm for myself. The task requires me to get up at 6 o'clock, so setting the alarm for 5:55 is just right. Fortunately, I drank some red wine with dinner, which helped me fall asleep. After thinking about random things for a while, I don't know when I fell asleep. Summer woke up as soon as his phone alarm rang in the morning. Having experienced 3 dark years of senior high school, getting up before 6 o'clock wasn't too difficult for him. He knew he would have to get up this early every day from now on, but then he thought about how getting 100,000 yuan for doing so would make all his resentment disappear. Ding, daily task 2 has been completed. The reward of 100,000 yuan in cash has been deposited into the host's UnionPay account ending in 8888. Please check it yourself. The system notification in his mind made Xia Tian slightly more alert, but the 100,000 yuan no longer had any impact on him. Trying not to make a sound, Xia Tian washed up in the bathroom and then quietly opened the door and left the teacher's apartment. Arriving at the playground, it was exactly 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. In the summer, there were already quite a few people exercising at this time, and even more students were memorizing their lessons. As expected of the top university in the country, there are so many hard-working people here. Chapter 31, Leg Cramps on the First Day of Running. On his way to the playground in the summer, he had already thought about it. He wasn't really enthusiastic about sports, so he had already considered what exercise to do in the morning: running. This is an exercise that has no barriers to entry and can provide a full body workout. The key is that it's not like the plank exercise, which, although it can also provide a full body workout, only lasts for a minute or two and is too short. Men need to last a long time. Even physical exercise is no exception, especially since there are time limits for system tasks. You have to exercise for at least 2 hours every day in the summer. Therefore, running is the most cost-effective exercise option. Although Xia Tian hadn't prepared in advance, since the system task was only suddenly released last night, he was wearing a tracksuit and sneakers that his wife Shenwan had bought for him last night. Although he can't get close to her yet, Xia Tian is very satisfied with Shenwan. She is elegant, generous, gentle, and virtuous. No wonder the system chose her as a wife. There are gains and losses. It's perfectly acceptable to spend some time winning over such an excellent wife. Thinking about it this way, the anger I felt last night from sleeping alone on the sofa dissipated. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. In the summer, he haphazardly tried to stretch his arms and legs like others, and then started running. He tried to control his speed and slow down his pace a little because he was different from others. Others might aim to run a certain number of laps or kilometers, but his goal was to run for an hour and a half. In addition, he was a beginner, so he chose a slower pace. There were quite a few people running on the playground, men and women, young and old. Summer's arrival didn't cause any stir. Everyone was running their own thing, and no one was chatting while running. Everyone was just running quietly. Running is also a very physically demanding sport. Although the speed is not fast in summer, it is still running. After 2 laps, that is, after running 800 meters, he was already panting heavily, breathing like a cow panting. After the 3rd lap, Xia Tian felt that she was having difficulty breathing and had to stop to rest. Running was not so easy, and the key was that Xia Tian could not keep up for very long. I glanced at the time. Damn, less than 10 minutes had passed. This is clearly an overestimation of my athletic ability. How am I going to survive an hour and a half? Thinking about the system task and the mysterious reward that would follow, Xia Tian gritted his teeth, took a break, and started running again. After running 1 or 2 laps, Xia Tian started to feel nauseous. He tried to run 1 more lap, but he just couldn't run anymore. He felt like he was going to die if he kept running. He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. You can't sit down and rest right after running. Stand up and walk around for a bit, a pleasant female voice suddenly reminded Xiaotian. Xiaotian knew this common sense, but he simply couldn't get up. He had no strength left and needed to rest for a while. Summer was panting heavily, her heart pounding rapidly in her chest. She waved to the woman who was talking to her, indicating that she really couldn't go on. Summer was so busy that she couldn't even speak. Her mouth could only breathe heavily, like a fish about to drown. Seeing Xiaotian's appearance, the woman couldn't help but shake her head. She knew from his condition that this was Xiaotian's first time running. To be able to finish 6 laps, a distance of more than 2,000 meters, on his first try could be considered as achieving the purpose of exercising. However, the fact that he sat down on the ground immediately after finishing the run was very bad. When Xiaotian first started running on the playground in the summer, the woman noticed his arrival. It wasn't that she was infatuated with him, she just paid extra attention to handsome guys because Xiaotian was good looking. It was her profession that made her habitually notice everyone who came to exercise early in the morning on the entire playground. The woman's name was Cheng Qian. She was a former Olympic champion and is now a teacher at Tsinghua University's Department of Education. Seeing Xiaotian, a complete novice, she couldn't help but kindly offer some advice. Seeing that the other person was still panting so heavily and clearly couldn't stand up, Cheng Qian's professional ethics made her decide to go over and teach this novice student a lesson. It's dangerous for you to sit down immediately after running like that. The blood rushing back to the heart will put a lot of strain on your heart. Get up and move around a bit, Cheng Qian said, pulling Xiaotian up by one of her arms. Ah! Ouch, it hurts. Xiaotian cried out in pain as she was forced to stand up. Before he could take a single step, he collapsed back to the ground. In the summer, I feel my left calf muscles writhing violently, and my leg muscles are in intense pain, tightness, and soreness. People who haven't experienced it can't understand the kind of discomfort. In the summer, he wanted to move his hands but dared not, and the pain in his left calf made him grimace. Your leg is cramping. Cheng Qian was experienced and could tell from Xiaotian's unconscious trembling left leg that he was cramping. This kid was too out of shape. Cheng Qian stepped forward and grabbed Xiaotian's trembling left leg. Ouch, phew, it hurts. Xiaotian was already having difficulty breathing, and now the intense pain from the muscles in her left calf made her want to express her pain, but all she could do when she opened her mouth was gasp for breath. She felt like she wanted to die. Don't move, you have a leg cramp. If you don't want to keep hurting, just bear with it. After saying that, Cheng Qian started to stretch Xiaotian's left leg on her own. At the same time, she began to massage the muscles of Xiaotian's left calf with both hands. At first, Xiaotian was in so much pain that she was dying. Slowly, he endured the initial soreness and discomfort. As Cheng Qian continued to massage him, the twitching of his left calf muscles began to stop, and the excruciating pain gradually subsided. In those few minutes, summer felt like an eternity, and I was completely soaked in sweat. My breathing has gradually calmed down, and I still feel a slight soreness and discomfort in my calf muscles, but the pain has finally subsided. Are you feeling any better? Cheng Qian asked Xiaotian without stopping her massage. Okay, I feel a bit better, Xiaotian said with gratitude. You didn't stretch properly before running, so your leg muscles weren't fully stretched. Plus, you sat down to rest immediately after running without getting up and moving around. Most importantly, your body is severely lacking in exercise, which is why you got leg cramps. Cheng Qian stopped what she was doing and watched Xiaotian earnestly explain the relevant information to him. Chapter 32, The First Day of School. Xiaotian looked at the woman who had offered to help him. She had a delicate and beautiful face, her hair was simply tied back in a high ponytail, and she had a perfectly proportioned figure. At this moment, because of her exercise, sweat was flowing down her forehead and neck, and a patch of her clothes on her chest was also wet with sweat. After the excruciating pain from the leg cramp subsided slightly, Xiaotian finally had the mind to examine the beautiful woman in front of him. Seeing that she had shed her youthful appearance and possessed an intellectual air somewhat similar to his 2 wives, he wondered if she was also a teacher. Is this your first time running? Cheng Qian asked, looking at the handsome boy in front of her. Yes, that's right. Xiaotian nodded. No wonder. You have no technique at all. You'll easily hurt yourself like that. You need to learn properly, Cheng Qian reminded Xiaotian. Goodbye, she said, then turned and left. Before Xia Tian could even ask her any questions or express her gratitude, she watched the woman's departing figure with a sense of loss. This beautiful and kind-hearted woman, whose name she didn't even know, gave Xia Tian a strong urge to get to know her. I glanced at the time. After all this fuss, it was just before 6:40. I dare not run anymore. I walk slowly and do some stretching exercises. The system stipulates 2 hours of physical exercise time, which is not limited to any type of exercise. As long as you move, it counts as exercise. So even stretching your arms and legs in place in the summer counts as exercise. Summer was doing some simple exercises when her eyes scanned the playground and she saw the beautiful and kind girl from earlier also running. The way she ran was exceptionally graceful. Beautiful people look good no matter what they do. She ran very fast, and her figure quickly passed by Summer's eyes. Summer's eyes followed the other person's movements, while her body spun around in place, doing simple exercises. Around 7:30, Cheng Qian stopped running, picked up her things, and left the playground. Xia Tian also came back to his senses, looking lost. Summer raised her wrist to check the time and realized it was already 7:30. It was time to end her first morning exercise session. In the summer, I calmed myself down and felt the muscles in my left leg that had cramped up. There was still a faint soreness, but it didn't affect my walking anymore and I was fine. That's all for his training today. He should go back and wash up around 7:30, that should be enough. It's the first day of school, and he can't be late. First, she went to the cafeteria and bought 3 breakfasts. Then she returned to the apartment. Hearing a knock on the door, Su Rou opened it and saw Xia Tian returning with breakfast. "Oh, you even brought us breakfast?" "I didn't know what you guys like to eat, so I just bought 2 breakfasts at random." Xia Tian waved the fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and soy milk in her hand. "Warner has already prepared breakfast. What did you do so early in the morning?" Su Rou pointed to the breakfast on the table and asked. "Xia Tian went out for so long so early in the morning. I woke up early this morning and was afraid of disturbing your rest, so I went out to the playground to exercise," Xia Tian explained. "You need to work out more with your small frame." Su Rou teased. I'm going to take a shower." Xia Tian didn't want to discuss this with Su Rou. Although he had only run for a short time, he had sweated a lot. Xinhuan came out of the kitchen and urged Xia Tian, "Come and eat, class is about to start." "Sister Warner, I'll take a shower first, I'll be right back. I'm all sweaty from running." Xia Tian was indeed a little rushed when she saw the time, but the sticky feeling on her body was very uncomfortable. "Then hurry up," Xinhuan urged. Without further ado, Xia Tian quickly went into the bathroom for a quick shower. Boys shower very fast, and Xia Tian, in a hurry, showered even faster, finishing in just 3 minutes. He then dried his hair with a towel and walked out of the bathroom. "Ha, little man, you finished so quickly?" Su Rou was surprised by Xia Tian's speed. Was that enough time to get her body soaked? Xinhuan was speechless. She was exasperated with her best friend, who would often say something that was easy to misunderstand, and the worst part was that her friend could understand it instantly. Xia Tian was speechless, giving Su Rou a helpless glare. She was utterly exasperated by the implication in Su Rou's words. Ever since Su Rou embarrassed herself with the plank last night, she'd been constantly bringing up her physical limitations. Xia Tian secretly vowed, "Just you wait, one day I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees. Breakfast is on the table. Hurry up and eat. We need to leave for the classroom as soon as we finish." "Xiao, you should also hurry up and pack your things," Xinhuan urged. "In summer, I see a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork, a boiled egg, and a pancake on the dining table. It looks much tastier than the fried dough sticks and steamed buns I buy." Summer doesn't hold back either, devouring the food in front of it in a whirlwind. After the 3 of them finished getting ready and left, it was exactly 7:48, which was enough time to get to the classroom. The 3 separated halfway through their journey. Xinhuan and Xia Tian went one way, while Su Rou went the other. "Sai, you two really are the true love. Are you going to be inseparable? You just abandoned me so heartlessly. I guess I'm the one who's superfluous." "Oh well, it was all just wishful thinking on my part." Su Rou put on her acting act. Xinhuan pulled Xia Tian away from this lunatic as quickly as possible, unable to bear it any longer. Xia Tian was secretly pleased. Looking at Xinhuan's hand, which she was holding, she chuckled to herself, thinking that this was a step forward in their relationship. Before he could even feel happy, Xinhuan immediately let go of his hand, then ran her fingers through her hair. Just now, because she couldn't stand Su Ro's antics, she had grabbed Xia Tian's hand and run away without thinking. Only after leaving Su Ro did she realize that she had actually taken Xia Tian's hand on her own initiative, and her face felt slightly hot. That's just how Xiaro is. She likes to joke around in front of her own people, and sometimes she acts like a lunatic. You'll get used to it, Xinhuan explained to Xia Tian. After the two arrived at the classroom one after the other, they automatically reverted to their respective identities. Xinhuan resumed her teacher demeanor, walked up to the podium, and looked at her students sitting below with a radiant smile while Xia Tian obediently went into the classroom and found a seat at the back, reverting to her student identity. Almost all the students in the class had arrived. There were a total of 35 students in the class. Xia Tian glanced around and saw that the ratio of boys to girls was about 3-1. She counted and found that there were only 11 boys and 24 girls in the class, a situation where there were more girls than boys. In addition, I also saw a familiar face in class during the summer, who was my roommate Su Hao, that idiot. Chapter 33 Election of Class Monitor. Before Xinhuan could even speak, whispers began to ripple through the classroom. The students' eyes lit up when they saw their beautiful, fairy-like teacher, and the male students were especially excited, their hearts pounding. Beautiful things are always loved, and who wouldn't like a beautiful female teacher? Just looking at her is pleasing to the eye. Hello everyone, my name is Xinhuan, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years. I hope that in the future, let's work together. Xinhuan began to speak, and the whispers below immediately stopped. Xinhuan first gave a brief self-introduction, and then expressed her expectations for the students' studies and life over the next 4 years. Xinhuan didn't give a long speech, she spoke for less than 5 minutes before asking the students to come up one by one to introduce themselves. Although Xinhuan had already memorized the information and basic details of all the students in the class, some of them looked quite different from their photos, so it would be more intuitive to have everyone introduce themselves. It would also allow the students in the class to get to know each other. Xinhuan originally wanted to say that we should go up on stage to introduce ourselves from front to back, but when she glanced at Xia Tian sitting in the last row, she changed her mind and said, "Let's go up from back to front to introduce ourselves, starting from the far left of the last row." Summer paused, realizing that his first wife was paying close attention to him. I was the only one in the last row, and I had to come up from the far left. Despite silently cursing his wife a couple of times in his mind, Xia Tian still obediently went on stage to introduce himself. Now, their roles were teacher and student, and as the student, he had to listen to his wife's orders. Hello everyone, my name is Xia Tian, I'm male, and I like women. I hope to spend the next 4 years with you all happily. Xia Tian's handsome appearance was quite appealing, and his self-introduction was also quite interesting, so the students below, especially the girls, gave him enthusiastic applause. The girls looked at the confident and poised Xia Tian on the stage and started whispering among themselves. In this society, there are more women than men, so men receive the same treatment as women did in the past, especially handsome men, who are even more popular with women. After all, scarcity makes things valuable. Hearing Xia Tian's self-introduction, Xinhuan's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes flickered twice as she glanced at Xia Tian without saying anything. Next, the students took turns going up on stage to introduce themselves, and Xia Tian began to get to know her classmates. Zhou Kai, Zhang Yang, Li Fei, Su Hao also went on stage to introduce himself. Although the two were roommates, after yesterday's incident, they didn't seem to acknowledge each other today. Most of the 11 boys were in the back, and Xia Tian quickly got a general idea of the boys in the class. Among the girls in the class, there was one named Wang Nan who caught Xia Tian's special attention. Mainly because this girl was really beautiful. Judging by her appearance, she was at least 1.75 meters tall, and her legs were at least 1.7 meters long. Her long, straight legs were particularly eye-catching. She had a simple high ponytail, her skin was so smooth and delicate, and she had a pure and beautiful face that looked like it had been generated by AI. When she spoke, her voice was sweet and could make anyone feel lightheaded. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Nan. I am very happy to meet you all. Fate has brought us together as classmates. I hope to work hard and make progress together with you in the next 4 years. Thank you. Summer's eyes were naturally fixed on Wang Nan. He hadn't expected there to be such a stunning beauty in his class. Summer took a few extra glances at this girl named Wang Nan. After all, who doesn't love to look at a beautiful woman? Didn't you see all the boys in the class with their eyes shining? There's a saying that men aren't lustful, but what are they lustful about? Do they really have any lustful desires? After the self-introductions, the next topic was the selection of temporary class officers. Although they were temporary, they would generally continue to serve in their positions unless something unexpected happened. After Xinhuan talked about running for class monitor, she asked the students who were interested in running for class monitor to come on stage and give their campaign speeches, which is commonly known as campaigning. Surprisingly, quite a few students wanted to be class officers. 5 or 6 people, both boys and girls, stood up to compete for the position of class monitor. Each of them gave a campaign speech. Basically, all of these students who participated in the election had many years of experience as class monitor. Xia Tian really didn't want to stand up and compete for the class officer position, but after Xinhuan reminded him twice, "Is there anyone else who wants to run for class monitor?" Xia Tian had no choice but to obediently stand up. He had to bow his head when he was under someone else's roof. After all, he had promised his wife, Xinhuan. On the other side, Su Hao looked disdainful. He hadn't originally intended to run for class monitor. As a rich second generation, he had no sense of service to others. But when he saw Xia Tian stand up to run for class monitor, he couldn't help but stand up as well. Xinhuan then stood up and Su Hao went on stage to deliver his campaign manifesto. After taking the stage, Su Hao waved his hand arrogantly and said, "If you elect me as class monitor, you won't have to worry about the class expenses anymore. I will take full responsibility for them. In addition, I will fully support all kinds of activity funds." Su Hao knew that his biggest advantage over his classmates was his money. In order to defeat Xia Tian in the class monitor election, he brought out his biggest advantage. Compared with the others, he had no advantage at all in the class monitor election except for his money. Therefore, he ignored his family's advice to keep a low profile. Su Hao's extravagant remarks on stage immediately drew whispers. Many students below looked at Su Hao with strange eyes. Is this what they call a rich second-generation tycoon? People had different reactions to Su Hao's behavior of throwing money around. Some were disgusted, while others were delighted. Xia Tian was overjoyed upon hearing Su Hao's blunt statement. This meant he was out of the running, right? Heh, who would turn down money? Besides, Su Hao was quite good-looking, somewhat handsome, and rich girls would probably like that kind of guy, right? The higher the chances of him being elected class monitor, the better his chances of avoiding this dreadful position. Xinhuan, the homeroom teacher, looked serious and frowned as she stared at the male student named Su Hao on the stage. Su Hao hadn't been so flamboyant during his self-introduction earlier. How did he suddenly become so arrogant? But no matter who he was, she wouldn't tolerate such a bad atmosphere in her class. Thinking of this, Xinhuan said very seriously to Su Hao on the stage, "Su Hao, I don't think you are suitable to be a class officer at the moment. I'm disqualifying you from the election. Come to my office in a moment." Chapter 34. He's already become the class monitor? Xia Tian ultimately couldn't escape the fate of becoming class monitor. After Su Hao's candidacy was disqualified by Xinhuan's intervention, he bluntly stated that he and Xia Tian would communicate more smoothly and suggested that Xia Tian be the temporary class monitor. The lingering influence of her recent role as homeroom teacher was still strong, and the class almost unanimously voted to elect Xia Tian as class monitor in response to her proposal. Although Xia Tian was elected class monitor, she felt no joy whatsoever. She sighed and lamented, "Oh, what a miserable life." Next, Xia Tian suggested that Wang Nan be chosen as the vice class monitor, which would facilitate the future class work. After all, there are many girls in the class, and without a girl to assist in carrying out the work, many things would be inconvenient to do. Xinhuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful glint in her eyes. Her little man was being a bit unruly. Wang Nan was very beautiful, and not just ordinary beautiful. It was normal for most guys to have feelings for her, but Xia Tian was different because he already had her and Su Ro as his legal wives. However, since it was a class meeting, Xinhuan thought she would settle the score with him when they got home. She was already planning how to deal with the unruly Xia Tian. The selection of other class officers finally got on track, and the election for each class committee began. However, there were very few candidates left for each class committee, and even the sports committee member and the arts committee member were not even nominated. After thinking for a moment, Xinhuan directly appointed Xia Tian as the sports committee member and Wang Nan as the arts committee member. It's worth mentioning that Xia Tian was the only boy on the entire class committee, all the other committee members were girls. Xia Tian's face looked even more miserable. She cursed Su Hao in her heart for being such a useless person. If he could stand up for himself and snatch this hot potato of a class monitor position, how much trouble could she save? Now that I'm holding both positions, how can I possibly have time to relax and enjoy myself? Next, it was time for the class officers to step up and collect the textbooks and books. Xia Tian called on all the boys in the class to help carry the textbooks. Fortunately, most of the boys gave Xia Tian face. Otherwise, it would have taken Xia Tian and a group of female class officers a long time to carry so many textbooks. Su Hao didn't help move the textbooks. He wanted to help find them, but Xinhuan called him aside into the corridor. This student's thinking was somewhat dangerous, and as the homeroom teacher, she had a responsibility to correct his misconceptions. Once outside, Xia Tian addressed the boys who had come to help and all the class committee members. "I'm treating everyone to lunch today. Thank you all for coming to help. I won't waste any more words, we can't lose a single one of us." "So you're rich too, class monitor?" The discipline committee member, Zhang Yanling, was a lively and cheerful girl who struck up a conversation. "Hee, I forgot to mention where I'm treating everyone to dinner. It's in the cafeteria. Remember to bring your meal cards, otherwise it's not my fault if the cook doesn't serve you," Xia Tian added. It wasn't that he was stingy or unwilling to spend money. How much could a meal cost for just 10 or so people? It was just that Su Hao had already given us a bad example of acting like a big spender, and Xia Tian didn't want to become as annoying as him. He was just joking to break the awkward atmosphere of the initial meeting. "TCH, class monitor, if you don't have the ability, don't show off. You're making us easily upset with you and affecting your prestige as class monitor," a boy joked with Xia Tian, which immediately drew laughter and agreement. "You're really something, class monitor. At first, I really thought we'd found a great class monitor, but I never expected you to pull such a stunt." The voices condemning Summer were incessant, with both boys and girls unanimously targeting her. No one really took it seriously or got angry. They all laughed and joked as they verbally attacked Xia Tian, the class monitor. Since everyone was in the same class, they quickly became friends and started making friends. Jokes can quickly bring people closer and make them familiar with each other. Since everyone is a relatively simple young person, there aren't many hidden agendas, so it's easy to get along with them. Upon arriving at the designated location, they began moving the textbooks. Having just played around, everyone started helping each other. The boys took the initiative to shoulder the heavier burdens, while the girls, being more meticulous, helped with tasks such as counting and registering. The group of people who had just met worked together seamlessly and quickly brought their classes' belongings back to the classroom. Then came the miscellaneous tasks such as distributing books and creating a class group. By the time all these were finished, it was almost lunchtime and school was about to end. After announcing the start time for afternoon classes, Xinhuan announced that school was over. "Let's go, the class monitor is treating everyone to dinner today. Everyone here has to come." A boy deliberately imitated Xia Tian's antics as the teacher left. "Where should we eat?" Others chimed in. "The cafeteria." Seeing that someone was cooperating, the man continued his antics. "Ah, the cafeteria? That's fine too," the cooperating person spoke up again. "Oh, right, everyone, don't forget to bring your meal cards. Otherwise, don't blame the class monitor if the cafeteria staff doesn't serve you food." The person finally revealed their last secret, which immediately drew another burst of laughter. In this atmosphere, everyone felt closer to each other without realizing it. Summer watched everyone playing around with a smile, not minding that her classmates were making fun of her. There was no malice in their playful banter, they just thought it was fun. Su Hao left the classroom with a gloomy face. He hadn't expected that not only would he fail to stop Xia Tian from becoming class monitor, but he would also leave a bad impression on the beautiful homeroom teacher. However, he didn't remain completely uninvolved after revealing his identity as a rich second generation. Several female classmates privately added him on WeChat, but when they saw that Wang Nan wasn't among them, he lost interest. Xinhuan and Su Rou also eat at the cafeteria during working hours, but they don't have enough time, so the three of them talked about this yesterday, and Xia Tian will eat at the cafeteria by herself. The students dispersed after making a fuss for a while. Young people get hungry quickly. After the students left the classroom in twos and threes, Xia Tian tidied up and then walked out of the classroom alone, carrying a pile of textbooks. He planned to go back to the teacher's apartment to put his things down before going to eat. Xinhuan had already given Xia Tian a key to the house this morning. She opened the door, put the textbooks in the living room, went to the bathroom, and then leisurely walked towards the school gate. That's right, he didn't plan to eat in the cafeteria. He hadn't finished his daily tasks for the day yet. Xia Tian planned to go out at noon to complete his knowledge-sharing mission, which would cost 100,000 yuan. He still hadn't figured out how to spend the money. Chapter 35. Wang Nan's thoughtful expression. Summer needs to hurry up and complete her daily tasks. Halfway through the day, she's only finished the get up at 6 a.m. task. She turned off the system notifications because she found them annoying. Now, looking at the task progress bar again, huh? When did she finish the tasteful task? After thinking it over, Xiatian guessed that this tasteful task must involve looking at beautiful women, and he had also calculated the time for it, otherwise he wouldn't have looked at anything else besides the beautiful women he had looked at several times today. That's great. As long as I look at pretty girls, I've accomplished my mission. I like it. Arriving at his Lamborghini supercar parked in a spot not far from the school gate, he pressed the key to unlock, opened the door, and got an all-in-one smooth motion. Xiatian was preoccupied with checking his system tasks and thinking about where to spend the 100,000 yuan, so he didn't notice that Wang Nan, the vice-class monitor, who was not far away, had seen the entire process from when Xiatian left the school to when he drove away in his Lamborghini. With her mouth slightly open, Wang Nan wore an expression of disbelief on her stunning face. Her mind was a little blank, and she only had time to take a picture of the luxury car. Even if she knew nothing about cars and car brands, she would recognize that it was a luxury supercar. So the class monitor was really rich. Watching Xiatian drive away in his Lamborghini, roaring away, Wang Nan was deep in thought. She went out to run some errands but unexpectedly discovered the class monitor's big secret. Judging from the luxury car Xiatian was driving, she could guess that he must be quite wealthy. On a whim, I took out the photo of the sports car I had just taken and searched it online. Wow! A Lamborghini Veneno Roadster supercar worth tens of millions? That must be a lie, right? But after checking more information about this luxury car, wow, it's actually true. And the news is saying that this car is becoming increasingly valuable. Just a few days ago, a used Lamborghini Veneno Roadster supercar sold for a whopping 9 million euros. That's a fortune. Upon seeing this message online, Wang Nan's pupils constricted sharply. She didn't know how much money Su Hao, who had just been showing off in class, had, but she was certain he wasn't as rich as Xiatian. Wang Nan returned to school with a thoughtful expression, completely forgetting the things she needed to do. Although Wang Nan comes from an ordinary family, she has enjoyed privileges in many things since childhood because of her exceptionally beautiful appearance. Beautiful women are always given preferential treatment. This made Wang Nan understand from a young age that her greatest asset was her beautiful face and charming figure, which was also her only chance to achieve upward social mobility. Marry a rich man and become a wealthy socialite. Don't think she's materialistic or vulgar. Everyone yearns for a better life, and there's nothing wrong with that. Who doesn't? The beautiful Wang Nan has never lacked suitors since she was a child. Among them are honest and well-behaved top students, handsome school heartthrobs, rich second-generation heirs, powerful second-generation officials, and infatuated simps, and so on. Wang Nan has always maintained a clean reputation and has never easily chosen to be with any of her suitors, not even having any ambiguous or unclear relationships. Wang Nan is not only beautiful but also very smart. She understands that only in the most outstanding places can she meet the best men. She wants more than just a partner with excellent material condition. She also wants a partner who is stylish, tasteful, ambitious, and preferably handsome, a talented young man, not the nouveau riche type. She would never consider such a person. Back in her dorm, Wang Nan lay on her bed, thinking more and more that Xiatian perfectly matched her criteria for a partner. First of all, students who could get into Tsinghua University were all considered to be among the more outstanding people, and at the very least, they were very intelligent. This is also an important reason why Wang Nan worked hard to get into Tsinghua University. Summer is very handsome. When Wang Nan first saw his handsome face in the classroom, she thought to herself, I wish my future husband could be this handsome. That's right. Wang Nan's plan from childhood to adulthood has always been to find a husband directly. In her mind, the concept of a boyfriend doesn't exist. She deeply understands the principle that the cleaner a woman is, the more valuable she is. Therefore, her plan has always been to stay with one man for life, which is why she has never had a boyfriend all these years, and she doesn't even have any close friends. Because once you become her friend, there will always be some strange guy who will inexplicably join in when she asks you to go out. When you ask, he will say that he is her good friend. Since you are all friends, of course you should hang out together. If you don't want to, then Wang Nan will be bombarded with all sorts of attacks, such as being pretentious or hypocritical, and all sorts of unpleasant things. Or there's another type of friend who sells all sorts of information about herself to the guys who are pursuing her, and speaks well of her on their behalf. This annoyed Wang Nan so much that she eventually stopped making friends altogether and just stayed home alone, finding peace and quiet. After much deliberation, Wang Nan suddenly jumped up, changed into a pretty outfit, and headed to a dessert shop near the school gate. From there, she could see right through the gate. She sat by the window, watching the people and cars coming and going. Before making a decision, she needed to be sure of one thing. Summer drove alone for a while, thinking about how to spend 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan is not a lot, but it is not a small amount either. The problem is that he's currently living in his wife Shenwan and Su Ro's apartment, and buying anything too expensive or luxurious will definitely get him noticed. He hasn't figured out how to tell Shenwan and Su Ro that he's actually quite wealthy. 10,000 yuan? Forget it. I'll just buy a luxury item and store it there. At worst, I'll put it in the trunk of my sports car and take it out whenever I need it. Use your phone to search for the nearest luxury store, step on the gas, and head straight to the mall. After parking the car, we went into the mall. There were international brand stores one after another. In order to save time, Xia Tian randomly walked into a store. No matter which store it was, the goods were not cheap. Xia Tian hadn't decided what to buy, so she just went with the flow. Coincidentally, Xia Tian entered a watch store, and a male salesperson quickly greeted her, saying, "Welcome to the Jaeger LeCoultre boutique." Chapter 36 Class Monitor, what a coincidence. Hello, could you recommend a few women's watches around 100,000 yuan in your store? Xia Tian got straight to the point. He didn't come in to shop, he was simply there to complete a task. A fleeting look of delight crossed the male salesperson's face. These kinds of customers who directly state their needs are the most straightforward. As long as the recommendations he makes are generally good and there are no problems, the deal is practically guaranteed. Okay, sir, please have a seat here. I'll recommend one for you right away. The male salesperson didn't rush to find a suitable watch for Xia Tian. Instead, he first led Xia Tian to sit on the sofa, brought her a bottle of mineral water, and then quickly left to choose a watch for her. A short while later, the male salesman came over carrying a tray with 5 watches of different colors and shapes. "Hello sir," he said, "these watches are all priced around 100,000 yuan, which meets your requirements. Let me introduce them to you in detail." Xia Tian glanced at the watches on the tray. "No need, I'll take the gold one in the middle." "How much is it?" Buying things depends on first impressions. Xia Tian immediately took a liking to the watch in the middle. He was short on time, and his lunch break was already quite short. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This rose gold watch is specially designed for young ladies, and the price of 109,800 is quite reasonable." The male salesperson praised Xia Tian's good taste, and it seems that now no matter which watch Xia Tian mentions, the other party will praise it. "Pay me, and then wrap it up for me," Xia Tian said. The male salesperson was overjoyed. This customer was so decisive. If every customer could be as decisive as Xia Tian, wouldn't that be wonderful? "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The male salesman hurriedly went over and packaged the watch that Xia Tian had her eye on, then brought over a POS machine and a QR code. "Sir, will you be paying by card or by scanning the code?" Xia Tian took out her phone and scanned the code to pay. Seeing the successful deduction notification on her phone, she glanced at the daily tasks on the system, which showed that she had completed today's knowledge task. "In the summer, I bought a rendezvous watch at the Jaeger LeCoultre boutique and quickly left." Summer put the watch in her pocket, glanced at the time, and decided to have lunch in the mall. She ate a seafood rice dish and then left the mall to return to school. She had classes in the afternoon, and as the class monitor, she had to set a good example. The thought of this makes Xia Tian very depressed, because what can she do when her wife is her homeroom teacher? So frustrating. Driving back to school was a tight schedule, and the round trip wasted a lot of time. In between, Shenwan even sent a message asking why Xia Tian hadn't gone back to rest. Xia Tian lied and said that she had gone back to her dormitory to rest, to avoid trouble. Driving a supercar was quite eye-catching. In the mall parking lot, Xia Tian refused several girls' requests for a ride and drove all the way back to school. After parking the car, Xia Tian had just gotten out when she heard a pleasant girl's voice filled with surprise. "Class monitor?" Xia Tian looked up at the sound. "Wang Nan? What are you doing here?" The one who called her was Wang Nan, the vice class monitor. At this moment, Wang Nan was looking at her with a surprised and shocked expression, her mouth slightly open. She seemed to be shocked by her Lamborghini. "Squad leader, is this your car?" Wang Nan controlled her expression well, feigning shock. "Yeah, that's right. Class is about to start. What are you doing here?" Xia Tian didn't deny it. If she was found out, so be it, there was no point in hiding it. I came out to take care of some things and was just heading back. Squad leader, you've been hiding your true abilities all along. So you're the one who's been discovered. Wang Nan said with a look that said, I've finally discovered your secret. Hey, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Just keep it to yourself, don't tell anyone else. Xia Tian reminded Wang Nan, let's go, we two class monitors can't be late. The two traveled together. In a place unseen in the summer, Wang Nan pouted slightly, revealing a smug look, but quickly concealed it. Fine, I don't want you to tell anyone, but what will you use to shut me up? Wang Nan turned her head to look at Xia Tian with a smile. Ouch, that head tilt is irresistible. What, you're trying to take advantage of the chaos? I call this robbing the rich to help the poor. Wang Nan emphasized. I never expected you to be like this, Wang Nan. I misjudged you. Can I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Xia Tian replied. Let's make this clear first, it can't be the cafeteria. Wang Nan joked. Next up is military training. Where else can you eat if not in the cafeteria? This afternoon they should be distributing military training uniforms and preparing for the various tasks of military training. The thought of military training coming up soon gave Xia Tian a headache. He really didn't want to participate, but when he mentioned to his wife Xinwan that he could skip the training, she immediately rejected it. In Xinwan's words, your health is already so poor, you should exercise more. How can you avoid this opportunity to train? Xia Tian wanted to refute but didn't know where to begin. It was already a consensus between his two wives, Xinwan and Su Rou, that he was in poor health. Why did I have to agree to a plank competition with Su Rou yesterday? I really regret what I did. Isn't that a bit insincere? Who invites someone to dinner and then just takes them to the cafeteria? That's so perfunctory. Wang Nan complained. Hey, you're lucky you even have food to eat, why are you being so picky? The cafeteria is fine too, but you have to treat me to meals for at least a month. Wang Nan's purpose was clear, she wanted to spend more time with Xia Tian, and ideally, she could spend every day with Xia Tian in the future. Throughout the journey, Wang Nan was clearly very interested in Xia Tian, and her attitude was very proactive and enthusiastic. This was all due to the sports car, or rather, the change brought about by her strength. Xia Tian was also happy to see this, and the two had a pleasant conversation. Xia Tian once again experienced the true joy of being a super rich person through Wang Nan. After the supercar was unveiled, Wang Nan's attitude towards herself was clearly different. System, please check Wang Nan's information for me. He silently called out to the system in his mind. Ding, name, Wang Nan. Age, 18. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Length, 91. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 70. A freshman at the School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. With both looks and physique scoring over 90, perfectly meeting the system's requirements, cough cough, you're overthinking it. If you are already married, you must obtain the consent of your previous wife before you can marry another wife. This is the relevant regulation regarding multiple marriages. Wang Nan and Xia Tian are both very good looking, and they are quite eye-catching when they walk together. In particular, Wang Nan's charming smile makes Xia Tian feel a flutter in her heart. Chapter 37 Black stockings are the highest form of etiquette when meeting your boyfriend. Xia Tian, you're off tomorrow, can you come shopping with me and buy some things? Wang Nan asked Xia Tian in her uniquely sweet voice. The 21-day military training has finally come to an end. Xia Tian got a whole shade darker. Not only him, but almost all the students who participated in the military training got a whole shade darker. After spending so much time together and working together on their jobs, the two are now quite familiar with each other. I won't go if there's no benefit to it. Xia Tian teased Wang Nan intentionally, something he had done frequently over the past 20 days. How about I treat you to a movie? Wang Nan looked at Xia Tian expectantly. What's so great about movies? I'm not going. Don't play dumb, you know what I mean by benefits. Xia Tian's words made Wang Nan blush. For the past 20-odd days, the two of them have been eating together in the cafeteria almost every day. Ever since Wang Nan discovered that Xia Tian was actually a rich guy, she has been unusually proactive towards him. Whether it's eating or participating in various class activities, she likes to stick to Xiatian, calling it a hush money. Summer didn't refuse. Why not have such a beautiful girl by his side to please him? It's a way to give myself a little treat during my boring military training. Summer is not a saint, spending every day with beautiful women. She's not exactly a saint herself. She's been flirting with them, secretly holding their hands, and taking advantage of them. Summer has done quite a few of these things lately. Knowing that Wang Nan was after his money, Xiatian became even bolder in his actions, but that was all. If he tried to go any further, Wang Nan would avoid him and refuse. Xia Tianchao's demand for benefits from Wang Nan means that he wants to take things further and doesn't want to be limited to just holding hands. Wang Nan blushed. Why are all boys so lecherous? Are their heads always filled with such dirty thoughts? They want to take advantage of girls whenever they see them. Summer looked at Wang Nan with an expression that said, "I won't go unless you agree." Wang Nan pouted, trying to act cute, but Summer had become immune to this over the past few days and remained unmoved. Okay, fine, but you can't go too far. Wang Nan compromised because after spending more than 20 days together, Xiatian had completely fulfilled her fantasy of a partner. The reason she asked Xiatian out tomorrow was to take advantage of the date to confirm their relationship. Xiatian was overjoyed upon hearing Wang Nan's words and chuckled, okay, I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Wang Nan blushed as she looked at Xiatian's lewd smile. What a jerk, she glared at Xiatian before quickly leaving. She needed to go back to her dorm to take a shower. She had just finished the military training performance and felt sticky and sweaty all over, so she had to hurry back and take a shower. Watching Wang Nan's long, enviable legs disappear into the distance, Xiatian swallowed hard, glared at her back one last time, and then turned and walked towards the teacher's apartment. He had been staying in the dormitory during military training because the instructors required them to check on him at any time. He had already fallen out with Su Hao, so staying in the dormitory was a bit awkward. Now that military training was over, Xiatian naturally chose to go back to his wife's apartment as soon as possible. It had been many days since he had seen Su Rou. He saw Shenwan every day, since she was the homeroom teacher, and he could chat with her whenever he had a spare moment, under the pretense of discussing class affairs. As Xiatian walked into the teacher's apartment building, she saw Shenwan talking to a man on the roadside from a distance. A Ferrari sports car was parked not far away, and it looked somewhat familiar. He remembered now. Wasn't this the young master surnamed Lin who had confessed his feelings to Shenwan when he first came to see her? Was he here to bother his wife again? Xiatian frowned. She hadn't been here for more than 20 days, and she didn't even know when this guy would come to bother Shenwan again. Summer lifted her foot and headed over there. Today, the other party didn't go through the usual confession routine, nor did he have any friends cheering him on. He was the only one talking to Shenwan. Xiatian was about to loudly call Shenwan wife, but he happened to see a scene that shocked him. Shenwan took the initiative to move closer to the other person and lightly patted his arm. From a distance, it looked like they were flirting, because he and Wang Nan had been doing this often lately. Summer paused for a moment, her brows furrowing. Had the two of them become so intimate without her knowledge? No, even though they haven't known each other for long, Shenwan shouldn't be that kind of person. But soon Xiatian's eyes narrowed again, and his heart skipped a beat, because he saw that Shenwan actually followed the other man into his Ferrari sports car. The man opened the passenger door for Shenwan, and she got in without hesitation. Then the man ran to the driver's seat, and the Ferrari roared away towards the school gate. Xiatian frowned. Although they were far apart, it was definitely Shenwan, his nominal wife. And the man driving the Ferrari was definitely the rich young man who had confessed to Shenwan last time. Did this mean that Shenwan had agreed to be with him? The thought popped into Xiatian's mind involuntarily, startling her. No, Shenwan would never be that kind of person. She was the wife chosen for her by the system, how could she possibly be? Damn it, system, get out here. Ding, does the host have any questions? System, will the wife you chose for me fall in love with someone else? There's no need to hide anything from your own system, you can just ask very directly. Ding, this mainly depends on the relationship between the host and the other party, as well as their feelings for each other. Humans are very complex beings, and this system cannot judge their behavior. Anything is possible. The system's answer was equally straightforward, telling Xiatian directly that it was entirely possible. Summer's mind went blank for a moment. Damn it, doesn't your system have a function that can make the other party absolutely loyal and never betray you? Ding. This system does not have this function. Summer arrived at the apartment door somewhat absent-mindedly, thinking that she might have been mistaken, and that Shinwan might be inside if she opened the door. Summer, somewhat self-deceiving, opened the door and went inside, but no surprise appeared. No one was home. Not only was Shinwan not there, but Su-ro was also not there. Summer sat on the sofa looking at this home where she had only stayed for one night, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. After all, it wasn't her own home. As Xia Tian was deep in thought, her phone suddenly beeped with a message notification. She took out her phone and opened it to find that there were already many messages in the Shuemu family group chat. She hadn't noticed them before because she was thinking about Shinwan. This group chat is between Shinwan, Su-ro, and Xia Tian. The first message was sent by Shinwan, and judging from the time, it should have been sent just after she left with that young Master Lin. Shinwan, I'm going to an economics seminar organized by the school tonight, so I'll be back a little late. Don't wait for me to eat. You two can take care of dinner yourselves. Xiao Tian just finished military training today, so Xiao-ro, take him out for a nice meal to help him recover. Su-ro, what a coincidence, this princess won't be home tonight either. I'm going to attend a technical exchange meeting, and I probably won't be back until quite late. My little man, you'll be all alone at home, so be good, okay? I'll pamper you when I get back. Shinwan, oh, Xiao-ro, you're not home either? Then Xiao Tian, you can go to the cafeteria to eat something by yourself and get some rest early tonight. I've already cleaned up your old room and replaced all your things with new ones. You can move in without worry tonight. You've been working so hard these past few days, so get some rest early tonight. I'll take you out for a good time tomorrow. Su-ro, maybe the little man prefers the old bedding you didn't change? Who told you to change it? Shinwan, I roll JPG, Xiao-ro, don't talk nonsense and corrupt the children. Su-ro, even though he's young, he's already your husband. Can't he hold you in his arms to sleep at night? Can't he even smell the bedding that smells like you? You're such a heartless woman. Shinwan, speechless. Xiao-ro, you're disgusting. Su-ro, where's your little man? Come out here and tell me if I've hit a nerve? Shinwan, Xiao-ro, stop talking nonsense. By the way, where is your technical exchange meeting being held? Su-ro, you're at our old rival's place next door. Where are you? Shinwan, we're right here in our school. The latest message is: Shinwan, Xiao Tian, haven't you gone back yet? Why haven't you replied for so long? After reading the message, Xia Tian breathed a sigh of relief. So they had gone to attend an academic conference. Although she was still a little uneasy, she wasn't as overthinking as before. Maybe she had been worrying too much. Reply to a message in the group chat. Summer, I just got home, thinking I was going to have a delicious dinner, but instead I found a cold stove and empty air, and everyone's gone. Crying emoji. Shinwan, I'm sorry, Xiao Tian, the school assigned me some work today. I'll make you something delicious tomorrow to make it up to you. Su-ro, little man, you have to get used to this life of being alone in your empty room. Who told you to marry two such excellent wives? Xia Tian chatted briefly with the two of them for a bit, then there were no more messages from them, meaning they had probably already started working, so the three of them stopped chatting. He took a shower in the bathroom in the summer and changed into some dry clothes. He wondered what he was doing by himself. The past 21 days have been exactly 3 weeks. Xia Tian has completed her 5 daily tasks without interruption. Because of military training, she no longer needs to do the 2-hour daily exercise task. Military training is a constant exercise. Before going to bed, Xia Tian also insists on reading for 2 hours in the dormitory every day, which can be considered as completing the task of increasing knowledge. Staring at the pretty girls around her for an hour every day is more than enough. And she has maintained the habit of getting up at 6 o'clock every morning very well. As for spending 100,000 yuan, online shopping is very developed now. He bought some valuable items online, but they were all sent to his Bohemia apartment building. He called the property manager to ask him to keep these things safe. It's worth mentioning that after Xia Tian diligently completed his daily tasks for a week, the system still gave him a huge surprise. The basic body strengthening pills are a reward for Xia Tian's week of consistent exercise. As the name suggests, these pills enhance physical fitness and have no side effects. After accumulating rewards over 3 weeks, Xia Tian has taken 3 body strengthening pills, and his physical fitness is now vastly different from before. He is absolutely confident that he can beat Su-ro in a plank competition. The system rewarded Xiaotian for completing the task of studying for 2 hours every day to enhance her knowledge after she persisted for a week, improved eyesight. Xiaotian, who was originally nearsighted with a prescription of over 300 degrees, now has her eyesight restored to its strongest level after 3 weeks of system rewards. She can see things clearly at night and can basically distinguish microscopic water. The reward for consistently waking up at 6 a.m. every day after a week was rather bizarre. It gave me 0.1 points of self-control, though I have no idea what it was for. He spent 100,000 yuan a day to broaden his horizons on this task. After persisting for a week in the summer, he rewarded himself with 1% of the shares of a top luxury goods company. Although it was not much, it has now reached 3% after 3 weeks. According to this calculation, he only needs to spend 2 years to own a top luxury goods company. The reward for completing the task of looking at beautiful women for a week is that he gains a mysterious sixth sense, but it's very weak right now and almost useless. He can't sense anything, and it will probably take a long time to accumulate it before it becomes useful. Summer is now very motivated to complete daily tasks, and the system doesn't need to urge her at all. This is the reward from daily tasks. In addition, the system gave me 60 million in living expenses over 3 weeks. One wife gives me 10 million per week, so 2 wives over 3 weeks would give me exactly 60 million. For the past 3 weeks, due to military training, Xiaotian has barely left the school gates. Every day after the training, he was too exhausted to even walk, leaving him with no time or energy to go out and have fun. While others become more listless as the day progresses, Xiaotian becomes more energetic as the day goes on, because of the effects of the body-strengthening pills he takes, which makes his physical condition stronger and stronger. After taking a shower, Xiaotian was very satisfied with all his achievements over the past 3 weeks. Since neither of his wives was home tonight, and he had been eating at the cafeteria for 21 days, he was indeed tired of it. He decided to go out and have a good meal to reward himself. Taking advantage of Shenwan and Su Ro's absence, this is a good idea. I'm such a clever little devil. But I'm a little bored by myself. Who should I ask to go out with me? The first person I thought of was Wang Nan. But forget it. The girl probably doesn't have the energy to go out with me tonight. The military training has exhausted everyone. She probably just wants to lie in bed and get a good night's sleep. Besides Wang Nan, which girl should he choose? When you go out to spend money, of course you want to find a pretty girl to accompany you. Who knows, something exciting might even happen. In fact, Xiaotian didn't have much of a choice. Besides Wang Nan, the only person he was still in contact with was Jian Xin, a sophomore. Knowing that Xiaotian was undergoing military training during this time, the two would occasionally chat briefly on Green Bubble. Jian Xin had participated in military training herself and knew how tough it was, so she would send Xiaotian a few words of comfort. This girl is probably the only one in the school who knows that Xiaotian is a super rich man, and she knows more about him than Wang Nan does. Moreover, Xiaotian gave her a bag last time, and there were some unfinished things that she didn't have time to do because she was in a hurry to see Shenwan last time. It's been a long time since we last contacted each other, so I'll treat myself to a big meal tonight and make up for the things we didn't get to do last time. Just do it if you think of it. Send the other person a green bubble. Summer, do you have time? Come out for a meal with me, I don't want to eat alone. The message was sent and received a reply almost instantly. Jian Xin, you still have the energy to go out for dinner? You must not be tired. Where to go? Summer, go outside, the car is at the school gate. Jian Xin, 10 minutes. Summer, okay. Put away your phone, tidy up a bit, and it's time to head out in the summer. He strolled leisurely to the school gate and walked towards his sports car, which had been wronged by being stuck on the side of the road for 3 whole weeks, gathering dust. Looking at the layer of dust on the outside, Xiaotian thought to herself that she should wash the car in the next few days. She unlocked the door and got in the car. She had only been sitting for 2 minutes when there was a knock on the window. She turned her head and saw that Jian Xin had already come over. Xiaotian nodded to signal the other person to get in the car, and Jian Xin walked around the front of the car and got in from the other side. Today, Jian Xin wore a skirt suit, looking very ladylike. Summer lingered for a few more seconds on her long, straight legs, wearing black stockings, the legendary highest etiquette for girls when meeting their boyfriends. Jian Xin saw that Xiaotian's gaze was indeed fixed on her legs. She felt a mix of shyness and secret joy. Sure enough, what they said online was true, no guy could resist the charm of black stockings. Last time, Xiaotian's behavior was a great humiliation to Jian Xin. She had already prepared herself mentally, but Xiaotian, that blockhead, actually pulled her away without looking back. This made her feel resentful for several days. So this time, as soon as she heard that Xia Tian had asked her to meet, she took out the equipment she had prepared long ago. Chapter 38: An unexpected encounter at the hotel. Let's drive. Don't look around, Jian Qin said shyly, smoothing her hair with her hand to ease her embarrassment. Although she was secretly delighted that her black stockings had successfully attracted Xia Tian's attention, she was still a little embarrassed by his blatant stare. Oh. Xia Tian couldn't help but blush when Jian Qin said that. To be honest, he had never been so close to black stockings before. He swallowed hard. Black stockings truly lived up to their reputation as a male-slaying artifact. With the engine started, the Lamborghini roared off, attracting envious glances along the way with its distinctive supercar engine roar. Junior, where shall we go for dinner? Jian Qin was no longer shy when she saw Xia Tian's cute blushing face. People have this mentality: when you retreat, I advance; when you are strong, I am weak. Seeing Xia Tian being shy, Jian Qin immediately stopped being shy and boldly looked at Xia Tian. Ahem, you know I'm not familiar with Beijing. Do you have any good places to recommend, senior? Xia Tian was just having a sudden whim and hadn't really decided where to eat. I actually know a really good private restaurant that specializes in imperial cuisine. I've heard the food is quite delicious and the dishes are very exquisite. Would you like to try it, Junior? Jian Qin knew that Xia Tian wasn't short of money, so she only considered whether the food was good when recommending places. I've never tried imperial cuisine before. Is this a private restaurant? Lead the way. Xia Tian was quite interested in the so-called imperial cuisine and immediately decided to go there. Jian Qin herself wasn't very familiar with the roads. I'll give you my phone's navigation. I only know the restaurant's name. As she spoke, she took out her phone, searched for Su's private kitchen, and started the navigation. Looking at the distance, the restaurant called Su Ji Private Kitchen was about 13 kilometers away from where they were, which wasn't too far. It was just a pity that they were going in the wrong direction. In the summer, they would need to turn around. The two drove away from Tsinghua University and followed the navigation on their phones to circle around the university before turning around. Just as Xia Tian was about to drive onto the main road, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar red sports car leaving Tsinghua University. Isn't that the Ferrari sports car that the man surnamed Lin drives? In a flash, Xia Tian looked towards the passenger seat. Although it was only a split second, Xia Tian's eyesight, enhanced by the system, still accurately spotted a familiar figure. The person in the passenger seat was none other than the very familiar Xinwan. Summer was stunned for a moment, then her heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, as if possessed, she turned the steering wheel, and the Lamborghini immediately caught up with the red Ferrari in front of her. Hey Junior, you've gone the wrong way again. We just came this way, and it took us a long time to turn around. Jian Qin reminded Xia Tian when she saw that he was not following the navigation instructions but was going in the opposite direction. Yeah, I know. I just saw a familiar face. I'm just checking to see what she's up to. Xia Tian replied to Jian Qin with a gloomy expression and then fell silent, his eyes fixed on the smiling figure on the red convertible Ferrari in front of him. Jian Qin glanced at Xia Tian, whose expression had suddenly turned extremely cold, and then followed Xia Tian's gaze to the Ferrari in front of her. She seemed to be deep in thought, but the clever girl didn't say anything more, and she also wisely turned off the navigation on her phone. Xia Tian ignored Jian Qin and just followed the Ferrari in front of him. His anger reached its peak at this moment, and only one thought remained in his mind: everything Xinwan said in the group was just an excuse to deceive himself. An economics seminar? Right inside Tsinghua University. I was so stupid to believe her nonsense, and I didn't even think much about her being with that guy surnamed Lin, assuming it was just a university enterprise cooperation project. The disappointment I felt at that moment was indescribable. I blame myself for being too naive. I had seen Xinwan reject Lin's confession to my face once before, and I thought that it was absolutely impossible for Xinwan to get involved with Lin. But now, the scene in front of me was a slap in the face. I was too naive and didn't have a deep enough understanding of human nature. How could a woman not like money? I naively thought that Xinwan and Su Rou were respected university teachers, and that I shouldn't vulgarly use money to solidify this marriage. That would be an insult to their character. I should use sincerity to exchange for sincerity. The relationship obtained in this way is more solid and pure than money. Unfortunately, because military training started the next day, Xia Tian's plan to win over his wife was aborted before it could even begin, as he moved back to the dormitory. However, Xia Tian was never worried about this. Just like Xinhuan herself said, there is still a long way to go in matters of the heart, and there is no need to rush. But what Xia Tian saw at home almost made him grind his teeth to dust. Was this the gentle and dignified wife he knew? She tricked him into going on a date with a rich young man. A murderous glint appeared in her eyes. Xia Tian grew angrier the more she thought about it. Did he really think he could seduce her with just a Ferrari? So you're that cheap? If you knew that the Lamborghini you're sitting in right now could be exchanged for several Ferraris like that, I wonder what your expression would be? Lin, no matter who you are, I can declare you finished right now. You dare to touch my Xia Tian's woman, no matter who you are or how powerful you are, I will make sure your family is destroyed. Xia Tian, who possesses the godly rich system, has no doubt that he can do this. If he can't even do this, then does he deserve to be called a godly rich? Summer, lost in thought, suddenly saw a Ferrari swerve ahead and drive straight toward a high-end hotel. Xia Tian's already furious gaze turned even colder and more ruthless. He drove after them, but the Lamborghini's windows were tinted so that no one could see inside from the outside, and Xia Tian wasn't worried about being discovered. The Lamborghini accelerated and almost brushed past the Ferrari, which was slowing down. This startled Lin Kitchen, who was driving, and Xinhuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. The two were chatting and laughing, seemingly having a good time, when they were suddenly startled by the car. Lin Kitchen was about to yell at the driver for being blind, but when he turned his head and saw that it was a Lamborghini supercar, he swallowed his words. Seeing that Lin Kitchen had managed to refrain from swearing after being provoked like that, Xinhuan gave him a satisfied and approving look. You've really changed a lot. You didn't swear because of this. Keep it up. Xinhuan's words made Lin Kitchen blush, but he was secretly delighted. He hadn't swore earlier only because he saw that she was driving a Lamborghini supercar. People who drive such cars are not to be trifled with, so he forcibly held back his curses. Who knew that this would cause Xinhuan to misunderstand him, thinking that he had really become more refined? He hoped there would be as many misunderstandings as possible. He had already had someone investigate, and Xinhuan was simply forced into marriage. This kind of forced marriage policy might be welcomed by ordinary people, but it is not really accepted by various social elites. Lin Kitchen had already investigated and found out that Xinhuan's match was with one of her own students. Based on his understanding of Xinhuan, he knew that she would never choose to be with her own student. In Xinhuan's mind, that was a bit unconventional. Therefore, Lin Kitchen did not give up pursuing Xinhuan, because at most 5 years, Xinhuan would be single again, or maybe it wouldn't even take 5 years. Summer parked the Lamborghini at the hotel entrance, brazenly blocking the entrance and exit. The hotel greeters immediately waited by the car door upon seeing such a luxurious vehicle. Summer ignored the greeters, his eyes still fixed on the Ferrari behind him. As he got closer, he saw Xinhuan's satisfied and admiring expression towards the man surnamed Lin. Summer heard the sound of his heart shattering completely. Senior, could you please do me a favor? Xia Tian stared at the Ferrari behind them with bloodshot eyes, asking Jianqin in the passenger seat without turning her head. Jianqin was very smart. She had already figured out from Xia Tian's gritted teeth and ever-changing expressions that things were not simple. There was a man and a woman in the Ferrari behind them. They looked quite well matched, the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. She wondered why the two of them made Xia Tian so angry. The most likely reason for such intense anger in a man is a woman. After glancing at the woman in the Ferrari, Jianqin secretly wondered about the relationship and entanglement between her and Xia Tian. Upon hearing Xia Tian's question, Jianqin replied without hesitation, "Tell me what you need me to do." "Go keep an eye on things in the hotel lobby and see what the man and woman in the Ferrari are up to after they go into the hotel," Xia Tian said to Jianqin in a cold voice. "Okay. I will keep an eye on their movements." Jianqin didn't ask any questions, just said a few words, then opened the car door, got out, and entered the hotel lobby. Upon seeing the guest step out of the Lamborghini supercar, the hotel's lobby manager immediately went to greet her. However, after Jianqin exchanged a few words with the lobby manager, he left. Jianqin stood in the lobby, between the hotel reception and the elevator, waiting for the man and woman in the Ferrari to enter the hotel. When Xia Tian and Jianqin entered the hotel, the car didn't move for a while. It just stood there blocking the entrance. The hotel greeters didn't dare to go up and urge it. They couldn't afford to offend someone who could drive such a luxury car. Seeing that the Lamborghini had been blocking the hotel entrance for a long time, Lin Kitchen, who was in the Ferrari behind them, had no choice but to drive the car to the parking lot himself. After parking the car, he and Xinwan walked towards the hotel. Summer's eyes remained fixed on the two, watching them walk into the hotel lobby like a couple, chatting and laughing. Several times in the summer, she couldn't help but want to rush out of the car and confront Xinwan. As a university teacher who should be a role model, how could she secretly run off to a hotel with another man behind her husband's back? Hate. Never before had I hated a woman so much, and a crazy desire for revenge arose in my heart. So Xia Tian forcibly held back at this moment. Aren't you vain and greedy for money? I wonder what your expression will be when you find out you possess endless wealth. I wonder how interesting your expression will be then. Will you regret it? So Xia Tian instructed Jian Xin to help her confirm whether Xinwan had really betrayed her. Once she confirmed this, Xia Tian could take revenge on her without any scruples. I watched as the two entered the hotel lobby, went to the front desk, and apparently booked a room together before heading to the elevator. Jian Xin, who was already prepared, also entered the elevator. Xinwan looked at Jian Xin, who followed her into the elevator, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had seen this girl before. Although she did not know the girl's name, she was certain that the girl was a student at her school. Xinwan's extensive knowledge and excellent memory are no joke. She can recognize any person or thing she has ever seen. However, since the other party was a college student and it was during her break time, and Xinwan was not the other party's teacher, the girl probably didn't even know her, so Xinwan didn't say anything and just acted like a stranger. After entering the elevator, Lin Kitchen glanced at Jian Xin, a stunningly beautiful woman, and felt that he was lucky today. However, with Xinwan in front of him, he maintained his image as a devoted lover, only glancing at Jian Xin out of the corner of his eye, while outwardly appearing as a gentleman, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Perhaps because of Jian Xin's presence, Lin Kitchen's attempts to flatter Xinwan went unanswered, so he stopped speaking. The elevator soon stopped on the 28th floor. Xinwan and Lin Kitchen stepped out of the elevator together, and Jian Xin followed them out after they left. Xinwan seemed to sense something and turned around to see Jian Xin also walking out of the elevator. A look of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she didn't think much of it, even though it felt a bit too coincidental. Jian Xin walked slowly, pretending to look at the signs as if she were looking for her room. She noticed that the woman kept turning back to look at her, which made Jian Xin, who was already feeling guilty, even more uneasy. Xinwan and Lin Kitchen stopped at the door of a room. Jian Xin perked up. Had they finally arrived? Xinwan turned to look at Jian Xin again. Jian Xin pretended to look at her phone while glancing at the sign on the wall, looking like she was looking for her room. Looking up again, she saw Lin Kitchen and Xinwan entering the hotel room. Jian Xin quickly took out her phone to take a short video and then took several photos of the room number before taking the elevator away. Just after she entered the hotel, the door to the room she had just been in opened again, and Xinwan walked out of the room, looking thoughtfully at the empty corridor. Chapter 39: Jian Xin's Initiative. Jian Xin had returned to the passenger seat of the Lamborghini and was showing Xia Tian the videos and photos she had just taken. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was contorted with rage. Xia Tian's appearance startled Jian Xin, who involuntarily shrank back. Xia Tian was too frightening at this moment, making Jian Xin a little scared, as if he might suddenly attack and hurt her at any moment. Summer's anger truly reached its peak at this moment. Thinking back to the ecstatic joy she felt when she learned that the system had matched her with her fairy-like homeroom teacher, Xinwan, as her wife, it all felt like it was just yesterday. The happier she was then, the angrier and more ironic she was now. Once unfaithful, always unfaithful. Although Xia Tian was naive, she understood this principle. Xinwan not only possesses an exquisitely beautiful face, but also a heart as venomous as a snake. The other party is not a fairy, but a venomous beauty. How ridiculous that I was so naive and foolish before thinking that I had met a fairy. Seeing the scene on his phone screen where Lin Kitchen practically embraced Xinwan and eagerly entered the hotel room, Xia Tian's forehead veins bulged. "Junior, are you all right? Don't scare me." Suddenly a worried voice came, and then a soft, boneless hand grasped Xia Tian's palm, bringing Xia Tian back to his senses from his rage. With a wry smile, Xia Tian exhaled a breath of stale air. Turning back, Xia Tian had regained his composure. At least on his face, he had suppressed his ferocious expression and returned to his sunny and handsome appearance. "Sorry, senior, I didn't scare you, did I? I ran into something rather upsetting, but it's over now. Let's go eat." Xia Tian's face showed no sign of distress, as if she truly meant what she said and had already moved on from what had just happened. Indeed, first-hand experience is the fastest catalyst for personal growth. Although Xia Tian didn't explain anything, Jian Qin had already figured out the whole story. The woman who went to a hotel with another man was probably Xia Tian's woman or girlfriend. Unfortunately, Xia Tian discovered all of this, and the evidence she took completely revealed the woman's true colors to Xia Tian, almost making him lose his temper. Jian Qin couldn't understand what that woman, whose appearance even made her feel inferior, was thinking. Why would she turn down Xia Tian, a super rich man who could drive a Lamborghini with one hand, and instead be with a nouveau riche who could drive a Ferrari with one hand? Had she been kicked in the head by a donkey? Or had her brain damaged by a door? What were you thinking? She couldn't understand it. But a faint sense of joy and excitement welled up inside her. The other party's blindness had given her a golden opportunity. If she could pass up Xia Tian, this young, handsome, and wealthy tycoon, then she wouldn't be polite. Jian Qin once again thanked the blind woman from before, thanking her for being blind. Although Jian Qin and Xia Tian have had less contact recently, they still chat with each other on Green Bubble every day, so Jian Qin is no longer unfamiliar with Xia Tian. If she didn't seize this great opportunity and take advantage of it to win over Xia Tian, Jian Qin would despise herself. Jian Qin is also a decisive girl. She made a decision in her heart in an instant, and boldly took Xia Tian's hand, wanting to use her tenderness to soothe Xia Tian's wounded heart. Okay, I'll do whatever you say tonight. Jian Qin's soft voice was filled with tenderness. Oh? Senior, you really want to listen to me tonight? Xia Tian suddenly revealed a lewd expression, but because he was handsome, it just looked like a bad smile. He deliberately looked at Jian Qin's legs in black stockings, revealing a lewd and bad expression. Jian Qin couldn't help but blush, but she didn't back down. Instead, she gritted her teeth and made a seemingly crazy and bold move. Suddenly, she grabbed Xia Tian's hand and placed it on her thigh, which was covered in black stockings. Xia Tian paused for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed by Jian Qin's sudden action. Feeling the soft, silky, and incredibly elastic texture on his palm, Xia Tian couldn't help but rub it a few times, a subconscious reaction for a man. Then Xia Tian immediately realized what was happening and coughed. He felt a little embarrassed. In his previous life, he was a single man. Although he had 2 legal wives in this life, he had never touched either of them. So he was still incredibly naive. His intimate behavior with girls was basically just holding Wang Nan's hand. How does it feel? Does it feel good, Junior? The more embarrassed Xia Tian was, the bolder Jian Qin became, and she even directly teased Xia Tian. Senior, do you know you're playing with fire? Xia Tian put on a fierce expression to cover up her guilty conscience. Why are you playing with fire, Junior? Jian Qin blinked innocently, staring straight at Xia Tian. Summer felt a surge of heat rush to his head. How could this innocent young virgin withstand it? He had already forgotten about Shenhuan's mess and was now staring at Jian Qin with burning eyes. Now that things have come to this, even if Xia Tian is a blockhead and has never dated a girl before, he knows what he has to do. Especially Jian Qin's last coquettish junior with its drawn-out ending made Xia Tian completely lose his mind. Looking at Jian Qin, who was in front of him with a face full of spring blossoms, she seemed ready to be picked at will. Ignoring everything else, Xia Tian leaned down and kissed Jian Qin fiercely. Her lips immediately felt a soft, tender touch and a sweet, fragrant taste. After a while, until Jian Qin was breathing rapidly and felt a little breathless, Xia Tian finally let her go. Summer, still wanting more, licked his lips, his eyes still burning, and he even felt his anger intensify. He wanted to go further, but then he heard a honking sound outside. Summer turned around and saw that several cars were already lined up behind him. Finally, one of the cars couldn't help but honk its horn to urge him on. Senior, let's go eat first. Xia Tian had no choice but to start the car and drive outside. As he left, Xia Tian couldn't help but glance at the hotel again, a mocking look flashing across his face. Looking back at Jian Qin, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a sweet and shy expression, the Lamborghini sped away. Our destination was still Sue's private kitchen, the restaurant Jian Qin had recommended. We couldn't let other people's affairs affect our plans. Although it was a little late, as the old saying goes, good food is worth the wait. Chapter 40. Su Ro is also on a date? The sky is no big deal, but eating is the most important thing. Even if the sky falls, you have to eat first. Besides, after Jian Qin's comforting words, Xia Tian's anger had begun to shift towards Jian Qin's alluring figure. The Lamborghini sped along, leaving behind a trail of engine roars on the road. The distance of over 10 kilometers was quickly covered by the Lamborghini, and we arrived at our destination, Sue's private kitchen. After finding a spot to park the car, Xia Tian didn't rush to get out. Instead, while Jian Qin stared in disbelief, he kissed her again, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Jian Qin's bold teasing seemed to have completely turned on Xia Tian's switch in a certain aspect, making him domineering and greedy. Just when Jian Qin felt like she was about to suffocate, Xia Tian finally let her go. Jian Qin's legs were a little weak when she got out of the car. She hadn't expected her junior to be so domineering and greedy. "You brat, all you do is bully me," Jian Qin said coquettishly. "Does the senior like being bullied by me, the junior?" Xia Tian asked with a mischievous smile. "You're so naughty." Jian Qin blushed. How could she answer that? She didn't feel any resistance to kissing Xia Tian, but rather felt very sweet. Moreover, it was her first time kissing, and she didn't expect it to feel so good. Women love bad boys. "Senior, do you want me to be naughty with you?" As if she had no formal training, Xia Tian and Jian Qin flirted as they walked toward the private restaurant. As soon as the two entered the restaurant, a waiter came forward to guide them to a private room. When ordering, Xia Tian generously asked the waiter to bring out all the restaurant's signature dishes, acting as if she didn't care about money. Unfortunately, the restaurant didn't accept orders. You just needed to tell them how many people were dining, if they had any dietary restrictions, and whether they preferred mild or strong flavors. The kitchen would then prepare all the dishes, and you could tell them your preferences in advance. This unusual way of ordering food broadened Xia Tian's horizons, and she inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation for the dishes to come. How about it? Pretty novel, right? It was my first time eating here, and I was also quite intrigued by their ordering system. But after the dishes were served, I was filled with admiration. The chef at this private restaurant is a real talent. You'll see once you taste his cooking. Jian Qin's words were full of praise for the chef. "We'll find out if it's delicious in a bit, no rush. I want to keep enjoying your delicious dish, senior," Xia Tian said, pulling Jian Qin into her arms. Jian Qin looked helpless in Xia Tian's embrace, but she was actually quite happy that Xia Tian was so greedy. "You're such a greedy person, Mom, alright? Be a good girl and wait to enjoy your food. I'm going to the bathroom first." Jian Qin gave Xia Tian a kiss before letting her go. After Jian Qin left, Xia Tian felt like she needed to use the restroom, so she got up and left the private room. But just as Xia Tian was about to step out of the private room, she quickly pulled one foot back. Because he heard a familiar voice, "Su Ro?" Looking sideways at the door of the private room, Xia Tian indeed saw Su Ro walking into the restaurant with a middle-aged man wearing glasses and with a refined appearance. Su Ro's charming laughter came over, but it sounded particularly grating to Xia Tian's ears. Xia Tian stared in disbelief as Su Ro chatted and laughed with another man outside. Wasn't this situation a bit too sci-fi? Didn't Su Ro say she was attending a technical exchange meeting at the school next door? How come she's suddenly dating another man at a private restaurant? "I just saw my first wife, Xinhuan, cheating on me with a man surnamed Lin and going to a hotel with him. Then I saw my second wife, Su Ro, chatting and laughing with another man, having a meal and a date at a private restaurant. Sometimes the world really is a small place." Xia Tian watched coldly as Su Ro and that man disappeared into the doorway of a private room. Her face turned green with rage. Just then, Jian Qin returned from the restroom. Seeing Xia Tian standing at the door with a dark expression, Jian Qin was completely confused and went up to him, asking, "Junior, what's wrong? Go to that private room and see how many people are in there. It would be best if you could take a picture for me," Xia Tian said to Jian Qin, pointing to the door of a private room. "Huh?" Jian Qin was completely confused. What was her junior up to now? She looked at Xia Tian with a puzzled expression, but Xia Tian had a dark face and looked like he was filled with bitter hatred and gritted his teeth. Why does that junior's expression look so familiar? It's like I've seen it before. Isn't that the same expression Xia Tian had when he saw that woman sitting in the Ferrari at the hotel? Could that woman have also come to this restaurant? Could it be such a coincidence? He couldn't help but glance at his watch. Considering the travel time, wasn't her arrival time a bit too short? She sighed and felt sorry for her junior for 3 seconds. She could understand the blow to a man after such an incident. Xia Tian was still rational and did not fight on the spot, but chose to preserve the evidence. Without saying a word, Jian Qin immediately turned around, took out her phone, and headed towards the private room. Even though the other party had already seen her, Jian Qin did not hesitate at all in order to preserve evidence for her junior. They should be the ones who are afraid. What is there to be afraid of when you are doing something upright and above board? With her phone's recording function turned on beforehand and in her hand, Jian Qin suddenly pushed open the door to the private room. As soon as the door to the private room was pushed open, Jian Qin was stunned. She wasn't pretending, she was genuinely stunned. The couple inside the room wasn't the one she had seen before, but a couple she didn't know. The man was kneeling on one knee, presumably confessing his love to the woman. As the door was pushed open, the three people looked at each other in surprise. When Jian Qin saw that it was a stranger, she hurriedly apologized and left the private room. She also thoughtfully closed the door for the couple who were confessing their love inside the room. Phew, looks like the junior got it wrong this time. Although the woman in the private room was also very beautiful, she was a completely different style from the previous woman. Even if the other party were fast, it couldn't be this fast. Jian Qin returned to the private room and said, "Junior, you've got it wrong this time. Although there is a couple inside, they are not the same couple from the hotel." "Did you take a picture?" Xia Tian didn't know whether to answer or not, since they weren't the same couple. "I did manage to get a picture, but the guy was proposing in the private room, and I almost ruined it," Jian Qin said, waving her phone. "Give me the phone." Xia Tian gritted his teeth, offering no explanation, but simply took Jian Qin's phone to check. Looking at the video on the screen, a surge of anger rushed to his head. Chapter 41: Both Wives Betrayed. Jian Qin was dumbfounded as she watched Xia Tian forward the proposal video from her phone to him and save it. Wasn't there a mistake? Why save someone else's proposal video? Jian Qin wanted to remind Xia Tian that she had made a mistake, but she happened to see the change in Xia Tian's expression. What kind of expression was that? Anger flashed by, sadness was immediately suppressed, hatred and gritted teeth were also hidden, and finally it turned into helplessness, then into indifference, and finally she let out a long breath, as if she had figured everything out at this moment. The question that was about to come out of her mouth was swallowed back down by Jian Qin. This situation didn't seem quite right with what she had imagined. Could it be? Another seemingly impossible possibility popped into her mind. Could it be that ridiculous? Just thinking about this possibility made Jian Qin feel too shocked, and she dared not think any further. She also looked at Xia Tian with a very strange gaze. Could it be that Xia Tian, her junior, has some kind of problem? Otherwise, there's no reason why he would encounter such things one after another. Her originally joyful and sweet emotions gradually calmed down. She needed to seriously consider her relationship with her junior. That's just how people are. The key is that this kind of thing is too coincidental, which makes Jian Qin wonder and suspicious. Xia Tian handed the phone back to Jian Qin, clearly sensing that the atmosphere between the two had become somewhat strange. Moreover, from Jian Qin's hesitant expression, it was clear that the other party had probably already guessed something. A flash of annoyance crossed Xia Tian's face. Why did it seem like she was the one with the problem? The two women I asked to take photos for me are both my wives, legally married. The first one was someone I forced into a matchmaking arrangement, and the second is her best friend. We agreed to use me as a tool to prevent her from being forced into matchmaking herself. But they don't know that I actually, and... Rather than letting Jian Qin speculate wildly, Xia Tian frankly explained her relationship with Shenwan and Su Rou. As for how the other party would think after she told them, that was beyond Xia Tian's control. After venting her frustrations, she felt a little better. Fortunately, Xia Tian's time with Shenwan and Su Rou was still short, as there was a 21-day military training period in between. Therefore, the three of them had very little contact and had not developed any real feelings for each other. Xia Tian had not even held their hands. Her liking for them was mainly due to their exceptionally beautiful appearance. Although she was very unwilling to let it end like this, things often don't go as planned. Just then, the waiter started bringing the dishes to the table. Xia Tian channeled her resentment and anger into her appetite, eating and drinking heartily. She didn't even acknowledge Jian Qin, who was struggling to process the information she had just said, letting her think it through herself. After tonight's events, Xia Tian's attitude towards women will change. The Xia Tian who was innocent and easily moved by genuine feelings will never return. The moment Jian Qin hesitated and doubted herself, Xia Tian had already given her a very low opinion of her. Although she was attracted to Jian Qin's beauty and long legs in black stockings, Xia Tian had become much more open-minded about her. The reason I explained those things to Jian Qin was mainly because I felt so frustrated and unwilling to accept it, and I wanted to confide in someone. Also, it was because Jian Qin had helped me. If it weren't for her help, I really wouldn't have been able to get this kind of evidence. In addition, I didn't want her to misunderstand me. In general, forced marriages do not allow divorce within 5 years, except in special circumstances, such as when one party commits adultery, domestic violence, or other crimes. In such cases, divorce is permitted if there is sufficient evidence. The evidence Jian Qin gave herself was enough to be leverage in her divorce. I was too naive before. Now, all I want to do in the summer is finish my meal quickly, send Jian Qin back to school, and then enjoy the happiness of being rich tonight. Jian Qin finally came to her senses. She didn't doubt the truth of Xia Tian's words, because all 3 parties involved were from Tsinghua University. Jian Qin had already checked the information of the 2 female teachers on the school's official website and confirmed that they were real people. She was initially taken aback by the fact that such a melodramatic plot was unfolding right before her eyes, and she was also shocked by the way the 2 beautiful female teachers, Shuemu and Mushi, acted. From Xia Tian's account, we know that the 2 female teachers were unaware that Xia Tian was actually a very wealthy man. This is likely the reason they chose other men. After all, in their minds, Xia Tian was just a poor freshman in college, and their choice of a man they perceived as richer and more powerful is understandable. Who doesn't want a better life? Summer is really stupid. Why hide your money if you have it? 2 perfectly legitimate and beautiful wives were snatched away by a man who was clearly not as rich as him. Now look what happened. He secretly rejoiced. At this moment, Jian Qin became even more determined to win over Xia Tian, this young, wealthy junior who also longed for romance. Just now, Xia Tian had inadvertently revealed that he had a huge amount of savings of several hundred million yuan, which made Jian Qin's heart pound wildly. Junior, how do these dishes taste? I didn't lie to you, did I? Jian Qin ran her hand through her hair and said to Xia Tian in a casual manner. The taste is really good, especially this black velvet abalone and sea cucumber soup, it's so delicious. Senior, you should eat too, I'll take you back to school after you finish. Xia Tian looked up and replied to Jian Qin before continuing to eat and drink heartily. The food at this private restaurant was indeed delicious, giving Xia Tian's taste buds a real treat. After hearing Xia Tian's words, Jian Qin lost all appetite. She could clearly sense the distance in Xia Tian's words. Everything had been fine before, and Jian Qin could also feel Xia Tian's affection for her body. The only thing missing between them was going to a hotel and having sex. But what does it mean that Xia Tian said he would take her back to school after dinner? Jian Qin felt a pang of panic. She must have upset her junior because of her hesitant and indecisive expression earlier. Junior, are you angry with me? Jian Qin stopped eating, took a step forward and squatted down, looking up at Xia Tian pitifully. From this angle, Xia Tian, who was sitting and eating, could see her delicate and pretty face and some faint traces of fair and delicate skin. Chapter 42 Getting Started. The next morning, Xia Tian opened her eyes at around 10 a.m. Luckily, she had a day off and didn't have to go to school, otherwise, by the time she got to school, it would probably be almost lunchtime. Inside the luxurious presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel Beijing, where Xia Tian rested last night, she felt 2 menacing eyes staring at her as soon as she opened her eyes. Summer, with her smooth skin, couldn't help but shrink back. Looking up, she saw 2 alluring and stunningly beautiful figures, both of whom looked rather embarrassed and angry. The woman on the left has a full face, well-proportioned cheekbones, and beautiful eyebrows and eyes. Her eyes seem to speak volumes, and at this moment, they clearly reveal dissatisfaction. She has a straight nose, rosy lips, and a round chin. She is a classic oval-faced beauty with an innate noble and elegant temperament. Standing there without saying a word, she makes Xia Tian feel a sense of oppression. The woman on the right has a classic oval face, with delicate eyebrows, bright and lively eyes, and a small cherry-like mouth beneath her petite nose. She is equally exquisite and charming. Xia Tian couldn't help but compare the 2 women in front of her with Shenwan and Su Rou in her mind. Although those 2 women had long been labeled as scumbags in Xia Tian's mind, it was undeniable that they were indeed very beautiful. After comparing the 2 women in front of her with them, she could only say that each of them had their own merits. Looking at the 2 women before him, both possessing stunning beauty, Xia Tian recalled some scenes from last night. Last night, Xia Tian ultimately took Jian Qin back to school. Firstly, the suspicious look Jian Qin gave him earlier made Xia Tian uncomfortable and hurt his pride. Secondly, Xia Tian didn't want to talk about feelings with the woman tonight, but Jian Qin clearly wanted to talk about feelings with him, so they could only postpone it another day. The Lamborghini was quite fast, and Xia Tian quickly dropped Jian Qin off at the school gate, while he sped away amidst Jian Qin's reluctant gaze. Jian Qin was so frustrated she felt like she was about to vomit blood. Tonight was supposed to be such a perfect opportunity. The innocent young virgin was heartbroken by two women at the same time, the perfect chance for her to take advantage of his vulnerability. Unfortunately, everything was ruined by that inexplicable moment of doubt she had. She regretted it so much. She should have used her generous heart to comfort her junior's wounded soul, then everything would have fallen into place naturally. Unfortunately, there's no going back. Xia Tian decided to stop listening to the system's prompts, because judging from the lessons of Shenwan and Su Rou, sometimes listening to the system was simply jumping into a fire pit. Summer originally planned to go to a bar. It's like a rich man showing off in the dark if he doesn't go to a bar. But then he remembered that right after he got the system, he went to a bar, the really hottest kind. It turned out to be the hottest nightclub, with the craziest and wildest women. The system kept warning Summer that the women he saw were either poisonous, promiscuous, had inflammation, or hemorrhoids. In the end, Summer gave up. On a sweltering summer day, I parked my car near a park not far from the school and decided to take a walk there to clear my head and distract myself. This park is very close to Tsinghua University and not far from the neighboring Imperial University. The environment is so it's just a place for leisurely walks and strolling with kids. Summer was strolling around when she ran into two women drinking in the park. These were the same two women who were now standing by the bed, glaring at her angrily. As luck would have it, the two women were both teachers at Imperial University. When Xia Tian learned this, he was secretly surprised, realizing that he had a deep connection with his teachers. At first, Xia Tian saw that the two women were sexy and beautiful, and their looks were in no way inferior to Shenwan and Su Rou, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Little did he know that their fate would begin from those few glances. The woman with the oval face is named Guya, and the woman with the heart-shaped face is named Lu Xian. The relationship between the two women is just like that between Shenwan and Su Rou. They are both colleagues and best friends. Having nothing to do today, Lu Xian dragged Guya to the park to relax and have a drink together. Before meeting Guya, Lu Xian enjoyed going to bars for a drink. However, Guya disliked those smoky and chaotic entertainment venues. Coupled with her current professional identity, Lu Xian gradually gave up her love of going to bars and now occasionally goes to the park for a drink. Guya knew her best friend's hobby and had no objection to having a drink in the park. The two enjoyed snacks and drinks while admiring the beautiful scenery, feeling incredibly content. Most of the people coming and going in the park are elderly. Young people rarely come to the park at night. So, although the two women were incredibly beautiful, they were not bothered. This is why they often come to the park to have a drink. Among a group of elderly people, a young man suddenly appeared. He looked very handsome and dashing, so Lu Xian couldn't help but invite him to sit down with her. And that's how the three of them met. At first, Xia Tian didn't think anything would happen between the three of them. He was just bored by himself, and when the beautiful girl invited him to have a drink together, it seemed like a good idea. Drinking, especially between men and women, can make people more excited and bolder the more they drink. No one knows how the three of them ended up talking about their love lives. As they talked, they somehow made a bet. Then, Xia Tian booked the presidential suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. After losing the bet, Lu Xian and Guya accompanied Xia Tian to the presidential suite at the Four Seasons Hotel to continue drinking. Then, no one knows how the three of them ended up in the same bed. Everything happened so naturally. Before Xia Tian woke up, Guya and Lu Xian had already woken up. When the two women saw the messy scene in the room and recalled what happened last night, they were filled with shame and indignation. But who could they blame for this? Moreover, it seems that the two of them who were drunk last night were the ones who took the initiative. Before Xia Tian woke up, the two hurriedly dressed themselves, intending to take the opportunity to leave. Whether they considered last night a mistake or a beautiful encounter, neither of them could face it. But looking at the bedsheets stained in two places, the bright and eye-catching color made the two hesitate again. Recalling the details of last night, Xia Tian seemed to be a novice as well, and all three of them were novice drivers. Looking at his young and handsome face, and the fact that he casually booked a presidential suite, it's clear he has considerable financial resources. Based on my own experience, his physical strength is also excellent. Chapter 43 Honest Confession. It seems that having someone else become your husband isn't such an unacceptable thing. Once the idea emerged, it took root and sprouted uncontrollably in the minds of Guya and Lucien. It feels a little strange that two best friends marry the same man, but it's not unacceptable. After all, that's the reality in our country, and it's commonplace for capable men to have multiple wives. I'm willing to take responsibility, Xia Tian said timidly first. Two dark red stains on the bedsheet made Xia Tian realize that she had won the lottery last night. Although Xia Tian had planned to become a heartless scumbag after being hurt by Shenwan and Su Ro yesterday, he wasn't cut out to be one. Seeing the situation before him, he immediately offered to take responsibility. After Xia Tian revealed his attitude, Guya and Lucien breathed a sigh of relief. They were secretly glad that he wasn't a scumbag and didn't do anything like going back on his word. You wish. You think you can get your hands on two of us stunning beauties so easily? Although she was quite satisfied with Xia Tian's attitude, Lucien still said arrogantly, "Tell me about your situation first. I wasn't paying much attention yesterday while drinking." "Well, how about you wait until I put my clothes on before we talk?" Xia Tian said somewhat awkwardly. Although they had already been completely honest with each other last night and had a deep conversation, the two of them were already fully clothed. It made Xia Tian feel embarrassed to talk to them while they were naked. The two girls blushed, and Lucien pouted arrogantly, "Who cares to look at you? It's not like we haven't seen you before." However, the two women turned around and walked out of the bedroom. The presidential suite was large, with 2 bedrooms and a large living room outside. After the two women left, Xia Tian immediately got up and put on his clothes. He then went to the bathroom to wash up quickly before leaving the bedroom. Seeing the two women already sitting on the living room sofa, Xia Tian suggested, "Why don't we eat something first to fill our stomachs and chat while we eat?" Last night was quite a commotion, and Xia Tian is already quite hungry by now. I imagine the two girls are hungry too. After hearing Xia Tian say this, Lucien, who was already hungry, immediately nodded in agreement. Firstly, she was really hungry, and secondly, she had heard about the breakfast service in the presidential suite and was also looking forward to it. Seeing that Lucien, the little foodie, had already agreed, Guya couldn't refuse anymore, so she acquiesced to Xia Tian's request. Presidential suites are usually equipped with a dedicated room butler, but last night I was so busy drinking that I didn't remember the room butler's contact information. So Xia Tian picked up the room phone and called the front desk to explain that she needed breakfast service. Soon, the presidential suite's butler pushed a food cart and knocked on the door. After the three of them enjoyed a delicious, almost excessively lavish breakfast, they sat down again and began to get down to business. Next, Xia Tian briefly explained his situation to the two women. This time, learning from his previous experience with Shenwan and the others, he did not choose to keep a low profile, but instead immediately revealed his strong financial strength. When Guya and Lucien saw the long string of numbers in Xia Tian's bank account balance, they were speechless with astonishment, their mouths slightly agape. What a tycoon! And not just any tycoon, but someone with over 500 million yuan in bank account balance. How many people can do that? Guya was alright, although she was also shocked. She managed to remain composed and didn't lose her composure or act exaggeratedly. Lucien, on the other hand, had already become very alert, her breathing rapid, and her face flushed. Xia Tian continued to introduce his situation without stopping, mentioning that he owned 2 Bentley Mulsanne cars and a Lamborghini supercar, as well as an apartment building next door, and so on. Finally, he said again, "However, there is a special situation, I don't know if you mind?" Xia Tian hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. Guya and Lucien exchanged a glance. Sure enough, even a high-quality man like this couldn't be without flaws. Now it was time to start talking about them. Go on, Guya gestured for Xia Tian to continue. Well, I'm already married, and I have 2 wives. This kind of thing can't be hidden. The other party will find out when we get the marriage certificate later, so it's better to explain it clearly now to avoid misunderstandings. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Guya and Lucien sighed inwardly. It was indeed a common problem for wealthy men, they tended to have many women around them. While they could enjoy a high-quality material life with one of them, they couldn't exclusively enjoy the other's love. However, one of my 2 marriage partners was a forced match, and the other was someone I agreed to be just a tool for her to avoid being forced into a match before we even got our marriage certificate, Xia Tian continued to explain. Xia Tian's explanation brought smiles back to Guya and Lucien's faces. Not bad. Although he's rich, he's not a scumbag. He's responsible and honest, and you can tell from his words that he's sincere. He's not a smooth talker. This was Guya's internal assessment of Xia Tian after hearing his self-introduction. What does your family do? They must have requirements for your marriage, right? Why would they force you into a marriage match? Guya suddenly asked. Judging from Xia Tian's apparent financial strength, his family must be quite wealthy. Such a family should have already chosen a partner for him, so why would they force him into a marriage match? Well, I believe in fate. My family doesn't interfere with my love life, they let me make all the decisions. Xia Tian didn't explain further. Given his enormous wealth, he couldn't explain it clearly at the moment, so it was best to maintain his mysterious family background. Well, let's introduce ourselves. Xiaoxian and I both graduated from Imperial University this year with our master's degrees and stayed on as teachers. I'm from the mathematics department and Xiaoxian is from the literature department. We're both 25 years old this year. Guya also briefly introduced their basic information, which was really very simple. Fortunately, Lu Xian was there to supplement the information. After listening to Lu Xian's more detailed explanation, Xia Tian could only exclaim inwardly, "Holy crap!" He thought to himself, women these days are all too amazing. They're so outstanding that it's beyond words. Gu Yachuan is a leading figure in mathematical theory, having published countless papers in mathematics journals and is an authority in the field. Lu Xian also achieved remarkable success in literature, producing a large number of short stories. These two women in front of me are absolutely outstanding, and they are in no way inferior to Shenwan and Su Rou. Chapter 44 Buying Two Spots. System, please check their attributes for me. Xia Tian instructed the system in his mind to check the basic information of the two people. The system's data in this regard was quite accurate. Ding, name, Guya. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 95. Length, 90. Purity, 99%. Favorability, 70. Occupation, mathematics professor at Imperial University. Ding, name, Lu Xian. Age, 25. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Length, 95. Purity, 99%. Favorability, 75. Occupation, lecturer at the Faculty of Letters, Imperial Capital University. The two women's stats were indeed impressive, and their purity was beyond question, as Xia Tian had personally experienced. All three parties were quite satisfied with each other, and Xia Tian immediately chose to buy the marriage quota. There was no need to hesitate, as everything that needed to be done had already been done, and the evidence was still in bed and hadn't been destroyed yet. As a man, I should take responsibility for what I've done. To be honest, Xia Tian is very satisfied with both Guya and Lu Xian in terms of appearance, figure, and profession. Last night was not only the time when two girls turned into women, but also the time when Xia Tian turned from a boy into a man. Therefore, Xia Tian's special feelings for these two girls made it impossible for him to give up on them. Xia Tian took out her ID card and her phone. Shenwan and Su Rou had both called her last night, and feeling annoyed, Xia Tian had turned off her phone last night. Upon turning on my phone, I was bombarded with text message notifications, all of which were about missed calls. I glanced at them and saw that almost all of them were calls and texts from Shenwan and Su Rou, plus one call from Jin Xin and two calls from Wang Nan. The green bubble icon showed 99 plus messages, but Xia Tian was busy getting her marriage certificate, so she ignored all of them, crossed them out, and directly opened the National Marriage Online Registration Center app to proceed. The two girls weren't shy at all since they had made up their minds, they registered their marriage on their phones. Xia Tian first registered her marriage with Guya. After registering with Guya, before she could even check their electronic marriage certificate, Xia Tian registered her marriage with Lu Xian again. Meanwhile, Guya, filled with endless emotions, opened her electronic marriage certificate to check it. She had been married off so quietly and without any explanation in just one night. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Spouse, Xia Tian, gender, male. Note, your spouse is on their third marriage. Family members include Xia Tian, Shenwan, Su Rou, Guya. Rumble. Guya felt a buzzing sound in her head. Thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her, she rubbed them again and stared at the name on the notes below the electronic marriage certificate, Shenwan. Yes, it was her. The person you registered your marriage with is Shenwan? Guya asked Xia Tian, looking completely bewildered. Xia Tian, who had just received her marriage certificate with Lu Xian, unexpectedly turned around and looked at Guya. Although she didn't know how Guya knew that Xinhuan was her wife, she still explained, "Well, she was the person I was forced to marry, but she won't be my wife for long." Meanwhile, in the faculty apartment at Tsinghua University, Xinhuan and Su Ro had only slept for a short time the night before and got up early in the morning. Xia Tian, who was supposed to return to the apartment, hadn't come back all night, and Xinhuan was certain that Xia Tian hadn't gone back to the boys' dormitory. The two of them were sitting on the living room sofa, staring at each other. They had planned to go shopping together today, and they were even preparing to buy Xia Tian some clothes and other everyday items, but now Xia Tian had completely disappeared. Ding dong, ding dong. 2 consecutive text message notifications prompted Xinhuan and Su Ro to immediately pick up their phones to check, fearing they might have missed a reply from Xia Tian. "Dear Ms. Xinhuan Su Ro, your husband Xia Tian purchased a 3rd marriage registration slot. As his spouse, you have the right to know. If you have any objections, you can file a review through the online Marriage Registration Center app or go to the offline Marriage Registration Center." The text messages received on both of their phones were the same, sent by the National Marriage Registration Center. After reading the message, Xinhuan and Su Ro looked up at each other in surprise. Before they could express their opinions or accuse Xia Tian, another notification message rang. "Dear Ms. Xinhuan Su Ro, your husband Xia Tian purchased the 4th marriage quota. As his spouse, you have the right to know. If you have any objections, you can report them through the online Marriage Registration Center app or go to the offline Marriage Registration Center to file a review." Hiss. He just bought his 3rd marriage quota, and immediately after that, he bought his 4th. What on earth is Xia Tian up to? Is he planning to become a stud? Buying a 2nd marriage slot costs 1 million yuan, a 3rd costs 2 million yuan, and a 4th costs a whopping 3 million yuan. What on earth is Xia Tian up to? Is this some kind of scheme? Borrowing so much money, has this guy lost his mind? Warner, did you receive any text message notifications? Su Ro asked Xinhuan incredulously, wondering if she had received a scam message. Received it. Xia Tian bought 2 more marriage slots. Xinhuan gritted her teeth, having lost her usual calm and composure. Then it's not a scam text message. Holy crap, is this kid out of his mind? Doesn't he know his own situation? We haven't even had a new house of our own since we got married. We're still here, working hard to earn money to buy him a car and a house, and here he is, bewitched by some vixen this time? He bought 2 spots at once. It's one thing if he has money, but he hasn't even finished paying off his previous loans, and now he's saddled with so much more debt. Su Ro was furious. If Xia Tian were in front of her now, she would definitely teach him a lesson. She would never let him off easily. Xinhuan's originally beautiful eyebrows were now furrowed. Su Ro was angry, so of course she couldn't be happy either. Before Xinhuan, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, could even express her opinion, the two of them simultaneously received a notification text message from the National Marriage Registration Center. This time, the notification text message left the two of them even more astonished. It was a notification that Xia Tian had registered her marriage with someone. Chapter 45 Fated Rivals. Dear Ms. Xinhuan Su Ro, your husband Xia Tian used the 3rd marriage registration quota to register his marriage with another woman. As his spouse, you have the right to know this and can view the other party's information on your electronic marriage certificate page. If you have any objections, you can report them through the online Marriage Registration Center app or go to the offline Marriage Registration Center to file a review. Dear Ms. Xinhuan Su Ro, your husband Xia Tian used the 4th marriage registration slot to register his marriage with another woman. As his spouse, you have the right to know this and can view the other party's information on your electronic marriage certificate page. If you have any objections, you can report them through the online Marriage Registration Center app or go to the offline Marriage Registration Center to file a review. 2 notification text messages were sent to Xinhuan and Su Ro's phones in quick succession, and the anger that they hadn't had a chance to vent before all came out at once. This is outrageous. He's gone too far. The usually loud and boisterous Su Ro didn't yell or curse at Xia Tian this time, which showed that Su Ro was really angry. Find him first and get a reasonable explanation from him, otherwise. The unspoken part was divorce. Xinhuan's chest heaved rapidly, showing that she was also very unsettled. Thinking of this, Xinhuan was about to take out her phone to call Xia Tian again, but she saw the information on the electronic marriage certificate page that she had just clicked on but hadn't had time to check yet. Guya. The name, especially those 2 characters, gave Xinhuan a jolt. Her eyes narrowed involuntarily, and her heart was filled with a turbulent emotional turmoil. Guya had another name that made Xinhuan's gaze sharpen, Lu Xian. Tsinghua University and Beijing University are both top-tier universities in China, and their relationship is quite complex, as they are both competitors and partners. As the brightest rising stars in their respective schools, both are gifted young women, both are talented and gentle beauties, and Shenwan, Zuro, Guya, and Lu Xian are inevitably compared to each other. This is a competitive relationship at work, but there is another layer of insider relationship that no one knows about. Shenwan and Guya are actually childhood friends. The two met when they were still wearing diapers, and then went to the same kindergarten, the same primary school, the same junior high school, and the same high school. They were both considered the pride of their teachers and classmates and were the key students that the school was focusing on developing. The key point is that the two are very similar. It's not that they both have stunningly beautiful faces, but rather that their personalities and styles are very similar. They are both calm and composed, intellectual and elegant, gentle and virtuous. Even twins can have different personalities, but apart from their appearances, these two are extremely similar in other aspects. Two girls like these in the same school and the same class will inevitably be compared along the way. Teachers, classmates, parents, relatives, and friends will always compare the two of them as soon as possible. They were constantly being compared, especially with the unintentional encouragement from both sets of parents. Subconsciously, the two of them couldn't help but secretly compete with each other. As a result, their relationship gradually drifted apart starting from the 4th grade of elementary school. The two who were once inseparable and could talk about anything gradually became estranged and were no longer as close as before. The older they got, the fiercer the competition became. They were both determined to defeat each other completely. They became rivals purely due to external factors. Everyone hoped the two would become rivals, to see the two women fight it out. There was a strange sense of exhilaration and anticipation. Deep down, neither of the two women is the competitive type. They would rather the other remain a partner to move forward together, rather than an opponent who is constantly being compared to them. However, all of this was somewhat beyond their control. Over the years, their relationship had faded, and they had become accustomed to competition, always seeing each other as each other's strongest rivals. This situation didn't change until college. When they were filling out their college applications, the two of them sat down together for the first time in many years and chatted like ordinary friends. Next, Shenwan was admitted to Tsinghua University, and Guya was admitted to Beijing University. The competition between these two peerless beauties seemed to have been temporarily put to an end at this moment. This left many onlookers who were still hoping for a continued competition between the two somewhat disappointed, as they would no longer be able to witness the most direct and intense rivalry between them. However, both of them attended the top-tier universities in the country, and coincidentally, these two universities have always been in constant competition, with each vying to prove which is the best university in the country. Unsurprisingly, after they went to university, although the opportunities for direct competition decreased, they were still compared from time to time. Who received the top scholarship, who completed their credits ahead of schedule, who chose a second major, who was admitted to graduate school, who produced research results during their graduate studies, who produced the most research results, whose research results were the most important, and who ultimately stayed on at the university. As a result, the two have been compared without anyone noticing for so many years. Fortunately, they are in different majors, otherwise the situation would have been even more intense. Shenwan felt a sense of disorientation when she looked at the name. Was it really fate that the two of them were destined to be entangled like this for the rest of their lives? Just in case, I looked at Guya's detailed information, a teacher in the mathematics department of Imperial University. As expected, it was Guya, the one I knew, the old rival I'd been competing with for so many years. How could Guya be involved in something as simple as getting married? What's going on? Is she trying to steal my husband? No matter how sexy, elegant, and poised Rin Shenwan was, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger upon seeing Guya's name. Originally, upon learning of Xia Tian's remarriage, Shenwan had already considered divorcing Xia Tian. This was because Xia Tian's situation was a special case, exempt from the 5-year protection period for forced marriages. As long as Shenwan expressed her disapproval of Xia Tian's remarriage, she could file for divorce at the Civil Affairs Department at any time. But now Shenwan completely suppressed this thought in her heart. Her subconscious habit of competing with Guya when she met her did not allow her to back down in the slightest. If she chooses to divorce Xia Tian now, wouldn't that prove that she has lost to Guya in the battle for her husband? Chapter 46. You want a divorce? Explain yourself. As Shenwan looked at the name Guya, she was lost in endless memories, which also fueled her anger and fighting spirit. Coincidentally, Guya on the other side was also lost in endless memories and sighs when she saw the name Shenwan. The two women were very familiar with each other's names, and had practically been each other's companions throughout their lives. Your forced marriage partner is Shinwan? The same Shinwan who stayed on as a teacher at your school this year? Guya asked Xia Tian again, her face full of disbelief. Xia Tian was puzzled, but she figured they were all young and beautiful female university teachers, and they probably knew each other's names. Yes, that's her. Xia Tian answered confidently. But I'll divorce her soon, she said resolutely. Why did you get a divorce? Did she bring it up with you? Guya glanced at Xia Tian, feeling a pang of emotion, but pressed for an answer. No, it's that I want to divorce her. Xia Tian originally wanted to explain the reason for the divorce to Guya, but unfortunately, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Xia Tian picked up his phone and saw that, well, just like the saying goes, speak of the devil. It was Shinwan calling. I originally wanted to hang up, but then I thought that avoiding each other like this wasn't a solution. I had to make things clear, cut the Gordian knot, and get a divorce. That way, we could both let each other off the hook. He never thought of forgiving Shinwan and Su Ro. He had always been rather naive when it came to relationships, but precisely because of this naivety, he was even more intolerant of any imperfections. In his dictionary, the word forgiveness had never existed in matters of the heart. He believes in the adage, once unfaithful, never trusted again. And betrayal is either 0 times or countless times. After thinking about this, Xia Tian swiped her finger to the right and answered Shinwan's call. Hey, when are you coming back? Shinwan didn't immediately question Xia Tian about how he could marry another woman without her and Su Ro's consent, his 2 original wives. Besides, it would be too late to ask now, and this kind of thing couldn't be explained in a few words. She'd rather meet Xia Tian in person to find out the truth. Shinwan's voice was as gentle as ever, warming anyone who heard it. But at this moment, that gentle voice of hers sounded particularly jarring to Xia Tian. Go back? Or maybe not. I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay at your place any longer, and it might upset someone. Xia Tian said meaningfully. What do you mean someone is unhappy? Besides, Shero is your legal wife now, and your room has already been furnished. Shinwan sensed the hidden meaning in Xia Tian's words, but she didn't understand what Xia Tian meant at the moment. Alright, we're all adults here, let's stop acting. Aren't you tired? Let's be frank. I admit you two are very beautiful, and I did have inappropriate thoughts about you before. Neither you nor Su Ro are interested in me, so just say so. As long as you're honest, I definitely won't pester you or do something as tasteless as clinging to you. But you insisted on doing it so secretly. Do you like playing with fire? In the end, it makes everyone look so ugly. Why bother? Tell Su Ro on Monday that we should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together and get a divorce. That way, you won't have to live like this anymore, and we can part amicably. Xia Tian didn't like beating around the bush. Although he was still angry about Shinwan and Su Ro's betrayal, looking at his 2 wives, Guya and Lu Xian, who were in no way inferior to Shinwan and Su Ro in terms of beauty, temperament, and figure, Xia Tian chose to calmly and directly state his thoughts. Xia Tian felt that she had both made things clear and hadn't said anything too harsh, which was a way of saving face for Shinwan and Su Ro. Any normal person would have stopped there and parted amicably. This kind of forced marriage was inherently unstable, and they weren't the first couple to end things this way, nor would they be the last. Xia Tian had this idea, but Shinwan was completely confused by what Xia Tian had just said. What did she mean by sneaking around? What did she mean by parting amicably? What did she mean by getting a divorce on Monday? Summer, what do you mean by that? If we refused you, do you think we would let a strange man live under the same roof as us? What did we do secretly? It's just because our identities are a bit special. I'm your homeroom teacher, and Shero is your teacher too, that we're temporarily keeping our relationship private to avoid gossip. How did that become secretly in your mouth? Shinwan was also a little angry. Xia Tian had become somewhat unreasonable at this moment, which made her very angry. Xia Tian realized that Shinwan was still dodging the issue and rambling on about other things, even after he had already gone this far. Didn't Shinwan know what he was really talking about? Did she only admit it when he explicitly used insulting words like cheating or adultery? Playing dumb? You won't give up until you see the truth? Do I have to spell it out for you, telling you exactly when, where, and with whom you went and what you did? We're all adults, can't we leave each other some dignity? After being comforted by Guya and Lu Xian last night, Xia Tian's anger had subsided considerably. She had also come to understand that although this kind of thing was immoral, it was their own choice, and she had no power to interfere. Everyone is free, and all she could do was stay away from them. Xinhuan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The more Xia Tian said, the more she felt something was off. An honest person doesn't do things in secret. Explain yourself clearly. What's going on with this ambiguity? Even if you want a divorce, you should explain things clearly. As expected, what they said online was right. Women would never admit to something like this, but you didn't expect it, did you? I saw it with my own eyes, and I even have evidence. What do you call that? Heaven has eyes and doesn't want me to be a sucker like this without knowing the truth. Or should I remind you? Think carefully about who you went with, where you went, and what you did last night. Then think about what I mean. Do you still want me to release the evidence? Since the other party is so ungrateful and won't give up until they see the truth, Xia Tian decided to stop hiding it for his own benefit. Chapter 47. Xinhuan is not that kind of person. Xia Tian's words caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Anyone who wasn't a fool could understand what Xia Tian meant. Not only did Xinhuan and Su Rou on the other end of the phone change their expressions, but Guya and Lu Xian, who were sitting on the side listening, were also dumbfounded and looked at each other. Xia Tian, I never thought you were such a despicable person. We sisters were blind to have such a heartless and treacherous person. You want a divorce, right? Fine, you'd better explain yourself clearly, or I'm not finished with you. Su Rou's voice suddenly came from the phone. Because Xinhuan's expression turned pale after hearing Xia Tian's question, Su Rou took the phone. Heh, you're not done with me yet? You should be grateful I didn't expose you too. And Su Rou, don't yell at me like that. Do you think I don't have evidence against you? You were all so romantic at the restaurant last night, weren't you? You even proposed during your date. Xia Tian was no longer going to show them any mercy, so she ruthlessly revealed the details of the video Jianqin had taken for her. After saying that, Xia Tian hung up the phone. This disgusting incident ruined his good mood, which was originally about getting married to Guya and Lu Xian. I realized that my self-cultivation is still insufficient. Guya looked thoughtful, while Lu Xian wore an expression of curiosity and gossip-filled anticipation, practically screaming, I'm going to eat this gossip. This was definitely big news. The young and beautiful goddess teacher at Tsinghua University was having an affair. Just thinking about it made one's eyes light up, and their anticipation was palpable. But then I thought about it, and Xia Tian is my husband now. If he loses face, it's the same as me losing face, right? No, I can't be so bloating. Can you tell me about what happened between you and those two? Including the so-called evidence you gave me last night? Guya asked Xia Tian calmly. Others might not know Xinhuan well, but she knew Xinhuan too well as she knew herself. She didn't believe Xinhuan would do anything excessive, let alone be the kind of person Xia Tian described. There must be some misunderstanding. It was surprising that she and Xinhuan were entangled again because of Xia Tian, her husband, and the two of them were like an inseparable pair of enemies. Guya didn't want anyone to wrong Xinhuan. Along the way, the two had been rivals and also the windows through which she could find solace. However, the relationship between the two was something that others couldn't understand. When his wife asked, Xia Tian didn't hide anything and told Guya everything about how he, Xinhuan, and Su Rou became husband and wife, how the three of them got along, and what he had witnessed last night. When Xia Tian talked about how he saw Xinhuan go to a hotel with another man last night, he still felt a heartbreaking, suffocating feeling. However, when he talked about Su Rou being proposed to by another man, although he was also angry, he was not as sad. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the harsher the criticism. Xia Tian wasn't sure if he had fallen in love with Xinhuan and Su Rou, but there was no doubt he really liked them both. That's obvious, who doesn't love beautiful women? Especially such stunning beauties, unless Xia Tian wasn't a man. As they talked, Xia Tian himself realized that something was amiss, but because he was extremely angry at the moment, he didn't pay much attention to it. You've completely misunderstood Xinhuan. She wouldn't stoop to such a despicable act. My guess is that you've concealed your wealthy background and only interacted with Xinhuan and the others as a poor student. Xinhuan attended this economic seminar because she wanted to make money, and she's very likely doing so because of you. She figured you're still a student and don't have any income, and after the three of you get married, you can't live in the school's faculty apartments forever. You'll need a house and a car in the capital. As for what you saw about Xinhuan and that man surnamed Lin going to a hotel, there's probably more to it than meets the eye. It's highly likely that their economic seminar last night was held at that hotel. After listening to Xia Tian's story, Guya immediately analyzed it. Although she used speculation, her confident expression and tone made people completely believe that what she said was the truth. But she clearly said the seminar was at the school, and I didn't see anyone else there. Xia Tian argued. The reason for changing the location of the seminar at the last minute was probably suggested by that guy surnamed Lin who was pursuing Shenwan. He probably really wants to have a chance to be alone with Shenwan, Guya gave her reason without thinking. But the two of them looked very intimate. Xia Tian continued to think about the flaws in Shenwan's appearance last night. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but similarly, lovers also can't stand seeing their loved ones with other people of the opposite sex. Even the slightest bit of closeness will be exaggerated. You're just overly concerned. In your eyes, it's wrong for Shenwan and that Lin guy to be together. You're looking at them with prejudice. What you perceive as intimacy might just be a matter of perspective, Guya explained. If it weren't for the fact that you've been with me since I got off work last night, Xiaoya, I would have suspected that you were at the scene too. You had that Sherlock Holmes-like detective vibe. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Guya shook her head. This matter was really easy for her to analyze. She just needed to put herself in Shenwan's shoes and think about what she would do in Shenwan's situation. This is my analysis of what happened to Shenwan last night. As for the other Su Ro, I don't know much more about her situation yet, but I think there's a high probability that you've misunderstood. I suggest you go back right now and have a face-to-face discussion to clarify things. After all, reputation is extremely important to a girl. Especially since you and those two are now legally married, even for the sake of your own reputation, you should get to the bottom of things. Sometimes what you see isn't necessarily the truth. Guya advised. Now, Xia Tian was dumbfounded. After witnessing Shenwan and Su Ro's actions last night, he was certain that they had both betrayed him and their marriage. But after hearing Guya's analysis, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Had he really misunderstood them? Chapter 48: The Omitted System Rewards. Seeing Xia Tian's conflicted and doubtful expression after Guya's analysis, Lu Xian said, "Why are you so conflicted? If you don't want to confront them, why not just go to the hotel and ask?" Guya's words were like a wake-up call. Yes, why don't I just go to the hotel and verify the truth? A faint hope lingered in his heart, a hope that Guya's analysis was correct. He would rather be wrong in this matter and apologize to Shenwan and Su Ro himself. But what if things were as Guya analyzed, and he really had misunderstood the two of them? His sports car was still parked in the parking lot near the park. The sports car could only seat 2 people, so after some discussion, the 3 of them took a taxi to the hotel and restaurant where they had stayed the previous night to investigate the truth of the matter. Feeling uneasy, Xia Tian first brought his 2 wives to the hotel to check if his other wife was cheating. Something felt off about it. Xia Tian's mind was a bit confused. One moment he was convinced that what he saw with his own eyes was absolutely true, and the next he thought that Guya's analysis made sense. He also recalled the details of the 3 of them getting along. Although he hadn't known Shenwan and Su Ro for very long, the 2 of them didn't seem like the kind of hypocritical people who said one thing and meant another. The more I thought about it, the more agitated I became, and the more anxious I felt. I wished I had God's perspective so I could see the whole truth of what happened last night. Oh right, don't I have a cheat system for getting rich? I wonder if it can provide that service and help me uncover the truth. Thinking of this, Xia Tian disregarded the fact that he was still in the taxi and mentally summoned the system to ask, "System, can you help me uncover the truth of this matter?" Ding, the system does not currently support this type of query service. The system's reply was ruthless and cold. Although Xia Tian was somewhat disappointed, it was not entirely unexpected. By the way, although the system can't check things, it can check people's attributes. Su Ro and Shenwan's relevant attributes have already been recorded in the system, and can be viewed in real time. Thinking of this, I immediately checked the 2 people's attributes on the system. I figured their purity level couldn't fool the system either. Because of what happened between Shenwan and Su Ro last night, Xia Tian thought that the system was a complete ripoff, dragging him into a pit of fire. After all, Shenwan was the wife that the system had carefully selected and matched for him. But after what happened, seeing Shenwan go to a hotel with another man, it was inevitable that Xia Tian would misunderstand and lose trust in the system. It's possible that all of this is a misunderstanding. Although it hasn't been fully confirmed yet, it's reasonable to assume that no matter how unreliable the system is, these personal attributes shouldn't be wrong. System, check the attributes of Shenwan and Su Ro, he instructed the system in his mind. Ding, name, Xinwan. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 98. Length, 93. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 59. Occupation, faculty member, School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. Name, Su Ro. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Length, 98. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 59. Occupation, computer science lecturer at Tsinghua University. As Xia Tian requested, the system immediately displayed the personal information of the two women. Xia Tian looked at the purity level of the two women's attribute panels and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was probably possible that he had really misunderstood them. Honestly, I'm so calm in the face of trouble. Why didn't I check the system first? However, as a normal man, if faced with a situation like last night, probably not many people could remain calm and composed, and even discover the potential problems in the process. He could easily remain indifferent if it didn't concern him, but it was his wife. It would be abnormal if he wasn't shocked or angry. After checking Xinwan and Su Ro's attributes, Xia Tian was not completely free of all doubts, but he was no longer as uneasy as before. He basically believed that Guya's analysis was correct. However, as a man, he would not be able to completely relax until he saw the truth. While these thoughts were swirling in his mind, the system hadn't yet shut down. Suddenly, the system flashed, ding! Congratulations to the host for growing from a boy into a real man, undergoing a transformation in both identity and physiology. The host is now rewarded with 100% ownership of the Emperor Hotel and 100% ownership of Su's private kitchen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consummating the marriage with his third wife, Guya, last night. You are now rewarded with a 328 square meter duplex apartment in Building 8, Chunfeng Community, plus an underground parking space. A top-of-the-line Maybach S900 luxury sedan is parked in the underground parking space of Chunfeng Residential Complex. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consummating the marriage with his fourth wife, Lu Xian, last night. You are now rewarded with a 208 square meter penthouse apartment in Building 8, Xingfuli Community, plus an underground parking space. A top-of-the-line Ferrari LaFerrari luxury sports car is parked in the underground parking space of the Xingfuli Residential Complex. Xia Tian froze, taken aback by the sudden 3 reward notifications from the system, completely unprepared. However, I was still very happy inside. Last night, I completed the step from a virgin to a man, and the system gave me such a big surprise. What is this? A coming-of-age ceremony? Not bad. In addition, both Guya and Lu Xian were rewarded with a house and a super luxury car, which can be considered a consummation gift, hee. Ding, the host currently has 4 registered wives. The standard for distributing living expenses will be increased next week to 40 million yuan per week. Hey, these good things just keep happening one after another. These system rewards should have been distributed much earlier, but because the system's automatic function was turned off last summer, these system rewards were delayed. The Emperor Hotel's 100% ownership seems to be the same hotel Xinwan visited last night, right? Could it be that the system knew I was going to investigate last night's events at the hotel, so it gave me the entire hotel beforehand? Su's private kitchen is also the restaurant where Su Ro ate last night. If it weren't for the system's deliberate arrangement, there wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? However, I like this kind of reward. Chapter 49. The new boss arrives. Summer was filled with remorse. How could she have so casually questioned her adorable yet domineering system? It was so wrong of her. If it weren't for Tongzi, I'd probably still be agonizing over whether to eat beef noodles to stave off hunger or knife-cut noodles to fill me up. But now I can choose to eat crab roe noodles and black abalone noodles, and I'm even going to have both of them in a lavish way. Xia Tian was filled with anxiety and uncertainty ever since he got into the car. His expression kept changing, sometimes showing confusion and sometimes relief. Lu Xian and Guya looked at Xia Tian sitting next to them and knew what kind of struggle he was going through. Without hesitation, Guya reached out and took Xia Tian's left hand, wanting to offer him some comfort. Guya was just like that, generous and open-minded, like Xinwan. Having already chosen Xia Tian, she wouldn't hesitate to show him her care. Lu Xian, who was initially hesitant due to shyness, saw Guya, who was always elegant and poised, actually take the initiative to reach out and hold the hand of Xiaotian, a man she had only known for less than a day. Originally somewhat arrogant, she gritted her teeth, suppressed her shyness, and chose to reach out and hold Xiaotian's other hand. Summer was slightly taken aback when the two women took her hands so readily, one on each side. She quickly came to her senses, savoring the soft touch on her palms. She grinned and gripped the women's hands even tighter in return. The reason his expression changed so drastically just now was mainly because of the system's reward information. Another major reason was that he was a person who wore his heart on his sleeve, with no guile, and everything he felt was written all over his face. "Don't be so nervous, it's okay," Guya comforted Xiaotian. Xiaotian nodded vigorously, feeling an inexplicable sense of trust in his wife. "It's probably not easy to find these things at the hotel, they probably won't tell us easily," Lu Xian interjected, offering a reminder. Guya frowned slightly upon hearing this. It was indeed possible high-end hotels generally wouldn't easily leak customer information or whereabouts. It would be best to have a police officer friend involved that would simplify things considerably and prevent the matter from becoming public knowledge. Oh, right, doesn't Xiao Xian have a relative who works in the public security system? Thinking of this, Guya turned her head to look at Lu Xian and saw that she had a slight upturn of her lips and a proud look on her face that said, "Ask me quickly." Unexpectedly, Lu Xian didn't hear Xiaotian's plea for help. Instead, she heard Xiaotian confidently say, "Don't worry about that. I have a way. Just watch me." Guya and Lu Xian were both stunned for a moment, with Lu Xian looking completely bewildered. That morning, Xiaotian had already explained his situation to them in detail. They knew that although Xiaotian owned an apartment building in the capital, he was essentially an outsider with no real connections there, he was just relatively wealthy. However, sometimes money can't solve all problems. For example, when it comes to investigating hotel surveillance footage, even if you're rich, you might not be able to get information and data that leaks customer privacy from the hotel. Looking at Xiaotian's confident expression, Guya and Lu Xian couldn't help but feel the same way. They were still too young and naive, and hadn't experienced the trials of society yet. However, neither of them chose to remind Xiaotian of these things. As teachers, they knew that some things could not be understood simply by being told them, only those who had experienced them firsthand could truly comprehend them. After making up their minds, the two women stopped bringing up the issue and instead talked about other unimportant things to distract Xiaotian. The hotel wasn't far away, and the taxi soon arrived at the Emperor Hotel, which was also a luxury hotel with a huge area and many different room types. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the taxi driver, Xiaotian entered the hotel, accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women of noble and elegant demeanor on either side of her. He spat hard on the ground, cursing inwardly, "Good cabbages are all being eaten by pigs," to vent his jealousy. Summer confidently led the two women toward the hotel. After entering the hotel lobby manager quickly came to greet them. These three outstanding men and women immediately caught her attention, especially the two exceptionally beautiful women, who made her, as a woman herself, secretly envious. Although it was a group of two women and one man, this situation is not surprising in today's society. "Are the three of you going to check into the hotel? Do you have a reservation?" The hotel lobby manager was a beautiful woman with a snake-like face. After all, the Emperor Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and the lobby manager, as the face of the hotel, must have an outstanding image. Of course, the other party was no match for Guya and Lu Xian beside him. Whether it was appearance, figure, or temperament, they were far inferior. "Yes, hello. Could you please find your general manager? I need to speak with him about something," Xiaotian said politely to the lobby manager. Guya and Lu Xian remained silent after entering the hotel, wanting to see how their young husband, Xiaotian, would handle the situation. Sir, what can I do for you to see our general manager? Perhaps I can help you." The lobby manager couldn't possibly agree to Xiaotian's strange request immediately, otherwise, if everyone wanted to do what Xiaotian did, what would their general manager do? Not bad. Although he heard that his request was excessive, the lobby manager's attitude did not change. He still appeared polite. Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his hotel had a good service attitude. "Okay, just tell him that the new boss has arrived and ask him to come over as soon as possible. By the way, I am Xiaotian, the new boss of this hotel." Xiaotian had a friendly expression and did not act arrogantly towards others just because he was the new boss. Upon hearing Xiaotian's words, the lobby manager paused, and her expression finally changed. Although she had always been very polite, it was just a habit formed by her professional requirements. She really wanted to make sure this young man who called himself Summer wasn't awake yet. Was he sleepwalking here? And the new owner of her own hotel? How dare he spout such nonsense? Did he even know the value of her hotel? She saw it clearly just now. These three people arrived at the hotel by taxi. Who can afford to own a 5-star hotel and travel by taxi? Chapter 50. The hotel really has a new owner. The lobby manager looked at the handsome guy in front of him speechlessly. Was he still drunk from last night and hadn't woken up yet? Just as she was about to politely tell the other person to get lost, her phone suddenly beeped with a barrage of message notifications. Normally, she would never check her phone in front of customers, but for some reason, she couldn't resist taking it out and looking at the bunch of messages on her phone. Perhaps she subconsciously thought that the three people in front of her were there to cause trouble, so she lost the professional demeanor she usually displayed when dealing with customers. The message on the green bubble was from the hotel's internal staff group, and in just a short time, it showed that there were already dozens of unread messages. Clicking on the unread message bar immediately displays the earliest unread message on the page. Assistant General Manager Song Jia, I have some big news to share with you all. Our hotel has a new owner. The new owner is a handsome and promising young man, only 20 years old this year, named Xia Tian. I've already told you the news. Whether you can seize the opportunity is up to you. You know what I mean. General Manager Yilan, you big mouth. Did you try to keep this a secret? You can't be allowed to know anything, or the whole world will know in no time. Angrily slaps head. It turns out that Song Jia, that little gossip, was spreading rumors again, and unsurprisingly, she got scolded by President Yi again. The lobby manager chuckled slightly upon seeing this. Such things happen frequently, and they were all used to it. Rooms manager Zhang Yanhua, Xiao Jia, where did you get this rumor from? But this time, the news is definitely big. VIP client manager Wang Jelly, wow, didn't you guys notice that President Yi neither refuted nor denied the news about Song Jia this time? Could it be true, President Yi? The lobby manager, Li Na, belatedly realized that it seemed President Yi had not denied the rumor about Song Jia, so the rumor must be true. In an instant, lobby manager Li Na's heart skipped a beat. If she remembered correctly, the handsome man in front of her was the hotel's new owner, whose name was Xia Tian. Wow, the person I'm serving really is the new boss. Li Na is now extremely grateful that she glanced at the message in the group at this critical juncture, otherwise she probably would have been packing her bags and leaving. Scrolling down quickly, I saw another message from General Manager Yi in the group. General Manager Yilan, since our big-mouthed classmate Song Jia has already told everyone, then I won't keep it a secret either. Our Emperor Hotel has indeed changed owners, and this time the new owner is wholly owned. The new boss might be coming to inspect the hotel in the next couple of days, so everyone needs to be alert and pay attention to make a good impression. If anyone is caught slacking off or not working diligently by the new boss, I won't be responsible. New boss, Xia Tian, male, 20 years old, other details unknown. Yilan was very happy. This was the best news she had received in a long time. So she wasn't really angry that Song Jia, the big mouth, had leaked the news. Instead, she took this opportunity to officially announce it. Hee, Sister Lan? Suddenly, the tightly closed office door opened a crack, and a small head peeked in, smiling ingratiatingly at Yilan. What? Yilan rolled her eyes at the other girl, feeling quite helpless with this mischievous little girl. Although they were nominally superior and subordinate, they were actually good sisters who lived and ate together. I specially hand-ground and brewed this coffee. Would you like to try it? The girl outside came out, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee in her hand, and cautiously looked at the stunningly beautiful woman behind the boss's chair. Bring it over here. Yilan said irritably to Song Jia, who now seemed cautious and timid. Okay, here you go, try it, be careful not to burn yourself. Song Jia is a girl with a charming and adorable appearance, and you can tell that she has a lively, cheerful, and optimistic personality. Yilan took the coffee from Song Jia and took a sip. To be honest, the coffee made by Song Jia, this little foodie, tasted just right for her. Perhaps it was because she was in a good mood at the moment, but her mood, which had been gloomy recently, also improved. Sister Lan, you're not angry with me anymore, are you? I really didn't mean to this time. It's because that old bastard surnamed Ma finally got out of here. You no longer have to be threatened or harassed by him, and you don't have to leave the hotel. I got so excited that I accidentally sent the message to the group chat. I promise, I will never do it again. Song Jia raised her palm as if to swear an oath, but was interrupted by Yilan. Alright, You promised me 800 times a day, but when have you ever kept your word? I'll let it go this time. Besides, even if you hadn't said anything, I would have announced it anyway. After all, it's a big deal for our hotel. We don't know if the new boss will make any personnel changes, so it's good to inform everyone so that we can all be mentally prepared and not be caught off guard if we are actually reassigned. Yilan interrupted Song Jia's promise and said this. Huh? The new boss might make personnel changes? Why don't you talk to him and tell him not to make those changes? All the employees in our hotel are so good, everyone is so hardworking and responsible, and besides, jobs are so hard to find these days. Song Jia's voice was interrupted by Yilan once again. You're already working and you're still so naive. What can I say to you? It's my fault for protecting you too much. He's the boss, what good would it do for me to say anything? Besides, I can't even guarantee I can keep working here. But even if I have to leave, I'll try my best to persuade the boss not to replace so many people. Yilan looked at Song Jia, who was still very naive even though she had been working for half a year, with a headache. What? Sister Lan, you might be replaced too? That won't do. Our hotel can do without anyone, but we absolutely cannot do without you, Sister Lan. Song Jia said urgently. That's not something you or I can decide, they're the boss. Despite the possibility of losing her job, Yilan was still in a good mood. This time, however, Song Jia interrupted her, saying, although he is the boss, he bought the hotel to make money, right? He can't possibly let a hotel he spent a huge sum of money to buy be in a loss-making state, can he? It's not like I'm the only one who can do this, maybe others can do it even better. Yilan explained to the somewhat stubborn girl. Chapter 51. Having money doesn't guarantee success, but having a lot of money can make things happen. Li Na didn't have time to think much. She only had time to tag Yilan in the group chat and type a message quickly. President Yi, a young man named Xia Tian has come to the lobby. He claims to be the new owner of our hotel and says he wants you to come to the lobby to see him. Li Na sent this message in the group chat, immediately revealing the gentlest, kindest, and most humble smile she had ever given in her professional career. She bowed slightly to Xia Tian, saying, Mr. Xia, please have a seat here for a moment. Our general manager Yi will be down shortly. Li Na gently gestured with her right hand toward the sofa lounge area in the hotel lobby. What a stroke of luck! Before speaking, I was fortunate enough to glance at the information on the green bubble, which saved me from disaster. Li Na secretly rejoiced. Xia Tian remained non-committal, looking at the surprised expressions on Lu Xian's face, especially Lu Xian, whose mouth was slightly open in shock. She chuckled and pulled Guya and Lu Xian towards the sofa area. Summer was quite satisfied with Li Na's performance. There wasn't any dramatic scene of her looking down on someone and then showing off and then contradicting herself. After the three sat down on the sofa, Li Na immediately excused herself to make tea for them and left. As soon as she left, she hurriedly made tea while taking out her phone to call General Manager Yilan. However, she couldn't get through to Yilan no matter what she tried. At that moment, Yilan and Song Jia were in the elevator, and the signal was not very good. You're the hotel owner? Really? Lu Xian was a little skeptical. Even the hotel's lobby manager doesn't recognize you. I forgot to tell you, I had my people buy out this hotel while we were there, so it'll be easier to check the security footage. Xia Tian rarely showed off in front of his two wives. Actually, he wasn't wrong to say that, since the system could be considered his tool after all. Besides, the system probably rewarded me with this hotel so that it would be easier for me to investigate Shenwan's matter last night. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that I would be rewarded with this hotel. You acquired this 5-star hotel just to make it easier to investigate what happened to Shenwan at the hotel last night? Lu Xian was shocked. If this were a lie, it would be easy to expose. The hotel's general manager would immediately see through it. So, it's highly likely that Xia Tian wasn't lying, it must be true. Yes, not only this 5-star Emperor Hotel, but also the Suji private kitchen restaurant where Su Ro ate last night, I've had it acquired too. At times like these, one must appear nonchalant. Looking at the two women's shocked expressions, Xia Tian felt secretly delighted. This shocked Lu Xian and Guya even more. To simply buy up the entire hotel and restaurant for their own convenience, turning it into their own property, what kind of arrogant act was this? It was far too simplistic and brutal. Guya was also momentarily stunned. The young husband she had married so casually seemed to be quite extraordinary. Although she was shocked, she did not lose her composure. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was not so calm and composed. Her expression had completely spiraled out of control. The two women exchanged a glance, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing their faces. They recalled their thoughts on the way to the hotel. Having money doesn't necessarily guarantee success. They thought that although Xia Tian had some money, asking a 5-star hotel to provide information involving customer privacy would likely be refused. Guya and Lu Xian had even planned that after Xia Tian was turned away, Lu Xian would ask her relative in the public security system to help him obtain the surveillance footage and information he needed. They intended to use this to teach Xia Tian a lesson, a vivid and practical social experience. This will help him understand, while learning to be humble and cautious, that money is not everything, and that he shouldn't act recklessly or arrogantly just because he has some money. It can only be said that Guya has put in a lot of effort to educate her rich second-generation husband in reverse. But all of this turned into a joke the moment Xia Tian revealed that someone had bought the hotel and another restaurant that Shenwan and Su Ro had visited the previous night. For a fleeting moment, Guya and Lu Xian both felt a sense of confusion and doubt. Can money really solve all problems? If it can't, it just means you don't have enough money. Originally, it's illegal for someone to go to a hotel in the summer to investigate other people's information and surveillance footage. Putting aside whether they could actually get the information for money, the fact that someone would do this on their own is illegal and constitutes an invasion of privacy. Summer's actions don't involve any legal or regulatory issues whatsoever. Checking surveillance footage and related information in my own hotel isn't an invasion of privacy, it's just normal work. At most, it's just an inspection. Mr. Xia, ladies, please have some tea. Mr. Yi will be here shortly. Li Na brought over 3 cups of tea on a tray, serving them to the 3 of them while reporting to Xia Tian in a slightly apologetic tone. It's completely confirmed that the other party is her new boss, which is why Li Na behaved so respectfully. Why is it confirmed? Because Yilan just sent Li Na a photo of the new boss, Xia Tian, to her green bubble account, asking her to verify if he was indeed the new boss. And it turned out to be none other than the handsome young man sitting on the sofa right now. The photo and the person themselves both possess an air of extraordinary presence and distinction. Like the brightest star in the night sky, their uniqueness is immediately apparent. Oh, by the way, is the hotel general manager male or female? What's their name, how old are they? Xia Tian casually asked a few questions. Our hotel's general manager is named Yilan. She is a successful businesswoman who returned from overseas and is 28 years old this year. Li Na respectfully answered Xia Tian's questions one by one. As they were talking, a woman with a capable demeanor, stunning beauty, and a slender figure, dressed in a black fitted suit, stepped out of the elevator next to them. Her powerful aura could be felt from afar. The person who arrived was Yi Lan, the general manager of the Emperor Hotel. Behind her was a pure and lovely young girl, who was her assistant, Song Jia. As soon as the two stepped out of the elevator, they glanced around and immediately locked their gaze on the sofa area, then turned and quickly walked towards it. Li Na promptly introduced the 2 people walking towards them to Xia Tian, who were none other than the hotel's general manager, Yilan, and assistant general manager, Song Jia. Hello, Mr. Xia, my name is Yilan. I am currently the general manager of the hotel and am responsible for the management of the hotel. As soon as Yilan came over, she took the initiative to extend her hand to Xia Tian on the sofa and introduced herself in a simple and clear manner. She even nodded slightly to Guya and Lu Xian, who were accompanying Xia Tian. The women around the boss should not be neglected, but before the boss introduces the 2 women's identities, it is enough to express goodwill. Yilan showed no contempt for Xia Tian just because she looked younger, and behaved with politeness and decorum. Hello, Mr. Yi. You should already know my identity, right? Xia Tian was equally polite. I understand. If it's convenient for you, Mr. Xia, shall we go to the hotel conference room or my office? I'd like to report to you on the relevant work at the hotel. Yilan asked for instructions. Chapter 52 Deep Regret. Xia Tian had no time or inclination to listen to these things. Although he felt much more at ease now because the system showed that Xinwan and Su Ro's purity had not changed and they were still 100% pure, he was still uneasy until he saw the final truth. Don't rush that. I have another urgent matter that I need you to handle right away. Xia Tian waved his hand, deciding to first investigate the truth about his first wife, Xinwan, and Lin Kitchen coming to the hotel together. Yi Lan was somewhat puzzled. Xia Tian, the new boss, didn't bother to understand the current situation of the hotel right away. Instead, he asked her to investigate the situation of a room in the hotel last night. Although she had many doubts and questions, since he was the boss, Yilan still arranged for him to investigate immediately. If Yilan knew that Xia Tian simply wanted to investigate the truth behind his wife's visit to the hotel last night, I wonder what he would think. Soon, Xia Tian obtained all the relevant information and all the surveillance videos about the hotel room Shenwan went to last night. First of all, the hotel room last night was a high-end business suite with a relatively large living room. Before Shenwan and Lin Kitchen entered the room, several people, both men and women, had already entered. The information of the person who registered the room was a woman named Zhou Zitong. Moreover, according to the surveillance video, after Jian Xin left, Shenwan came out again and left the room door open, without closing it. The situation is quite clear. The likely truth is pretty much what Guya analyzed. Shenwan didn't come to a hotel with that man surnamed Lin to do anything improper. Damn it, I misunderstood my wife. Suddenly, everything became clear, and Xia Tian's thought process returned to normal. With the truth about Shenwan's situation revealed, Su Ro was probably just being harassed by another man. After all, Su Ro's attraction to men was incredibly potent. Faced with such a sexy beauty, any normal man would probably be unable to resist having inappropriate thoughts. That's only human nature. Guya and Lu Xian accompanied Xia Tian to watch the hotel's surveillance video. They were not surprised by the result at all. Guya looked up at Xia Tian, as if to say, "See? I told you so." Xia Tian looked regretful and extremely embarrassed. Summer felt like slapping herself. What was she thinking all day long? How could she suspect her wife of infidelity? Looking back, she realized she must have been out of her mind. Summer's facial changes were almost visible to the naked eye. Not only could Guya and Lu Xian notice it, but Yilan, Songjia, and Lina, who was waiting to serve tea and water, could also see it. Songjia looked curious, secretly wondering if the new boss had studied Sichuan opera face changing. The richness and variety of facial expressions he displayed were truly breathtaking. Summer felt increasingly guilty and filled with remorse. "Mr. Yi, could you help us find a quiet place? We have some personal matters to discuss," Guya said to Yilan. "Okay, Miss Gu, please follow me." The group had already introduced themselves to each other, so Yilan didn't waste any more words and immediately agreed, getting up to lead the way. There were plenty of quiet spots in the hotel. Guya got up, pulled Xia Tian along, and followed Yilan into a room with Lu Xian. After Yilan left, Guya looked at Xia Tian, who still looked full of regret, and suddenly stepped forward to give him a big hug. Xia Tian was stunned, looking at Guya, who had suddenly become so proactive, feeling the gentle touch on his body, especially since Guya was such a noble, elegant, and intellectual beauty. Although the two had been intimate the night before, it was all because they were drunk, and to be honest, Xia Tian didn't remember it very well. Now, in a completely sober state, this was his first physical contact with Guya. So, his young body couldn't resist the temptation, and he immediately reacted, putting his worries behind him. Just as Xia Tian was getting a little restless, Guya took the initiative to release her arms from Xia Tian and stepped back. "Are you feeling better now?" Guya gracefully ran her hand through her hair, her noble and elegant demeanor almost making Xia Tian lose herself again. Summer nodded blankly. "Let's get down to business. Now that you know the truth, what are you planning to do?" Guya asked Xia Tian. "You've wronged Shenwan and Su Ro. You hurt them quite badly this morning." Lu Xian added at the opportune moment. "By the way, we haven't checked the restaurant's security footage from last night's meal for Su Ro yet." Xia Tian smiled bitterly, "No need to investigate anymore. I was being petty and out of my mind, suspecting my own wife so easily." Xia Tian was criticizing himself. "Alright, your two wives aren't here. Why are you reflecting on yourself in front of us? Or are you trying to show us how deep your feelings are for each other?" Guya interrupted Xia Tian's self-criticism. No, it's not, Xia Tian tried to explain, but was interrupted by Guya again. "Alright, the misunderstanding between you and your two other good wives has been cleared up. Why don't you go and apologize to them? Do you really want to divorce them?" Guya looked at Xia Tian, who seemed a bit dazed, and suddenly said in a slightly annoyed tone. Yes, I should apologize." Xia Tian seemed to wake from a dream, but he was also a little uneasy. He didn't know what to do in this situation, and besides, he wasn't sure if Shenwan and Su Ro would forgive him. How should I apologize?" Before Guya could even voice her dissatisfaction, Lu Xian glared at her and interjected with discontent, "You're asking your own wife how to appease your other two wives?" Xiao Tian couldn't help but blush, inwardly cursing herself for being so foolish. After Lu Xian's words, it seemed somewhat inappropriate. But she'd never been in a relationship before and had no idea how to charm a girl. You really shouldn't have asked us this. You should handle your own affairs. We've done our best to help you this far. Don't expect us to help you please your other two wives. Alright, you can handle your own affairs. We'll head back now, and we'll talk about our things after you've dealt with yours. Guya said, then she and Su Ro got up and left the room together. Xiao Tian stared blankly at Guya and Lu Xian as they left, not understanding why Guya, who was originally a gentle and refined lady, seemed to have suddenly become a different person. What had she done to offend her? Chapter 53 Strategizing. Xiaoya, are we really leaving like this? Lu Xian was pulled out of the hotel lobby by Guya, and once outside the hotel, she finally couldn't help but ask. What, you can't bear to part with him? If you can't bear to part with him, then go back. Anyway, you're his legal wife now. Guya suddenly felt inexplicably irritable and had a bad feeling in her heart. She had given herself away in a daze and had a little husband, only to find out in the end that she had stolen Shenwan's husband. How could she be so? She didn't know how to describe her feelings. She didn't regret helping Xiao Tian analyze and prove, or rather, clear Shenwan's name. Her personality, like her own, was pure, upright, and honest. Unlike others, she wouldn't think that since Xiao Tian had misunderstood Shenwan, she would rather the misunderstanding between the two deepen and Xiao Tian divorce them, which would obviously be more beneficial to her. Guya had never considered it, or rather, she disdained to compete with Shenwan in this way. If you're going to compete, you have to be fair and square. This has always been her style of doing things, and even when it comes to competing for a husband, she will choose to do it in the same way, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics to achieve her goals. There's another layer to the story. Her initiative in clarifying things for Shenwan stemmed from a sense of compensation. After all, Xiao Tian married Shenwan first, while she herself was a confused newcomer, essentially stealing Shenwan's husband in a way. Now that I've helped her this time, I feel that we're even now, and I won't feel any guilt when I see Shenwan again. She chose to leave at this time because she would definitely have to apologize to Shenwan and Su Ro in the summer. No matter what the final outcome was for the three of them, it would have nothing to do with her anymore, and she had a clear conscience. Furthermore, given her relationship with Shenwan, it's not really appropriate for them to meet right now, and whether they'll meet in the future depends on the situation. As for living together or under the same roof, that's absolutely impossible. So Guya simply pulled Lu Xian away on her own initiative, giving Xiao Tian enough space and time to think things through. There was still a long time ahead, so there was no need to rush. Guya and Lu Xian, the two best friends, left very decisively, which left Xiao Tian feeling quite lost for a while. However, he didn't have time to think about Guya and Lu Xian's departure at the moment, as he had more important things to consider. How should I apologize to Shenwan and Su Ro? What if they refuse to forgive me? Headache. However, Xiao Tian also knew that this kind of thing had to be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise it would become more and more serious, and the longer it went on, the worse it would be for him. If you don't understand, you can ask someone else. As Xiao Tian walked out of the room, Yilan and Song Jia were still waiting on the side. When they saw Xiao Tian come out, the two women came to greet her. Yilan is very well mannered and doesn't show her emotions, while Song Jia next to her has gossip written all over her face. It's understandable that Song Jia was curious. Xiao Tian's actions after arriving at the hotel sparked endless speculation. People are naturally imaginative and curious. Since Xiao Tian was the new boss, this curiosity had to be suppressed. Xiao Tian glanced at Yilan, the general manager of her hotel, and her heart stirred. Yilan was dignified and elegant, and a stunningly beautiful woman with a friendly demeanor. Both of them were beautiful, and Yilan was a knowledgeable and experienced manager. She should be able to offer some help and advice, right? Xiao Tian was just wondering whether he should ask Jin Qin or Wang Nan for advice. Among the girls he knew, besides his 4 wives, he was only somewhat familiar with these 2. But after seeing Yilan, he changed his mind. Perhaps the other party could give him better advice. Mr. Yi, are you free now? Can you come out with me? Xiao Tian asked. Yilan was taken aback, but she immediately replied, okay, President Xia, is there anything I need to prepare? She didn't know what this new boss was up to, but being a meticulous person, she thought it best to ask. No need, it's a personal matter I need your help with. Let's go then. Xiao Tian waved his hand, speaking the truth. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Yilan nodded, indicating that she understood. Song Jia's eyes gleamed with even more gossip. Does Mr. Xia need me to have a car prepared? Yilan had already heard from Li Now that Xia Tian, the new boss, had arrived by taxi. Okay, let someone take us to the park near Tsinghua University first. My car is parked there. Xia Tian thought that not having a car would indeed be a bit inconvenient for getting around. Soon, amidst Song Jia's gossipy expression, the two boarded the hotel shuttle bus and left the hotel. Because there were outsiders present, Xia Tian was too embarrassed to bring up the matter of asking Yilan for help. Yilan also didn't ask. On the way, to avoid an awkward atmosphere, Yilan took the initiative to give Xia Tian a brief introduction to the situation in the hotel. Well, you'll still be in full charge of the hotel from now on. I won't interfere with the hotel's operations, but I will have someone oversee the financial aspects. Xia Tian said casually. He could tell that Yilan was testing him, the new boss, to see if he would arrange for someone to take over the hotel's operations and if he would bring about a major overhaul. Xia Tian didn't mince words and directly stated his plans. This hotel was a temporary reward from the system, and he still had to go to school, so he definitely didn't have the energy to manage it. Besides, he didn't know anything about running a hotel. The best solution, of course, was to let the original staff run the hotel, while he only needed to keep an eye on the hotel's finances. Hearing Xia Tian say that, Yilan's smile became even brighter, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that she didn't have to worry about being laid off for the time being. Soon, the driver took the two of them to the parking lot where Xia Tian had parked his Lamborghini. Looking at the ultra-luxury sports car in front of them, Yilan and the driver's perception of Xia Tian's capabilities rose even higher. Once only Xia Tian and Yilan were sitting in the sports car, Xia Tian finally revealed why he had asked Yilan for help. Of course, Xia Tian wasn't foolish enough to tell Yilan the real reason. He only said that he had accidentally offended his wife due to a misunderstanding, and now his wife was very angry. He asked how he could get his wife's forgiveness, and what gifts he should buy to apologize and win her forgiveness. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Yilan's eyes narrowed. Combining Xia Tian's actions since arriving at the hotel, she instantly guessed something. She couldn't help but think to herself, somewhat speechless, with your wealth and power, what woman are you trying to win over? What woman can't you win over? Unless that woman is a fool, she won't forgive you. Chapter 54 Unexpected Turn of Events. Yilan really wanted to say to Xia Tian, a super rich person like you doesn't need to apologize at all. You only need to beckon with your finger to make a woman obediently bow her head and admit her mistake. Besides, with your status, which woman would really be willing to give you up or get really angry? Was that Ms. Gu who just left? She seemed a little unhappy when she left the hotel, but you should be able to appease her with a little coaxing. Ms. Gu seems quite reasonable, so she shouldn't be difficult to talk to. Yilan was wondering why the two ladies left first when the three of them came together. Oh, it turns out they had a disagreement. It's not those two, it's my other wife, Xia Tian explained. Yilan was taken aback. Guya and Lu Xian seemed to have a close relationship with Xia Tian before, and she thought that the wife Xia Tian mentioned was one of them. It seems that rich people really do have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. President Xia, although I'm not married, I believe the most important thing between husband and wife is trust. Sincere and open communication should show your sincerity. There's no such thing as a grudge that lasts overnight between husband and wife. It's just a misunderstanding. Just talk it out. Yilan thought for a moment and gave a general answer. Xia Tian frowned. What she said made sense, but her relationship with Xinhuan and Su Rou was somewhat special. How could she explain this to Yilan without revealing more details? My wife and I were forced into a marriage, so I haven't had a chance to tell her that I'm relatively wealthy. And today I misunderstood her again, a pretty big misunderstanding, the kind that's hard to forgive easily. So you know what I need to do to get their forgiveness? Xia Tian organized his thoughts and explained the situation in more detail. Looking at Xia Tian's handsome face, which was filled with tension and regret, Yilan felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and resentment towards this unseen landlady. They were both women, so why was she forced to be matched with such a young, wealthy, handsome, and devoted man like Xia Tian? At that moment, she really wanted to say to Xia Tian, it's okay, if she doesn't forgive you, come find me, I want you. So, are you prepared to let the other person know that you are actually very rich? It's one thing to think about it, but what you say out loud can't be what you really think. Yes, I'm going to tell her. The reason this misunderstanding arose was because I had concealed the fact that I was actually a wealthy person from Shenwan and Suro. This made them want to earn more money to supplement their household income, and I happened to run into them, which led to the misunderstanding. So Xia Tian has now figured it out. If Shenwan and Suro can forgive him this time, he will take the initiative to hand over all his 500 million yuan savings to Shenwan for safekeeping, which can be regarded as a way of showing his attitude. In that case, it's actually quite simple. Buy some high-end gifts, like designer bags, clothes, cosmetics, or other luxury items. Then, sincerely apologize to her. Since you say it's just a misunderstanding, I think the boss lady will forgive you. Yilan Yan offered Xia Tian advice insincerely. I don't know much about women's products either, so could you help me go to the mall and give me some advice? Xia Tian sighed inwardly. He had been hoping that Yilan could help him come up with a better way to express his sincerity, but it seemed that he could only resort to the very tacky method of buying luxury goods with money. Under Yilan's guidance, the two went to a high-end shopping mall and bought a bunch of luxury goods, including bags and cosmetics from luxury brands such as Hermes, LV, Chanel, Dior, and Lancôme. They bought each item in pairs, which made the sales staff of these luxury stores very happy. This summer's spending earned them a lot of commission. Yilan was a little puzzled. The items in these luxury stores were not cheap, and Xia Tian had chosen all the more expensive products. When you add it all up, the cost is quite considerable. Even if you have money in the summer, there's absolutely no need to buy two of everything, right? It's clearly not a cost-effective or high-value purchase. President Xia, I suggest you choose a few more styles. There's no need to buy two of the same style, it's not very cost-effective. Yilan, as a subordinate and advisor, couldn't stand it anymore and suggested to Xia Tian. Oh, I have two wives, each gets the same portion, Xia Tian replied without looking up as he made his selection. Yilan was taken aback, then suddenly realized why the other person chose two of the same thing. He had forgotten that the other person was a rich second generation, and naturally, his feelings couldn't be so simple. Before leaving the mall, Xia Tian gave Yilan a set of luxury handbags and cosmetics as a thank you for her help that day. Yilan initially refused outright, but Xia Tian had given it to her after she had already bought it. Under Xia Tian's threat that she would throw it away if Yilan didn't want it, Yilan had no choice but to accept the boss's kindness. They had chosen quite a lot of things, and it took the two of them a lot of effort to get them into the car. Just as they were about to get in, Xia Tian's phone rang. Xia Tian picked up his phone and saw it was Wang Nan. He suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering that he had promised to go shopping with her today. But who would have thought that so much had happened since last night, and he even had two more wives? If he hadn't received Wang Nan's call around noon, he probably wouldn't have remembered their agreement. It seemed he would have to break his promise today. He had no interest in going shopping with her now, even though Wang Nan was a rare beauty. Hey, Xia Tian, where are you? Do you know about Teacher Shin and another teacher, Teacher Su, at the school? Wang Nan's anxious voice came through the phone as soon as it was answered. Xia Tian was still thinking about how to explain her broken promise to the other party when Wang Nan's words made her pause for a moment, and her heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition instantly appeared in her heart. What happened to Teacher Shin and the others? Without wasting any time, Xia Tian immediately asked Wang Nan. Well, I can't really explain the specifics, but everyone's saying that Miss Shin and another Miss Su from our school both married the same man and have already registered their marriages, but they're both unfaithful and have cheated on each other with other men. The video of their affair is still circulating on the school forum and in various green bubble groups. The whole school is in an uproar. I glanced at the video, and our teacher, Ms. Shin, did indeed go into a hotel room with a man. Chapter 55. Someone is maliciously spreading rumors. Wang Nan's words made Xia Tian's mind go blank for a moment, then his heart skipped a beat, followed by an instant burst of anger. Almost gritting his teeth, Xia Tian said to Wang Nan, "Send me the video." After hanging up with Wang Nan, Xia Tian checked her phone and realized she had completely wasted her time, as the video was already circulating wildly in several of the school's green bubble groups. With a furious expression, Xia Tian quickly opened the video in the group chat. He wasn't there to see the content of the video, but to make a comparison. After watching just a short clip, Xia Tian was already certain that the video was indeed one of the two videos that Jin Qin had filmed. I blame myself for being careless. Why didn't I remember to delete the original video from Jin Qin's phone after sending it to myself yesterday? That being said, Xia Tian's understanding of the phrase "the wickedness of human nature" is not very profound. In his previous life, he transmigrated to this world when he was a sophomore in college, and then he was carefully protected during his childhood, adolescence, and now he has been admitted to college. Although he has lived two lives, he has never truly experienced the harsh realities of society or the hypocrisy and unpredictability of human nature. Outrage. Xia Tian had never hated anyone as much as she had at this moment. Yes, hate. Not just dislike, but utter hatred. Even though the other person was a beautiful girl. Without a doubt, the video and the rumors were spread by that bitch Jianqin. Last night, Xia Tian had a momentary intention to be with her, but because of her sudden hesitation, Xia Tian changed her mind and insisted on sending her away. Summer is truly grateful for her last-minute decision last night. Not only did it bring her two stunningly beautiful wives, Guya and Lu Xian, both professors at Imperial University, but Guya's calm and insightful analysis and help also prevented a huge misunderstanding between her, her wife Xinwan, and Su Rou from escalating further, effectively saving her marriage. More importantly, it also allowed her to successfully avoid Jianqin, that vicious and ruthless woman. Meanwhile, as Xia Tian saw the video and rumors, Xinwan and Su Rou on the other side also learned about the rumors and so-called evidence about them at school. The two men were sitting on the sofa, their faces ashen with rage, their chests heaving rapidly. Could it be that heartless little bastard Xia Tian spreading rumors? Su Rou asked angrily, her voice trembling slightly, perhaps because of her anger. No, Xia Tian is a very simple and kind person. He wouldn't do something so vicious. Even if he misunderstands us, he would only think about divorcing us, not using such despicable means to deal with us. Xinwan's face was also pale with anger, but after hearing Su Rou's doubts about Xia Tian, she still analyzed the situation rationally. Anger did not cloud her judgment. Su Rou thought about it and realized that it made sense. Although she hadn't known Xia Tian for long, she could tell that Xia Tian was simple-minded and had a sunny disposition, rather than the kind of person who was deep and gloomy. The evidence that heartless little bastard mentioned this morning is probably this video. But who spread these rumors and videos? The key is that he knows we both married the same man. Others shouldn't know about this. Su Rou calmly analyzed. I don't know the specifics, but this information must have been revealed by Xia Tian unintentionally. Currently, apart from Guya and Lu Xian, who just got married to Xia Tian this morning, only the three of them at Tsinghua University know about their relationship. They had made an agreement about this beforehand. Now, this information has been revealed in the rumors. Xinwan guesses that Xia Tian probably said something she shouldn't have in a moment of anger after seeing this so-called evidence. Xinwan doesn't really care about this information being revealed. At worst, she can just make the true relationship between the three of them public. Although there is a little bit of awkwardness and embarrassment about their identities, the three of them are legally married with a marriage certificate issued by the state, so no one can interfere. Should we call that heartless bastard and explain? Su Rou was also kind-hearted. Although she was very angry about Xia Tian's bastard behavior in the morning, she couldn't help but feel the urge to explain after seeing the evidence. Don't rush to explain to him now. We can't prove our innocence yet, so it won't help. Our priority now is to prove our innocence first, and then we can explain things to him clearly. Xinwan was very helpless. The two of them were just going to attend some normal work activities. Who knew it would cause such a commotion? After calming down from her initial anger, Su Rou immediately grabbed her computer and started working on it. Her computer skills were excellent. Instead of guessing, as Xinwan said, the most urgent thing now was to get evidence to prove their innocence. The hotel and restaurant they went to last night were both monitored. As long as we get the complete surveillance video, all the rumors will be dispelled. This was the simplest, most direct, and convenient method that Su Rou, a tech enthusiast, immediately thought of. After seeing Su Rou's actions, Xinwan covered her head with her hand. She knew without even thinking what Su Rou was doing. This girl always acted so impulsively. They say women with big breasts have no brains, and it's true. Just download and save the surveillance video, don't release it casually, Xinwan told Su Rou helplessly. Huh, why? Aren't we supposed to prove our innocence? How can we not release the complete surveillance video? Su Rou hadn't even reacted yet. You arbitrarily entered someone else's hotel and restaurant and used technical means to access surveillance videos, which is illegal. After you prove your innocence, do you want to spend a couple of days in jail? No wonder the hotel and restaurant sued you. Xinwan rolled her eyes at Su Rou, then continued, we are the victims. Now we just need to call the police. The police will handle everything, you don't need to lift a finger. Besides, I already roughly know who released this video, but I don't know if the rumors were also spread by them. Xinhuan recalled the schoolgirl she met at the hotel last night. Now that she thought about it carefully, she realized that the girl had been holding her phone the whole time she was recording a video. Upon hearing Xinhuan's words, Su Ro paused instantly, her expression brightening. Who? A girl from our school, quite pretty. I ran into her by chance at the hotel last night, and she was the only one who followed Lin Kitchen and me to the room, Xinhuan recalled. After Xinhuan's reminder, Su Ro immediately recalled, oh, now that you mention it, I remember too. My video was also filmed by a girl. At the time, a girl suddenly barged in while Yang Junkai was bothering me, and she was holding a phone. After saying that, Su Ro quickly operated the computer and pulled up the hotel's surveillance video. She narrowed her eyes and said, is that her? It's her on my end. Xinhuan looked at the surveillance video that Su Ro had retrieved, and it was the same girl who had followed and secretly filmed her last night. It's her. Chapter 56: An Unexpected Phone Call. Soon, Xinhuan and Su Ro had already identified the suspect, Jian Qin. They even used their positions as teachers to thoroughly investigate Jian Qin's name, class, and other basic information in the school's student system. After their actions, the two of them could have taken Jian Qin's information to the police, but just then, Xinhuan's phone rang first, and then Su Ro's phone rang at the same time. The call came from the school's Faculty Affairs Department. Given the significant negative news surrounding a female teacher, the department couldn't ignore it and immediately called to understand the situation, preparing for a timely and efficient response from the school. The Faculty Affairs Department was deeply impressed by Xinhuan and Su Ro, two outstanding female teachers who had just stayed on to teach at the school this year. After all, being beautiful naturally leaves a deep impression, let alone being a stunning beauty like Xinhuan and Su Ro, who are even more unforgettable. Faced with the investigation and questioning from the Teachers' Affairs Department, Xinhuan and Su Ro had a clear conscience and gave a detailed explanation of the situation. Inevitably, their marital relationship with Xia Tian was made public. However, since things had already come to this point, the two knew what was important and would not try to hide it anymore, nor was there any need to. The incident involving Xinhuan and Su Ro last night was actually easy to investigate. Not only were there surveillance cameras in the hotel and restaurant, but there were also other teachers who were with them and other participants in the event. Therefore, after a thorough investigation, the Teacher Affairs Department immediately determined that Xinhuan and Su Ro had been framed with fabricated rumors. The investigation and inquiry by the Teachers Affairs Department are not due to distrust of Xinhuan and Su Ro, nor are they an investigation into two outstanding female teachers of our school. Rather, they are to find out the truth, clear the names of the two teachers in the school, and resolutely punish the perpetrators. We will not tolerate those who spread rumors. Under the instructions of the school leaders and the concern of the department leaders, the Faculty Affairs Department quickly took measures to delete the two videos about Xinhuan and Su Ro that were circulating on the school forum and issued a relevant investigation announcement. The announcement asked everyone not to believe or spread rumors, and to immediately stop spreading various false information and related videos about the two female teachers on Green Bubble. It then explained the relevant situation found in the investigation, the reasons why the two female teachers appeared in the hotel and restaurant yesterday, and even published the names and positions of other people who participated in the event last night. The final announcement strongly condemned this malicious act of taking things out of context, trying to attract attention, and spreading rumors. It also stated that the school had reported the matter to the police and that the school would not tolerate the rumor mongers and would punish them severely. The school's internal announcement immediately brought the rumors that were spreading wildly within the school to a temporary halt. The students of Tsinghua University still have their own judgment. Since the school's announcement was so detailed and specific, and even included a list of other people who were with the students, it was basically impossible for the story to be true, and the two female teachers could not have gone out on an affair. However, some people quickly noticed the suspicious points. The announcement only stated that Xinhuan and Su Ro had not cheated, but it did not explain the news that the two of them married the same person. Since this news was not refuted or explained, it means that the news is true. This has broken the hearts of many male students and teachers at the school. They're goddesses, and two goddesses at that. Who's the lucky guy who married both? Which bastard got such a great deal? Why wasn't it them? They wish they could take their place. So even though the school's internal announcement had been made, the two videos of Xinhuan and Su Ro didn't stop spreading immediately, especially on Green Bubble, a Chinese social networking site. Instead, they spread at an even more frantic pace. Everyone was discussing the two female teachers' stunning looks and perfect figures, and some male otaku were practically drooling over their phone screens. Everyone was rushing to save the videos so they could secretly enjoy them later. While everyone was praising Shenwan and Su Ro's stunning beauty, they were also condemning the scumbag who married both goddesses at the same time. So the situation took another unexpected turn. Moreover, the rumors spread uncontrollably outside the school, including that Shenwan and Su Ro had both married the same man and were having extramarital affairs. As one of the top universities in China, Tsinghua University is a place where any little thing can cause a huge uproar, especially since the people involved in this incident are two stunning beauties. As a result, the incident instantly went viral and became a hot topic. Tsinghua University, two stunningly beautiful female teachers with contrasting styles, a love triangle involving two women and one man, infidelity, adultery. When these tags come together and all of them work together, the resulting uproar is unimaginable. Now nobody cares about the facts or the truth. Everyone is just enjoying the show and expressing what they believe to be the right opinions and engaging in discussions. The moment this news broke, it went viral. People are naturally curious and eager to see what's going on. At the very least, they could at least see photos of the beautiful teacher from Shuemu BBS, right? Shenwan and Su Ro were shocked and at a loss, watching as the matter, which they thought had been clarified and would soon be settled, escalated further and now spread online. The impact and consequences of the story spreading within a small school versus becoming a trending topic on social media are on completely different levels. The irrational and uninformed trolls on the internet were instantly enraged. Opportunities to attack a beautiful female teacher at a top university are rare, so how could they pass up such an opportunity? Various so-called internet celebrities, deliberately trying to ride the wave, also came out to offer their opinions from a moral high ground, causing the incident to explode in an instant. This is how cyberbullying unfolds. The Faculty Affairs Department of Tsinghua University urgently issued a statement on the university's official website, and even forwarded a screenshot of the announcement previously posted on the university's forum to the official website. The effect will be minimal. Many people online just parrot what others say, and nobody cares whether the story is true or false. Just then, Shenwan's phone rang again. When she picked up the phone, Shenwan was slightly taken aback. Why would she call her? Although the two of them had all of each other's contact information, including phone numbers, social media platforms like Green Bubble and Douyin, and even email addresses. However, the two of them never spoke a word to each other, nor did they ever contact each other once. What did she want when she called at this time? Did she know about what happened online and then mocked her? That's impossible, she wouldn't be that bored. Chapter 57: A Battle Through the Phone. Guya and Lu Xian returned to their faculty apartments at Imperial University. Coincidentally, they also lived together in a two-bedroom apartment of about 100 square meters. This kind of situation where two best friends live in the same apartment is actually quite common in this society. They keep each other company and can look after each other. After all, in a society where there are more women than men, many women are destined to have to keep each other company. As soon as they got home, Guya and Lu Xian both took a shower. After all, they had been in an embarrassing situation that morning and hadn't had a chance to clean themselves. Now that they were home, they naturally wanted to take care of themselves as soon as possible. The two finally sat comfortably in the living room again, but Lu Xian still felt a sense of unreality. Are we both married women now? Can't you feel the changes in yourself? Guya rolled her eyes at Lu Xian, annoyed. It was all that brat's fault. Last night, she insisted on dragging her to the park for a drink, and look what happened. The two young women went out and came back looking like two young wives. What's worse, she even stole her old rival Shenwan's young husband. Although she was quite satisfied with Xia Tian in many ways, but this relationship, sigh, what a mess. To be honest, I drank a bit too much last night. I was so dizzy that I didn't have a chance to really enjoy it. All I remember is that it hurts a little. Lu Xian shifted her buttocks, still feeling a slight discomfort there. Then why don't you invite Xia Tian over tonight and let him experience it properly? I think he'd be happy to do it for you. Guya glanced at Lu Xian. Let's skip it today, it still hurts a bit there, let's do it another day. Lu Xian's double entendre made Guya roll her eyes. After a woman transforms from a girl into a real woman, her courage and boldness increase dramatically. Hey, Wanner, speaking of which, you're actually our husband as first woman. Although our husband, Shenwan, and Su Ro have registered their marriage, they haven't had a chance to live together yet. So, in that sense, I'm our husband as second woman. Although I was a step later than you, I got married earlier than the other two, so by that logic, we should be the first wives. Lu Xian said with a little excitement when she thought of this. Can't you be a little more rational? What's the point of arguing about this? What good will it do? Are you planning to move to Shuemu and live with them? Guya said this, but her heart was racing. That's right, she was the first woman who made Xia Tian a man. In that respect, she was ahead of Su Ro. A slight smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Although she wasn't the first woman to get a marriage certificate with Xia Tian, being Xia Tian's first woman in the true sense seems pretty good too. How is it meaningless? I've heard that men all have this first-time complex, the first kiss, the first love, the first time becoming a man. Men remember these things vividly, they'll never forget them. Lu Xian spoke with conviction, spouting nonsense she'd picked up from who knows where. When two best friends are together and there are no outsiders, they naturally have a more relaxed conversation, and their husbands, Xia Tian, are undoubtedly the focus of their discussion. Ah! Xiaoya, look at your phone. Something's happened to those two from Shuemu. Lu Xian picked up her phone and scrolled through it haphazardly. She had been thinking about whether to chat with Xia Tian, but then she accidentally saw two news notifications. Shocking. Two beautiful female teachers from Tsinghua University married the same man and then conspired to have affairs together. Is it a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? Two married female teachers from Tsinghua University have chosen to have affairs with the same man. Upon hearing this, Guya immediately picked up her phone to check the news. What she saw shocked her. The internet was a complete mess, filled with profanity and personal attacks. Guya's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. How could things have turned out this way? I clicked on and read several so-called reports, and the videos circulating online were exactly the same as the two original videos on Xia Tian's phone. Since Xia Tian has already confirmed the truth, it's impossible that he spread rumors. Judging from his regretful expression just now, he's too busy regretting it to do something so self-humiliating. Unless he's an idiot. That's the girl who secretly filmed the video for Xia Tian. Guya almost immediately identified the person who spread the rumors attacking Shenwan and Su Ro. News spreads rapidly online. Guya read it and became increasingly angry. Even she, an outsider, found it hard to bear, let alone Shenwan and Su Ro, the two people involved. Suddenly, she felt a surge of urge to comfort her old rival. Being subjected to such malicious rumors and cyberbullying was incredibly damaging to a woman. She was also worried that her foolish husband hadn't yet explained things clearly to Shenwan and the other woman, and now the rumors had erupted so suddenly. What if the misunderstanding between the three of them deepened? Wouldn't all her previous efforts have been for nothing? Once the thought crossed her mind, she couldn't suppress it. Guya wasn't one to hesitate, so she picked up the phone, found the number she had saved in her phone's contacts a long time ago but had never dialed, and dialed it. Shinwan stared blankly at the phone for a moment. The name on the caller ID was Guya, her childhood friend, old classmate, and also her old rival. It seems that the two of them haven't spoken since the third grade of elementary school, except for a brief exchange of a few words when filling out college applications. This was the first time the two had communicated in many years, even though it was through a mobile phone. Hey, did the sun rise in the west? What made you suddenly decide to call me? Shinwan answered the phone with an ambiguous expression. I was worried you might do something rash. Are you all right? Guya's gentle and pleasant voice came from the other end. Which aspect are you referring to? Apart from marriage, everything else is fine. Shinwan snorted, her words carrying a hidden meaning. Hee, if the marriage is bad, why not get a divorce? Guya chuckled lightly, relieved, forgetting that Shinwan's inner strength was even greater than her own. Then you're probably going to be disappointed. The word divorce doesn't even exist in my dictionary. No one can take what's mine away from me. Including my husband. You're just parroting what others have said. Shinwan's answer was exactly what Guya expected. Hee, I'm afraid you'll be the one disappointed. My husband, no, I should say our husband, but that doesn't feel right. Let's just call him Xia Tian. That Xia Tian kid is really strong, as big as an ox. He's just a bit inexperienced, but you shouldn't mind, right? Guya's words made Shinwan's face turn completely dark. You bastard. In the end, Shinwan couldn't take it anymore, cursed, and hung up the phone. Her chest heaved violently with anger, even more violently than before. Chapter 58 Rich and Willful. Guya looked at the phone that had been hung up on with a smug look on her face. She didn't care at all. The fact that Shinwan, who was always noble, elegant, intellectual and generous, had broken down her defenses and cursed at her made her extremely happy. This was even happier than winning the lottery. Although using such underhanded tactics to attack Shinwon might seem a bit vulgar and thuggish, it doesn't matter. Their statuses have changed now, they're both wives of that rascal Xia Tian. Competing in this area is perfectly acceptable, necessary, and not shameful at all. Since Shinwon had no intention of divorcing Xia Tian, Guya was too lazy to offer any explanation she had prepared. She knew that Shinwon couldn't possibly be blind to the situation she could see through. With Shinwon's intelligence and tenacious character, this matter, though troublesome, wouldn't make her give up easily. For the first 20 years, the two competed with each other in terms of academics and personal abilities. Then they competed with each other in terms of work. Now they share the same husband, and in the future, they will start competing with each other in terms of their husbands. Jealousy and rivalry over a husband? I never thought that two people as proud as them would have this day. Since it's destined that the two of you will be lifelong rivals and entangled for life, then let's face it bravely. Shinwon isn't afraid, so why would I, Guya, be afraid? Sha, what a joke. Right now, they've each won one round. Shinwon is Xia Tian's first wife in the legal sense, while I am Xia Tian's first wife in the practical sense. It's a draw. The future is long, and this battle for a husband has only just begun. However, the only slightly unfavorable situation for him is that he and Xia Tian are not in the same school, while Shinwon has a natural advantage and is also Xia Tian's homeroom teacher. He needs to think carefully about how to get Xia Tian to come to his school. Oh right, I have a helper too. Xiaoxian, have you texted your husband yet? Is he coming over tonight? Today is our big day to get our marriage certificate. Are you really just going to leave us like this? You want to compete, huh? I, Guya, have never submitted to anyone. Huh? Didn't you say it would be in a couple of days? I'm a little afraid of the pain. Besides, my husband is probably busy dealing with those two people on Shuemu's website right now, so he probably won't be in the mood to come over, right? Lu Xian was completely bewildered. Wasn't Xiaoga previously saying that she was considering the neighbor's needs and that her husband should go and handle things there first, and then contact her later? How come she changed her mind so quickly? Guya looked at Lu Xian, her teammate, with a look of utter disappointment. You, Xiaoxian, you're such a useless piece of trash. All show and no substance. If you can't do it, I'll take your place. You're always the loudest, but you always let us down when it really matters. You just keep calling people back and forth. What does Shuemu have to do with us? It's only noon now. They've already finished dealing with it by the end of the afternoon. Besides, what does it matter to us whether they've finished or not? It won't affect their coming here for dinner and rest tonight. Lu Xian couldn't help but blush. She was the type who was bad at the game but had a strong addiction to it, and she was still arrogant and unwilling to admit defeat. Well, let's make it clear first, we'll still be together. I'm afraid I can't handle it. After hanging up the phone, Shinwon felt a tightness in her chest from Guya's words. She never expected Guya to become so frivolous and shameless. She actually flaunted such a thing with her. She was simply a bastard and shameless. However, she couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. After she and Su Ro married Xia Tian, they had never had any intimate relations because of the various reasons of the two sisters, so they were husband and wife in name only. She hadn't thought much of it before. In Shinwon's mind, those kinds of things required a specific opportunity, or a natural, spontaneous feeling when emotions ran deep. But after Guya bragged about that kind of thing to her, Shinwon felt a strange sense of urgency. Perhaps her previous thoughts were too conservative and selfish. She only cared about her own feelings and forgot that Xia Tian, her legal husband, was just a young man full of vigor, and his expectations and thoughts about that kind of thing must be very strong. As a teacher, she certainly knew that teenage boys, under the dual influence of hormones and dopamine, naturally had a yearning and passion for certain things. It was their nature. No, I absolutely cannot let Guya steal my husband away. This is something I absolutely cannot tolerate. Isn't it just that kind of thing? We can take this opportunity to explain and call Xia Tian back tonight. We'll give it to him tonight. That ungrateful brat suspects us, doesn't he? Is there a better way to prove our purity and innocence than this? Shinwon made a decision in her heart. They were husband and wife, and there was nothing shameful about their intimate moments, given the natural order of things. Thinking this, she took out her phone and sent Xia Tian a message. When I get home tonight, I have a way to prove my innocence. Before Shinwon could receive a reply from Xia Tian, Su Ro outside was already calling her to come out. Hey, Warner, come quick. Someone has helped us post the full video online. Su Ro's voice was full of joy. Upon hearing this, Xinhuan didn't have time to wait for Xia Tian's reply and quickly came out to check the latest developments online with Su Ro. Of course, it was Xia Tian who posted the complete video of Xinhuan and Su Ro online. Xia Tian was furious, watching helplessly as the rumors spread across the internet in a very short time. Seeing the vulgar words people were spewing at Xinhuan and Su Ro online, her hatred for Jian Qin surged like a raging sea. But the most important thing right now was to solve the problem. It's not too late to settle accounts with Jian Qin after the storm has passed. Yi Lan, standing beside him, witnessed almost the entire process. The Lamborghini's interior wasn't large, so she heard everything Xia Tian and Wang Nan said, and she also clearly saw the video Xia Tian was watching. Combined with the surveillance footage Xia Tian had rushed to the hotel that morning to investigate, Yi Lan was now basically certain that her new boss, Xia Tian, had misunderstood the misunderstanding he was referring to. It was highly likely that Xia Tian had mistakenly believed his wife was cheating on him. Yi Lan suddenly remembered something. Last night, that guy surnamed Ma was threatening and harassing her to either submit or leave the hotel. But this morning, the hotel suddenly changed hands and was quickly bought out by the new boss, Xia Tian. Could it be that Xia Tian bought this 5-star hotel just to facilitate his investigation into his wife's infidelity? Although it seems absurd, it seems to be the truth of the matter. When you're rich, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 59 Still dares to call first? Yi Lan reached out to stop Xia Tian, who was about to release the more complete surveillance video from the hotel last night online. Releasing this video would be the biggest counterattack against the rumors spread online against Xinhuan and Su Ro. However, Yi Lan, who had seen the news, already knew that both of Xia Tian's wives were caught up in this storm and rumors. If Xia Tian only released one clarification video, what about the other one? That one would suffer even greater online bullying. Mr. Xia, why don't you wait until you get your hands on the other surveillance video before releasing it together? Would that be better? Yi Lan suggested. Xia Tian thought about it and realized it made sense. If he only released Xinhuan's video, it would make Su Ro the target of online criticism, so there was no need to rush it. With a tap of the accelerator, the Lamborghini made a turn and headed straight for Su's private kitchen restaurant. Su's private kitchen is currently run by twin sisters, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu. They are the granddaughters of Su Difu, the founder of Su's private kitchen. This morning, after receiving news that their restaurant had been sold to a young man named Xia Tian, the sisters have not opened for business. That bastard surnamed Ren dared to sell our restaurant to someone else so easily. I'm going to confront him. Su Yuyu, the younger sister, had a furious expression on her pretty face. Yuyu, what's the point of you going to argue with him? We can't accept the conditions that the man surnamed Ren has proposed. He can sell the restaurant to whomever he wants, and what reason do we have to stop him? Su Qingqing stopped her sister, but she herself was also at a loss, her brows furrowed. The two sisters look exactly alike, and even those who know them best cannot easily tell who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. Both sisters possess stunning beauty, and when they stand together, the double visual impact is simply captivating. Just as the two sisters were at their wits' end, a Lamborghini suddenly appeared at the restaurant entrance. A man and a woman got out of the car. They were Xia Tian and Yi Lan. They glanced at the closed sign hanging at the restaurant entrance but didn't pay any attention to it. They weren't there to eat, so they walked into the restaurant. Excuse me, guests, the restaurant is temporarily closed today. Su Yuyu stood up immediately and politely explained to Xia Tian and the other person as soon as she saw them enter the restaurant. We're not here to eat. Call your restaurant manager over here. Because of the foul language people had used online, Xia Tian was also holding back her anger, and her words unconsciously carried a hint of irritation. However, when Xia Tian looked up and saw the two identical twin sisters in front of her, especially since they both had the same stunning beauty, she was momentarily stunned, and her tone unconsciously became more amiable. Hello, my name is Xia Tian. I'm here to see the restaurant manager. What do you want? Su Yuyu asked coldly. Su Qingqing was slightly taken aback when she heard the other person say that his name was Xia Tian. She thought to herself, he came really fast. Is he impatient? You're the one who bought our restaurant, right? You can tell me your purpose now. Su Qingqing's attitude wasn't exactly friendly. I need to speak with the manager of your restaurant. I have something urgent to discuss. Xia Tian thought the two sisters in front of him were pretty, but he didn't have time to flirt with them right now. He was in a hurry to get the surveillance footage. We are the managers of this restaurant. Just tell us what you need, Su Yuyu interrupted Xiatian and said bluntly. Oh, that's good. I need to view and copy the restaurant's surveillance video from last night. Since the two of them were the restaurant managers, that was perfect. Xiatian immediately offered to come to the restaurant herself. The two Su sisters were stunned when they heard Xiatian's request. What kind of request was this? We mean, what is your purpose in buying our restaurant? Su Qingqing said again. It's for easy viewing and copying of the restaurant's surveillance footage, Xiatian confirmed again. The Su sisters were dumbfounded. What was going on? Yilan, who had been silent all along, had a strange look in her eyes and thought to herself, just as I thought. Su Yuyu pointed blankly to the restaurant's server room. The monitoring host is over there. You can check or copy whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Xiatian immediately went to the server room. He needed to quickly obtain the complete video and then post it online to clear his two wives' names. Seeing this, Yilan immediately followed. The Su sisters exchanged a glance as Xiatian headed straight for the server room, neither of them understanding what the other was up to. Acquiring a restaurant just to check surveillance footage? Even a child wouldn't believe such a lie. Xiatian and Yilan found the restaurant's surveillance footage from the previous night and quickly discovered footage of Su Ro and a man entering a private room while chatting and laughing. Then, they saw Jian Qin appear and push open the door. After Jian Qin left, several men and women entered the private room together. Not long after, Su Ro left with a woman. Phew! Although Xiatian had long believed that Su Ro hadn't gone on a date with another man, she finally felt completely relieved after seeing the surveillance footage. After copying the complete surveillance video to his phone, Xiatian immediately posted both videos online to clear his two wives' names. His two wives have been the target of fabricated rumors and are now suffering from a large number of online attacks. This whole thing was a farce that he created himself. Now, Xiatian wishes he could slap himself twice. As the instigator, Xiatian felt that he had to stand up and explain the matter clearly online, so that his two wives could no longer suffer such an injustice because of him. So after posting the surveillance video online to prove his two wives' innocence, Xiatian immediately started editing the text again. He was prepared to write down the whole story in detail. Since he was the one who caused the mistake, he had to stand up like a man and bear the consequences. Just as he started typing on his phone, it suddenly rang. The name on the caller ID made Xiatian's eyes turn cold, a chill running through them. Jian Qin. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you dare to call me on your own initiative? I really want to tear this vicious and despicable person to pieces to vent my anger. After the call connected and Xiatian heard Jian Qin's words, he was not only speechless but also dumbfounded. Chapter 60 Jian Qin's Explanation 1. With a sob in her voice, Jian Qin hurriedly explained to Xiatian the whole story and what had happened while crying and whimpering. Jian Qin, who was sent back to school by Xiatian last night, was filled with regret. How could she have been so stupid? She had a rich and handsome junior right in front of her. All she had to do was obediently accompany him, and she could have made it official with him. She could have gone to his luxurious duplex apartment with him that night and made it happen. But everything is gone. Somewhat dejected, Jian Qin walked alone towards her dormitory. Xiatian didn't escort her back to her dormitory, nor did he even enter the school. He simply dropped her off at the school gate and then quickly disappeared in his Lamborghini. What's the junior rushing off to? He can't be going to see other girls, right? Definitely not, he's so naive, and besides, he's not familiar with the capital outside of school, he definitely isn't going to see girls. Jian Qin reassured herself. Xiao Qin? That's great, you're finally back. Why didn't you reply to my calls and messages? A surprised voice interrupted Jian Qin's thoughts. It was Zhou Nianyo, Jian Qin's best friend. Oh? Xiao Yu. Sorry, my phone was accidentally on silent, so I didn't hear you. Jian Qin explained apologetically to Zhou Nianyo. Her phone wasn't accidentally on silent, she had deliberately silenced it to avoid any unexpected situations disturbing her date with her junior, Xiatian. It was just a pity she couldn't use it. It's good that you came back in time. Come on, come with me to a friend's gathering. Without waiting for a reply, Zhou Nianyo pulled Jian Qin and headed out of the school. Xiao Yu, I'm not feeling well today, so I won't go out with you. I want to go back to my dorm and rest first, Jian Qin said apologetically to Zhou Nianyo, stopping her walk. She was in no mood to go out and play at all. Feeling utterly dejected, she had no interest in doing anything, so she decided to go back to her dorm alone and take a nap. Sis, something's off. What happened? Tell me. The two were very familiar with each other, and Zhou Nianyo immediately noticed that something was wrong with Jianqin. By the way, why did you dress up all by yourself earlier? Did you secretly go on a date by yourself? Zhou Nianyo recalled Jianqin's behavior earlier. No, don't talk nonsense. I just went for a walk alone because I was feeling down. Jianqin panicked a little and immediately explained. But it would have been better if he hadn't explained it once he did. Zhou Nianyo immediately realized something was wrong. No way? I guessed right, you really went on a date. Tell me quickly, who was it with? Do I know them? Zhou Nianyo asked repeatedly. Oh dear, I already said no, don't talk nonsense. Jianqin retorted, but she herself was unsure of her own words. Keep pretending. You can fool others, but do you think you can fool me? Zhou Nianyo's confident expression made Jianqin even more guilty. No, really. If I were on a date, how could I possibly be back at this time? Jianqin tried to continue explaining. TCH, sis, that's not nice of you. You were practically grinning from ear to ear when you went out, and you even dressed up specially. You rarely dress up, you know. I checked after you left, and you brought your ID and charger. With each sentence Zhou Nianyo spoke, Jianqin's face turned redder. I treat you like a sister, I never complain about anything you say. If you feel uncomfortable saying it, then forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Zhou Nianyo's feigned retreat instantly put Jianqin in a difficult position. Indeed, Zhou Nianyo usually complained about everything she did, including everything between her and Su Hao, which she would tell Jianqin in detail. Okay, I'll tell you, alright? Jianqin finally gave in, feeling helpless. Tell me quickly, tell me, who are you with? Do I know you? Zhou Nianyo asked curiously. It's Xia Tian, the junior you've met. Jianqin went all out and told Zhou Nianyo Xia Tian's name. Xiao Yu, hurry up. We're waiting for you. Suddenly, another female voice came from ahead, urging Zhou Nianyo. Zhou Nianyo, who had originally wanted to ask Jianqin about the specifics, had to suppress her curiosity. She first called out to the front, I know, coming right away. We have another sister now. Turning back, she pulled Jianqin and said, come on, let's talk as we walk. Why are you going back to your dorm at this time? You'll come with me. To be honest, I can't refuse this invitation from my hometown. They insist on dragging me there. As a sister, if you don't come with me, who will? Since Zhou Nianyo had said so, even if Jianqin was unwilling, she had no choice but to go along with it. Soon the group arrived at a villa. Today's gathering was organized by a senior female student and a senior male student, both from the same circle. The purpose was to help everyone make more friends, so instead of going to noisy bars or similar places, they chose a quiet place like a villa. Another purpose of this kind of event is to serve as a disguised matchmaking event. Since everyone is in the same social circle, it's impossible for them to actually wait for the government to force them to marry. So, people usually have their families introduce them or find someone within their own social circle, which at least ensures that they are well matched. Hey, your fiancé is here too. Jianqin whispered in Zhou Nianyo's ear. Zhou Nianyo frowned and sure enough, she saw Su Hao and the group of boys, grinning at her. Ignore him. If it weren't for my family situation, I would have dumped him long ago. Zhou Nianyo hasn't spoken to Su Hao since they parted ways last time. The group first sat together to drink, chat, and play games. The boys looked for suitable targets, and some of the bolder girls took the initiative. Fortunately, since everyone was someone of some standing, there was no situation where anyone would pester the girls. For example, Zhou Nianyo and Jianqin became the target of almost all the boys in the room because of their outstanding appearance. Almost all the boys would come up to chat with them, and after the two clearly refused, the boys would leave awkwardly and politely. Finally, this round is over. Next, everyone will pair up and chat privately. Those who successfully pair up can chat privately on their own, and those who don't can just chat however they want. Zhou Nianyo, who was already getting impatient, pulled Jianqin to the rooftop next door. There were fewer people there. She had been so curious all the way there that she had a deep impression of Xia Tian, who was so domineering and handsome. She was also secretly envious that her best friend Jianqin had made progress with him. Chapter 61 Rage blinded the mind. Zhou Nianyo pulled Jianqin to the rooftop, where it was quiet and less crowded. The two sisters found a corner seat between two walls, where no one was around, so they could talk freely. Zhou Nianyo couldn't wait to ask Jian Qin and Xia Tian what exactly had happened. Girls are very gossipy, especially about gossip involving their best friends and sisters. Jian Qin stopped hiding anything and told Zhou Nianyo everything about her and Xia Tian, focusing on what had happened that night. Feeling distressed, she desperately needed someone to confide in and vent her emotions. And her best friend Zhou Nianyo was clearly the best person to confide in. Huh? Junior Xia repeated a year of high school for 2 years? What? Xia Tian is already married? 2 wives? Huh? His wives are all female teachers at schools? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! That's explosive. Did they catch them cheating? TSK, this Xia Tian Jr. is so pitiful, isn't he? What? You two actually kissed? Zhou Nianyo exclaimed in surprise, and her voice was quite loud. Are you kidding me? Keep your voice down, what if someone hears us? Jian Qin's face turned bright red. Tell me quickly, what does kissing really feel like? Is it really sweet? Zhou Nianyo ignored all of that and asked Jian Qin about her kissing experience with shining eyes. Oh, why ask someone else about something like this? If you want to know what it's like, why don't you find a man and try it yourself? Besides, don't you have a boyfriend? Jian Qin blushed. Oh dear, you know my situation. If it weren't for what happened last time, maybe he and I would have just made do because of the relationship between our families. But now, well, I guess I'll just have to wait 5 years. Okay, Xiao Qin, stop talking about me. Tell me what kissing feels like. I really want to know. Zhou Nianyo wouldn't let Jian Qin off the hook, pestering her to tell her what kissing felt like. The two sisters were talking about some shameless topics, but unbeknownst to them, just behind them and separated by only a wall, Su Hao had a truly disgusting look on his face, as if he had eaten dog shit. Su Hao's mental journey was quite dramatic. First, when he heard that Xia Tian, that bastard, was already married, and to Xinhuan, his goddess-like homeroom teacher, he was shocked and jealous to the point of being speechless. Then, when he heard that both of Xia Tian's wives had cheated on him with other men, he almost laughed out loud. Then, when he heard that Jian Qin, this beautiful woman, had actually taken the initiative to throw herself into Xia Tian's arms, he became insanely jealous. All of this happened when Jian Qin, a close friend of Zhou Nianyo, suddenly heard Zhou Nianyo's curiosity about kissing and advised her to try kissing her. Jian Qin was just about to be overjoyed when she heard Zhou Nianyo's next words. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head, and her heart turned cold. His face was filled with dejection. He couldn't understand what he was lacking. He considered himself to be top-notch in terms of wealth, looks, financial status, and abilities. What did he do that made him unworthy of Zhou Nianyo? Similarly, within the same villa, there was a room that was not open to the people attending the gathering. It happened to be another room in the corner where Zhou Nianyo and Jian Qin were. This room is said to be the private bedroom of the house's owner and is not open to the public. This villa is just rented by these people for their parties, it's not anyone's private property. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit room, a figure was stealthily emerging from another hidden spot. Upon entering, he immediately went to the only bright spot in the room, a row of monitors displaying images of various areas within the villa. A rough count of these surveillance videos reveals that there are at least dozens, if not hundreds, of them. They include footage from the living room, various bedrooms, the dining room, the rooftop, and even, most disgustingly, footage from the bathrooms. The figure sitting in front of the screen had an expression of excitement mixed with a morbid agitation. His monitor screen constantly showed various surveillance feeds, and the satisfaction of his voyeuristic desires made him tremble with excitement. After switching the surveillance camera in one of the restrooms, he immediately focused his attention on the two most beautiful women of the night, Zhou Nianyo and Jian Qin, who were sitting in the corner. He glanced at Jian Qin several times with a look of surprise. Somewhat regrettably, the two of them didn't drink much water. He picked up the earphones that were placed aside and suddenly wanted to listen to what the two girls were talking about. All the surveillance cameras he installed in the villa were equipped with high-definition audio recording capabilities. They were extremely powerful. But as soon as he put on his headphones, after hearing what Jian Qin and Zhou Nianyo were talking about, he suddenly froze, because he heard a very familiar name, Su Rou. Then the figure stopped paying attention to the other surveillance footage and began to listen attentively to Jian Qin's story. But the more he listened, the stranger and more enigmatic the man's expression became. No wonder this girl barged into the private room in the restaurant earlier. I just thought she had gone to the wrong place, but now I find the situation is getting interesting. Su-ro is already married? And to a student no less. This newly received news twisted the man's already gloomy expression even more. You slut, you slut. Why? What have I done to deserve you? Why would you rather marry a student than accept my love? The man's eyes gleamed with madness. Since your husband has misunderstood that you're cheating, then I'll give you a hand. A crazed and malicious look appeared on the man's face. A brilliant plan had already formed in his mind. Su-ro, you are mine. No one else deserves to have someone as perfect as you. You are mine, and only mine. You can't escape my grasp. The man's expression was twisted and perverse. The man took out a mobile phone and sent several messages on green bubble. Soon after, the surveillance footage showed 3 alluring figures walking towards the location of Jo Nyeonyo and Jin Shin. The 3 girls each held a wine glass, and naturally, it was time for a girls' gathering. Jo Nyeonyo and Jin Shin were able to calmly and confidently refuse any advances or toasts from the men. But facing the female senior students, the 2 of them had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink several glasses with the 3 of them. They were all in the same circle, including the senior student who organized the party tonight. She took the initiative to come over and chat with them and make new friends. Could you really not give her that much face? Chapter 62 The Crazy Plan. In fact, Jo Nyeonyo and Jin Shin were not bad drinkers either. Faced with the warm hospitality of the 3 senior students, the 2 of them did not show any timidity. After all, they were second-generation rich kids who had been influenced by their surroundings, and they were very thoughtful in this regard. Hey, Junior, we hit it off today. We should keep in touch. Let's add each other on WeChat first. The senior student pretended to be enthusiastic and took out her phone to add Jin Shin as a friend. Upon hearing this, Jin Shin didn't think much of it and immediately took out her phone to add him as a friend. Oh dear, my phone's dead. These crappy phones really don't last long. Junior, give me your phone, I'll enter my number for you. Remember to add me on Green Bubble later. The senior's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Jin Shin didn't take it seriously and handed her phone to her senior as instructed, letting her enter her phone number. The 2 sat facing each other, and Jin Shin didn't feel that there was any risk or inappropriateness in her actions. As soon as the senior student took Jin Shin's phone, 2 other girls next to her immediately clinked glasses with Jo Nyeonyo and Jin Shin. The 2 of them tossed their glasses back and drank their drinks in one gulp. The senior student had just finished entering her phone number and returned the phone to Jin Shin. After the group had another drink, the 3 senior students got up and left, not lingering for the 2 to drink anymore, which made Jo Nyeonyo and Jin Shin breathe a sigh of relief. After having a few more drinks with the others, the 2 realized it was almost time and said goodbye. They were among the first to leave the party. Suho simply watched them leave without trying to follow them as he usually did, which surprised Jo Nyeonyo. Tonight, Suho only bothered Jo Nyeonyo for a while at the beginning, but after the 2 sisters chatted about private topics, Suho did not bother Jo Nyeonyo again until the 2 left. Although surprised by this, Jo Nyeonyo was more than happy to see Suho away from her. The 2 sisters took a taxi back to their dormitory after leaving the villa, which we won't go into detail about. Meanwhile, in the villa's room with the door tightly closed and covered by various surveillance cameras, the man with a crazed and perverted expression was extremely smug. Because the 2 videos of catching and raping women that Xia Tian had asked her to film on Jin Shin's phone had already appeared on the man's computer in the villa. He had never even been in contact with Jin Shin, nor had he ever touched her phone. So why were those 2 videos about Shinwon and Su-ro on the man's computer? This brings us to the man's identity. Yang Junkai, Vice Dean of the School of Computer Science at Beijing University and head of the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, is very accomplished in computer technology. He was also the organizer of the Computer Technology Exchange meeting that Su-ro attended last night. He was also the male protagonist in the restaurant video Jin Shin filmed where Su-ro was proposed to. And he was also the true owner of this villa. On the surface, Yang Junkai is a respectable and well-regarded university professor, but in reality, he is a dark and sinister devil hiding in the shadows. On the surface, he is a respectable and virtuous professor and scholar, but in reality, he is an extremely perverted voyeur. He uses this as a means of coercion, secretly threatening and intimidating the women he secretly photographs for his own sexual pleasure. The villa was his tool for committing crimes, which he rented out to these young people to hold parties. The senior female student who was one of the organizers was one of those coerced by Yang Junkai and became one of his henchmen. After getting Jianxin's phone, the senior student quickly scanned a pre-prepared QR code with Jianxin's phone while her two accomplices were drinking with the other party. Silently, she planted a Trojan horse into Jianxin's phone. Then, Yang Junkai only needed to activate the Trojan horse, and the two videos were copied silently in the background of the phone. Whose account should be used to post these two videos? Of course, it's impossible to use his own account. Posting such a thing would be considered spreading rumors, and if the matter blows up, it will definitely be investigated in the end. Why not use the identities of those women he coerced to make the announcement? Anyway, he's already tired of playing with those women. However, this also carries risks. If the investigation traces back to these women, it could easily implicate me. If any of them succumbs to Uncle Hat's interrogation and accidentally reveals the secrets of my villa, I could be doomed. Therefore, for safety's sake, I cannot use these women's identities to release information. So whose identity should we use? Yang Junkai's gaze involuntarily turned to the monitor screen, and he suddenly saw Su Hao's gloomy expression. Yang Junkai's eyes lit up and he had a good idea. That's right, I'll use this guy's identity to release the information. He just saw it clearly through the surveillance footage. Not only did he eavesdrop on the conversation between those two pretty girls through his listening device, but this guy on the screen was also eavesdropping on them from behind the wall. Since you overheard their conversation and know about it, aren't you the perfect scapegoat? Then it'll be that this guy got jealous and posted the information online. As for the video source, just send a video to this guy's phone via a Trojan horse on Jianxin's phone, right? Whether it's plausible or not, couldn't it be that this guy stole the girl's phone and sent her the video? Who knows? Anyway, it won't be your problem then. Yang Junkai immediately had an idea. Su Hao was really unlucky. He hadn't even recovered from the blow Zhou Nianyo had given Jianxin when he was targeted by that devil Yang Junkai. Next, the senior female student took the stage again and took the initiative to approach Su Hao, the handsome young man. With the senior student's intentional approach, Su Hao's own inner turmoil, and Zhou Nianyo's departure, Su Hao no longer needed to pretend and revealed his true nature as a rich second generation. Soon, the two were playing together with their arms around each other. All of Su Hao's information quickly reached Yang Junkai's hands. At the same time, a Trojan horse was added to Su Hao's phone. Next, Yang Junkai controlled the Trojan horse in Jianxin's phone to transfer the two videos of catching women in the act to Su Hao's phone. All of this was done without anyone knowing. Next, Yang Junkai used Su Hao's identity to log into the SMTH forum, where he edited and posted a short essay about Shenwan and Su Ro, as well as the two videos of catching women in bed that Jianxin had filmed. After doing all this, Yang Junkai originally planned to hack into the restaurant and hotel's surveillance systems to delete the complete surveillance footage of Su Ro and Shenwan from tonight. However, since the party inside the villa had ended, everyone was planning to leave, including the three girls who had been controlled by Yang Junkai. Already a bit irritated from spying all night, Yang Junkai saw the three women preparing to leave the villa and didn't have time to worry about the surveillance anymore. He immediately sent instructions to the three women to stay. Although the three girls looked unwilling, they had no choice but to stay and let Yang Junkai, this devil, play with them. Chapter 63 issued a clarification statement. Jianxin slept in late this morning. After returning to her dormitory last night, she tossed and turned in bed for several hours and could not fall asleep until dawn. Fortunately, she had a day off today, so when she opened her eyes again it was almost noon. On the other side, Zhou Nianyo was also lazing in bed, but she had already been awake for a while and was reading a novel. Holy crap, ladies, you're still asleep? Did you know something big happened at school? Big news. Jianxin's other roommate opened the door and came into the dormitory, shouting as she saw Jianxin and Zhou Nianyo still lying in bed. What news? Jianxin asked casually, and Zhou Nianyo looked over at her. The news about our school's female teacher having an affair is huge, it's an explosive story. You'll find out if you go online or check the school forum, my roommate replied. Upon hearing this, Jianxin's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence! She opened a news website to see what big news had happened at school, but what she saw left her dumbfounded. She then sat bolt upright in bed in shock. Xia Tian was already convinced that Jianxin was the one who spread the news, and she didn't know what her mindset was in releasing it. It's also my fault for telling Shenwan and Su Ro last night that they are my legally married wives, and for asking her to take photos as evidence, which ultimately led to this uncontrollable situation. While hating herself, she also hated Jianxin to death. But in Jianxin's explanation, she did not leak the information. She did not post any related information online or on Green Bubble. She only talked about this with her best friend Jo Nienyo, mainly about herself and Xia Tian, and did not discuss Shenwan and Su Ro in depth. Junior, you can trust me. I definitely didn't leak the information, nor did I release it. Xiaoyu has been with me the whole time and also guarantees that she absolutely did not leak or release any related information, Jin Qin assured Xia Tian. Where did the news on the internet come from? The videos are the 2 clips you filmed. If they weren't leaked by you, then did I leak them? Although Jin Qin tearfully assured Xia Tian that she absolutely did not leak them, Xia Tian did not believe her. Besides, it wasn't that she hadn't leaked them. Hadn't she already leaked them to her best friend Jo Nienyo last night? Xia Tian didn't listen to Jin Qin's weak explanation anymore. Instead, he hung up the phone. Then, Xia Tian posted the whole story he had edited about the cause and effect of this farce on the internet and the school forum. He also attached the 2 complete videos of Shenwan and Su Ro in the hotel and restaurant. He chose to stand up for Shenwan and Su Ro to clarify the rumors and take responsibility. Things have developed to this point, and as a man and a husband, he should definitely take the initiative to stand up. Moreover, the whole thing was caused by his distrust of his 2 wives, so the responsibility lies with him. Even if he is being cyberbullied, he deserves it, and his 2 innocent wives should not have to suffer all of this. But now this incident is too hot, and the related discussions and topics are growing wildly every minute. Xia Tian's information was like a mud ox sinking into the sea after it was released, instantly drowned by other people's information, without even causing a ripple. Summer isn't a celebrity or a big influencer. Although the information he posts is sensational, it will take time for it to gain traction and achieve the desired effect. Xia Tian was completely bewildered. He had originally thought that as long as he released his clarification statement, he could clear his wife's name and shift the blame onto himself. But he was completely overthinking it. Just after Xia Tian released the clarification statement, Su Ro, who was checking information online, immediately discovered Xia Tian's statement. That's because Su Ro followed Xia Tian's school forum account, so she discovered Xia Tian's post immediately. Wanner, come and see. Su Ro immediately showed Shenwan Xia's clarification statement. So all of this was caused by this heartless little rascal. And he was the first to spread these rumors about the 2 of us. Su Ro was indignant, even gritting her teeth. If Xia Tian were in front of her right now, she would definitely bite him hard to vent her anger. Shenwan was completely bewildered and surprised after reading Xia Tian's clarification and apology statement. She hadn't expected that the root of the problem was here. No wonder Xia Tian had been so resolute before. It's not entirely Xia Tian's fault. Besides, any man would overthink if he saw his wife with another man. It's also our fault for not being careful enough last night and getting too close to someone else, which led to this misunderstanding, Shenwan said fairly and objectively. We were just doing normal work. Even if we're married, it doesn't mean we can't work with other men, right? Su Ro was just being stubborn. She knew that what happened last night couldn't be entirely blamed on Xia Tian alone. Shenwan knew Su Ro was just being stubborn. Alright, don't be angry. We were just thinking about how to clear up the misunderstanding with Xia Tian. Isn't this great? It's cleared up the misunderstanding between the 3 of us. We should be happy. But where did this kid get the complete video that helped us clear things up? Did he secretly get it like you did? Shenwan, who was originally all smiles, suddenly became a little anxious after thinking about this. She said she was about to call Xia Tian to ask about the specific situation. You're just spoiling him. We've suffered so much, and he hasn't even apologized in person yet, and you're already worried about him? Su Ro rolled her eyes, feeling a sense of disappointment and frustration at Shenwan for forgiving Xia Tian so easily. Chapter 64, Choosing Between Eating Meat and Apologizing. Honey, we've made sea cucumber and abalone congee for dinner. After you finish dealing with things over there this afternoon, could you come over and get acquainted with us tonight? After all, today is our big day of getting our marriage certificate, and Xiaoya and I live together. Xia Tian looked at the message Lu Xian had just sent her on her green bubble app, swallowed hard, and felt a sudden surge of warmth in her heart. Although the 3 of them had only registered their marriage today, everything that was supposed to happen last night had already happened, and they had already performed the rites of marriage, albeit in a drunken and hazy state. So if he went there tonight, there was a very high chance he would still be able to eat meat. His young body suddenly felt a surge of heat. At his age, he was at the age where he was quite gluttonous. Once he had tasted the sweetness, he could even be said to be insatiable when it came to that kind of thing. Without thinking twice, Xia Tian was about to reply with an okay, but just then, another green bubble message popped up. You have half an hour to come back and explain. Although Su Ro's message was just a short sentence, Xia Tian felt a surge of excitement, and a huge weight was lifted from his heart. However, looking at the two messages, especially the one about Lu Xian, Xia Tian hesitated. It was only right for her to go back and apologize to Shenwan and Su Ro. She had been worried about whether they would forgive her, but now that Su Ro had sent her a message, she figured they should forgive her. Is it appropriate for me to apologize and leave right away? What am I supposed to say then? That I went to spend the night with my other two wives? That's ridiculous. Moreover, she remarried without consulting either of them. She didn't think much of it before because of the misunderstanding, but now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, she has to give them an explanation. Otherwise, they could apply for a divorce at any time. Once I'm back on SMTH, it'll be difficult to go to Beijing University again tonight. But on SMTH, I'll be sleeping alone all night, while in Beijing, at least I won't have to sleep alone. To eat meat or to apologize? That is the question. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Xia Tian immediately replied to Su Ro, I'll be right back. Then he replied to Lu Xian, it depends on the situation. Things have gotten too big now, and it's quite complicated to handle. This is indeed the case. The internet is in an uproar, and Shenwan and Su Ro have become the center of the storm. It's all because of the trouble they caused, and apologizing is their top priority. As for having meat a euphemism for sex, there's still plenty of time in the future, and there will be plenty of opportunities later. After giving Yilan some instructions, Xia Tian immediately got up to go back. Fortunately, I had already prepared an apology gift beforehand, so I didn't have to rush to prepare it now. But his departure was stopped by two delicate figures, the Su sisters, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu. The two sisters were also completely confused. This guy had just bought the restaurant, checked the surveillance footage, and now he was rushing to leave. What was he up to? Explain yourself before you leave. Why do you want to acquire my restaurant? What are your motives? Su Yuyu stopped Xia Tian and questioned him again. I just wanted to make it easier to check last night's surveillance footage, I really didn't have any other purpose. You can continue to manage the restaurant. That's all, I have some very important things to take care of now, let's talk another day. Without waiting for the two sisters' reply, Xia Tian went out, got into her car, and drove off, leaving the two Su sisters bewildered in the wind. Seeing the two sisters' bewildered state, Yilan kindly stepped forward and chatted with them for a bit, sharing what she knew about Xia Tian. They were both working under the same boss, so they might have to deal with each other again in the future. When the Su sisters learned that Xia Tian had not only acquired their family restaurant but also a 5-star hotel, all to clear their wives' names, they felt a sense of unreality. Could someone really be so extravagant as to spend a fortune on their woman? Xia Tian, carrying bags of luxury goods, returned to the faculty apartment at Tsinghua University with an embarrassed expression. Facing Shenwan and Su Ro, she smiled ingratiatingly. Humph. Su Ro didn't give him a good look. When she saw him come in, she snorted coldly and turned around. You're back. What are all these things you've brought? Shenwan stood up to greet her, taking the bags from Xia Tian's hands. She had already composed herself and was ready to have a calm and peaceful talk with Xia Tian. These are gifts I bought for you, as a token of my apology. Xia Tian hurriedly handed the gifts to Shenwan with a fawning expression. Oh, you've learned to buy gifts after just one day? You're really different after remarrying, aren't you? Su Ro said sarcastically. Shenwan took the things and put them aside, then gestured for Xia Tian to sit on the stool, and said, We need to talk about what happened last night. A look of shame flashed across Xia Tian's face, and she hurriedly said before Shenwan could finish, It's all my fault, I was narrow-minded and thoughtless. Xia Tian quickly admitted her mistake. Don't rush to admit your mistakes, Shenwan interrupted Xia Tian, pausing before continuing, First, we both need to apologize to you for what happened last night, and we also need to give you a reasonable explanation. As your wives, our actions last night caused you harm and trouble, and we were wrong in that regard, so we need to apologize to you. Shenwan began to explain why the economic seminar, which was originally supposed to be held on the Tsinghua University campus, ended up in a 5-star hotel, and why she even rode in the car of Lin Kitchen, the rich young man who was pursuing her, to the hotel. The matter was quite simple. This economic seminar was originally an event of cooperation between the university and the enterprise. The company invited a well-known expert in the field of economics at the last minute. However, the expert's time was very tight. In order to accommodate the expert's schedule, the seminar was simply moved to a hotel. Fortunately, the business suite of the five-star hotel was perfectly capable of accommodating a small academic exchange meeting. Lynn Kitchen was the representative of the company. The other two school teachers had already gone to the hotel. Lynn Kitchen personally drove to pick up Shinwan, and Shinwan couldn't refuse. So that's what Xia Tian saw. As for Su Ro, young Jun Kai, who was also the initiator of the technical exchange meeting, suddenly invited everyone to have a meal at Su Ji Private Kitchen restaurant so they could exchange ideas while eating. Everyone agreed to go, and Su Ro couldn't refuse. Everyone else was called away to help by another female teacher, leaving only Su Ro and young Jun Kai. So, the two of them went to the restaurant to order food for everyone in advance. Of course, all of this was arranged in advance by young Jun Kai, who asked the female teacher to find other people to help him, leaving the two of them alone. Upon arriving at the restaurant, before everyone else had arrived, young Jun Kai suddenly and unexpectedly confessed his feelings to Su Ro. Chapter 65 Honest Confessions Part 2. That's the situation between us last night. To be honest, women are often more passive in the workplace, and some men might have ulterior motives. We'll be more careful about this in the future and try to avoid situations like last night that could lead to misunderstandings. After summarizing, Shinwan looked at Xia Tian and continued, the most important thing between husband and wife is trust, and they should be honest with each other. Can you tell us what happened between last night and today? Especially what's the deal with the two wives you suddenly have? Faced with the gentle and virtuous Shinwan, Xia Tian couldn't help but blush. There was no escaping it. Thinking about it, he really was a bastard. His two wives were caught in the eye of the storm because of him, suffering misunderstandings and even cyberbullying from the entire internet. Not only did he cause all of this, but he also casually married two more wives. Was this something a human being could do? Although it was all a misunderstanding and a coincidence, it was a coincidence that was incomprehensible and unacceptable. He immediately told her everything that had happened from last night until today. Shinwan and Su Ro's mouths remained half open in shock. Xia Tian had given them such a shock. Xia Tian thoroughly explained his problems this time, and he also deeply understood the consequences of one spouse hiding things from the other. Misunderstandings are inevitable. The best way to avoid all of this is for the couple to be honest with each other. If Shinwan and Su Ro had known from the beginning that their husbands were actually rich second-generation heirs, they wouldn't have participated in these activities in order to earn more money to support their family and buy a house and a car in the future. This would have prevented such a big misunderstanding and upheaval. So you've actually always been very rich, and you've just been keeping it a secret from us, right? Shinwan suddenly turned pale and asked calmly. Ha, are you afraid we'll embezzle your money? You're keeping an eye on the two of us. Su Ro said with a mocking expression, but she couldn't help feeling a little sad and doubting whether her choice was right or wrong. Misunderstandings and conflicts between couples are inevitable, and both can understand that. But Xia Tian's deliberate concealment and guarded behavior towards them suddenly made them feel disheartened. Xia Tian's heart suddenly tightened. She knew that the more Shinwan and Su Ro acted this way, the bigger the problem was. If she didn't handle it well, it could really cause a rift in their relationship, leading to mutual distrust and alienation. Next, Xia Tian fabricated a story in which she saved an old man a few years ago, and the old man suddenly passed away a few days ago, leaving all his inheritance to him. This story was roughly about portraying the system as this old man. To prove her point, Xia Tian made a video call to her parents back in their hometown in front of the two of them. This made Shinwan and Su Ro forget about being angry and doubtful. Instead, they became flustered. After all, this was their first meeting with their in-laws. It would be strange if they weren't nervous. Although Xia Tian's actions surprised and caught both parties off guard, they successfully dispelled Shinwan and Su Ro's doubts, as the video revealed Xia Tian's ordinary family situation. From the conversation between Xia Tian's parents, it was clear that Xia Tian's family was just an ordinary family. At the end, Xia Tian's mother gritted her teeth and transferred 20,000 yuan to Xia Tian, saying it was a gift for her two daughters-in-law. This was the biggest support Xia Tian's mother could give her son in his efforts to win over two beautiful and excellent daughters-in-law. She couldn't do anything more. As for whether these two angelic daughters-in-law can ultimately marry their son, that depends entirely on Xia Tian's own abilities. After this incident, Shinwan and Su Ro were finally able to let go of their grudges and clear up the matter of Xia Tian having money and keeping it from them. That one mistake almost made Xia Tian break out in a cold sweat. She was filled with remorse, wondering how she could have been so blinded by greed and concealed the fact that she was rich from the two of them. She vowed never to do such a stupid thing again. Having covered this point, let's return to the main topic and address other issues. Of course, Xia Tian said what should be said, but she wasn't stupid enough to reveal everything. For example, when introducing Jian Xin, she only mentioned that Jian Xin had helped her when she registered and that she was also her roommate's girlfriend's roommate. So, out of gratitude, she planned to treat her to dinner that night. Although this reason was barely acceptable, it still made Shenwan and Su Rou frown. However, upon hearing that Xia Tian had taken Jian Xin back to school after dinner, both of them visibly relaxed. Next, and inevitably, the story unfolds with the unexpected encounter with Guya and Lu Xin in the park near the school, and what happened next. Xia Tian spoke with trepidation, and Shenwan and Su Rou, who were listening, were also filled with turbulent emotions. Their faces were gloomy and their bodies exuded an extremely cold aura. Even Shenwan, who was usually gentle and never showed her emotions, had an icy expression this time. Didn't I misunderstand you two before? So getting the marriage certificate was really just to spite you two. I didn't think much of it and just got married to them without thinking. Taking a deep breath, Xia Tian planned to gloss over this briefly. The key issue was that he really couldn't bring himself to tell Shenwan and Su Rou about his intimate relationship with Guya and Lu Xian. How could he say it? He genuinely didn't know how to bring it up. So you got married to them just to spite us? Now that our misunderstanding is cleared up, what do you want? Anyway, you didn't discuss it with us before getting married, and you didn't get our consent. Either you divorce them or you divorce us. Su Rou didn't know that Xia Tian had already slept with Guya and Lu Xian last night. When Shenwan answered Guya's call, she went to the bedroom and didn't answer the phone in front of Su Rou. Faced with the choice Su Rou presented him with, Xia Tian was completely dumbfounded. So the three of you actually slept together last night, right? Shenwan suddenly spoke up, though it was a question, her tone was one of certainty. Although she and Guya didn't get along very well, she knew that Guya, like herself, would never lie, especially about things like this. She would only argue, not lie to deceive her. This is the point that bothers her the most. Guya used to brag about it to her before, which made her so angry that she felt like her breasts were being squeezed for a long time. Xia Tian was tormented, but faced with Shenwan's wise and confident expression, he knew that no matter how much he made up stories, he couldn't get away with it. So he simply stopped trying to figure out how to cover it up. The truth was just as Shenwan had said, and besides, he couldn't abandon Guya and Lu Xian, so he could only tell the truth. We were drunk, weren't we? So, in a daze, everything that should have happened and shouldn't have happened happened. Xia Tian tried to put it as tactfully as possible, but no matter how tactful she was, it seemed she couldn't avoid hurting Shenwan and Su Rou. All three are adults, so they can all understand what this means. What? You two have already slept together? Together? Su Rou's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Now that she had spoken, Xia Tian calmed down and stopped trying to hide it. Since the incident had already happened, there was no point in trying to cover it up anymore. Yes, all three of us drank too much, but it seems like everything that was supposed to happen has happened. Although she was uneasy, Xia Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Su Rou stared blankly at Xia Tian, still not recovered from the shock. On the contrary, Shenwan, who already knew all this, was not surprised at all. She didn't know whether to be angry or happy that Xia Tian was able to admit it. Xia Tian seemed to have a sudden realization, and before the two women could ask any more questions, he began to recount what happened next. After Shenwan learned that Guya had actually helped her prove her innocence, her feelings became even more complex and difficult to describe. Her husband didn't trust her and even doubted her, while her old rival trusted her completely without hesitation. This feeling was too strange. It is said that the person who understands you best is always your opponent, and this is absolutely true for her and Guya. The two of them do indeed understand each other very well. However, Shenwan also knew that Xia Tian couldn't be entirely blamed. After all, although they were already married, they didn't really know each other very well, especially since they hadn't had any intimate contact yet. Plus, what happened last night was just too coincidental, so it was inevitable that misunderstandings would arise. Then, Xia Tian recounted everything that had happened that day without stammering, including how he had directly acquired the hotel and restaurant where the incident occurred last night in order to find out the truth, just to facilitate his investigation of the surveillance footage. Stunned by Xia Tian's audacious behavior, Shenwan and Su Rou were immediately shocked and stopped dwelling on the matter between Guya and Lu Xian. Just to check the surveillance footage, you spent money to buy the hotel one went to last night and the restaurant I ate at? Su Rou felt a little dizzy and couldn't help but swallow hard, her mouth dry. Xinhuan was so shocked by Xia Tian's outrageous actions that her jaw almost dropped. What a spendthrift! He's such a spendthrift! No way, he absolutely can't be allowed to handle any of the family's money from now on. I was afraid they wouldn't give it to me if I checked the surveillance footage, and I was worried about the trouble. Also, I was too anxious at the time. If I could confirm that I had misunderstood you, I would be willing to pay any price. I just happened to see that both companies were listed for sale online, so I bought them both in a hurry. Xia Tian wasn't stupid. Of course, at this moment, she knew how to make herself look good. She could make the system's reward sound like she was spending a lot of money to urgently verify the truth, and in turn, she could say that she cared about the two of them so much that she was willing to spend a lot of money for them. As expected, this incident softened the expressions of both Xinhuan and Su Rou. There are many ways to solve problems. Don't be so reckless in the future. Xinhuan regained her gentle and virtuous demeanor, and even Su Rou's gaze towards Xia Tian became affectionate. Hee, I'll listen to you from now on. Xia Tian looked at Xinhuan and chuckled foolishly. You heartless little thing, you only listen to Wanner, don't you? You treat me like I'm invisible, you think I'm superfluous, don't you? Su Rou became inexplicably jealous. No, I'll listen to both of you, Xia Tian quickly said. That's more like it. Besides, you lost the bet on the plank and we agreed that you would listen to both of us. Su Rou was just trying to make her presence known and flirt a little. She wasn't really jealous of Xinhuan. I was worried before that you obtained the 2 complete surveillance videos that you posted online through some other means, but now I don't have to worry about that anymore. Xinhuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Then things are clear now. It must have been Jian Qin who leaked the whole thing online for some reason. Her purpose was probably to help someone get revenge, and she secretly had feelings for someone, right? Su Rou said, glancing at Xia Tian. After a moment's thought, Xinhuan agreed with Su Rou's reasoning. Xia Tian was very handsome and extremely wealthy, so it was not surprising that Jian Qin fell in love with him at first sight. In order to take advantage of the situation, she deliberately made a big scene and ruined their reputations so that she could use this opportunity to rise to power. Unexpectedly, before she could even take advantage of the situation, she inadvertently helped Guya and Lu Xian get together with Xia Tian. I also suspect that it might be that woman Jian Qin who did all this, because only she and I knew about it, and the videos circulating online that are spreading rumors about the two of you were the 2 videos that Jian Qin filmed. I even have backups on my phone. She must have leaked the information or posted it online. But just before I got back, I received a call from her. On the phone, she said. Xia Tian recounted Jian Qin's explanation to the two of them. Jian Qin said she's willing to call the police and let them thoroughly investigate the source of this matter to prove her innocence. Now I'm a bit confused too. Xia Tian took out his phone and looked at the message Jian Qin had just sent him on Green Bubble. He was indeed somewhat puzzled, and his initially unwavering belief was wavering because of Jian Qin's attitude. Could there really be something else going on? Xinhuan thought for a moment, then frowned and pondered. Since Jian Qin dared to say that, there must be something else going on. At the very least, she probably didn't leak the information intentionally. Let's leave it to the police to handle. We were worried that this was something you heartless little devil, did on a whim. Su Rou rolled her eyes at Xia Tian. The two of them had indeed had such concerns before, but they were relieved after seeing Xia Tian's clarification statement online. Chapter 66 Feelings Heat Up. Speaking of this, aren't you a little fool? Xinhuan poked Xia Tian's chest with some resentment. Why did you issue such a clarification statement? You could have just released the complete surveillance video. Why did you have to go and explain the whole thing in such detail online, deliberately drawing trouble for yourself? Did you want to experience what it's like to be cyberbullied? In Xinhuan's heart, she really didn't want Xia Tian to suffer the same kind of harm as the two of them. So, while she was relieved by Xia Tian's reckless behavior, she was also very worried. Exactly, you're so stupid. Why don't you discuss things with us first? But thankfully, I've already deleted your text version of the clarification statement. We can keep it to ourselves. There's no need to explain those things to people online. Doing so will only subject you to another wave of cyberbullying and won't do anything effective. On the contrary, it will only make the matter even more sensational. Su Rou explained. After discovering Xia Tian's clarification statement article as soon as it was published, Su Rou immediately judged from the content that it was Xia Tian's work. After discussing it with Xinhuan, they immediately decided to delete Xia Tian's text version of the statement. Su Ro's unintentional remark deepened Xia Tian's sense of guilt. How awful he had been to doubt two women who cared so deeply for him. I was deeply moved and wanted to reach out and hug them both tightly to express how touched I was at that moment, but I was too shy to actually do so. The three have not had any close contact so far, not even holding hands. Out of respect for the two of them, Xia Tian truly dared not cross the line even slightly. It's a pity that Shenwan and Su Ro are both great in every way, but in this respect, perhaps because of their concerns about their status as teachers, or perhaps because they are too shy and thin-skinned, the current relationship between the three of them is somewhat awkward. Just as Xia Tian was filled with regret at not being able to embrace the two beauties, a soft, fragrant body suddenly took the initiative to hug him, which startled Xia Tian. Shenwan suppressed her shyness and secretly cheered herself up. This is her husband. If he hugged her, so be it. If she didn't hug him, would she wait for Guya to hug him? After thinking about it this way, she suddenly felt less embarrassed to hug him and even felt more at ease. Xia Tian was stunned at first, but then quickly realized what was happening and was overjoyed. Shenwan had hugged her. This was definitely a huge breakthrough in their relationship since their marriage. At this moment, there was no need for any more worries or hesitations. He immediately turned around and hugged the other person tightly. Shenwan took the initiative to hug Xia Tian because she clearly sensed Xia Tian's heightened emotions and her awkwardness at wanting to express herself but not daring to. Thinking of how that shameless Guya dared to sleep with her husband, if she continued to be reserved, her husband might really be stolen away by the other party. So she took the initiative to throw herself into her arms. Damn it, Warner, you actually stole food right in front of me. I want some too, I want a hug too. Su Ro was surprised when she saw Shenwan actually throwing herself into Xia Tian's arms. Then she thought to herself, wait a minute, why do I feel like an outsider? Doesn't it feel like I'm being excluded by the two of them? No, I can't fall behind. Su Ro's words abruptly ruined the atmosphere between the two who had just felt a touch of tenderness. Even Shenwan, who was usually generous and proper, blushed at this moment. She loosened her grip on Xia Tian, signaling Xia Tian to let go as well, intending to stop there, or rather, to let Su Ro hold Xia Tian instead, as she was still too shy. But Xia Tian was not about to let go so easily. To be honest, he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. From the first day he met Shenwan, he had been fantasizing about holding her in his arms. Now that his dream had finally come true, how could he let go so easily just because of Su Ro's words? Not only did he not let go, but he held Shenwan tightly with one hand, while freeing up the other arm to indicate that Su Ro could come over if she wanted a hug. At this moment, Xia Tian seemed like a child who had suddenly been allowed to eat candy, appearing somewhat greedy and audacious. Seeing that Xia Tian was so greedy, Su Ro couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She gritted her teeth and leaned in, throwing herself into his arms. A blush crept up her face, and even her ears turned pink. Shenwan, who was originally in a shy state, was at a loss for what to do because of Xia Tian and Su Ro's shameless and bold behavior. Helpless, she couldn't help but glare at the two of them, but being restrained by Xia Tian, she could only adjust her body and turn her body slightly to give the other half of Xia Tian's embrace to Su Ro. The three of them enjoyed this rare moment of warm and sweet embrace, seemingly forgetting the tumultuous events outside and online. At this moment, the three of them felt closer together, and their feelings for each other were growing stronger. Xia Tian held these two beautiful and charming bodies and couldn't help but start thinking in her mind whether she should take it a step further, such as kissing or something. The girl has already taken the first step, so it's impossible for me to always wait for her to take the initiative. That would make me seem too passive and useless, wouldn't it? The only problem was that now that the three of them were hugging, who should he kiss first? Which one should he kiss first and which one should he kiss later? That was the question. But before he could figure it out, he lost his chance. Because there's always someone who spoils the atmosphere at such crucial moments, the sudden ringing of the phone ruined the chance for the relationship between the three to continue to heat up. Shenwan's phone rang. Xia Tian reluctantly let go of Shenwan's arm and let her answer the phone. He wanted to continue holding Su Ro, but almost at the same time, Su Ro's phone also rang on the other end. Regret, frustration, why did I hesitate for so long? Now look what happened, I didn't get to kiss a single one. The call came from the school's faculty affairs department. The situation has now completely exceeded everyone's expectations. It's no longer just a matter of Shenwan and Su Ro's reputations, it has also affected the school's reputation. There's a barrage of online attacks, practically indiscriminate attacks, and even the two girls' workplace, Tsinghua University, has been targeted. Therefore, the call from the Teachers' Affairs Department was to inform the two that the Public Security Bureau was also taking this rumor-mongering incident very seriously and had officially expedited the investigation process. Next, a special person from the Public Security Bureau will come to liaise with the two of them, which can be described as questioning and investigating the situation. Both of them are asked to keep their phones on and actively cooperate with the Public Security Bureau's investigation, in order to restore their innocence and the school's reputation as soon as possible. Chapter 67 Naked Seduction. After the two finished their phone calls, Xiaotian wanted to go over and further develop their relationship, but was rejected by both Shenwan and Su Ro. Stay away from me. Did you shower this morning? Shenwan suddenly remembered that her stinky husband and her old rival Guya had slept together last night, and according to his own confession, he hadn't showered since waking up this morning. Damn it, doesn't that mean this stinky man still has Guya's bodily fluids on him? Ugh. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me sick. Take a shower? Why take a shower so early in the morning? Xiaotian, who was still happy about the warming relationship between the two of them, hadn't thought about this at all and asked in a somewhat confused manner. Xiaotian didn't understand what Shenwan meant, but her best friend Su Ro understood immediately. Damn it, that's why I smelled something weird and stinky when I hugged you earlier. Turns out you didn't shower after sleeping with another woman? Damn, how disgusting. You're not allowed to hug me again. Su Ro disgustedly patted herself, as if she had suddenly gotten something dirty on her. Upon hearing this, Xiaotian suddenly realized that it was true he really hadn't showered. He couldn't quite remember if he had showered last night, but this morning he had been interrogated shirtless by Guya and Lu Xian, and he had only given a quick wash. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blush, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face, his expression a mixture of awkwardness and mortification. Go take a shower right now, and don't come out until you've showered for at least half an hour. No, an hour. Shenwan's eyebrows shot up, giving Xiaotian a taste of the authority of a female college class teacher. Summer obediently took his toiletries into the bathroom and took a shower for an hour. This was going to kill him. He usually only took 3 to 5 minutes to shower, but now his wife Warner made him take a full hour. He wasn't allowed to leave until he had showered for the required time. Wasn't this going to kill him? Summer was sent into the bathroom to take a shower by Shenwan. She was a little resentful and prepared to go to the kitchen to make lunch for the three of them. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon and none of the three of them had eaten lunch yet. Although she was angry at Xiaotian's misdeeds, she couldn't let him go hungry. Shenwan had just entered the kitchen, still considering what ingredients to use and what dishes to make, when her phone rang again. Hello? Is this Ms. Shenwan? A clear, melodious, and incredibly pleasant female voice came from the phone. Hello, this is Shenwan. May I ask who you are? Shenwan's heart skipped a beat. She was receiving a call from an unknown number. It must be the police that the school had just mentioned. As expected, hello, Teacher Shin, I'm Wenlan, a police officer from the Public Security Bureau of the Central District of the capital. The school should have already informed you, right? I have some things I need to verify with you. Is now a convenient time? The woman on the other end of the phone identified herself. She was actually a policewoman. And she was very quick. The school had only just notified the two of them that the police might need to verify some relevant information, and the call had only been going on for a few minutes when the policewoman called. Very efficient. Oh, Officer 1, hello. The school has already notified us. It's convenient for us now. Please let us know how you need our cooperation, Shenwan replied very politely. Since this case involves online rumor mongering, we will have a cyber police officer, Zhang Wei, working with me to handle it. We need to go to your location to verify and understand some specific details about last night. Is it convenient for us to go now? Also, does Teacher Su Ro live with you? Should I notify Teacher Su separately? Wenlan explained the relevant details of the case and the purpose of her call to Shenwan. It's convenient. Su Ro lives with me, so there's no need to notify her again. It's just that I feel bad for troubling you to come all this way. Shenwan immediately agreed to have the police come to her door. Okay, we're already at your school gate. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. See you later. Wenlan politely mentioned the approximate arrival time, implying that they should prepare themselves and wait at home. Okay, we'll be at home. Shenwan hung up the phone, glanced at the groceries in her hand, and realized that since the police were coming over, it was clearly too late to cook. She put the groceries back in the refrigerator. she and Su Ro could skip a meal, they could treat it as a diet. But there was a strong young man in the house, and he probably couldn't skip lunch. After thinking for a moment, she told Su Ro that the police were coming to the door soon, and asked Su Ro to call Xia Tian, who was still taking a shower in the bathroom, out. Then she quickly found a cup of instant noodles, cracked an egg and added a ham to Xia Tian, and prepared the instant noodles. Summer was sitting on the toilet seat, letting the water from the shower head wash over the floor. If he really washed for an hour, he figured he'd be skinned alive. No rush, let's wait patiently. He took out his phone and checked the messages. There were several unread messages on the green bubble. The first thing that struck Xia Tian was the message Lu Xian sent him. After he mentioned that he might not be able to get there, Lu Xian sent him several private photos in a row. There were photos of her with long legs in stockings, low-cut dresses, yoga clothes, and even a candid photo of Guya's profile. Her perfect waist-to-hip ratio made Xia Tian gasp several times. This was really killing him. Lu Xian, honey, are you really not coming to be with us tonight? Tonight is our big day, the day we get our marriage certificate. Are you really going to be so heartless as to leave us all alone on our wedding night? Crying emoji, so sad and heartbroken emoji. Temptation, blatant seduction. Who could resist that? When I saw this in the summer, to be honest, it would be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. After all, I had just gotten my hands on it and was really into it. My body was also very honest and immediately gave me a reaction. As his body underwent changes, his thoughts also became intense. Xia Tian had a fierce internal struggle and sighed inwardly. He had only just returned, and his relationship with Shenwan and Su Ro had only just begun to improve. At the same time, he saw hope for the three of them to take their relationship to the next level. If he left now, he would probably anger the two of them, and they might even break up with him in a fit of anger. On the other hand, Guya and Lu Xian at Imperial University were indeed just as Lu Xian had just sent in her message. Logically speaking, tonight should have been a joyous occasion for the three of them to get their marriage certificate. It was really inappropriate for him to just leave the two girls alone and not even go over to keep them company tonight. What should I do? This is so difficult. At Tsinghua University, he was the one spending his nights alone with Shenwan and Su Ro, while at Beijing University, he could eat meat with Guya and Lu Xian, and it was very likely that he would even get a rice bowl. Chapter 68, Tracing the Culprit. Summer was endlessly torn, wondering whether to spend the night with the two beauties from Shuimu who were currently developing a relationship, or with the two beauties from the capital with whom he had been honest and open. It was a question: should he follow his heart's desires, no, his instincts, or should he remain steadfast in his choice of emotional companionship? Bang bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the bathroom door. Xia Tian was startled and hurriedly put away his phone. Feeling a little guilty, he glanced at his body, which was completely dry. The police are coming soon, hurry up and finish washing up. Su Ro knocked on the door and said to Xia Tian inside the bathroom. Xia Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, finally relieved that he wouldn't have to pretend to shower for an hour. Okay, almost done, he replied, and immediately resumed his normal showering pace, finishing in 2 minutes and 18 seconds before drying his hair and leaving the bathroom. Just have some instant noodles for lunch today. The police will be here soon, and they won't have time to cook for you. Shenwan pushed a bowl of instant noodles in front of Xia Tian. So what are you two going to eat? Xia Tian frowned. Even if the police were coming, they couldn't just not eat. You eat quickly and don't worry about us. We'll just eat some bread or something, consider it a diet. Shenwan told Xia Tian to eat quickly and not worry about her. Xia Tian stared speechlessly at the two of them, whose bodies were completely free of any excess fat. With bodies like that, why do they need to lose weight? Xia Tian stopped trying to dissuade her. With the police coming, it was indeed too late to cook at home. So, at Shenwan's urging, she finished the whole bucket of instant noodles in a few bites. Then Xia Tian went back to her room to change clothes, and while she was at it, she ordered a hearty and nutritious lunch for her two wives online. Dieting? That's impossible. How could she let her wives lose weight when she's around? Besides, what's the point of dieting in the middle of the day? If they want to lose weight, that's something for the evening. Skipping lunch is not an option. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Shenwan and Su Ro exchanged a glance. The police must have arrived. As soon as the door opened, two smart and capable policewomen stood in the doorway, their crisp police uniforms making them look incredibly dashing. Are you Officer Wen and Officer Zhang? Please come in. Xinhuan quickly invited them into her home. "Hello, Teacher Shin, I'm sorry to bother you." Wen Lan greeted Xinhuan politely. "This is Su Ro, another party involved," Xinhuan introduced Su Ro. "Thank you for your help, officers." Su Ro was equally polite. Hearing the noise outside, Xia Tian also came out of the room, guessing that the police officers had arrived. Sure enough, when she came out, she saw two figures in police uniforms, but they were not male police officers, but two beautiful and cool female police officers. As expected of the capital city, the heart of the country, the configuration here is ridiculously high. Even the ordinary police officers in the Public Security Bureau who handle cases are two such beautiful goddess-level beauties. This shows just how high the status is. Xia Tian looked at the two policewomen and sighed inwardly. "Oh, this is our husband, Xia Tian. And these are Officer Wen and Officer Zhang." Xinhuan introduced the two police officers to each other again, seeing that they were looking at Xia Tian with curiosity as he came out of the room. Now, Xinhuan can calmly and naturally introduce Xia Tian and their respective identities. After this whole commotion, everyone will know what they should and shouldn't know, so it's better to just be open and honest about it. "Hello, officers." Xia Tian greeted the two policewomen. "Hello." The two police officers nodded and greeted Xia Tian. The group took their seats, and the investigation and evidence collection phase of the case was about to begin. However, after a series of questions and answers, both police officers, Wen Lan and Zhang Wei, were a little confused. This matter was somewhat complicated and required some brainpower. What does this mean? The incident started when Xinhuan and Su Ro's husbands, the handsome young man sitting next to them, suspected them of cheating on him. He had another woman record a video as evidence, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. However, rumors about the women appeared online and spread widely, causing serious negative social impact. The matter should be simple enough. The woman who spread the rumors should be the one who did it. But Xia Tian said that the woman denied spreading them and showed them the message Jianqin sent him on Green Bubble. Based on their investigative intuition, the two judged that someone else was likely the one spreading the rumors. Having roughly figured out the situation, Wen Lan and Zhang Wei glanced at Xinhuan and Su Ro, two beautiful and elegant teachers, with some sympathy. They thought to themselves, what a waste of such stunning beauties, having such an unreliable and suspicious husband like Xia Tian. As fellow super beauties, they felt a strange sense of kinship with Xinhuan and Su Ro, and couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Next came the investigation. Since it was an online rumor, the investigation was easy. Zhang Wei, the cyber police officer, immediately took out a specially supplied laptop from her backpack and started working on the spot. The rumors first circulated on the Tsinghua University campus forum. The internet has a long memory, especially now that the internet is all registered with real names. It's not difficult for the cyber police to investigate the source of an event, except for taking some time. Moreover, with some software and tools, it doesn't even take much time. The first person to post rumors and videos about Teacher Shin and Teacher Su online was this Shuemu forum account called Jiangdong Sulong. Zhang Wei stopped amidst the sound of typing and pointed to an account on the webpage, saying to the group. Xia Tian, Xinhuan, and Su Ro all shook their heads, indicating that they had no recollection of the name. Zhang Wei typed on the keyboard again, Jiangdong Sulang, formerly known as Su Hao, male, 18 years old, a freshman in the Department of Finance, School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. Zhang Wei quickly found Jiangdong Sulang's registration information. As Zhang Wei spoke, Xinhuan, Xia Tian, and Su Ro, who were present, were all stunned. Xinhuan and Su Ro also knew that Su Hao was Xia Tian's roommate. After all, Xinhuan was their class teacher, so it was not surprising that she knew this. Su Ro had also heard the two of them mention it. Unlike Xinhuan and Su Ro, who, despite knowing Su Hao and being Xia Tian's roommate, still couldn't figure out where he got the relevant information, especially the two videos about them, could he have stolen Xia Tian's phone? But Xia Tian didn't return to the dorm last night, did he? Or did Xia Tian have a computer in the dorm that could connect to the phone? Or did he know Xia Tian's cloud storage account or something? Nowadays, photos, videos, and other information on phones are automatically uploaded and stored in the cloud. Upon hearing the name Su Hao, Xia Tian suddenly felt a sense of realization. Everything made sense. Everything was reasonable. I understand. Jianqin, the girl who filmed those two videos last night, is Su Hao's girlfriend's best friend. And Jianqin also mentioned that she talked about this with her best friend, who is Su Hao's girlfriend. Xia Tian immediately explained the relationship between Su Hao and Jianqin. Whether it was Xinhuan and Su Rou, the two parties involved, or Wen Lan and Jiang Wei, the two policewomen, they all immediately realized what Xia Tian meant after hearing his words, and everything made sense. Chapter 69 Policewomen are human too. The matter became clear, and all that remained was to summon several suspects for interrogation and investigation, and finally draw a conclusion and close the case. The matter seems to have caused quite a stir, but it doesn't actually seem that complicated now. The roommate, a student, committed the crime, probably out of a desire for revenge, jealousy, or to expose the truth. After all, being able to marry two such beautiful and high-quality women as Xinhuan and Su Rou at the same time certainly gives people reason to be jealous and seek revenge. Is this student named Su Hao a student in your class, Teacher Shin, or Xia, your classmate and roommate? Do you two have any conflicts with him? Wen Lan asked the two of them out of professional habit. Xinhuan shook her head in disbelief. This was her first year as a homeroom teacher, and she had feelings for every student in the class and had put a lot of effort into all aspects of the class's work. How could something so heartbreaking happen? How ridiculous and pathetic it is to finally discover that the person spreading rumors about you online was actually your own student. Upon hearing Wen Lan's question, Xia Tian nodded. He and I had some unpleasantness before, and our relationship isn't very harmonious right now. Wen Lan turned her head. Oh, so there was a conflict between Xia Tian and him. That makes it even easier to explain. Jealousy is the biggest reason for it. Xinhuan and Su Rou also frowned. Xia Tian had never mentioned this to them before, and this was the first time they had heard about the situation. That means there's a motive, and the evidence is conclusive. So, what's next? Wen Lan's words were interrupted by a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Tian knew that her takeout had probably arrived, so she got up and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a delivery man appeared. Are you Mr. Xia? Your delivery is here. Oh, thank you, you've worked hard. Xia Tian said as she took the large and small bags and boxes from the other person's hands. You ordered takeout, and so much of it? Xinhuan reached out and took some of the bags. The packaging clearly showed food items. I ordered some takeout for you too since you didn't eat lunch. Now that things have come to light, there's no need for us to get worked up. You should eat something, or I'll feel bad for you. Xia Tian said as she placed the boxes on the table. Some sudden and slightly cheesy words of concern made Xinhuan and Su Rou blush. This rascal, there are outsiders here, and he suddenly says such embarrassing things. Su Rou got up and went to the dining table to help. When did you order so much food? Didn't we say we wouldn't eat it to lose weight? Su Rou was still happy inside. It felt good to be cared for by her man. Xia Tian didn't stop what she was doing. Instead, she continued plating the food while saying, It's okay, let's eat and chat together. Eating is the most important thing. Officers, why don't you join us for a bite? I bet you haven't eaten yet either, have you? Oh, no need, no need. You guys eat your food, we don't need it. Well, the matter is basically clear now, and we will definitely find out the truth as soon as possible and clear your names. You guys eat first, we won't bother you any longer. Wen Lan and Jiang Wei stood up at the same time, intending to say goodbye and leave. The situation is now basically clear, and the suspect has been identified. The rest is up to the police. The three parties involved just need to wait at home for the results and news. Xinhuan stopped the two officers who were about to leave, saying, Officers, you must sit down and have a bite to eat with us. You've worked so hard for us, and it's past mealtime. You can't go hungry. It's just some simple home-cooked food, please don't mind, just have a bite together. Xinhuan had come to stop Wen Lan and Jiang Wei from getting up, so she didn't see the food that Xia Tian had already placed on the table. While they were talking, Xia Tian had already quickly opened all the takeout boxes, and a dozen or so beautifully prepared and fragrant dishes were laid out on the table. This wasn't just ordinary takeout, it was a meal specially ordered from a top-tier restaurant in the summer, meticulously prepared by a renowned chef. So, both the presentation and the taste were exceptional. Of course, due to time constraints, there weren't any particularly complex dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall. Instead, there were simpler dishes such as black abalone and lobster rice, and crab roe and ham-fried rice. Although the preparation was relatively simple, the ingredients were all top quality, ensuring maximum flavor and nutrition. Now that he had revealed to his wife his immense wealth, he no longer needed to hide his spending on food and drink. Whatever he gave his wife, it had to be the very best. Wen Lan and Jiang Wei exchanged a glance. They could see the exquisitely prepared, delicious-looking dishes on the table and couldn't help but think to themselves, is this just ordinary home cooking? Do you two have some kind of misunderstanding about ordinary home cooking? Although they were just ordinary police officers, their work gave them a lot of experience and insight, and they could tell at a glance that the food on the table was definitely not cheap. After Shinwon finished speaking, she turned to look at the dining table. To be honest, the takeout she ordered this summer tasted pretty good. Just the smell alone made her feel very hungry. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, not only Shinwon and Su-ro, but even Wenlan and Zhang Wei, who had already stood up to say goodbye and leave, couldn't help but swallow their saliva because of the tempting aroma and appearance of the food. Xia Tian guessed correctly. Wenlan and Zhang Wei hadn't had lunch yet. They had been busy all this time and were already starving. The sight and smell of the delicious food in front of them made them even hungrier, and their stomachs started rumbling with hunger. Shinwon, who was closer to the two, heard it clearly. Even Xia Tian, who was busy setting the table, vaguely heard the sound. You should know that Xia Tian's physical fitness has been enhanced by the system, making him more sensitive to sound. Their stomachs rumbled uncontrollably, causing Wenlan and Zhang Wei to blush. How embarrassing. But the food did smell so delicious. After all, policewomen are human too, and it's normal for their stomachs to rumble when they're hungry. As a police officer, one must never forget iron discipline. This really won't do. We have discipline, and serving the people is our duty. You don't need to be so polite. Wenlan and Zhang Wei insisted on leaving, while Shinwon and Su-ro, who were very hospitable, sincerely wanted the two policewomen to stay and have dinner at their home. Oh dear, it's mealtime. We're just having a simple meal at home, it's nothing to worry about. Please take your seats. Shinwon stopped the two of them and pulled them to their seats. Officer Wen, Officer Zhang, now that we're acquainted, I'm actually planning to become friends with you. Shall we eat and chat? Su-ro invited the two to sit down. In the summer, the plates were already laid out. You have to eat no matter where you go. If you happen to run into someone, you can have a bite together if you don't mind. It's just some takeout. Unable to refuse their kind invitation, Wenlan and Zhang Wei sat down and had a meal together. Chapter 70. My first time riding in a police car. Although Xia Tian had already eaten a bowl of instant noodles made by Shinwon, his physical condition had greatly improved with the system's support, and his appetite had also increased significantly. So he ate with the four beautiful women again. Shinwon and Su-ro didn't eat much and ate slowly, while Wenlan and Zhang Wei ate much faster and had larger portions than Shinwon and Su-ro, so they stopped eating at the same time. After putting down their chopsticks, the four women went to the sofa on the other side and started chatting intimately. Sometimes, female friendships can develop so quickly. As it turned out, Xia Tian, who was accompanying them, was the one who ate the most, basically finishing all the leftovers from the four women's meal. After Xia Tian finished eating and drank a glass of water, Wenlan and Zhang Wei got up to say goodbye. The next part of the case investigation was still waiting for them to handle. However, as a key figure, Xia Tian needed to accompany them to the Public Security Bureau. The Public Security Bureau would definitely summon Jianqin and the others, and Xia Tian would have to go with them to testify. On the contrary, Shinwon and Su-ro, who were the parties involved, did not need to go to the police station, because they were simply victims in the whole incident and had nothing to do with these people. It could be said that the whole thing was caused by a series of troubles due to a misunderstanding by their husband, Xia Tian. However, upon learning that Xia Tian was going to the police station, Shinwon and Su-ro couldn't sit still and volunteered to accompany him. Wenlan quickly advised the two not to go out yet, because before the whole matter was clarified, the two of them would have to endure a lot of criticism and strange looks if they went out now. There are many talented people online, and now that the matter has become so widely discussed, some people have already found the photos of the two people on the school's official website and posted them online. After all, both of them are public employees of Tsinghua University, and their information and photos are published on the school's official website. Finally, after Wenlan and Zhang Wei repeatedly assured Xia Tian that she would be fine, Xia Tian followed them to the police station alone. As for Jianqin, Zhou Nianyo, and Su Hao, other colleagues from the bureau have already summoned them to the bureau to report for duty. The crime of spreading rumors can be serious or minor depending on the social impact it causes. Obviously, the negative social impact of this rumor is not small, so the person who spread the rumor online will definitely not be guilty of a minor crime in the end. Walking with the two policewomen, Xia Tian felt prickly under the strange looks from passers-by. Especially after the scene of the three of them getting into the police car at the school gate was seen by many students in the school, some people began to suspect that the boy who was taken away by the police was probably related to the uproar on the internet today. Someone filmed the scene of Xia Tian being taken away in a police car, and rumors about Xia Tian being taken away by the police reappeared on the school forum. As soon as Xia Tian sat in the back of the police car, he was still marveling at how this was the first time he had ever ridden in a police car, considering both his past and present lives. But before he could finish his thought, his phone rang urgently. Xia Tian took out his phone and saw it was Wang Nan calling. "Is this girl still waiting to go on a date with me?" Feeling somewhat apologetic, he answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, Wang Nan's anxious voice came through. "Hello? Xia Tian, where are you? Are you all right?" Her voice was full of worry. Xia Tian was taken aback, and he could hear the anxiety in Wang Nan's voice. "I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine, what's wrong?" "Phew, I'm so glad you're all right. There were rumors on the school forum that you were arrested by the police and taken away in a police car. I was so scared, I thought something had happened to you." Wang Nan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Xia Tian say that she was all right. Because of Xinwan, Wang Nan was keeping a close eye on the latest news on the school forum when she came across a photo of Xia Tian being taken away in a police car by 2 policemen. Wang Nan was immediately shocked and called Xia Tian to inquire about the situation. Summer was completely bewildered and exasperated. Damn, do rumors spread this fast these days? She immediately opened the school forum and sure enough, there was a photo of herself sitting in a police car posted there. However, there was only a photo and no accompanying text, but the discussion below was lively, with all sorts of opinions being expressed. Damn it, who the hell is so wicked? Xia Tian's face turned green. He quickly explained a few words to Wang Nan and hung up the phone. Now he finally understands why no one wants to hitch a ride with a police officer. My reputation is ruined this time. No, Officer Wen, please stop the car. I want to get out and drive myself. I want a ride in your police car. People at the school are already saying that you arrested me. Xia Tian was speechless. TSK, does your school spread rumors this fast? Wen Lan was also surprised. Let me see. Zhang Wei took out her phone and logged into the Tsinghua University campus forum using her identity as a cyber police officer. Sure enough, there was a photo of Xia Tian sitting in a police car. With her and Wen Lan, both police officers in uniform, standing next to the car, Xia Tian really looked like a suspect. It seems the rumors about Teacher Shin and Teacher Su at school have been making headlines today. Everyone's misunderstood you because the police are involved. Don't worry, I'll clarify things for you, and then I'll get the other party to delete the post. Zhang Wei immediately took action. Her verified identity as a cyber police officer was quite useful. She personally clarified the rumors for Xia Tian under the post and left a message demanding that the poster delete the post immediately, otherwise it would constitute defamation. After Zhang Wei stepped in using her identity as a cyber police officer, the post on the forum was deleted almost instantly. It's unclear whether the poster deleted it themselves or the forum administrator deleted it. It's been deleted, Zhang Wei said to Xia Tian after seeing that the post had been deleted. Now I know why nobody wants to ride in your police cars. I was so stupid, I was just happy that it was my first time riding in a police car. Xia Tian's words made Wen Lan and Zhang Wei burst out laughing at the same time. Hee, how does it feel to ride in a police car for the first time? Wen Lan laughed even harder. It's a really bad feeling. I think I'll just drive there myself. I really don't dare ride in a police car again. Xia Tian still decided to drive there herself, otherwise who knows what kind of rumors would spread. Didn't I already debunk the rumors for you? Besides, you're the one who caused all of this. Don't be so suspicious anymore. Also, I suggest you stick to taking our car. Parking is a huge problem for us there, and the bureau doesn't allow outside vehicles to enter. If you drive there now, you'll probably have to park several kilometers away. Wen Lan kindly reminded her. Xia Tian felt helpless upon hearing this, but she could only choose to continue riding in the police car. After what had just happened, the three of them chatted casually. Beep, beep, beep. Summer's phone suddenly rang again. As soon as she answered, a gentle and pleasant female voice came from the other end. Hello, honey, what are you doing? Wen Lan and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance. This voice did not belong to either Xinwan or Su Rou, whom they had just parted ways with. Chapter 71 Scumbag Summer. The call was made by Lu Xian, and it was Guya who urged Lu Xian to make the call. When his wife called, Xia Tian naturally answered the phone immediately. I was in the police car on my way to the police station, Xia Tian told the truth. Huh? What happened? Why did they arrest you? Which police station are they from? We're coming right away. Lu Xian asked anxiously. It's not an arrest, don't overthink it. I went there to testify. My roommate was the one spreading rumors online, and I went to testify, Xia Tian quickly explained. Oh, you should speak more clearly, you scared me. Lu Xian said coquettishly. Now that the suspect has been identified, the case should be closed soon, right? Come over here directly after you leave the police station. Tonight, your wife Xiaoya showed off her culinary skills and made several delicious and nourishing dishes. Lu Xian's voice was very distinctive, a uniquely charming and coquettish one. Lu Xian's voice and the meaning behind her words made Xia Tian's heart flutter and his body react immediately. Luckily, he was sitting alone in the back of the police car. If there had been someone else next to him, he would have been embarrassed today. Okay. I'll see how it goes. If I can get there, I'll head over. Xia Tian, a little carried away, almost blurted out his agreement, but thankfully, his last bit of reason reminded him that Xinhuan and Su Rou had suffered so much injustice today, and ultimately it was his fault. He should be the one to comfort them, both emotionally and logically. What do you mean, depending on the situation? Today is our big day, are you really going to be so heartless? We won't say anything if you spend the whole day with the neighbors, but you're not coming to keep us company tonight? Ask around, which family leaves their wife alone on their wedding night? Lu Xian's voice was thick with nasal tone, as if Xia Tian would burst into tears if she didn't agree at any moment. Summer was covered in cold sweat. When Lan and Jiang Wei, who were in front of her, were no longer hiding their curiosity and kept turning around to look at Summer. It's just that the quality of mobile phones these days is too good. Although Xia Tian didn't put the phone on speaker, the police car is so small that when Lan and Jiang Wei, who were sitting in the front, could hear Lu Xian's voice clearly on the phone. The two policewomen had already conjured up many images in their minds, and their gazes toward Xia Tian carried a strange and subtle hint of disdain. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Xia Tian reluctantly agreed, thinking he couldn't really let her cry on the phone. Besides, he was feeling a bit uncomfortable with Jiang Wei's frequent glances back, so he wanted to end the call with Lu Xian as soon as possible. That's what a good husband is like. Xiaoya and I will take a bath and wait for you. After Xia Tian agreed, Lu Xian immediately beamed with joy. After finally hanging up the phone, Xia Tian smiled bitterly, wondering what she would do that night. However, this can only be considered a happy trouble, since he has 4 stunningly beautiful wives. That being said, it's already a blessing that the 4 wives didn't split into 4 separate households. 4 people only mean 2 households, so one should be content. Otherwise, one would feel like they'd be split into 4 pieces. Xia Tian, what's going on with you? Besides Teacher Shin and Teacher Su, do you have other wives? When Lan finally couldn't help but ask Xia Tian with a frown. She had a good impression of both Xinhuan and Su Rou and intended to befriend them. Hearing Xia Tian's phone conversation, she couldn't help but ask. Yes, that's right. I have 2 other wives. Xia Tian answered very readily, there was nothing to hide, and it would only take the police a few minutes to find out this information. Does Teacher Shin and Teacher Su agree to your remarriage? Jiang Wei also looked at Xia Tian with a scrutinizing gaze. There were some twists and turns in this matter, but they all know about it. Is the police station almost here? Xia Tian said vaguely, then changed the subject. We'll be there soon. When Lan and Jiang Wei exchanged another glance, knowing that Xia Tian was changing the subject, so they naturally stopped talking about it. That's just how society is. It's not uncommon for men to have multiple wives. However, it's quite rare for a man like Xia Tian to marry 4 wives right after starting university, especially since 2 of his wives are Xinhuan and Su Rou, whom they've already met. Both are considered very outstanding and excellent women. Considering Xia Tian's previous ambiguous relationship with Wang Nan, when Lan and Jiang Wei had already labeled Xia Tian a scumbag in their minds. But they had to admit one thing, this guy was really handsome. And very rich too. The 3 remained silent for the rest of the journey, and none of them spoke again. The police car soon drove into the police station's compound. Yang Junkai finally woke up from his drunken stupor at 3 p.m. He had been too excited and played too hard last night, and only went to sleep after the 3 girls had gone to school. The 3-on-1 experience had left him with a sore and aching lower back as soon as he woke up. Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, he immediately opened the SMTH-BBS. As expected, the erotic rumors he posted under the identity of Su Hao about Su Rou and Xinhuan's marital infidelity went viral. Moreover, they unexpectedly went viral beyond the mainstream, causing a huge uproar online. Yang Junkai was stunned when he saw the topic trending so much online, and then he felt a pang of panic. His original intention was to spread some rumors on a small scale, causing Su-ro and her husband to drift apart and deepen their misunderstandings, so that the two would eventually divorce, and he could then take advantage of the situation. But things took an unexpected turn that far exceeded his control and imagination, spiraling out of control. Fortunately, he was always cautious and had taken precautions beforehand. He used computer technology to publish information under the identity of that kid named Su Hao, and since he had no connection with him, no matter what, they couldn't trace it back to him. Now that things have escalated to the point where everyone knows about them, there's no way to end things properly. Since we've already gone this far, let's just stir things up even more, leaving you speechless and unable to prove your innocence. A hint of madness flashed in Yang Junkai's eyes. His true nature is that of a person full of dark and crazy factors, otherwise he wouldn't have done so many perverted and crazy things. He immediately used his hacking skills to infiltrate the surveillance footage of the hotel and restaurant where the incident occurred last night and deleted the surveillance video directly. He breathed a sigh of relief after doing all this. Now, even if things escalated, it wouldn't be easy to clear things up. Especially with so many uninformed people involved, things definitely wouldn't end easily. Humph, Su-ro, I bet your reputation will be ruined by then. How will you still be able to pretend to be high and mighty in front of me? Chapter 72. A big fish was actually caught. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Lan and Zhang Wei frowned, as things had taken an unexpected turn. The three suspects, who were thought to have been identified, all firmly denied posting any related information or rumors online. Su Hao, in particular, felt wronged and could only cry foul. He wasn't a brainless rich kid, so why would he do something so stupid that he would obviously get caught? Jian Qin looked at Xia Tian, who was staring at her with a cold and indifferent gaze, and felt utterly heartbroken. She was filled with regret, but who told her to be so talkative and tell her best friend Zhou Nianyo about something so private? She was now the first person to spread rumors. Zhou Nianyo swore she hadn't revealed any relevant information to Su Hao, and produced all her contact information to prove her innocence. Now she was dying of guilt, cursing herself for being so curious. Why had she been asking around? Now she'd not only gotten herself into trouble, but also put her best friend Jian Qin in a bad light. After a thorough technical investigation, Zhang Wei indeed discovered that Zhou Nianyo and Su Hao had not communicated at all. Even if information could be conveyed verbally, there should still be traces of video transmission. Perhaps the two did not use their mobile phones to transmit the video. Then, while using technical means to investigate Su Hao's phone, Zhang Wei unexpectedly discovered a clue. There were hidden deleted video records, and Zhang Wei immediately began to follow the clues to investigate further. It was quickly discovered that the two videos were sent to Su Hao's phone by Jian Qin's green bubble. Jian Qin was stunned. When did she send a video to Su Hao? She hadn't even given him a green bubble, a euphemism for a romantic advance, okay? Su Hao also protested his innocence. In front of Zhou Nianyo, he swore that he had never added Jian Qin's green bubble, a nickname for a friend. The two didn't even have each other's phone numbers, so where did the green bubble come from? Yang Junkai's skills are good, but Zhang Wei's computer skills as a cyber police officer are even more impressive. After hearing both parties say the same thing, Zhang Wei quickly realized that something was wrong. Something's wrong. The two videos were transferred to Green Bubble via a Trojan horse, and the transfer history was deleted very discreetly. Zhang Wei quickly tracked down the Trojans on the two phones, but that was the end of it. There were no more clues, and it would be difficult to continue the investigation. Mobile phones are mobile devices, and trying to trace who is operating a Trojan horse is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's impossible to find out. Just then, Xia Tian's phone rang again. Seeing that it was Yi Lan calling, Xia Tian walked aside to answer it. Hello? Xia Tian didn't know why Yi Lan was calling him. President Xia, I have something special to report to you. Yi Lan's voice came from the phone. What's the matter? Xia Tian asked curiously, thinking that he shouldn't have anything to do with the hotel. Our hotel security cameras have been hacked, and a video clip has been deleted and altered. It just so happens to be the video you were investigating this morning related to last night. Yi Lan's voice was strange. When the hotel's network administrator reported this to her, she was also puzzled, but she quickly realized that although the matter seemed odd, it seemed to be related to the new boss, Xia Tian. Otherwise, why would this happen so soon after the new boss checked the security footage this morning? Out of caution, Yi Lan decided to report it to the boss, Xia Tian, just in case there was something important involved. Better safe than sorry. What? The hotel surveillance system was hacked? And they even deleted the footage from last night? Xia Tian frowned and asked. The deletion of the hotel surveillance video isn't a big problem. He already had the complete video saved, so whether it's deleted or not won't affect him. It just feels a bit strange who would be so bored as to hack into a hotel surveillance system? What's the point? No, someone doesn't want this evidence to see the light of day and wants the rumors to continue spreading. Officer Zhang, I have a situation to report. The surveillance cameras at the hotel where Teacher Shen visited last night have been hacked and the relevant videos have been deleted. Xia Tian immediately told Zhang Wei this news. As the hotel owner, it's perfectly reasonable for him to report the hacking of his hotel to the police, right? The hotel's surveillance system was hacked and the surveillance videos were deleted? Zhang Wei was stunned when she heard this and asked Xia Tian for confirmation. Yes, that's right, the video was hacked and deleted, Xia Tian answered affirmatively. Without hesitation, Zhang Wei used her identity as a cyber police officer to access the hotel's surveillance footage. Upon hearing Xia Tian's news, a thought flashed through her mind. It was very likely that the person who controlled Jian Qin and Su Hao's phones was behind all of this. She needs to hurry and catch the person behind all this. Yang Juankai's skills are impressive, but he was clearly exposed in front of security expert Zhang Wei. This was mainly because Yang Junkai had just left in a hurry, and some traces had not yet been completely eliminated. Zhang Wei was very perceptive in grasping these clues, but it would take her a lot of time to find out the mastermind behind this on her own, and she couldn't track him down quickly. Suddenly remembering that Su Ro was a computer expert, and that this matter was closely related to her, he immediately invited Su Ro to help him, so that the two of them could work together to search for this guy. Su Ro readily accepted Zhang Wei's invitation and immediately went into the hotel's surveillance footage together. Why does this technology seem so familiar? Yang Junkai had demonstrated his technical skills to Su Ro without reservation back then in order to impress her. Using some memories in her mind, Su Ro quickly deciphered and tracked down Yang Juankai's hideout. With Su Ro's remote assistance, Yang Juankai's hideout was quickly exposed. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. Finally this thorny problem was about to be solved. After searching Yang Juankai's computer, Su Ro and Zhang Wei not only found the two videos of Shenwan and Su Ro, as well as evidence that he had used Su Hao's identity to post information on the Tsinghua University campus forum, but also a large amount of previously unknown evidence of Yang Juankai's illegal filming, as well as indecent threats and coercion to rape women, and many other perverted and heinous videos. Su Ro was shocked by what she saw. She never expected that Yang Junkai was such a monster in human form. He had been pretending to be civilized in front of her, but he turned out to be a scoundrel. Zhang Wei was also surprised. She never expected to actually capture a perverted demon hiding beneath a noble identity. Chapter 73 Methods to Enhance Relationships. Yang Junkai will ultimately face the full force of the law. However, this case involves a great deal of people and has many victims, so a thorough investigation is still needed before a verdict can be reached. However, the online rumors surrounding Shenwan and Su Ro can now be closed and an official clarification statement issued to restore the reputation of the two individuals in Shuemu campus. The facts are clear and the evidence is conclusive when Lan and Zhang Wei released this announcement very quickly. After the police issued an official statement online, confirming that the rumors circulating online about two teachers from Tsinghua University were malicious fabrications and false information, the online uproar and trolls suddenly fell silent, like ducks whose throats had been snatched. The internet celebrities who had wanted to ride the wave of popularity also became completely silent. With everything settled, Jian Qin, Zhou Nianyo, and Su Hao, who had been given a verbal reprimand, were finally able to leave the police station. Before leaving, Jian Qin kept looking back at Xia Tian, but Xia Tian had already run off. It's already 5:30 p.m., he needs to hurry and get to Imperial University. He had already made up his mind. Today was the day he, Guya, and Lu Xian were to register their marriage, and it was only right and proper that he went there, at least to have a meal together. So, he planned to first go to Imperial University to comfort Guya and Lu Xian, and then return to Tsinghua University. Although the rumors about what happened today had been quickly clarified, he couldn't ignore the immense harm and injustice he had caused Shenwan and Su Ro. Summer ran away, quickly leaving under Jian Qin's sorrowful gaze. I hailed a taxi in front of the police station and quickly headed towards Imperial University. On the way, I sent Lu Xian a message saying I would arrive soon. Just as I was about to put my phone away, Su Ro's green bubble message came through. Su Ro, the matter has been resolved. Come back quickly. On your way back, buy some fresh ingredients. Warner is going to show off her culinary skills and cook a big meal tonight. Looking at the message Su-ro sent him, Xia Tian felt a toothache. Did it really have to be such a coincidence? Unless you split yourself in two, how else can you manage? You can't take care of both sides at the same time. After some consideration, Xia Tian concluded that the only reason she could come up with now was to bring up the issues related to the hotel and restaurant. Sister Ro, the hotel just called me again and they need me to come over right now. There are a few documents that I need to sign today. You and Sister Wan can eat first. I'll go back as soon as I finish dealing with the hotel matters. Xia Tian's reason was reasonable enough. It's normal for the owner of such a big hotel to need to sign documents, right? Meanwhile, in the faculty apartment at Tsinghua University, Su-ro handed Shenwan a message from Xia Tian that she had just received on Green Bubble. The Green Bubble message that Su-ro had just sent to Xia Tian was something the two of them had deliberately sent to ensure that Xia Tian would come back as soon as possible and not run off to the neighboring school. The two of them now also have a sense of urgency that Guya and Lu Xian give them. Their previous reserve and easygoing attitude vanished completely after seeing the threat and the opponent. It's probably true. He impulsively bought the hotel today and hasn't had time to complete the handover yet. It's understandable that he's dealing with some formalities, Su-ro analyzed. Although Shenwan felt that something was amiss, the reason seemed plausible. When Xia Tian arrived at Guya and Lu Xian's apartment, it was exactly 6 o'clock. A very sumptuous dinner has been prepared on the table, with delicious colors, aromas, and flavors. Guya is still busy in the kitchen. Lu Xian introduced the apartment to Xia Tian. It had 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Although it wasn't big, it was decorated very warmly and had a homey feel. The teachers' apartments at Shuimu were similar to those of Shenwan and Su-ro. While Lu Xian was introducing her room, Xia Tian glanced at Guya, who was still busy in the kitchen, and pulled Lu Xian into the room. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lu Xian exclaimed, looking at Xia Tian, who had suddenly become bold and unrestrained. "Being intimate with my wife." Xia Tian answered matter-of-factly. He couldn't be too reserved or polite with his wife, especially since Lu Xian was calling him husband in a sweet, coquettish way. Xia Tian couldn't wait to tease her again. Besides, the two of them had already been intimate last night, so any further intimacy would just be reliving old memories. After calling out to them for a while without getting a response, Guya couldn't help but leave the kitchen out of curiosity, wanting to see what these two were doing. She had worked so hard to prepare the meal, and no one paid any attention to her when she asked them to bring it. When the results came out, no one was in the living room. Then, looking closer, Lu Xian's bedroom door was tightly shut. His eyes narrowed, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Has that brat Xiao Xian become so audacious now? What kind of good thing could those two be doing, blatantly closing the door behind them? "Hey, I've been working so hard cooking for you too, and what do? You're secretly doing bad things behind my back. I'm starting to feel really resentful." Bang bang bang. Guya knocked on the door twice and called inside, "Come out and eat first. If you want to do anything naughty, wait until after you've eaten." Lu Xian, who was inside the room, was immediately brought back to her senses by the knocking on the door. She quickly stopped Xia Tian's hands, which were about to do something reckless. Fortunately, Guya's knocking woke her up, otherwise she would have lost control. "You little rascal, stop it. Eat first. Xiaoya has been busy all afternoon. I'll give it to you later." Although summer was still a bit too hot and she was feeling a bit tipsy, she couldn't just rush into doing something without thinking things through. Good things come to those who wait, and Guya was waiting outside, so she had to consider her feelings. "Okay, I'll let you off the hook for now. Let's eat first, and I'll eat you later." Xia Tian kissed Lu Xian again before letting go of her hands. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She had been a little carried away and had forgotten that she was still in pain down there. Opening the bedroom door, Guya had already returned to the kitchen and came out with a plate of food. She looked at the two people who came out of the room with a half smile and said, "Did I interrupt your good time? Eat first. You'll have the energy to do all this when you're full. Go wash your hands and eat." Guya's words made both of them blush. Lu Xian turned around and went to the bathroom. The intimacy with Lu Xian just now had also unconsciously emboldened Xia Tian. Intimacy with his wife was the fastest way to enhance their relationship. Chapter 70 for the triumphant arrival. With his courage growing, Xia Tian, seeing Guya's surprised expression, went up and hugged Guya's slender waist, then lowered his head and lightly pecked her cherry lips. "Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Guya looked at Xia Tian, who had suddenly become more proactive, with surprise, but she did not stop Xia Tian from being intimate with her. Husband and wife should be the closest people in the relationship. It's not hard work. It's only natural for a wife to cook for her husband, Guya said frankly, looking at the big boy who was hugging her. Hee, did I interrupt your good time too? Lu Xian's voice came from behind them. It's all right, the three of us have already been honest with each other, what's there to be embarrassed about? Guya appeared generous in the face of Lu Xian's teasing, but beneath her calm expression, she uttered some rather risque words. Spurred by this, Xia Tian wanted to express his feelings and wanted to kiss her, but Guya blocked his mouth with one hand. All right, enough with the flirting, let's eat first. The three of them finally sat down at the dining table and began to eat. The meal was very plentiful today, and it was clear that Guya had put a lot of thought into it. Come on, let's raise a glass first and celebrate that we've registered our marriage today and become husband and wife. Guya suggested, raising her glass. The three of them clinked glasses together. Let's raise our glasses again, hoping that we can support each other in the future, and have a long and happy life together. Guya raised her glass again. The three of them clinked glasses again. Finally, I wish my husband and I a life of harmony, happiness, and fulfillment. The third cup. Come on, let's raise another glass to thank Xiaoya for preparing such a sumptuous dinner for us. Lu Xian then suggested. Guya smiled and shook her head, and the three of them drank another cup. Guya's cooking was indeed quite good. Although it couldn't compare to the dishes of a head chef at a big hotel, it still had its own unique flavor. The three of them enjoyed their meal, frequently serving each other food and pouring drinks. Indeed, for a couple's relationship to progress rapidly, they must cross certain boundaries. Although the three of them only met last night and got to know each other today, and this is the first time they've sat down to eat together, the harmonious feeling they have is already like that of a real married couple. This atmosphere and camaraderie was something Shenwan and Su Rou from Shuimu couldn't match. Although he had known Shenwan and Su Rou longer and had gotten their marriage certificates earlier, their relationship was more of a more than friends, less than lovers state. Their words, actions, and interactions all conveyed a cautious sense of propriety and boundaries, but precisely this sense of propriety and boundaries was the key obstacle preventing their relationship from progressing further. The three of them were enjoying their dinner together intimately, occasionally raising their glasses to drink from each other's mouths. The atmosphere became even more ambiguous and chemistry-filled as Lu Xian took the initiative to sit on Xia Tian's lap. Alcohol is indeed a wonderful thing. It can make people let go of their inhibitions. Things that you wouldn't dare to do normally, things that you feel constrained or embarrassed to do, become bold and confident after drinking, especially when the atmosphere is right. The meal was almost over, and to put it simply, when emotions run high, everything happens naturally. The system assigned me a daily exercise task for summer, which required me to complete 2 hours of exercise every day. Today's exercise time was just enough to finish. Summer was also surprised to find that doing this kind of thing could actually be considered as physical exercise, which surprised and delighted him. While Guya and Lu Xian were resting, he quietly left the bedroom and washed himself in the bathroom. Guya had already prepared brand new toiletries for him. In this respect, Guya's thoughtfulness was no less than Shenwan's. Looking at the dozens of messages and many missed calls Su Rou had sent him on his phone, Xia Tian rubbed his head in exasperation. After much internal struggle and hesitation, she finally gritted her teeth, put on her clothes, and quietly opened the bedroom door to peek inside. She saw that Guya and Lu Xian were not moving, so they must have fallen asleep from exhaustion. After closing the bedroom door in the summer, Guya, who had been completely still, suddenly opened her eyes and listened intently to the sounds outside. When she heard the door open and close, she struggled to sit up, grabbed her phone, and immediately sent a green bubble message. In the summer, he closed the bedroom door, then quietly opened the door, turned around to make sure it was locked, and then left the faculty apartment of Imperial Capital University. Guya took out her phone, and Su Rou's call came in again immediately. When Su Rou sent Xia Tian her first message, Guya had asked Xia Tian to put her phone on silent. "Hey, Sister Rou, I'll be right back," Xia Tian immediately reported as soon as the call connected. Phew. Okay, come back quickly, we're waiting for you to have dinner together." Su Rou forcefully suppressed the urge to get angry and instead spoke in a reasonable manner. It wasn't that Su Rou's temper had improved, but rather that Shenwan reminded Su Rou. If the two of them don't change their attitude towards Xia Tian now, they're essentially pushing Xia Tian into the arms of Guya and Lu Xian. So, taking advantage of Xia Tian's absence, Shenwan and Su Rou had a good talk. The main topic of discussion was how Su-ro viewed her marriage with Xiaotian. Was she really just using Xiaotian as a tool, as she had said when they got their marriage certificate, or had she changed her mind after getting to know him better and was willing to spend the rest of her life with him and become a real couple? Xinhuan took the initiative to express her plans, saying that she wanted to spend the rest of her life with Xiaotian and be a real couple. Faced with Xinhuan's question, Su-ro hesitated for 3 seconds before realizing her true feelings. The answer was that she was willing to continue her relationship with Xiaotian. Xinhuan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Su-ro's reply. She was truly afraid that Su-ro wouldn't stand by her side, which would put her at a significant disadvantage when facing Guya and Lu Shen from the capital. Fortunately, although they weren't at an advantage, at least she and Su-ro were no worse than Guya and Lu Shen. In the future battle for her husband, she has all the advantages: timing, location, and people. She refuses to believe she can't beat Guya. Just you wait and see. Just as she was thinking this, Xinhuan suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She had received a message on green bubble. Upon opening it, Xinhuan couldn't help but feel her pretty face turn frosty and her whole body go cold. Su-ro sensed Xinhuan's change. "Wonder, what's wrong? He lied to us in the summer. He didn't go to handle any hotel documents or sign any documents. He went to the Imperial University and just left there. They sent us a message from there, showing off their power," Xinhuan said coldly. Chapter 75: A Clever Method. Xinhuan's pretty face was filled with anger, and Su-ro was also furious after hearing what Xinhuan said. "That heartless little bastard dared to lie to us like that? You even cooked such a big table of delicious food, waiting for him to come back." Su-ro gripped her phone tightly with both hands, as if the phone were the summer itself. "When he gets back, I'll make him pay. I'll punish him by making him sleep on the sofa again tonight." Su-ro's personality was just like that, capable of both love and hate. Xinhuan quickly suppressed her resentment. She put herself in Guya's shoes and realized that Guya's purpose in sending her this message was definitely not good. Guya's goal was clear: to make her angry, to create a rift between her and Xiaotian, or even to cause arguments and distrust between them. What would be the outcome? The two of them would drift further and further apart from Xiaotian, and it would likely end in divorce due to various suspicions and distrust. Xinhuan and Guya have been rivals for over 20 years, and they know each other too well. To put it bluntly, the other can tell exactly whether they're about to poop or pee the moment they lift their butt. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I absolutely cannot fall for their tricks. I cannot get caught in their trap." Thinking of this, Xinhuan didn't immediately try to calm Su-ro down. Instead, after a moment's thought, she sent a message to Guya first. "Today is, after all, the day you two got your marriage certificate. It's only right that he takes the time to come and have a meal with you. Otherwise, he'd be being inconsiderate. I always teach him to be a responsible and dependable man, and Xiaotian does a good job in that regard. Besides, he always makes sure to come home before I ask him to, which shows he has a sense of family responsibility." Xinhuan replied to the message, but there was no response from Green Bubble for a long time. She didn't know if Guya was asleep or if she was too angry to reply after seeing her message. After putting down her phone, Xinhuan then spoke to comfort Su-ro. "You've just fallen right into their trap. The more strained our relationship with Xiaotian is, the happier they are. Guess why she's being so kind as to send us information about Xiaotian's whereabouts." Su-ro was quite clever. The reason she initially fell for Guya's trap was simply because she wasn't familiar with Guya. After Xinhuan's reminder, she immediately realized that Guya had ulterior motives. Xinhuan explained the pros and cons clearly in just a few words, and Su-ro's emotions were immediately calmed down. "What can we do? Although we know that the woman surnamed Gu has ill intentions and is trying to sow discord, it's true that Xiaotian lied to us. If we don't teach this kid a lesson, we won't be able to calm down or think clearly." Although Su-ro saw through the situation, she was still upset and indignant that Xiaotian had lied to the two of them. "Shiro, there is one thing we need to understand and accept right now. Xiaotian doesn't just have 2 wives, he now has 4 legal wives, including us." Xinhuan said this to Su-ro, which was also a way of comforting herself. The other woman is also Xiaotian's legal wife, and she enjoys the same rights and status as us. It's perfectly reasonable and legal for Xiaotian to go there. We both need to keep a calm mindset and not let this create an imbalance in our feelings. Just as Xinhuan was explaining these principles to Su-ro, ding dong. She received another message on her green bubble. "Guya, Xiaotian is really energetic. He bullied the two of us for almost 2 hours. Ugh, I'm so sleepy and tired that I don't even want to take a shower. My whole body feels like it's falling apart. I'm going to sleep now. Remember to make sure our husband takes a shower before you go to sleep. Take a deep breath. Don't get angry, don't get angry. This was all Guya's doing. Her goal was to make me angry with Xiaotian, to push Xiaotian into her arms. I couldn't fall for it, but... Ugh. I'm getting angrier the more I think about it. That bastard Xiaotian, I tolerated him messing around while drunk last night and didn't say anything, but today he did it again. Phew. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Su Ro looked at Xinhuan, who had been comforting her, and after reading a message from Green Bubble, her face suddenly turned ashen, and she exuded a chilling aura. This brat shouldn't be let off easily, but we need to be mindful of our approach. If someone is already full from a large bowl of noodles, is it a reward or a punishment to make them eat a second bowl of the same size? Xinhuan's face had regained its bright smile, but it looked somewhat eerie. Just imagining that scene made Su Ro feel a pang of sympathy for Xiaotian, followed by overwhelming joy. It had to be Wanner. Even her method of punishing someone, done quietly, was so unique. She realized she had been too kind in this regard, she really needed Wanner. Su Ro became even more curious. What kind of message did Imperial University send to Xinhuan that could make the usually gentle and virtuous Wanner so angry? To the point that she went so far as to come up with such a cunning way to punish Xiaotian. What did that little rascal do this time that made you even angrier than before? Su Ro finally couldn't resist her curiosity. Besides, the two of them were now true best friends who were allies, so there was nothing to hide. Look for yourself. Xinhuan handed the phone directly to Su Ro, letting her see the message Guya had sent. What? That bastard. Men are all the same, they're all animals who think with their lower bodies. Su Ro understood immediately after reading the message. She was so angry that her breasts ached, and she cursed Xiaotian through gritted teeth. When that little bastard comes back later, let's not mention these things. Let's pretend he doesn't know anything about it. But I spent so much time preparing this big meal, he can't leave me any leftovers. Xinhuan's eyes turned icy as she continued, and then, doesn't he like doing that kind of thing? You just finished dealing with those two women from the Imperial University. Let's see how much energy you have left all day. I've decided, I'm going to sleep with him tonight. Anyway, this is something that happens between husband and wife sooner or later. I can't let Guya keep using this to provoke me. Xinhuan gritted her teeth. She had already decided to find an opportunity to give herself to Xiaotian soon, but after Guya provoked her again with this matter, Xinhuan decided that there was no better time than today. Su Ro was dumbfounded, and Wanner was furious. To punish Xiaotian, she was willing to sacrifice herself. You should know that men are not as good as women when it comes to that kind of thing. That's why there's an old saying, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are ruined from plowing. Under normal circumstances, two women can easily destroy a man. But Xinhuan is now willing to become the third woman to deal with Xiaotian. Wow, just thinking about it is exciting. Then I'll join in. How could Su Ro miss out on something so exciting? Chapter 76. I'm so full. Why are you only coming back now? You must be starving. Xinhuan's words were full of concern. Of course. I already told Xiaotian that your wife would be cooking a big feast tonight. He'll definitely rush back as soon as he finishes his work, ready to enjoy the loving meal you made for him, right, Xiaotian? Am I right? Su Ro said slyly, as if she was speaking up for Xiaotian. Xinhuan sniffed. Xiaotian had a faint smell of alcohol on him. It was the alcohol he had drunk with Guya and Lu Shen during dinner earlier. Although it had mostly evaporated due to the strenuous exercise in Xiaotian's shower, a faint smell of alcohol could still be detected. However, Xinhuan did not point it out. She saw through it but didn't say anything, and just pretended that she hadn't discovered it. Of course. Xiaotian thought about it and admitted it. Su Ro had indeed greeted him in the afternoon, and he had promised to wait for him to come back before eating. Ugh, aren't you silly? It's so late, don't you even have a bite to eat first? Hurry up and go wash your hands and eat, don't starve yourself. Xinhuan urged Xiaotian to wash her hands. As soon as Xiaotian entered the door, she was greeted by smiling Xinhuan and Su Ro, who were very attentive to her, making her feel a little guilty and ashamed. He went on a fun-filled trip to the university area in Beijing, while his two wives quietly busied themselves at home preparing delicious meals and waiting for him to return. At this moment, Xiaotian felt a sense of guilt and self-consciousness, as if he were a terrible guy. When Xia Tian arrived at the dining table and saw the large table full of delicious food that Xinhuan had prepared, her guilt intensified. She could only channel her guilt into the motivation to swallow the food, hoping that Wanner would be happier that way. Sure enough, seeing Xia Tian eating the food she had prepared with gusto, Xinhuan's smile became even brighter. He ate with even more gusto in the summer. But after a short while, he couldn't eat anymore. After all, he had already eaten quite a lot at the Imperial University tonight. Guya's cooking skills were excellent, and with Guya and Lu Xian constantly putting food on his plate, he had already eaten quite a bit. Although I did some strenuous exercise there and expended a lot of energy, how much time has passed? I haven't even fully digested the food I ate for dinner yet. So Summer quickly changed from eating and drinking heartily to eating slowly and deliberately. What's wrong? Is the food I made not to your liking, or do you not like these dishes? Xinhuan asked abruptly, watching Xia Tian eat slowly. No, Sister Wanner, the food you made is delicious, and it's all my favorite. It's just that I suddenly remembered that I should eat slowly at night and not eat too much, otherwise it's not good for my health. Xia Tian had a flash of inspiration and finally came up with a good excuse. Are you trying to learn from middle-aged people's health regimen, or are you planning to lose weight like us women? Everyone else has a late-night snack, but you're a grown man, at the age when you're still developing. If you're hungry, you should eat properly and fill your stomach. Come on, try the ribs Wanner made, I think they taste amazing. Su Rou immediately retorted to Xia Tian, and then put several pieces of ribs into Xia Tian's bowl. This sea cucumber and abalone dish is carefully prepared, Xiao Tian, please try it. Xinhuan also scooped a large spoonful for Xia Tian. And this mu shu pork is also good. Su Rou put another piece of food on Xia Tian's plate. Eating more vegetables is nutritious. Xinhuan put a piece of green vegetable on Xia Tian's plate. Young people should eat more meat. Look how thin he is. Su Rou put another big chopstick of meat on Xia Tian's plate. That's enough. I'll add more after I finish this. Xia Tian was on the verge of tears, looking at the huge bowl full of food. For the first time, he felt that eating was such a painful thing. Under the eager gazes of Xinhuan and Su Rou, Xia Tian felt like crying but had no tears left. He stuffed the food in his bowl into his mouth, but even if he were given the most delicious food, he wouldn't feel any taste at all. Forcing yourself to eat more after you're already full is an extremely painful experience. In the end, Xinhuan softened. Let's have a drink together tonight, and eat and drink at the same time, Xinhuan suddenly suggested, taking out a bottle of red wine. Xia Tian was taken aback. Drink more? Why did he want to drink from both sides tonight? But since he could finally skip dinner, he immediately stood up and picked up his wine glass. Why are you standing? Sit down and drink. We're family, no need for such formality. Xinhuan gestured for Xia Tian to sit down, knowing full well why Xia Tian had stood up. She was saying it on purpose. It's okay, I've been sitting all afternoon, I'll just stand for a while. Xia Tian felt that her stomach, which was stretched out while standing, felt a little more comfortable. Let's have this first drink to celebrate that the three of us have withstood this test from heaven. Our little family hasn't fallen apart. Let's celebrate with a drink. Xinhuan suggested, raising her glass. Upon hearing Xinhuan's words, Xia Tian immediately picked up his wine glass. The thought of this incident only intensified his guilt. It was all a misunderstanding he had created, which led to this whole mess and subjected Xinhuan and Su Rou to a barrage of online abuse. Fortunately, with Guya's guidance, thankfully, it didn't escalate into a major disaster. Summer downed her glass of wine in one gulp. Then she poured herself another glass and raised it, saying, Sister Wanner, Sister Rou, I sincerely apologize to both of you. It's all my fault, it was my mistake. Before Xia Tian could finish speaking, Xinhuan interrupted him, saying, We already talked about this at noon. This matter can't be entirely blamed on you alone. Let's not talk about it anymore. Xia Tian's attitude softened Xinhuan's heart even more. If you can't eat anymore, then don't eat anymore. Can you drink something? Seeing that Xia Tian was having trouble even sitting down, Xinhuan said that she was going to let him off the hook. As if granted a pardon, Xia Tian quickly pushed his bowl away. He really couldn't eat anymore. Sister Wanner, Sister Rou, I'll have a good drink with you. Xia Tian said, letting out a burp. Can you still drink? Su Rou asked Xia Tian with a half smile, looking at him like this. A little bit is fine. Although Xia Tian was feeling quite full, she certainly couldn't spoil the fun at this moment. Then, for the second cup, I wish us a harmonious and happy future. Xinhuan raised another cup. After all three of them finished, Xia Tian let out another burp. The third toast is to wish us a lifetime of love and that all our dreams come true. Chapter 77 Good Things Come in Pairs. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Xia Tian woke up on time, feeling a little dazed for a moment. Holding a celestial beauty in his arms, her exquisite figure made Xia Tian feel as if he were in a dream, as if it were unreal. Unable to resist pinching Xinhuan's round and full breasts, she immediately murmured in her sleep. However, perhaps because she was too tired, after swatting away Xia Tian's mischievous hand, she turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. He didn't go out in the summer to freeze his hands and feet, because such a sensation was something he could only dream of. He quietly got up, ready to get up early and exercise. This aspect absolutely cannot be neglected. If the intensity remains the same as last night, although he almost had a blast, the intensity is simply too much. Even a body of iron would struggle to withstand it. Fortunately, the system had previously enhanced his body, and even last night he only managed a slight victory due to a minor innate advantage. He almost lost face. Xinhuan, a finance professor at Tsinghua University, is a talented woman, a fairy with both beauty and wisdom, who has finally become an angel who has fallen to earth. Su Rou was the same. She had originally agreed that Xia Tian was just a tool, but she didn't expect him to be so enthusiastic. Without any warning or preparation, although I felt that our feelings for each other had warmed up yesterday, I never expected that we would be able to fulfill our desires last night. They had originally planned to teach Xia Tian a lesson he had learned from his exhaustion at the Imperial University, so that he would know that men shouldn't be too greedy in this kind of thing, or they might damage their kidneys. Unfortunately, the two of them miscalculated. Xinhuan finally understood that Guya's comment about Xia Tian's good stamina was not a joke, it really was true. Summer, having already exhausted herself at Imperial University, still left the two somewhat defeated. The first reason is that it's the first time the new car is on the road, and all the parts are very sensitive. But the more important reason is that my physical strength is really good now in the summer. The physical strength rewarded by the system every day is not a lie, it's all real. Especially since it was a new week, the weekly reward system for physical exercise gave Xia Tian a kidney strengthening pill. He didn't know if the system was taking special care of Xia Tian because he now had 4 wives. Anyway, after taking the kidney strengthening pill, Xia Tian felt that he could easily handle all 4 of them without any problem. This is also a misconception of summer. Although the kidney strengthening pills rewarded by the system are very useful and powerful, they are not strong enough to take on 4 opponents at once. The reason for this misconception is that Guya and Lu Xian, as well as Xinhuan and Su Rou, are all novices. Their cars are brand new and have never been on the road before, so they are very sensitive in all aspects. They will feel a very strong sensation when the accelerator is turned on even slightly. After the new car has been broken in for a while, Xia Tian's body, which has now taken the kidney strengthening pill, will be a bit lacking. However, the system's rewards will not stop. There may be even more powerful rewards than the kidney strengthening pill in the future. In short, Xia Tian will always be able to dominate in bed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have finally become a real couple with the person matched by the system and completed the hidden mission. You are now rewarded with 100% of the shares of Yunhai Agriculture Company and Yunhai Animal Husbandry Company. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully consummating your marriage with your first wife, Xinhuan, last night. You are now rewarded with a villa in Yunhai No. 8, a 3-story building above ground and 1-story basement. 2 luxury cars were parked in the villa's underground parking space. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully becoming husband and wife with Su Rou last night. You are now rewarded with a 308 square meter duplex apartment in Building 8, Yunhai Community, with 1 underground parking space. A top-of-the-line luxury sedan is parked in the underground parking space of Yunhai Residential Complex. Hee, my system is pretty good. Every time I have sex with my wife for the first time, the system gives me a super generous reward, usually a house and a luxury car is standard. The system gave Xia Tian a very generous reward for his time with Guya and Lu Xian, ownership of a 5-star hotel and Su Ji private kitchen. This was because Xia Tian had upgraded from a boy to a man, so the reward was exceptionally generous. The reason the system rewarded Xia Tian's Yunhai Agriculture and Yunhai Animal Husbandry companies this time is because Xia Tian and Xinhuan, who were forcibly matched by the system, became a real couple and completed the hidden task, so the reward was exceptionally generous. Although these 2 companies are not well known to the outside world, they have very large assets and own a large number of high-quality agricultural and livestock products. Today's reward is quite good, and the product is exactly what my hotel and restaurant can use. Summer quietly got up, went into the kitchen, cooked a pot of porridge in the rice cooker, and then went out to exercise. Breathing in the fresh morning air gives one a refreshing and invigorating feeling. After more than 20 days of training, he has gradually gotten used to getting up early. Every morning, he goes for a run and works up a light sweat, which feels very comfortable and makes him feel full of energy for the rest of the day. Good morning. You're more than 10 minutes late today. A beautiful figure ran over from afar, her forehead slightly damp with sweat, clearly indicating she had been running for a while. I've already become quite familiar with Cheng Qian, and now I run with her all summer. I cooked some porridge this morning, so I'm a little late, Xia Tian explained. The two started running around the track together with perfect understanding. Cheng Qian was very surprised by Xia Tian, the boy. He had gone from not being able to run at all to being able to keep up with her speed and run with her. This is quite rare. You should know that Cheng Qian, as an athlete, is not a track and field athlete, but she is very good at running. Most boys simply cannot keep up with her pace. This kid is a sports prodigy whose potential has been wasted. Cheng Qian thought to herself as she looked at Xia Tian, who could easily keep up with her pace. 2 laps, 3 laps. An hour later, both Cheng Qian and Xia Tian were drenched in sweat, their bodies completely soaked. The weather in September was still scorching hot. Wow, you're pretty good, kid. You've improved quite quickly. How about you sign up for the university sports meet? Cheng Qian was full of praise for Xia Tian. With such great progress in such a short time, she believed that with some professional guidance and training, Xia Tian would definitely achieve a good result. Chapter 78 The Way of Man. Then forget it. I only practice in my spare time, mainly to exercise. Xia Tian refused to participate in any sports meet. He only exercised to get system rewards, so there was no need to participate in the sports meet. What a pity! Cheng Qian shook her head regretfully. She really felt it was a pity. In her opinion, Xia Tian definitely had the talent in this area and could have been trained into an athlete. However, he himself had no interest in this, and there was nothing she could do about it. What's there to regret? Athletes need to be able to endure hardship and fight tenaciously. I probably can't manage that, Xia Tian said frankly. He could probably endure hardship when he didn't have money, but now he felt that he might not be able to do it. So what are your future aspirations? Finance? Cheng Qian asked casually. No, my ambition is to have professionals help me make money in the future, while I just enjoy a carefree and unrestrained life every day. Xia Tian spoke the truth, he could already live that kind of life. With a system paying him, he only needed to enjoy life and have fun. How can you have such unambitious thoughts? You are a top student at Tsinghua University. You should have grand goals like changing the world and humanity in the future. Cheng Qian frowned as she looked at Xia Tian, who should be a spirited young man, but had the mentality of someone who was just waiting to retire. Hey, don't set such lofty goals for yourself in life. My current goal is just to live each day peacefully, healthily, and happily. This really reflects Xia Tian's current mindset. Having achieved financial freedom, he doesn't want to live such a stressful life, he just wants to do whatever makes him happy. Your thinking is wrong, it's dangerous, you know? If everyone thought like you, how would society develop? How would our country progress? Cheng Qian was about to change Xia Tian's attitude towards life, but before she could finish speaking, Xia Tian glanced at her watch and interrupted her, saying, Teacher Chang, it's time for my workout, I need to go buy breakfast. See you tomorrow. With that, she dashed off, and before Cheng Qian could react, Xia Tian was already gone. This guy, no, I have to correct his wrong idea. Cheng Qian muttered to herself as she watched Xia Tian's retreating figure. Xia Tian had already run away before Cheng Qian could morally blackmail him. He didn't want to go through a moral education class. Xia Tian wasn't thinking about that now. He was thinking about hurrying to the cafeteria to buy breakfast and go back. By this time, Xin Wan and Su Rou should have already woken up. Carrying a large pile of sumptuous breakfast, Xia Tian returned to the apartment. Sure enough, Xin Wan and Su Rou were already up. When they saw Xia Tian return, their expressions changed. Before, their gazes towards Xia Tian were more concerned and caring, but now their gazes were filled with happiness and love. Women's changes in this regard are very significant. You're up so early, why don't you rest a little longer? Xia Tian asked with concern. I'm hungry, what did you buy for breakfast? Su Ro rubbed her stomach. It's getting late, you should get up. Didn't you already come back from your workout? I saw they even cooked porridge for us in the kitchen, that's great. Xinhuan praised Xia Tian for her good performance that morning. You did such a good job, is there any reward? Xia Tian looked at Xinhuan's alluring red lips with anticipation and couldn't help but swallow again. What kind of reward do you want? Xinhuan didn't understand what Xia Tian meant by that. For example, rewarding me with a sweet kiss would motivate me even more, Xia Tian said as she placed the breakfast she was carrying on the table. I've discovered you're such a womanizer, huh? Su Ro couldn't help but retort. You're lustful? Then I'll show you how lustful I can be. Xia Tian went up and hugged Su Ro, then kissed her on the lips. At first, Su Ro resisted a couple of times, but she quickly went limp in Xia Tian's arms, kissed so much that she was in a daze and didn't know where she was. After a while, Xia Tian finally released Su Ro, who was breathing heavily and panting. Haven't you heard the saying, a man's true nature? Besides, who made you two so attractive? It would be abnormal if I didn't have feelings for you. Xia Tian's words made sense. After last night's pleasure, the two of them were now full of a particularly alluring feminine charm. Are you two hungry? Why don't I eat first and you can continue? Xinhuan had already brought out the porridge and served a bowl to each of the three of them. She was currently peeling a tea egg. Thank you for serving me porridge, my wife. Here's a treat for you, Mum. Xia Tian couldn't be biased, so he went over and kissed Xinhuan again. Xinhuan acted with grace and without any shyness, responding warmly to Xia Tian's kiss. However, after a brief kiss, Xinhuan released Xia Tian, saying, let's eat first, and then we can think about what we're going to do today. The three of them finally sat down at the table and started eating breakfast. Just as they were eating, Xia Tian's phone kept beeping with message notifications. Who messaged you so early in the morning? Xinhuan asked, seemingly casually. Let me see. Xia Tian picked up her phone while eating and checked it. When she saw the message on the green bubble, Xia Tian's heart skipped a beat. It was a message from Lu Xian, several messages in a row. Lu Xian, honey, where are you? Crying emoji. Lu Xian, honey, when did you leave? Feeling wronged. Lu Xian, honey, I want a hug. When are you coming back? I miss you. Lu Xian, it's your day off today. Xiaoya and I will show you around the capital. Xiaoya said she wanted to buy you some things. When are you coming to pick us up? Lu Xian, honey, did you see this? Why haven't you replied to my message yet? Lu Xian sent several messages in quick succession. The reason Lu Xian sent messages so early in the morning was because Xinhuan had just messaged Guya. Xinhuan SI, how come Xia Tian has so much energy and is so clingy? He stayed up until midnight last night, and this morning he was cooking porridge and buying breakfast for us. Even when eating breakfast, he wouldn't sit still. Look, he had to take a bite before he would stop. Attached is a photo of Xia Tian and Su Ro kissing. Guya looked at the green bubble message Xinhuan sent her, and her pretty face turned ashen with anger. This little rascal, when did she ever ask you to do these things for her? Does he have to be so eager to serve others? Men really are all big pigs. Chapter 79 again? I'm dodging. Looking at the messages she received on her green bubble, Xia Tian felt a headache coming on. This is starting again. Is it never going to end? Xinhuan and Su Ro stared intently at him, while on his other hand, Lu Xian kept sending messages to his phone via the green bubble app without stopping. What to do? Having never had a proper relationship in his entire life, Xia Tian is facing a hellish situation right from the start. This kind of situation would be a headache for even a naive and inexperienced player, let alone a scumbag or a playboy. No matter which side I go to today, it seems I'll offend the other. The happiness and sweetness I felt just moments ago have vanished, leaving only a heart full of helplessness. Why do we have to argue like this? Can't we just live in harmony? Don't we know we live in a harmonious society? Xia Tian's mind raced as he tried to figure out how to deal with the situation, but before he could come up with a solution that would satisfy both sides, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was Lu Xian. Oh no, they didn't get a reply and called right after me. What to do? Answer or not? Xia Tian looked up at Xinhuan and Su Ro, his face showing a troubled expression. He didn't know why the two sides were so at odds, and he was caught in the middle, feeling conflicted. Answer it, don't worry about the two of us, just pretend we don't exist. Xinhuan said, but her eyes were fixed on the ringing phone in Xia Tian's hand. Ah. Holding his phone, Xia Tian thought for a moment and decided to answer the call. He couldn't help it because Xinhuan and Su Rou had already seen the name on his phone's caller ID. Even if they hadn't seen the name, they probably already guessed whose call it was from Xia Tian's hesitant demeanor. Under the watchful eyes of Xinhuan and Su Rou, Xia Tian answered the phone. Hey, honey, what are you doing? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Lu Xian's charming voice came through the phone. Vixen. Su Rou muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Xia Tian and Xinhuan to hear. What could Xia Tian do? He could only pretend he hadn't heard her. I'm still eating breakfast. Have you finished eating yet? Xia Tian asked, trying to change the subject. Honey, when did you leave last night? After doing that to her, you just sneaked off by yourself. You're really something. Lu Xian's words made Xia Tian feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. Ahem, well, I have some things to take care of at the company, so I'll have to hang up now. Xia Tian wanted to end the call as soon as possible. Ha? You're going to work today? We were just saying we'd go shopping with you. Lu Xian said sullenly, then suddenly remembered something. Are you sure you're really going to work? It's absolutely true. I have some time today, so I'll go take a look around. Otherwise, I won't have any time after classes start tomorrow. After thinking about it for a while, Xia Tian decided that it was better to run away like this, so as not to offend either side. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to split himself in two. Are we going to the Emperor Hotel? Or to Sue's private kitchen? Is it convenient for us to go together? Lu Xian asked again. I'm going to a company called Yunhai Agriculture today to handle some handover procedures, so it's not really convenient for you guys to come along. Xia Tian's explanation became more and more coherent. He really did plan to go to Yunhai Agriculture later. After all, the system had given him a reward, and he should at least go and check things out. Oh, is that so? Then come over for dinner when you're done with your work. I've made you a nourishing soup to help you recover its Xiaoya's secret recipe. Lu Xian said again. Xia Tian clearly felt Xinhuan and Su Rou's gazes sharpen as they both looked at him. I probably won't have time today. Yunhai Agricultural Company, which we're going to today, is quite far away, located in the mountains. I'll probably be back very late, so I won't go over and disturb your rest, Xia Tian declined. What kind of disturbance is it for you to go back to your own home? You have to come back for class tomorrow, right? It's very convenient for you to come here and go to class tomorrow, it's not that far. Lu Xian persisted. We'll see how it goes. I really don't know what the situation will be like then. It's hard to say right now, so don't wait for me. Xia Tian had a headache. Xinhuan and Su Rou were staring at him from the other side. What could he say? Should he agree to go there on the spot? Although he really wanted to go there, especially when he thought about how well Guya and Lu Xian cooperated, which made his heart burn with excitement, he couldn't. Anyway, the door is always open for you. You can come back anytime, no matter how late it is. Don't feel embarrassed if it's too late and you're bothering us, okay? Husbands and wives shouldn't worry about these things. Although Lu Xian's words warmed Xia Tian's heart, the timing of her words seemed a bit off, because Xinhuan and Su Rou's expressions were very cold. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Lu Xian, Xia Tian finally managed to hang up the phone. She felt that answering the phone was more tiring than running 10 kilometers. Come shopping with us today, we need to buy some things, Su Rou said to Xia Tian. Xinhuan and Su Rou were satisfied that Xia Tian had turned down the two women from the capital. Although they disliked his lying, they reasoned that if he could deceive the two women in the capital, he could also deceive them. Although your lie to them was a white lie to keep us company, it's not a good thing. It's better to tell the truth in the future, Xinhuan said to Xia Tian, frowning. Well, I really am going to Yunhai Agricultural Company today to complete the handover procedures. I'm not lying, Xia Tian said weakly. Xinhuan and Su Rou both looked at him with confusion upon hearing this. Wasn't he just making up an excuse to fool the two people next door? Xia Tian took out her phone and saw a text message from Yunhai Agriculture Company inviting her to come and complete the handover procedures. She handed it to Xinhuan and Su Rou to check. Hey, I'm not lying. They asked me to come over this morning, but I haven't had a chance to tell you guys yet, Xia Tian said, pointing to the text message on her phone. The text message was received early this morning from the current general manager of Yunhai Agriculture Company. Besides, it's not really suitable for you two to move around too much today. You should rest properly, after all, you were just last night. You still need to rest more. I've ordered lunch and dinner for you, and someone will deliver them to you. Just stay home and rest for the day, it's important to recover. Xia Tian's words made both of them blush. Although Xia Tian spoke subtly, they certainly knew what she meant, since both of them felt a little strange in certain parts of their bodies. Chapter 80 Wang Nan in a car accident. Summer finally arrived and he left the teacher's apartment, but this happy trouble left him feeling a little uneasy. If you had to do this to yourself every day, who could stand it? Life is long, and this can't go on forever. I'm having a headache this summer and I'm trying to figure out how to solve this problem. What should I do? Shaking his head, Xia Tian, at a loss for what to do, took out his phone to search online and see if other netizens had any better solutions. Sure enough, there are plenty of talented people online. There are quite a few netizens who have experience with this issue of summer, and some even claim to have dated 28 girlfriends at the same time, making them top-level time management masters. This online guru usually portrays himself as a busy, high-achieving professional who travels frequently for work, but in reality, he has nothing to do and spends all his time chasing after his 28 girlfriends. He deceives one after another, having breakfast with one in the morning, lunch with another at noon, dinner with yet another, and then changing girlfriends again before going to bed. Summer was engrossed in watching it when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Wang Nan. Seeing this name gave Xia Tian a headache. He already had 4 wives, which was already a huge problem for him. He really didn't want to get involved with any other women. But I had already promised Wang Nan that I would go shopping with her. Oh well, what a mess. Hey, Wang Nan. Xia Tian was thinking of finding an excuse to decline Wang Nan's invitation to go shopping, but before he could even say it, he heard Wang Nan crying and shouting on the other end of the phone. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't touch me, Xia Tian. I got hit by a car. Come quick, wah. Wang Nan's crying made Xia Tian's heart clench. Without thinking, she quickly asked for the address. Fortunately, it wasn't far, just on a street outside the school. Xia Tian immediately ran towards it. The fact that she could make phone calls and ask for help meant it shouldn't be too serious, but Xia Tian was still extremely anxious. When Xia Tian arrived at the scene, she saw Wang Nan sitting on the curb with her hands wrapped around her left leg, while a man squatted down next to her, talking incessantly. Xia Tian quickly stepped forward and came to Wang Nan's side. Wang Nan, what happened? Are you all right? Hearing Xia Tian's voice and seeing her rushing over in a panic, Wang Nan burst into tears, pouting, Xia Tian, my leg is broken, it hurts. Xia Tian was shocked. A broken leg? Could it be that serious? That serious? Then we need to get to the hospital right away. Xia Tian stepped forward and looked down at Wang Nan's left leg, which was covered in bruises. It was smooth and clean, but there was no broken skin or bleeding. Xia Tian didn't know whether this was serious or not. It wasn't impossible that there was some internal injury. Can you move it? Wait for me to get the car. We'll go to the hospital right away. Your leg will be fine, Xia Tian comforted her. He stood up to get his car, which was conveniently located in a nearby parking lot. Hello, handsome, who are you to this beautiful lady? Her leg should be fine, it was just a slight bump from an accident. At this moment, the man who was squatting to the side stood up and spoke to Xia Tian. Did you hit her? Xia Tian frowned, asking instead of answering. Yes, I was distracted for a moment, and this beautiful lady rushed out too fast, so I bumped into her. But I wasn't driving fast, her leg should be fine, the man explained. Your leg is all bruised and battered, and you call that nothing? Does it have to be a broken leg to be considered something serious? Xia Tian asked, annoyed. Handsome, that's not what I meant. The first thing I did after the incident was to take this beautiful lady to the hospital for a checkup and treatment, but she wouldn't let me touch her and insisted on calling you and waiting for you to come over. The man explained. Wait here, I'll go get the car. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup first. Xia Tian said to Wang Nan, then stopped arguing with the man. There was no point in saying anything more now. Getting Wang Nan to the hospital was the most important thing. Xia Tian turned to get into her sports car, but the man next to her immediately said, Handsome, take my car to the hospital, it's right here. The man pointed to a BMW X5 next to them. He was calm and composed, his eyes scanning back and forth between Xia Tian and Wang Nan, wondering what their relationship was. After hitting someone, he was secretly cursing his bad luck. He wasn't afraid of compensation, since he was driving a nice car and had full insurance. The only problem was that it would be troublesome to deal with the situation. Upon seeing that the woman he had bumped into, Wang Nan, was actually a stunningly young and beautiful woman, the man was secretly overjoyed. He had initially thought it was a big problem, but it turned out to be his lucky break. If you hit a beautiful woman, you'll have to take her to the hospital for checkups and compensation. After all that trouble, the two of you will get to know each other better, and that's when your opportunity will come, right? With his wealth and status, he figured winning her over shouldn't be too difficult. The man pondered his own scheme. He immediately put on what he thought was the best gesture, got out of the car and tried to help Wang Nan to the hospital, but Wang Nan strongly resisted. She wouldn't even let him get close, let alone help him. Before summer arrived, the man tried to persuade Wang Nan to accept his kindness and good intentions and to take her to the hospital as soon as possible so as not to delay her examination, but Wang Nan ignored him. Okay, then let us go to the hospital in your car. Xia Tian nodded in agreement. His car could only seat 2 people, and since the man was the one who caused the accident, he also needed to go to the hospital. It's not that Xia Tian is short of medical expenses, but rather that each matter should be addressed separately, and the man must take responsibility for the expenses he incurred. Upon hearing Xia Tian agree, the man immediately stepped forward to help Wang Nan up. What are you doing? Don't touch me! Wang Nan shouted at the man. Beautiful, I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to help you into the car, since you have a leg injury and can't exert yourself. The man was annoyed. He wasn't bad looking, was he? Why was this beautiful woman so resistant to him? I don't need you to help me, Xia Tian. My legs hurt, carry me. She showed no kindness to Wang Nan, but turned to Xia Tian with a frail and tearful expression. The man's expression changed several times, but he didn't say anything. Without thinking too much, Xia Tian bent down and picked up Wang Nan. Seeing the man still standing there in a daze, Xia Tian said impatiently, "Help me open the car door." Chapter 81 Idiot. You're both students from out of town, right? Don't worry about the hospital checkup fees, I'll cover everything. After driving off, the man looked at Xia Tian and Wang Nan, still embracing, and felt a pang of gloom. However, he wasn't going to give up. Wang Nan was such a stunning beauty, she was a rare find in his circle. He didn't want to abandon this stroke of luck, even if she had a boyfriend. As the saying goes, with enough effort, no wall is too high to climb. His advantage as a local and his status as a successful person are his bargaining chips in pursuing the beautiful woman in front of him. Okay, sure. Xia Tian simply replied. After getting into the car, he wanted to let go of Wang Nan, but she wouldn't let go no matter what. Xia Tian was quite helpless about this, and Wang Nan went even further, curling up in Xia Tian's arms, looking at him with a pitiful expression, as if she wanted comfort and a hug. Xia Tian couldn't bear to refuse her like this, so he had no choice but to continue holding her. Alright, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Zhaoyi, and I'm a mid-level manager at the Beijing Power Grid Company. What are your names? The man, Zhaoyi, was unwilling to be ignored by the beautiful woman in front of him. He needed to at least know her name and phone number to prepare for his next plan. Oh, my name is Xia Tian, and her name is Wang Nan. Xia Tian had no desire to chat with him because Wang Nan, perhaps because of leg pain, was restless in his arms, constantly squirming. The weather was hot, and everyone was dressed lightly, making their senses particularly acute. Xia Tian had to exert considerable effort to control his body from reacting in any way, otherwise Wang Nan would definitely notice. Oh, you're both students, right? What year are you in? Zhao Yi made conversation, just to keep the two of them quiet in the back row. Can you please stop talking? I want some peace and quiet. Wang Nan frowned, trying to shut this annoying guy up. She had finally managed to spend some time alone with Xia Tian at home and have some intimate contact, but this guy driving in front of her kept nagging on and on, which annoyed her to no end. Sorry, Wang Nan, I won't say anything. If you're feeling unwell, you could lie down in the back seat and let your male classmates sit in the front passenger seat. There'll be more space, and you might feel less pain lying down. Zhaoyi glanced at Xia Tian with a hint of jealousy but couldn't help making this suggestion. As for whether it would actually alleviate the pain, who knows? His only goal was simply to stop Xia Tian from holding Wang Nan anymore. Xia Tian couldn't be happier with the man's suggestion. He was already a little afraid of getting close to girls because of Xinhuan and Guya. The 4 women were already making him feel overwhelmed, and he couldn't imagine what it would be like if there was another one, and they were fighting like that. He thought he would go crazy. Shut up. If you have time to talk, could you please drive faster? Wang Nan was furious. She had never seen such an annoying and inconsiderate person. Didn't they see that the two of them were being affectionate? How could they disturb others like that? So she stopped being polite when she spoke. I'm just giving you a suggestion, mainly for your own good. Zhao Yi continued rambling on and on. At this moment, he vividly demonstrated that if you want to get close to a woman, you have to be shameless. No matter what the woman says, just pretend you didn't hear it. Show her your concern and express your feelings. You have to be shameless to deepen the girl's impression of you. Keep your suggestion, but stop talking now. My friend wants some peace and quiet, so please don't disturb her. Xia Tian couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted the man as he continued talking to himself. Zhao Yi completely ignored Xia Tian. He didn't take this potential rival seriously at all. She was just a college student who hadn't experienced the harsh realities of life. What was there to care about? In his eyes, she was nothing more than a little brother. When he finally won the heart of the beauty, Xia Tian would be the one crying. Stop. I've noticed you're quite stubborn. I told you to keep quiet, but you just have to do the opposite, don't you? Xia Tian frowned at the man driving in front, his face showing dissatisfaction. He was speechless. He had never seen such an ungrateful person. If you don't want to listen, you can get off the bus. Nobody's stopping you. I can take this Wang Nan to the hospital by myself. Zhao Yi's expression also turned cold. He was just a student. He was only ignoring him because of the pretty girl, but the student was taking advantage of him. What a piece of trash. He decided not to indulge him anymore. Is this how you handle things? On the way to the hospital after you hit someone, you actually made us get out of the car? Is this how you treat someone you hit? Do you think you're so great just because you drive a beat-up car? Do you think you're so awesome? Did you hit someone on purpose? Wang Nan was furious. This utterly repulsive man dared to tell Xia Tian to get out of the car? She couldn't tolerate it at all. I didn't say I was going to kick you out of the car. I meant that if this young man isn't used to riding in my car, he can get out, Zhao Yi explained, but before he could finish, Wang Nan interrupted him again. I now have reason to suspect that you have ulterior motives towards me. You drove my friend away, leaving me, a girl with an injured leg, all alone. What are you up to? Stop your car right now. I'm not allowed to ride in your car anymore. I'm calling the police. Wang Nan's words made Zhao Yi frown. Things seemed to have backfired. He had been too hasty, which aroused the vigilance and disgust of the beautiful woman in front of him. Hey, you two are so easily amused, it was just a joke. Don't be nervous, we old people from the capital are just so witty and humorous. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you to the hospital safely. Zhao Yi was about to use a joke to smooth things over, but before he could finish, Xia Tian interrupted him to continue. Stop the car. If you leave again, I'll call the police. Xia Tian said to the man, taking out her phone. The man initially didn't want to talk to Xia Tian, but Xia Tian actually dialed the police. Hello, is this Officer 1? Xia Tian's voice rang out from inside the car. Hey, Xia Tian? Why are you calling me? Wen Lan's clear voice came from the other end of the phone. Officer 1, one of my female classmates was hit by a BMW X5. On the way to the hospital, the driver is now threatening to make me get out of the car and leave my injured classmate alone. Xia Tian told Wen Lan about the incident as soon as he answered the phone. Fortunately, they had exchanged contact information yesterday, and at this moment, the role of police friends became apparent. Chapter 82 Like a Dogskin Plaster. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. He never expected that a casual remark would cause him so much trouble. Now he was caught in a dilemma, whether to stop or not. He looked suspicious. Was this kid trying to trick him? However, Zhao Yi soon had to stop his car because officers from the Public Security Bureau intercepted it. Zhao Yi's face turned green. Damn, this kid was actually serious. But it was too late for him to realize it. There was no time for regret. Then, Zhao Yi was taken away for investigation, while Xia Tian and Wang Nan were taken to the nearest hospital by police car, where Wang Nan was to receive immediate examination and treatment. After a series of X-rays and examinations at the hospital, it turned out to be nothing serious, just a minor bump, and the bruise would fade away. It seems like it's not a big problem. If the situation were really serious, Wang Nan wouldn't have become more and more relaxed over this long period of time. The pain is just a normal initial reaction after the collision. It seems that Zhao Yi was right, it was indeed just a minor collision. Since no one was hurt, that was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. With everyone safe, Wang Nan and Xia Tian had no intention of trying to extort money from them. Although the man surnamed Zhao was indeed extremely annoying, Xia Tian no longer cared about such a small amount, it was simply a waste of time. However, Xia Tian didn't drive when she came here. Now Wang Nan has a leg injury and it's not easy for her to walk. It would be too much trouble to take a taxi back. After thinking for a moment, Xia Tian decided to drive. He checked and found that Chunfeng community wasn't far from here. He told Wang Nan to wait for him at the hospital, and he planned to drive the Maybach that the system was parked in Chunfeng community himself, so it would be more convenient to take Wang Nan home. After settling Wang Nan in, Xia Tian went to get the car by himself, while Zhao Yi also came out of the police station. After a lot of explanation and clarification, and by asking for help from acquaintances, he finally managed to get out. He secretly hated Xia Tian and vowed to get his hands on Wang Nan so that he could avenge himself for what he had done today. It's unclear whether Wang Nan has left the hospital yet, but as soon as Zhao Yi came out, the Public Security Bureau rushed to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Xia Tian had just left. Wang Nan sat alone in the hospital lobby waiting for Xia Tian to get the car. She thought about the intimate physical contact she had with Xia Tian that day. At the time, she didn't think anything of it, but now she couldn't help but feel ashamed of her bold actions. She was amazed at how she could have been so daring. Just as Wang Nan was getting lost in thought, an annoying voice rang in her ear. "Wang Nan, is your leg all right?" Wang Nan frowned and looked up toward the source of the sound. Sure enough, she saw that annoying guy surnamed Zhao standing in front of her again. "Why are you here again?" Wang Nan frowned at Zhao Yi, feeling disgusted with the man. "Your male classmate is completely framing me. I explained things to the police and I'm out now. Speaking of which, a lawyer friend of mine was reminding me to sue your male classmate. Framing someone is a very serious crime. However, since I hit it off with you, Wang Nan, I didn't let my lawyer friend sue. Otherwise, your male classmate might at least have to apologize to me and give me financial compensation, if not go to jail." Zhao Yi made up stories, exaggerating the severity of the situation. He was all about spouting nonsense. But he clearly underestimated today's college students. Wang Nan is not ignorant of the law, how could she be fooled by his few words? Hee, so does that mean I should thank you? Wang Nan was so angry at this shameless guy that she laughed. Did he really think she was a 3-year-old who didn't know anything? No need to be polite. We've met by chance. For your sake, I'll let this matter go. I'm a magnanimous person and won't stoop to the level of a poor student like him. Zhao Yi thought he had intimidated Wang Nan. In his mind, these girls who had just entered university were naive and easy to fool. A few serious words from him could scare them half to death, and they would believe whatever he said. Heh, then you should hurry up and have your lawyer friend file a lawsuit. Don't give me any face. Besides, we don't have any relationship or sentiment between us. Wang Nan stopped pretending. He couldn't even tell that this shameless guy was being sarcastic. Wang Nan, you're joking. We've met so many times today, how can you say we have no connection? Even if a deal falls through, we can still be friendly. Let's not talk about these trivial things. By the way, how's your leg? Is it serious? Should I use my connections to get you an appointment with a chief specialist? Zhao Yi realized he hadn't fooled Wang Nan, so he immediately changed tactics and started to steer the conversation away from the topic. I was fine when I didn't see you, but it hurts terribly after I saw you. Why don't you stay away from me and I'll try again? Wang Nan was quick to criticize. Wang Nan, you're quite the joker. Your leg hurts? How about I get you a doctor to take a look? Don't worry about the cost. By the way, how much did it cost in total? Let's add a green bubble, a type of incense, and I'll transfer the money to you. If you have any problems later, like needing to change your dressing, you can contact me. I promise to take full responsibility and won't refuse. Zhao Yi spoke generously, but only he knew his true intention, to get Wang Nan's contact information as a prelude to pursuing her later. Wang Nan has been beautiful since childhood and has seen countless bizarre ways of pursuing her. When she heard this guy's words, she immediately realized that he must have ulterior motives. It turned out that this guy wanted to eat swan meat like a toad. My boyfriend paid for it, and we'll get compensation from the traffic police later, so you don't need to pay me back. Wang Nan refused the other party's request to add her as a friend. No need for all that trouble. Just tell me how much it is, and I'll transfer it to you directly. It's not like I'm unwilling to take responsibility. We can just settle this privately between the two of us. There's no need to go through any claims process that's both troublesome and time-consuming, Zhao Yi continued. No need, everything can proceed as normal. Wang Nan didn't want to have anything to do with this guy anymore, just seeing him annoyed her. Then let's exchange contact information, I can come and visit you. Zhao Yi was still unwilling to give up and wanted to try again. Just as Zhao Yi was entangled with Wang Nan, Xia Tian made a dazzling appearance driving a Maybach. Chapter 83. I'll make you furious to your face. The Maybach in the summer left Zhao Yi completely dumbfounded. The figure who had been clinging to Wang Nan suddenly froze, stunned in place, incredulous. He thought to himself, he definitely rented the car, it couldn't possibly be his own. That's it. Young people these days are so vain, they have no moral compass. Summer, you're absolutely outrageously rich. Is that a Maybach? How many luxury cars do you own? Where's your supercar? Wang Nan's eyes lit up as she looked at the Maybach. Seeing the luxury car even made her leg injury feel better, and the pain in the bruises lessened. Even the best car is just a means of transportation. With your leg injury, it's inconvenient for you to ride in a supercar. This car will be more comfortable. Xia Tian didn't answer Wang Nan's question directly. He wanted to try not to arouse Wang Nan's interest in him. However, he underestimated the power of luxury cars on young women. The attraction of luxury cars to women is simply too great. There's a famous old saying, I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Zhao Yi, who overheard the conversation between the two, immediately showed an expression of I knew it, just as he had expected. Who owns so many luxury cars? Most wealthy people only need one of these top-of-the-line luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan. It's impossible for them to own every single one. So, it's highly likely that the other person is just renting these luxury cars. Luxury car rental companies in Beijing are extremely popular. This guy probably just rented a luxury car to make a show of it. Thinking he had seen through Xia Tian's true nature, he looked at Xia Tian with a sense of superiority. Although his car wasn't particularly luxurious, it was his own real car, unlike this kid who was just there to show off. Wang Nan, the car rental business in Beijing is booming right now. There are all kinds of luxury cars, including Maybachs, and I even saw online the other day that they have supercars like Lamborghinis, Zhao Yi said sarcastically. Yes, I rented it, and then what? Xia Tian was extremely disgusted with this guy surnamed Zhao. Wang Nan, would you like to be my girlfriend? Xia Tian originally didn't plan to mess around with women anymore, but Zhao Yi's behavior angered him. You just want to belittle me to gain Wang Nan's favor and then win her heart, right? Then I'll take the woman you've been longing for and worshipping as your goddess right in front of you, and stab you in the heart. Wang Nan was stunned. Happiness came too suddenly, and she was a little caught off guard. She had just broken through the barriers and become Xia Tian's girlfriend. Realizing what was happening, Wang Nan quickly nodded in agreement, like a chick pecking at rice, I'm willing. Zhao Yi's face darkened. So they weren't a couple after all. He'd miscalculated. But he'd already exposed his lie. Why was Wang Nan still going to run into him? Wang Nan, he's already admitted his car is rented. Are you stupid? Don't fall for it. None of your business. You talk too much nonsense. What does it have to do with you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Please don't come out and disgust people like this, okay? I'd be willing to be his girlfriend even if I paid him. Do you have a problem with that? If you have a problem with that. Wang Nan's mouth was like a machine gun, but she quickly stopped talking because Xia Tian didn't let her talk anymore. He forcefully and domineeringly sealed her cherry lips with his own, leaving her with all the words she wanted to say stuck in her stomach. Zhao Yi's face turned ashen as he watched Xia Tian kiss Wang Nan right in front of him. What was he doing? Was he trying to provoke him? He felt an urge to punch him hard. Wang Nan's pretty face flushed red as she awkwardly and passively accepted Xia Tian's kiss. Although she was shy, she didn't have the slightest thought of avoiding it. Summer finally let her go when Wang Nan, who had no experience with kissing for the first time, was a little out of breath. She's got a sweet tongue. You saw it, even though it was a rented car, she was still willing to be my girlfriend. Isn't that infuriating? Xia Tian smirked, licking her lips as if savoring the moment, and looked at Zhao Yi, whose face was ashen, with a defiant expression. What could Zhao Yi do? His face only darkened further. Wang Nan was willing to be deceived and bullied by this kid, and he could only watch helplessly. It was too painful. A man needs real strength to make his woman happy. Temporary deception won't last. Life isn't just about romance, it's also about the necessities of life, which require real financial support. Wang Nan, I advise you to realize this sooner rather than later. Zhao Yi wanted to continue nagging, but Wang Nan's response was to kiss Xia Tian again. Zhao Yi left with a dark face. It seemed he needed to carefully plan his next move. Wang Nan was probably attracted to that guy's handsome appearance. But what girl doesn't love vanity? He would show her the power of money later, and she would realize that in the face of money, good looks are nothing but a fart. After Zhao Yi, that despicable guy, left, Xia Tian wanted to let go of Wang Nan. After all, he wasn't used to showing affection in public. If it weren't for wanting to annoy Zhao Yi, he would never have acted like that, given his personality. Wang Nan, arm in arm with Xia Tian, looked at Zhao Yi's departing figure and suddenly realized that he wasn't so bad after all. To her, he had given her a very helpful boost today, allowing her and Xia Tian's relationship to break through. Hee, Zhao Yi, you are such a good person. Xia Tian was secretly rubbing his head with regret for his momentary impulse. He had promised himself he would never mess with women again, but now, not only had he messed with a woman, but he had also messed with a female classmate of his, right under the nose of his first wife, Xinwan. He figured he would be discovered soon. What a headache! Seeing that Xia Tian wasn't as happy as she was, Wang Nan's face darkened, and her heart tightened. Xia Tian, you just asked me to be your girlfriend, you didn't just say that to spite that guy surnamed Zhao, did you? Wang Nan looked at Xia Tian with unease. Yeah, I only said that to deliberately annoy that guy surnamed Zhao. Xia Tian's words made Wang Nan's pretty face turn pale instantly, and she suddenly felt weak all over. It was all just wishful thinking on her part. But I truly meant it by wanting you to be my girlfriend. This is just a starting point. What, you're not thinking of backing out, are you? Xia Tian's next words brought a sweet smile back to Wang Nan's face. Chapter 84, He Gained a Girlfriend. Wang Nan's sorrow turned to joy, and she hugged Xia Tian tightly, saying, No, that's not true. Although Xia Tian had a headache, he couldn't deny what he had done, could he? Besides, Wang Nan was so beautiful, it wouldn't be a loss for him to have another girlfriend like her. However, he needed to give her a heads up about some things beforehand and make things clear in advance. He didn't want to see a repeat of what happened between Xinwan and Su Rou, or Guya and Lu Xian. Get in the car first, let me tell you about my situation, and then you can decide whether you still want to be my girlfriend. Xia Tian decided that from now on, she would always prepare her future girlfriends in advance, and she absolutely couldn't let any more arguments arise. Wang Nan was taken aback. Why did Xia Tian's words give her such a bad feeling? However, she still obediently got into the back seat of the car with Xia Tian's help. Next, Xia Tian drove while explaining his situation to Wang Nan in detail. The key point was that he now had 4 wives with whom he had obtained marriage certificates, 2 of whom were Xinwan and Su Rou, the 2 goddess teachers from Tsinghua University who had caused quite a stir yesterday. He wondered if Wang Nan could accept this. Wang Nan paused upon hearing this. In a society where there are more women than men, it's not a big deal for an outstanding man to marry multiple wives. But how old is Xia Tian? He's only 20 years old, and he's already married 4 wives. Now he has her as his girlfriend. How many women will he have in the future? These doubts in her mind were fleeting, but she quickly dismissed them. Wasn't this normal? It's never been unusual for an outstanding man to have several women, let alone in today's society. Given Xia Tian's excellence, if she backs down, countless other women will throw themselves at her. Besides, which of Xia Tian's 4 wives is inferior to her? Which of the 4 top female professors from leading universities isn't more outstanding than her? So what is there for her to hesitate about? I'm willing to be your wife. Wang Nan solemnly stated her attitude. Let's make this clear first. I can't always be with you all the time, since I have 4 wives to take care of. But don't worry, I'll definitely spend time with you too. Xia Tian made it clear beforehand to avoid her complaining later that he didn't spend enough time with her. But you can rest assured about the money. What they have, you will have too. I will give you 100,000 yuan of pocket money every week. Buy whatever you want. I will cover all your big expenses. Xia Tian's words made Wang Nan overjoyed. She was secretly pleased that she had not chosen the wrong person. Instead of taking Wang Nan back to school, Xia Tian booked a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel outside the school, which was the same hotel where he stayed on the first day he activated the system. Bringing Wang Nan to the hotel wasn't because Xia Tian was in a hurry to do something bad, but because although Wang Nan's leg injury wasn't too serious, she was still injured, and it wouldn't be very convenient for her to recuperate in the school dormitory. 4 people shared a dormitory room, and the conditions were definitely not as quiet and convenient as a hotel. It was simply to let Wang Nan rest and recuperate, but Wang Nan misunderstood. When she entered the hotel, her pretty face turned red with embarrassment, thinking that Xia Tian was going to do something bad to her. Although she had never been in a relationship, she had seen plenty of things, and of course she knew that it was not unusual for couples to book a hotel room together in today's society. It turned out that Wang Nan was overthinking things. Although Xia Tian would occasionally take advantage of him, he never did anything excessive. He wasn't an animal who only knew about those kinds of things. Xia Tian and Wang Nan spent the whole morning lounging around the hotel. At noon, they had a sumptuous meal, which was personally delivered to their room by the butler of the presidential suite. After finishing his meal, Xia Tian left the hotel. Yilan called to say that she and the Su sisters wanted to meet with him to discuss matters concerning the hotel and restaurant, and asked him to make sure to meet with them when he had time. Xia Tian thought about it and realized that she really needed to meet the other person and have a good talk with them about these things, otherwise it would be a real problem if the other person had doubts. After telling Wang Nan, Xia Tian drove to his current Emperor Hotel. In General Manager Yi Lan's office, the 3 super beauties sat together. Xia Tian sat in Yi Lan's original seat, leaning back in the boss's chair. It was actually quite comfortable. No wonder so many people liked to climb up the ladder. Yi Lan and the Su sisters first explained the current situation of the hotel and restaurant to Xia Tian. After they finished speaking, Xia Tian slowly began to speak. You've already told me about the hotel and restaurant situation, and I have a basic understanding of it. I'll say it again, the hotel and restaurant will continue to be managed entirely by you. I have no plans to replace you in the short term, so you don't need to worry. Things will remain the same as before. Feel free to do whatever ideas and measures you have. I won't be a hindrance to you. Xia Tian's words made the 3 of them breathe a sigh of relief. Although Xia Tian had expressed this attitude yesterday, the situation yesterday was somewhat special, and Xia Tian's main focus was on dealing with other matters, so it might not be taken seriously. Today's formal statement reassured the 3 of them a lot. Next, Xia Tian signed new employment contracts with the 3 of them, along with some important documents. The lie she told Shenwan and Su Ro yesterday came true today. Mr. Xia, Su Yuyu felt a little awkward and unaccustomed to calling Xia Tian, a man even younger than herself, Mr. Xia. Just call me Xia Tian, I'm not that particular, Xia Tian said proactively. Xia Tian, are those 2 very outstanding and beautiful female teachers from Tsinghua University online yesterday really your wives? Su Yuyu couldn't contain her curiosity and asked gossipily. Yilan and Su Qingqing on the other side also looked at Xia Tian with curiosity, as they were also curious about this question. Absolutely genuine. He couldn't help but smile wryly as he recalled this summer his suspicion of his wife's behavior yesterday was rather pathetic. So you're a couple by agreement? Su Yuyu asked again. After all, such couples by agreement are all too common in today's society, and considering how easily Xia Tian suspected his wife of cheating yesterday, there's a high probability that they are a couple by agreement. No, we're a real couple. Yesterday was just a misunderstanding, and we've cleared it up now, so stop gossiping. Xia Tian glared at Su Yuyu, the gossipy woman, with annoyance. Chapter 85 Yi Lan's background. Xia Tian, all 4 of your wives are highly educated women from top universities in the country. They are all outstanding women who are both beautiful and talented. How could they be so foolish as to choose to marry you at the same time? Su Yuyu asked Xia Tian in bewilderment. You are not even in a contractual marriage, so I just don't understand. Although Xia Tian is quite wealthy, a highly educated and outstanding woman like her shouldn't value material things like money. She looked at Xia Tian with a puzzled expression, her gaze filled with intense curiosity and longing. Yilan and Su Qingqing on the other side also looked curious. Women are all gossipy, and they were equally curious about this. Xia Tian was speechless. So, what you're saying is that I'm really that bad in your eyes? Xia Tian was dissatisfied. He could be considered a model of a high-quality man, right? That's not true. After all, you're a rich and good-looking guy, so you should still be quite popular, Su Yuyu said honestly. That settles it then. With my outstanding abilities, what woman can't I win over? Xia Tian said smugly. Yes, you're amazing. Tell us, how did you manage to get involved with female university professors as soon as you entered university? And even managed to get 4 female professors to marry you at the same time? Su Yuyu's face lit up, and she didn't hesitate to give Xia Tian a couple of insincere compliments in order to hear this story. Ahem, since you want to know, I'll tell you. But just keep this to yourself, don't spread it around. Xia Tian was a little smug. He also had another intention, to ask the 3 of them for advice on how to balance the 2 women. Otherwise, he was really afraid to go back now. Next, Xia Tian roughly recounted the story between himself and his 4 wives. Inevitably, he embellished and beautified his own story, which is only human nature. Men love to boast, especially when it comes to pretty women, let alone in front of 3 very pretty women. Ha, now you know that having too many wives isn't necessarily a good thing, right? Su Yuyu mocked Xia Tian mercilessly. At this moment, Yilan did not laugh at Xia Tian like Su Yuyu did, but was deep in thought. She is already 28 years old this year. If a woman's best years are the 10 golden years from 20 to 30, then she is already at the tail end of a woman's golden age, with only 2 more years left. Yilan, who is 28 years old, is still an old maid. It's not that no men pursue her, on the contrary, she has a lot of men of all ages and genders pursuing her. Yilan didn't fancy any of them. Xia Tian unintentionally saved Yilan yesterday. If Xia Tian hadn't just acquired the hotel yesterday, Yilan's fate today would have been either to resign voluntarily or to submit to the power of a hotel shareholder and marry that disgusting Man Yanchen. Therefore, Yilan had a special feeling for Xia Tian, this big boy, a mix of emotions including gratitude, thanks, relief, and a sense of surviving a disaster. Thinking about her own family situation, Yilan gently bit her cherry lips. Just then, Song Jia came in to refill everyone's water. Yilan called out to Song Jia, who was about to leave after refilling the water, and suddenly made a decision in her heart. Xia Tian, may I call you that? Yilan's voice revealed a certain unstable emotion, somewhat excited. Looking puzzled, Yilan was always so calm and composed. What was wrong with her today? But she still shrugged and said, didn't I tell you before that you can just call me Xia Tian? After all, my main identity is still a student at Tsinghua University. I'm not really used to being called President Xia. Just calling me Xia Tian is perfect. Summer, can I ask you for a favor? Yilan's expression looked even stranger. We're all on the same side, so don't make any requests. Just tell me what you need. As long as it's within my capabilities, everything is negotiable. Although Xia Tian is wealthy, he is still a soft-hearted and sentimental person, and he doesn't have the same strong sense of calculation and gain or loss as wealthy people. Xia Tian, will you marry me and Song Jia? Yilan's words stunned the 4 people present except for her. Xia Tian was completely bewildered. What was going on? Had his charm become so great that even a female CEO like Yilan was willing to fall for him? That can't be right, can it? Yilan is the general manager of a 5-star hotel. She's not short of money, earning millions a year. Besides, at her age, she shouldn't be a woman who's infatuated with men. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited until now. It's impossible that she hasn't met any handsome men in all these years, right? Even if there aren't any dashing men as handsome and extraordinary as herself, there should be some who are slightly less attractive than herself. So why did she choose to make this demand of herself? Why? Xia Tian couldn't figure it out, so she simply asked the question that was on her mind. Yilan remained calm and quickly explained her background and the reason for making this seemingly absurd request. Yilan, an illegitimate daughter of the Yi family without a legal status. Although the law stipulates that there is no distinction between illegitimate and legitimate children and that they all enjoy the same rights, this is impossible in a large family. In a large family, only legitimate children are recognized and have the right to inherit, while illegitimate children have no human rights, let alone the right to inherit. Unfortunately, Yilan is such a person. Otherwise, given her status as a daughter of the Yi family, why would she need to show her face in public and work for someone else? Although the Yi family is not considered the most elite wealthy family, 5-star hotels like the Emperor Hotel are not uncommon in the Yi family. The Yi family owns several hotels of this level. However, all of this has nothing to do with Yilan. The fate of illegitimate daughters like Yilan in the Yi family is not very good. Their only purpose is to arrange marriages for the family and become sacrifices for the family. Of course, the family would also provide her with a comfortable life before the marriage, allowing her to enjoy a high quality of life for more than 10 years, living the life of a rich heiress and indulging in a life of pleasure and debauchery. Then, when the family needed her, they would push her out to some big shot to be a plaything without a title. Important members of large families intermarry with each other, and to ensure the inheritance rights of their offspring, they do not take multiple wives, unless they are playboys who have decided to give up their inheritance rights from the beginning, in which case it doesn't matter. While these important figures may not marry many other wives, they still have no shortage of women, though none of them have official status. Chapter 86 The Su Sisters, following their example. Yi Lan's choice was different from others. She rejected the comfortable life her family offered her from an early age and supported herself from childhood, without relying on her family's wealth. As a result, when her family wanted her to marry into another family, she could stand tall and refuse their unreasonable demands with great pride. However, over time, especially this year, it has become increasingly difficult to refuse such offers. Because Yilan was so outstanding and beautiful, the Yi family even abandoned the tradition of sending their illegitimate daughter to live as a woman without a title, and wanted Yilan to marry Ma Nianchen, the heir of the Ma family, a business partner of the Yi family. Ma Nianchen fell in love with Yilan at first sight and vowed to marry no one but Yilan. Although Yilan didn't enjoy the Yi family's preferential treatment, she was still a daughter of the Yi family. This wasn't about her becoming a woman without a title or status, but rather a formally married daughter-in-law of the Ma family. Therefore, the Yi family didn't consider this request excessive, and it was a special favor shown to Yilan. Yilan should know when to stop and obediently marry Ma Nianchen, thus solidifying the cooperative relationship between the Yi and Ma families. But Yilan flatly refused. She hated her status as the illegitimate daughter of the Yi family and had no goodwill towards the entire Yi family. How could she possibly sacrifice herself to marry into the Yi family? So no matter if it was Ma Nianchen or Lu Nianchen, she ignored them and refused them decisively. Although the Yi family couldn't do anything about Yilan, they had a firm grip on Yilan's mother. Yilan's mother was Yilan's only weakness and the only person she cared about. Entrusted by the Yi family, Yilan's mother persuaded Yilan to obey the Yi family's arrangements. Yilan's mother also felt that Yilan was wrong this time and should listen to the Yi family's arrangements. She had already secured a proper marriage, that is, the status and position of the so-called legal wife. What more did she want? She had spent her whole life coveting that position but could never attain it, while her daughter Yilan had obtained it so easily, and yet she didn't know how to cherish this opportunity. Therefore, Yilan's mother was constantly urging Yilan to listen to her and agree to the marriage with Ma Nianchen. Yilan hadn't seen her mother for a long time because of this, and even went so far as to hide away and share an apartment with Song Jia, who shared the same fate. Just now, after hearing Xia Tian talk about how Su Ro bravely went from being a fake couple with Xia Tian to being a real couple, a brilliant idea flashed into her mind. Why couldn't she find someone to marry? Wouldn't that solve the problem of the Yi family and the Ma family's entanglement with her from the root? She had previously considered marrying any man by agreement, but ordinary people have no power to resist the Yi and Ma families. The hotel's major shareholder and owner was Ma Nianchen from the Ma family. After Yilan became the general manager of the Emperor Hotel, Ma Nianchen acquired the hotel's shares and became the hotel owner. Ordinary men cannot contend with the Yi and Ma families, but Xia Tian is no ordinary man. Although she did not know how much Xia Tian was worth or how much power he had behind him, the fact that he could easily acquire the Emperor Hotel and easily make Ma Nianchen submit showed that Xia Tian was not simple. Therefore, Yilan immediately had the idea of finding Xia Tian to arrange a marriage of convenience. The reason for bringing up Song Jia is that, apart from being a little younger than herself, Song Jia is almost in the same boat as herself. She is also an illegitimate daughter of the Song family, and her future fate is probably the same as hers. So they simply used Xia Tian as a shield together. After hearing Yilan's explanation, Xia Tian looked at her strangely. "No, you guys trust me that much? Aren't you afraid of escaping one danger only to fall into another? You're all so beautiful, aren't you afraid I won't be able to control myself and, in a moment of lust, will take advantage of you and eat you up?" He. Xia Tian said this on purpose, but to be honest, it wasn't impossible. Yilan and Song Jia were in no way inferior to Shenwan and the others in looks. Men, when faced with such stunning beauties, are bound to sometimes be tempted and make mistakes. "Don't worry, I'm a 3-time city sauna champion." Song Jia waved her slender and soft arm. Xia Tian was stunned. This seemingly pure and lovely girl was actually a Tyrannosaurus Rex? It's okay, I don't mind. If you want, I'm willing to be your real wife. Yilan said calmly and shyly, which surprised Xia Tian. Ha! Xia Tian was shocked. Was he really that charming? Had he managed to make a female CEO fall head over heels for him? As long as you agree to help me deal with the Yi family, I'm willing to be your real wife. Yilan said earnestly to Xia Tian. Really? Such a simple request? Xia Tian was puzzled. Yilan was so unyielding to that Ma family person, but she easily agreed to be his real wife. Wasn't this a bit too much of a contrast? It's absolutely true, I can sleep with you tonight. Yilan said earnestly. Well, there's no need to rush into it. Xia Tian hesitated. Although he had 4 wives and 1 girlfriend, he was still quite timid in this regard. Since Sister Lan is willing to be your wife, then I am also willing to be your wife. The conditions are the same as Sister Lan's. You just need to help me deal with the Song family in the future. After seeing Yilan's attitude, Song Jia immediately changed her tune and said, should she agree to their request or not? Xia Tian didn't care too much about their conditions. With the system at her disposal, the Yi family and the Ma family were nothing in front of her. Sooner or later, she would crush them like ants on the spot. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that his 4 wives were already giving him a lot of trouble. If he were to add 2 more wives with impure intentions, would he be able to handle it? Would he ever have any peace and quiet again? The Yi family and the Song family are not weak in terms of power and strength, so I don't blame you for refusing. Yilan saw that Xia Tian was hesitant and thought that Xia Tian was worried about the gains and losses in dealing with the Yi family and the Song family in the future, so she made an excuse for Xia Tian. Hey, I have a short temper. I'll get my ID right now and we'll register for marriage right now. Xia Tian couldn't stand being looked down upon by a woman. He was already worried that having 2 wives would make things even more difficult, but now he was being misunderstood as being afraid of the Yi and Song families. How could he tolerate that? I don't even care about the power of the Yi and Song families. I'm just worried that having 2 more wives like you will only make things worse for me. Besides, before I can marry you, I have to talk to my wives and get their permission. Xia Tian explained. Hey Xia Tian, why don't you marry us sisters too? You already have so many wives, 1 more wouldn't hurt, right? Su Qingqing suddenly said. Chapter 87 Deciding to marry at the same time. Xia Tian, Yilan, and Song Jia haven't even registered their marriage yet, but the 2 Su sisters have also proposed to marry Xia Tian. Xia Tian is puzzled, and Yilan and Song Jia are equally confused. They decided to marry Xia Tian because they wanted to rebel against the arranged marriages of their families, to gain an independent life, and to deal with the family they despise. But why did the 2 Su sisters decide to marry Xia Tian at the same time? It can only be said that life is full of ups and downs, and every family has its own troubles. The 2 Su sisters made their decision after careful consideration. Because of their outstanding looks, and because they inherited their grandfather Su Difu's superb cooking skills, there were quite a few men eyeing them, especially their gambling father, who had no shortage of ideas about marrying off his 2 daughters so he could collect a large sum of dowry money to gamble. Therefore, the 2 Su sisters fought against their gambling father countless times over this matter. If it weren't for their grandfather still lying on his sickbed, barely clinging to his last breath, and suppressing their gambling father from acting recklessly for the time being, the 2 sisters would have been sold off by their gambling father countless times. Their grandfather, Su Difu, was already terminally ill and was merely waiting for his time to pass away. He could die at any moment. Once the old man was gone, no one would be able to control their gambling father's rampant behavior. The 2 sisters would likely be betrothed to their gambling father immediately, and he would undoubtedly collect the bride price right away. Even if the 2 sisters didn't marry, they would still have to bear the huge debt of the gambling father's bride price. It would be better to marry herself off now, so that her grandfather can fulfill his great wish before he passes away. The reason the old man is still holding on is because he hasn't seen his 2 beloved granddaughters find suitable partners yet. This is the biggest regret he has before he passes away. So when they saw Yilan and Song Jia bravely choose to marry Xia Tian to avoid the fate of arranged marriages between their families, the 2 sisters had the same thought. Xia Tian was at least handsome and pleasing to the eye, he was also very rich, and a top student at Tsinghua University. From their interactions yesterday to today, they could tell that he was sincere and honest. So, from any perspective, he seemed like a good match. This is also because Yilan and Song Jia set an example and started things, so things that were originally embarrassing for the two of them didn't feel so awkward. After listening to the two sisters' story, Yilan and Song Jia felt great sympathy for their plight, realizing that they were all in the same boat. What could Xia Tian say about this? They had already given such a reason, how could he refuse? Of course not. So he waved his hand to indicate that he agreed to everything and accepted it. However, his agreement alone is not enough, because he is already married, so remarriage requires the consent of all his previous wives. Of course, he could also skip over the opinions of his wives, Xinhuan and the others, who were already married, just like last time. However, that would mean Xinhuan and the others would not agree to his remarriage. If they didn't forgive him, they would have no choice but to end up getting a divorce. The reason why Xia Tian disregarded Xinhuan and Su Ro's opinions and registered her marriage with Guye and Lu Xian last summer was because Xia Tian misunderstood Xinhuan and Su Ro at the time and was determined to divorce them immediately, so she didn't care. But we can't do that now. Mutual respect between husband and wife is essential. However, Xia Tian is having a headache about how to talk to Xinhuan and the others about this. He immediately declared that he wanted to remarry, and that he would marry 4 wives at once. Before he could even finish speaking, Xinhuan and the other 3 women would probably explode in anger. What to do? Ahem, I have no problem with that, and the quota isn't an issue either. But I'm already married, so if I want to register our marriage, I need the consent of all my wives. Xia Tian spoke frankly. Yilan and the other 3 were, of course, very aware of this situation and knew the conditions for remarriage. So you'll have to wait for me a moment. I need to report to them and get their consent before. Before Xia Tian could finish speaking, Su Qingqing's phone suddenly rang. Su Qingqing took out her phone and glanced at it. It was a call from the hospital. Her heart tightened immediately. Since Mr. Su Difu was hospitalized, the 2 sisters have been carrying their cell phones with them almost 24 hours a day. Every time they receive a call from the hospital, their hearts pound with fear, for fear that bad news will come. Hey, Qingqing, Grandpa, he's in the emergency room. You and Yu need to come to the hospital right away. Su's mother's voice came through the phone, and her words immediately made Su Qingqing's face turn pale. What's wrong? Su Yu asked her sister anxiously. Grandpa's in the emergency room. We need to get to the hospital right away. Su Qingqing said to her sister with a look of fear and anxiety. Although she had already prepared herself mentally after Grandpa was admitted to the hospital, knowing that this day would come sooner or later, she still found it difficult to face everything calmly. Xia Tian also stopped talking. It was inappropriate to talk about getting a marriage certificate now, since the grandfather was in the emergency room. Nothing could compare to this. Summer didn't have time to think much. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. With that, she picked up her phone and car keys, stood up, and walked outside. Don't worry, Grandpa will be all right. Come on, I'll go with you to visit him. Yilan looked at the Su sisters, whose faces had turned pale in an instant, and she and Song Jia each supported one of them, gently comforting them. The Su sisters didn't stand on ceremony with the group at this time. They weren't in the right condition to drive, so it was a good thing that Xia Tian could take them there. The Maybach sped along the road. This is one of the advantages of luxury cars on the road. Other cars keep their distance from it, for fear of bumping into one, as the cost of such an accident is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The 2 Su sisters held each other's hands tightly, hoping to give each other strength. The younger sister, Su Yu, had already been holding back her tears, and the older sister, Su Qingqing, also had wet eyes and a heavy heart. The doctor had said that if their grandfather went back into the emergency room, the chances of him being saved were basically 0. Chapter 88: Marrying 4 More Wives. The Maybach arrived at the hospital quickly and parked casually on the side of the road at the entrance. Xia Tian, Yilan, and Song Jia accompanied the Su sisters into the hospital. Since they had already arrived at the hospital entrance, it would be inappropriate not to go in and visit the elderly. As she stepped onto the hospital stairs, Su Qingqing suddenly turned to Xia Tian as if she had made a decision and said, Xia Tian, can you marry us and get our marriage certificate now? My grandfather probably won't make it through this, so I don't want him to leave with regrets. At this moment, Su Qingqing could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. As for your wife, I'll go and explain to them myself. If they insist on not agreeing, we'll take the initiative to divorce, okay? Su Qingqing looked at Xia Tian with a pleading expression. Su Yu also looked at Xia Tian with anticipation. She completely agreed with her sister's suggestion, and she still remembered the doctor's instructions. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Xia Tian resolutely nodded in agreement. Faced with this situation, he didn't know how to refuse. Besides, the old man was about to leave, and if he didn't agree, the old man might really leave with regrets. ID cards. He glanced at Yilan and Songjia, thinking that 2 or 4 didn't seem to make much difference, and gritted his teeth. You two come too. Xia Tian took out his phone as he spoke, and the other girls followed suit. Registering for a marriage certificate is incredibly convenient and simple these days. It only takes a minute or 2 on a mobile phone. The 5 people took out their phones and each performed some operations on their own phones. Then, Xia Tian took a group photo with each of them individually, submitted the marriage application, and it was approved almost instantly. Xia Tian immediately gained 4 more wives, and the electronic marriage certificates for the 4 of them, including Yilan, were generated at the same time. Looking at their electronic marriage certificates with Xia Tian on their phones, Su Qingqing and her sister Su Yuyu both showed a relieved expression. They had finally fulfilled one of their grandfather's wishes. Composing themselves, the group headed upstairs to the operating room. When the group arrived outside the operating room, a middle-aged woman with an extremely haggard expression stood there. Seeing Su Qingqing and her sister appear, she breathed a sigh of relief, but then said to the 2 sisters with great sorrow, Qingqing, Yuyu, be prepared. The doctor just said he did his best, and the old man will be out soon. He told us to tell him what we need to say quickly, because his time is running out. The middle-aged woman choked up and couldn't continue. Mom, Su Qingqing and her sister cried out almost simultaneously and rushed to hug the middle-aged woman. The 3 of them wept together. Yilan had heard the gist of it and went up to her, repeatedly advising, Auntie, Qingqing, Yuyu, you must be strong right now. The old man will be out soon. If he sees you crying like this, he won't be able to pass away peacefully. You must hold back now. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman immediately suppressed her grief, and Su Qingqing and her sister also stopped crying. Mom, I forgot to introduce you, these are our good friends Yilan and Songjia. Su Qingqing introduced Yilan and Songjia to her mother, then pulled Xia Tian between herself and her sister, introducing him to her mother. This is Xia Tian, he is my and Yuyu's husband. Introducing Xia Tian to her mother like this still made Su Qingqing a little embarrassed. Mrs. Su's expression froze, she was stunned. When did her 2 precious daughters get married? How could she, as their mother, have no idea? And the 2 sisters even married the same man? Then Su's mother immediately understood. The biggest worry for the old man of the Su family is that he has not been able to see his 2 beloved granddaughters get married. This morning, the old man was still muttering that he would not be able to die in peace if he did not see his 2 granddaughters get married. Now that the 2 daughters have brought this handsome young man here, it must be that the 2 sisters specially found him to fulfill the old man's wish so that he could pass away in peace. Having figured out the cause and effect, Mrs. Su simply nodded to Xia Tian and then stopped paying attention to the boy. Did you call him to inform him? Su Qingqing suddenly asked her mother in a chilling tone. I called you before I called you, but I haven't gotten back yet, Su's mother replied with a hint of helplessness, knowing exactly who her daughter was asking. As they were talking, the operating room door was opened from the inside, and a nurse pushed out a hospital bed. Su Defu's family. With a whoosh, the 3 members of the Su family immediately surrounded the elderly man on the sickbed. Looking at the incredibly frail old man, the mother and her 2 children suppressed their grief, calling out, Grandpa! Grandpa! After Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu called out to the old man on the hospital bed, they were too sad to speak anymore, afraid that they would burst into tears if they opened their mouths again. Just as the Su family was frantically pushing the old man towards the ward, Xia Tian, who was at the back, unsurprisingly had his phone ring. Xia Tian was startled. What was bound to happen would happen, but this was happening way too fast. Less than 3 minutes had passed, and the call had come in. Looking at the name Su Ro on the caller ID on his phone with a wry smile, Xia Tian steeled his heart, walked into the corridor, and answered the call. Hey, wife. Xia Tian had barely answered the phone when Su Ro interrupted him coldly. Stop, I can't accept that. Don't call me that anymore. You probably don't have time today, right? After all, we just got married today, and you're probably busy with your wedding night tonight. Let's find some time tomorrow to get a divorce. Honey, don't be angry yet. My situation is a bit complicated. I promise it's not what you think. I can't explain it in just a few words. In short, I remarried to help someone and to fulfill an elderly person's dying wish. I had no choice but to help. I'm at the hospital now. The old person doesn't have much time left, and I need to go help. I don't have time to explain now. Once I'm done here, I promise I'll rush back and explain everything to you. I'll hang up now. Xia Tian hung up the phone without waiting for Su Ro's reply because another call came in immediately afterward, this time from Lu Xian. He used the same words to tell Lu Xian, and then Xia Tian rushed to the ward. He was busy showing his face to the Su family patriarch as a grandson-in-law. Chapter 89: The Decline of the Su Family. The old man's eyes were cloudy, and he didn't react for a long time to the concern and greetings from his family. It wasn't until he was wheeled into the ward and took a sip of water that he seemed to wake from a dream and recognized his two granddaughters. Xingxing, Yu. The old man, in a final burst of lucidity, looked up and surveyed everyone in the ward. Not seeing his unfilial son, a slight sadness crept across his face. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. What was he still hoping for? He knew perfectly well what kind of person that unfilial son was. What expectations could he possibly have for him? The old man's gaze lingered on Xia Tian for a moment, then he sighed softly. This young man was very handsome, but it was a pity that he was not his granddaughter's husband. An unfilial son is nothing but a lump of mud. The future of the Su family still depends on the two granddaughters. Alas, it's a pity that my body is too weak to live to see that day. Grandpa, let me introduce you. His name is Xia Tian, a top student from Tsinghua University. He is also my and Yu's husband. This is our marriage certificate. As soon as Su Qingqing saw that the old man had regained consciousness, she immediately introduced Xia Tian's identity to him and showed him their electronic marriage certificate. The old man, who had just come to his senses, was stunned. What he was thinking about was the marriage of his two granddaughters. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable for his two granddaughters to marry the same man at the same time, given how society has developed, it is not unacceptable for two sisters to marry the same man. Compared to his two granddaughters being single, this was completely negligible. Moreover, the old man knew that his unfilial son had been plotting to marry off his two granddaughters to collect a large dowry. That scoundrel didn't care who the other party was, he would give his granddaughters to whoever offered the most dowry. Only because he was still alive could he keep that unfilial son from acting recklessly. If he were to pass away, his two granddaughters would definitely be plunged into misery. Now he can finally relax. Now that his granddaughter is married, even if he passes away soon, he no longer has to worry about his two granddaughters being used as tools for making money by that unfilial son. It's a great relief for him. The grandfather, and grandson then had a long talk. The old man was quite talkative at this point, not only talking a lot, but also eating and drinking, and seemed to be getting better. However, it was just the last bit of his life before death. Mrs. Su thought the old man was fully recovered, so while the two Su sisters were talking to the old man, she went out to find the doctor to ask about the situation. The doctor came in, took a look, and said, "If you have anything to say, hurry up and tell me." Then he shook his head, sighed, and left. The doctor's words were practically a death sentence for the old man. The two sisters' faces turned pale, and Su Yu burst into tears instantly. Although Su Qingqing's eyes also reddened, she quickly composed herself and gave the old man a big smile. On the contrary, the old man himself had a smiling face, as if he had seen through everything and didn't care. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are entirely beyond our control. After the doctor left, the ward door was suddenly violently pushed open from the outside, and a middle-aged man and woman rushed in. Seeing the old man lying on the bed looking perfectly fine, the middle-aged man immediately started yelling at Su's mother, "You bitch, what are you up to? The old man is perfectly fine right here, how dare you say he's about to die? You bitch." Seeing the old man was perfectly healthy, the middle-aged man immediately vented his anger on Su's mother. He was initially pleased to hear that the old man was about to pass away, thinking that he could finally accept the dowry money from brother Biao and Bosran without worry, and then he could enjoy himself for a long time. But as soon as he entered, he saw the old man sitting perfectly fine on the bed, and the man immediately realized that he had been tricked. He then angrily began to berate Su's mother. Su's mother felt wronged and frustrated, but she was used to accepting things passively, so she just hid to the side and silently shed tears. "You unfilial son, you beast! How dare you curse others? You kneel down." The old man's once ruddy face turned pale and weak, and he pointed at the middle-aged man with trembling hands as he cursed. "Old man, you should rest well. Your mother and the three of them are enough to take care of you. I have something to do outside, so I'll leave first. I'll come to see you another day," the middle-aged man said without pausing and turned to leave the ward. The old man put too much pressure on him. After all, he had been disciplined severely with a belt since childhood, and he instinctively felt a sense of fear towards the old man. You unfilial son, I'm about to die. Wait a moment before you go, I have something to say. The old man took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. He knew his time was running out, and there were some things he needed to explain to this unfilial son. The man, who had already stepped out of the ward, stopped in his tracks. He looked at the old man with a mixture of belief and doubt, trying to determine whether the other man was real or lying to him. No doubt about it, the doctor has already given the order, that's why my mom called you. Otherwise, even if you died out there, we wouldn't want to see you at all. Su Qingqing said coldly to the middle-aged man. After hearing his daughter Su Qingqing say the same thing, Su Shui, a middle-aged man, returned to the ward. Looking at the old man lying on the bed, he recalled the past. Was the old man really going to pass away? Although he had many grievances and dissatisfactions with the old man, blood was thicker than water, and he felt a surge of emotion. Su Difu, who was once extremely popular and had a brilliant career in cooking imperial dishes, was now finally going to fall into obscurity. Is it really over? A look of regret and sorrow finally appeared on Su Shui's face. He originally thought that he would not feel any sadness at the old man's passing, but would only be happy that no one could restrain him and he could finally do whatever he wanted. But he did not expect that after seeing that familiar face and figure, he would actually feel sadness towards the old man he used to hate so much. Don't worry, this old man will only waste your time for a little while longer. I won't bother you anymore. Su Difu looked at his unfilial son with sorrow. He was too lazy to argue with him anymore. His biggest mistake in life was having such a scoundrel of a gambling son. This was something he could never get over. Now that he was about to leave, he couldn't care less. He would let him go. Everyone has their own destiny, and he was powerless to change it. This is Qingqing and Yu Yu's husband. Please meet him. His name is Xia Tian, and he's a top student at Tsinghua University, the old man said to his unfilial son, Su Shui, pointing to Xia Tian. What? Husband? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? No way, I don't agree to this marriage. I won't agree to this marriage without my permission. Su Shui jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, expressing her strong opposition. Whether you agree or not is none of my business. I'm just informing you that Qingqing and Yu are now married. You should stop interfering with their lives. Go ahead and live your life as you please. If you want to gamble, go ahead and gamble. Nobody will bother you anymore. Su Difu said calmly. How can that be? I've already promised Brother Biao and President Ren that I would marry Qingqing and Yu to them. They've already prepared the betrothal gifts. How can I go back on my word? How am I going to pay off my gambling debts if I go back on my word? In desperation, Su Shui blurted out the truth. What? You're going to use Qingqing and Yu to pay off your gambling debts? Su's mother, who had been meek and silent, finally couldn't hold back any longer after hearing her husband Su Shui's words and bravely stood up to question him. What's it to you? Su Shui, who was initially feeling guilty for accidentally letting something slip, stood up again immediately after being questioned by his mother. You want to sell us sisters to pay off your own debts? Keep dreaming. We'd rather die than agree. Su Yu glared at her and her sister's nominal father, her eyes filled with nothing but endless hatred, devoid of any familial affection. You unfilial son, you're going to drive me to my death. How much gambling debt do you owe others? The old man was somewhat helpless. He didn't want his family to be in turmoil before he passed away, especially not to let this unfilial son harm his two granddaughters. What gambling debt? That's the bride price. Brother Biao and Boss Ren are both very wealthy. It's your good fortune that they've taken a liking to you two girls. You two will be going to enjoy a life of luxury once you marry them. I'm your father, would I harm you? Su Shui argued. You unfilial son, just tell me how much money you owe, stop with the nonsense. The old man interrupted Su Shui's attempt to cover up his grievances. It's less than 10 million, Dad. Don't worry, Qingqing and Yu are definitely worth that price. Besides, Brother Biao and President Ren have both agreed to the price. As long as Qingqing and Yu are willing to marry into the family, they can forgive my debts and even give me some more money. With that money, I can turn my losses around and maybe even make a lot of money, or even win back our hotel. Su Shui said with great enthusiasm, unable to suppress his longing. 10 million? Heh, you've got some nerve, managing to owe so much money. But if you want to marry him, go ahead and marry him yourself. Yu and I are definitely not going to marry him, so you might as well give up on that idea. Su Qingqing said coldly. Qingqing, don't be so resistant. Dad is really doing this for your own good. Brother Biao and President Ren are both big bosses. They're not short of money, and they're each willing to give 5 million as betrothal gifts for you too. They really like you. If you marry into their families, you'll be destined to be rich wives and enjoy a life of luxury. Would Dad ever harm you? Su Shuyi tried to change his two daughters' minds with words. Humph, go marry them yourself. You think you can make us marry those two scoundrels? Keep dreaming. Su Yuyu said resentfully. Qingqing, Yuyu, you can't do this. I raised you from infancy, changing your diapers and feeding you every drop of water. Now that you're grown up, you're so heartless, you don't even listen to your father anymore? Su Shuyi started to appeal to family ties. You? Heh, aren't you ashamed to say that? Don't you know what kind of person you are? From childhood to adulthood, when have you ever cared about us sisters? Su Yuyu immediately retorted. If you don't agree to marry Brother Biao and President Run, they're going to have someone kill your father. A middle-aged woman who had been silent all along suddenly spoke up. That's perfect, that way the world will be spared one more scourge. You should hurry up and make them do it. Su Yuyu scoffed at this. Why don't you go and marry him? One woman serving two husbands is fine too. Su Yuyu said to the middle-aged woman. Su Shuyi has become the way he is now largely because of this woman, so it's no wonder that Su Yuyu would treat her kindly. Yuyu and I are already married, so your wishful thinking is probably going to fall through. Su Qingqing said calmly. No way. I don't agree to this marriage. It doesn't count. You two divorce this kid right now and marry Brother Biao and President Ren. Su Shuyi's face was fierce as he stared at Xia Tian. Kid, my daughters aren't so easy to marry. Either you divorce my two daughters right now, or you give me a dowry of 20 million right now. Otherwise, don't even think about marrying my two daughters. Su Difu originally inquired about his son's gambling debts with the intention of paying them off before he left, hoping to give his son a chance to start anew. However, upon hearing his son mention 10 million, Su Difu abandoned the idea of helping his son pay off the debts. In the past, before the family's decline, it would not have been difficult for him to come up with 10 million. But now, the Su family had been ruined by his son, leaving only an empty shell. The entire Su family was now only being supported by the two Su sisters, and it was no longer as prosperous as it once was. You unfilial son, figure out how to settle your gambling debts yourself. Don't try to take advantage of Qingqing and Yuyu, and don't disturb their lives. These are my last words. If you don't obey, I'll come looking for you every day, even after I'm dead. I have my last million here. Take it and do whatever you want with it. From now on, the Su family will pretend we don't have a son like you. Su Difu tremblingly pulled a bankbook from a small bag close to his body and handed it to his gambling-addicted son, Su Shuyi. This was his last hope. If he repented and used this million to start a business, he might be able to pay off his 10 million gambling debts. What he did was up to him. Su Shuyi was overjoyed. He picked up the passbook, immediately stuffed it into his pocket, and held it tightly with both hands as if afraid it would fly away. Su Yuyu wanted to say something, but Su Qingqing stopped her. It was her grandfather's decision, and they, as his granddaughters, should just respect it. Qingqing's mother, you've taken care of this old man all these years. You've done a lot, even if you haven't done anything special. Here's 100,000 yuan, it's a small token of my appreciation. Please take it, Qingqing's mother. Su Difu began to make arrangements for his funeral. Chapter 90 Meeting Each Other. Xia Tian originally didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs, but before they got their marriage certificate, the two Su sisters had already agreed on two things: first, to fulfill their grandfather's wish, and second, to deal with their gambling father. So now he couldn't help but get involved. Bring me my green army bag, the old man gestured to his granddaughter to bring him one of his green army bags. After placing it in his arms, he said in a trembling voice, Qingqing and Yuyu, Grandpa doesn't have any money left for you too. All I have is this cookbook passed down from our Su family ancestors. You won't blame Grandpa, will you? Su Difu took out a yellowed cookbook from his bag and handed it to the two sisters, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu. With tears in their eyes, the two sisters shook their heads repeatedly to indicate that they didn't mind. They patted their two granddaughters' little hands with relief, and then looked at Xia Tian beside them. Xia Tian, come to Grandpa. The old man beckoned Xia Tian to come to him, then placed his two granddaughters' hands in Xia Tian's hands. From now on, Xing Qing and Yu are in your care. Protect the two girls and don't let them get hurt. These two sets of emerald jewelry, which are passed down from my grandfather, are a gift for you. The old man was quite shrewd. You wouldn't have guessed that there were so many good things inside that tattered green military bag. Seeing Grandpa Su dividing his property, Xia Tian knew that the old man didn't have much time left, so she didn't refuse his wishes. She thought that she would give the things to the two Su sisters later, and that the old man probably had the same idea, just using her as a means to pass them on. Grandpa, don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt Xingqing and Yu. Xia Tian could feel the old man's concern for his two granddaughters and repeatedly assured him. The woman with Su Shuyi's eyes lit up when she saw the two sets of jewelry. No woman dislikes such precious jewelry. She pinched Su Shuyi next to her, gestured with her chin towards the jewelry, indicating that she wanted it. These emerald jewels are heirlooms of the Su family. How can you just give them away to an outsider? I am the heir of the Su family. Su Shuyi looked at the two sets of jewelry that the old man had taken out, his eyes filled with envy. Emerald jewels are extremely valuable, especially complete sets like these that have been passed down from his ancestors. They are priceless and worth far more than the 1 million that the old man had given him. Shut up, you have no place to speak here. Old Master Su glared at him. Although he was at the end of his life, he was still very authoritative, which made Su Shuyi shrink back and dare not say anything more. The woman glared at Su Shuyi with a hint of disappointment. This man was too useless. The old man was clearly on his deathbed, yet he was still so afraid. What a good-for-nothing. Grandpa, Shuyi is still the male heir of the Su family. These ancestral jewelry pieces. The woman gritted her teeth and tried to fight for ownership of the two sets of jewelry for Su Shuyi. If only Su Shuyi could get them, then they would be hers. She could sell one set and wear the other. Just thinking about it made her feel wonderful. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, old Master Su ignored her and continued speaking to Xia Tian. Our family is unfortunate to have such a spendthrift son who has ruined our Su family's brand shop. The two girls won't listen to reason and insist on restoring the Su family's shop. I told them it wasn't necessary and not to put too much pressure on them. If it's not going to work, then let it go. Old Master Su rambled on and on about these things to Xia Tian. Although he said let it go, Xia Tian could clearly feel the expectation in his eyes. Grandpa, I haven't had a chance to tell you yet, but our shop is back. It was bought back by Xia Tian, and now it's our Su family's shop again. Su Qingqing glanced at Xia Tian, a pleading look flashing in her eyes, before turning to Grandpa Su and saying, Really? Upon hearing this, old Master Su's eyes lit up. This was ancestral property, which his spendthrift son had gambled away, nearly driving the old man to his death. The once healthy man had fallen seriously ill and was now terminally ill, all thanks to this incident. Now, hearing his granddaughters say that their old shop had returned, even though it was in his grandson-in-law's hands, it was still considered their own property. Now he could finally rest in peace. The old man looked at Xia Tian, wanting to confirm whether the news was true or not. Grandpa, look, isn't this the property certificate for the shop? Xia Tian took out his phone and showed Grandpa Su a photo of the property certificate for Su's private kitchen. Old Master Su examined it carefully and, sure enough, it was the ancestral property that his spendthrift son had gambled away. Now it was really back. Grandpa, I've decided to transfer ownership of Su's private kitchen to Qingqing and Yu as a wedding gift for us. Xia Tian said suddenly, looking at the old man and glancing at the two Su sisters. This restaurant was clearly of great significance to the Su family. It might not mean much to him, but it was extraordinary to Grandpa Su and the two Su sisters, so he made the decision on the spur of the moment. In this way, it seems that the two sisters, Su Qingqing and Su Yu, will not leave him easily in the future. Although they initially used him as a shield, now that they have registered their marriage with him, he has absolutely no reason to let go of these two beautiful women. And this is the emerald jewelry set that Grandpa gave me. It's perfect for each of you. Let me put it on you. With that, Xia Tian picked up two sets of jewelry and put them on Su Qingqing and Su Yu in front of Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su was clearly very satisfied, his mouth widening in joy. He held Xia Tian's hand. Grandpa Su was so excited that he couldn't say anything more, and could only mumble incoherently. His time had come. Old Master Su's previous bout of lucidity had come to an end, and now, due to a moment of excitement, his time had come. Logically, he should be able to rest in peace, but instead, he was holding Xia Tian's hand tightly, unable to speak because of phlegm in his throat, looking as if he had died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will transfer Sue's private kitchen to Qingqing and Yuyu's names afterward, and I will never go back on my word, Xia Tian said to the old man. Xia Tian assumed that the old man was worried that he would transfer Sue's private kitchen to his two granddaughters, so he assured him. But after Xia Tian said that, Grandpa Su did not let go. Instead, he gripped her hand even tighter. Xia Tian was stunned. What did this mean? Did he have to turn around now? But he couldn't turn around in this ward. Grandpa, I'll go to the Yamen gate first thing tomorrow morning to give it to Qingqing and Yuyu, don't worry, Xia Tian assured him again. But Grandpa Su didn't let go. He still held onto Xia Tian tightly. What did that mean? Was he still not satisfied? Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu were also puzzled, wondering what their grandfather was still worried about. Although they wanted to object to Xia Tian's offer to transfer ownership of Sue's private kitchen to them, they felt they couldn't accept such a generous gift for no reason. However, considering that their grandfather was about to leave, they didn't want to refuse Xia Tian's kindness under these circumstances, so they didn't object. At this moment, Mrs. Su stepped forward, looked at Mr. Su's unseeing expression, sighed slightly, and said, "The old man doesn't want you to transfer Sue's private kitchen to Qingqing and Yuyu." Huh? What's going on? Wasn't the old man obsessed with his family's restaurant? Now that he's transferring it to the Su sisters for free, why is he unwilling? Not only was Xia Tian completely confused, but the Su sisters, Qingqing and Yuyu, were also utterly bewildered. Sure enough, after hearing what Mrs. Su said, Mr. Su let go of Xia Tian's hand, which he had been holding tightly. It really was what he meant. Su's mother glanced at Su Shuyi, whose eyes were darting around as he observed everything, and explained to the three of them, although the old man wants the ancestral property to return to the Su family, he doesn't want any more unexpected situations to occur. The best scenario is for the ancestral property to remain in Xia Tian's hands, while Qingqing and Yuyu manage it. This way, no accidents will happen, and no one else will have a reason to take over the ancestral property. This others clearly referred to Su Qingqing and Yuyu's gambling-addicted father. You filthy wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? The old man clearly wants the ancestral property back in our own hands. What are you talking about? You poisonous woman, do you want the old man to die with regrets? Su Shuyi was furious. As long as the ancestral property was back in his two daughters' hands, he had 1,000 ways to buy it back. But with Xia Tian in his hands, it wouldn't be so easy for him to do so. Nobody paid any attention to Su Shuyi, that gambler. Grandpa, shall I not spin anymore? Xia Tian tentatively asked Grandpa Su. As expected, after hearing Xia Tian's words, Old Master Su's expression returned to peace. He let go of Xia Tian's hand, and with a calm expression that showed no regrets, he tilted his head and left. Upon seeing this, the Su family members burst into tears. Su Shuyi, who had originally wanted to argue, was now speechless. Watching his father pass away, he was filled with remorse and glared at Su's mother with hatred. It was all because of that bitch who ruined his plans. But then I thought about it again, and this kid named Xia Tian seems to be quite rich. He even bought back his own restaurant. Maybe it's to pursue his two daughters? He was able to buy the restaurant from President Run, so he must be quite powerful. Even President Run had to sell the restaurant. So, my good son-in-law should be even more capable than that guy surnamed Ren. Next came the morning. Xia Tian is now nominally the husband of Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu, so he's the only man besides his gambling father-in-law. Of course, he has to step up and handle this matter. But what does he know about these things? He has no experience with them and doesn't know what to do. Fortunately, with Yilan and Song Jia there, and Xia Tian having plenty of money, Yilan made a phone call and summoned a number of people who could handle funeral arrangements. By leaving professional matters to professionals, things immediately became much more organized. They took old Master Su home, set up a mourning hall at the door, and began preparing for his funeral. Meanwhile, Lu Xian's call finally came as expected. Xia Tian had already received several messages in the ward, but in that environment, she only replied that she would explain to them later. After so long without an explanation, Xia Tian couldn't help but call to ask about the situation. Xia Tian thought that she might as well stop hiding it and send her location to both Shenwan and Su Rou, as well as Guya and Lu Xian. She should be able to explain herself easily in this situation, and the four of them wouldn't be able to hold a grudge against her in this setting, right? Xia Tian knew that Shenwan and the other three were reasonable people, but in the end, it was his lack of martial ethics that led him to marry 4 more wives without consulting them. It was normal for the 4 of them to be angry. In fact, he was in the wrong first. Shenwan and her 3 companions arrived outside the Su family's residence shortly afterward, and Shenwan and Guya, her 2 rivals, finally faced each other once again. They exchanged glances, but neither of them spoke. Because the group of them were completely bewildered by the funeral hall in front of them, they couldn't figure out what Xia Tian was up to. Why bring these women to someone else's funeral? What does this have to do with him having 4 wives? The 4 of them racked their brains, but couldn't come up with a single answer. Instead of rushing in, Su Rou and Lu Xian simultaneously called Xia Tian. Xia Tian saw the phone but didn't answer, so she immediately ran out and saw that Shenwan and the other 3 had already arrived at the door. He forced himself to go up to her, but none of the 4 women gave him a friendly look this time. Even the usually composed Shenwan and Guya had cold faces. Leading the 4 into the Su family home, Xia Tian pointed to the portrait of Old Master Su in the morning hall and said, Old Master Su was the biological grandfather of Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu. He just passed away in the hospital. Next, Xia Tian began to explain what had happened that day to the 4 people. Of course, it was half true and half false. In his account, he said that he had stepped forward to help because Grandpa Su was worried about the marriage of the 2 Su sisters before he passed away. In order to help the 2 Su sisters fulfill Grandpa Su's wish and let the old man pass away in peace, he stepped forward to help. What about the other 2, Yilan and Song Jia? If I remember correctly, Yilan is the general manager of the Emperor Hotel we met last time, right? She is also Grandpa Su's granddaughter, and she also has a critically ill grandfather? Guya's voice rang out, leaving Xia Tian speechless. Ahem, well, those 2. Xia Tian was thinking about how to explain the situation to them when the knocking on the door interrupted him. Xia Tian got up and opened the door, but was stunned. Standing outside were Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu, along with Yilan and Song Jia. Xia Tian was taken aback. What was going on? A fight? The word immediately came to mind. Xia Tian, let us explain this ourselves. Could you go check with my mom upstairs? She might not be able to handle it all by herself, Su Qingqing said to Xia Tian. The 8 women knew each other's identities because each of their electronic marriage certificates contained the other woman's information and photo. Ha! But, Xia Tian was a little uneasy, fearing that a major battle would break out between the 2 sides if he left. Go see your mother-in-law, let us talk it out ourselves, Shenwan said to Xia Tian. Summer left the room nervously, leaving her 8 wives to talk behind closed doors. Xia Tian felt uneasy. Su's mother looked at Xia Tian as he came over and asked curiously, Xiao Tian, who are those 4 pretty girls you brought in just now? Do Qingqing and the others know them too? Well, by the way, Auntie, where's Uncle? I haven't seen him anywhere. Xia Tian changed the subject. Him? He's probably already gambled away the $1 million the old man just gave him. Who knows? Su's mother had long been disappointed in Su Shuyi and had no hope left. No way? Old Master Su just passed away, and the funeral arrangements haven't even been made yet. As a son, he's such a scoundrel. Xia Tian said, only managing to curse him as a scoundrel at the end. Xia Tian didn't know much about this cheap father-in-law, but judging from his behavior in the hospital, he was definitely not a good person. Chapter 91, a word that will shock and shock. This time, Su's mother and Xia Tian were really wrong. As the 2 were talking, a large group of people suddenly rushed in from outside. They all looked fierce and thuggish, and were clearly not good people. Su's mother's expression changed, and she instinctively shrank back out of fear. Xia Tian was also stunned. Who were these people? Are you here to cause trouble? Hey, this time it's actually true, old Su really has passed away. A young thug who looked like the leader of the group came out, looked at the mourning hall, and started banging on it with a stick. What are you doing? Xia Tian frowned, took a step forward, and shielded Su's mother behind him. These people were clearly up to no good. Xia Tian compared the numbers and found that there were at least 20 or 30 of them. Even if his body had been enhanced by the system, he couldn't possibly fight so many people by himself. Besides, the old man's body was still warm, and it wouldn't be good to fight. It was best not to make a move if possible. Hey, Su Shuyi, did your wife find you a little brother-in-law? Ha! Ha ha ha, these people just spouted vulgarities without thinking. As he spoke, Su Shuyi timidly walked out from outside like a lapdog. The woman who had been following Su Shuyi was now being held in the arms of a middle-aged man, who blatantly put one hand inside her clothes. Although the woman looked humiliated, she did not dare to resist at all. "What do you want to do?" Xia Tian automatically filtered out the other party's foul language, frowned at them, and looked around. He had already spotted a baseball bat in one of the boys' hands. If a fight really broke out, he would have to find a weapon as soon as possible. "You have no right to speak here, kid. You'd better shut up. Su Shuyi, is this your wife? She's well preserved. By the way, where are your two beautiful twin daughters?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man pushed away the woman in his arms and looked at Su's mother's still charming figure with a lewd gaze. Without saying a word, Su Shuyi scolded his mother. "You bitch, didn't you hear what Brother Biao said? Where are Qing Qing and Yu Yu? Call them out right now." Xia Tian sighed softly. It seemed this matter wouldn't end well. Su's mother was already trembling all over, clearly terrified. She quietly sent Xinhuan a message: "A group of people are causing trouble. Call the police for help immediately." "Tell me what you want to say." Xia Tian stepped forward and said to the middle-aged man who was clearly the leader of the group. "You? Who do you think you are? Get out of my way and don't get in my way." The young thug spat on the ground and cursed at Xia Tian with disdain. "Were you raised on shit? Or did your mother not teach you to speak properly?" Since there was no way to resolve this peacefully, Xia Tian wasn't a coward, and she didn't hold back when it came to scolding him. "Hey, kid, you're pretty tough. Do you know the consequences of talking like that?" The young thug took out an iron rod, flicked it in his hand, and glared fiercely at Xia Tian, clearly intending to attack. The middle-aged man also looked surprised. He raised his hand to stop the young thug who was about to attack. The thug dared to speak to them so arrogantly. After seeing their force, he must have something to rely on. "Young man, who are you?" A middle-aged man can get to where he is today not entirely because he dares to fight and kill. Those reckless fools are already 3 feet tall with grass on their graves. The martial world isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social dynamics. You need to be able to judge people accurately and have a sharp eye. You can act like a big shot in front of cowardly, weak, and incompetent people, and no amount of arrogance is too much. But in front of truly ruthless and powerful figures, you also need to know when to be humble and know when to bow your head. You must never act recklessly or forcefully. This ability to assess the situation is why Brother Biao has survived to this day without falling from grace. "I'm your dad. Damn it, what era are we living in? Still playing these thug tricks? You've probably never heard of the anti-gang campaign, have you? I'll just stand here and try to touch me." Xia Tian hardened his heart. Since it seemed like things couldn't be resolved peacefully today, he had no intention of letting things go. "Damn it, kid, you're asking for it." The young thug couldn't take it anymore and wanted to teach Xia Tian a lesson, to let him know the consequences of being so arrogant in front of him. But at this moment, it was as if the air itself went still, because 8 unique and extremely beautiful figures appeared. Hearing the commotion outside, the 8 women who were arguing inside came out. The appearance of these 8 stunning beauties at the same time caused the entire scene to freeze. When have these thugs ever seen anything like this? Normally, they could never even get a chance to see a beauty of this caliber. But today, they were amazed to see so many stunning women together. The impact on the men present was simply too great. Glug! A collective chorus of swallowing filled the air as everyone's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. Fairies! The 7 fairies had descended to Earth. No, the number was wrong, there were 8 fairies. Xia Tian frowned as he watched these people staring at his wives with disgusting eyes. He was secretly annoyed and snorted coldly as he walked up to Xinhuan and the others. "You all go in first. I'll handle things here." "Brother, you've misunderstood something. We're not here to cause trouble. We're all on the same side. My name is Wang Dabiao. Su Shuyi accepted my betrothal gifts and promised to marry his second daughter, Su Yuyu, to me, so..." Brother Biao suddenly became very polite in front of the group of beauties. They unconsciously restrained their rudeness in front of these fairies. "You're talking nonsense. Go find Su Shuyi if he took your betrothal gifts. You think I'd marry you? You're like a toad trying to eat swan meat, you're delusional. Take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. Besides, I'm already married, so give up on that idea." Su Yuyu cursed at this so-called Brother Biao, and even called her gambling father by his first name, clearly furious. "Wang Dabiao, right? Don't you know that Ms. Su Yuyu is already my legal wife? Xia Tian said coldly to Wang Dabiao. What? You and Su Yuyu got your marriage certificate? You were forced into this match? Wang Dabiao was furious. He glared at Su Shuyi with hatred. It was all that old man's fault for making excuses and insisting that he could only marry his daughter to him after his father died. Now look what happened, he was forced into this match. It wasn't a forced match, we got married voluntarily. Oh, by the way, not only Su Yuyu, but also Su Qingqing is my wife. Xia Tian said calmly. What? Su Shuyi, you dare to play me? Wang Dabiao looked at Su Shuyi with a fierce expression. Brother Biao, I'm innocent. I really didn't know. I had no idea when this guy and my girl got their marriage certificate. Su Shuyi quickly explained. Kid, I don't care what your purpose was in getting married to the Su sisters, but I advise you to divorce them immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Dabiao, seeing the beautiful Su Yuyu, was immediately overcome with lust and warned Xia Tian. He naturally couldn't pass up the opportunity to have such a stunning beauty as Su Yuyu. Looking at the row of unique and beautiful women in front of him, a crazy thought that he shouldn't have had arose in his heart. You're welcome? How so? Let me see. Suddenly, a clear and spirited voice came from outside the door. Then two figures walked in. The one in front was Wenlan and Zhang Wei, accompanied by several comrades from the Public Security Bureau. It was Wenlan who was speaking. The group of thugs immediately hunched over as if by conditioned reflex, each of them adopting an ostrich-like posture. Wang Dabiao was completely bewildered. How did the police officers from the Public Security Bureau arrive so quickly? Where was the lookout at the gate? Normally, they have lookouts outside to prevent the police from suddenly appearing. But today, the men who were supposed to be looking out heard that there were beautiful women inside, so they couldn't resist sneaking in to see them too, completely forgetting about their lookout duties. So the police arrived and caught them red-handed. Officer, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We're just joking around among ourselves. It's just that Brother Su's father passed away, and we, as his good brothers, have all come to offer our condolences. Wang Dabiao bowed his head, his face full of apologetic smiles. Oh, so it's the famous Brother Biao. No wonder you're so rude to others. What's the matter that you're so eager to fight? And why have you mobilized so many of your men? A male police officer looked at Wang Dabiao, an old acquaintance of his, and knew his background very well, so he asked. It's all right, really all right, officer, it was just a misunderstanding. It's all over now. We've finished our condolences. Have you all finished offering incense to the deceased? If you have, we'll leave now. Let's not disturb their funeral. Wang Dabiao said as he walked outside. Stop. Who said you could leave? Wenlan shouted to stop them. Officer, we didn't do anything, what are you doing? Wang Dabiao said with a forced smile. Investigation results? Don't you want to cooperate? Wenlan asked curtly. Okay, we'll cooperate with whatever the officer wants us to do. We're all law-abiding citizens, we'll definitely cooperate. Wang Dabiao said with a long face, looking dejected. All right, same old rules. You're all old acquaintances, so I don't need to explain anything further, right? Just behave yourselves. A male police officer said to the group. Then, Wang Dabiao's men all instinctively put their hands behind their heads, squatted on the ground, and lined up in a row. Immediately, all kinds of weapons were exposed and fell to the ground. Humph, you still say you didn't cause trouble? Then what are these weapons for? Wenlan said with a disdainful look. After subduing these people, Wenlan and Zhang Wei approached Shenwan and Su Rou, asking, Teacher Shen, Teacher Su, are you alright? Did these guys hurt you? Wang Dabiao squatted on the ground, watching all this, and thought to himself, so this person is an acquaintance of the police officer. I've really had a run of bad luck and kicked a hornet's nest. Soon, the two sisters, Su Yuyu and Su Qingqing, told the police officers what had happened, and Wang Dabiao and his group were taken away for further questioning. The other party is suspected of trafficking women, and the other person who instigated a disturbance will certainly not escape punishment either. The male police officers took Wang Dabiao and his group away, while Wenlan and Zhang Wei stayed behind. They already knew what had happened and were now looking at Xia Tian with surprise. At this moment, the two of them also learned that the 8 stunning beauties in front of them were all Xia Tian's wives, and they were both shocked. What unique charm does this guy Xia Tian possess that makes so many stunning beauties choose to submit to him? Since this area wasn't under their jurisdiction and they didn't need to interrogate the criminals, they could instead get closer to Xinwan and Su Rou. Officer Wen, Officer Zhang, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I would have been in grave danger. Xia Tian stepped forward to express his gratitude, but Wen Lan didn't appreciate it at all. Stop. We didn't come because of you at all. We came because of Teacher Shin's SOS call. It has nothing to do with you. Don't try to make yourself look good. Wen Lan retorted to this scumbag without any mercy. Xia Tian was a little embarrassed. It seemed that Wen Lan had a big problem with him. He hadn't offended her in any way, had he? That's enough for today. You two should take care of the funeral arrangements for the elderly in your family first. As for our matters, we can arrange a time to discuss them in detail after you're done with your work. Xinwan sighed. In this situation, with the elderly person's body barely cold, the Su sisters certainly wouldn't have the mind or energy to talk about these things. It would be better to wait until later. Guya agreed with Xinwan's suggestion, and Yilan couldn't be happier. The two Su sisters looked at Xinwan gratefully. They were still immersed in the pain of their grandfather's passing, and their gambling father was unreliable, so the two sisters had to take on the responsibility of handling the family affairs. Xia Tian, why don't you stay here and help out? We'll be leaving now. Xinwan asked Xia Tian to stay and help, and the others left one after another. I'll see them off. Xia Tian followed them out of the Su family's house. Yilan and Song Jia greeted the others and left first. Guya, Lu Shen, Xinwan, and Su Rou all looked at Xia Tian with cold smiles, while Wen Lan and Zhang Wei watched the show from the side. Xia Tian looked embarrassed. Although there was a reason for what happened, he still felt incredibly guilty in front of them. Wife, well, I really didn't mean to. This time things were just too rushed, it was an accident, really just an accident. Grandpa Su passed away so suddenly, I was just a tool. Next time I'll definitely report to you in advance. What, there's going to be a next time? Su Rou said angrily, while the other three women also looked at Xia Tian with hostility. Hey Xia Tian, how about you help us out too? Get a marriage certificate with us and be our husband, okay? Zhang Wei suddenly broke the silence between Xia Tian and the others, her words shocking everyone. Chapter 92 again? The new bride is stunned. All eyes turned to them instantly, filled with a mixture of shock, disbelief, and confusion. Wen Lan, the other person involved, looked embarrassed and couldn't lift her head in shame. Ahem, if you mind, just pretend I didn't say anything. I just saw how skilled this kid is at being someone else's tool, and besides, with Teacher Shin and Teacher Su as his wives, I figured he wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. Zhang Wei was also a little embarrassed, feeling very awkward under their gazes, and forced herself to explain. Are you looking for a pretext to get married? Xinwan asked after processing the shock of the news. Yes. Zhang Wei had probably used up all her courage with her previous words, so she shrank back and lowered her head, pretending to be an ostrich, while Wen Lan stood up and readily admitted it. Firstly, my family is pressuring us relentlessly. They're always worried that we're too tomboyish and won't get married. So they arrange blind dates for us all the time, which is incredibly annoying. It's not that we can't accept being introduced to potential partners, but the men they introduce are all quite old, and they don't even have one wife. Another reason is to avoid being pestered by others. This kid seems honest enough and has experience being a shield for others, so he won't easily be exposed. You see, if you mind, that's fine, we'll find someone else, Wen Lan said. Wen Lan and Zhang Wei are considered two of the most beautiful policewomen in the police force. There are quite a few men who covet them, and they have many suitors. The two women didn't have particularly high standards for choosing a partner. They had dated other men before, including those in the police force. However, they both believed in being just as capable as men and always wanted to compete with them. As a result, the men who dated them often couldn't stand their strong personalities. In addition, they were both quite strong-willed and showed no mercy to any men who tried to hold hands or take advantage of them. They made it clear that they weren't allowed to touch them until they got married. What man could stand that? Not only were they forbidden from touching them, but they were also always the ones who dominated him. Who could tolerate that? So, all their relationships ultimately ended without a trace. They've both ended up single now. They're actually not that old, both only 26. They became good friends because they shared the same plight and have stayed together ever since. Inspired by the Su sisters and Yilan, she thought of having Xia Tian marry her as a shield, which would also dispel the rumors that they couldn't get married, and also stop her family from worrying about their marriage. After listening to Wenlan's explanation, Guya and Lu Xian exchanged a glance. Although such things were not common, they were not uncommon either. However, it was still somewhat unsettling to watch their husbands get married to other women. In addition, the two of them were not familiar with the two policewomen, so they did not express their agreement or disagreement. Although they sympathized with Wenlan and Zhang Wei's situation, deep down they certainly didn't want Xia Tian to get married to them. Wenlan and Zhang Wei exchanged glances. These four women were, in essence, Xia Tian's real wives. Yilan and the other three were merely his contractual partners. They knew that to get Xia Tian to marry them as a shield, they needed their consent first. Wenlan suddenly said to Xia Tian, could you go buy us a bottle of water? It was clearly an excuse to get Xia Tian away. Even Xia Tian, who was naive, knew it was an excuse, and Xinhuan and the others understood it even more clearly. Summer muttered to herself that she wanted to talk about getting a marriage certificate with him, but she kept her, the person in charge, away. How interesting. But what could she do? She was in the wrong today, so she could only try her best to behave herself. It's unclear what the women talked about, but when Xia Tian returned with 4 bottles of water, they seemed to be chatting and laughing, clearly having reached some kind of agreement. We have no objections, as long as Xia Tian agrees. Xinhuan and the others, seeing that Xia Tian had returned, stopped hesitating and immediately expressed their opinions after exchanging glances. Can you do us this favor this summer? There are many benefits to getting married to us. At the very least, we can guarantee that Brother Biao will never dare to act arrogantly in front of you again. Zhang Wei felt hopeful and immediately told them about the benefits of getting married to them. Xia Tian was more than willing. Not to mention that when Lan and Zhang Wei were both stunning beauties, the system would give each of them a living allowance of 10 million every week after they got married. That's 20 million for the two of them, which adds up to several hundred million a year. I didn't. Xia Tian was about to say he was fine, but then he glanced at the screen and suddenly realized that agreeing so easily might make him seem too eager, which wasn't a good idea. Besides, he had just promised not to do this kind of thing again, and to go back on his word so easily would seem too fickle. So he changed his tune, saying, well, I just promised my wife I wouldn't do this kind of thing again, and now I'm going back on my word, that's. Before Xia Tian could finish speaking, Wenlan suddenly interrupted him, saying, all 4 of your real wives here have agreed. You're not agreeing because you're worried about how to explain it to your other 4 wives, are you? Wenlan's words made Xinhuan and the other 3 women's expressions change. That's right. Given men's nature and Xia Tian's character, seeing such stunning beauties as Wenlan and Zhang Wei, there was absolutely no reason for them not to agree to such a good thing. Now that they had already logged in and agreed, Xia Tian was still refusing. Could it really be because of the 4 people who got their marriage certificates today? Women are naturally suspicious, especially when it comes to their partners. Their suspicions and doubts are obviously amplified. They clearly believed Wenlan's statement. Is it really just a marriage of convenience between you and Yilan and the other 3, just a simple shield? Su Rou looked at Xia Tian with suspicion. Haven't I already explained this to you? You even went to old Master Su's funeral, so why don't you believe me now? Xia Tian certainly didn't want to be just a tool or a shield, but of course, he couldn't just say those thoughts out loud. Since you enjoy being a tool and shield for beautiful women so much, why are you now making excuses in front of us, refusing to get a marriage certificate with Officer Wen and Officer Zhang? Lu Xian looked at Xia Tian with the same suspicion. Is it that our delicate features are not good enough for Boss Xia? Wenlan's face already showed displeasure. Well, I didn't say I disagreed. I just thought it might be a bit too frivolous. Why don't you two think it over carefully before deciding? There's no need to rush into getting the marriage certificate. Let's think it over in a couple of days and then talk about it, Xia Tian explained. The more Xia Tian said this, the more suspicious the group became. Why didn't you and Yilan think this through when you suddenly got your marriage certificate? Xinhuan asked Xia Tian with narrowed eyes. And you originally told us you were going to Yunhai Agricultural Company today. Guya reminded her. Okay, I was just trying to be helpful. Since you two insist on getting married, I have no problem with it. It's up to you, Xia Tian said very straightforwardly. Then let's get started with our phones and ID cards. Xinhuan said, looking at Xia Tian. Xia Tian took out his phone and made a few moves. When Lan and Zhang Wei didn't hesitate either. They knew that Xia Tian was wealthy, and the cost of getting more wives was nothing to him. So they didn't hold back at all. Xia Tian is now quite adept at getting a marriage certificate. She quickly processed the information on her phone and waited for Wenlan and Zhang Wei to fill out the application. "Ha, you're really good at this now." Su Ro mocked Xia Tian, who looked embarrassed. "Isn't that right? He's been married 8 times already, how could he not be skilled?" Lu Xian retorted sarcastically. "Not just that, it's 10 times now." Su Ro chimed in. Two people who initially disliked each other now feel a sense of shared hatred because of summer. Xia Tian could only pretend not to hear, take a group photo, and click to apply. Soon, the electronic marriage certificate for him, Wenlan, and Zhang Wei was completed. Looking at the newly issued electronic marriage certificate, Xia Tian himself was a little emotional. Now he really had 10 wives. Every week, the living expenses distributed by the system alone amount to 100 million. 100 million, wow, you don't realize how much it costs until you calculate it, and this calculation has even excited Xia Tian. Absolutely no divorce. 100 million a week, that's 5 billion a year. It's a guaranteed income no matter the circumstances. While Xia Tian was getting married again, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu, along with Yilan and Song Jia, also received notifications of Xia Tian's remarriage. As her spouses, they were entitled to receive a notification text message. The 4 men were completely dumbfounded. Was Xia Tian really going to become a stud? He had just registered his marriage with the 4 of them less than half a day ago, and now he was registering his marriage with 2 more women. What kind of speed was this? Looking at the identities of Xia Tian's 2 remarried partners, they are the 2 stunning policewomen they just met. Although they are nominally Xia Tian's wives, they are only wives in name, at least for now. Therefore, they have no right to interfere in Xia Tian's remarriage. So even if they feel uncomfortable inside, they can only pretend not to see it and endure it themselves. Shenwan and the others left, and Xia Tian returned to the Su family to help again. When Su Yuyu saw Xia Tian return, she couldn't help but feel resentful. "Did you go to see someone off, or did you take the time to get married?" "Ahem, it's just a coincidence, nothing more. I was just being a tool for someone else, don't get the wrong idea, and don't mind me," Xia Tian explained. "Why should we care? We're just in a contractual relationship, we have no right to care." Su Yuyu said sourly. "I promised Grandpa I would take good care of you too," Xia Tian said to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu blushed deeply and didn't say anything more. Su Qingqing glanced at Xia Tian, hesitated, and didn't say anything. Su family relatives and friends, as well as Gujiu, a friend of old Master Su, came to pay their respects one after another. The Su sisters were busy receiving these relatives and friends. Xia Tian didn't recognize these people and didn't know what to do, so he just stayed on the side. Fortunately, Yilan had called people from the funeral industry to run errands, so everything was in good order and not chaotic. In the evening, the Su sisters had to keep vigil, while Xia Tian was led by Su Qingqing to their boudoir to rest. Staying up all night is very tiring, and Xia Tian, such a young nobleman, probably couldn't endure this suffering. In the eyes of the Su sisters, Yilan, and Song Jia, Xia Tian was a wealthy young master from a prominent family, so of course he couldn't bear this kind of suffering. Xia Tian originally wanted to stay up with the Su sisters, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu, to foster their relationship, but he was too exhausted last night and didn't rest at noon today. He couldn't stay up until midnight. The key thing is that tomorrow is the first day of school, and he still has to go to school, so he didn't hesitate and went to Su Qingqing's room to go to sleep, alone of course. But just as he lay down and took out his phone, he realized that he seemed to have forgotten something very important. Not only did he marry 6 wives today, but he also gained a girlfriend this morning. His girlfriend was waiting for him at the hotel, but he was so busy that he completely forgot about her. Xia Tian felt ashamed as she saw a message on her phone that Wang Nan was waiting for her to have dinner together. "I feel like I'm a jerk, busy marrying other girls and forgetting about my girlfriend. I need to go and coax her back. Thinking about it like that makes me not want to sleep at all, I just can't fall asleep." When Xia Tian arrived at the hotel, he asked the butler of the presidential suite and learned that Wang Nan had not ordered any food since he left. Xia Tian felt even more guilty and quickly asked the butler to prepare a sumptuous meal before going to his room. Wang Nan was still not resting in the room. When she saw Xia Tian return, her previously melancholy face finally broke into a smile. She wanted to get up to greet Xia Tian, but her legs were still a little uncomfortable, so she let out a soft ah, and Xia Tian quickly stopped her from getting up. Xia Tian, who had already eaten dinner, had to have another late-night snack with Wang Nan. Why don't you eat dinner first? What if I'm busy and can't make it back tonight? Are you just going to skip dinner too? Xia Tian said, somewhat annoyed. Faced with Xia Tian's concern for her, Wang Nan felt a warm glow inside, and said some soft words of apology. After dinner, it's time to rest. Summer has been a busy day, and I'm tired, so I just want to rest early. It's getting late, let's go to sleep, Wang Nan said, looking embarrassed. Chapter 93. Shenwan trains her husband. He woke up at 6 in the morning, yawning constantly in the summer. Don't misunderstand, and don't get the wrong idea. He really didn't do anything last night. The main reason he wasn't fully awake was because he went to bed too late. As soon as Xia Tian moved, Wang Nan on the other side also woke up. Why are you up so early? Wang Nan said, still a little sleepy. You go to sleep. I'm used to waking up early. After getting ready and exercising a bit, it'll be time for school. By the way, what about you? Does your leg still hurt? Are you taking the day off or going to school? Xia Tian asked Wang Nan while getting dressed. My leg doesn't hurt much anymore, and I do want to go to school, but you were so mean last night, how am I supposed to face anyone today? Wang Nan said, her pretty face flushing red as she looked at Xia Tian with a resentful expression. Ahem, well, you're so pretty, I just couldn't control myself. Xia Tian looked at Wang Nan pointing to the hickey on her neck, feeling embarrassed. She had gone a bit crazy last night. Well, why don't you stay here tonight? I'll ask for a day off for you, and then you can get some rest. Wang Nan rolled her eyes at Xia Tian, nodded, and it seemed that this was the only option. In her current state, it was not appropriate to go back to school or the dormitory, so she could only choose to stay in the hotel and take a good rest. Xia Tian kissed Wang Nan's forehead, deliberately avoiding Wang Nan's pouting lips, since he didn't want to taste his own flavor. Summer transferred 3 more days' room fee to the housekeeper and then went out to prepare for school. When I drove to the school, the Tsinghua University campus was already bustling with early risers, some studying, some exercising. I didn't have enough time to exercise today, so I need to hurry up. I plan to go run with Cheng Qian again this summer. But I didn't see Cheng Qian running today. It's rare for her not to come today. Cheng Qian usually exercises every morning, rain or shine, and she has never missed a day in all these days. In the summer, I had to run alone for an hour, then go to the cafeteria to buy some breakfast, and go back to the teacher's apartment to take a shower, change clothes, and go to school. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shenwan already up and busy in the kitchen. She was a little surprised to see Xia Tian return. Why are you back so early? As a son-in-law, it's not right for you not to go and help out at the Su family's place, is it? Shenwan wasn't being sarcastic, she genuinely thought so. After all, Xia Tian was nominally the husband of the 2 Su sisters. It was somewhat unreasonable for Xia Tian, as the son-in-law, not to be present to help when old Master Su passed away. I couldn't be of much help over there, so I came back, Xia Tian said sheepishly. What happened to your neck? Su Ro came out of the bathroom and was surprised to see Xia Tian return. Suddenly, she noticed some red marks on Xia Tian's neck, which looked like hickeys. Su Ro pointed at Xia Tian in disbelief. Wanner, come and see. This pervert has hickeys on his neck, he's been given a love bite. Shenwan came out of the kitchen, grabbed Xia Tian by the neck, and looked at Xia Tian with a shocked and stern expression. Old Master Su just passed away, and the Su family is still holding funerals. How could you be so impatient and unable to control your desires? How could you behave so recklessly in the Su family? Su Ro looked at Xia Tian with disdain and said, is this the kind of marriage you described that was just a shield, a marriage of convenience? Did you have to be so quick to slap me in the face? After being told such things by Shenwan and the other woman, Xia Tian finally realized that she had also been given a hickey by Wang Nan. She reached up and touched her neck. No wonder Wang Nan smiled like a little fox when she left. No, you've misunderstood. I didn't have any intimate contact with the Su sisters, let alone do anything inappropriate. Old Master Su's body is barely cold. Even if I were in a hurry, I couldn't do such things at a time like this, could I? Besides, the Su sisters would never do anything inappropriate with me. Xia Tian quickly explained, otherwise, what kind of person would she be in Shenwan and Su Ro's eyes? Then where did you get these hickeys on your neck? And with whom did you mess around like this? Su Ro immediately retorted. This definitely has nothing to do with the Su sisters. I'm going to take a shower first, I just finished running and I'm all sweaty. Xia Tian tried to cover it up. The key was that the person who gave him a hickey last night wasn't any of the women the two knew he was involved with. If they found out that he was secretly seeing Wang Nan, he'd probably be in big trouble. If it's not the Su sisters, then it must be from the school next door? But that shouldn't be the case. The ones from next door are teachers, after all. They know they have to go to school today, so they shouldn't do something so crazy and daring, right? Su Ro analyzed. No, I didn't go next door last night. I'm going to take a shower first, okay? I'm all sweaty and it's really uncomfortable. Xia Tian denied that Guya and Lu Xian were next door. This time, Su Ro didn't stop him. He successfully escaped into the bathroom and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not good that his wife is too smart she can reveal his secrets with just a few analyses. Wanner, did you hear that? He admitted it wasn't those two women next door who did it, which means he also had intimate relations with other women. Su Ro was furious. That liar. Men really are all driven by their lower instincts. He said he was just using someone else as a shield, but this is what he really did. Su Ro was extremely angry. Sigh, as expected, the best way for men and women to avoid having a relationship is to not have one. But once they have a relationship, there's a chance they'll have one. Besides, they're a legally married couple, so it's all too easy for something like this to happen. Xinhuan said with a sigh. She had been thinking about this all night because she couldn't sleep. Take Su Ro for example. At first, she only intended to use Xia Tian as a tool, but how long has it been? The two have already become a real couple. How long can other women and Xia Tian remain innocent and pure? Who knows? Did we make a mistake yesterday by agreeing to let Wenlan and Zhang Wei get married to Xia Tian? Will they eventually become Xia Tian's real wives? Su Ro thought about how they had personally agreed to let Wenlan and Zhang Wei get married to Xia Tian, and then thought about how the two of them would become her rivals in love in the future. She felt so frustrated that she wanted to hit someone. Xinhuan was also a little annoyed. But the women who were messing around with Xia Tian last night probably weren't Wenlan and Zhang Wei. After all, they are police officers from the Public Security Bureau, and they should keep their promises. Besides, their relationship with Xia Tian is the most distant, so it shouldn't be them. Xinhuan continued to imagine and analyze. Besides Wenlan and Zhang Wei, that leaves only Yilan and Song Jia. I never expected that Yilan, who seems so aloof, would be such a promiscuous woman. Su Ro said angrily. Yilan should be quite composed, she shouldn't do something so crazy. Song Jia is a possibility, but it's hard to say. She seems quite lively, Xinhuan analyzed, frowning. That heartless guy must have really taken his fake relationship with Yilan and Song Jia into real life, right? Su Ro thought sourly. She now had two more rivals in love. It would be strange if she wasn't happy. Based on current deductions, Yilan and Song Jia are more likely to be involved. Xinhuan rubbed her forehead, speechless at her student husband. So young and already so promiscuous. It hasn't even been a month since his 20th birthday, and he's already had 10 wives him first, and now legally married. This can't be described as just promiscuity. Even scumbags, playboys, and womanizers couldn't match Xia Tian's speed. Unfortunately, all 10 of Xia Tian's wives were married for various reasons, leaving her with no room for argument. Class is about to start. Xinhuan glanced at the time, not having time to dwell on her scoundrel husband Xia Tian anymore. Getting to work was the priority. She and Su Ro grabbed some breakfast and hurriedly left. As for Xia Tian, neither of them wanted to talk to him anymore. Xia Tian took a particularly thorough shower today. When he came out of the shower, he saw that Xinhuan and Su Ro had already gone to class and were not staying at home with him, which made him feel relieved. Since his wife was his homeroom teacher anyway, Xia Tian wasn't in a hurry to go to class. Instead, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast at home. He bought breakfast for the three of them, but because he was in a rush, Xinhuan and Su Ro only took a little bit. It would be a waste if Xia Tian didn't finish it, so he ate his fill and devoured all the breakfast. After letting out a big burp, Xia Tian finally strolled into the classroom halfway through the first period. She sneaked in through the back door, thinking that her wife, Xinhuan, was right there on the podium and that Xinhuan should just turn a blind eye to her behavior and let her off the hook. Just as Xia Tian sneaked into the classroom through the back door, crouching down to find a seat at the very back, Xinhuan, who was speaking on the podium, suddenly spoke up. The student who crouched down to come in, please stand up so everyone can see who in our class is so blatantly late for the first class? Xinhuan sneered at Xia Tian, who was trying to get away with it. She was angry and didn't want to let Xia Tian off so easily. In unison, after hearing Xinhuan's words, almost the entire class turned to look at the back of the classroom. Xia Tian awkwardly hunched over, receiving the stares of the whole class. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Xia Tian stood up straight with a face full of embarrassment. He never expected that Xinhuan would be so disrespectful to him, revealing his whereabouts in public and making him look foolish in front of everyone. Thinking back, it was all because of the hickey on my neck this morning. It's all Wang Nan's fault. She usually seems like a quiet and gentle girl, but she's surprisingly bold and crazy when it comes to certain things. I wonder when she got that hickey on my neck. Logically speaking, he was the one in control last night. Although Wang Nan is bold, she's relatively inexperienced. He, the experienced driver, should have been in charge the whole time. Summer was right. The hickey on his neck was from when Wang Nan saw the hickey on her own neck and, out of spite, secretly covered it up for Summer after he fell asleep. Of course, Summer didn't know that. I never used to look in the mirror when I washed up in the summer mornings, and I never really looked closely at my neck. But this morning when I was running, I noticed that I saw a lot of people looking at me. I originally thought it was because I was so charming, but now I know that's why. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Xia Tian awkwardly stood up, looking at Xinhuan on the podium who was giving him a half-smile. He secretly cursed inwardly, so petty. Women hold grudges so much. But you just wait, I'll get my revenge for the embarrassment I've suffered today, sooner or later, at a different time and place, and I'll make it up to you tenfold. I'm sorry, Miss Shen. I was wrong. I'll be more careful with the time next time, and I promise this will never happen again. Xia Tian readily admitted his mistake. Apologizing to his wife isn't shameful. Your attitude in admitting your mistake is quite good, but a mistake is a mistake. To reinforce your understanding of this error, I'll punish you by making you stand for the rest of the class today. Does Xia Tian have any objections? Xinhuan didn't let Xia Tian off easily just because he admitted his mistake. Standing as punishment, what an ancient form of punishment. In university, at least in this class, Xia Tian is definitely the first person to be punished by standing. The students watched with amusement as Xia Tian, the class monitor, was punished by the homeroom teacher. Su Hao, in particular, looked smug and was happier than anyone else to see Xia Tian being punished. Seeing that even their class monitor, Xia Tian, had been disciplined by Xinhuan, the students secretly became more vigilant. They knew they absolutely couldn't provoke Teacher Shen anytime soon. The rumors about Teacher Shen had been circulating for the past 2 days, and although they had been debunked, the fact that Teacher Shen and another beautiful teacher, Teacher Su, shared a husband was practically confirmed. Everyone was curious about which lucky guy had accumulated such good fortune that he could marry both Teacher Shen and Teacher Su at the same time. Su Hao was probably the only one in the class who knew that Xia Tian was the lucky one, but he had no intention of revealing the news. He didn't want to see Xia Tian being smug and envied. Xia Tian looked miserable. Even though he had taken the initiative to admit his mistake, his wife still wouldn't let him off easily. It seemed that she still held a lot of resentment towards him. No objections, Teacher Shen. I'll stand and listen. Xia Tian stood dejectedly at the back of the classroom. Xinhuan felt a pang of pity for a moment, but when she thought of all the good things this little rascal had done behind her back, she forcibly suppressed that pity. For the rest of the class, Xia Tian stood and listened. The worst part was that it was a long class, lasting a full hour and a half, and Xia Tian's legs went numb from standing. As soon as get out of class ended, Xia Tian plopped down on the last row of benches to rest her feet. Although it wasn't as tiring as standing at attention, standing for so long was still uncomfortable. Chapter 94, He's fallen into his soft-hearted trap again. Xia Tian hardened her heart. She was determined to get revenge on Xinhuan sooner or later, in a different way. You made me stand as punishment? Next time, I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Let's do it tonight. Yes, a gentleman takes revenge from morning till night, and revenge should not be delayed overnight. Summer, someone's looking for you. Summer was resting in her seat when she heard a classmate say that someone was looking for her at the classroom door. Summer frowns, wondering who's looking for her. She doesn't seem to know many people at school. Standing up and walking towards the door, Xia Tian couldn't help but frown when she saw Jianqin and Zhou Nianyo standing there. At this moment, Jianqin looked uneasy, and a blush could be clearly seen spreading to her neck. As a goddess, it was always the boys who took the initiative to approach her. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to approach a boy, so she seemed quite embarrassed. What's wrong? Although it has been found that the matter of spreading rumors cannot be entirely blamed on Jianqin, because that pervert Yang Junkai had planned it in advance. If Jian Qin hadn't casually told Zhou Nianyo about it, Yang Junkai wouldn't have taken advantage of it, and so many troubles wouldn't have occurred. Therefore, Xia Tian does not intend to forgive Jian Qin so easily. Xia Tian, can I speak to you in private? Jian Qin asked pleadingly, looking at the group of classmates watching around them. After all, both she and Zhou Nianyo are great beauties, and Xia Tian is a handsome guy. The combination of a beautiful woman and a handsome man always attracts a lot of attention. Seeing the pleading look on the other person's face, Xia Tian felt a little sorry for him. Although he still kept a cold expression, he nodded and agreed. Nianyo, what brings you here? Don't you have class today? I just finished class too, let's. A somewhat irritating voice rang out. It was Su Hao, who had just seen Zhou Nianyo standing at the door. He immediately became very excited, thinking that Zhou Nianyo had come to find him on her own initiative. He couldn't contain his excitement and had long forgotten Zhou Nianyo's attitude towards him that night. A simp can always find a reason to forgive a goddess, and Su Hao is no exception. When he saw Zhou Nianyo appear, he had already forgotten what Zhou Nianyo had said before, and even took the initiative to find a reason for her to forgive him, because she just hadn't realized how good he was to her. Once you've moved the other person with your sincerity, things will definitely not turn out the way they described. Zhou Nianyo was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that Su Hao and Xia Tian were classmates, and she had forgotten about it. She had been unable to resist Jian Qin's pleading, and she was also quite curious about Xia Tian, so she didn't think much of it and chose to accompany Jian Qin to find Xia Tian. She didn't think much of it, but now she just happened to run into Su Hao, her nominal boyfriend. Zhou Nianyo covered her head and felt extremely embarrassed. Jian Qin was also taken aback, but she quickly realized that Xia Tian and Su Hao were classmates. She looked at Zhou Nianyo apologetically, and Zhou Nianyo was only embarrassed for a moment. Seeing Jian Qin's apologetic expression, she smiled gently at Jian Qin to indicate that it was all right. Excuse me, I'm here with Xiaoqin to see Xia Tian today. Let's talk another time when we're free. He nodded to the other person, showing no intention of having a deeper conversation. Su Hao's face visibly flushed and darkened. His girlfriend came to see another guy, even though she was just with another girl. But when her boyfriend greeted her, she acted as if she wasn't going to talk to him today. This made him so angry that he was trembling with anger. I doubt any man could bear such humiliation. Xia Tian watched the scene unfold before him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Seeing Su Hao's inexplicable reaction made him feel much better, and even his initial dissatisfaction and annoyance with Jian Qin lessened considerably at this moment. Junior Xia Tian, Xiaoqin has something she wants to say to you alone. Shall we go outside to talk? Zhou Nianyo also felt very awkward, so she wanted to leave here as soon as possible to talk. The fact that Xia Tian was actively asking him out made Su Hao's expression turn even uglier. This was a complete disregard for his dignity and existence as her boyfriend. Her jealousy and resentment towards Xia Tian had reached their peak. Xia Tian remained noncommittal, then said, "Let's go." She glanced at Su Hao with a smile, and walked out with Jian Qin and Zhou Nianyo. He left behind a group of classmates who were watching the commotion, as well as Su Hao, whose face was ashen. The three walked until they reached a secluded spot before stopping. Xia Tian said impatiently, "Just tell me what you want to say now." Although Jian Qin and Zhou Nianyo are both very beautiful and charming goddess-level beauties, Xia Tian doesn't feel any attraction or other emotions just because the other person is pretty. He already has 10 stunningly beautiful wives, each a beauty that could topple kingdoms, plus a girlfriend who's just as gorgeous. So while he still appreciates beautiful women, he no longer has the possessive desire he once had. In fact, the competition among his many wives has even made him a little fearful. Unless there are special circumstances, he doesn't want to add any more wives to his roster. 10 is already exhausting. Any more and he really can't handle it. Junior Xia Tian, I came here specifically to apologize to you. Although the matter has been investigated and it was Yang Junkai who caused the trouble, the cause of the problem lies with me. It's my fault for not keeping my mouth shut. Seeing Xia Tian's impatient expression when facing her now, Jian Qin felt extremely sad. Is it really impossible to go back to the way things were? This isn't Xiaoqin's fault. If anyone is to blame, it's me. I forced Xiaoqin to tell me. She didn't intend to. So blame me, it has nothing to do with Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin is already feeling incredibly guilty. Xia Tian, you can blame me all you want, but don't treat Xiaoqin like this anymore. She cried all night the day before yesterday, and she tossed and turned half the night last night without sleeping. Look at her now, she even has dark circles under her eyes. Zhou Nianyo took the blame upon herself, and that was indeed the truth. I don't blame you. It's all over now. The culprit has been brought to justice, so it's over. Xia Tian shook his head. There was no need to blame Jianqin and Zhou Nianyo anymore. They hadn't meant to do it. The police hadn't said anything, and the matter had been clarified. What was the point of blaming anyone? Although Xia Tian said he didn't blame her and that the matter was over, Jianqin knew that Xia Tian hadn't truly forgiven her. Otherwise, why would Xia Tian, her junior, have been so fond of her that night, kissing and hugging her, almost going all the way? It was all her fault. Although Xia Tian says she has forgiven herself, her behavior towards me is completely unapproachable. She can't even be a normal friend, let alone be intimate with me. Thinking about this, Jianqin felt very sad and upset. How could she get Xia Tian and her junior brother back to the close relationship they used to have? Zhou Nianyo glanced at her best friend Jianqin, who looked heartbroken and like a wronged woman, and couldn't help but sigh. Jianqin wasn't like this before. She used to be quite proud. What's wrong with her now? She looks like she can't live without him and is willing to throw herself at him. Is this the magic of love? I can't help but inwardly scorn it. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Xia Tian glanced at Jianqin, who looked dejected, and decided not to provoke the girl. Firstly, he already has enough women, and he hasn't even had time to break through the defenses of most of them yet. Where would he find the time to provoke other women? If he wants to take in more women, he should at least wait until he's finished with the women he already has, right? Another reason is that Xia Tian disliked Jianqin's behavior. After considering everything, he decided to reject the girl, even though he knew that he could easily take advantage of Jianqin with just a snap of his fingers. Seeing that Xia Tian was about to leave, Zhou Nianyo couldn't bear to see her best friend's hard-won genuine feelings end in such a tragic way, so Zhou Nianyo chose to stand up for her best friend. Junior Xia Tian, now that things have been discussed and resolved, how about we have a meal together, just like ordinary friends? Zhou Nianyo suggested on Jianqin's behalf. Let's do it another day, I have things to do today. Xia Tian's words were not entirely an excuse. He was originally going to visit the Su family in Wang Nan's place today, so he didn't have the time or energy to have dinner with Zhou Nianyo and Jianqin. Hearing that Xia Tian wouldn't even give her a chance to eat a meal, Jianqin felt even more upset, and her eyes welled up with tears of grievance. Zhou Nianyo gritted her teeth. Xia Tian, now that you've finished talking about your matter, let's talk about Xiaoqin. You wronged Xiaoqin and misunderstood her. Shouldn't you apologize to Xiaoqin? Xia Tian was taken aback. Thinking about it from another perspective, it really made sense. Before, when he suspected Jianqin at home that she was the culprit who spread rumors online, he had indeed wronged her and misunderstood her. Do you know how Xiaoqin has been these past 2 days because of your false accusation? She can't eat, she can't sleep, she's so miserable and pitiful. Seeing that Xia Tian seemed thoughtful and didn't refute her, Zhou Nianyo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xia Tian listened to her, that was enough. So she continued to play the victim. Jianqin felt embarrassed and annoyed, and wanted to stop Zhou Nianyo from continuing. She felt that Zhou Nianyo was talking like a love-struck girl, and she was a little embarrassed in front of her crush. Zhou Nianyo stopped Jianqin with a look of disappointment and was about to continue speaking when Xia Tian spoke first. You're right, I misunderstood Jianqin, I'm sorry. Xia Tian readily admitted his mistake, as he always was. No, it was my fault to begin with. You don't need to apologize to me. Jianqin said hesitantly, somewhat surprised that Xia Tian actually apologized to her. Zhou Nianyo was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Xia Tian to actually admit it. As long as you admit it, that's good. She rolled her eyes at Jianqin. They say girls in love have 0 IQ, and it's true. Luckily, she had her own strategist. She immediately interrupted Jianqin. Since you've admitted you were wrong, Junior, to show your sincerity, it's not too much to ask you to treat Xiaoqin and me to a meal, right? You should know that not only is Xiaoqin upset and heartbroken, but I've also felt incredibly guilty seeing her like this these past 2 days. The pressure on me has been immense. Zhou Nianyo revealed her ultimate goal. Summer felt a bit helpless after going around in circles. She was back to square one, having to eat alone. Let's do it another day, I really have something to do today. Xia Tian's refusal this time was more sincere. We'll just have lunch together, it won't take up much of your time. After lunch, you can go about your business. It's not that I'm being unreasonable in insisting on having lunch with you today, it's just that Xiaoqin hasn't been eating properly for the past 2 days. If she doesn't eat with you today, she probably won't be able to eat anything, and her health won't be able to take it. So, could you please have lunch with her? She'll probably only be able to eat if you're the only one eating with her. Zhou Nianyo pleaded. She had no choice. What could she do with such a love-struck best friend? Jianqin was so embarrassed that she couldn't even lift her head, secretly blaming Zhou Nianyo for exposing all her embarrassing moments to Xia Tian. Xia Tian sighed slightly. The other person had already made such a pitiful statement, it would be unreasonable for him to refuse them so cruelly. All right then, but I have to leave after 1 o'clock. Xia Tian thought for a moment and finally agreed. The other person had spoken so pitifully, and he couldn't bear it anymore. His bad habit of being soft-hearted had kicked in again. No problem. I promise it won't take up too much of your time. I'll arrange the place. I'll send you a message when it's ready, and you can just go directly there. Zhou Nianyo breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally managed to get her best friend Jianqin to come out, which made her feel a little less guilty. Now I can only hope that lunch today will make the two of them reconcile, so that I can completely get rid of the guilt in my heart. Didn't we agree that I would treat you? Xia Tian asked, puzzled. Hey, we'll book the place, you can pay the bill, okay? Zhou Nianyo had a great idea, so she had to book the place herself. Okay, then send me the address around noon. It's just a meal, which isn't a problem for Xia Tian right now. Besides, none of the three of them are short of money, so it doesn't matter who pays. Okay, then we'll go make arrangements first, Junior. Do you have any classes later? Zhou Nianyo was very excited, while Jianqin was very shy. I have one more class, Xia Tian said after thinking about her schedule. The three parted ways, and Xia Tian continued to go to class. He dared not make any more mistakes until he had appeased Xinhuan. This morning's punishment of standing in the corner showed that Xinhuan was no longer lenient with him. Chapter 95: A Muddled Account. When Xia Tian arrived at the address Jianqin had sent her, she was a little confused when she saw the place in front of her. Wasn't she supposed to be eating at a restaurant? What kind of place is this? What he saw in front of him was not a restaurant at all, but a private courtyard. He frowned and looked at the address Jianqin had sent him again. It was indeed the address and he had not gone to the wrong place. But why did they invite him here? Don't we usually eat at hotels or restaurants? Did they come here expecting them to cook for themselves? Summer's guess was absolutely right. This isn't a restaurant or anything like that, it's a private residence belonging to the Zhou family in the capital. Today, Zhou Nianyo is offering up this residence for her best friend Jianqin, with the aim of helping Jianqin and her junior, Xia Tian, reconcile. We called a chef to come to our home, and they've already prepared a huge table full of dishes. We're just waiting for Summer to arrive. Jianqin looked at the time on her phone, slightly anxious. Why hasn't he arrived yet? You don't need to rush. Summer should be here soon. You sent the message only a short while ago. What's the hurry? Zhou Nianyo looked at Jianqin speechlessly. Won't he refuse to come in because this is a private residence? Jianqin completely ignored Zhou Nianyo's advice and continued talking to herself. Ding dong. Suddenly, her phone beeped with a message notification. Jianqin immediately looked down to check the message, and sure enough, it was from her junior, Xia Tian. It simply said, I've arrived. Okay, wait a moment, I'll come out to get you right away. Jianqin replied to the message as she walked outside. As he walked, he said to Zhou Nianyo, Summer has arrived. He's right at the door. I'll go pick him up. Seeing Jianqin's eagerness, Zhou Nianyo completely abandoned her former haughty reserve and shook her head slightly. Between men and women, whoever falls in love first loses. Clearly, Jianqin is now completely in love, but judging from Xia Tian's behavior today, it seems he might not be too interested in her. She could only hope that today's meal would restore things to normal between them. Perhaps she would have to use some tricks otherwise, relying on Jianqin alone, who knows when they would finally be together. Thinking of this, Zhou Nianyo turned and walked towards the basement. This mansion was Zhou Nianyo's father's residence in the capital. It had an underground wine cellar with a large collection of fine wines. In order to help Xia Tian and Jianqin break the ice more quickly, Zhou Nianyo planned to steal 2 bottles of her father's good wine from the wine cellar. A dinner party without wine is not a good atmosphere, especially a reconciliation party like this. Wine is essential to make it feel right. She also enjoys drinking. After rummaging through her father's liquor cabinet, she suddenly spotted 2 bottles of greenish liquor. Curious, she picked them up to take a look, but unfortunately, the labels had already been torn off, and no information could be discerned. It looked pretty good, so Zhou Nianyo immediately decided to drink this wine today. He left the underground wine cellar with 2 bottles of wine, and at this time Jianqin had already returned with Xia Tian. Looking at the large table of sumptuous food, the 3 of them sat down. Eating out isn't as convenient as eating at home, so we've decided to host a dinner for you at home. We hope you don't mind, Junior. Seeing that Jianqin didn't speak, Zhou Nianyo had no choice but to take the initiative to break the ice. It's nice, the environment here is good, Xia Tian replied. Junior Xia Tian, let's have a drink. No feast is complete without wine. We 2 weak women are going to keep you company today. Zhou Nianyo said, taking out the wine and opening the bottle. Xia Tian was taken aback. Usually, when men and women eat together, it is the man with ulterior motives who will persuade the woman to drink together. As the saying goes, if a woman doesn't get drunk, how will a man have a chance? Why is it all reversed today? His plan today was simply to have a meal with Jianqin and the others and then leave. He had no ill intentions or impure thoughts whatsoever. Let's not drink at noon, okay? I have things to do in the afternoon, and it's not convenient to drive after drinking. Xia Tian wanted to refuse, as he didn't really like drinking. It's alright, just call a designated driver. A little bit of alcohol won't affect anything. We're honored to have such a distinguished guest like you, it would be impolite of us not to have a drink. Besides, we 2 girls aren't afraid, so what are you afraid of? Are you worried that we 2 girls will get you drunk and take advantage of you? Zhou Nianyo continued half-jokingly, furthermore, with 2 beautiful girls like us drinking with you, other guys would be eager to drink with us. But Xia Tian, you're making excuses instead, you've gone too far. That's true too. Just based on Zhou Nianyo and Jianqin's beauty, most guys would probably be eager to encounter such a wonderful thing. Hearing Zhou Nianyo say that, Xia Tian couldn't refuse any longer, so he could only nod and agree, then drink a little less. I really have something to do this afternoon. That's enough. Okay, whatever you say. We don't usually drink much, but we'll keep you company today. A little drink is good for the soul. Zhou Nianyo poured 3 glasses of wine for the 3 of them. I must say, the wine her father made, whose name I don't know, is really quite good. Not only does it look beautiful and make you want to drink it, but it also smells very fragrant and pleasant. Come on, Xia Tian, welcome to my humble abode. Let's have a drink. Zhou Nianyo, as the host, raised a glass first. The 3 men raised their glasses at the same time. The wine was fragrant and sweet, without any of the harshness of alcohol. Instead, it tasted like fruit wine. The 3 men's eyes lit up, and they tilted their heads back and drank their glasses down in one gulp. Are you relieved now? This is fruit wine, it has no alcohol content. Come on, fill it up again. Zhou Nianyo hadn't expected that these 2 green bottles were just fruit wine. Anyway, it tasted pretty good, so let's just call it fruit wine. Summer no longer refused the rather delicious fruit wine, letting Zhou Nianyo continue to fill her cup. None of the 3 mentioned the previous incident again. Instead, they chatted about other things, mainly about school. They ate and talked, enjoying each other's company. Laughter could be heard from time to time, and their relationship gradually became closer. With fine wine and delicious food, and beautiful women by your side, even in summer, we couldn't help but have a couple more drinks. All 3 of us drank the delicious fruit wine heartily, basically emptying our glasses without anyone refusing. So quickly, 1 bottle of wine was finished, and then another one was opened and they continued. Xia Tian did not stop Zhou Nianyo from opening a 2nd bottle of wine. It was just that if he hesitated to drink fruit wine, he would seem too pretentious. The 2nd bottle of fruit wine was quickly finished. Zhou Nianyo wanted to continue drinking, but unfortunately, there were only these 2 bottles of fruit wine left in her father's wine cellar, so she had to give up. In less than half an hour, the 3 of them had drunk 2 bottles of fruit wine. They hadn't even eaten much of the food in front of them. So the 3 of them sped up their eating. Without wine to accompany their meal, they just ate. But soon, all 3 of them felt something was wrong. Their bodies were getting hot, especially the heat rising from their dantian, which gradually spread throughout their bodies. This heat was intense, but it kept getting hotter and hotter. Soon, all 3 of them were drenched in sweat, as if their whole bodies were being steamed by the heat, and their skin began to turn red. The 3 of them were in a rather strange state. It seemed that not only were their bodies undergoing these obvious changes, but their minds were also experiencing some kind of change, with desires arising within them. What's going on? Xia Tian looked at Zhou Nianyo and Jian Qin in front of him and felt that they were more and more beautiful, charming and sexy. In the eyes of Zhou Nianyo and Jian Qin, Xia Tian was also becoming more and more handsome and charming, with a strong masculine presence. When you find each other incredibly attractive and charming, then what follows is natural and everything happens just as naturally. It was Zhou Nianyo's recklessness that led them to drink those 2 bottles of green fruit wine. That was a highly nutritious fruit wine that Zhou's father had spent a lot of money to have someone prepare. This kind of fruit wine had no alcohol content, so it tasted sweet and delicious. This fruit wine is nourishing and invigorating, and has both yin and yang benefits. It is very effective for both men and women. Normally, even though Mr. Zhou is over 50 years old, he only needs to drink 1 cup, which is the kind of small cup used for drinking Baijiu Chinese liquor. This is enough to make Mr. Zhou regain his virility and enjoy himself to the fullest. The 3 novice drinkers drank 2 bottles, which is 2 jin 1 kilogram. After dividing it among the 3, each person drank nearly 7 lian 350 milliliters. It's just that this expensive tonic wine wasn't the strong kind, otherwise such a large amount would have caused an accident. Although it wasn't intense, it still wasn't pleasant. Time passed, and the next morning, a blinding ray of sunlight dazzled the eyes, and Summer, with its aches and pains and leg cramps, woke up. I glanced at the messy environment, paused for a moment, and then felt a headache and dizziness. How could this happen again? Isn't it just fruit wine? Why is this happening? It's not Baijiu Chinese liquor, so why is it like this? Then, recalling the time when she felt feverish and her mind filled with desire, she immediately realized that the so-called fruit wine was definitely the problem. Could it be that Jian Qin had planned this all along? That possibility couldn't be ruled out, but there was something that didn't make sense. How did Jian Qin involve Zhou Nianyo as well? If it was premeditated, she shouldn't have done that, right? I drank twice, and both times this kind of drunken misbehavior happened. I'd better not drink anymore in the future. As Xia Tian woke up and moved, Zhou Nianyo and Jian Qin also woke up, and 2 soft exclamations came one after another. Xia Tian also became nervous, but fortunately, the thing he was worried about did not happen. After the 3 of them tidied themselves up, they all sat together with embarrassed expressions. What should they do now that it had already happened? I took that wine from my dad's wine cellar. I didn't know what its effects were, it just looked nice, and I thought it would taste good, so I took it out. And this is what happened. Zhou Nianyo spoke first. None of the 3 were stupid, so they quickly deduced that the problem lay with the 2 bottles of fruit wine. Zhou Nianyo explained first. If I had known it would have these effects, I would never have taken it out to drink, even if you killed me. Besides, I wouldn't have drunk so much. It harmed both of us. As she spoke, Zhou Nianyo's pretty face flushed. The consequence of drinking too much of that fruit wine was that she and Jian Qin hadn't had a chance to sleep from yesterday afternoon until late at night. Their bodies felt like they were falling apart, as if they had been disassembled and reassembled. Hearing Zhou Nianyo's explanation, Xia Tian believed her things did indeed seem to be a coincidence. Knowing about this coincidence made Xia Tian even more depressed. She used to crave this kind of romantic luck but couldn't have it, but now that she didn't want it anymore, why did she keep encountering this kind of thing? My own love life is already a mess, and if I add 2 more, how am I supposed to live? What might seem like an unattainable romantic encounter to ordinary people is nothing short of a tragic fate for this summer. I don't want this kind of romantic luck. Although Jian Qin blushed, her eyes couldn't hide her joy and happiness. She was overjoyed. She was extremely satisfied with yesterday's unexpected turn of events. The only thing that made her feel guilty and embarrassed was that she had dragged her best friend Zhou Nianyo into this, which made her uneasy. After all, Zhou Nianyo was already engaged. Although Zhou Nianyo was not satisfied with her boyfriend, it was arranged by her family and she could not easily go back on her word. But now that things had turned out like this, how would she clean up the mess? The reason why this unexpected turn of events happened yesterday was entirely because of her. Zhou Nianyo had specially arranged this dinner for her, and even chose to hold it at her own home. Little did she expect that she would get dragged into it as well. Thinking of this, Jian Qin looked at Zhou Nianyo with some guilt. Zhou Nianyo herself did not show any particularly special reaction, nor did she appear hysterical or on the verge of collapse. She remained relatively calm throughout. It's already happened, so what are you going to do now? Do you just treat it as a drunken adult game, or will you take responsibility for us? It doesn't matter, you can tell us your true thoughts. After all, we are all adults and can take responsibility for our actions. It's not a big deal that something like this happened. Zhou Nianyo appeared very calm. However, the two rather glaring dark red spots on the bed indicated that she was not an open-minded girl, so her words were clearly just a way to test Xia Tian's attitude and should not be taken seriously. Xia Tian smiled bitterly. Yes, there was no use in agonizing over it now. The deed was done. But that was the problem for him. He was a married man with 10 wives. Now, it wasn't a simple matter for him to decide to take responsibility for a woman. He needs his wife's consent first. But he just married 6 wives in the last 2 days. If he marries another wife without his permission, his home will probably explode. Chapter 96 I will take responsibility. Faced with Zhou Nianyo's question, Xia Tian felt a bit overwhelmed for a moment, and secretly groaned at the thought of the possible consequences. However, he still said very decisively, "Since you have become my women, of course I will take responsibility." There is no doubt about that. Summer's attitude made Jianqin's face tender with affection as intense as honey. Zhou Nianyo also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she seemed to be nonchalant, only she knew how worried and scared she had been inside. Hearing Xia Tian's affirmative answer, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least she hadn't encountered a scumbag. Although she had lost her virginity to him by mistake, she was very satisfied with his willingness to take responsibility. But Xiao Yu, what about you? What about your side? Jianqin was overjoyed. She almost laughed out loud when she heard Xia Tian's affirmative answer, but when she thought of her best friend Zhou Nianyo's family marriage arrangement, she was a little worried about her situation. Jianqin's reminder startled both Xia Tian and Zhou Nianyo. Then they both realized at the same time that Zhou Nianyo was Su Hao's girlfriend and fiancée, but now Xia Tian had beaten her to it. Thinking of Su Hao, that simp, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel a little strange. Seeing Zhou Nianyo's stunning face and perfect figure, and recalling the tenderness and sweetness they shared last night, gulp. I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more intoxicated and strangely excited I feel. Meanwhile, Zhou Nianyo, on the other side, couldn't help but blush when she heard Jianqin's reminder. Her own situation made her blush and her heart race. I will handle this myself. I never had any feelings for Su Hao, and I was not satisfied with this marriage. I only agreed to it to avoid being forced into marriage. In addition, our two families have been cooperating for many years, and it was hard to refuse the matchmaking by our elders. Originally, I only planned to be a contractual couple with Su Hao and divorce him after 5 years. You know this, Xiaoqin. Zhou Nianyo quickly explained to Xia Tian and clarified her relationship with Su Hao. Yes, that was Xiao Yu's plan before. She told me that at Yang Junkai's villa that day, Jianqin confirmed for Zhou Nianyo. It's alright, I don't mind at all. After all, you proved your purity to me last night. Xia Tian chuckled mischievously. Xia Tian's words made Zhou Nianyo and Jianqin blush slightly at the same time. They spat lightly, thinking that men's focus was indeed different. I will explain my engagement to my family and resolve it as soon as possible. Why don't you get your marriage certificate with Xiaoqin first? Zhou Nianyo definitely cannot get her marriage certificate with Xia Tian before resolving her engagement with Su Hao. After all, it doesn't matter if she doesn't consider Su Hao, but she still needs to give an explanation to the Zhou family and the Su family. She can't just get her marriage certificate with Xia Tian first and then talk to the Su family. That would be too much and would be trampling on the Su family's face. Everyone here is a respectable person. Even if they want to break off the engagement, they shouldn't offend each other to the point of death. If they negotiate in advance and make things clear, although the two families may have some rift and estrangement, they won't become mortal enemies. If Zhou Nianyo really gets the marriage certificate with Xia Tian without saying a word and then goes to the Su family to tell them about breaking off the engagement, then the two families will really become sworn enemies. No, I'd rather wait for Xiao Yu and me to get our marriage certificate with Xia Tian together. Anyway, we're best friends, so there's no rush. Besides, Xia Tian still needs to discuss this with his teachers, Ms. Shen and Ms. Su, so it can't be rushed. Jianqin was quite sensible and didn't ask to get the marriage certificate with Xia Tian on the spot, which relieved Xia Tian. It's good that you understand the bigger picture, but I'm afraid of someone who's being unreasonable and insisting that I get a marriage certificate with her right now, then I'll be in a dilemma. Fortunately, I've at least given myself some time to adjust, and I'll be able to figure out a way to deal with it later. Summer took out her phone and found that it was already turned off. She guessed it had received too many calls and messages and shut down automatically. I haven't shown up for half a day and a night, and they've probably bombarded my phone with messages trying to reach me. I need to think carefully about how to explain things to Shinwan and Guya. As for my other 6 wives, there's no need to worry. They don't have any intimate relationship with me other than that ID card, so I don't need to pay them too much attention. I found a charger, plugged in my phone, and turned it on. The expected barrage of messages didn't happen, it was completely silent. Was the phone broken? Or was the SIM card ruined? The lack of a single green bubble message or missed call made Xia Tian uneasy. What was going on? He immediately picked up his phone and sent Jianqin a green bubble message, which showed that it was sent successfully instantly. She then asked Jianqin to send her a green bubble message, which she received instantly. If the phone isn't broken, why haven't Su Rou and Lu Xian called or texted me to track my whereabouts? This doesn't make sense. Has she changed her personality? Or is she really so angry about the hickey on her neck that she's ignoring her? But only Shinwan and Su Rou know about the hickey. Guya and Lu Xian don't. Given their tense relationship, they shouldn't be exchanging information to verify this. Even if Shinwan and Su Rou are angry with me and ignoring me, why haven't Guya and Lu Xian contacted me or asked me to come home? It's neither scientific nor reasonable. I was muttering to myself. It was annoying when they were tracking me, but I felt uneasy when they weren't. I felt empty and had all sorts of random thoughts. That's just how people are sometimes. Xia Tian hesitated whether she should take the initiative to call Shinwan and the other party to test whether their emotions were stable. Meanwhile, Shinwan, Su Rou, Guya, and Lu Xian on the other side weren't actually that angry. They also wanted to contact Xia Tian to find out his whereabouts and other such things. However, they also reflected on their own problems. Perhaps it was because of their status as teachers that they couldn't help but want to control Xia Tian, especially since Xia Tian was still a student. This gave them an excuse. In addition, the two sides didn't get along and were both holding their breath, wanting to compete with each other. Neither of them wanted to be inferior to the other. In this competition, they fought hard and completely forgot about Xia Tian's feelings. Being pressured by both sides like this would be unbearable for anyone. The fact that Xia Tian married 4 wives in a row in the summer shows that he was somewhat afraid of them and even had the idea of running away. Even if you're just using someone as a shield, if you don't have time to call, you could at least send a message, right? It wouldn't take much effort, would it? But Xia Tian didn't offer any explanation even after they called to question her. Shinwan and the others are very smart women. From various details, they have deduced that Xia Tian has developed some fear and hesitation towards them. This made Shinwan and Guya realize at the same time that their struggle against each other and their step-by-step pressure on Xia Tian has made Xia Tian feel apprehensive and even fearful. So yesterday, both Shinwan and Guya chose to force themselves not to track Xia Tian's whereabouts. After all, Xia Tian now has 10 wives, so it's impossible for him to be on their side every day, revolving around them. It's normal for him to be unable to contact her most of the time. They need to learn to treat Xia Tian with a normal attitude, otherwise not only will they be tired, but Xia Tian will also be more tired, and may even develop feelings of resentment. Xia Tian hesitated for a long time but still didn't make the call. Although he didn't know why Shinwan and the others hadn't tracked his whereabouts, he was in a rare moment of ease and didn't want to report his location. Ahem, well, let me tell you about my situation too. You probably already know that I'm married, but what you might not know is that I have quite a few wives. Putting aside the matter of Shinwan and the other 3, Xia Tian decided to deal with the problems of Jianqin and Zhou Nianyo first. Yes, we already know that, we don't mind. But Junior, you can't be biased in the future, you have to treat everyone equally. Jianqin said sweetly. She was still immersed in the dream come true and didn't care much about other things in Xia Tian. I don't know anything about your situation yet, Junior. Tell me about it. Zhou Nianyo wanted to know more about Xia Tian's situation. She had only heard a few words from Jianqin before, but not in detail. Well, I'm married. Not counting you, I have 10 wives with marriage certificates and 1 girlfriend without. I have some assets and I'm not short of money. Xia Tian briefly explained his situation, emphasizing that he has many wives, so he might not have as much time to spend with them in the future. However, he also promised that he would try his best to treat them equally and not let either of them suffer any grievances. 10 wives and 1 girlfriend? Zhou Nianyo was stunned, and Jianqin was also dumbfounded. Even if you beat them to death, they never imagined that Xia Tian would have so many wives. If you add the 2 of them, then Xia Tian would have 13 wives. Putting aside everything else, the happiness fund that needs to be paid to marry 13 wives is an astronomical figure. Even the wealthiest people can't afford it. This suggests that Xia Tian's financial resources must be very substantial, but it's unclear just how substantial they are. Junior, do you have any family approval for marrying so many wives? Bringing so many wives home will bring a lot of problems in the future, especially in terms of money, which will require a huge amount of expenses. Zhou Nianyo spoke her mind directly. Since she had already chosen him and they had already done the most intimate things, there was no need to hide anything. Therefore, she asked the question in her heart directly. My family doesn't know that I've married so many wives, but they've always said that I'm in charge of my own affairs and they won't interfere in my private life. As for finances, I don't rely on my family. For now, I have an income of several 100 million yuan per month, which is quite stable, so you don't need to worry about financial issues. Xia Tian thought for a moment and decided to reveal some of his strength to the two of them. He had previously had conflicts with Shen Wan and Su Rou because he had concealed his strength, so now he was only being honest with his wives about part of his abilities. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Zhou Nianyo and Jin Qin were both dumbfounded. A stable monthly income of several 100 million without relying on family? Really? Isn't he a top-tier second-generation member of a top family? In their minds, Xia Tian had always thought he was the heir of a top family. Now, this situation seemed a bit off. However, having a stable income of several 100 million every month was something that only a top family could achieve. According to Xia Tian, his financial situation has nothing to do with his family. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't understand why Xia Tian had a system. He could get a stable living allowance from the system by marrying more wives. Now, with 10 wives, he would have 100 million a week, which would be 400 million a month. In addition, there were various other system rewards. In any case, Xia Tian didn't have to worry about money at all. What kind of business are you in? Zhou Nianyo couldn't help but want to ask Xia Tian, but Xia Tian interrupted her first. Don't worry about these things. Just tell me if you need money. I'll give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money every week. If you have any large expenses, just ask me for more. I'll take care of earning money to support the family. You don't need to worry about the finances. You just need to focus on being beautiful, and I'll take care of earning money to support the family. Xia Tian reached out and patted Zhou Nianyo's plump buttocks. The feel was quite nice. Ouch, you big bad guy, that hurts. Zhou Nianyo rolled her eyes at Xia Tian and stopped asking these questions. Since Xia Tian didn't want her to ask, she had no choice but to suppress her curiosity. There's a trick and a reason why Xia Tian gives each of his wives 100,000 yuan a week. This amount is just enough to meet the requirement of spending 100,000 yuan a day for the experience mission. So Xia Tian transfers the money to his wives in turns. Today it's Su Rou and Wang Nan's turn to receive pocket money. He now has exactly 13 women. Although there are still 3 women who haven't registered their marriage yet, Xia Tian treats them all equally and doesn't discriminate against them because they haven't registered their marriage. After the 3 finished breakfast, Jin Qin and Zhou Nianyo rested at home, while Xia Tian left and headed to school. Because of their crazy antics yesterday afternoon and evening, the 2 girls were still limping today and obviously couldn't go to school. Firstly, it was inconvenient for them to walk, and secondly, it was hard to explain. Nowadays, college students are all know-it-alls, and everyone can guess what was going on with them. So the 2 girls didn't want to go to school and experience being stared at with strange looks. Chapter 97: The Yi family causes trouble. Yi Lan has registered her marriage. The Yi family received the news immediately, and the entire family was furious. You ungrateful wretch! The Yi family raised her all these years, would she be where she is today without the Yi family? And this is how she repays the Yi family? Yi Shangrong, the head of the Yi family, smashed his cup in anger. That slut was a bastard since she was a child. A slut raised a slut like that. An ungrateful dog. A richly dressed noblewoman looked at a middle-aged woman with downcast eyes and a sullen face next to her with disdain and arrogance. Lanner said before that she wanted to make her own decisions about her marriage, and as a condition, she has not enjoyed any of the Yi family's resources or a comfortable life over the years, the middle-aged woman argued for Yi Lan. The elegant lady is the mistress of the Yi family, Yi Shangrong's lawfully wedded wife, named Lu Xuemei. The middle-aged woman with her head down is Yi Lan's biological mother, Wang Jelly. Humph, could she have grown up without the Yi family? Now that she's all grown up, she's eager to sever ties with them? Lu Xuemei retorted angrily. The Ma family and Ma Nianchen don't know this news yet. But if the Ma family finds out, who knows what they'll do? If they vent their anger on the Yi family, who will bear the consequences? Will it be Yi Lan? Mentioning this only gave Yi Xiangrong an even bigger headache. Yi Lan, that unfilial daughter, had created such a mess, and she was living it up. But how was he going to explain this to the Ma family? Once the Ma family found out, they certainly wouldn't let it go. What if the Ma family came to the Yi family demanding an explanation? What could he do then? The Ma family's strength is no weaker than the Yi family's. A worthy ally and a worthy enemy can be separated by a single thought. The Yi family will have a headache when the time comes. Call that unfilial daughter back to me and make her bring back the man she married, right now. Yi Xiangrong shouted angrily at Wang Jelly. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. As long as the unfilial daughter hasn't truly married the other party, there's still room for maneuver. If the unfilial daughter cooperates, they can say that the two were forced into marriage. Then, they can divorce and she can marry Man Yenshin from the Ma family. Such things are not uncommon in this society. Women being forced into marriage is something they have no choice but to do, and no one can predict it. Faced with Yi Xiangrong's order, Wang Jelly was somewhat unwilling, but she dared not disobey him, so she had no choice but to take out her phone and call her daughter, Yilan. The call was quickly answered, and Yilan's cool voice came through the phone. "Hello, what's up?" Yilan rarely called this mother mom. She had always disapproved of Wang Jelly's voluntary and ambiguous relationship with Yi Xiangrong as an unofficial mistress, and consequently felt a sense of resentment towards her mother for her lack of self-respect. Despite her opinions, she still cared a lot about Wang Jelly. "Lanner, are you still busy?" Wang Jelly was a little intimidated by her usually independent daughter, and she already had a fawning smile on her face over the phone. "Speak, what is it?" Yilan didn't appreciate her concern and her voice remained cold. That's your dad." Before Wang Jelly could finish speaking, Yilan interrupted her coldly. "Have you forgotten the rule of not mentioning that person in front of me? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Sigh. Beep beep beep. Wang Jelly wanted to say something more, but Yilan on the other end of the phone had already hung up, not giving Wang Jelly a chance to continue. Unfilial daughter, unfilial daughter. Yi Xiangrong heard the entire conversation on the phone and was now so angry that her face turned ashen, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. Ha, she really is a shameless wretch who doesn't know any manners or morality. Lu Xueme mocked. You shouldn't say that about Lanner, she just... Faced with Lu Xueme's insults, Wang Jelly didn't dare to say too much, and defended her daughter with a sentence. What is she? She has forgotten the kindness of the Yi family in raising her. She is just an ungrateful wretch who doesn't care about the life or death of her family. Lu Xueme raised her eyebrows, put her hands on her hips, and launched a fierce attack on Wang Jelly. As a doctor, how dare you, a mere concubine, argue with me? Call again, call that unfilial daughter again, this time I'll talk to her myself. Yi Xiangrong interrupted the two women's argument, his forehead veins bulging, and said to Wang Jelly through gritted teeth. I think you should just forget about it. Even if you're willing to talk to that little bitch in person, I'm afraid she won't appreciate your good intentions, and it'll end up being a messy breakup. Lu Xueme spoke the truth. With Yilan's arrogance and nature, she definitely wouldn't give Yi Xiangrong, her father, any face, and it would end up being a messy breakup again. Call her. Call her. Yi Xiangrong was used to being bossy and could not accept anyone disobeying him, especially since the one who disobeyed him was his illegitimate daughter. In his feudal mindset, heaven, earth, ruler, parents, and teachers were the order of things. As her father, he had given her life, let alone arranged her marriage. Why should she dare to disobey him? Wang Jelly hesitated, though Lu Xueme's words were harsh, they weren't wrong. Given Yilan's personality, she didn't acknowledge Yi Xiangrong as her father at all, so how could she possibly listen to him? For so many years, you've neglected your daughter, never once showing her any concern. Now that there's a conflict of interest, and you need to use her for a marriage alliance, you're making demands on her? What kind of father are you? How can you have the nerve to make demands on your daughter? How can she possibly trust a father like you? Despite her inner turmoil, Wang Jelly still dialed her daughter Yilan's number again. Beep beep beep. This time, the phone rang until it automatically disconnected without anyone answering. Wang Jelly innocently waved her phone, indicating that she couldn't do anything if her daughter didn't answer. Yi Xiangrong's face grew even uglier, and he said in a deep voice, keep calling until that unfilial daughter answers. Wang Jelly hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to call her daughter Yilan again. The call went unanswered again, and continued until it automatically disconnected. "Keep hitting," Yi Xiangrong said through gritted teeth. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. Yilan didn't want to answer, but she knew that her mother wasn't having a good time in the Yi family. She hadn't listened to Yi Xiangrong, which put her mother in a difficult position. Yi Xiangrong and his wife Lu Xueme often made things difficult for her mother, Wang Jeli. So Yilan decided to answer the phone anyway. "Is there anything else?" Yilan asked helplessly. She could be cold and indifferent to anyone in the Yi family, but when it came to this mother, she could never harden her heart. Upon hearing the call finally connect again, before Wang Jeli could speak, Yi Xiangrong grabbed the phone and said in a deep voice to Yilan on the other end, "Yilan, I'm asking you, have you registered your marriage with someone else?" Upon hearing the man's voice suddenly coming from the phone, Yilan's expression turned slightly cold, as expected. She knew that her mother's repeated calls to her must have been at the man's behest, and sure enough. "What's it to you?" Yilan completely ignored this so-called father. You, don't you know that Ma Nianchen from the Ma family has been pursuing you and wants to marry you? How could you get a marriage certificate with another man? If Ma Nianchen from the Ma family finds out about this, how will you explain it to them?" Yi Xiangrong forcibly suppressed his temper. He knew that his daughter Yilan didn't recognize him as her father at all and had no sense of belonging to the Yi family, so he didn't speak too harshly. He restrained his temper and prepared to reason with this rebellious daughter about the importance of this matter. "So what? What does Ma Nianchen from the Ma family have to do with me? Just because he's pursuing me doesn't mean I have to marry him." Yilan listened to Yi Xiangrong speaking to her on the other end of the phone with a restrained tone, and only then did she not hang up the phone in a hurry, asking casually, "You, the Ma family and our family are old friends and business partners. The fact that they are willing to marry you despite your status as an illegitimate daughter is quite..." The rebellious woman did not hang up the phone immediately. Yi Xiangrong saw a glimmer of hope and immediately tried to explain the pros and cons again, hoping that this rebellious woman would change her mind and follow his arrangements. "Enough. According to you, should I be thanking the other party for their great kindness? How dare you call me an illegitimate child? I admire your shamelessness. Do you think this identity is something to be proud of? Or do you think I like it? I wish I had never had anything to do with you." Yilan instinctively felt disgust and resistance towards those three words. It was the biggest sore spot in her life. Now that Yi Xiangrong was saying these words to Yilan's face, it would be strange if she had a good temper. But this is the truth, an unchangeable truth. Even if you don't accept it, there's nothing you can do to change it. From the day you were born, your identity was predetermined. You are my daughter, Yi Xiangrong's daughter. And you can never sever your ties with the Yi family in this lifetime. Yi Xiangrong was also getting angry. "You don't accept it? You don't acknowledge it? Then I'll make you face reality. The truth is you had your fun, gave birth to me, and then ignored me completely, only giving birth but not raising me. Now that I'm an adult, you want me to use me to gain benefits for you, to become a sacrifice in your marriage alliance, to fight for more benefits for you? You've got a really clever plan." Yilan mocked Yi Xiangrong mercilessly. "So what if you are? That doesn't change the fact that you are a member of the Yi family, and my daughter, Yi Xiangrong. You have to be loyal and responsible to the family." Yi Xiangrong had really torn off the mask. He couldn't use any high-sounding reasons to talk to this daughter, so he might as well just be shameless and tell the truth. "That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. I've never received any preferential treatment from you or the Yi family since I was a child, nor have I enjoyed a single penny of your resources. Why should I be loyal to you? On the contrary, I wish your Yi family would suffer misfortune and collapse, and I might even want to personally destroy your so-called family full of filth." Yilan's words made Yi Xiangrong feel a chill in his heart. He knew that Yilan had grievances against him and the Yi family, but he did not expect that the grievances would be so great. The father and daughter's conversation ended badly. Yi Xiangrong didn't even have a chance to reveal his plans, firstly because Yilan didn't give him the opportunity, and secondly because even if he had, Yilan would never have followed his ideas. It would have been pointless to say anything. Faced with Yilan's stubbornness, Yi Xiangrong was so angry that he almost suffered a heart attack and a stroke at the same time and died. In the end, Yi Xiangrong still had Wang Jeli convey his message to Yilan. Yilan should bring the man she had married back home. The Yi family was willing to offer him a sum of money in exchange for his divorce from Yilan, and Yilan could then choose to continue marrying Ma Nianchen from the Ma family. This way, the long-standing friendship between the Yi and Ma families could be preserved, and their close cooperation could continue. When Yilan heard what her mother meant, she just sneered twice. She couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to Yi Shangrong, that arrogant and conceited guy. He was the perfect example of someone who thought he knew everything. Why should she listen to him? Just because he's only her biological father in name? If she had a choice, she would never want to have even the slightest connection with this guy. He wants her to listen to him, divorce Xia Tian, and then marry Ma Nianqin from the Ma family? He can dream on. Even if she were still single, even if she died right now, she would never do what Yi Shangrong wants and let that hypocritical, arrogant, and conceited guy be so smug. Thinking of this, Yilan suddenly compared Xia Tian and Yi Shangrong. Although Xia Tian also had multiple women, he was willing to get married to each of them. Just in this respect, he was many times better than Yi Shangrong. Thinking about it this way, the issue of Xia Tian marrying multiple wives suddenly seemed insignificant in Yilan's mind. In comparison, Xia Tian actually seemed more affectionate and righteous, and not a scumbag or a bad person. Yi Shangrong, aren't you still harboring illusions, thinking about how to ruin your marriage with Xia Tian, and fantasizing about divorcing Xia Tian and then marrying that guy Ma Nianqin? Then I'll completely cut off your hopes. And cutting off Yi Shangrong's hopes is very simple. All I need to do is make my fake relationship with Xia Tian real and become a real couple, that's all. Big families value these things the most. As long as I become Xia Tian's real wife, Ma Nianqin and Yi Shangrong should give up. Chapter 98 Late again? Another punishment. After settling Zhou Nianyo and Jin Xinan, Xia Tian left, as he still had to rush to the hotel where Wang Nan was staying. There are many women to take care of, so time management is very important and mistakes cannot be made. When Xia Tian arrived at the hotel, Wang Nan hadn't gotten up yet. Looking at Wang Nan lying there, her slender and perfect figure made him feel a surge of anger. Morning is a time when people are prone to getting angry, and because he had drunk too much of that medicinal wine the night before, some of the medicinal effects were still in his body, and then, that's how it happened. Wang Nan has taken leave again. Yesterday I was too embarrassed to see anyone because of the hickey on my neck, and today I have to take leave again because I'm not feeling well and can't walk. She wasn't completely unable to walk after being hit by a car before, but today she can't walk at all. When she asked for leave again, Wang Nan hesitated for a long time, but finally told the truth. She was hit by a car yesterday and can't walk now, so she needs to rest for another day. Meanwhile, Xinwan, the homeroom teacher on the other side, was shocked and immediately made a video call to Wang Nan. One of her students had been in a car accident, which was no small matter. And she, the homeroom teacher, was unaware of it. Xinwan was immediately anxious. How could she explain to the parents that such a thing had happened to her student? Wang Nan was frantically looking at her homeroom teacher Xinwan's video call request, feeling completely numb. She was still lying on the large bed in the hotel's presidential suite, not yet having had time to clean up the traces of the battle. She exuded a lazy yet charming aura, and the flush on her face had not yet faded. In this state, she certainly couldn't video call Teacher Shen. What should we do about Teacher Shen's video call in the summer? Xia Tian had just come out of the bathroom, wrapped only in a bath towel. Hearing Wang Nan's words, she was stunned. The first thought that popped into her mind was that Xinwan had found out about her and Wang Nan's affair. But then I thought, that's unlikely. I only confirmed my relationship with Wang Nan yesterday, and we had sex this morning. Xinwan doesn't have clairvoyance, so she couldn't possibly know. Why would Teacher Shen make a video call to you? Xia Tian asked Wang Nan with some surprise and uncertainty. I didn't know what reason to use to ask for leave today, so I just told the truth about being hit by a car yesterday. Maybe I didn't explain clearly, because Teacher Shen thought I was seriously injured, so she called me for a video call now, Wang Nan explained. Oh, that's all right. After hearing Wang Nan's explanation, Xia Tian felt much relieved, as long as they weren't here to arrest him. Hang up the video call first, then send a message to Teacher Shen saying that it's inconvenient for you to take a video call right now, but that you're fine and don't need to worry. Oh, okay. Panicked, Wang Nan followed Xia Tian's instructions exactly, immediately hung up on Teacher Shen's video call, and then quickly edited a message and sent it to Teacher Shen. As expected, following Xia Tian's method, Teacher Shen did not send any more videos. Instead, she inquired about Wang Nan's current situation and where she was on Green Bubble, even expressing her intention to visit Wang Nan. This put Wang Nan in a dilemma. She had been hit by a car, and her teacher wanted to visit her. How could she refuse her teacher's visit? The pleading look turned to Xia Tian, who was also in a real bind. What excuse could she come up with to refuse? Just as the two of them were looking at Shenwan's message and worrying, Xia Tian's phone rang. Xia Tian was startled and, feeling guilty, thought that Shenwan had seen through his lie and was calling him. When he picked it up, it was indeed a call from his wife, but not from Shenwan. It was from his other wife, Yilan. Xia Tian breathed a sigh of relief and answered the phone. "Hey, honey, are you calling me because you miss me?" Xia Tian realized he was becoming more and more flirtatious. He would never have said such a thing before, but now it just came out of his mouth. "Yes, I miss you and I want to see you right away." Yilan's words surprised Xia Tian. It was just a joke from Xia Tian, but unexpectedly, Yilan did the opposite, not only admitting it but also wanting to see him right away. This made Xia Tian feel like she was the one who got teased instead of teased. Did something happen at the hotel?" Xia Tian asked, wondering why Yilan, who had suddenly become bold and proactive, wanted to see him. "No, everything at the hotel is normal. It's just that I want to see you. As your wife, I miss my husband." Yilan immediately denied Xia Tian's guess and gave a reason that seemed to leave people speechless, but was actually reasonable and justifiable. Yilan's words made Xia Tian swallow hard. Although the two had registered their marriage, it was just a shield, and Xia Tian was very clear about that. So, although she had some expectations, she didn't expect anything to happen between them today. "No, just say what's on your mind. Don't say things that make people think too much. If you cause trouble, you won't be responsible for putting it out. You know how uncomfortable that is?" Xia Tian complained. He still felt that Yilan probably just did something he needed to handle or help with, and he didn't think that Yilan really wanted to be his wife. "I know, I'll put out the fire for you when you come to the hotel. Let's meet and talk in detail." Yilan was also a little discouraged. She had finally mustered up the courage to say some ambiguous things to Xia Tian, but she didn't expect that Xia Tian, the straight man, would not play by the rules at all and would not believe what she said. "Let's forget about it for now. I need to go to school first in the morning to check in, then I'll go to the Su family's place at noon. I'll go to the hotel in the afternoon." Xia Tian is still in a state of post-coital bliss and doesn't feel like doing anything else, so she'll postpone it for now and do it in the afternoon. Yilan was a little depressed that Xia Tian couldn't come to the hotel right away. She had finally mustered up the courage to prepare herself, but it turned out that he didn't care at all, which made her feel frustrated and gave her the illusion that she was so unattractive. Actually, Yilan was overthinking things. It just so happened that Xia Tian was in a state of post-coital bliss. Otherwise, with Yilan's looks and figure, she could easily steal a man's soul with just a flick of her finger. So it's not that she lacks charm, but rather that she chose the wrong time. "Whatever, come or not, it's up to you." Yilan angrily hung up the phone. This blockhead. The other person had already been so straightforward, practically saying that he was going to give himself to her, and this was it? Xia Tian stared blankly at the phone that had been hung up on. What was wrong with Yilan? He had already agreed to go see her that afternoon, and she was still giving him the cold shoulder. Oh well, what can he do? She's his wife, he has to spoil her. Wang Nan listened intently as Xia Tian finished his phone call, completely bewildered. Who was Xia Tian talking to so intimately? His wife? Was the other person Xia Tian's wife? Were they married? Wang Nan's little head was churning with thoughts, trying to figure out the relationship between Xia Tian and the other person. She had just lost her virginity to Xia Tian, and now he had a wife. She felt so wronged. Xia Tian snapped out of her daze and saw Wang Nan looking at her with a pitiful expression. She knew that Wang Nan had overheard her phone call. She sighed slightly, thinking that this silly girl still didn't know her background. If she reacts like this now that she has only one wife, what will her reaction be when she finds out that she has a total of 10 wives and 2 girlfriends waiting to be officially recognized as wives? Thinking of this, he simply stepped forward and put his arm around Wang Nan and began to tell her all his basic information. Now that Wang Nan was his woman, she had the right to know this information about herself. Wang Nan was dumbfounded. The silly girl looked completely bewildered. Xia Tian had 10 wives, and one of them was their homeroom teacher, who was like a fairy descended from heaven. So, how many women am I in the summer? The 11th? I was thinking that since school had just started, I had already managed to snag Xia Tian, this potential boyfriend, ahead of everyone else. But who would have thought that I'm just the 11th one? But what Xia Tian said next left Wang Nan even more incredulous. According to Xia Tian, she wasn't even considered little 11, because two other senior students had gotten together with Xia Tian before her last night. So, according to the principle of first come, first served, those two were little 11 and little 12, while she could barely be considered little 13. That's not all. She's only 18 this year, and it'll be 2 years before she can get a marriage certificate. Who knows if Xia Tian will get married to another woman in those 2 years? Where will she be in the queue then? I can't even imagine. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Why is Xia Tian, whom I knew first, now relegated to 13th place? And who knows where she'll end up in the future? I'm not happy. I'm so incredibly unhappy. But what could she do even if she was unwilling? She had already become Xia Tian's woman. Unless she didn't want to marry Xia Tian, she could only swallow this bitter pill no matter how unwilling she was. Besides, Wang Nan's motto was to only commit to one man for life and never consider changing husbands, because she knew that doing so would only make her more cheap. But, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She couldn't help but pinch Xia Tian's waist hard with her small hand. Xia Tian couldn't help but grimace. The woman's skill in pinching the soft flesh of a man's waist was too skillful, as if she had mastered it without a teacher. Xia Tian knew that Wang Nan pinched her because she was angry. Xia Tian also knew that she was in the wrong, so she let Wang Nan abuse her to vent her anger. Seeing that Xia Tian was wincing in pain but still endured it without uttering a sound, Wang Nan felt a pang of pity and naturally loosened her grip, even touching the spot she had pinched. Does it hurt? Wang Nan couldn't help but ask with concern. Hee, it doesn't hurt, as long as you're not angry anymore. Xia Tian hugged Wang Nan and said apologetically. You big bad guy, you, never mind, it's already like this, you got off easy. Wang Nan's words were enough to show her attitude. Next, Xia Tian returned to school, but despite his hurried pace, he still missed the first class. He didn't even arrive at the classroom until almost the end of the second class. As a result, he was punished by being made to stand again, and even had to write a 5,000-word self-criticism. Summer once again experienced the miserable life of a middle school student, which aroused the smug laughter of her classmates. As a college student, she still had to accept this kind of punishment, and even be punished on 2 consecutive days. Summer is truly unique. Among them, Su Hao was the loudest in mocking. For some reason, he was particularly happy and excited whenever he saw Xia Tian having bad luck. Xia Tian was powerless to stop his classmates from mocking him. Who could blame him, as class monitor, for repeatedly breaking the rules? His wife's punishment was justified, even too lenient. As Xinhuan's husband, he not only failed to lead by example in supporting class activities but also became a negative example, a ringleader in breaking discipline. He deserved to be punished. Seeing Su Hao's smug expression, which was full of mockery, Xia Tian's face showed a strange look. Zhou Nianyo should still be recuperating at home, right? Su Hao, Zhou Nianyo's nominal boyfriend and fiancé, doesn't even know that last night he... Oh well, considering how pitiful he is, let him be smug for a while. After all, he'll have his time to cry later. Xia Tian had come prepared this summer. He had already thought of an excuse. Since Wang Nan had mentioned being hit by a car, Xia Tian planned to use that as an excuse. He would say that the reason he was late yesterday and today was because he was taking care of Wang Nan, who had been hit by a car. This was true, and there was nothing wrong with saying it. However, the act of taking care of her made Xia Tian feel a little guilty. Wang Nan, who could have come to school yesterday, had missed 2 days of school because of his care. However, facing the furious Xinhuan, Xia Tian swallowed hard and decided not to find an excuse to argue with his wife in class. Since his wife had already decided to punish him, wouldn't it damage her prestige in the class if he found another reason to refute her? He'd better wait until they were alone to tell his wife the reason. As long as he got her forgiveness, that was enough. As for losing face, that didn't matter. He was a grown man, this was nothing. After class, Xia Tian was still thinking about what excuse he could use to find Xinhuan, but Xinhuan took the initiative to call him into her office, ready to give this disobedient husband student a good scolding. That's too much. After military training ended and only 2 days of classes had been held, Xia Tian, who was his class monitor, was late for 2 days in a row, and he was arriving later each day. That's just too much. Does he even respect her as his homeroom teacher? Putting aside that, she's still his wife, isn't she? Is this how he supports her work? He hasn't set a good example at all, he's only setting a bad example. Without a doubt, he must have gone to visit his other wives again to arrive so late today. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. He was just getting more and more outrageous. So today, Shin Won-suin was determined to teach him a lesson. Chapter 99 Determined to get a divorce. There was no one else in the office except Xia Tian and Shinwon. Shinwon looked cold and angry, staring at Xia Tian. Summer stood by with a grin, gradually realizing that he couldn't be too polite with his wife, and that he shouldn't be shy about being blunt. "Wife, don't be angry." Xia Tian smiled and stepped forward to take Shinwon's hand. With a slap, Shinwon slapped away Xia Tian's outstretched hand and interrupted him sternly, saying, "You better behave yourself and don't you dare make noises at school. There's no one here. Honey, listen to me, I really didn't mean to be late today, it's just..." Before Xia Tian could finish his explanation, Shinwon interrupted him again. "Stop. I don't want to hear your nonsense. All I know is that you were late again today, and by 2 classes. Are you here to study or on vacation, huh?" Shinwon didn't know why she was so angry. She wasn't usually this petty and nitpicky. "Yes, it was my fault. I promise I won't do it again." Xia Tian decided to admit his mistake first. He had to appease his wife when she was angry. "You promise? If I remember correctly, you just made that promise yesterday, didn't you?" Shinwon said with a look of disdain. Today's situation is a bit special." Xia Tian was also a little embarrassed, as if she had promised yesterday, but she shamelessly continued to explain. "Who told her she couldn't control her lower body? She couldn't resist exercising with Wang Nan early this morning, and now she deserved it. Then tell me, what's so special about today? And whose bed did you stay in this morning because you were in there?" Shinwon couldn't help but tease. Honey, do you know that Wang Nan from our class got hit by a car?" Xia Tian thought to himself that his wife had guessed correctly, but he quickly changed the subject and gave a reason that he had prepared in advance. Shinwon was taken aback. How did the conversation turn to Wang Nan being hit by a car? But she still nodded. "How did you know?" She was also troubled by this matter. She had called Wang Nan in the morning but she didn't answer. She had asked for her address but she hadn't replied. She was very worried about it. "I'm the class monitor, and coincidentally, I happened to be there when Wang Nan was hit by the car," Xia Tian said. "What? You saw Wang Nan get hit? How is she? Why didn't you tell me? Where is she now?" Shinwon indeed began to ask about Wang Nan being hit. "She's fine, just a minor bump. She went to the hospital, she's all right." Xia Tian quickly explained, not wanting his wife to worry too much. "Where is she?" Shinwon breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she was all right. "It's nothing serious, but walking is still a bit inconvenient. As her classmate, I can't just ignore her, so I have to take care of her. I had to change her dressing this morning and stuff. I wasn't paying attention to the time, so I was late," Xia Tian explained. "Then the traffic accident and harassment incident that Wen Lan told me about helping you handle the day before yesterday, could it be related to Wang Nan?" Shinwon's sudden question stunned Xia Tian. He was still trying to find excuses and reasons to fool Shinwon, but it turned out that she had already figured him out completely. How could he possibly explain himself now? Xia Tian was dumbfounded. If Shinwon hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten about this. Wen Lan is now his wife, and it seems that she has a very good relationship with Shinwon and Su Ro. Shinwon is too smart. I feel like I'm being stripped naked in front of her. You already knew?" Xia Tian gave a wry smile. Shinwon frowned and said coldly, "What do you think?" Alright, Xia Tian stopped hiding it and told Shinwon the whole story about Wang Nan being hit by a car. He even revealed that he had pretended to be Wang Nan's girlfriend to protect her from further harassment. After a slight hesitation, Xia Tian thought for a moment and decided to take the opportunity to confess everything about Jian Qin and Zhou Nianyo. Otherwise, I don't know what excuse I'll have to bring up next time. It's better to just tell the whole story clearly and completely at once. After confessing everything in one go, Xia Tian looked at Shinwon with a guilty conscience, anxiously awaiting his wife's outburst. He knew he had gone a bit too far, but many things were not intentional. They were all misunderstandings and coincidences that happened. He didn't want them to happen, but there was nothing he could do about it now that they had already occurred. After listening silently to Xia Tian's confession, Shinwon remained silent for a long time. She needed to calm down and digest the information that Xia Tian had just shared. So, does that mean her husband has 3 wives? Girlfriends he's already had intimate relationships with, even though they're not legally married yet? With a throbbing headache and a slight dizziness, Xinhuan felt as if she was getting to know Xia Tian all over again for the first time. Are you a stud pig? Or do you want to marry every beautiful woman you see before you're satisfied? Xinhuan initially had a gritted teeth expression, but it quickly changed to one of utter despair and heartbreak. She was filled with sorrow and grief. She, Xinhuan, a woman who had been proud all her life and could say she had never lost, never imagined that she would be so thoroughly defeated by her husband, Xia Tian. My plan to train my husband has already failed. Honey, believe me, this really wasn't my intention. I never expected such an accident to happen. Xia Tian saw that Xinhuan's expression was a bit off and immediately tried to explain. He didn't want these things to really affect his relationship with Xinhuan and make her completely disappointed in him, which would be a loss. An accident? Why do all these unexpected good things in the world happen to you? First it was Guya and Lu Shen, and now it's Zhou Nianyo and Jian Qin, drunken sex. Why does it keep happening to you? Besides, you're also acting as a shield for 6 other women, right? Heh, you're really something, amazing. Even a playboy would have to admit defeat in front of you. Alright, I'm too lazy to waste any more words with you. I've lost, I completely admit defeat. In my previous life motto, the word divorce was absolutely not in my marriage, because I, Xinhuan, was absolutely confident that I could win over my other half. But I lost to you. I lost completely. Fine, I admit defeat. The Civil Affairs Bureau is about to close, and it's too late for us to get there. Let's go together this afternoon and get a divorce. You can live your life as an emperor with 3,000 concubines, and I'll walk my own path. From now on, we'll keep to ourselves and not bother each other. Xinhuan said resolutely, clearly having made up her mind. Summer was a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 100 Vanishing Without a Trace. Xia Tian was dumbfounded. Looking at Xinhuan, who was speaking with such determination, Xia Tian felt a tightness in her chest. Since Xinhuan had said this, she had obviously made up her mind. Xia Tian panicked a little. Xia Tian was about to say something when Xinhuan raised her hand and stopped her from speaking. She was now completely disappointed in Xia Tian. I want to be alone right now, and I don't want to see you at all. You should go out first, Xinhuan Xian said to Xia Tian. Xia Tian looked at Xinhuan, who turned her head away and wouldn't even glance at her, and felt nervous. Was this the end of their relationship? In an instant, all the good things about Xinhuan flashed through my mind, and her gentle and virtuous figure seemed to be leaving me at that moment. Xia Tian did not obediently leave the office immediately this time. He knew that if he left easily this time, his relationship with Xinhuan might really come to an end. This is my bank card. There's a total balance of 500 million yuan in it, which is all my current liquid assets. I'm handing it over to you so you can keep it and use it as you see fit. Xia Tian didn't apologize or admit his mistakes again. Instead, he showed his utmost sincerity by handing over the 500 million yuan in cash that the system had previously rewarded him with to Xinhuan, in order to demonstrate Xinhuan's unique and important position in his heart. Xinhuan was stunned. Her hand trembled as she held the bank card that Xia Tian had just forced on her. 500 million? Although Xinhuan is outstanding and can be considered a heroine, the impact of 500 million yuan in cash is still huge. In this economic society, money is definitely the most direct standard for measuring a person. Xia Tian said sincerely, I will never drink alone with a woman again. I will never use someone else as a shield again. This showed his determination and attitude to correct his mistakes. Xia Tian's actions left Xinhuan stunned for a moment, then filled with a dilemma. What should she do? Xia Tian had shown his utmost sincerity in apologizing 500 million. That was a full 500 million in cash. The impact on Xinhuan was enormous. Most people would never see so much money in their entire lives, let alone manage and control such a massive sum. Although it was very tempting and had a great impact on her, she couldn't help but think about Xia Tian's outrageous behavior. Who could do such a thing? He married 10 wives in a short period of time and had intimate relationships with 3 girlfriends. Who wouldn't be angry in that situation? Isn't this just pure harem stuff? Does he really think he's an ancient emperor wanting 3,000 concubines? Look at how many ancient emperors lived long lives. Almost all of them died young. The saying goes that lust is like a steel knife that scrapes your bones. Summer is young and hot-tempered, so he doesn't feel it now, but when he gets over 30, he will be able to experience the sweet physical burden. There's a phrase called feeling powerless, which specifically refers to middle-aged men. There are also some terms like wolves and tigers, which specifically refers to middle-aged women. With 2 gifts and 1 reduction, it's already difficult to handle even 1 woman, let alone so many. It's like an old man eating poison, he's courting death. But this isn't entirely Xia Tian's fault. Let's leave aside the 2 incidents that happened while drinking for now. The other 6 people, Su Qingqing, the Su sisters, Yilan, Songjia, and Wenlan and Jiang Wei, whom I agreed to, were just using Xia Tian as a shield. It can't all be blamed on Xia Tian alone. Who told him to be naive, rich, and handsome? Even if women are looking for a shield, they definitely prefer a handsome, rich, soft-hearted, and easily fooled man. Furthermore, the incident involving Guya and Lu Xian doesn't count because that was when Xia Tian misunderstood them, so Xia Tian went along with it and got married to them. As for the situation with Zhou Nianyo and Jian Qin, it was completely unexpected. Who would have thought that Zhou Nianyo's father would be preparing such harmful things? Xia Tian originally didn't intend to have any complicated relationship with the 2 of them, but now that the mistake has been made, and Xia Tian is a soft-hearted and responsible boy, he can't be irresponsible for what he did. Thinking about it this way, it's not really Xia Tian's fault. The last one is Wang Nan. From the first day of school, Xinhuan noticed that this girl always paid attention to Xia Tian, intentionally or unintentionally, and always took the initiative to have some contact with Xia Tian. Whether it was because she liked handsome guys or because she accidentally learned that Xia Tian was rich, it was possible that she was actively pursuing Xia Tian. For women, especially beautiful and charming girls, winning over a virile young man is an easy task, isn't it? So, all things considered, Xia Tian can't really be called a scumbag. A scumbag is someone who plays with women and then walks away without a care in the world. But Xia Tian is so naive and honest that he doesn't know how to refuse others, so he's more like an honest person. Fine, I'll forgive him this time since he seemed to be admitting his mistake sincerely. And since I'll be managing his money from now on, he shouldn't spend money recklessly anymore. He should change his ways. Thinking of this, Xinhuan gripped the bank card containing 500 million yuan in cash tightly in her hand. In the end, she decided to give Xia Tian another chance. Making mistakes is not terrible, what is terrible is not knowing how to repent. After this experience, she believed that Xia Tian would make a change. Can you really guarantee that you won't do this again? Xinhuan looked at Xia Tian's youthful face and sighed slightly. Well, she would just have to put more effort into him in the future. I promise, it will never happen again. And the marriage registration between me, Jian Qin, Zhou Nianyo, and Wang Nan is entirely up to you. If you say we won't register, then I won't. Xia Tian said, pretending to be serious. He knew that with Xinhuan's kind nature, there was absolutely no way she would do something to prevent him from marrying Wang Nan and the other 2 women. After all, he had already ruined the virginity of 3 girls, so Xinhuan would definitely make him take responsibility. Sure enough, before Xia Tian could finish speaking, Xinhuan interrupted him, saying, "You ruined that girl's body, so you have to take responsibility. Besides, you already promised her, how can you go back on your word? Compared to a womanizer, I hate scumbags even more." Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Xia Tian readily agreed. You're still young and full of energy. It's only natural to be attracted to beautiful and charming girls. But you also need to learn to control yourself. After all, there are so many beautiful girls in the world. Do you think you can possess all of them? The first step to becoming a successful man is to learn to control your desires, especially lust. Xinhuan patiently explained the principles of being a good person to Xia Tian. A crisis has finally vanished without a trace. Chapter 101. Did the system greedily accept its own rewards? At this time of year, Xia Tian was very well behaved, looking like she was attentively listening to Teacher Shin's earnest teachings. But in reality, what Xia Tian was thinking at that moment was, his wife was really beautiful. Even when she scolded people, she had a unique charm. Her graceful and delicate figure, her slender waist, her perfectly proportioned and proudly erect body, and her exquisite and charming face. Even though they had been together for almost a month, Xia Tian still felt a sense of unreality from being amazed by her beauty. You should know that Xia Tian's system has only been activated for less than a month now. Whether in his past life or this life, he was just a poor loser at the very bottom of society. In the past, when faced with an exceptionally beautiful woman like Xinhuan, she was either unattainable or only existed in his dreams. Now that his dream has become reality, and he truly possesses this exceptionally beautiful woman before him, it is understandable that he feels a sense of unreality. Xinhuan was in the middle of lecturing on profound principles when she realized that Xia Tian was still young. As both his wife and teacher, she had an obligation to guide Xia Tian in establishing correct values, a positive outlook on life, and a worldview. But gradually she noticed something was wrong. Xia Tian's gaze was strange, becoming increasingly intense and infatuated. Finally, she couldn't continue speaking, because Xia Tian covered her mouth and pulled her into his arms. How can we explain this? Xinhuan sighed inwardly. The young man, full of vigor, was somewhat greedy when it came to matters of love and sex. He would occasionally succumb to the temptation of beauty and show his lustful side. For the sake of the bank card in her hand, Xinhuan couldn't be too forceful in rejecting Xia Tian's attempt to be intimate with her. From another perspective, Xia Tian's performance also shows that she is very charming. Being able to make her husband obsessed with her body is the greatest pride of a wife. But after kissing for a while, Xinhuan felt that Xia Tian's behavior was a bit too much. She gently patted Xia Tian's arm, broke free from his grasp, and said with a frown and panting, "Don't go too far. This is the school office. If others see you, how can I face anyone?" Summer reluctantly released Xinhuan, knowing that with her delicate skin, this was the maximum she could go, and it was impossible for her to go any further. Perhaps Su Rou might be willing to go further, half-heartedly seeking excitement, but for Xinhuan, the school office should be a sacred place, where such despicable things should never be done. Allowing Xia Tian to kiss her today was already Xinhuan's absolute bottom line. "Can I just hug you for a while without doing anything?" Summer wanted to spend more time together. Such opportunities were rare. "Alright, I just told you to learn to control your desires, and you do this again. How can I trust you anymore?" Xinhuan knew how much men would push their luck in this area, so she did not agree to Xia Tian's request. "What are you going to do about Zhou Nianyo and Jin Qin? Zhou Nianyo is Su Hao's fiancé. Now that things have turned out this way, how are you going to clean up the mess?" To divert Xia Tian's attention, Xinhuan brought up Zhou Nianyo's sensitive identity. Just thinking about it made her skin crawl. Xia Tian and Su Hao were classmates and roommates, and now Xia Tian not only slept with his fiancée but also planned to marry her. She wondered how Su Hao would react when he found out the truth. But she figured he wouldn't let it go easily. This could be considered a case of stealing someone's wife. She hoped it wouldn't be a fight to the death. Thinking of this, Xinhuan couldn't help but pinch Xia Tian's waist and said angrily, "It's one thing for you to provoke other girls, but why did you have to provoke your classmate's fiancé?" Summer grimaced and said innocently, "I'm innocent. Who knows? Alright, you've taken advantage of someone's fiancé. What's the use of complaining now? You should think about how to clean up the mess. You can't take this kind of thing lightly. You've really stolen someone's wife. Don't be careless. You should know how many disasters throughout history have been caused by such affairs." Xinhuan frowned and reminded Xia Tian not to be careless about this matter. "It's all right. Zhou Nianyo has already said that this is a matter between her and Su Hao, and she will handle it herself. I don't need to worry about it." Xia Tian really didn't take it seriously and didn't seem to care at all. Seeing Xia Tian's attitude, Xinhuan wanted to remind her again, but unfortunately the class bell rang at that moment. Xinhuan had no choice but to swallow her words back down. "Remember to go home tonight." Then she tidied herself up and hurriedly walked out of the office. She still had one class to teach, but it wasn't for Xia Tian's class, it was for another class. Xia Tian had no classes this summer, and he was thinking about whether he should go find Su Rou now, so that he could finish what he hadn't been able to do earlier. She took out her phone and sent Su Rou a green bubble message. "Sister Roar, do you have class right now? I need to talk to you." I stared at my phone for 3 minutes, but unfortunately I didn't get any response from Green Bubble. It seems Su Rou also had class. With some regret, Xia Tian put down her phone. After having some free time, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have forgotten about the system for the past 2 or 3 days. He said that these past 2 days he felt like he had forgotten something important, but he just couldn't remember what it was. Thinking of the system, he realized that he had had intimate relationships with Zhou Nianyo, Jin Qin, and Wang Nan, so why hadn't the system given him any rewards? According to past practice, he should receive a very generous reward after having that kind of intimate relationship with a girl, but so much time has passed and he hasn't received a single reward. Thinking of this, Xia Tian opened the system and found several unread messages. She opened them one by one, but all of them were about Yi Lan and Song Jia, Su Qingqing, and Su Yuyu, Wen Lan and Jiang Wei. Because Xia Tian got married to them in the summer, the system gave him a marriage reward, a luxury house and a luxury car for each of them. So Xia Tian got 6 more luxury houses and 6 more luxury cars. This was considered basic. He glanced at them briefly and put them aside. After his relationship with them improved, Xia Tian planned to give all the houses and cars to them. He couldn't live in so many houses or drive so many cars by himself. These things were just small rewards for Xia Tian now. He was looking forward to seeing even more generous rewards, but to Xia Tian's surprise, the system's unread messages were gone. Where's my reward? Was I hacked by the system? Chapter 102 System Explanation. Host, Summer. Age, 20. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 70 kilograms. Physical condition, 80. Strength, 80. Agility, 80. Comprehension, 80. Appearance, 95. Dimensions, 88. Identity, freshman at Tsinghua University, owns the Emperor Hotel, Su's Private Kitchen, Zijinhua Apartment Building, Yunhai Agriculture Company, Yunhai Animal Husbandry Company, 10 properties, and 10 luxury cars. The identities of the 10 wives. Name, Shenwan. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 98. Length, 93. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 60. Occupation, faculty member at the School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. Name, Su Ro. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Length, 98. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 51. Identity, computer science major at Tsinghua University. Name, Guya. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 95. Length, 90. Purity, 99%. Favorability, 70. Occupation, mathematics department teacher at Imperial University. Name, Lu Xian. Age, 25. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Length, 95. Purity, 99%. Favorability, 75. Occupation, teacher at the Faculty of Arts, Imperial Capital University. Name, Yilan. Age, 28. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 96. Length, 96. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 70. Identity, illegitimate daughter of the Yi family, general manager of Emperor Hotel. Name, Song Jia. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 91. Body type, 98 baby face, large breasts. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 66. Identity, illegitimate daughter of the Song family, assistant general manager of Emperor Hotel. Name, Su Qingqing. Age, 26. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 94. Length, 90. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 80. Identity, successor of Su Family Private Cuisine, head chef of Su Ji Private Cuisine Restaurant. Name, Su Yuyu. Age, 26. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 95. Length, 91. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 85. Identity, successor of the Su family's culinary skills, head chef of Su's Private Kitchen. Name, Wen Lan. Age, 23. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 97. Length, 95. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 60. Identity, police officer of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau. Name, Zhang Wei. Age, 23. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Length, 96. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 60. Identity: police officer of the Cyber Police Brigade of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau. The identities of the three girlfriends. Name: Zhou Nianyo. Age: 19. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 51 kilograms. Appearance: 95. Length: 95. Purity: 99%. Favorability: 90. Identity: sophomore at Imperial Capital University. Name: Jian Qin. Age: 19. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Appearance: 90. Length: 85. Purity: 99%. Favorability: 90. Identity: second-year student in the Department of Psychology and Cognition at Tsinghua University. Name: Wang Nan. Age: 18. Height: 178 centimeters. Weight: 58 kilograms. Appearance: 93. Length: 90. Purity: 99%. Favorability: 90. Occupation: freshman at Imperial Capital University. Ding, reminding the host that having intimate relations with a woman who is not legally married will not earn you any rewards. When Xiaotian questioned the system about whether it had embezzled the generous reward that was rightfully its, the system's reply to Xiaotian was just this sentence. Summer was so frustrated she was about to vomit blood. If I get a new marriage certificate with them later, will I get this reward back? Summer was unwilling to give up. It was a huge amount of money. Just look at the reward Shenwan, Guya, and the other three received. They were all enormous assets worth hundreds of millions. To have it wiped out like that was heartbreaking for Summer, and it even made her kidneys ache. Ding, unless you obtain a replacement marriage certificate within 24 hours, you will not receive a reward. Otherwise, there will be no further compensation. The system's cold and uninteresting words completely shattered Xiaotian's last glimmer of hope. Sigh, as expected, the system won't give me such a big loophole to exploit. Zhou Nianyo and Jian Qin are only 19 years old, not old enough to get married, and Wang Nan is even younger, only 18, so she'll have to wait 2 more years to get married. After having intimate relations with Guya and Lu Xian for the first time, and receiving such a generous reward from the system, Xiaotian had a fleeting thought: why not use these system rewards to hire escorts? If he could hire 10 or 8 escorts a day, wouldn't he be rich in no time? But today, this beautiful dream has finally been completely shattered. I knew the system wouldn't leave such a big loophole for me to exploit, and sure enough. With a sense of helplessness and regret, I closed the panel. The system was still quite considerate, listing all my wives who were already legally married and my girlfriends who, although we had been intimate, were not yet legally married. They were even divided into 2 groups, making it easy to see at a glance. After taking a look, Xiaotian opened the other side of the system and found 5 daily tasks: to become a high-quality male tycoon with a strong physique, ambition, knowledge, insight, and taste. First, become a physically strong tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons not have a strong physique? Having a good body is the foundation of everything. The host has been exercising for 28 days. Please keep up the good work and persevere for 2 more days to receive an extra mysterious reward every month. Second, become a wealthy person with ambition. How can a new generation of wealthy people be without ambition? On the road of life, ambition is the driving force for progress. Without ambition, life will fall into confusion and emptiness. The host has been waking up at 6 a.m. every day for 28 days. Please keep up the good work and you will receive an extra mysterious reward every month if you persist for just 2 more days. Third, become a knowledgeable tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons be without knowledge? Extensive knowledge and a wealth of knowledge reserves are a person's greatest wealth and capital. The host failed to complete the daily task of studying for 2 hours the day before yesterday and yesterday. The accumulated reward for this task has been reset to 0. The host will need to work harder to obtain the accumulated reward for this task. Fourth, become a knowledgeable tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons lack knowledge? Broaden your horizons, expand your perspective, and remain calm in any situation. The host is required to spend 100,000 yuan every day for 28 days. Please keep up the good work and persist for 2 more days to receive an extra mysterious reward every month. Fifth, become a tasteful tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons be without taste? Taste is a person's ability to appreciate, discern, and select things that are beautiful, elegant, and of high quality. The host has been appreciating beautiful things for 28 days. Please keep up the good work and persist for 2 more days to receive an extra mysterious reward every month. Although I've been quite busy lately, I've managed to maintain the accumulation and persistence of 4 out of the 5 daily tasks, which is pretty good. Unfortunately, I haven't had the energy to finish my studies these past 2 days, especially yesterday. My mind wasn't clear at all, let alone able to study. Although he was a little frustrated, this was the best result he could achieve. He was actually looking forward to the month-long reward if he could just hold on for 2 more days. He wondered if some really exciting big reward would be revealed. After shutting down the system, Xia Tian left Shenwan's office. He planned to visit the Su family, as the funeral of the Su family patriarch was not yet over. As the son-in-law of the 2 Su sisters, it would be inappropriate for him not to show up. Inside the Su family's mourning hall, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu were instantly refreshed when they saw Xia Tian reappear at the door. Although they had agreed that they were only husband and wife in name only, they were still very gratified that Xia Tian had reappeared. At the same time, Xia Tian's arrival would also stop the gossip from the Su family's relatives and friends. As the nominal son-in-law of the Su family, Xia Tian only made an appearance at the beginning and then disappeared, which caused some dissatisfaction among Su's relatives and friends. Chapter 103: The Su family's troublesome affairs. What are you doing here? Although she was happy inside, Su Yuyu asked a question. I came to see you, why aren't you welcoming me? Shall I leave? Xia Tian teased Su Yuyu on purpose. You should leave now, Su Yuyu said defiantly. You two stop fooling around. Xia Tian, you've come at the perfect time. A bunch of relatives and friends are waiting to see you. Su Qingqing stepped forward and stopped Xia Tian, who was putting on an act. The arrival of summer has aroused the curiosity of Su's relatives and friends. What is this young man's ability? How did he manage to marry the 2 famous twin sisters of the Su family? The aunts and uncles immediately launched into a census-like interrogation of Xia Tian. What does your family do, young man? Summer, we don't do anything special at home, just an ordinary family. Ha? An ordinary family? Aunt Chi was skeptical, because as far as they knew, many of the young men who pursued the Su sisters came from very well-off families, and those men were only pursuing one of the 2 sisters. Xia Tian, on the other hand, had won over both Su sisters at once. It was obviously impossible without strong and powerful resources, right? Although there are women in this society who regard money as dirt, they are only a very small minority. Most people still consider economic strength first. Young man, what do you do for a living? Me? I'm a freshman at Tsinghua University, Xia Tian replied fluently. Tsinghua University is indeed a top university. When Xia Tian mentioned this name, most people felt that besides being handsome, he was not without merit, being a student from a prestigious university. A freshman? Isn't he not old enough to get married yet? One of the gossipy aunts questioned. Oh, I repeated a year of high school twice, and I just turned 20 this year. Xia Tian didn't hide anything or feel embarrassed at all, and openly told everyone about her situation. Ha? You repeated a grade for 2 years? Auntie Ba was really surprised. Yes, I got into Tsinghua University after repeating the exam for 2 years, Xia Tian confirmed. Immediately, the aunts and uncles looked at Xia Tian with strange eyes. At this moment, Su Yuyu, who was eavesdropping outside the door, gritted her teeth. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. He was sent here to support the 2 sisters, not to sabotage them. So how did you manage to win over Qingqing and Yuyu? An older woman asked indignantly. With his looks and other qualities, he was far inferior to the men she had introduced to the Su sisters. Why did the Su sisters choose this good-for-nothing instead of the high-quality men she had introduced them to? Those men had promised her a large sum of money after the deal was done. The thought of this guy ruining her plans filled the older woman with resentment. Hey, well, it's a long story, let me tell you all about it. With nothing else to do, Xia Tian decided to tease these middle-aged women. You should just get to the point, the older woman interrupted Xia Tian's plan to explain, not having time to listen to his story. To make a long story short, the 2 Su sisters were attracted by my handsome and dashing appearance and took the initiative to throw themselves at me. Xia Tian boasted for a while, but Su Yuyu, who couldn't stand it anymore, rushed in and dragged him out. Hey, what are you doing? I was having a nice chat with that old lady, why did you drag me out like this? Xia Tian complained to Su Yuyu. You're so shameless. Besides, if they ask you about the situation, you should just tell them the truth. Why did you lie to them? Are you trying to embarrass us in front of our relatives by not telling us the truth? Su Yuyu said indignantly. How did I lie to them? I told the truth. I did repeat a grade for 2 years. Xia Tian cried out in protest. These days, nobody believes the truth. He had just told the absolute truth. You even spent money to buy our restaurant, why don't you say that? Besides, the Emperor Hotel is also yours, why don't you say that? Su Yuyu was so angry at Xia Tian, who was either pretending to be stupid or really stupid, that she gritted her teeth. They didn't ask about these things. Bringing them up would make me seem like I'm showing off, which wouldn't be good. Xia Tian genuinely thought so. Su Yuyu really wanted to bite Xia Tian's heart. This guy, do you really not understand or are you pretending not to? Why are you so low-key when you should be showing off? It's infuriating. Turning around, Su Yuyu decided to ignore this guy. He's so annoying. That's just how Yuyu is. She's a bit childish. She just wants you to show off your best qualities in front of relatives and friends so she can save face. Don't take it to heart. Su's mother appeared out of nowhere, watching her youngest daughter storm off, and shook her head with a smile as she explained to Xia Tian. She had already learned the details of Xia Tian's situation from her 2 daughters, and knew that Xia Tian was quite wealthy and had very substantial assets. Oh, Auntie, I was just playing around with Yuyu. Xia Tian was startled by Su's mother suddenly appearing beside her. Yuyu is a bit vain, but it's not her fault. It's all because she has heard too much ridicule and mockery from relatives and friends over the years, so after chatting with Xia Tian for a while, Xia Tian learned that Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu had not had an easy time over the years. Especially the relatives and friends of the Su family. After the Su family fell into poverty in recent years, and with an incompetent father, the 2 Su sisters have heard a lot of sarcastic remarks from others. Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu are not the kind of girls who crave vanity otherwise, with their looks, they wouldn't have waited until now to meet Xia Tian. During the heyday of Old Master Su, the Su family was undoubtedly one of the wealthiest families in the region, the envy of all their relatives and friends. The 2 Su sisters were treated like princesses, always receiving compliments. But nothing lasts forever, and the Su family was no exception. A spoiled brat emerged from the Su family. Su Shuyi had always disguised himself well, or rather, before he took over the family, his wicked nature had not been fully exposed. But after Old Master Su handed the Su family over to him, his gambling habit was completely revealed. Soon, the Su family declined under Su Shuyi's leadership, and his vast fortune was quickly and quietly gambled away. Old Master Su fell ill with anger and never recovered. At this moment, the 2 Su sisters also realized the hypocrisy and malice of people's hearts. Seeing that the Su family had no hope of recovery, with Old Master Su falling ill and never recovering, Su Shuyi was a joke, and the 2 Su sisters being only daughters, it would be difficult for the Su family to turn things around. Suddenly, the praise and flattery of the past turned into ridicule and mockery. There were many people watching the joke, but no one was willing to lend a helping hand. Amidst such skepticism and ridicule, the 2 Su sisters took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility of running Su's private kitchen restaurant, hoping to revitalize the Su family business. However, the sisters' actions did not gain the approval of their relatives and friends. Instead, the ridicule grew louder. They said all sorts of things, such as that girls should get married early, that the 2 sisters were so beautiful, and that they could get a large dowry so that the Su family could live a peaceful life, and so on. Grandpa Su and Mrs. Su naturally opposed these remarks, but they couldn't resist the fact that the Su family had Su Shuyi, a gambler. Hearing the descriptions from relatives and friends that he could obtain a large sum of money to turn his life around as long as his 2 daughters got married, he was immediately tempted. The mentality of a gambler can no longer be viewed through the lens of a normal person. Su Shuyi was only thinking about how to turn his life around and didn't consider the future of his 2 daughters at all. He immediately announced that the Su family would find husbands for his 2 daughters, the Su sisters. After getting Su Shuyi's permission, these relatives became even more proactive in introducing potential partners to the 2 Su sisters, mainly because the 2 Su sisters were indeed too outstanding. Those wealthy people will be dumbfounded when they see this. If they succeed in mediating, they, as the middlemen, will certainly get a share of the profits. In this society, this kind of thing is not unusual, it's just a matter of each person getting what they need. However, this matter was strongly opposed by Grandpa Su and the 2 Su sisters. They said that all the relatives and friends were looking after the Su family because they were in dire straits. They were kindly introducing potential partners to the sisters so that the Su family would at least be able to eat and drink without worry in the future. Why were they not grateful? At a time like this, What are you sisters pretending to be so high and mighty for? Women, you only have a few years of youth. If you don't seize the opportunity, you'll regret it in the future. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never have such a good deal again. Aren't all men the same? How many of them truly love you for a lifetime? A man marries you simply because he's attracted to you. Aren't they all fickle and prone to getting bored with the old and seeking the new? You look down on the men we introduce you to. Let's see what kind of man you end up with. So the Sioux sisters heard too many ridicules and disdainful remarks. And after hearing that the Sioux sisters had gotten married in the past 2 days, these aunts and uncles were really upset. A good deal had just fallen through. So they all wanted to see who the Sioux sisters had found. After chatting with Xia Tian for a while, I found out that the man the Sioux sisters had found was, apart from being handsome, really quite useless. He couldn't compare to the young talents from privileged families they had found at all. So you can imagine how vicious the words these people will say later, and who knows how they will mock the Sioux sisters. This is also the real reason why Su Yuyu wanted to show off in front of her relatives in the summer, so it's not that Su Yuyu is vain or materialistic. After Xia Tian understood the whole story, he slapped his forehead in surprise. He had only thought about keeping a low profile, but he hadn't expected there to be such a thing going on. After hearing Su's mother's explanation, I felt a little sorry for the two Su sisters. However, it wasn't too difficult for him to save face for them. He just needed to put on a show. However, I'm currently in Grandpa Su's morning hall, so it's a bit difficult to show off in this kind of environment. Xia Tian really couldn't think of any place where he could show off in this situation. It's because he hasn't gotten used to his identity yet. He's used to being a lowly beast of burden, and he can't think of any way to show off for the time being. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into Xia Tian's mind. He thought he could try to show off, but he didn't know if it would count as showing off. In summer, all I think about is performing rituals. Old Master Su was a legendary figure in his life. Now that he is dead, it's like a lamp going out. As the new son-in-law of the Su family, is it all right for me to invite monks and Taoist priests to perform a ritual? I don't know if this counts as showing off, or whether it can bring honor to the Su sisters. Whatever, there's no better way anyway. Xia Tian found the butler in charge of the funeral arrangements and brought up his ideas. Xia Tian then instructed the butler, "Don't worry about spending money. Go and invite the most powerful monks and Taoist priests in the capital to perform the funeral rites for old Master Su. Don't be afraid to spend money, just do it to the best standard. Those who handle funerals deal with this industry every day. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer people in society who hold funeral rites, but they are not non-existent. Mr. Xia, are you sure you've invited the very best?" The person in charge of the funeral arrangements knew that Xia Tian was wealthy. The owner of the Emperor Hotel was a man who didn't lack money, but he still wanted to confirm. "What, are you afraid I can't afford it? Just go ahead and invite them." Xia Tian complained. "It's just a religious ceremony. How much would it cost to invite the best?" "All right, please go ahead. You might not be able to find someone else with the connections. Just wait, I'll go and ask them right away. I guarantee you'll have a great time." After receiving Xia Tian's affirmative reply, the person in charge of the funeral arrangements immediately drove out to ask for help. After making arrangements in the summer, Xia went to chat with the two Su sisters. She needed to seize the time to cultivate and build a relationship with them. Although she had promised Shenwan that she would try her best not to get married or have intimate relationships with other women in the future, this promise did not include the women she had already married or had intimate relationships with. So even though the Su sisters, Yilan and Songjia, when Lan and Jiang Wei were just using Xia Tian as a shield, Xia Tian had no intention of letting them off the hook. Even if their fake marriage turned into a real one, Shenwan wouldn't be able to say anything, right? After all, they were legally married, and even the King of Heaven couldn't interfere, could he? Su Yuyu had obviously told her sister Su Qingqing about Xia Tian's performance earlier. The two sisters looked at Xia Tian with some resentment. Xia Tian was a little embarrassed. Was it wrong for her to just want to keep a low profile? Chapter 10 for the abbot of Baiyun Temple and the headmaster of Baiyun Monastery. While Xia Tian was talking to the Su sisters, the funeral director had already arrived at Baiyun Temple on horseback to pay a visit to the abbot. Baiyun Temple is a Taoist temple, while Baiyun Monastery is a Buddhist temple. Both are located on Baiyun Mountain in Beijing, with Baiyun Temple to the east and Baiyun Monastery to the west. Both are among the most famous and popular places of worship in the Beijing area, attracting many people daily to offer incense and prayers. Legend has it that these places are very efficacious. Therefore, this temple and monastery are very famous in the capital and even the surrounding areas. Not long after, the abbot of Baiyun Temple left with a group of disciples and the person in charge of the funeral, Lu Weihua. The abbot and his disciples waited at the foot of Baiyun Mountain. Then Lu Weihua drove quickly to Baiyun Temple. Not long after, the abbot of Baiyun Temple and his disciples arrived at the foot of Baiyun Mountain and met with the group from Baiyun Temple. Goodness, there were huge groups of people on both sides, and they looked at each other with dislike as soon as they met. The two families naturally knew each other, since they both opened their gates on the same mountain and were one Taoist and one Buddhist, so competition was inevitable. Weihua, I'm telling you, you're just making a fuss over nothing. It's just a simple Buddhist ritual, but you had to drag these bald monks into it, making it all look so incongruous. The abbot of Baiyun Temple was furious as he looked at the group of monks from Baiyun Temple. Weihua came to us because he was worried about your lack of skill, so he sent us to cover for you and prevent you from interfering with the important matters of the person in charge. The abbot of Baiyun Temple retorted without any politeness. You bald monk, who are you calling unskilled? With your mediocre skills from Baiyun Temple, do you even have the right to criticize us? The abbot of Baiyun Temple was furious and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the abbot of Baiyun Temple. Whoever dares to speak, I'll criticize them. We're just amateurs, but we're more than capable of beating you bunch of old fogies. The abbot of Baiyun Temple was quick to retort. Abbot, master, stop. We're not here to argue today, we're here for serious business. We're all here today for important matters. The family that's here isn't short of money and wants to make a grand show. Everything we're doing is for the benefit of them. Moreover, from what I understand, the person in question is young and currently has no religious beliefs. Who among you is capable enough to? Lu Weihua was very good at handling things, and it was unclear how he managed to make the two sides, who were originally irreconcilable and had a struggle for the Taoist lineage, temporarily coexist peacefully, or even become partners. There was no further argument between the two sides, and the temporary calm brought a sigh of relief to Lu Weihua. He had only been thinking about making a grand display for Xia Tian, without considering the irreconcilable relationship between Baiyun Temple and Baiyun Monastery. Soon, 3 cars and 4 buses drove together to the morning hall of Old Master Su. The car quickly arrived outside the morning hall. Such a grand procession naturally attracted some onlookers. Upon seeing the signs on the bus indicating that it was an official vehicle of Baiyun Temple and Baiyun Guan, everyone immediately understood who the visitors were. Oh my, why are people from Baiyun Temple and Baiyun Monastery all here? Inside is Old Man Su's morning hall. Could it be that the Su family specially invited them to perform a ritual for Old Man Su? Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Wouldn't one ceremony be enough? Why invite 2 sides at the same time? It's all so incongruous. I think they just have money to burn. Isn't Su's son a spendthrift? How come he has the money to hire these 2 masters to perform rituals? It's not easy to get these 2 masters to come. The incense money can't be too little. Hey, I heard that the 2 girls from the Su family found a rich family. I guess it's the master that the 2 girls from the Su family hired. The discussions fell silent when the abbot of Baiyun Temple and the head of Baiyun Monastery appeared together. Both of them had the appearance of reclusive masters, and many of the neighbors knew them. Led by Lu Weihua, the 2 headed towards the Su family's residence. After the group left, the discussion outside suddenly became even more heated. Holy crap, is that the abbot of Baiyun Temple? Someone asked incredulously. Yes, the other one is the abbot of Baiyun Temple. Someone confirmed. Hiss, inviting both the abbot of Baiyun Temple and the head of Baiyun Monastery at the same time, that's quite a feat. Nobody's a fool. Being able to invite figures of this caliber is definitely not something an ordinary person could accomplish. The Su family is about to rise again, someone exclaimed. I used to have some connections with Old Man Su, so I'll go burn some paper money for him later and leave some goodwill behind. Yes, we're all neighbors, it's only right, let's do it together? Let's go together. Many people echoed. Soon, the sounds from outside reached inside, and the Su family members in the morning hall quickly saw a group of monks and Taoist priests led in by 2 highly respected monks and Taoist priests. Su Shuyi was not present, so the 2 Su sisters and their mother were the heads of the Su family. They were momentarily stunned, not understanding what was going on. For a moment, the 3 women looked at each other, their eyes involuntarily turning to Lu Weihua, the person in charge of the funeral arrangements, their questioning intent very clear. Fortunately, Xia Tian was nearby. Upon seeing Xia Tian, Lu Weihua immediately stepped forward to introduce the two parties and explain the situation to the Su family. Mr. Xia, these two are the abbot of Baiyun Temple and the head of Baiyun Monastery, respectively. They are both very famous and highly respected figures in the capital region. With them handling the funeral rites for old Master Su, everything will be absolutely foolproof. Mr. Xia and Miss Su, you can rest assured. Lu Weihua's words made everyone suddenly realize that these two renowned reclusive masters were specially invited by Xia Tian to perform the funeral rites for the deceased old Master Su. Suddenly, everyone's gaze towards Xia Tian changed. Everyone understood that it was not easy to persuade these two experts to come down the mountain to perform rituals for others. At least, none of the people present knew they had that ability. After hearing Lu Weihua's explanation, Su Qingqing, Su Yuyu, and their mother understood that it was Xia Tian's doing. The two Su sisters looked at Xia Tian with gratitude and an indescribable feeling. Su's extended family members were also a little confused. Wasn't this son-in-law of the Su family, named Xia Tian, supposed to be an ordinary person? How come his actions now seem anything but ordinary? Chapter 105 Hotel Incident. Xia Tian greeted the two of them briefly. In his previous life, he was a staunch materialist and did not believe in these superstitious things. However, after he transmigrated to the subworld, he now has a sense of awe for these things. He had a complex mix of feelings about wanting to get to know these highly accomplished people, yet also being afraid to do so. However, he had never heard of the two people and did not know whether they were truly skilled hermits or just people seeking fame and fortune, so he simply greeted them. Under Lu Weihua's management, things proceeded smoothly. With the presence of both Baiyun Temple and Baiyun Guan, the ordinary morning hall suddenly became more sacred and solemn. As the chanting of sutras rang out in the morning hall, the atmosphere became even more solemn. Summer's actions made the two sisters, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu, feel a surge of tenderness and affection for the young man they had married. This guy was indeed very considerate and thoughtful. Meanwhile, the extended family members on the other side looked embarrassed and at a loss. Just moments ago, they had been gossiping behind the backs about the Su sisters being blind and unlucky, but in the blink of an eye, the person they considered worthless had invited the abbot of Baiyun Temple and the head of Baiyun Monastery to perform funeral rites for old Master Su. This made them feel ashamed of their previous behavior. Xia Tian had no time to care about what these people were thinking. He was currently answering a call from Song Jia, who said that a group of people from the Yi family had come to the hotel to cause trouble, trying to force Yilan to go home and accept their arrangements. At that moment, a group of people had already rushed into Yilan's office, trying to forcibly take Yilan away. Xia Tian frowned. Where are the hotel security guards? Are they all useless? How could they let the Yi family members barge into the hotel general manager's office? The Yi family is used to being arrogant and domineering. These people came up and immediately started shouting that they were Yilan's family. The security guards didn't dare to stop them too much, so they were careless and let them rush in, Song Jia explained. So what's the situation now? Xia Tian asked as she made a phone call, then greeted the Su sisters before heading outside. The security guards have stopped them, and there's a standoff, Song Jia said anxiously. Immediately notify the head of hotel security and tell them that if anyone from the Yi family harms or takes away General Manager Yilan, they can all pack their bags and get out of here. I'm coming right away. After Xia Tian finished speaking, he headed towards the hotel while trying to call Wenlan. It seemed that he had troubled Wenlan quite a bit lately. After thinking about it for a while, Xia Tian temporarily stopped thinking about calling Wenlan. She decided to wait until she went there to see the situation before deciding whether to call Wenlan or not. Inside the hotel on the other side, Yi Shangron, Lu Xueme, and Yi Lan's biological mother, Wang Jeli, arrived at the Emperor Hotel with a group of Yi family members and bodyguards. Since Wang Jeli had frequently visited the hotel to see Yi Lan before, the hotel security guards allowed them to go upstairs. In the end, Song Jia reacted quickly and had the security guard stop the group that was about to kidnap Yi Lan and leave. Yi Shangron was so angry he jumped up and down. His plan had almost succeeded. He was really determined. This rebellious daughter actually refused to listen to him, so he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. Yi Lan forced him into a corner. Now his Yi family is on the decline, and several projects have run into problems. The only chance to turn things around is this project with the Ma family, so the cooperation with the Ma family must not be lost. He forced Wang Jeli to lead the way, intending to personally capture Yi Lan, this unfilial daughter, and bring her home. Then, he might have to resort to some extreme measures to force Yilan and Manyanshan of the Ma family to have sex, so that Yilan would have no choice but to divorce her husband and become a member of the Ma family. Unfortunately, his plan was just a hair's breadth away from succeeding. But it was ruined by that sissy Song Jia. Faced with the hotel security's obstruction, his only option was to force his way in. However, if things escalated, his plan would be fraught with uncertainty, and if the police got involved, the situation would become even more complicated. Are you blind? Can't you see we're your boss Ya's family? She's so seriously ill, yet she refuses to go to the hospital for treatment. We're taking her to the hospital for treatment, and you're stopping us? Are you just going to watch her collapse? Get out of my way. Can you take responsibility if you delay her treatment? Yi Shangrong wanted to deceive these unsuspecting security guards and get her away without causing too much of a commotion. Fortunately, he had already ordered someone to knock Yilan unconscious in the office, just in case something went wrong when he took this rebellious daughter away. The security guards looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what to do. Don't listen to his nonsense. They are kidnappers. They've taken President Yi hostage. They're committing a crime. I've already spoken to the boss, and he's on his way. He ordered us to stop them at all costs. We'll discuss everything once he arrives. If we let even one person go, none of us will be able to work anymore. Song Jia's small body stubbornly blocked the Yi family members. Upon hearing Song Jia's words, the hotel security guards immediately became resolute. You're talking nonsense. We are her parents and family. How could we kidnap her? She's clearly very ill and unconscious. You're actually stopping us from rescuing her. You're a bunch of murderers. If anything happens to your boss, Mr. Yi, you'll all pay with your lives. Yi Xiangrong was extremely anxious. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him. The security guard was confused again. What was going on? Who should he listen to? Don't listen to his nonsense. President Yi has always been in good health and has never had any problems. How could he suddenly fall unconscious as soon as they entered his office? They must have done something wrong. You just need to stop them. It's your duty. We'll talk about everything when the boss arrives. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. Song Jia spoke again. The hotel security captain thought about it and realized that this made sense. Mr. Yi had always been in good health and had never fainted before. He immediately called for more people over the walkie-talkie. In no time, even the kitchen helpers from the hotel rushed over with sticks. You, the bastard of the Song family, how dare you oppose me? Men, arrest this bitch too. Yi Xiangrong was furious and disregarded everything else. Seeing that more and more people were gathering at the hotel, he gritted his teeth and realized that he had no choice but to take action. The Yi family bodyguard glanced at Yi Xiangrong. Was this old man stupid? In front of everyone, in broad daylight, he wanted him to arrest the other party? Did he really think this was his Yi family home? However, since they are the employers, and the others are just a bunch of henchmen who follow orders, they have no choice but to take action since you insist on arresting them regardless of the consequences. Two bodyguards immediately moved towards Song Jia, intending to arrest her. This is outrageous. How dare they arrest people right under our noses? The security captain was furious. This was utterly disrespectful to them. Chapter 106. The Yi family got their comeuppance. Hotel security guards and Yi family bodyguards got into a fight. On one side are well-trained but few bodyguards, and on the other side are security guards who are numerous but lack training. Both sides have their shortcomings and their own advantages. Those who can make a living as bodyguards are at least not weak in terms of combat ability, they all have some fighting skills. However, numbers don't always guarantee an advantage. Just like now, although the hotel has a lot of security guards, most of them were knocked down with a single blow and rendered incapable of fighting when faced with the Yi family's bodyguards who acted swiftly and decisively. So, after the two sides clashed, most of the hotel security guards were down. It looked like the Yi family's bodyguards were about to win with fewer troops and then capture the beautiful Song Jia. Just then, one of the hotel's rather peculiar security guards, a seemingly carefree young man, sighed softly and muttered under his breath, "Sigh, this is really troublesome." The security guard, named Xin Shou, had just returned to the capital city after a chance encounter with Yilan a few days ago. He was instantly captivated by her beauty and fell in love at first sight. To make matters worse, Yilan was a female CEO. If he could win her over, he would have secured the initial capital to expand his influence in China. This was an incredible stroke of luck. So he vowed to get his hands on this beautiful and charming female CEO. He easily found out Yilan's identity and basic information. After learning that she was unmarried, Qin Shou was secretly thrilled. This was a destiny bestowed upon him by heaven. Therefore, he lowered himself and applied for a small hotel security guard job, all in order to get closer to Yilan. With his own outstanding abilities, he would eventually win her heart. Who would have thought that on his first day at work, he would encounter the Yi family causing trouble and kidnapping Yilan? He had originally planned to wait until the Yi family left the hotel before rescuing Yilan. Such a perfect opportunity to be a hero and save a beauty was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If the beauty were to repay him with her body, it seemed that even the heavens were on his side. Qin Shou had already planned out the location and method of his attack in his mind. But things didn't go as planned. Unexpectedly, these Yi family bodyguards actually dared to attack the hotel's security guards, and their goal was to capture the beautiful Song Jia. He was also captivated by Song Jia upon their first meeting today, and upon learning from her that she was Yilan's trusted follower, he immediately considered her as his prize. Now these Yi family bodyguards are about to attack Song Jia right in front of him. How can Qin Shou tolerate this? Although taking action here goes against his plans and original intentions, he couldn't just stand by and watch these people do things to harm Song Jia. Therefore, Qin Shou had no choice but to take action. He moved with lightning speed and agility. The Yi family bodyguards were all arrogant and domineering when facing hotel security guards, but in Qin Shou's hands, they were as fragile as paper, falling down and getting injured at the slightest touch. Soon, all the people from the Yi family except for Yi Shangron, Lu Xueme, and Wang Jie lay down. Yilan was now in Qin Shou's hands, and everyone was stunned by this turn of events. They hadn't expected their hotel security team to have such a formidable member. The security captain couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, thank goodness. Holding Yilan in his arms, Qin Shou examined her and immediately understood what had happened. Yilan had been knocked unconscious by the other party covering her mouth and nose with a sleeping potion. This kind of sleeping potion had no other side effects besides making people unconscious. Just then, Xia Tian finally arrived, and he was stunned when he entered the hotel lobby. The hotel lobby was filled with people lying on the floor, including hotel security guards and burly men in black suits. Yilan was unconscious in the arms of one of the security guards. Xia Tian frowned, his anger rising. Seeing that Xia Tian had finally arrived, Song Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she recover from the shock Qin Shou had given her. She immediately rushed forward to take Yilan from Qin Shou's hands. Although Qin Shou did not want to hand Yilan over so easily, how could he be willing to give up his beloved goddess who was in his arms? I'm stronger, let me carry President Yi. Qin Shou dodged Song Jia's attempt to take Yilan's hands, indicating that he would carry Yilan himself. Song Jia frowned. How could this security guard be so tactless? Didn't he know the principle that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Even her gratitude for saving her and Yilan earlier had faded considerably. Thank you for saving President Yi in time. I'll ask the boss to give you a bonus. But let me take care of President Yi. After all, you're a man. How can you be so proper as to hold President Yi, who is a woman, in public like that? Song Jia frowned, glanced at Xia Tian, and said immediately. Since Song Jia had said that, no matter how unwilling Qin Shou was, he couldn't refuse under the watchful eyes of everyone. At this moment, after all this commotion, Yilan woke up. As soon as she woke up, she felt a man's hand on her waist. Without thinking, she slapped him across the face. Smack! Qin Shou received a solid slap on the face. Get your stinky hands off me! Yilan's voice rang out. Qin Shou wasn't angry at all. He didn't care at all about being slapped by his woman. With his strength, Yilan's slap was like a tickle to him. Moreover, he felt a strange emotion. Qin Shou didn't explain. He believed that someone would explain everything to him. Now he just needed to put on the image of a hermit who had saved her and wait for Yilan to throw herself into his arms. So, Qin Shou pretended to be hurt by the misunderstanding, putting on a sad, distressed, and humiliated expression, and turned to leave the lobby without saying a word. Thinking it might be inconvenient for Yilan to look for him later, Qin Shou went to the security room to check the hotel's surveillance footage to see what was happening in the lobby. Xia Tian walked forward with a gloomy expression. Are you all right? Yilan felt a warmth in her heart when she saw that even Xia Tian had rushed over. Although they were only husband and wife in name only, the fact that he was able to come to her side as soon as he learned that she was in trouble still warmed her heart. Song Jia had already helped Yi Lan up and was explaining the whole story to the two of them. Yi Lan and Xia Tian exchanged a glance. Xia Tian looked at Yi Shangrong and the other two, who were standing to the side with livid faces, and asked again, "What do you plan to do?" "Call the police. We will not let these scumbags from the Yi family get away with this," Yi Lan said mercilessly. Chapter 107. I suspect they are terrorists. You unfilial daughter, how dare you? You disobedient and unfilial thing, do you want to send your own parents to the police station? Yi Shangrong was anxious when he heard that Yi Lan wanted to call the police and handle the matter officially. He couldn't bear the shame of being sent to the police station by his own daughter. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock in the industry? They say you shouldn't wash your dirty linen in public, otherwise the Yi family will become a laughingstock. Pa! When you were kidnapping me and had someone forcibly drug me, why didn't you mention this relationship? Yi Lan looked at Yi Shangrong with extreme disgust and immediately told Xia Tian to call Wen Lan to report the incident to the police. She knew that Xia Tian and Wen Lan knew each other, and having acquaintances in the Public Security Bureau would make things easier. "Lanner, maybe we should just let it go. It won't look good if things get out of hand." Yi Shangrong gestured to Wang Jili to persuade her daughter. She knew that at this point, only Wang Jili, Yi Lan's biological mother, could stop her. After receiving Yi Shangrong's signal, Wang Jili had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak softly to her daughter. "Shut up. Our mother-daughter relationship ends today when you help this beast against me," Yi Lan suddenly said hatefully to Wang Jili. She never expected that her own mother would collude with that beast to harm her. She didn't believe that Wang Jili didn't know Yi Shangrong's purpose and the consequences of taking her back. Even knowing the consequences, she still took the initiative to lead the way for Yi Shangrong, which means that in this mother's heart, Yi Shangrong was always more important than her own daughter, and she was willing to sacrifice her own daughter for Yi Shangrong at any time. Even a fool could guess what fate awaited him if Yi Shangrong succeeded today. He'd already used a sedative on him. Would using an aphrodisiac be a problem? He could just wait to be ruined by Man Yenchen. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. When he heard Wang Jili shamelessly telling him to let it go and not to call the police and make a scene, he wondered how there could be such a mother in the world. Xia Tian had already called the police, and Wen Lan said she would bring people over immediately. Seeing that Yi Lan had almost been ambushed by the Yi family, Xia Tian began to ponder. He was rich now, not short of money. But when it came to safety, especially the safety of his woman, there was absolutely no guarantee. Originally, China was considered one of the safest places in the world, but that's only relatively speaking. It is indeed very safe for ordinary people, but he is no longer an ordinary person. Moreover, his women are all too beautiful and outstanding, so there's no guarantee that he won't encounter some people with ill intentions. Just like today, calling the police won't solve this kind of danger immediately. By the time the police arrive, the danger has already occurred. The safest way, like the Yi family, is to hire bodyguards. This way, they can protect themselves and their women in case of danger, and at least hold out until the police arrive. Anyway, he's not short of money now, and since he's going to hire one, the sooner the better. He'll consider hiring a bodyguard soon, but he needs to do some research online and find a reliable security company. Yi Lan's heartless words, severing ties with her mother, tore Wang Jili's heart apart. "No, Lanner, listen to Mom's explanation, it's not what you think. I didn't know. I never expected." "Explain?" "Fine, I'll give you a chance to explain. Yi Shangrong brought people to ask you to lead the way. Didn't you know he was going to harm me? He came with his men and bodyguards. Didn't you know he was going to harm me? And when he sent people to control and drug me, you didn't stop him. What else do you have to explain?" Yi Lan was utterly disappointed and heartbroken by her mother. "No, Lanner, you've misunderstood. Your dad is just angry that you're disobedient and wants to take you home to have a good talk with you. He was afraid you wouldn't want to go back, so he brought bodyguards. He only drugged you to avoid making a big fuss and to prevent it from having a bad impact." Wang Jili tried her best to explain. "Ha, should I call you stupid or adorably naive? No wonder you ended up as a nameless mistress with Yi Shangrong. You deserve it. Fine, from now on, we'll keep to ourselves. You can continue dreaming, just don't come back to torment me." Yi Lan was speechless with her mother. Indeed, there's always a reason why someone is pitiful. Humph, as expected, she's a heartless, ungrateful little bitch. She didn't even acknowledge her own father before, and now she can even disown her own mother. This is the first time I've ever seen such a despicable person. Lu Shueme viciously insulted Yilan. But before she could finish speaking, 3 slaps landed on her mouth in quick succession, silencing her even more vicious words. It was Xia Tian who made the move. He was just thinking about finding security personnel for his woman when he came to his senses and heard Lu Shueme cursing Yilan as a slut. Xia Tian, who was already full of anger, didn't hold back and went over to give her a few slaps. "Aya, you little beast, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. I'll make you die." Lu Shueme screamed wildly. When had she, who had always lived a life of luxury, ever suffered such humiliation? Let alone being slapped. Clap clap clap. 3 crisp slaps rang out again, stunning Lu Shueme, who was throwing a tantrum. This time, it was Yilan who slapped her. Hearing that this vicious woman dared to curse her young husband, Yilan no longer tolerated her. Hitting her was really satisfying. Enough! Yi Shangrong was so angry that he was furious. He never expected that this rebellious daughter would dare to attack her elder. Enough? Far from enough. Yilan had already stopped, but then she slapped Lu Shueme twice more across the face. She coldly addressed Yi Shangrong. "You." Yi Shangrong met Yilan's icy gaze, and for a moment his heart turned cold. He knew that this time there was no way to reconcile with this rebellious daughter. The Yi family, right? How much money would it cost to bankrupt the Yi family? Xia Tian asked Yilan. 500 million is enough. Yilan's eyes lit up. Was Xia Tian willing to help her manage the Yi family? This was her biggest dream for many years. "I still think it's worth how much money? I'll transfer it to you later," Xia Tian said nonchalantly. "Xia Tian, what happened? Are you all right?" Wen Lan rushed over. She happened to be running errands nearby and heard Xia Tian's call for help, so she rushed over immediately. "Officer, these people came to our hotel and forcibly drugged the hotel manager, attempting to kidnap and abduct him. Oh, and there was also the hotel manager's assistant. They injured so many of our hotel staff. I suspect these people are terrorists." Chapter 108. Wen Lan arrives. With Wen Lan's arrival, Xia Tian felt much more at ease. It's undeniable that the sense of security that comes from having a police officer as a wife is evident at this moment. No matter what, Wen Lan is still his wife, even if it's just a contractual marriage. Yi Shangrong felt uneasy when he saw the police from the Public Security Bureau arrive, but he was also relieved when he saw that it was just a policewoman named Wen Lan. He wondered to himself how he could intimidate this policewoman. Bullshit. The police are here and you still dare to slander me? Officer, you've come at the right time. I am Yi Shangrong, chairman of the Yi Group, and I am a very good friend of your director, sure. I want to file a complaint. This hotel is a black-hearted establishment. They attacked us innocently, knocked down my bodyguard, and beat my wife. Look at what they did to her. Yi Shangrong pulled over Lu Shueme's face, which had been slapped into a pig's head by Xia Tian and Yilan, trying to confuse the situation and get away with it. Xia Tian stood aside, not in a hurry to refute, just watching Yi Shangrong's performance. Is this old guy stupid? The person I called here, you slander me in front of him, do you think that's acceptable? Director, sure? I'm sorry, I'm just a lowly police officer, I don't know such a high-ranking leader. Now please cooperate with my work, stand still and don't move. The hotel manager will take me to check the surveillance footage, and then all of you will come with me to the Public Security Bureau. We'll talk there. Wen Lan glanced at Yi Shangrong, indicating that Xia Tian should take her to check the surveillance footage. Checking the footage was one thing, but another was that she wanted to talk to Xia Tian privately to understand the situation. In public, she couldn't appear too close to Xia Tian, otherwise it would give people something to gossip about. When Yi Shangrong heard Wen Lan immediately asked to access the hotel's surveillance footage, he felt a chill run down his spine. The footage would clearly show that his side had started the fight first. Officer, my wife is seriously injured. She's dizzy, nauseous, and wants to vomit. She needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. I'll take her there first. Yi Shangrong used his wife's facial injuries as an excuse to try and leave. It will be over soon. You wait here. Someone will take your wife to the hospital for a checkup afterward. Wen Lan did not let Yi Shangrong leave. What's wrong with you, police officer? Can't you see how badly I'm injured? And the murderers are those two, arrest them. Didn't you hear my husband is friends with your director, sure? Do you even want to keep your job, you little cop? Lu Xueme was used to bossing people around, and she also acted arrogantly towards Wenlan. However, given her swollen and red cheeks, she looked utterly ridiculous. No wonder you got beaten up, you really don't know how to talk. Whether I do it or not is not up to you. You just stay put and wait until I get the hotel surveillance footage. Wenlan didn't have a good impression of this arrogant woman either. You, a police officer, how dare you speak like that? I'm going to file a complaint against you. Lu Xueme continued to roar. That's your freedom, but don't obstruct my law enforcement now. Wenlan glanced at the other party indifferently and ignored him. As for a complaint? She didn't care at all. Then Wenlan and Xia Tian went to the hotel's monitoring room. Why are you always causing trouble? What happened today? When they got to a secluded spot, Wenlan asked Xia Tian about the truth. There were bodyguards and security guards lying on the ground. The security guards were okay, their injuries weren't too serious, but the bodyguards were all badly injured and probably wouldn't be able to move for a while. Wenlan was somewhat impressed by Xia Tian's ability to get into trouble since she met Xia Tian. He had come looking for her 3 times already. Xia Tian immediately recounted the true events that had just occurred in the hotel to Wenlan. He didn't hide anything from his wife either, explaining in detail the relationship between Yi Shangrong and Yi Lan, as well as how he had brought people to drug and control Yi Lan in an attempt to take her away. He emphasized that although the two were father and daughter, they were actually sworn enemies. Wenlan knew Yi Lan. She had met her before, and as Xia Tian's wife, she had also investigated some of Yi Lan's background. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel sympathy for Yi Lan. It's quite pitiful that she has such a cold-blooded and ruthless family and father. Since they were both Xia Tian's wives, out of respect for Xia Tian, she didn't intend to let Yi Shangrong, this heartless father, off easily this time. After they finished talking, the two went to the hotel's security monitoring room. Qin Shou was smoking in the monitoring room, thinking about how to handle Yi Lan when she came to apologize to him so that he could get the upper hand as soon as possible. He had already seen the policewoman when Lan come to the hotel on the surveillance footage. Seeing this heroic and super beautiful policewoman, Qin Shou felt extremely excited. These past few days have been incredibly lucky with romance. First there was Yi Lan, the stunningly beautiful female CEO, then the pure and pretty Song Jia, and now this dashing policewoman. Qin Shou was thrilled. It has to be in China. There are so many beautiful and charming women here. In his domineering and confident mind, any woman he sets his sights on is his woman. He is confident that with his own abilities, it's only a matter of time before he wins these women over. He is absolutely capable of conquering these women with his own abilities. When Xia Tian and Wenlan arrived at the monitoring room, Qin Shou was burning with desire, though he was hiding it. After seeing Wenlan up close, he was even more excited, thinking that he absolutely couldn't let this woman go. She was simply too perfect. Beautiful police officer, how can I help you? Qin Shou ignored Xia Tian and looked at Wenlan with burning eyes. At this moment, Wenlan was the only one in his eyes. Pull up the hotel's security footage. It was him who knocked down the Yi family's bodyguards. Xia Tian glanced at Qin Shou. He was deeply impressed by the guy's fighting skills. He arrived at the hotel just in time to see him take down the Yi family's bodyguards in an instant, which could be considered as indirectly saving Yi Lan and Song Jia. Qin Shou chose to ignore Xia Tian's words, because his mind was completely focused on Wenlan. Pull up the hotel's surveillance footage. Also, you're coming with me to the police station later. As a police officer, Wenlan keenly noticed that the security guard's gaze was somewhat suspicious. Okay, just a moment. Qin Shou only started moving after hearing Wenlan's words, but since it was his first day at work, he wasn't very familiar with the hotel's monitoring system. After a flurry of activity, he still couldn't figure it out. Wenlan glanced at Xia Tian, as if to say, is he really a security guard at your hotel? Xia Tian frowned as well. Something was off about this guy. He didn't even know how to operate the surveillance system. Was he really a security guard? Chapter 109. Something's not right with this script. In the end, Xia Tian called another security guard over to retrieve the hotel's previous surveillance footage and make a copy. Just then, colleagues from the Public Security Bureau arrived at the hotel to provide support. Next, all the injured bodyguards and security guards, along with Lu Xueme who was complaining of a headache, were sent to the hospital for examinations and medical tests. The remaining members of the Yi family, Yi Shangrong, Wang Jeli, and several other Yi family members along with Yi Lan, Song Jia, and the hotel owner Xia Tian, as well as Qin Shou, who injured the Yi family bodyguard, were all taken to the Public Security Bureau for investigation. Yi Shangrong looked utterly devastated as he entered the Public Security Bureau. The truth of the matter would soon be revealed. Wang Jeli looked dejected. She still couldn't understand why her daughter suddenly wanted to sever their mother-daughter relationship. She was only trying to do what was best for her. Ma Nianchen, who married into the Ma family, would at least be a wealthy socialite, with the same status as Lu Xueme, or even higher. Wasn't that a good thing? Yi Lan's face was indifferent, as if she hadn't been the one who had just experienced that terrifying moment. As the saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than a broken heart. She had long been deeply aware of the cold-heartedness of the Yi family and her so-called father, Yi Shangrong. Although she never expected that the other party would be so audacious and depraved, Yi Lan was now determined to bury this filthy Yi family with her own hands, no matter the cost. Therefore, she was willing to become Xia Tian's real woman and, with Xia Tian's abundant funds, bring down the Yi family. Afterwards, she would wholeheartedly fulfill her role as Xia Tian's wife. On the contrary, Song Jia was still in shock. She was young and had never experienced anything like this before. She was terrified by the Yi family's ruthlessness. If the Yi family had succeeded in their scheme against Sister Lan, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and what would she do then? She had always been Yi Lan's follower, always doing whatever Yi Lan asked. If she were left all alone in the future, she didn't know what she would do. So, while still shaken, Song Jia was also incredibly relieved that the worst hadn't happened. The two walked with Xia Tian, and the three of them got into Xia Tian's Bentley Mulsanne. Fortunately, Xia Tian had already changed cars before. His Lamborghini is quite stylish to drive, but its biggest drawback is that it can only seat one more person. Summer is a special time, with couples like Shenwan and Su Ro, Guya and Lu Xian, Yilan and Song Jia, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu, Wen Lan and Zhang Wei, and Zhen Qin and Zhou Nianyo all in pairs. Only Wang Nan is alone, so his Lamborghini supercar can't fit everyone. Qin Shou had been following behind the three of them, secretly admiring Yilan and Song Jia's stunning figures. The four of them went to the police station to give statements. When they saw Yilan and Song Jia get into Xia Tian's Bentley Mulsanne, Qin Shou thought about following them without a second thought. But just as he opened the other door and was about to get in, Wen Lan suddenly appeared and got into the car. "Alright, go get in that police car over there." Xia Tian thought Qin Shou, this little security guard, was quite perceptive, even knowing to open the car door for his wife he had potential. Qin Shou was completely dumbfounded. He had been basking in the glow of his new boss, Xia Tian, driving him around, with the stunning beauties Yilan and Song Jia riding alongside him. He was indulging in his fantasies when, well, what happened? His dream was shattered in an instant. There are three stunning goddesses in this car now, how could Qin Shou give it up so easily? "Boss, the police cars over there are already full. Besides, it's only a few minutes' drive. I can squeeze in," Qin Shou said, trying to get into the car. How could he possibly pass up such an opportunity to get close to beautiful women? Just thinking about sitting with them so intimately made him tremble with excitement. "Xiao Wang, pull him along too." Unfortunately, Qin Shou's dream was dashed once again. When Lan shouted, and a police car stopped, opened the door, and beckoned Qin Shou to get in. Filled with resentment, Qin Shou had no choice but to get into the police car next to him. This script was different from what he had imagined. Something was not right. "How long has this security guard been working at your hotel?" When Lan glanced at Qin Shou. Although he tried to hide it carefully, the lustful look in his eyes did not escape Wen Lan's notice. Ordinary men would inevitably have impure and filthy thoughts when they see beauties like Yilan and Song Jia. It's in a man's nature. Wen Lan wouldn't normally care about these things. Can you control what others think? However, when the others weren't paying attention, the aggressive desire in this guy's eyes was particularly strong. In addition, they knew that this guy's strength was not to be underestimated. He was able to defeat the Yi family's group of bodyguards in an instant, so his strength must be very powerful. The fact that such a person harbored spying thoughts about the three of them made Wen Lan wary. "I didn't pay much attention before. He must be a new employee who just joined the hotel recently." Yi Lan really hadn't noticed. Besides, he was just a lowly security guard. As the hotel's general manager, she couldn't possibly care about such a trivial matter. His name is Qin Shou, and he's a security guard who just started working at the hotel today. As the hotel's intelligence expert, Song Jia knew everything about the hotel and immediately gave Qin Shou's information. This person is dangerous, and he seems to have ulterior motives. You two should be careful with him, and it's best not to be alone with him. As Xia Tian's wife, Wenlan kindly reminded her. Yilan and Song Jia exchanged glances, wondering why Wenlan would say such a thing. However, Yilan quickly realized that Wenlan meant well. She had just heard Song Jia recount how she was saved, so she knew that Qin Shou was very powerful. Because of her upbringing and the treacherous nature of the Yi family, Yilan was well aware of the ugliness of human nature, so she immediately took Wenlan's reminder to heart. Yes, we've got it. We'll be extra careful. Yilan didn't ask why, but simply said that she had remembered it. This surprised Wenlan. She thought the other party would definitely ask her why, and then dismiss it as insignificant. However, Yilan's reaction was far beyond her expectations. Although he hides it well, I noticed that the way he looks at you too, and even at me, is filled with an undisguised, insane desire. When someone has great power, it's easy for them to harbor evil intentions. It's best to be careful. Instead of asking, Wenlan took the initiative to explain the reason to them. Chapter 110. Yilan takes the initiative. Xia Tian frowned at Wenlan's words. He hadn't noticed these things about the boy named Qin Shou because he had hidden them so well. Now that he heard Wenlan mention them, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. That beastly guy actually harbors malicious intentions? Then you and Song Jia need to be careful, Sister Yilan. Never mind, until I find some security personnel, you two should stay home and rest. I don't want you to be in danger any longer. Xia Tian pondered for a moment, then continued, by the way, Sister Wenlan, do you know any security personnel, preferably skilled ones? Find security? That's feasible. I have a senior sister who owns a security company. She's quite capable. I'll contact her for you later. Xia Tian's idea was reasonable and could largely avoid some unnecessary risks. After all, no one knew whether that guy named Qin Shou would take the risk. The police were only alerting the potential danger. As the saying goes, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The group chatted casually as they arrived at the Public Security Bureau. The victims in this incident were the hotel, Yilan, and Song Jia. The hotel's surveillance footage clearly showed the entire incident, so no matter how much Yi Shangrong had connections, he couldn't suppress the matter. To be on the safe side, the hotel's legal department also took action, sealing off the evidence, fearing that someone in the Public Security Bureau might exert pressure or even destroy the evidence. Such a thing is not impossible. As the saying goes, money can make the devil turn the millstone. The Yi family is not an unknown family, and it is only natural that they have dealings with certain officials. Fortunately, the so-called directorship did not appear, and there were no hints or obstacles encountered throughout the process. Xia Tian, Yilan, and Song Jia quickly left the police station. As for Qin Shou, he could not leave the police station for the time being because he was suspected of using excessive force against the Yi family's bodyguards, causing serious injuries to several people. It's not about holding him accountable, it's just self-defense and his job, which is the duty of hotel security guards. Leaving him behind was just an excuse. It was because Wenlan was worried about whether Qin Shou was a dangerous element. His methods of dealing with the Yi family bodyguards were extremely cruel, which was not like the behavior of an ordinary person. Therefore, Wenlan asked Zhang Wei to investigate Qin Shou's information and past experiences online. What I found out was shocking. This guy was actually the leader of a foreign mercenary group. For some unknown reason, he had returned to China and was working as a regular security guard at a hotel. This was definitely suspicious and abnormal. No wonder he was so skilled and ruthless. This kind of dangerous individual is a key target of the Public Security Bureau. Although he has no criminal record in China, he is far too dangerous. We must find out his true purpose in coming to China, otherwise he could cause a major mess. Qin Shou was extremely frustrated. He believed that although he had been a bit too heavy-handed today, he was in the right and should be considered a hero who acted bravely for justice. It's completely unreasonable to say that he should continue to be investigated and detained because he used excessive force and caused serious injuries to many people. Although frustrated, Qin Shou wasn't worried about his safety at all. With his abilities, he could easily break into the police station, but he wouldn't dare act so recklessly in the country, because that would mean being wanted nationwide and having nowhere to stand in the country. Besides, everything I did today was for the hotel, or more precisely, to save Yilan and Song Jia. Now that I'm being held captive, I'm practically their savior, right? As the hotel's general manager, Yilan will definitely use her connections to get me out as soon as possible. Even Xiatian, the hotel owner who makes me unhappy, should try to find a way to free me as quickly as possible so as not to disappoint everyone at the hotel. So Qin Shou wasn't in a hurry or panic at all. He waited peacefully in the police station for Yilan and Song Jia to come and rescue him. He was even fantasizing about how he should get closer to Yilan after she came to rescue him. Oh right. I don't have a stable place to stay in the capital yet. I've been staying in hotels every day lately. How about I suggest staying at Yilan's house for a while? This is good, but how should we get Yilan to fall into our trap? Qin Shou pondered these questions while patiently waiting. When Lan had already told Xiatian, Yilan, and Song Jia Qin Shou's true identity as the leader of a foreign mercenary group. Faced with such an extremely dangerous and ruthless person, even without Wen Lan's reminder, the three of them knew they had to stay away from him. So the three of them never even considered rescuing Qin Shou from the police station. Xiatian personally escorted Yilan and Song Jia home. The two were still shaken from the ordeal and it was clearly inappropriate for them to go to work at the hotel. Besides, Xiatian himself was the hotel owner. It was just a rundown hotel, and even if it closed down, it wouldn't affect him at all. Therefore, Xiatian strongly opposed Yilan's suggestion to return to the hotel to stabilize the situation. Faced with her boss Xiatian's order to take a mandatory break, Yilan clearly had no choice but to obey. Forget it, the hotel is his, he doesn't care, so why should I worry? Besides, I have important plans to implement. Since she had already made up her mind to destroy the Yi family, and Xiatian had promised to help her and provide her with financial support, Yilan was a person of principle. She believed that one should not accept rewards without merit, and she had already decided in her heart to become Xiatian's true wife. Today, she was emotionally stirred by the Yi family's ruthlessness and made the decision to become Xiatian's true wife. At the door, Yilan invited Xiatian to accompany the two girls home, citing their fear. Xiatian thought it made sense who knew what crazy things those heartless guys in the Yi family might do? It was normal for the two girls to be scared. It was better to be cautious until she found suitable security personnel. When Lan had already contacted her senior sister, whose family owns a security company, for Xiatian. However, unfortunately, her senior sister was busy and not in the capital. She would not be able to return until the next day or two, so the security personnel could not be in place yet. Although the three of them are already married, this is the first time Xiatian has come to Yilan and her husband's place. Xiatian looked at the ordinary residential building in front of her, which was the place the two of them rented. The house was not big, with only 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. For Yilan, the general manager of the hotel, it was still a bit simple. Xiaojia, could you boil some water and make some tea for our husband? Yilan said to Song Jia. As Song Jia turned to boil water for tea, Yilan wrapped her arms around Xiatian's neck and gave her a sweet kiss. Chapter 111 Generous Rewards. When Song Jia finished brewing the tea and walked out of the kitchen with the teacup, Xiatian and Yilan were no longer in the living room. Song Jia was stunned. Where did they go? Soon after, Song Jia blushed, because she heard some sounds coming from Sister Lan's room. Although she was inexperienced, as an adult, she instantly understood what these sounds meant. Holy crap, this is incredible. I was just making tea, how did this happen? What did I miss? Completely bewildered and embarrassed, Song Jia covered her ears with her hands and quickly hid in her room. This was just too embarrassing. The next day, Xiatian opened her eyes to find it was already past 8 o'clock. Damn it, she'd overslept. Her daily challenge, which she'd been diligently pursuing for days, was ruined. Indeed, wine and women can lead one astray. What's worse is that I seem to be late again. I just promised my wife Xinwan yesterday that I would never be late again, but I was late again the very next day. I spent 500 million yuan to appease my wife yesterday, and now she's late again the next day. What should I do? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have finally become a real couple with Yilan and Song Jia. You are now rewarded with 100% of the shares of Fengdun Securities domestic and international companies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully consummating your marriage with Yilan last night. Reward, a large, single-level apartment. A luxury car was parked in the villa's underground parking space. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully becoming husband and wife with Song Jia last night. The reward is a house with an underground parking space. A luxury car was parked in the underground parking space. Xia Tian had just gotten up from between the two figures when a barrage of system notifications interrupted his worries about being late for school. He grinned and chuckled, realizing he had almost forgotten about it. Every time a wife becomes a real couple after they get married, the system gives him a super generous reward. This time, Xia Tian is very satisfied with the reward. It's exactly the kind of security company he urgently needs. Although hiring bodyguards is the same, compared to having his own security company, it's definitely more convenient and reassuring. And since it's his own security company, of course he'd send the best security personnel to protect himself and his wives. Oh, and he also needs to send people to secretly protect his parents back home. His status is quite different now, and he's offended quite a few people recently, like the Yi family yesterday, and that Wang Biao guy he offended with the Su sisters before. These people might not dare to bother him because of Wenlan, but who knows, some reckless brat might cause trouble for his parents. So, just in case, it's best to secretly send people to protect them. Thinking this way, I temporarily put the matter of being late out of my mind. Now that I'm already late, there's no use in rushing. I should just get the security arrangements sorted out first. This is the first time that a security company has contacted us immediately after receiving a system reward this summer. Unfortunately, his rare initiative was met with skepticism. The person he called in the summer was Lin Bagua, the current head of Fengdun Security Company, a retired Special Forces soldier in his 60s. He was the one who founded and developed Fengdun Security Company into a behemoth of a security company. Under his leadership, Fengdun Company is not only a unicorn company in China, but also a behemoth in the world, with branches and offices in many countries, its reach extending all over the globe. Xia Tian proactively called Lin Bagua, intending to identify himself and request that the other party send their top security personnel. Unfortunately, the call to Lin Bagua was not answered the first time. After Xia Tian dialed again, the call finally went through, but instead of the expected middle-aged or elderly male voice, a soft and pleasant female voice answered, "Hello? Who is this?" Xia Tian was taken aback. A woman's voice? He glanced at the information the system had given him again. Lin Bagua was indeed an elderly man over 60, and the phone number was correct. So why was a pleasant woman's voice answering the phone? Could it be that this Lin Bagua, despite his advanced age, was keeping a mistress? This old guy was quite the character, even letting the other person answer his phone. Their relationship seemed rather intimate. Summer's mind raced with wild thoughts, secretly slandering Lin Bagua, whom she had never met. "Hello, are you listening? If not, I'm hanging up." The woman's voice sounded impatient as she was about to hang up. "Wait a minute, is this Mr. Lin Bagua's number?" Hearing that the other party was about to hang up, Xia Tian didn't have time to bother them anymore and quickly spoke up to make sure that he hadn't dialed the wrong number. "Yes, who are you?" The woman's attitude softened considerably when she heard that the other person was looking for her grandfather, and she asked, "Would it be convenient to let Mr. Lin take the call? I have something to discuss with him." Hearing that she hadn't dialed the wrong number, Xia Tian felt much relieved and immediately asked Lin Bagua to answer the phone. "Who are you? You can just tell me what you want." The woman frowned. How could this person be so rude? She had asked him several times, but he still wouldn't reveal his identity. "My situation is rather special. I need to speak with President Lin Bagua personally." "You should let him answer the phone." Xia Tian frowned. This woman had no sense of propriety at all. Why should she, a kept woman, discuss such a serious matter with someone like her? What good would it do? "This matter is very important, of paramount importance," Xia Tian added, fearing the other woman might misunderstand the gravity of the situation. "Mr. Lin is not available to answer the phone right now. I'm handling all the company's affairs. You can tell me what's on your mind." The woman still didn't let Lin Bagua answer the phone, but continued to ask Xia Tian what he wanted to say. Xia Tian frowned even deeper. This woman was being rather ungrateful. She had already made herself so clear, saying that the matter was of great importance and that she should talk to Lin Bagua in person. How could she still be so reckless as to insist on representing Lin Bagua? "I'm the new boss of Fengdun Security Company. I'm calling to communicate with Lin Bagua, the current person in charge of the company. Can you please have Lin Bagua come over to answer the phone?" Xia Tian stopped beating around the bush. Since this woman didn't know what was important, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. At the same time, he also developed a strong dislike for Lin Bagua. These scammers are too brazen these days, daring to try and fool us at Fengdun Security. They're asking for trouble. The woman's voice suddenly became furious, and she rebuked him rudely before slamming down the phone. Chapter 112. Is that person not a liar? Xia Tian stared blankly at the phone that had been hung up on her. Is there any justice in this world? As the sole owner of Fengdun Security, both domestically and internationally, I'm being treated like a fraud when I try to contact my own company? Frustrated. Utterly frustrated. Frustrated, Xia Tian slapped it hard across the face. Smack. Ah, honey, what are you doing? Song Jia was already exhausted from last night's ordeal. At first, Xia Tian's commotion when she got up hadn't woken her up yet, as she was too tired. Now, because Xia Tian was emotionally unstable, she slapped her round buttocks and cried out in pain. Dry. Summer gave a very brief reply, as he had nowhere to vent his anger. Ah. No, please, husband, I really can't take it anymore, go find Sister Lan. Song Jia resisted with all her might, even willing to betray the good Sister Lan whom she had always respected, but unfortunately, the strength of her small body to resist was almost negligible. Just as Xia Tian was thinking of taking things further, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Frowning, who would be so inconsiderate as to call me at this hour? How annoying. A thought flashed through my mind, could it be that Lin Bogwei is calling me back now? Thinking this, Xia Tian stopped what he was doing and decided to let Song Jia off the hook for the time being. He picked up his phone and saw that it wasn't what he expected, but a call from Wang Nan. Hey! Class monitor, class is about to start, why aren't you here yet? Don't be late again. Wang Nan heard about Xia Tian being punished for being late again when she returned to school. Of course, she now knew about the marital relationship between Xia Tian and Shenwan, and guessed that this was Shenwan's way of disciplining Xia Tian. While she couldn't help but laugh, she also felt a little sour inside. Fortunately, there were no classes during the first period this morning. With only 15 minutes left before the second period, which was Shenwan's class, Wang Nan felt uneasy facing her. To be competing with her homeroom teacher for a man she was certainly audacious. She had even treated her husband, Xia Tian, without mercy. What about her? The more she thought about it, the more frightened and terrified she became. The thought of spending 4 years under Shenwan's control filled Wang Nan with anxiety. But surely Teacher Shen wouldn't lay a hand on her? She should vent her anger on Xia Tian, the culprit. Right, she needed to get Xia Tian over quickly to draw the fire away. So Wang Nan called Xia Tian, worried that Xia Tian wouldn't come to class today, and she didn't want to be the target. Xia Tian originally wanted to vent her anger on Song Jia and Yilan, but when she suddenly heard that there was no class in the first period of the morning, she realized that she wouldn't be late today. Xia Tian, who was thinking of just letting things slide, didn't have time to think anymore. She washed up in 2 minutes and rushed out, heading to school. I can't afford to provoke Shenwan into a rage again. This morning I'll let Song Jia off the hook for now. Where are they? Xia Tian looked around but didn't see Song Jia and Yilan in the room. Then she looked up and saw that the 2 bedroom doors were tightly closed. Obviously, the two had taken the opportunity to go back to their own rooms and lock the doors. Putting aside the issue of going to school in the summer, let's talk about the situation at Fengdun Security Company. Lin Bagua, the founder of Fengdun Security, was rushed to the hospital due to a recurrence of an old injury. Lin Bagua, a 68-year-old male, is a retired Special Forces soldier who actually saw combat. After being discharged due to injury, he founded Fengdun Security. Through his daring and enterprising spirit, he led the company to become a behemoth. Now that he's older, the injuries he sustained years ago have recurred, and he was rushed to the hospital. Lin Bagua is definitely a legendary figure who built such a huge family business in wealth. Unfortunately, just as the moon has its phases, so too does life have its ups and downs, and every family has its own troubles. Although Lin Bagua was successful in his career, he encountered the greatest pain in his life, the pain of losing his son, a parent outliving their child. Lin Bagua's eldest son with his ex-wife, Lin Xishuan, was killed on the spot during his last mission due to incorrect intelligence. He not only failed to protect his employer, but he was also killed along with his employer. Lin Bagua believed that the military was the best place to train people, and that his children should be trained in the military after they came of age. Lin Xishuan lived up to expectations and became a Special Forces soldier. After retiring, he joined his family's security company, and Lin Bagua groomed him as his successor. Lin Xishuan is also a stubborn person. He knows that his family's company is now huge and he has no seniority in the company. He wants to obtain the right to inherit the company as soon as he arrives, which obviously cannot convince the public. So he volunteered to start from the bottom, even as an ordinary security guard. This went on for over a decade. During that time, Lin Xishuan earned the recognition of many shareholders, veterans, and management members in the company through his strong and solid abilities. Just when Lin Baoguo was feeling gratified, thinking that he could finally put down his burden and hand over the company to his eldest son, Lin Xishuan, to run. But disaster struck. Just as Lin Xishuan was about to complete his last mission and return to the group headquarters to take up the position of company president, no one expected that this last mission would become his journey to his death. Because of incorrect intelligence, the employer being protected did not tell the truth and concealed the number of hostile forces, causing the unprepared Lin Xishuan and his employer to be brutally killed on the spot by the hostile forces. Losing his son in his old age, especially the one he had raised for many years, almost broke Lin Baoguo. The woman who spoke to Xia Tian on the phone earlier was not a mistress kept by Lin Baoguo, but Lin Baoguo's daughter-in-law, Huang Yue, who was also Lin Xishuan's widow. After Lin Xishuan's death, Lin Baoguo grew older and was also injured. Managing such a large company was becoming increasingly difficult for him, and he urgently needed to cultivate a successor. His current wife and their second son, Lin Xidong, are very enthusiastic and proactive about this. Now that the eldest son, that troublesome fellow, has passed away, if the old man doesn't want the Fengdun Security Company, which he founded with his life's blood and sweat, to fall into the hands of outsiders, he can only choose his second son, Lin Xidong, his only son. I'd rather sell the company than let you inherit it. Lin Baoguo flatly rejected his wife and second son's request to take over Fengdun Security, completely extinguishing their hopes. Although Lin Baoguo used almost every means to investigate after his eldest son Lin Xishuan's death, to see if the mother and son were involved in the death. After sending people to investigate, no direct evidence was found to prove that the matter was related to the two of them. However, Lin Baoguo had a vague feeling that his eldest son's matter was inextricably linked to this mother and son. Lin Baoguo's wife was his secretary back then. She used some less than honorable means to become Lin Baoguo's woman, and Lin Baoguo couldn't bring himself to cut ties with her, so he had no choice but to accept her. However, Lin Baoguo had already made a prenuptial agreement, so it can be said that Fengdun Security had absolutely no connection with this woman, rendering her schemes futile. But how could this woman be content with that? It didn't matter if she couldn't have it herself, she could let her future son fight for this coveted fortune. Lin Baoguo had no intention of having children with her. This woman once again used some less than honorable means and successfully became pregnant with Lin Baoguo's child. Originally, Lin Baoguo insisted that the woman abort the child, but she refused desperately and repeatedly assured him that she and the child would not fight for anything in the future, she just wanted a child of her own. Lin Baoguo softened a little after hearing what she said, but he still coldly reminded and warned her that even if she gave birth to the child, he would not let her inherit or take over the company in the future. At most, he can only ensure that the mother and child would have a worry-free life in the future. Despite Lin Baoguo's warning, the woman still gave birth to the child regardless, and her wish came true, it was a son. Lin Baoguo had made a will long ago, designating his eldest son, Lin Xishuan, whom he had with his ex-wife, as his only legal heir. The woman seemed indifferent, but secretly she was holding her son and almost gritted her teeth to pieces. How could she possibly be content with that? Who could truly ignore such a coveted and alluring fortune? But now things have turned out well. Did the old man not expect this? Man proposes, God disposes. His only successor, whom he valued and designated, has passed away. Now, the old man must have no choice but to hand over this enormous fortune to his son. But soon, Lin Baoguo's answer almost drove the mother and son mad. He would rather sell the company than let Lin Xidong inherit it. Lin Baoguo's decision nearly drove Lin Xidong and his mother to their deaths with rage. They were so angry they wanted to tear that old bastard to pieces. Lin Baoguo was hospitalized due to a relapse of his old injuries caused by the grief of losing his son. Before he was hospitalized, all the operations of the company were temporarily handed over to Lin Xishuan's wife, Huang Yue, who was also his eldest daughter-in-law. Lin Xishuan passed away at the age of 45, while Huang Yue was exactly 40 years old. Note, the military's mandatory matching mechanism requires men to be 25 years old. The couple had two daughters, Lin Mengyan, who was 19 years old, and Lin Mengwen, who was 18 years old. They had no children. This was the main reason why Lin Xidong and his mother started vying for the family fortune. Unfortunately, Lin Baoguo's choice drove Lin Xidong and his mother crazy. The old man was determined to hand over the business to Huang Yue, an outsider, rather than let them manage it. This shows Lin Baoguo's determination. It seems that just killing Lin Xishuan isn't enough. The most direct way is to kill that old bastard Lin Baogua and then inherit Fengdun Security Company as his son and wife. Although the old bastard made a will, the beneficiary Lin Xishuan is already dead, so the will is just a piece of waste paper. Lin Xidong and his mother began plotting how to kill that old bastard Lin Baogua. Lin Xishuan's death was orchestrated by this mother and son. They had meticulously planned and laid out their scheme for many years, and finally got what they wanted. Unfortunately, although they got rid of Lin Xishuan, that eyesore, the old geezer still didn't give them any hope or opportunity. He'd rather hand the company over to that bitch Huang Yue than let his son, Lin Xidong, take over. Since he's so heartless, then don't blame them for being ruthless too. Lin Baogua remained unconscious, and Lin Xidong and his mother had been searching for an opportunity to end his life at the hospital. Unfortunately, due to Lin Xishuan's death, Fengdun Security Company had raised its security measures for Lin Baogua to the highest level, and the mother and son did not have a good chance to make a move. After emergency treatment by the doctor, Lin Baogua finally woke up. Huang Yue rushed to the hospital immediately. Lin Xidong and his mother looked at the woman who had taken away everything that should have belonged to them with hatred in their eyes. Huang Yue is very young and beautiful, full of charming charm. At 40 years old, she looks like she is in her 20s. She is aging in reverse. However, the mature temperament she exudes is something that women in their 20s cannot have, which makes her even more charming. Looking at the woman, Lin Xidong felt a vicious urge to ravage her. He vowed that once the old bastard died, he would one day thoroughly torment this woman. And then, Lin Baogua was pleased to see Huang Yue arrive. He was very satisfied with his eldest daughter-in-law, who was the daughter of his old comrade in arms. The two families had arranged a marriage between them since they were children, and he had watched her grow up. Yue, is there anything wrong at the company? Lin Baogua's appointment of his daughter-in-law Huang Yue to be in charge of all company affairs before he was hospitalized caused quite a stir. He wondered if anyone in the company had been causing trouble or creating problems in the past few days. Dad, just focus on getting better. I'll take care of things at the company, everything's fine. It was unclear whether Huang Yue was just trying to comfort him or if she was genuinely alright. Anyway, Lin Baogua had figured it out. Even if he was worried, it was no use now. He was willing but powerless. Besides, he wouldn't have to worry about the company anymore. After Lin Xishuan's death, Lin Baogua made an important decision. Huang Yue was still young, and he couldn't be so selfish as to tie her future life to the company. His two granddaughters were also young, and it would take many years to train them to take over the company. The company was currently in a state of transition. As for handing the company over to Lin Xidong and his mother, Lin Baogua never considered that. Both mother and son are wicked people, and giving it to them would only harm themselves and others. Yue, I've already sold the company, sold it to someone else. Lin Baogua's words were like a bomb thrown into a calm lake. What? Sold? When did this happen? How come we didn't know? You're not lying to us, are you? Lin Xidong was the first to jump out and question them. Lin Baogua glanced at his second son indifferently and said coldly, Do I need to ask your permission to do anything? Dad, what exactly happened? Huang Yue was also shocked. How could her father-in-law sell his life's work without saying a word? To whom did he sell it? Who could possibly take over such a massive company? Then she suddenly remembered the phone call she received early this morning. Could it be that the person wasn't a scammer? Chapter 113. The phone call came back. Xia Tian hurriedly stepped into the classroom just as the school bell was about to ring. His car couldn't be driven into the school, so he had run all the way from the school gate. Everyone looked at Xia Tian, who looked a little disheveled, and knowing the reason for his urgency, they couldn't help but burst into good-natured laughter. Xinhuan, standing on the podium, watched Xia Tian rush into the classroom as the bell rang, and couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Would it kill you to leave 2 minutes earlier? Do you really have to be late? And the key is that today is the first period when there are no classes, and you're still in such a hurry. What are you doing all day long in some woman's bed? This made Xinhuan feel frustrated and angry. Ever since she and Su Rou consummated their marriage with Xia Tian, he hadn't contacted them even once, not even come home. Was he saying they had no charm at all? Or did men stop appreciating things once they'd gotten their hands on them? Looking at Wang Nan sitting in the lower seats, it was clear that Xia Tian wasn't with her, which meant he was with someone else. Our class monitor is really busy. She even comes to class right on time for the second period. She's so busy with national affairs. As a college student, you need to remember that school is your home. Don't go out and play all day and forget about going home. Xinhuan said to Xia Tian, who had just stepped into the classroom, with a cold face. Xia Tian's face fell. She hadn't been late today. Why was she being mocked again? I wasn't late. Xia Tian pitifully begged for mercy. All right, go back to your seat, class is about to start. After saying that, Xinhuan stopped teasing him. Xia Tian felt like he had been granted a pardon and quickly ran to Wang Nan's side because Wang Nan had saved a seat for him. Xinhuan glanced at Wang Nan, the vice class monitor, again. Seeing that the two of them sat together in class, she couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. Why did it feel so odd that she was teaching her man and his girlfriend? A meaningful look appeared on her face, but she didn't say anything more. Wang Nan lowered her head timidly, not daring to look Xinhuan in the eye, pretending to read a book while observing the surroundings out of the corner of her eye. Wang Nan felt extremely awkward that her boyfriend's legitimate wife was giving her and her boyfriend lessons together, and she didn't dare to look her in the eye. The agonizing class was finally over, and Wang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Xinhuan glanced at Xia Tian and said to Xia Tian and Wang Nan as she left the classroom, both class monitors, come to my office. Xinhuan decided to talk to the two of them. The three of them would be spending a long time together, especially considering that Wang Nan didn't even dare to look at her during class. University was still 4 years away. This awkward interaction every day wasn't a solution. In the office, Xinhuan first let Wang Nan in, then sent Xia Tian to buy her sanitary napkins. Xia Tian's face turned green. These are feminine hygiene products, and she's making a grown man like him buy them? Xinhuan's explanation was very high-sounding. What's wrong with you, as a husband, buying sanitary napkins for your wife? Are you just going to stand by and watch your wife soil her pants? Xia Tian meant to ask Wang Nan to help buy that thing, but Xinhuan refused again, saying that she wanted to talk to Xia Tian in private. Xia Tian suspected that Xinhuan's idea of asking her to buy sanitary napkins was a way to kill two birds with one stone, both to get rid of her and to make things difficult for her. It's unclear what the two talked about, but soon Wang Nan left with a happy and beaming expression. She looked much more relaxed as she left, as if a huge weight had finally been lifted from her heart. Xia Tian smiled sweetly as she returned from buying sanitary napkins, with Xinhuan by her side. Wang Nan hesitated, but in the end, she said nothing and then left with light steps. After Wang Nan left, Xia Tian followed Xinhuan into the office. He immediately tried to hug her, but Xinhuan dodged him. Be good, don't touch me before you shower. If I'm not mistaken, you stayed with Yilan and Song Jie last night, right? The fake couple has become a real couple, hasn't it? Xinhuan looked at Xia Tian with disdain. Just a shield, and what happened? This is the shield you speak of? Xia Tian scratched his head awkwardly. How did Xinhuan get so much information? And her guesses were really accurate. Wife, listen to me, yesterday. Xia Tian quickly explained to Xinhuan what had happened yesterday. Xinhuan had already learned from Wenlan about the ruthlessness of the Yi family and what had happened between the Yi family and Yilan yesterday, and she was filled with emotion. Yilan is really unfortunate to have such a family. I can't be bothered to comfort you yesterday, but have you forgotten that you have a home at Tsinghua University? Are Xiao Rou and I really that unattractive? You haven't wanted to go back to this home even once lately. Xinhuan's words made Xia Tian feel a little embarrassed, as it seemed that she hadn't been back for several days in a row. Sister Wanner, well, it's really just a coincidence these past few days. I promise I'll be home tonight. Xia Tian was about to make that promise when, unfortunately, his phone rang at that very moment. He Xinhuan looked disgusted as Xia Tian's phone rang. Was it another woman trying to ask this guy out? Summer took out her phone and looked at it. This number looks both unfamiliar and familiar? Isn't this the phone number of the person in charge of Fengdun Security Company whom I just called this morning? Lin Bagua, is he only now remembering to contact me and call me back? Xia Tian never paid special attention to the companies that the system rewarded him with. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he never had the idea of changing people or running them himself. Whether it was the Emperor Hotel or Sue's private kitchen at the beginning, or even the two companies Yunhai Agriculture and Yunhai Animal Husbandry that were rewarded to him later, he has never even been there. The reason Xia Tian took the initiative to contact Fengdun Security Company today was mainly because the company that the system rewarded her with was exactly what she needed, a company that could provide security services for herself and her women. so Xia Tian couldn't help but call and contact them. But who would have thought that she would be mistaken for a liar by the other party's mistress and have her call hung up on? This made Xia Tian very dissatisfied with Lin Bagua, the current person in charge of Fengdun Security Company. He even thought that once he took over the company, he would replace him as soon as possible. Chapter 114: Pulling and Tearing. "Oh, Mr. Lin, why did you suddenly decide to call this liar back?" Xia Tian asked the other end of the line after answering the phone. Mr. Xia, I'm really sorry about what happened this morning. Mr. Lin didn't explain it to me, and I didn't expect the company to change hands. I was presumptuous, and I apologize for my previous behavior. I'm very sorry." It was the same female voice that answered the phone this morning, which made Xia Tian frown in surprise. "Where is Lin Bagua?" Xia Tian ignored the other party's apology. He couldn't be too petty about a woman, otherwise he would seem too narrow-minded. "President Lin is here, but it's not convenient for him to answer the phone. Are you available now? President Lin would like to meet with you to discuss company matters in detail. What do you think?" The female voice was Huang Yue, who was currently temporarily managing all affairs of Fengdun Security Company on behalf of Lin Bagua. "Not convenient yet? He would meeting bother Mr. Lin, who is so busy. How about we wait until Mr. Lin is free?" After saying that, Xia Tian hung up the phone, feeling utterly speechless. He had already labeled Lin Bagua as someone he had to get rid of immediately. He wouldn't even answer my call while I was right next to him, instead sending a complete stranger to talk to me. He completely disregarded me, his new boss. How outrageous. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to intimidate his new boss? Or did he think he couldn't touch him for the sake of the company's overall interests? He was mistaken. Although he valued the security company for the time being, he didn't value it too much. He just thought that he would feel more at ease and safer in trusting his own security to his own company. But if someone is a troublemaker who tries to outsmart him or seize power, he will deal with them even if it means causing chaos, paralysis, or bankruptcy in the company. This is a matter of principle. If someone can't even understand their own place, what's the point of keeping them around? Are you going to keep them around for the holidays? What's wrong? Xinhuan asked, seeing Xia Tian hang up the phone in a huff. It's nothing serious. I just casually acquired a company called Fengdun Security, but the current person in charge of this company is acting arrogantly towards me. Not only does he not answer my calls, but he's also playing tricks on me. Xia Tian didn't hide anything and told Xinhuan the whole story. Xinhuan was stunned. Another company acquired? She had underestimated Xia Tian's strength once again. While listening to Xia Tian's story, she silently took out her phone and searched for the company called Fengdun Security. After the search, she was even more astonished. Just how powerful was Xia Tian? He acquired such a behemoth-level international security company so easily? Although she didn't know the exact value of Fengdun Security, according to the online introduction, it was a comprehensive international company with a wide range of businesses. You acquired this company? Xinhuan asked, showing Xia Tian the search results on her phone. Xia Tian glanced at the information Xinhuan had found on her phone, scratched her head, and said, I guess so? I haven't been there yet. Xinhuan was about to say something when Xia Tian's phone rang again. Xia Tian looked up and saw that it was Lin Bagua calling again. He raised an eyebrow and said, he's calling again. Hello? Xia Tian answered the phone again. He refused to believe that he, as the boss, couldn't handle a high-level employee like Xia Tian. The world would keep turning no matter who was gone. Hey, Mr. Xia, don't be angry yet, Arlin. It was Huang Yue's voice again. After hearing the other party's voice, Xia Tian hung up the phone again without thinking. He was really angry this time. This Lin Bagua was really going too far, letting this woman talk to him again. He didn't respect his new boss at all. Xia Tian didn't hide the phone call from Xinhuan, and Xinhuan heard the other person's voice. She was also somewhat puzzled and indignant. Was this company manager really so stubborn? Did he not give Xia Tian, the new boss, any face at all? He kept sending a female, secretary or something to contact Xia Tian, but he wouldn't show up himself? Thinking this, Xinhuan couldn't help but open the official website of Fengdun Security, which she hadn't had time to close yet, and check the information of the person in charge of Fengdun Security. The homepage showed his information. It was a man named Lin Bagua, 68 years old, a retired soldier, who had single-handedly founded and led Fengdun Security to grow into a behemoth-level comprehensive international company. Xiao Tian, did you contact this Mr. Lin Bagua? Xinhuan showed Xiao Tian the information about Lin Bagua that she had found. Come to think of it, I haven't had a chance to check this information yet. The other party is the founder of Fengdun Security Company, Xinhuan said to Xiao Tian, pointing to the information on her phone. Xiao Tian also saw Lin Bagua's profile. Oh, no wonder. His system forcibly acquired the company that Lin Bagua had built from scratch. It would be a miracle if Lin Bagua was willing to do so. No wonder they didn't want to call me, they were emotional. And the system too, why are they trying to steal someone else's business? Since he is the founder of the company, he may not necessarily take him, the new boss, seriously. After all, to him, he is a robber who forcibly seizes his property. This matter is really not easy to handle. Didn't you talk to this general manager Lin when you acquired the company? Why haven't you contacted each other? Or? Xinhuan was also puzzled. Aren't there usually multiple rounds of negotiations when acquiring a company? How come Xiao Tian acquired Fengdun Security Company but hasn't contacted the original owner? This whole thing seems strange. I had the acquisition completed through the stock market, so I didn't have any direct contact with the founder, Mr. Lin. Xiao Tian pushed the system's affairs onto the stock market, which was the only explanation he could give, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain himself properly. Xinhuan gave Xiao Tian a deep look, but didn't say anything more, because she clearly remembered that Fengdun Security was not a listed company and had not entered the stock market at all. Just then, Xiao Tian's phone rang again, and it was the same number as before. Summer composed herself and answered the phone again. Hello? Hello, Mr. Xia, this is Lin Bagua. This time it wasn't the pleasant female voice, instead, a frail and aged voice came from the phone. It was Lin Bagua himself, who was receiving treatment at the hospital. Chapter 115 The Naive Boy Xiao Tian. This time, it wasn't a woman's voice on the phone anymore. Lin Bagua had finally come forward in person. At his request, Lin Bagua had personally called him. Xiao Tian felt a little awkward. This Mr. Lin was the company's founder, and he was quite old. Hearing his obviously weak voice, Xiao Tian felt that his previous behavior had been a bit aggressive. Hello, Mr. Lin. Xiao Tian greeted him politely but with a hint of apology. It wasn't that I deliberately neglected you, Mr. Xia. It's just that I'm not feeling well and I'm in the hospital. I apologize for neglecting you, Lin Bagua explained breathlessly. Ahem, I was young and ignorant. Which hospital is Mr. Lin in? I'll come see you right away. Xiao Tian felt embarrassed. This old comrade was hospitalized, and he was still fussing about not being able to answer his call. Xiao Tian felt extremely awkward. He had been overthinking things. Well, then I'll have to trouble you to come all the way to the hospital, Mr. Xia. I was supposed to be at the company to hand over things to you, Mr. Xia, but this old man's health isn't quite up to par. So, I'll have the company's senior management come over here to meet with you. After saying all that in one breath, Lin Bagua was already panting heavily and had trouble breathing. No trouble at all, it's my pleasure. I'll be on my way to the hospital in a bit. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tian looked at Xinhuan and said, Sister Wanner, you heard me too, I need to ask for leave. Well, I naturally agree if you have important things to do, but you're going to meet the CEO and a bunch of senior executives at the company. Why don't you go home, take a shower, and change your clothes before you go? Xinhuan fanned her nose with a hint of disgust. Xiao Tian raised her arm and sniffed. There was no smell? But then she thought that she hadn't had time to shower this morning, so taking a shower now would be a good idea. The two headed towards the teacher's apartment, one after the other. Xiao Tian was going to go back and take a shower, while Xinhuan was worried and decided to personally help Xiao Tian choose her outfit. At the same time, Xinhuan also realized a very important fact: Xiao Tian was not only her student, but also a big boss with many companies and industries. In the future, he would be busier and busier, and taking leave and being late would probably happen more frequently. Xinhuan was a little dazed for a moment. She could no longer be as strict with Xiao Tian as before and ignored the fact that he was not an ordinary student. Along the way, Xinhuan was also silently reflecting on herself, wondering if she had been too demanding of Xiao Tian. When the two returned home, Xiao Tian was pushed into the bathroom by Xinhuan. Xinhuan felt that Xiao Tian had a strange smell, mixed with the fragrance of a woman, which was particularly unpleasant. Xia Tian quickly took a shower. Lin Bagua was still waiting for her at the hospital. Xia Tian didn't waste any time. After showering, she put on the clothes that Xinwan had prepared for her and went out. They quickly arrived at the hospital where Lin Bagua was staying. The VIP luxury private room where Lin Bagua was staying was already crowded with people. Many of these people were senior executives of Fengdun Security. These were the veterans who had followed Lin Bagua to build the company. When they heard that Lin Bagua had sold the company and that the new boss was coming soon, their expressions varied. Amidst the shock, there was an uproar and opposition. Fengdun Security Company, which embodies Lin Bagua's life's work, was just sold off like that. Although his eldest son, Lin Qishuan, is dead, doesn't the Lin family still have his second son, Lin Qidong? Besides, Lin Qishuan also has 2 daughters. No matter what, it's not like they would sell the company just because Lin Qishuan died, is it? What will happen to all of them? With a new boss taking over, there will inevitably be some adjustments to the company's management. Today, everyone here is a high-ranking executive in Fengdun Security Company, but who knows if they will still be tomorrow? Who can stand that? President Lin, isn't your move to sell the company a bit too sudden? None of us were prepared at all. There are so many brothers in the company, and this sudden turn of events. I'm afraid the brothers won't be able to accept this news right away, and it might cause further chaos in the company. Shouldn't we reconsider this matter? What do you all think? A middle-aged man wearing glasses, Go Yunwan, was the third most powerful figure in Fengdun Security Company after Lin Bagua and Huang Yue, a man of considerable influence. Yes, President Lin, the company is thriving. How could you sell it? All of us brothers only recognize you, President Lin. We don't recognize anyone else. Someone immediately chimed in after Go Yunwan spoke up. Yes, I, Old Chen, only acknowledge you, President Lin. I don't acknowledge anyone else. That's right, the empire that General Manager Lin led us to build, I, Old Lu, wouldn't recognize anyone else coming along. The crowd was immediately agitated, expressing their loyalty and almost collectively opposing Lin Bagua's decision to sell the company. Lin Bagua glanced at Go Yunwan indifferently. This kid was smart and capable, a talent that Lin Bagua had personally promoted and cultivated specifically to assist Lin Qishuan. But now it seemed that this kid only had some cleverness. He clearly hadn't figured out the situation. He had called them over to inform them, not to discuss things with them. Dad, look, all the senior executives in the company are against you selling the company. Why don't you reconsider? Lin Qidong couldn't hold back any longer, his eyes brimming with undisguised joy. It was great that all the senior executives were against it. With everyone against it, how could you, this old geezer, be so determined to sell the company? Shut up, take your mother back. We don't need the 2 of you here. And remember, you have no say in company matters. Lin Bagua didn't even glance at Lin Qidong, waving them away. A flash of resentment crossed Lin Qidong's eyes, but he concealed it well. Dad, don't be angry. I was too talkative. I'll go outside the ward. Call me if you need anything. He then meekly walked out of the ward. Ignoring Lin Qidong and his mother, Lin Bagua glanced at the company's senior executives and continued. I asked you to come here so that you can meet the new boss and get to know each other. You know my health condition, I really can't hold on any longer. I also don't want my family to bear too much burden for this company. I hope they can all live a more relaxed and carefree life in the future. As for you, those of you who want to continue working for the new boss, then keep working hard. I'll speak with the new boss on your behalf and try to avoid major personnel changes, at least not in the short term. And for those of you who really don't want to continue, it's simple, just complete the normal handover procedures. I can't control that much anymore. With the death of his eldest son, Lin Qishuan, Lin Bagua had become indifferent to everything. The company had already been sold, and he couldn't control these people anymore. Let them do what they want, the world will keep turning no matter who's gone. No one is indispensable. Bedridden, he couldn't care less about anything else. The executives exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Bagua's words had shattered their last hope. Yes, the company belonged to the Lin family, and now they had sold it. What could they do even if they had objections? At most, they could quit, but what difference did it make? With the sheer size of Fengdun Security Company, if they quit, plenty of others would be willing to take their jobs. In fact, besides themselves, others would be happy if they all quit, creating more vacant positions for others to have more opportunities. President Lin, Fengdun Security is, after all, your life's work. We are afraid that the company will be entrusted to the wrong person and end up ruining the company. Go Yunwan was interrupted by Lin Baogua before he could finish speaking. Let us not talk about those useless things. The new boss, President Xia, will be here soon. You all need to think about it. Whether you stay in the company or leave is up to you. Yue, you take account and make it clear when you hand over the procedures to President Xia later. While they were talking inside, Xia Tian found the hospital room. At the door, Lin Shidong and his mother were cursing Lin Baogua under their breath, wondering why he wasn't dead yet. Why didn't they rush in and pull out his oxygen tube before he sold the company? That way, he wouldn't be able to sell the company, and it would still be theirs. But that was just wishful thinking. In front of everyone, they would have to be crazy to do that. Besides, Lin Baogua has already sold the company. Even if they kill Lin Baogua now, the company will have nothing to do with them anymore. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lin Shidong couldn't help but curse, "Mom, did you hear that? That old bastard really sold the company. That old bastard would rather sell the company than let us manage it. Why isn't that old bastard dead yet? I wish I could tear that old bastard to pieces to vent my anger. Ah! I'm so angry." Lin Shidong was truly on the verge of madness. "Donger, calm down. This is still a hospital. Don't let anyone see us. That old bastard isn't dead yet. Although he sold the company, he must have gotten a lot of money. We'll get the same amount. So, stay calm and don't panic." Lin Shidong's mother reassured her son. She saw things more clearly. The company was gone, so it didn't matter. Now, all that old bastard Lin Baogua had left was a huge amount of cash. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing for them. They couldn't give all the money to that outsider, Huang Yue, could they? Besides, if Lin Baogua died right now, they would have the majority, even all, of that money. That would actually be better. Yes, money. That old bastard must have gotten a lot from selling the company. Based on Fengdun Security's value, it's at least hundreds of billions. So much money. As long as that old bastard dies, all that money will be ours. Hearing his mother's analysis, Lin Shidong's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but add viciously, "When these people leave, we'll make our move. We'll strike while they're in the chaos and kill that old bastard. Otherwise, things might get complicated. If he gives the money to that bitch Huang Yue, it won't be easy to get it back." "Hello, is Mr. Lin Baogua in this ward?" "Ah. Oh." Lin Shidong and his mother were plotting to assassinate Lin Baogua and then embezzle his money when a gentle voice suddenly rang in their ears, nearly scaring them half to death and making their hearts jump out of their chests. Looking up in surprise and uncertainty, they immediately saw a handsome young man smiling brightly at them, waiting for their answer. The boy was Xia Tian. Lin Shidong and his mother were filled with doubt and suspicion. Had the other party heard what they had just said? Especially the words about killing Lin Baogua? The mother and son were so angry and their emotions were so volatile that they didn't pay attention to the occasion and started discussing things. They didn't notice when Xia Tian came to their side, nor did they know how much the other party had heard. "You, kid, don't you make a sound when you walk? Don't you know that scaring people can be deadly?" Lin Shidong glared at Xia Tian. "Are you guys taking this too seriously and not paying attention? Besides, I just came over to ask for directions. Is it really that big of a deal?" Xia Tian glanced at the two of them with some disdain. Were these two really that timid in broad daylight? He only asked one question: was it really necessary to be so scared? "You just arrived? Did you hear what we were saying?" Lin Shidong's mother asked, seizing on the key information. "Didn't I just arrive? Is this really President Lin Baogua's room?" Xia Tian was getting impatient, sensing that something was off with the two of them. "You really didn't hear what we just said?" Lin Shidong asked again to confirm. "What exactly were you talking about just now?" Xia Tian asked curiously. "It's nothing. This is Mr. Lin Baogua's ward. What are you doing here? What do you need Mr. Lin for?" Lin Shidong's mother didn't want to cause any more trouble, so she asked Xia Tian in return. "Oh, it's good that it's Mr. Lin's ward. Of course, I'm here to visit a patient." After Xia Tian finished speaking, he walked towards the ward. Lin Shidong wanted to stop Xia Tian, but his mother held him back. Xia Tian knocked on the ward door, and soon someone opened it. As soon as the door opened, Xia Tian saw a stunningly beautiful young woman, Huang Yue. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Baoguo's hospital room?" Xia Tian asked politely again. "Yes, you are. President Xia Tian?" Huang Yue asked uncertainly. "Yes, it's me." Xia Tian nodded with a smile. "President Xia is here? Please come in." Lin Baoguo said upon hearing the voice, then struggled to get up. "Oh dear, Mr. Lin, please lie down." Xia Tian put the flower basket in her hand aside and quickly stepped forward to stop Lin Baoguo from getting up. Although he had already seen Xia Tian's information in photos and knew that Xia Tian was very young, Lin Baoguo was still a little dazed when he saw Xia Tian in person. She was really too young, about the same age as his granddaughter. "These two were just talking at the door about taking advantage of the chaos to kill you, Mr. Lin," Xia Tian said to Lin Baoguo, pointing to Lin Shidong and his mother who were following behind him. Chapter 116 Sister Huang, can you help me manage the company? As soon as Xia Tian entered and greeted Lin Baoguo, she immediately reported that Lin Shidong and his mother had been plotting to harm Lin Baoguo outside the ward. Everyone in the ward was completely dumbfounded. Including Lin Shidong and his mother, who followed in later. They were so nervous that their faces turned green. Lin Baoguo was the only one who remained calm and unperturbed, showing no surprise whatsoever. After his first wife passed away unexpectedly, Lin Baoguo had no intention of remarrying. He devoted himself to his career and planned to raise his son, Lin Xishuan, on his own. But he never expected that his secretary, who was also Lin Shidong's mother, would realize that Lin Baoguo, this eligible bachelor, was finally single. She also knew that with his personality, as long as she could get into his bed and consummate the marriage, her dream of becoming a wealthy socialite would be practically guaranteed. As her secretary, it would be incredibly easy for her to do something to Lin Baoguo. Before seeing through her true colors, Lin Baoguo only thought of her as a naive and innocent young girl, so he had absolutely no sense of caution. So, on a dark and stormy night, the female secretary gave Lin Baoguo, who had drunk too much, some water that had been specially spiked, and then everything happened as expected. Lin Baoguo was dumbfounded when he woke up the next day. He had always been a very good drinker and would never do anything immoral while drunk, let alone do such a messy thing while intoxicated. While his female secretary was still asleep in bed, Lin Baoguo retrieved the surveillance footage from the previous night. Because he was raising his son alone and was often away from home, his house was equipped with surveillance cameras, and they provided 360-degree coverage. Soon, Lin Baoguo saw the real reason why he had gotten involved with the young female secretary last night from the surveillance footage. After learning the truth, he sat alone in the living room and smoked 2 cigarettes in a row. Looking at the tear stains on his pretty secretary's eyes, he was conflicted for a moment. However, in the end, he still decided to give the secretary some money to leave him, thinking that the reason she was like this was because of his money. When the secretary woke up, Lin Baoguo told her his plan, but to his surprise, she reacted very strongly. She even grabbed a kitchen knife and tried to commit suicide to prove that she was not doing this because of money. What could Lin Baoguo do? He could only agree to marry her, which finally made the female secretary give up her suicidal thoughts. Although he had no choice but to marry his female secretary, Lin Baoguo had an ulterior motive. He had a prenuptial agreement made. "Didn't you say you love me for who I am and not for my money? You shouldn't mind if I have a prenuptial agreement made, right?" Lin Baoguo's move almost made his secretary grit her teeth in anger. This caught her off guard, but because of what she had said before, she could only pretend not to care. The two secretly got married, and the secretary also resigned from the company to become a wealthy housewife at home. This fulfilled her first wish and allowed her to live the life of a wealthy housewife. 2 years passed like this, and she lived a carefree life with the supplementary credit card that Lin Baoguo gave her. However, after 2 years of this kind of life, the secretary was no longer satisfied with the current situation. Although she had Lin Baoguo's supplementary credit card and could use it at will, credit cards are different from bank cards and cannot be used in certain situations. People's desires change with time and status, and they tend to grow stronger. If the secretary can be content with what she has, then she can definitely continue to enjoy this affluent and peaceful life. However, as time went by and she grew older, the secretary became dissatisfied with the status quo and wanted more. She even began to covet Lin Baoguo's vast fortune. "Why shouldn't I have the right to control these assets? I'm a virgin, married to you, Lin Baoguo, and you think you can just settle things with a credit card?" Especially in the past 2 years, Lin Baoguo has acted as if he has forgotten about his wife, only returning home occasionally. He comes home every 2 or 3 months, and when he does, he just takes a quick look, says a few words to her, and then leaves. There's no way he can have a proper conversation, let alone show any concern or affection. The secretary's mind started to wander again. The prenuptial agreement had prevented her from getting her hands on Lin Bagwa's assets, so how could she get them all herself? Even though she wanted to make Lin Bagwa infatuated with her beauty and then gradually seize the Lin family's wealth, Lin Bagwa did not give her that opportunity. In the past 2 years, Lin Bagwa has not only failed to touch her, but has also failed to even see her, giving her no chance to seduce him with her beauty. Furthermore, Lin Bagwa is a retired soldier with a strong will, so it's unlikely he would use his beauty to seduce someone into submitting to his charms. If I can't do it myself, then I'll have a child with the other person to fight for everything. The secretary is a ruthless person, she does what she thinks of. Using the same trick again, she called Lin Bagwa to invite him home for dinner. While he wasn't paying attention, she drugged him again. This time, she not only had sex with him but also took his sperm. Knowing that this kind of thing couldn't be successful on the first try, she also prepared for artificial insemination. Lin Bagwa was also careless. Over the past 2 years, he had lost his original vigilance towards the secretary and thought that since she had already obtained the identity he wanted, she would not do anything to him anymore. But to his surprise, he miscalculated again. This intimate act did not result in the secretary getting pregnant. Fortunately, there were frozen seeds obtained earlier, so the secretary used artificial insemination and successfully became pregnant with Lin Bagwa's child. By the time Lin Bagwa found out, his secretary was already more than 4 months pregnant. Lin Bagwa was furious and ordered her to abort the child. The secretary tried to use the same trick again, but this time Lin Bagwa didn't believe her easily. Even if the secretary tried to kill herself, it wouldn't work. Seeing that this tactic was not working, the secretary pitifully cried out her grievances, saying that although Lin Bagwa had married her, the family had never felt like a family. All she wanted was to have a child of her own to keep her company, and she would not fight for the Lin family's property in the future. The secretary cried and swore to ensure that the child was safe, and even threatened to kill herself. In the end, Lin Bagwa had no choice but to let the child go, and that's how Lin Shidong was born. Looking back on everything, Lin Bagwa was fully aware of his secretary's intentions. She had been up to no good from the very beginning, and Lin Bagwa's soft heart prevented him from being ruthless, leading him step by step to where he was today. Slander. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Shidong pointed at Xia Tian in a rage, now wishing he could kill him. This kid was acting like a child, coming up with this right off the bat. Lin Shidong was terrified, fearing that Lin Bagwa, that old bastard, would believe what the other man said. It was one thing for him and his mother to use underhanded tactics, but if they came out on the open, they wouldn't even know how they died in front of Lin Bagwa. Shut up and stand at the door. Lin Bagwa yelled at Lin Shidong and his mother, then turned to several security guards and said, "Keep an eye on the two of them and don't let them cause any trouble." 2 security personnel immediately walked over and stood behind Lin Shidong and his mother, staring intently at them. Lin Shidong and his mother turned pale immediately, wanting to make excuses, but not daring to. "They're just 2 clowns, Mr. Xia, you've made a fool of yourselves." "Never mind them. Come, let me introduce you. This is the company's new boss, Mr. Xia, a young and promising man." Lin Bagwa introduced Xia Tian to the company's senior executives. "President Xia, these are some of the company's senior executives. Huang Yue is my daughter-in-law and the current head of the company. I'm not feeling well, so I asked her to help me with the handover procedures with President Xia." After introducing the group of senior executives, Lin Bagwa pointed to Huang Yue and introduced her to Xia Tian. "Daughter-in-law?" Xia Tian also realized that this beautiful young woman was the woman who had contacted him before, and his previous assumptions were completely wrong. Xia Tian got to know the senior executives here, but he felt that many of them were not very friendly to him. Xia Tian had no intention of working with them. It was fine if they did their jobs well, but if they had any improper ideas, Xia Tian would not mind replacing them with a group of obedient senior executives. "Alright, for now, everything at the company will remain as usual. Just continue with your duties. Arrange for a group of the company's most skilled female security personnel to come over, I need them. You can go back now, I have something to discuss with General Manager Lin and General Manager Huang." Xia Tian casually gave these instructions and waved them away. After everyone left, Xia Tian chatted with Lin Bagwa and Huang Yue. Lin Bagwa explained why he sold the company. After hearing Lin Bagwa's explanation, Xia Tian's guilt subsided. It turned out that it wasn't what he thought. The system hadn't forcibly seized the company. Lin Bagua had originally planned to sell the company, and the system used extraordinary means to acquire it and then rewarded him. With this burden lifted from his heart, Xia Tian seemed much more relaxed and at ease. Then Lin Bagua recounted many things about the company, explaining that it hadn't been easy for the company to develop to its current state. Although he had sold the company to Xia Tian, it didn't mean he no longer cared about it. Xia Tian listened somewhat awkwardly to Lin Bagua's account, including many of the company's current major projects and future development directions. The company founder was explaining these things to his successor, and Xia Tian had no choice but to listen patiently. He couldn't very well say that he didn't care about these things at all, could he? The biggest reason he was so eager to take over the company was simply to provide the best security for himself and his family, nothing more. Lin Bagua talked to Xia Tian about many things, just like an old father who was worried about his child, giving him instructions again and again. President Lin, to be honest, I'm not very good at running a company, especially a highly specialized security company like this. How about you continue to lead the company after you recover? After all, you built this company from scratch, and you should be the most suitable person to lead it. I have too many things to do and can't devote all my energy to the company. Xia Tian said this because he truly felt Lin Bagua's concern and reluctance to part with the company. Sigh, I'm getting old, my health isn't what it used to be. Forget it, I've already sold the company to you, so you can do whatever you want with it from now on. As for me, even after I'm discharged from the hospital, I won't manage the company anymore. I've worked hard my whole life, and I want to live a more relaxed and carefree life for the rest of my time. Let you young people handle the company yourselves. Lin Bagua shook his head, letting out a slight sigh. He could already imagine that Fengdun Security Company would go from its glory days to its decline. But all of this is no longer my concern. Then, how about letting Sister Huang continue to lead the company? Don't worry, I will definitely not treat Sister Huang unfairly. Salary and benefits are not a problem. The main thing is that I am not familiar with the company's business at the moment, and I don't have a suitable candidate to take over such a large company. Letting Sister Huang continue to manage it temporarily is a smooth transition for the company. Once I find a suitable candidate, if Sister Huang doesn't want to work too hard, we can hand over the reins then, how about that? Xia Tian compromised and turned his attention to the beautiful woman Huang Yue, who had been silent to the side. Huang Yue paused, not expecting the topic to turn to her. Me? I can't. I'm just filling in for my dad when he's not feeling well. I'm not familiar with managing the company either. Huang Yue immediately rejected Xia Tian's suggestion without thinking. Sister Huang, please help me. You don't want to watch President Lin's life's work go to waste in my hands, do you? Could you fill in for me for a while? I'll find someone as soon as possible, and once I find a suitable candidate, I'll come and replace you. Just consider it helping me, and also helping Fengdun Security Company. Xia Tian continued to plead. Lin Bagua looked at the excessively young Xia Tian, then at his daughter-in-law, and after a moment's thought, he realized he still couldn't let go of Fengdun Security, the company he had built from scratch. So he spoke up to Huang Yue, saying, Yue, why don't you work hard for a while and temporarily take charge of the company, and then leave the company after Xia Tian finds a suitable candidate? Lin Bagua couldn't help but persuade her. The death of their son, Lin Xishuan, was also a huge blow to their daughter-in-law, Huang Yue. Recently, however, she has been busy with company affairs, and her grief has noticeably lessened. That's how people are to forget sad and painful things, you have to keep yourself busy. When you're busy, you don't have time to overthink. That's right, Sister Huang, could you please help me out for now? I really can't manage on my own, Xia Tian earnestly pleaded again. Well, then find someone as soon as possible. It's a deal, I'll only help you manage the company for a short time, okay? Unable to resist Lin Bagua and Xia Tian's persuasion, Huang Yue reluctantly agreed. Chapter 117 Top-tier security in place. After resolving the company matters, Xia Tian wanted to leave. He had basically achieved his purpose for coming today. He had taken over the new company, met with the company's senior executives, and Huang Yue was temporarily willing to help him manage the company. Once he was on his ship, how could he possibly leave later? The rest is a family matter for the Lin family. Xia Tian glanced at Lin Shidong and his mother, who were being controlled, and smiled slightly at them, wishing them good luck. Xia Tian left with Huang Yue, so there's no need to worry about Lin Bagua's safety, as he has several security personnel. Besides, Lin Qidong and his mother are now under control, and how they are dealt with is entirely up to Lin Bagua. Xiao Tian, why do you need so many security personnel? And all of them have to be women. On the way to the company, sitting in Xia Tian's Bentley Mulsanne, Huang Yue asked him curiously about this. It would be inconvenient for male employers to have female security personnel, and in terms of strength, they would generally be weaker than male security personnel. Looking at Xia Tian's vigorous age, could he have some kind of special fetish? With these random thoughts running through her mind, Huang Yue gave Xia Tian a strange look. Sister Huang, please don't misunderstand. I'm not hiring female security guards for myself, but for my wife. Recently, there's been this guy who used to be a mercenary abroad who keeps hanging around my wife. I'm hiring a few security personnel just in case. Xia Tian explained the reason for hiring female security guards. Oh, I see. Huang Yue said, as if she suddenly understood. Those who have worked as mercenaries abroad, we have to be careful. Those people are desperate criminals, capable of anything. Should we send someone to warn or teach them a lesson? Huang Yue frowned. She had heard that those who worked as mercenaries abroad constantly risked their lives, living a precarious existence, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them all psychopaths. Let's leave it for now. I won't bother anyone unless they bother me. As long as they don't cause trouble, I won't bother with them. Xia Tian shook his head. Suit yourself. You can let me know anytime you need anything. We have a lot of experts in our company. We've dealt with these vicious mercenaries quite a bit before. Huang Yue casually introduced the company's strength. Fengdun Security is a company whose strength should not be underestimated. Especially in the international sector, which involves dealing with mercenaries and various gangs every day, Huang Yue is quite confident in this area. Do you know who this mercenary is, and what their name is? Perhaps our company's international branch has information about them. Knowing your enemy and yourself will help you better prepare for any eventuality, Huang Yue reminded Xia Tian again. Second-generation rich kids like Xia Tian, who grew up in the safe environment of China, have absolutely no understanding of the brutal environment abroad. They probably have no idea how ruthless and terrifying those mercenaries are. Their thinking cannot be judged by common sense. For example, if these people see a particularly beautiful and charming woman on the street, they would dare to go up and kidnap her, robbing her of her money and her virtue. This kind of thing happens a lot abroad, especially in slightly chaotic places, where it happens even more frequently. Sometimes even after scouting the location, they break into homes and commit violence. However, things are better in China. China is considered a no-go zone for these mercenaries, and they don't dare to do anything too outrageous there. All I know is that his name is Qin Shou, but I don't know which mercenary group he works for. Xia Tian really didn't know any more detailed information about the other party. Wen Lan hadn't told him any of these things either. He only knew that the other party was a very dangerous mercenary. What? You said the other person's name is Qin Shou? Huang Yue exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Xia Tian's words. She even sat up straight in surprise, highlighting the magnificent and spectacular fullness of her breasts. Xia Tian glanced at the other person's impressive assets in the rearview mirror and swallowed hard. His name is Qin Shou, Xia Tian confirmed. What's so special about this guy? How did you get involved with him? Huang Yue frowned. This man is the #1 leader of an organization called Mad Dragon Mercenaries, and he's also the most troublesome and difficult person to deal with in Mad Dragon. She then explained to Xia Tian the man's extraordinary identity. Mad Dragon Mercenaries? Xia Tian was speechless. What a terrible name, so tacky. Yes, he actually came back to the country? I had heard rumors before that the Mad Dragon mercenary group had disbanded and they would no longer accept missions, and it seems that the rumors are true. Why would he target your wife? Where is she now? We need to take immediate precautions. Huang Yue hadn't expected this mercenary to be Qin Shou, the infamous leader of the Mad Dragon mercenaries. This man is extremely cunning and dangerous. You absolutely cannot underestimate or be careless in any way, she warned Xia Tian anxiously. I never expected the other party to have such a big reputation, enough to make Huang Yue, who owns Fengdun Security Company, so nervous and worried. It seems that Qin Shou is indeed quite powerful. Does our company have any security personnel who can deal with them? Xia Tian was also worried. If such a dangerous guy were to attack Yilan and Song Jia, he would really regret it. None of the security personnel we've assigned to you right now are capable of dealing with the other side. However, I'll dispatch security personnel who can handle them to protect you as soon as possible. They might not be here until tomorrow at the earliest. Huang Yue was also a bit of a headache. She originally thought that Xia Tian just needed a group of pretty female bodyguards because of his own special fetish, and wanted to play some exciting and fun games. So, the company executives mainly focused on the image of the female bodyguards they found for Xia Tian, without considering their capabilities. But they hadn't expected that they had misunderstood. Xia Tian's needs really required top-level female security personnel to protect him. After all, it would be inconvenient to send a male bodyguard to protect Xia Tian's wife. There are differences between men and women, and a male bodyguard can't provide 24-hour close protection, right? Even for personal safety reasons, Xia Tian, as her husband, probably wouldn't agree to such a request. A female bodyguard would be much more convenient and could prevent many unnecessary dangers. Even if 24-hour close protection were necessary, it would be perfectly feasible. As they talked, the two drove to the headquarters of Fengdun Security Company, a very impressive building that housed the company's offices. At this time, the news of Xia Tian, the new boss, joining the company had already spread throughout Fengdun Security Company. The news was earth-shattering, and the entire company was shaken. The two arrived at the general manager's office on the top floor, which had been specially prepared for Lin Qixuan but was now being used by Huang Yue. Lin Bugua's office was another, more luxurious one. Soon, a senior executive came in with a group of female bodyguards to report that the new boss, Xia Tian, had come to the company. This was the first task assigned by the boss, and everyone naturally dared not neglect it. More than 20 pretty female bodyguards walked into the office side by side, stood in a row in front of their new boss, Xia Tian, and greeted him in unison with sweet voices, "Hello, boss." This feels a bit off. It's the same as the ostentatious way people address things in a certain place. Ahem, hello everyone too. Xia Tian was a little embarrassed to see such a row of young and beautiful women calling him boss. The female bodyguards were all staring at Xia Tian, their new boss, with shining eyes. They hadn't expected their new boss to be so young and handsome. And what was even more captivating and undeniable was his wealth. The man who could buy Fengdun Security must be rich, right? He's definitely the best of the best. Which of these beautiful female bodyguards present didn't have fantasies? Being a bodyguard for such a young, handsome, and charismatic boss, if something wonderful and exciting could happen, that would be their greatest wish. But soon, Huang Yue interrupted their daydreams, bringing them back to their senses. "You all go out for a moment, the boss and I have something to discuss." The group of beautiful bodyguards had no choice but to leave the office first. Go Yunwen, who was standing to the side, also wanted to leave, but Huang Yue stopped him. "Vice President Go, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you." Go Yunwen was taken aback, and a sense of unease rose in his heart, but he quickly recovered and said, "Okay, General Manager Huang." After saying that, he obediently stood aside and waited for the two leaders to give him instructions. The bodyguards that President Xia requested should be rigorously selected again, according to the standards of the highest level mission, selecting the most capable personnel, and of course, female bodyguards should still be the main force, Huang Yue immediately instructed. "Huh?" Go Yunwen was taken aback, but he quickly realized that he just had to complete the tasks assigned by his superiors unconditionally. He hurriedly replied, "Okay, General Manager Huang, General Manager Xia, are there any specific requirements regarding the number of people?" 20 to 30 people, I guess. Xia Tian thought for a moment and gave a rough number, more than 20 bodyguards. In principle, each of his wives should have 2 female bodyguards, but his wives are mostly in pairs, so 2 bodyguards for each wife is enough. In addition, most of them are at the school, and Wen Lan and Zhang Wei, who work for the Public Security Bureau, don't need bodyguards. So for the time being, the number of people should be enough. Go Yunwen hurriedly left the office to rearrange the bodyguards. The beautiful female bodyguards outside the door looked disappointed when they learned that their boss was going to reselect bodyguards. These women didn't catch the boss's eye. It seems their hopes of having a wonderful relationship with the boss are dashed. One by one, they left looking dejected. Go Yunwen quickly began to rigorously select female bodyguards from the company according to Huang Yue's requirements. Previously, I had misunderstood the boss's intentions due to my own cleverness. From now on, I must strictly follow the new requirements for selection. Since Huang Yue personally stated that she wanted the most capable female bodyguard, then the boss must have. Of course, these matters have nothing to do with me, I just need to follow orders. Unfortunately, there are simply not enough female bodyguards with exceptional skills in China. Many are on missions or on leave, so it is quite difficult to immediately deploy 20 or 30 highly skilled female bodyguards. After searching high and low, Go Yunwon could only select 15 female bodyguards with an S level or higher strength. The rest would have to wait until the others completed their missions before they could be transferred over. Xia Tian thought about it and agreed. For the time being, the most important thing was to guard against Qin Shou, as he needed strong bodyguards. In addition, Yilan and Song Jia also faced the risk of being threatened by their respective families, so Yilan and Song Jia were the key targets for protection. As for the other women, especially Shenwan and Wang Nan from the Shuimu campus, it would be fine to use ordinary female bodyguards for the time being. Well, it's okay to find some weaker people for the rest. The main thing is that I need to bring the personnel with me now, and they must be here today, Xia Tian said. After hearing Huang Yue say that Qin Shou was so powerful, Xia Tian felt a sense of urgency. Qin Shou would be released this afternoon. Generally, without relevant charges or crimes, the Public Security Bureau cannot detain him for more than 24 hours. Therefore, these bodyguards must be assigned to Yilan and Song Jia before Qin Shou comes out. No problem, I'll go and notify the relevant personnel right now, they'll be here soon. Go Yunwon immediately went down to arrange for these people to come to the company to see the boss. Before long, the female bodyguards gathered in the office. Go Yunwon first explained the mission to them. This time, the boss was personally handling security work, so everyone had to be extra careful. After the female bodyguards came in and met with their new boss, Xia Tian, Huang Yue looked at them and said, "Do you know why the boss hired you all for security?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they weren't sure. They were also puzzled. Even though the other party was a new boss, why would they need to hire the most capable people like them for a security job? The opponent you need to guard against this time is Qin Shou of the Mad Dragon Mercenaries, which is why you are all being mobilized together. You must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Huang Yue's words made the female bodyguards suddenly realize why they were being mobilized as a group. Security was already on the defensive, and they were facing Qin Shou, who was known for his cunning and treacherous nature and was also a top-notch expert. It made sense to send them out. Chapter 118. Qin Shou was stunned. Qin Shou was very frustrated. Not only did he not receive a medal and commendation for his act of bravery, but he was also detained for a day and a night, and was only released just before the 24-hour detention period was about to expire. If he could have had some kind of relationship with Wenlan, the policewoman who had imprisoned him, he wouldn't be so depressed. Unfortunately, he never saw the beautiful policewoman named Wenlan again after being locked in the darkroom. He left the police station with a heart full of regret. Although he was full of resentment and anger, he could only swallow his dissatisfaction and bear it alone in the face of the police station. As the saying goes, circumstances are stronger than people. Here, even if he considered himself a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, he still had to coil up. This isn't a place like abroad where he can act recklessly. He has to swallow this humiliation whether he likes it or not. After leaving, Qin Shou was still somewhat unwilling and wanted to find out about Wenlan's situation, preferably to obtain her contact information, so that it would be helpful for his plans to pursue her. Although the other party was a police officer from the Public Security Bureau, Qin Shou did not back down because of the other party's official status. On the contrary, he felt a sense of conquest. If he could take the other party down, his actions in the country would be more convenient and efficient. Even if he occasionally did something out of line, his woman would be there to handle it for him, which would be much easier. Qin Shou's plan was very well thought out and he never considered the possibility of failure. I've never failed when I'm on a mission. If fate brings me together with the other person, it's the best destiny that fate has arranged for me. Otherwise, why would I have to meet them? Therefore, the 3 stunningly beautiful women he encountered must be his destined ones. No other man could be worthy of such outstanding and excellent women as himself. This is what Qin Shou firmly believed. Unfortunately, his good intentions were met with a harsh reality for Qin Shou. He was snubbed by the police, with no one willing to acknowledge this returning mercenary. When Qin Shou persistently harassed a policewoman, he received a severe warning: "If you don't leave, you'll have to stay in jail for a few more days. Only then can we arrest you for harassment and try to keep you there for 15 days. How could the policewoman be swayed by him? Zhang Wei had already leaked Qin Shou's identity, level of danger, and even the heinous acts he had committed abroad to the police department. Everyone in the department knew Qin Shou's background, and no one underestimated him. Furthermore, the police had labeled Qin Shou a dangerous individual and implemented a covert surveillance policy, outwardly lenient but inwardly strict. This surveillance policy will certainly not be relaxed, at least in the short term, until Qin Shilai's true purpose and intentions in China are clarified. The policewoman's words immediately demoralized Qin Shou, who even seemed ready to flee. Another 15 days in jail? He would definitely go crazy. Forget it, he'd better find another opportunity to get close to Wenlan. He didn't want to go back to jail for chasing girls. He knew what was more important. After leaving the police station, something else made Qin Shou feel deeply frustrated and depressed. Neither Yilan nor Song Jia, the two women he had saved, came to his rescue. This was completely different from his initial assessment. Are Yilan and Song Jia really such ungrateful women who don't know how to repay their saviors? This especially hurt Qin Shou psychologically. You should know that this self-important man used to be the one women threw themselves at. Now that he had saved her, he didn't even get a thank you. He didn't even come to thank him, let alone come to rescue him from the police station. It must be the hotel owner, Xia Tian, who stopped Yilan and Song Jia from rescuing me. That's definitely the reason. As a man himself, Qin Shou knew that the attraction of stunningly beautiful women to men was irresistible. He didn't believe that Xia Tian, this hot-blooded young man, would be unmoved by such exquisite women as Yilan and Song Jia. He harbored a deep hatred for Xia Tian, the hotel owner. He even blamed Xia Tian for Yilan and Song Jia not coming to his rescue, a somewhat accidental coincidence. Looking dejected, Qin Shou returned to the hotel alone. However, when he got back, he wasn't greeted by the smiling Yilan and the shy Song Jia, who hadn't come to work that day. Instead, he was greeted by the hotel security manager and a dismissal notice. Qin Shou was stunned. This is completely different from what I imagined. Shouldn't a hero who saves a damsel in distress usually offer himself up and help them get married? No, why? I saved President Yi and Assistant Song yesterday. If I hadn't intervened, with you bunch of good-for-nothings, President Yi and Assistant Song would have been captured by those people, and who knows what dangers they would have faced. Now you want to fire me? Give me a reason. And firing me should be your personal act, you piece of trash, right? Are you jealous of me and afraid I'll take your position? Where's President Yi? I need to see President Yi. You piece of trash, get the hell out of my sight. Qin Shou looked as if he had already seen through everything, and his guess was quite reasonable. Because the hotel security captain was so incompetent that he, an ordinary new security guard, stole the limelight, it's only natural that the captain would try to suppress and retaliate against him while Yilan was away from the hotel, and even try to fire him without his consent to protect his own position. Qin Shou wore an expression that said, I've seen through all of this already, as if to say, you piece of trash, you think you can play these tricks on me? You're still too green. The security captain looked utterly surprised. Qin Shou, seeing this expression, became even more smug. See, he had completely guessed Qin Shou's thoughts. Now he was going to be furious, wasn't he? Have you been reading too many novels? The hotel security captain looked at Qin Shou with a speechless expression, as if to say, the dismissal notice was issued to you by Assistant Song through General Manager Yi. Then, the security captain's next sentence made Qin Shou's face change, and he looked incredulous. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're making this up, aren't you? I saved President Yi, how could she fire me? That doesn't make sense, don't try to fool me. Qin Shou was furious, his expression also somewhat agitated. He grabbed the security captain by the collar, his face contorted with rage. The hotel security captain, thinking of this guy's terrifying strength, also looked a little nervous. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, let me go first, and I'll show you the evidence. Hearing that the other party had evidence, Qin Shou released him and glared at him fiercely. You'd better be telling the truth, or I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Qin Shou had now reverted to his role as the leader of the Mad Dragon mercenaries, looking at the hotel security captain with a cold and ruthless expression. Shivering, the security captain immediately pulled out his phone, scrolled through the green bubble screen, and then handed it to Qin Shou, saying, listen to it yourself. The chat interface showed Song Jia, the general manager's assistant, with a voice message, Captain Wang, here is General Manager Yi's latest instruction, fire the new security guard named Qin Shou who joined yesterday, and give him 10,000 yuan as a reward for saving General Manager Yi and me yesterday. Below is a message from the security captain asking why he was dismissed, to which Song Jia replies, you just need to carry out President Yi's decision. Looking at these chat logs, Qin Shou also heard Song Jia's voice notification, and knew that none of this was fake, nor was it something the security captain made up. Yilan really wanted to fire him. Why? On what grounds? Qin Shou simply couldn't understand why Yilan, whom he had saved, would not only not be grateful and offer herself in return, but would also dismiss him. Where did things go wrong? Could it be that my identity has been exposed? But that shouldn't be the case. Even if the other party knew my identity, they wouldn't treat me like this, would they? There must be something I don't know about, and I can't get a clear answer from the security captain. To figure it all out, I have to ask Yilan and Songjia themselves. I also know that Yilan and Songjia didn't come to work today, and they're not in the hotel right now. Okay, I understand. After suddenly calming down, Shinsho said this and then turned around and walked out of the hotel without lingering. He felt extremely humiliated. How could he, the famous Mad Dragon, be fired as a mere security guard in a hotel? If this gets back to the mercenary world, they'll probably laugh their heads off. Arguing with the security captain here would be beneath him. He couldn't bear the humiliation. So Shinsho turned and left. But he had already decided that he would ask Yilan and Songjia face to face why they treated him, their benefactor, this way. At this time, Xiatian had just assigned all the female bodyguards to him, giving them the identity information of all his wives and asking them to distribute them for covert protection. This highlights the importance of security for Yilan and Songjia, as they are facing the infamous leader of the Mad Dragon mercenaries, Shinsho. Therefore, Yilan and Songjia are assigned 4 of their strongest female bodyguards for protection. These 4 female bodyguards are exceptionally powerful even within the entire Fengdun security company. If they were to confront Shinsho head-on, it's truly uncertain who would win. Xiatian didn't tell the others about the female bodyguard, but he did tell Yilan and Songjia about her existence, since their immediate priority was dealing with the danger posed by the Yi family. Yi Xiangrong of the Yi family has been released on bail. Although the evidence is conclusive, the Yi family has not been idle all these years. Besides, the fact that the other party is Yilan's biological parents is undeniable. Although there are constant conflicts and disputes between them, there is an unbreakable blood connection. Therefore, despite Yilan and the hotel's legal team's best efforts, they were unable to bring Yi Xiangrong and the Yi family to justice. However, this was within Yilan's expectations. It was obviously impossible to bring down the Yi family with this alone. He would have to take matters into his own hands to deal with the Yi family. Xiatian has authorized Yilan to use the finances of the Emperor Hotel. The Emperor Hotel is a long-established luxury 5-star hotel in the capital. The hotel's cash flow is not large, but it is still more than 200 million yuan. In addition, Xiatian received 100 million yuan for living expenses this week. With the remaining 200 million yuan, Xiatian asked Huang Yue to take the money from Fengdun Security to tide him over. He then gave all 500 million yuan to Yilan at once, telling her to deal with the Yi family, this cancer, and to go ahead and do it. If she needs more money, she can ask him for more. Yilan was moved to tears. For the first time, he felt complete trust and support from Xiatian. Having grown up in a treacherous environment, Yilan was moved to tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, he threw himself into Xiatian's arms again, despite not having fully recovered, and became passionate and proactive. Faced with Yilan's proactive attitude, what could Xiatian do? She could only fight back. Fortunately, Yilan and Songjia had recovered quite a bit by morning, otherwise they wouldn't be able to go to work tomorrow. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xiatian finally returned to the faculty apartment at Tsinghua University. As Xiatian opened the door and came in, Suro rolled her eyes. Oh, this is rare. Our busy man actually came back today. Did he come to the wrong place? Ahem, Roar, where's Wanner? What's for dinner tonight? I'm starving. Xiatian shamelessly stepped forward, wanting to get closer to Su Ro. Stay away from me, what's that smell on you? Sniffing Xiatian, Su Ro immediately shoved him away with a disgusted look. Which woman did you just get off with? You haven't even had time to get rid of the smell yet. Su Ro's expression was also unpleasant. Although she had accepted the fact that Xiatian had many wives, this was still too unfair of him, especially his time management. It was full of flaws. He couldn't even hide the fact that he shouldn't appear in front of another woman smelling like a previous one. He was incredibly stupid. Because of time constraints, Xiatian didn't have time to shower at Yilan and Songjia's place before rushing back. He remembered Shenwan's request that he must come home tonight. Shenwan, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, came out when she heard the commotion outside. Seeing that Xiatian had returned on time, she couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Hearing Su Ro's words, she wasn't angry at all. She just said, "Go take a shower quickly. The food will be ready soon. You can eat after you shower." Summer rushed off to take a shower, while Su-ro pouted and complained bitterly to Shinwan, "You can tolerate this? You're just going to spoil him like this. What will you do if he goes too far in the future?" Chapter 119, The Virtuous Shinwan. Su-ro's resentment was also soaring. Xia Tian, that brat, didn't know how to cherish them. No wonder she couldn't have a good attitude. "Alright, don't be angry about this. Didn't you already know and prepare yourself from the beginning? By the way, you've been busy these past few days, and there are some things I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Come help in the kitchen, and I'll tell you," Shinwan said to Su-ro. These past few days, Su-ro's college had an event, and she had been leaving early and returning late every day. Although I was mentally prepared, I never expected it to turn out like this. That scoundrel married so many wives all of a sudden, and now he doesn't even care about us. It's infuriating. Su-ro expressed her emotions. What could be wrong that he hasn't told me in the past 2 days? Su-ro asked, puzzled, as she followed Shinwan into the kitchen. Next, Shinwan told Su-ro that Xia Tian had given her his bank card with 500 million yuan in cash to keep safe. Shinwan went to check the bank card and saw the real 500 million yuan in the card, with a long string of zeros. The shock made Shinwan's heart race and she even felt a little dizzy for a moment. Then she told Su-ro about what happened to Yilan and the acquisition of Fengdun Security Company this summer. Su-ro was quite excited to hear all this. 500 million yuan in cash was entrusted to Warner for safekeeping? Shocked by Xia Tian's extravagant gesture, a sense of unease rose in her heart. Xia Tian had entrusted Warner with 500 million yuan in assets, and she wouldn't have known about it at all if Warner hadn't brought it up with her. At this moment, Shinwan was looking at Su-ro with a sincere expression. "I was really angry at the time because he had gotten involved with Wang Nan, Jian Qin, and Zhou Nianyo. I was really angry and thought I was completely blind to have chosen such a womanizing scumbag. I thought it was better to end it quickly than to suffer for a long time, so I decided to just divorce him." Shinwan explained the situation to Su-ro, hoping that the two sisters wouldn't harbor any resentment over it. "So that brat just pulled out a bank card with 500 million yuan and knocked you unconscious?" Su-ro looked at her with disdain, not at Shinwan, but at that brat Xia Tian. Su-ro quickly digested her initial discomfort. She knew that when it came to managing a household, she and Shinwan were not even in the same league. The virtuous Shinwan could manage money and run the household well, while she, well, never mind. Even if Xia Tian dared to give him 500 million, I probably wouldn't dare to take it. Ahem, well, I'm mainly worried that the brat will squander the money, so I'm keeping it safe for him. Shinwan blushed a little. Although she spoke in a high-sounding manner, she couldn't deny that she was indeed stunned by the prospect of 500 million yuan. She was completely bewildered. At least this rascal has some conscience, willing to entrust you with the safekeeping of 500 million yuan. Su-ro was also very satisfied, which at least showed that Xia Tian cared about the two of them. "So how many wives and girlfriends does this rascal have now?" Su-ro then asked with a frown. "We know of 10 wives, plus 3 girlfriends we haven't officially married yet. I don't know if that number has increased today." Shinwan was also speechless. She had quite a few complaints about Xia Tian in this regard. He had gone too far. Isn't he afraid of being drained dry? Does he really want to die a romantic death under the peony? Besides, can he even handle it? Su-ro was speechless. Thinking back to their first meeting in the summer, he was just a weakling who couldn't even hold a plank for a minute. Now he has so many beautiful and sexy wives. Can his body handle it? The image of a weak man from movies and TV shows, with dark circles under his eyes, walking unsteadily and panting, due to excessive indulgence, flashed through her mind. I called him back today to have a detailed talk with him about this. It's only natural for young people to like beautiful women and crave physical intimacy, but going too far can be counterproductive and even harmful to their health. So we need to guide and counsel him on this matter later. Shinwan explained her plan to call Xia Tian back to Su-ro, and the two of them would need to work together. This was the second time Xia Tian had taken a shower today, and both times it was in the faculty apartment at Shuemu. She dried herself with a wry smile, put on the pajamas that Shinwan had prepared for her, and came out to find a sumptuous dinner already laid out on the dining table. Normally, Shinwan and Su-ro would only eat a little something in the evening to maintain their figures and wouldn't prepare such a lavish dinner. But ever since Xia Tian moved in, whenever he's around, Shinwan goes to great lengths to cook a whole table of delicious food, just in case Xia Tian, this big young man, goes hungry. This is such a feast. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Warner. Xia Tian said to Shenwan while stuffing delicious food into her mouth. He had expended a lot of energy today and was already quite hungry. Seeing the large table of food, he didn't stand on ceremony and immediately began to eat and drink heartily. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Here, have a bowl of soup to warm your stomach first. Shenwan ladled out a bowl of broth and let Xia Tian have some soup first. This was a soup that she had been stewing since noon, taking a whole afternoon to prepare, and it tasted quite good. This treatment, TSK, I don't know what kind of good fortune you accumulated in your past lives to have such a virtuous wife as Wanner. You've really become a big shot. Su Rou exclaimed. Shenwan was just too virtuous. Anyone who marries a wife like that should be secretly happy. Only Xia Tian, that rascal, doesn't know how to cherish her. Xia Tian didn't refute it. He also admitted that Shenwan was indeed very virtuous. Who told me I'm so lucky? Maybe I saved the galaxy in my past life, which is why I'm able to have two stunning beauties like Wanner and Roar as my wives in this life. Xia Tian's skin has gradually thickened, and he can now say things that he was too embarrassed to say before. It's different when there are more women around, huh? You can come up with all sorts of sweet nothings to coax women these days. Su Rou teased Xia Tian. Xia Tian gave an awkward smile and stopped talking, only praising the food as delicious and burying her head in her food. Shenwan stopped Su Rou from speaking with a look. Come on, Xiao Rou, try the soup I made today and see how it tastes. A large table of sumptuous food was served, but Shenwan and Su Rou only took a few bites and barely touched their chopsticks. Xia Tian devoured almost everything on his own. Now, thanks to the system's modifications and enhancements to my body, my appetite has increased significantly in the summer. Chapter 120. My wife personally teaches me how to manage time. Summer lay on the sofa with her belly slung over her shoulder, completely lacking any semblance of decorum. From any angle, she didn't look like a billionaire at all. Can't you pay a little attention to your image? Su Rou looked at Xia Tian's current appearance with some disdain. Why should I care about my image at home? Of course, I should just do whatever makes me comfortable. Xia Tian said dismissively. Yes, it's fine to be casual at home, Shenwan said with a smile as she cleared the dishes. Shenwan didn't find fault with Xia Tian's unseemly appearance at home. On the contrary, she agreed with Xia Tian's statement. Su Rou rolled her eyes. She had only said one thing to Xia Tian. Why are you suddenly feeling sorry for me talking about your man? You're starting to defend him now? That's your man too. Shenwan blushed and retorted guiltily. I'm your man, and you're going to argue with me? Why can't I? Su Rou said with a look of disdain. Sister Rower, I've noticed you seem to have a lot of opinions about me today? Xia Tian asked, looking at Su Rou with a malicious expression. Don't you know why I have a problem with you? Su Rou looked at Xia Tian with disdain. Ahem, you're upset that I haven't come home to keep you company these past few days, right? Well, I'll make it up to you now. We've eaten enough, so let's move around a bit and digest. Xia Tian said, lifting Su Rou onto his shoulder and heading towards the bedroom. Hey, you little rascal, what are you doing? Su Rou frantically patted Xia Tian's back, but to no avail. Let's do it. Xia Tian grinned maliciously and entered the room, ignoring Su Rou's resistance. You little rascal, you can't do strenuous exercise right after eating. Su Rou protested. Let's take it one step at a time. Xia Tian didn't let Su Rou off the hook. Oh, you little rascal. Su Rou's voice of protest grew softer and softer until it was completely inaudible, replaced by. Soon after, an indescribable sound came from inside the room. Shenwan's face flushed, and she involuntarily squeezed her legs together. She quickly went to the kitchen to wash the dishes to distract herself. Summer is getting more and more reckless. He had obviously been fooling around with women before. Instead of resting and recuperating after coming back, he's already going wild again. Although young people are full of energy and have amazing recovery abilities, they can't just mess around like this. I need to give him a good reminder later, and make sure he practices some self-control. Lost in thought, she was pulled into the fray by Su Rou's pleas for mercy and cries for help before she could even begin her reminder. By the time everything calmed down, she was too exhausted to speak. She wondered to herself, how come that brat Xia Tian has such amazing stamina? He always manages to win against two people at once. This is not very scientific. Logically, it should be the other way around. In fact, Xia Tian was also drenched in sweat at this moment. He had indeed gone too far today, doing it one after another. Even an iron body couldn't withstand such a torment. Besides, the system's enhancement of his body wasn't that abnormal at the moment. It was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person, far from being abnormal. To have a stronger physique, the task of systematic physical training must not be interrupted. Other tasks are fine, and even if they are interrupted, it doesn't matter. At most, you will lose some money and other things. But this physical training is all about yourself and is related to your future happiness. Therefore, you cannot be careless or negligent in the slightest. It took the three of them a while to regain their strength, with Su-ro recovering faster. "You little rascal, how many wives and girlfriends do you have right now?" Su-ro's resentment had long since dissipated after the earlier activities. "Who were you with before you came back today?" Well. Xiatian tried to deny it, but before he could finish speaking, Xinhuan interrupted him. "You're young now, so it's understandable that you're a little greedy for these things. But anything in excess is bad. What will you do in the future if you damage your body too much? These things need to be done over a long period of time." Xinhuan finally found an opportunity to talk to Xiatian about this topic. Now Xiatian was taking advantage of his youth and acting recklessly. "Tell me honestly, besides us and those two from Imperial University, who else have you had a real relationship with?" Su-ro suddenly interrupted and asked. That is, Wang Nan, Jian Qin, Zhou Nianyo, and Yilan and Song Jia." Xiatian's confidence waned as she spoke. They had originally agreed that they were just a fake couple to shield each other, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? However, Xiatian didn't lie to them. They would find out sooner or later anyway, so there was no need to hide it. 9 already. You're really amazing, can your body handle it? Su-ro was speechless and couldn't help but pinch Xiatian's soft waist. Hee, not bad, not bad. Xiatian could only grin shamelessly. Now that there are 9 of you, have you made any time arrangements? Su-ro touched the cold sweat on Xiatian's neck. Otherwise, even if you have kidneys of iron, they'll be ruined sooner or later. Xiatian was also thinking about his system tasks for exercising, while Su-ro and Xinhuan were discussing working together to be Xiatian's time management masters. On Monday, you can go to Imperial University. You can't just ignore them. On Tuesday, spend the day with Wang Nan, and after school, take her out for dinner. Freshmen have to go back to their dorms at night, so just make sure you're back before lights out. On Wednesday, go to the Imperial Hotel. You don't need to rush back that night. On Thursday, you also need to spend time with Jian Qin and Zhou Nianyo. They're sophomores now, and they also have to go back to their dorms at night. Just make sure you're back before lights out. Come back and spend time with us on Friday, then relax and rest at home this Saturday and Sunday. Don't overindulge like this every day. You have a long life ahead of you, and you can't let your health suffer too much. This arrangement takes into account every woman currently connected to Xiatian, but something still feels a little off. Xiatian didn't respond to the schedule. It was still early, and she suddenly remembered that she hadn't given them the houses the system reward had given them yet, and the luxury cars were just sitting in the garage collecting dust. She decided to give them the houses and cars today. The teacher's apartment was convenient, but they could just come to school for a lunch break. It was definitely not as comfortable as living in a mansion. She should move to a bigger house in the future. Otherwise, why would she stay in this small teacher's apartment every day instead of living in a luxurious house outside? Chapter 121: Housing and Car Allocation. It's late at night, and the three of them have plenty of time after their activities. It's a bit too early to go to bed now, so let's get up and give them a big surprise. Seeing Xiatian get up and start getting dressed, Su-ro was initially puzzled, then immediately looked disgusted and contemptuous. "Are you getting dressed now because you're planning to rush to another event?" Snap. Summer gently slapped Su-ro's rounded breasts, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. "What are you thinking about? Come on, let's go see the surprise I prepared for you," Xiatian said to Xinhuan and Su-ro. "They even prepared a surprise for us? What is it?" Xinhuan lazily didn't want to get out of bed. She had just been bullied terribly by Xiatian. Xiatian also fulfilled the vow he made when Xinhuan punished him to stand the day before yesterday. He would make Xinhuan kneel down and sing Conquer, and it actually happened before. So even now, Xinhuan's legs are still a little weak, and she doesn't want to move. But it's a big surprise. You'll regret it if you don't go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Xiatian said enticingly. What surprise is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Just give it to us directly. It's too much trouble to take a shower outside, Su-ro said in a sweet voice, her face full of curiosity. Hee, I can't carry this stuff today, you guys have to go and receive it yourselves. Xia Tian quickly rinsed off in the bathroom. This was his third shower today, and he felt like he was about to wash his skin raw. Shenwan and Su-ro exchanged glances. Hearing Xia Tian say this, they could basically guess what gifts Xia Tian was going to give them. Since they couldn't carry them, they would have to receive them in person. It was probably a house and a car. However, houses in the capital were too expensive. A slightly larger or more luxurious house would easily cost tens or hundreds of millions. Given Xia Tian's wealth and vision, he probably wouldn't even look at those small houses that cost a few million. So, the two of them were filled with anticipation. Although the two are teachers at Tsinghua University, the possibility of them owning a luxury house in Beijing is not very high, it's too expensive. The three of them washed up and went out together. Luckily, they were driving a Bentley, and Xia Tian stepped on the gas and drove off. Although Shenwan and Su-ro were bursting with curiosity and kept asking questions along the way, Xia Tian stubbornly refused to reveal his surprise. Soon, Xia Tian's car arrived at a villa area, Yunhai Villas, a luxury residential area for the wealthy. The Bentley wasn't registered to the access control system, so it had to be parked in the summer. The security guard at the gate was about to reprimand him, saying that this was a high-end villa area and that outside vehicles were not allowed to enter. However, when he looked up and saw that the other vehicle was a Bentley Mulsanne, he forcibly swallowed the words of reprimand that were about to come out. Xia Tian didn't get out of the car, but honked the horn once. The security guards immediately ran over. People who drive such luxury cars are either rich or powerful, and they, as lowly security guards, definitely can't afford to offend them. Sir, are you looking for someone or? We need the residents inside to call and confirm before we can go in, the security guard said as cautiously as possible. We are the owners of Villa number 8 inside, open the door. Xia Tian took out the property certificate for Villa number 8 and showed it to the security guard. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll check the system and enter your vehicle information into it so it will be easier for you to come and go in the future, the security guard said solicitously to Xia Tian. He needed to check the owner information of Villa number 8 on the computer. Summer gestured for them to hurry up, knowing that this was the security guard's procedure and job. The security guard returned to the security room, quickly checked, and confirmed that the other party was indeed the owner of the number 8 villa. He immediately and attentively entered the Bentley's license plate number into the access control system for Xia Tian, and then opened the gate of the community for her. Xia Tian retrieved the property certificate and handed it over to Shenwan. Yunhai Villa is a veritable luxury area for the wealthy, where all the residents are either rich or noble. Building number 8 is the king of the entire villa area, being the largest in terms of area and land area. In the summer, led by the security guard, we arrived at the entrance of Villa number 8. There were parking spaces outside, and the villa was cleaned regularly by the property management company. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of them, Shenwan and Su-ro's eyes began to light up. The villa was 3 stories high and had a large yard. Shenwan and Su-ro excitedly held Xia Tian's hands, their eyes filled with surprise and emotion. Xia Tian smiled and said, "This is a surprise for you. From now on, this will be our new home." The two couldn't wait to enter the villa. It was Xia Tian's first time visiting either. The interior was luxurious yet cozy, with every detail showcasing quality. Shenwan stroked the soft sofa, her eyes gleaming with surprise and obvious delight. "You've really prepared such a big surprise for us. This villa is so big, it must be very valuable." Su-ro asked as she looked around. "As long as you like it, that's all that matters. You deserve the best." Summer's words were as sweet as honey. "You're so good with words, here's a reward, Mom." Su-ro offered a sweet kiss. Shenwan looked at the villa and said, "This is too big. There are only 3 of us living here. There's no need for such a large villa. Living here is too big and it's a bit scary and wasteful." Although she also liked big mansions, this one was a bit too big. A single floor is over 600 square meters, so a 3-story building would be over 1,800 square meters. It would be a bit scary for her to live there alone. "Yeah, it's way too big. It's really a bit empty and scary when it's just the 2 of us living here." Su-ro thought about it and agreed a house that's too big isn't necessarily a good thing. Besides, it's not very convenient for you to go to work and school from here. You don't come back every day anyway. Let us just stay in the school's apartment. That would be more convenient. Xinhuan Yu continued with regret, we can only stay here with you when you come to live with us. Otherwise, we're not sure we'd dare to live here by ourselves. Hey, wait a minute, you bought such a big villa, you wouldn't be thinking of having all your wives live here, would you? Su Ro suddenly realized something and looked at Xia Tian with an unfriendly expression. Ahem, I really didn't. I had my subordinates buy the villa. I genuinely didn't know it was so big. Xia Tian innocently admitted he truly didn't know. He genuinely had no idea the villa, a system reward, was so large. Although upon first seeing the villa, Xia Tian did have the fleeting thought of bringing all his wives and girlfriends to live there, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Besides, he knew the chances of that being true were slim. Not to mention others, Xinhuan and Guya alone couldn't get along. There is still a long way to go before we can achieve our goals. Chapter 122 Su Hao Who Breathes Fire. The villa is big and luxurious, but it's too far from the school. Let us forget about it and continue living in the school dormitory. Xinhuan didn't dwell on Xia Tian's little scheme. What man doesn't want to sleep with his lover? You can't entirely blame him for having such impure thoughts. Xia Tian sighed inwardly, filled with regret. It seemed that she would have to do a lot of work before this could become a reality. I've prepared a car for each of you so you can drive to and from get off work. Xia Tian wasn't giving up and wanted to try one more time. Let's not, it's too spacious here, just the two of us, but we're not used to living with others. Let's wait until later, Xinhuan still refused. Alright then, I had someone buy a duplex apartment in the Yunhai residential area up ahead. It's over 300 square meters, which should be a suitable size. Shall we go take a look at this apartment? Although he was full of regret, he could only bring out the other duplex apartment. Originally, when he was with Xinhuan, the system reward was this villa, and when he was with Su Ro, the system reward was a duplex apartment in the Yunhai residential area. Now that Xinhuan and the others thought the villa was too big, he could only bring out the duplex apartment to see if they liked it. Anyway, he really didn't want to squeeze into that apartment at school anymore, which was only a little over 100 square meters. As a super rich person, it's really unworthy of me to still be crammed in there every day. Besides, since I have such good conditions now, why not enjoy them? Isn't this just making a fuss over nothing? The two luxury cars parked in front of the villa were both worth millions of yuan, one for each person. Xinhuan chose an Audi, which was grand and dignified, while Su Ro chose a Ferrari, which was flamboyant and individualistic. The three drove away from the villa area one after another, heading to the Yunhai community, which was not far away. This community, called Yunhai Community, and the Yunhai villas behind it were all built by the same real estate company. Yunhai Community was considered a high-end community, mainly consisting of large single-level and duplex apartments. The three entered the residential area and soon arrived at Building 8. Most of the houses rewarded by the system were in Building 8, so the system was quite good at picking them. The building is 30 stories high, and the house rewarded by the system is on the 28th floor, with the upper floors being duplex apartments. Room 2801, unlocked with fingerprint, the three of them entered. Having just seen the large villa, this house now felt much more compact. The two-story house totaled 308 square meters. The house was actually not small at all. Not to mention Xinhuan and Su Ro, it could easily accommodate two more people without any problem. The house is also fully furnished and equipped with all the necessary appliances. Moreover, the house rewarded by the system uses only the best of everything, so there's absolutely no need to worry about quality issues. This place is really nice. Su Ro's eyes lit up as soon as she entered. She really liked it here, especially the interior design style, which was exactly what she liked. I've decided, let's stay here. The more Su Ro looked at the house, the more she liked it. It was as if this house was destined for her and was tailor-made for her. If she owned a house like this, she would decorate it in the same style. The system's power is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Xinhuan actually really liked the villa, but it was too big. It was too spacious for her and Su Ro to live there alone, and Xinhuan couldn't accept living with other people at the moment, so she had to give it up with a heavy heart. Su Ro liked it, and Xinhuan had no objections, so this apartment 2801 in Building 8 of Yunhai Community would belong to Xinhuan and Su Ro from now on. They didn't need to move, as they had everything they needed here, and besides, they would be staying at the school for lunch anyway. Whether it's cosmetics or personal items, everything is available here. The system has thoughtfully prepared the best for us, so there's absolutely no problem for the three of us to stay here tonight. The three of them chose the master bedroom on the second floor, which had a huge floor-to-ceiling window with a wide view and a very nice scenery. That night, to reward Xiatian for the gift she gave them, Shenwan and Su Ro used all their charm, making Xiatian exclaim that she couldn't take it anymore. The next day, because the previous night was too crazy, Xiatian missed getting up at 6 o'clock again and failed to complete her daily tasks. However, this task has now failed repeatedly, and his study tasks have also been interrupted. The only daily task he is still persisting with is physical exercise. It is because this task includes doing certain activities as part of the task that it has not been interrupted. Otherwise, if it were really counted as a physical exercise task, this task should have been interrupted long ago. He has not gone for many days to run and exercise. Fortunately, Shinwan set an alarm last night, which prevented the three of them from being late today, but they all entered the classroom just as the bell rang. Summer had just stepped into the classroom when she was suddenly met with a venomous gaze. Her senses, enhanced by the system, were incredibly sharp. Summer frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the gaze. Su Hao. Had this kid lost his mind? Looking at her like that, as if she were their mortal enemy? Was he out of his mind? This kid. It seems, maybe, perhaps they have an irreconcilable hatred for me, the so-called hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. These are all irreconcilable hatreds. It seems that I slept with his fiancée's girlfriend. Could it be that the other party found out? Could Zhou Nianyo have told him the truth? Xia Tian put her hand to her forehead. Oh well, she had already gotten such a good deal. If he wanted to look at her with such hatred, then so be it. It wouldn't hurt her anyway. Shrugging, Xia Tian walked straight to the seat Wang Nan had reserved for him under Su Hao's murderous gaze. Before he could even exchange a few sweet words with Wang Nan, the class bell rang, and the old professor had already arrived at the podium. The rest of the class went smoothly. As soon as the first class ended, Su Haodong stood up abruptly and walked straight towards Xia Tian with a hateful look on his face. The originally noisy classroom turned into a place where everyone looked over with curiosity because of Su Haodong's posture. Xia Tian remained calm and composed as Su Hao approached with murderous intent. Everyone could sense Su Hao's anger, as if Xia Tian were his father's killer. Weren't they roommates? What happened? Why did such a big conflict arise? You bastard surnamed Xia, you WCNMLGBD, don't you need to give me an explanation? Su Hao looked at Xia Tian with eyes that were practically spitting fire. Chapter 123. Su Hao is dumbfounded. Su Hao was unusually angry. He had felt that Xia Tian was a bit out of his element and acted like a country bumpkin who didn't know any rules. He had originally planned to deal with this guy after he became more familiar with the capital. But he never expected that before he could even deal with him, this kid would actually steal his tower without any sense of martial ethics. As the saying goes, one should not covet a friend's wife, especially since the two are roommates. I had even introduced Zhou Nianyo to him before, saying she was my girlfriend and fiancé. Yet this guy, knowing this relationship, still got involved with Zhou Nianyo. Where does that leave me? So now Su Hao really wants to kill Xia Tian. The hatred of having his wife stolen is irreconcilable. 2 days ago, when Zhou Nianyo confronted him, using the excuse that they weren't compatible and formally proposed breaking up, Su Hao didn't take it seriously at first. He knew Zhou Nianyo had always looked down on him, and he had even overheard her true thoughts at the villa a few days earlier. So, although he was surprised by Zhou Nianyo's sudden breakup request, he was somewhat surprised that she had suddenly changed her mind. Wasn't she originally planning to pretend to be a couple with him to appease their elders? Why was she no longer pretending and directly confronting him? Why? Su Hao was naturally unwilling. He had been holding back this question in his heart for a long time. Ever since he accidentally overheard Zhou Nianyo's true thoughts in the villa, he had wanted to question her face to face. However, since he couldn't explain it, he couldn't just go up and question her directly. Now was the perfect opportunity to ask her. There's no reason why. We're just not a good match. We only got to know each other because of our elders. Now I feel that we're not really suited to be together, so that's it. Zhou Nianyo was actually a little guilty, but she had always been the one in a stronger position in front of Su Hao, so even now, she still spoke forcefully. You'll find a better girlfriend than me. This last sentence, seemingly something everyone says when breaking up, made Su Hao feel a tightness in his chest and a shortness of breath. Do your aunt and uncle know about this? Su Hao asked a crucial question. The two of them got together because of their families, but now that Zhou Nianyo has suddenly made this request, Su Hao doesn't believe that his family would agree. It's very likely that Zhou Nianyo made this decision on her own. Su Hao, we're all grown up now. Of course, we should make our own decisions about our personal relationships, Zhou Nianyo said with a touch of pride, earnestly advising Su Hao. I disagree. Su Hao, unusually assertive in front of Zhou Nianyo, gritted his teeth and said, I disagree. My relationship with you is approved by your parents. Unless they say so, I absolutely refuse. Su Hao was unwilling, especially thinking about all the sincerity he had given Zhou Nianyo over the years. Everyone in his circle of friends knew he was a devoted and loyal simp. Now he had nothing to show for it and had been dumped. What made Su Hao even more unwilling was that he hadn't even held Zhou Nianyo's hand yet. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. Su Hao, how childish are you? How old are you? Why do you need your family's approval for this kind of thing? We can just agree on it ourselves. Don't tell your family for now. Zhou Nianyo was furious. This Su Hao actually dared to use his family's arrangements as an excuse. She immediately shouted in a fit of anger. Xiaoyu, we just got engaged, and now you're breaking up with me in such a hurry without telling your family. Could it be that? Su Hao suddenly thought of a possibility he didn't want to face. Although Zhou Nianyo wasn't particularly interested in him before, she hadn't suggested breaking up. But today she made this request. Could it be that Zhou Nianyo has someone she likes? Once the idea popped into his head, it filled Su Hao's mind uncontrollably. Zhou Nianyo was embarrassed when Su Hao exposed her. She thought she could easily control Su Hao and make him listen to her as usual, but she didn't expect Su Hao to do this to her today and dare to disobey her. Yes, I've fallen for another guy. Are you satisfied now? Zhou Nianyo, somewhat embarrassed and angry, simply stated it outright. Boom! Su Hao was stunned, his mind went blank, and sure enough. Who? Su Hao asked through gritted teeth. Su Hao, don't ask anymore. You can't force things when it comes to feelings. Just consider it my fault. I'll make it up to you in other ways in the future. Zhou Nianyo's answer made Su Hao sway. All his efforts over the years, and this is the result? Other forms of compensation? Ha ha. Do you think I need your little bit of compensation? Can all those years of emotional investment be compensated for with anything else? Am I short of money? I disagree. Unless you tell me who this person is, I'm going to tell my uncle and aunt. Su Hao said with a dark face. Zhou Nianyo was helpless. She had no way to deal with Su Hao's persistent pestering. Su Hao persisted, leaving Zhou Nianyo helpless. She had thought it would just be a simple breakup, something that could be resolved in a minute, but she hadn't expected that even after she had said that, Su Hao still wouldn't let go, leaving her speechless. Okay, I'll tell you, the boy I like is Xia Tian. Are you satisfied now? Alright, can we break up now? Although Zhou Nianyo felt this was wrong, since Su Hao was still pestering her, she decided to say it anyway in order to make him give up. She had always looked down on Su Hao and hadn't treated him as an equal. In fact, she looked down on him. That's why she brought up Xia Tian, just hoping to make Su Hao give up as soon as possible. As for what Su Hao would do after he found out, or what kind of revenge he would take, she didn't care at all. Based on her understanding of Su Hao, she knew that he wouldn't dare to go against her wishes. But she forgot that the reason Su Hao was so obedient to her was because of their relationship. Now that she was breaking up with him, how could Su Hao still listen to her every word? Zhou Nianyo's thoughts were simple, and her words were easy to say, but Su Hao was dumbfounded. When Zhou Nianyo uttered the name Xia Tian, Su Hao was stunned. He considered countless possibilities, but he never expected it to be this name. Chapter 124 Frustration. Su Hao felt like he was seeing stars. This was outrageous. It was an absolute disgrace. It was obvious that Xia Tian had actually stolen their home. At this moment, Su Hao was filled with hatred. His home had actually been stolen by a country bumpkin he looked down upon. The humiliation and frustration caused him to suffer internal injuries. How dare he? Is he even human? They were roommates and classmates, how could he do something like this? So, having failed to catch Xia Tian in the dormitory all night, Su Hao came to the classroom early in the morning to wait for her. Fortunately, he was not disappointed. Su Hao immediately approached Xia Tian. Today, he, the eldest son of the Su family, would temporarily abandon the instructions of his elders. He would spare no effort to teach Xia Tian a lesson today. Confess? What confession? Xia Tian feigned confusion. He had guessed the reason for Su Hao's anger, most likely because the other party knew about his relationship with Zhou Nianyo. However, he wondered how much the other party knew. You. Su Hao's eyes blazed with fury. Don't play dumb. You know what I'm talking about. Su Hao was speechless with anger, and he wanted nothing more than to slap Xia Tian hard. That's what he thought, and that's what he did. He slapped Xia Tian's handsome face, his anger burning in his heart. He couldn't care less about anything else. His wife had been stolen away. If he could still be rational, he wouldn't be a man. Xia Tian had already anticipated Su Hao's desperate actions, so he consciously dodged when the other party made his move. Fortunately, his body had already undergone system enhancement, improving in all aspects, especially his reaction speed, which was extremely fast. The situation between the two quickly attracted the attention of their classmates, who were in an uproar. Had Su Hao gone mad? In front of everyone, he actually attacked the class monitor, Xia Tian. Was he planning something bad? Immediately, some classmates stepped forward to try and stop the two from continuing their fight. Wang Nan was the first to rush forward, completely shielding Xia Tian with her body. Her face was contorted with rage as she glared at Su Hao and shouted in a delicate voice, "Su Hao, what are you doing? What right do you have to hit someone?" Actually, given Xia Tian's current physical condition, he wasn't afraid of Su Hao at all. When he saw Su Hao dare to attack him, Xia Tian's mind raced. Initially, he wanted to teach Su Hao a lesson, but then he thought, never mind, it's understandable that Su Hao is so angry. I'm a magnanimous person, let him vent his emotions. It's not a big deal. Besides, I wasn't hurt. Otherwise, Su Hao was already feeling incredibly aggrieved after I took such a big advantage of him. If I beat him up too, the kid might really do something rash. So after Wang Nan and several other classmates rushed up and stood between the two, Xia Tian pretended to be stopped by them and did not fight back. This is none of your business. Get out of my way. I'm going to beat this bastard to death today. Despite the students blocking his way, Su Hao remained relentless. He had been poised to strike earlier but hadn't managed to hit Xia Tian, leaving him unable to vent his pent-up anger. So now he was still glaring at Xia Tian with eyes that seemed to hate him as if he were his father's killer. Xia Tian did not fight back, which Su Hao took as a sign that he was guilty. It made sense, since Zhou Nianyo was aloof and arrogant, and it was obvious that Xia Tian, that bastard, had been flirting with Zhou Nianyo behind his back. Now that Su Hao had come to him, he was feeling guilty, which was why he didn't dare to fight back. With this shift in power, Su Hao became even more arrogant, relentlessly shouting that he would beat Xia Tian, this despicable and shameless bastard, to death. Su Hao, haven't you made enough of a scene? You keep saying that Xia Tian is despicable and shameless, so tell me what despicable and shameless things Xia Tian did that made you so relentless in causing trouble and hitting people? Wang Nan glared angrily and questioned Su Hao. Everyone could see that she was protecting Xia Tian, which made Su Hao even more furious. Why? On what grounds? Pretty girls are more willing to protect Xia Tian. Is it just because Xia Tian is more handsome? This was something that Su Hao had always been proud of, or something that people criticized, but now it was the other way around. For the first time, he felt the feeling of being at a disadvantage because of his image. These girls were all eager to protect Xia Tian, which made his already wounded heart even more hurt. Faced with Wang Nan's questioning, the beautiful vice class monitor, Su Hao felt awkward and resentful, speechless. How could he answer? Could he say that his fiancée had been stolen away by that despicable and shameless Xia Tian? Does he have no shame at all? After saying this, whether Xia Tian's reputation as a despicable and shameless villain will be confirmed is another matter, but Su Hao will definitely lose all face first, and he will have to be prepared to be looked at with strange eyes from now on. Once the colored hat on his head is put on, he can never take it off. So, faced with Wang Nan's questioning, Su Hao stammered and didn't know how to answer. He couldn't come up with a coherent answer. At this moment, Su Hao's face turned red. On the one hand, he felt frustrated and resentful because he had no way to express his suffering. On the other hand, he was angry because Xia Tian was looking at him with a half smile. Xia Tian was certain that Su Hao wouldn't tell the truth out of pride. This kind of second-generation rich kid cared most about his reputation and would never admit to such a shameful thing as his fiancée being stolen away. As expected, although Su Hao was furious and on the verge of exploding with anger, he still couldn't come up with a coherent explanation. He just kept cursing and swearing that Xia Tian was a despicable, shameless, and vile bastard, but he refused to say anything about how Xia Tian was despicable, shameless, and vile. What are you all doing? Suddenly, Xinhuan's authoritative voice rang out. A female student had tipped off their homeroom teacher, Xinhuan. When Xinhuan learned that Su Hao and Xia Tian had confronted each other, she shook her head repeatedly. She could figure out the reason with her toes. Xia Tian had stolen someone else's wife, so it would be strange if the other person didn't fight him to the death. So when she confessed about Zhou Nianyo to her before summer, Xinhuan had already guessed that things would turn out this way. She shook her head and sighed. What could she do when she had such a troublesome husband? She had to step in and clean up his mess. But how could she possibly resolve this? As the saying goes, the hatred of killing one's father and the hatred of stealing one's wife are irreconcilable deep-seated grudges. It will be difficult to resolve the conflict between the two. Chapter 125 Cleaning Up. Su Hao's eyes were bloodshot with rage. His enemy was right in front of him, yet he couldn't bring himself to speak, leaving him feeling incredibly frustrated. That's right, how did the class monitor act so despicably and shamelessly? Tell me. A female classmate questioned Su Hao, standing up for Xia Tian. Alright, everyone focus on class. Su Hao and Xia Tian, you two come to the office with me. This matter was giving Xinhuan a headache, but there was nothing she could do. No matter how troublesome it was, she had to deal with the mess her husband had caused. Su Hao glared at Xia Tian with resentment, while Xia Tian looked completely innocent and Xinhuan looked helpless. The three of them left the classroom one after another and headed to the office. A college student being called to the teacher's office? That's unbelievable. Upon arriving at the office, Xinhuan made sure to close the door. It was best to keep such an embarrassing incident to a minimum. What's going on between you two? Although Xinhuan knew exactly what was going on, she could only pretend to be confused and asked according to procedure. Teacher Xin, I really don't know. Su Hao attacked me like a mad dog as soon as he came up today. I'm completely confused and don't understand what's wrong with him. Xia Tian complained to his wife with a wronged expression. Xinhuan glared at Xia Tian fiercely. Do you really not know why? You slept with someone's girlfriend or fiancé, isn't it right for them to hit you? Ahem, Su Hao, what exactly happened? Xinhuan could only pretend to be confused and turned to ask Su Hao, hoping that Su Hao, being a young man who cared about his reputation, wouldn't bring it up in person. Su Hao looked at Xia Tian with eyes full of hatred. When he thought that the goddess-like homeroom teacher Xinhuan was Xia Tian's wife, the jealousy and resentment in his heart surged like a raging sea, wave after wave. Su Hao, what happened? You'll have to ask that bastard surnamed Xia. Ask him what despicable things he's done. Are you sick? You came up like a mad dog and tried to bite me. How was I supposed to know what was wrong with you? Xia Tian retorted. Anyway, his wife Wanner already knew, so he wasn't afraid at all. Su Hao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that even at this point, Xia Tian would still dare to be so arrogant towards him. Fine, no one has ever dared to scheme against me like this before. You, surnamed Xia, are the first. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I guarantee you'll regret ever being born. Su Hao stammered with anger. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. He was always the one bullying others, never the one being insulted like this. It was an utter disgrace. If he could tolerate this, he'd change his name. He had already thought it through. If things got out of hand, he would just drop out of school. For a rich kid like him, it wasn't a big deal. He could just study abroad. But before that, he had to completely cripple Xia Tian, otherwise he would be so frustrated that he would die of resentment. Hey Xia, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Kneel down right now, kowtow and apologize to me, and have your wife stay with me for another month. Then I might consider showing mercy. Otherwise, I guarantee I'll let you experience what it means to wish you were dead. Su Hao was completely enraged at this point. To hell with being low-key and devoted. He's being bullied to the point of being low-key. That little bitch Zhou Nianyo has already fallen for someone else, how can he still remain chaste for her? At this moment, the true nature of this rich second-generation playboy is exposed. Without a doubt he's going to bully others now. You lowly scoundrel dared to seduce your fiancé with your handsome looks? You're asking for it, so don't blame me for getting my revenge. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, Xinhuan's face darkened instantly. The guilt she felt towards him because of Xia Tian vanished in an instant, replaced by intense disgust. She even felt a sense of satisfaction that Xia Tian had slept with Zhou Nianyo. Xia Tian didn't waste any more words in the face of Su Hao's reckless remarks. Engaging in a pointless argument with him would only seem childish and boring. Everyone here is an adult, so it's best to resolve issues in an adult way. Verbal arguments are completely useless. Summer clapped his hands twice, and immediately several men in black entered from outside the door. Each of them was strong, powerful, cold, and fierce. As soon as the man in black entered, he subtly took control of Su Hao. Su Hao looked at the man in black beside him with a blank expression, not knowing what was going on for a moment. Xia Tian took out his phone and made his first call to Zhou Nianyo. As soon as the call connected, he went straight to the point, asking what Su Hao's family did and what their company was called. Zhou Nianyo was confused, but she immediately told Xia Tian about Su Hao's family situation. Before hanging up, Xia Tian suddenly stared at Su Hao with a mischievous grin and said to Zhou Nianyo on the other end of the line, "I'm a bit hot-tempered today. You and Jian Qin wear black stockings and come over at noon to help me cool off." With a thunderous roar, Su Hao's eyes immediately turned red. But just as he was about to rush forward and fight Xia Tian to the death, the man in black beside him suddenly immobilized him. Just as he was about to shout, a large, iron-like hand pinched his mouth, preventing him from making a sound. Seeing Su Hao's red-eyed, impotent rage, Xia Tian's mischievousness intensified. He flirted with Zhou Nianyo on the phone for quite a while, and if Xinhuan hadn't stopped him with a cold look, he might have continued talking. Xia Tian awkwardly hung up Zhou Nianyo's call. This awkwardness was definitely not directed at Su Hao, but at Xinhuan. In his moment of smugness, he hadn't considered his wife's feelings, a mistake he had made. However, he quickly made another call to Huang Yue, in front of Su Hao, to instruct Fengdun Security to go all out against the Jiangdong Su Group, which was Su Hao's source of confidence. This kind of retaliatory action is carried out simultaneously and indiscriminately in all aspects, suppressing the other party's business, shorting the stock market, collecting dirt on their family, exposing general dirt, and submitting cases involving illegal and criminal activities to the relevant departments for handling. In short, there is one goal: to see the Jiangdong Su Group go bankrupt as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. The Jiangdong Su Group may be considered a decent company in Jiangdong, a large company, but it is completely incomparable to Fengdun Security, an international corporation. Moreover, Fengdun Security is adept at collecting dirt and illegal information. They could expose the entire secrets of a small company like the Su Group in less than 3 days. Chapter 126 Disheartened. Xia Tian and Huang Yue originally thought that it might take a little longer to completely take down Su Hao's Su Group, since the local large group from Jiangdong was not a pushover. Unexpectedly, just a short while after Xia Tian finished her phone call with Huang Yue, the Jiangdong Su Group was raided and shut down by the Public Security Bureau and the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Even Su Hao's father and brother were taken away by the Public Security Bureau. What a dramatic ending! It's also Su Group's bad luck. They've always been domineering and ruthless in their dealings in the area. Some time ago, a plot of land they were developing was involved in forced demolition, and people even died. Without external interference, this matter might ultimately just end with the Su Group paying some money to buy peace, and the matter eventually fizzling out. But since Xia Tian, the new boss, is going to take action against this company, Fengdun Security must demonstrate the group's execution capabilities and strong related strengths to this new boss. Therefore, Fengdun Security immediately used its fastest speed and maximum energy to bring the Su family's matter, which was almost suppressed, into the open. If things aren't brought to the forefront, they can be handled however you like in private. You can downplay major issues, ignore minor ones, and smooth things over. But once things are brought to the forefront, they can't be resolved by anyone's word alone. At this point, things must be done according to the rules. With the addition of the Fengdun Security Bureau's efforts to expose the Su family's illegal and disorderly conduct over the years, the Su family is essentially finished. In a short period of time, Xia Tian's single phone call plunged a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate into utter ruin. Su Hao, who was under control, was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it, but he trembled as he took out his phone to check the latest announcement from the local Public Security Bureau. An announcement about the illegal and disorderly conduct of his Su family completely crushed his last hope. The Su family is finished. The Su Group has collapsed. At this moment, Su Hao had completely forgotten about his plan to cause trouble for Xia Tian. All he could think about was, how could this be? How could this happen? Over the years, no matter how much trouble he caused, his family had always cleaned up his messes and he had always managed to get through it unscathed. But I haven't even made a move today, I haven't even dealt with Xia Tian yet, I only threatened her a few times, how did this happen? My home is gone? Seeing Su Hao's dejected appearance, no longer displaying his previous arrogant and domineering demeanor, Xinwan felt a pang of pity for a moment. However, recalling his ugly face just now, that pity vanished instantly. This is only because Xia Tian is so powerful, otherwise, if it were someone else, the situation would probably be quite different. Therefore, there is always a reason why someone is pitiful. There is no need to pity such a person. Now that your once proud family background is gone, what else do you want to do to me? Hire someone in secret to deal with me? Xia Tian looked at Su Hao, this spoiled young master, with a half smile. Su Hao left the office looking dejected, a stark contrast to his earlier furious outburst over a woman. Amidst the whispers of his classmates, he walked straight out of the teaching building and headed out of the school. After Su Hao left and the security personnel withdrew, Xia Tian couldn't help but have some lewd thoughts flash through his mind as he looked at the beautiful and charming goddess-like homeroom teacher, Xinwan, and with the added effect of the environment in the school office. His eyes burned as he looked at Xinwan. Under Xia Tian's fiery gaze, Xinwan knew exactly what the other person's filthy intentions were. She immediately crossed her arms and adopted a defensive posture. Don't do anything reckless. This is the school office, someone could come at any time. Xinwan warned Xia Tian. When Xinwan exposed his thoughts, even Xia Tian couldn't help but blush, and stubbornly said, "Ahem, what nonsense are you thinking? I didn't plan to do anything." "You'd better be." Xinwan still looked at Xia Tian warily, not letting her guard down at all. Cough cough, I've been slandered and threatened like this, aren't you going to comfort me? Xia Tian, whose skin was getting thicker and thicker, looked at Xinwan, stretched out his hands, wanting a comforting hug. Comfort you? You're dreaming. Even Xinwan, who is usually dignified and beautiful, couldn't help but swear at this moment. Xia Tian is becoming more and more shameless. You slept with someone's fiancé, ruined their family business, and now you want to comfort them? Where's your shame? I'm asking you, do you have any shame at all? Because of the extreme emotional fluctuations, Xia Tian's eyes were so turbulent that she wished they could turn into X-ray vision. It's not my fault, it was just an accident and a coincidence. Xia Tian tried to argue, but Xinwan was too lazy to argue with him anymore. She was also afraid that Xia Tian might have ulterior motives towards her in the office, so she interrupted him, saying, Fine, it was an accident, a coincidence, okay? You go to class right now, and stop thinking about all that. Why? Unfortunately, it was too late when she said that. She had let her guard down for a moment, and Xia Tian had already pounced on her like a hungry wolf. However, Xia Tian only dabbled in it briefly before letting Xinwan go, knowing that Xinwan definitely wouldn't accept it in the office. Xia Tian left the office with a cheerful smile. Xinwan was helpless in the face of such a shameless husband. She could only glare at Xia Tian and spit inwardly. As soon as Xia Tian returned to the classroom, Wang Nan immediately went up to her with concern and asked what was wrong. After casually comforting her, Zhou Nianyo called her soon after. When the Su family ran into trouble, the Zhou family, with whom they had a close working relationship, were the first to receive the news. Zhou's father immediately called his daughter, Zhou Nianyo, to ask her how far things had progressed with Su Hao. After learning that his daughter and Su Hao had never even held hands, Zhou's father breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately told his daughter what had just happened at the Su family and instructed her to keep her distance from Su Hao, and to cancel their marriage immediately. Zhou Nianyo was stunned when she heard the news. The Su family was finished so easily? What a coincidence that they collapsed just when she was confronting Su Hao and breaking up with him. After hanging up with her father, Zhou Nianyo had a strange feeling. She wanted to call Su Hao to ask about his situation and comfort him, but she was afraid he would misunderstand, so she decided against it. While staring blankly at the phone, Zhou Nianyo inexplicably dialed Xia Tian's number, without even knowing why she was calling him. Chapter 127 Lost Motivation. When Zhou Nianyo called, Xia Tian was in class. It was a class taught by an old professor. The sudden ringing of the phone made Xia Tian, who was already the center of attention, even more noticeable to everyone in the classroom, including the old professor. Xia Tian was extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly took out her phone to hang up, and glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhou Nianyo calling. She then put her phone on silent before looking apologetically at the old professor. Putting your phone on silent during class is basic common sense, but Xia Tian, as the class monitor, made such a basic mistake and became the laughingstock of the whole class. Moreover, because of his previous conflict with Su Hao, he was already the focus of attention among his classmates. Now, he once again attracted the attention of the whole class. Even Wang Nan, who was the vice class monitor, looked at Xia Tian with a speechless expression. The old professor was giving a passionate lecture, completely absorbed in it, when he was interrupted by the sudden ringing of the telephone. The professor, who was already very angry, had already decided that he would not get a single point for participation from this conspicuous bag. Following everyone's gaze, he immediately noticed that the conspicuous bag belonged to Xia Tian. After a moment of surprise, he immediately showed a kind expression and said to Xia Tian, "You can go outside to pick me up if you need anything." I'm sorry, Professor, it was my fault. I promise I will." Xia Tian thought the professor was being sarcastic, so she immediately took the initiative to admit her mistake and tried to make a promise to the professor. However, the old professor waved his hand, indicating that Xia Tian did not need to be nervous. "It's alright, everyone experiences this sometimes. Are you sure you don't need to go outside to pick him up?" "I can wait a bit," the professor said kindly to Xia Tian. Really, Professor, it's not necessary." Xia Tian was also a little confused. Why was the professor being so kind to her? Was this still the old professor known for his strict scholarship? Xia Tian looked embarrassed and bewildered, while the other students in the class looked envious and resentful, and were already cursing in their hearts. When did the old professor become so kind and approachable? How come they didn't know at all? You know, the old professor has always been known for his strict scholarship. Now, after being interrupted from his lecture, he not only didn't get angry and scold people, but instead asked them with a gentle smile if they wanted to go outside to take a phone call, and even offered to stop lecturing to wait for them. Are they still asleep, or is there some unspeakable secret between the old professor and the class monitor, Xia Tian? They probably couldn't figure out the reason even if they racked their brains. The reason why the old professor was so polite to Xia Tian was, of course, because of Xinhuan. The students were unaware of the relationship between Xinhuan and Xia Tian, but most of the teachers at the school knew about the marital relationship between Xia Tian, Xinhuan, and Su Rou. As colleagues of Xinhuan and Su Rou, the old professor would naturally give Xia Tian some face. After a minor hiccup, the lecture continued, and Xia Tian pretended to listen attentively, but at that moment he was already thinking that he must teach Zhou Nianyo a lesson at noon. Having made a fool of himself in front of the whole class, he definitely deserves a good punishment. Zhou Nianyo looked at the phone that had been hung up, and only after putting her phone away did she realize that it was during class time, and Xia Tian should be in class and unable to answer the phone. But then Zhou Nianyo received a message from Xia Tian, a green bubble. The message was simple: she and Jin Xin were asked to wear black stockings to the hotel at noon. Zhou Nianyo blushed as she looked at the message Xia Tian sent, and couldn't help but secretly spit out her own words, "You big bad guy, thinking about that kind of thing in broad daylight." However, she still told Jin Xin, who was on the bed next to her, that it didn't bother her at all. In fact, she was secretly delighted. As long as Xia Tian thought of the two of them, it was the greatest victory. She knew that Xia Tian's wives were all goddesses with irresistible charm. It was already very difficult for Xia Tian to think of them among so many goddesses. What more could she ask for? If this can make Xia Tian obsessed with their bodies, what does black stockings matter? Even the boldest or most exaggerated outfits are perfectly fine. On the other side, although Xia Tian tried hard to listen to the old professor's lectures, he couldn't concentrate at all. It wasn't that the professor's lectures were bad, nor that he had already learned the knowledge, it was simply that his mind was completely unable to focus on studying. Although I wasn't exactly a top student in the past, I was still able to focus on my studies, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get into Tsinghua University. But now that I have money, and not just any kind of money, things like direction and motivation have completely lost their meaning for me now. Even if I study really well, can I be richer than him now? Obviously not. So why should I bother studying? Why study hard? Don't spout nonsense about changing the world or humanity. The vast majority of people study hard so they can find a good job in the future, and a good job means good pay. So, in the end, it's all about money. Xia Tian, on the other hand, was already completely financially independent. Where would he find the motivation to study now? Even the system's learning tasks, with their generous and tempting rewards, couldn't keep him studying, and he gave up halfway through. Let alone the old professor's lectures. Human beings are inherently lazy, and without external pressure and goals to strive for, they lose the motivation to move forward. Summer's thoughts gradually shifted from the book in front of her to the pair of long, straight, fair legs of Wang Nan under her short skirt. The old professor's dry and difficult lectures were nothing compared to the allure of those fair and tender legs next to her. Fortunately, there were no people around them, and they were sitting against the wall, so they weren't afraid of being discovered. After the class ended, Wang Nan's legs were so weak she could barely walk, and her eyes were practically brimming with tears. Xia Tian was also furious if the situation weren't so inappropriate, he really wanted to. Fortunately, it was the last class. Xia Tian wiped her wet fingers and wanted to have a deeper conversation with Wang Nan off campus, but just then Wang Nan's phone rang first. After answering the phone and saying a few words to the other end, Wang Nan hung up the phone with a look of excitement and then looked at Xia Tian apologetically. Two of Wang Nan's best friends from middle school came to visit her together. Of course, Wang Nan couldn't forget her friends for the sake of a pretty girl, so she could only apologize to Xia Tian. "I'll definitely make it up to you tonight, but right now I have to go keep my girlfriends company. They all came specifically to see me, so I can't just ignore them, can I?" Xia Tian could only feel helpless about this, but fortunately, she had made preparations in advance, and she figured Zhou Nianyo and Jin Qin were already waiting for her. Chapter 128: Short Hair and Little Knowledge. Summer hurried towards the hotel outside the school. The only thing he still insisted on doing every day was exercising, so his body was strengthened by the system every day. With a strong body comes an exceptionally strong desire, and coupled with a weak will, his body is easily overwhelmed by the slightest stimulation. He was furious after being provoked by Wang Nan's long, fair legs for the entire class period. Fortunately, he had already arranged for Zhou Nianyo and Jin Qin to play with him at noon in order to tease Su Hao. Summer rushed to the hotel. Although it was lunchtime, nothing was more important than getting rid of the internal heat in her body. Upon arriving at the hotel, we went straight to the top floor, to the most luxurious presidential suite, which we had booked for a month long ago in the summer to save money. The beautiful butler of the presidential suite was already waiting in the hotel lobby. When she saw Xia Tian, this nouveau riche, come to the hotel again, her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she immediately got up to greet him. Upon seeing Xia Tian, her wealthy client, the beautiful housekeeper couldn't help but harbor a strange, inappropriate thought. The butlers in presidential suites are all rigorously trained and serve the wealthy and powerful, so their profession requires them to have a high level of professionalism. Therefore, the first lesson for all butlers, whether male or female, is to learn to control their emotions, maintain a proper distance and relationship with their clients, and not to harbor any unrealistic fantasies. Chen Shen was well aware of all this and often reminded herself that work is work and she shouldn't let any other ulterior motives get in. But Xia Tian, this client, is different. Chen Shen comes into contact with all sorts of people every day at the hotel. Having seen so many people, he can roughly judge a client's personality and character after just a short interaction. After getting to know Xia Tian, Chen Shen immediately discovered the uniqueness of his client, who could even be described as a treasure. Of course, it's undeniable that the financial resources required for a monthly subscription to the presidential suite are an indispensable factor even among the presidential suite clients she served. This is considered a relatively wealthy client. However, as the butler of the presidential suite, Chen Shen has seen quite a few rich people, so when she first saw Xia Tian arrive at the room looking like a nouveau riche, Chen Shen admitted that she had misjudged him. The main problem was that Xia Tian's performance at the time was really lackluster, with a sleazy and unsophisticated look. Chen Shen mistakenly thought that Xia Tian was the kind of person who was using her parents' hard-earned money to put on a show and see the world, so her first impression of Xia Tian wasn't actually that good. When summer came again, the first thing she did was book a presidential suite for a month, which almost made Chen Shen's jaw drop. She regretted it at that moment. Moreover, after a brief interaction with Xia Tian, she discovered that Xia Tian was actually a rather innocent young man. That's right, Xia Tian's behavior before was simply due to his naivety. He was a rich person, yet exceptionally naive. They don't have any of those weird fetishes or perverted behaviors, which is already quite rare for someone of Xia Tian's social class. The more elite a person is, the more perverse they can be in private. Chen Shen is aware of this. Chen Shen had heard and seen a lot about how wild, dissolute, and perverse some second-generation kids of the same age as Xia Tian were. Faced with Xia Tian, a client so innocent and unique, Chen Shen couldn't help but want to learn more about her. Moreover, she had already missed a golden opportunity, and she absolutely could not miss it again. However, thinking back to when they first met, Xia Tian had given her a subtle hint, which filled Chen Shen with confidence. "Young Master Xia, welcome. Miss Zhou and Miss Jian are already upstairs waiting for you. It's lunchtime now, would you like us to prepare lunch for you?" Chen Shen smiled. In order to attract the attention of Xia Tian, this naive customer, she had dressed up carefully beforehand, even deliberately unbuttoning the second button of her uniform to reveal a glimpse of her fair skin, hoping to increase her attractiveness. To be honest, Chen Shen is not bad looking. Moreover, once a woman reaches a certain level of beauty, the difference between them is not that great. A well-fitting dress or a bright smile can enhance their appearance. At this moment, Chen Chen appeared so gentle and weak, as if she were easy to bully. Unfortunately, it's like casting a candle in the dark, all her efforts are wasted. Summer's attention is completely elsewhere, so no matter how much she tries to seduce him, it's useless. Okay, don't bother me yet. Bring lunch over in an hour. Xia Tian didn't stop walking and instructed Chen Chen, who was following beside her, as she walked. He was completely oblivious to the ulterior motives of the beautiful housekeeper beside him. He had, however, harbored feelings for her during his first visit to the hotel. Aren't there always those hotel beauties in those tycoon novels who practically throw themselves at you? So, on his very first day after becoming rich, Xia Tian bluntly tried to use money to win over the beautiful housekeeper to alleviate his loneliness and solitude at night. Unfortunately, although Xia Tian's performance was terrible at the time, Chen Chen, who was used to seeing rich people, was completely indifferent to Xia Tian, who was just a nouveau riche at the time, and even felt a bit disgusted. So when she failed to pick up her boyfriend for the first time that summer, she went to a bar out of embarrassment. But because she had never been to such a place before and had no experience, she was a little nervous and ended up returning empty-handed. So since that last time, Xia Tian hasn't paid any attention to this beautiful housekeeper anymore. She's indifferent to him, so why should he bother? He's not a simp, and he's surrounded by women, all of them stunning beauties. Why would he bother with Chen Chen, who's just a minor figure in the picture? So it's even less likely that he'll have any feelings for Chen Chen anymore. After casually giving instructions to Chen Chen, the sweet butler, Xia Tian went straight to the presidential suite on the top floor without stopping. There were already two stunning beauties waiting for him there. He had no time to deal with a hotel waiter. Watching Xia Tian close the door to the presidential suite and disappear from his sight, Chen Chen was filled with regret. Why hadn't he seized the opportunity back then? Now, he couldn't even get a second glance from her. Chapter 129 Opportunities don't always come. Not to mention Chen Chen's regret at the door of the presidential suite, Xia Tian went straight into the room. He was burning with desire, and a big surprise awaited him inside. Maintaining a sense of novelty in a marriage is the secret to a lasting relationship. Although Xia Tian, Zhou Nianyo, and Jian Xin haven't registered their marriage yet, they've basically confirmed their relationship and have done everything that couples should do. Because of the social system, men can marry multiple wives, especially young and outstanding men like Xia Tian, who are encouraged by the state to marry multiple wives. Jian Xin knew that Xia Tian had already married several wives, and all of them were elegant, intellectual, beautiful, and charming. Not to mention in the eyes of men, even in her eyes as a woman, they were high-quality women with outstanding temperament and infinite charm. Although she and Zhou Nianyo are in no way inferior to other women in terms of appearance, don't forget that none of Xia Tian's wives are unattractive. So if it's just about looks, Xia Tian will eventually get tired of them. Besides, there is never a shortage of beautiful women in the world, and there will always be women who are more beautiful than them. Therefore, Jian Xin was aware of the potential problems from the beginning. How could she gain more care and love from Xia Tian? Just like the power struggles in the imperial harem in ancient times, this was a realistic problem that she had to face. After careful consideration, Jian Xin discussed it with Zhou Nianyo. The two were now completely bound together. After Jian Xin's analysis and encouragement, Zhou Nianyo also suppressed her shyness and embarrassment. The two decided to give Xia Tian a good stimulating experience. Zhou Nianyo and Jian Xin are both from wealthy families, but they have always been virtuous and have not acted recklessly like other second-generation rich kids. However, they are not entirely ignorant about certain things due to their upbringing. So summer is a blessing. It was just a joke, but it gave Jian Xin an idea, making her think about how to win Xia Tian's heart. Men, no matter how serious they seem on the surface, who doesn't enjoy a little excitement and daring in private? This section omits 18,000 words. The system review was blocked and it wouldn't pass, so please use your imagination to figure out the various ways to play it. In both his past and present lives, Xia Tian has always been a rather honest and simple person. He has never been exposed to these kinds of things before, let alone these clothes that he finds rather perverted. So, as soon as he entered, Xia Tian's eyes widened in surprise. In his previous life, he had only seen it in some shady videos. He had never experienced it in real life. Some dark side within him seemed to be stirred at that moment. There was no time to think of anything else. Driven by instinct, he pounced like a hungry tiger. It's not easy for a person to learn to be good, but it only takes a moment to learn to be bad. They went astray in the summer. This kind of feeling is something you can't feel with the other girls. Xinhuan, Suro, Guya, and Lu Xian are all teachers. There's no way they could possibly be playing such a perverted game with Xiatian. As for Wang Nan, she's still a naive and innocent girl, and she's even more reserved in these kinds of situations. From the afternoon until 8 p.m., Xiatian felt like she had unlimited energy and experienced a completely different world. The service in the presidential suite was absolutely impeccable. After a phone call in the summer, Chen Chen pushed in a large, very sumptuous dinner within minutes. I skipped lunch because I was having too much fun, and now I'm starving. I'm completely exhausted. After dinner, Zhou Nianyo and Jian Xin insisted on going back to their school dormitories. Xiatian rubbed her nose and tried to persuade them to stay, saying, "How about we don't go back tonight?" No. No. What Xiatian received was a resounding and unwavering answer from both women, which made him feel inexplicably guilty. You beast, I still want to live a few more years. Zhou Nianyo was full of resentment at this moment. How could she have agreed to Jian Xin's request without thinking? Honey, we really can't go on like this. You should go find someone else. Jian Xin's legs were as weak as noodles. Summer could only helplessly watch the two leave. Zhou Nianyo and Jian Xin turned and walked out, afraid that Xiatian would catch them and train them again. Zhou Nianyo even forgot to ask about Su Hao's family matters, but logically speaking, it shouldn't be Xiatian's doing, so it's better not to ask. After seeing Zhou Nianyo and Jian Xin leave the presidential suite, Chen Shen's eyes lit up instantly, and a strange thought arose in his mind. He thought to himself, isn't this my chance? I must seize this rare opportunity. So after watching Zhou Nianyo and Jian Xin leave in the elevator, she immediately stood at the door of Xiatian's presidential suite and mustered up her courage to knock on the door. Xiatian, who was drying herself after taking a shower, thought that Zhou Nianyo and Jian Xin had returned, so she opened the door without thinking much of it. As a result, Chen Chen saw Xiatian's upper body completely naked. But just that upper body almost made Chen Chen drool and get a nosebleed. Xiatian's perfect physique, a reward from the system for her consistent exercise, with its smooth muscles, radiated a healthy glow under the lights. Chen Chen was instantly stunned, his eyes fixed on Xiatian, even his breathing became rapid. Xiatian hadn't expected Chen Chen to be standing in the doorway. She subconsciously pulled her towel tighter, her brows slightly furrowed. Is there something you need? Chen Chen snapped out of her daze, her face instantly flushing red. She nervously twisted her fingers and stammered, Mr. Xia. I thought you might need something else, so I came to ask. Xiatian found her appearance somewhat amusing, but didn't think much of it. No need, you can go back now, he said, turning to close the door. Chen Chen, emboldened by some unknown source, suddenly reached out and blocked the door, biting her lip, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Mr. Xia, I want to stay and take care of you. Xiatian was somewhat surprised. Looking at Chen Chen's flushed face, he knew exactly what she was thinking. In a daze, Xiatian remembered that after she had just activated the system and suddenly became rich, she wanted to indulge herself. At that time, she thought Chen Chen was quite pretty, so she wanted to seduce her, but she was despised and sternly rejected by her. Xiatian had assumed the other woman was a kind girl unmoved by money, but now she was actually throwing herself at him. This contrast was quite unexpected. Xiatian's lips curled slightly, and he looked at Chen Chen with a hint of amusement. No need. Besides, it's late at night, and I'm afraid my wife might misunderstand. After saying this, Xiatian turned and closed the door without looking back, leaving Chen Chen standing awkwardly outside. Chapter 130. Someone files a complaint. Summer was enjoying himself in the presidential suite, while at school, this afternoon's class was taught by a young teacher named Chen Xiangyu. Speaking of Chen Xiangyu, he was considered a promising young talent, an outstanding individual specially recruited from abroad by Tsinghua University. But Chen Xiangyu has another unknown identity. He is also a suitor of Xinhuan. He prides himself on being dashing, debonair, and extraordinary. Upon seeing Xinhuan, he was immediately captivated by her beauty and vowed to win her over. Unfortunately, Xinhuan was too beautiful and too outstanding. Lin Kitchen, the young master of the Lin family, openly expressed his love for her and pursued her relentlessly. Fortunately, Xinhuan always rejected him. Although Chen Xiangyu really liked Xinhuan, he didn't pursue her in a high-profile way like Lin Kitchen did. He knew Xinhuan was a low-key and cultured girl who would never accept Lin Kitchen's way of expressing his love. So, Lin Kitchen's approach would never win Xinhuan over. Therefore, he chose a very low-key approach, intending to take advantage of his proximity to Xinhuan and subtly win her over. It has to be said that his thinking was actually very correct. Xinhuan had always been the focus of attention because of her outstanding appearance, which had always bothered her. So, Xinhuan did not want to attract any attention, and Shen Xiangyu just happened to cater to her desires. Shen Xiangyu would always show his care and help to Xinhuan when no one was around. His plan was to first become good friends with her, and then naturally win her heart. Therefore, he had never expressed any intention to pursue Xinhuan. Everything was going according to his plan. Every time Lin Kitchen ran into a wall, he felt secretly pleased. Because he hit it well, his relationship with Xinhuan was getting closer and closer. The two had gone beyond being ordinary colleagues and were moving towards being friends. Just as Chen Xiangyu was overjoyed, a devastating piece of news struck him like a bolt from the blue. The news was circulating among the teachers at the school. Xinhuan had gotten married, and the groom was one of his students, a guy named Xiatian. This almost made Chen Xiangyu spit blood in anger, and he secretly gritted his teeth. Why? Why is God treating him so maliciously? However, he quickly rallied, knowing that this kind of forced marriage based on big data had no emotional foundation, and given Xinhuan's personality, she probably wouldn't actually be with her student. At most, it would be 5 years, and then they would divorce to end the relationship. So he still had a chance. And coincidentally, he was also their teacher in the summer, and a plan was already forming in his mind. He really wanted to meet this lucky guy named Xiatian, but unfortunately, Xiatian had taken a leave of absence from the previous class, so Chen Xiangyu didn't get to see his rival in love. That's right, he had already designated Xiatian as his rival in love in his mind. Today, he was full of anticipation, having already mentally rehearsed how he would ridicule and embarrass the other person in class. Unfortunately, after taking attendance, it was discovered that Xiatian was absent from class again. This is intolerable. I immediately made a phone call to the director. Did you think I couldn't deal with you just because you didn't come to class? I'll make sure your reputation for being an incompetent scholar is completely established. With Xinhuan's rigorous teaching attitude, you'll only get worse and worse in Xinhuan's eyes and eventually be eliminated. After receiving Chen Xiangyu's call, the director privately inquired about it and found that Chen Xiangyu's claims about Xiatian being late and absent from class were basically true. After careful consideration, the director called Xinhuan, Xiatian's homeroom teacher and also Xiatian's family member. Hello, is this teacher Xin? The director asked in a friendly tone. One should always be kind and approachable when dealing with beautiful women, to leave a good impression. Oh, it's me. What instructions do you have, director? Since everyone else was very polite, Xinhuan was naturally very courteous as well. Teacher Xin, is this your first time leading a class? Is there anything I can coordinate or help with? The director remained kind and approachable, without immediately asking about Xiatian's situation. Thank you for your concern, director. Everyone at school has taken good care of me, and the students are quite self-disciplined. There's nothing I need your help with. I'll be happy to help you again if I need anything in the future. Xinhuan thought it was just the leader showing concern for her work, so she didn't think much of it. But the director's next words made her heart skip a beat. Oh, that's good, she replied casually. The director immediately followed up, so how's Xiatian doing lately? You married him. Come to think of it, I haven't even met this student who won the crowns of 2 goddesses in our school. He's the public enemy of all the men in our school. I have to keep a close eye on him. When Xinhuan heard the director specifically inquire about Xiatian's situation, her heart skipped a beat. Instantly, she realized that the director had found out about Xiatian's recent tardiness and absences. The director wasn't here to show concern for her, he was here to interrogate her. Xiatian, his performance was just so-so. Xinhuan didn't know what to say. It's understandable for young people to relax a bit when they first enter university, but Professor Shen, you also need to strengthen your guidance and education. I won't say more, after all, she's a family member of our school, right? The director spoke only to the point, believing that Xinhuan would understand after he said that. I understand, don't worry, director. I will definitely strengthen my management of Xiatian in the future. What else could Xinhuan say? At the other hotel, Chen held no appeal for Xiatian. Xiatian had no possessive desire to possess her, just like an ordinary person, and was indifferent to her. After washing up and getting myself ready, Xiatian went back to school. She had to go to school tomorrow, so it was best to go back to school and rest. When Xiatian returned to the teacher's apartment and opened the door, Xinhuan and Su Ro were each hunched over a desk, working on their laptops. Oh, you just finished your date? Why didn't you stay there and instead came back? Su-ro teased Xia-tian, but her face betrayed her delight. Summer's return on summer evenings secretly delighted Su-ro, signifying their importance in his heart and his high regard for the family. In short, Su-ro was quite satisfied. Xinhuan, who was standing to the side, was also overjoyed to see Xia-tian return. She was about to get up, but she put on a stern face and stubbornly held back. Because she remembered that Xia-tian had skipped class again that summer afternoon. As a student, Xia-tian's recent performance had been quite poor, and her homeroom teacher was very dissatisfied. Seeing Xinhuan's stern face, Xia-tian asked Su-ro with her eyes, "What's wrong?" Su-ro glanced back at Xinhuan, covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course, she knew why Xinhuan was angry. She gave Xia-tian a look that said, "Good luck," and prepared to watch the show from the sidelines. "Waner, my wife, why are you making such a face? You're not pretty like that. Come on, smile, you look your best when you smile." Xia-tian has become much thicker skinned now, unlike the shy and somewhat wooden person he was at the beginning. He walked up to Xinhuan with a grin, and when he saw that Xinhuan didn't smile, he even reached out and manually made her smile. Xinhuan couldn't hold back any longer. She glared at Xia-tian and slapped his shoulder. Still feeling unsatisfied, she pinched his waist before saying, "Don't give me that frivolous look. I'm asking you, why did you skip class again this afternoon? Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Xia-tian pretended to be pinched and rubbed her waist, acting pitiful. "Stop pretending, I didn't use much force at all," Xinhuan said, but she still reached out to rub the spot where she had pinched Xia-tian earlier. "Hee, my wife rubbed it and the pain immediately stopped." Xia-tian still grinned. Xinhuan couldn't help but smirk, but remembering that she had to put pressure on him and couldn't let him fool her, she straightened her face again. "Don't give me that. Do you know how difficult it is for me to keep up with your tardiness and truancy every day? You're the class monitor, and this is how you set an example for me? The teachers at school all know about our relationship now. The principal even called me today, implying that I should keep a closer eye on you. Do you know how embarrassed I am?"